Detected the host's strong desire for his wife. Scanning nearby systems. Detected a one-click revenge system. First binding rewards an instant discount of 3 billion. 3Doghead asks if the host wants to bind. Ding! Binding successful. Transferring now. If you're watching this video, you're probably confused. Does anyone really believe this? You were clearly sleeping, yet you confusedly sent 3Doghead. The next second, ding! Congratulations, host, you triggered the system and started the beginner task. Please wait, the task is being selected. Beginner task selection completed. The host must confess to a member of the opposite sex within 30 seconds to successfully complete the task and receive a beginner reward. Just now, in a classroom at Jiangdu University, I was dozing off at my desk. But the next second, I suddenly lifted my head, and the drowsiness from the class vanished instantly. Having read many web novels, I knew what the appearance of the system meant. What cultivation, one sword opening the heavens, the rise of a young hero, these scenes that once only existed in my imagination were now actually happening to me. I woke up from my dream, and after a while, I heard the voice of the system again. Please complete the beginner task immediately. If the task fails, the host will die instantly. The countdown begins. 302-928-2726. What's going on? Are you shocked by this beginner task? I bound this system after sending so many dog heads, and now it wants my life. Wait, amidst my shock, the voice in my head didn't stop. By the time I reacted, half of the 30 seconds had already passed. I immediately stood up and looked for a target, but this action instantly attracted the attention of the entire class. My deskmate, Wang Xiang, sleepily opened his eyes and asked, "What are you doing, Lao Su?" But I had no time to pay attention to my deskmate or anyone else in the class. My gaze quickly scanned the room. Suddenly, I walked straight to the front row of the class, facing a female classmate, gazing at her affectionately. The system's voice continued to count down in my mind. 643. I immediately knelt on one knee, took her hand, and said, "Anro, I like you. Will you be my girlfriend?" As soon as I finished speaking, the atmosphere in the classroom froze instantly, and everyone stared at me in shock. At that moment, the system's countdown stopped at the last second, followed by a message, "Congratulations, host, for completing the beginner task. You have received a beginner reward, please activate it yourself later." But I had no time to care because at that moment, the entire class's focus was on me and Anro. The classroom was still immersed in silence, with only Anro looking slightly surprised, then asking, "What do you like about me?" Hearing her question, I suddenly felt a bit awkward because I had only intended to complete the task and wasn't really prepared to answer that question. But the next second, I steeled myself, involuntarily glanced down, and stammered, "I like your legs. They're very fair." After saying that, I realized how stupid my words were. But how was I supposed to know what I liked about her? I only knew that Anro was the least likely person in the class to accept my confession because I knew she didn't seem interested in boys, which is why I chose her. Although Anro was recognized as the class beauty and generally got along well with others, I just needed to complete the task. I could always find a chance to apologize later. At that moment, the class suddenly became excited. "Shug is awesome. Wow, Su Jiang actually likes Anro. No wonder he usually ignores those girls and confessed in front of the whole class. I really admire Su Jiang." But the teacher at the podium was now flushed with anger. "Although you entered Jiangdu University as the top student of Jiangdu City and scored first in the entrance exam, your behavior in class is simply unacceptable." The teacher frowned tightly, as if wanting to swallow me whole, then shouted at me, "Zhu Jiang, get out of here." That roar was like thunder, silencing the entire class. I was startled and then ran out with my head down. I heard the teacher tell the remaining students, "You all self-study," as the classroom door slammed shut. Clearly, the teacher intended to have a one-on-one with me. The moment the door closed, the classroom erupted again. Meanwhile, Anro sat in her seat, seemingly unaffected by the surrounding noise. She slightly turned her head to look out the window, sunlight casting on her face, revealing her stunning beauty. A faint smile appeared on her lips. "Are my legs fair? Hee hee, tonight you'll find out that my legs are not only fair but also capable," she murmured to herself. Her voice revealed a hint of mischief. At that moment, I was being scolded by the teacher, but since both Anro and I were top students, the teacher didn't make it difficult for me. Instead, I was just told to apologize properly to Anro, write a 3,000-word reflection, and notify my parents as punishment. Hearing the punishment, I nodded slightly in agreement, knowing the school wouldn't dare to impose a heavy penalty on me, as I entered Jiangdu University as the top scorer in the college entrance examination. After the explanation, I sheepishly returned to the classroom door, pushed it open, ignored the gazes of others, and immediately walked up to Anro. I deeply bowed and said sincerely, "I'm sorry, Anro. I was reckless just now, please pretend that nothing happened. Anro blinked her beautiful eyes, her lips curling into a lovely smile as she replied, "It's okay, Su-jang." However, she thought to herself, "You're still doomed tonight." After receiving her forgiveness, I sighed in relief. The only thing left was the 3,000-word reflection. As for calling my parents, I didn't care at all because knowing them, they would probably ask if the girl agreed to go out with me. As soon as I returned to my seat, I saw my deskmate, Wang Xiang, giving me a thumbs up and saying, "Lao Su, you're awesome." Confessing in public, Anro, you really know how to make a move. The group chat is blowing up right now. I quietly took out my phone under the table and opened the class group chat. Sure enough, a few students who weren't paying attention in class were chatting happily, and they had even given me a nickname. After reading those messages, I thought my reputation was ruined. I'm only a freshman. How will I find a girlfriend in the future? I hope the system's reward can provide me some comfort. Then, I summoned the system in my mind and said, "System, activate. Beginner reward." The next second, the familiar voice of the system announced, "Beginner reward activated. Congratulations, host, you have obtained the advanced skill, Firearm Mastery." In an instant, countless pieces of knowledge about firearms flooded into Su-jang's mind. After a long time, I finally digested this knowledge. Now, I was well versed in various firearms and ammunition, able to use them skillfully right away. But what use is this to me? Where's my assistant's golden elixir? Where's my sword that opens the heavens? We're in a harmonious society now. What good is this to me? I asked the system again, can we change this skill? Is there a skill that allows us to open the heavens with one click? The system coldly replied, no, it cannot be changed, and there is no such skill. Then how can I stop being this host? I continued to ask. If the host dies, the system will automatically be released. Damn it! I'm stunned. The rewards I risked my life for are completely useless. At 7:50 p.m., there are still 10 minutes until the freshmen at Jiangdu University finish their evening study session. Yes, you heard it right, freshmen still have evening classes. This is a unique feature of Jiangda. At exactly 8 p.m., the bell signaling the end of the evening study rang, and at the teacher's command, the students began to pack their books and prepare to leave. I quickly stood up, slung my backpack over one shoulder, and was the first to leave the classroom since I lived off campus in a rented apartment. What I didn't know was that as I stepped out the door, and Rose's gaze was fixed on me. Ugh, I'm so sleepy. I yawned while walking down the street, my steps carefree and looking like I hadn't woken up. The sleep quality in class today was indeed poor due to the system. I was still wondering why the system suddenly went silent. No matter how I called out, the system showed no response. It seemed that I could only wait for the system to issue a task, as I had no way to communicate with it proactively. Just as I was lost in my thoughts, everything suddenly went dark. An unknown object quickly covered my head, and before I could react, I felt several strong hands tightly restraining me. Those hands skillfully bound me, and then I was lifted by a tremendous force. At that moment, I realized I was being kidnapped. I couldn't help but wonder if I would be sold off for my kidneys in Myanmar. In a panic, I shouted, "What are you doing? This is the warm and harmonious Jiangdu city, a society ruled by law. Have you considered the consequences of your actions? You can still back off. I can pretend I never saw you." The next second, a loud smack struck my backside. Damn, this guy talks too much. Stop wasting time and hurry up and take him to the young lady. At this moment, I couldn't see outside. I felt hopeless, completely restrained, unable to move at all. It was over, my kidneys were gone. I'm still just a fledgling. I didn't know how long we had been driving in the car, but I felt it come to a stop. I was then carried out of the car, turned here and there, unsure of where I was going. With a thud, I was roughly thrown to the ground, and I felt dizzy. Soon, I sensed someone approaching, a faint fragrance lingering in the air. Then, the hood covering my eyes was quickly removed. I shook my head, and when I opened my eyes, a familiar and beautiful face came into view. Anro. At that moment, Anro was looking at me with a smile, but to me, her smile sent chills down my spine. This was definitely the underworld. Moreover, recalling what I had just heard about the young lady, a sense of foreboding quickly filled my heart. With a smile, Anro reached out to tilt my chin up, leaning closer and said playfully, "Su-jang, aren't you curious why I'm here? Let me introduce myself. I'm Anro, from the An family, a gang family in Jiangdu City." After hearing her words, I struggled to swallow. Su-jang, you really know how to pick your confessions. Why choose someone like her, the daughter of a nuclear-level gang family? Who could have known? If I had known about your background, I wouldn't have liked you. I would have liked Wang Xiang instead. Well, all this is a misunderstanding, I said with a smile that looked worse than crying. If I didn't smooth things over with this young lady today, I might not make it out alive because of this misunderstanding. I don't think this is a misunderstanding. Our reputations are already starting to suffer. They've even spread rumors that we grew up as childhood sweethearts. I scoffed, my voice laced with coldness as I ground my teeth and said, "Ugh, weren't you quite brave this afternoon?" Anro questioned, leaning in closer. I awkwardly smiled and attempted to explain. I was a bit impulsive this afternoon, but that was also because you were pretty bold, saying you liked my legs. Now I'm asking you, are my legs white? Do you dare to say anything? Anro didn't wait for me to finish and continued her questioning. The next second, the system's voice rang in my mind. Ding, the host has triggered a task. Please answer the question truthfully, or you will face punishment. Ding, what the hell? I was going crazy inside. This brain-dead system, can you not make trouble right now? I'm not asking for your help, but please don't add fuel to the fire. I struggled internally for a long time, but thinking about the potential punishment from the system even being erased, I closed my eyes, took a deep breath, and followed my heart. Anro, your legs are really white and beautiful. I really like your legs. The next second, ding. Congratulations, host, for completing the task and receiving a random reward. Random reward selection in progress. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the intermediate skill of combat mastery. In an instant, a wealth of combat techniques and fighting styles surged into my mind, clear and detailed, as if I had practiced them countless times. At that moment, I was pleasantly surprised to find that I could easily untie the ropes binding me. Just as I was about to act, I suddenly looked up and saw Anro blushing with a face full of shame and anger, staring at me. The two bodyguards in black beside me were also stunned by my words and even gave me a thumbs up. I looked at the two black-clothed bodyguards, confused. Why are you giving me a thumbs up? Aren't you from a gang family? Little did I know, although Anro was a favored young lady in her family, she was also a mischievous trickster. No one in the An family dared to provoke her because if they did, they would face various petty revenge tactics from her for a long time. Even the family head and the young master found her behavior to be quite a headache. Of course, this was also a form of affection for her. At that moment, after my statement, the two black-clothed bodyguards could only think, "Little brother, may you have a safe journey." Anro had originally intended to bring them here to scare me, just to make me feel afraid. But now that I had said those words, the young lady would definitely not let this slide. He was doomed. Shameless scoundrel, stupid pervert. Anro's face turned bright red, her voice trembling as she angrily pointed at me, cursing. No one had ever dared to humiliate her like this in her life. Go to hell, you pervert. Anro shouted angrily, lifting her foot to kick me as if she wanted to vent all her frustrations in that one kick. However, by this time, I had already untied the ropes and calmly dodged Anro's attack. But Anro didn't expect me to be able to move freely. Her kick, fueled by resentment, used all her strength, and after she kicked into thin air, her balance instantly wavered, her body swaying as she looked like she was about to fall. What made her break into a cold sweat was that the spot where Anro was about to fall was covered in shards of glass. If she actually landed on them, the consequences would be unimaginable. Anro also realized the dangerous situation. Panic filled her eyes, but she could no longer control her body. She could only watch as she got closer to the ground, the glass shards enlarging in her vision. Despair filled her heart, and she helplessly closed her eyes. The next second, the pain she had imagined did not come. Instead, she found herself in a soft, warm embrace. There was also a faint scent of smoke mixed with the smell of laundry detergent that made her nose twitch. She inhaled a few more times and slowly looked up, meeting my somewhat helpless gaze. Are you okay? I asked with concern, my hand firmly supporting Anro's waist, to ensure she wouldn't fall. Anro blinked, looking at me in confusion, then a blush appeared on her face as she quietly said, "Thank you." When the two bodyguards saw Anro standing there unharmed, they breathed a sigh of relief. However, their shock did not dissipate. Instead, it deepened due to the startling scene they had just witnessed. Recalling my previous actions, untangling the ropes cleanly and smoothly, then agilely dodging Anro's kick, and swiftly moving to catch her before she fell, I realized the entire process took less than 2.5 seconds. Both bodyguards simultaneously thought, "This young man is not simple." I wasn't paying attention to them at all. My heart was racing as all my focus was completely on the soft figure in my arms. I gently embraced Anro, feeling the faint fragrance and warmth radiating from her. Looking into her enchanting eyes, I couldn't help but swallow. I had never even held a girl's hand in my life, so this is what it feels like to hug someone. No wonder that Wang Xiang kid is always in a relationship. This exhilarating feeling of a racing heartbeat is indeed a bit addictive. The two of us just stared at each other, not knowing how many seconds had passed. "Miss Pai Pai, are you okay?" The bodyguard couldn't stand it any longer. As someone with experience, he immediately sensed the tension in the atmosphere. Considering that the young lady was in her teenage years, he knew this could lead to trouble, so he quickly spoke up. "Oh, I'm fine," Anro quickly reacted, pushing me away and stepping back a few paces, feeling a bit reluctant. "Well, since you just saved me, I'll let you go this time." Hurry up and leave, and Rose said, her eyes darting around, not daring to meet my gaze. Kid, don't be ungrateful. If I let you go, then go already. Are you trying to reach for something beyond your grasp? The bodyguard was getting annoyed. What do you mean you don't want to leave? And Rose's face turned even redder as she thought, he doesn't want to stay a little longer with me, does he? I'm not refusing to leave. Su Jiang said helplessly, sighing, you tied me up. How would I know where this is? Where can I go? I don't even know how to get out. Why don't you just send me back? And Rowan the bodyguard suddenly realized, momentarily forgetting about this matter. Meanwhile, in the depths of a luxurious club in Jiangdu City, the lights were dim and mysterious, and a tense atmosphere filled the air. Click, click. The faint sound of a lighter was particularly jarring in the silent space. On the sofa sat a handsome man, dressed in a black coat that was high quality and glossy, his deep gaze unsettling. Behind him stood a row of black-clad henchmen, dressed in sharp suits, wearing sunglasses, expressionless, and standing straight. In front of the man, a middle-aged man was kneeling on the ground, his clothes stained red with blood, his face still bearing the marks of being beaten. He trembled, begging in a shaky voice, young masterin, please show mercy and spare me. I really was careless and accidentally leaked the news of our operation. I didn't know that the Lin family would take the opportunity to strike against us, young masterin. The man's teeth chattered, his speech somewhat slurred, his eyes filled with fear, as if young masterin before him was a monster. Click. And Mingjie continued to play with the lighter in his hand, his gaze indifferent as he looked at the man. Old Chen, you've been with the Yin family for a long time, and with something like this happening, I want to believe you too. Fine, even if you accidentally leaked our news, we lost over 20 brothers this time, how do we account for that? What do I tell their families? If it weren't for Li Kai noticing something was off in time, I might have fallen into the Lin family's trap myself. You tell me, how do we settle this? And Mingjie's voice was neither loud nor low, but it was like a sharp sword, pressing closer and closer, piercing deep into Old Chen's heart. Each word struck like a heavy hammer, making it impossible for Old Chen to escape or resist. A crisp thud sounded as a glinting dagger was thrown in front of Old Chen, and Mingjie's gaze was as cold as ice, devoid of warmth, as he quietly watched Old Chen. Old Chen stared at the dagger, took a deep breath, and after a long moment, resignedly closed his eyes. Please, young masterin, for the sake of my years of hard work for the Yin family, spare my family a way out. This time, I am truly sorry to the Yin family. I will pay for my mistakes with my life. After saying this, he trembled as he picked up the dagger from the ground, ready to slash it across his neck. However, at the moment the dagger was about to touch his skin, a figure suddenly appeared beside him, tightly gripping his hand. Li Kai. Brother Kai? Old Chen recognized the person. It was the Yin family's top enforcer, Li Kai. It was said that he possessed extraordinary fighting skills and understood some traditional martial arts, holding an incredibly important position in the Yin family. The Yin family's current influence was largely due to Li Kai's contributions. But why was he stopping me from committing suicide? Enough, Old Chen. And Mingjie stood up, revealing a smile. I just wanted to see if you really betrayed the Yin family. I investigated the leak, and indeed, the Lin family's methods are impressive and hard to guard against. But we also need to test you. It seems you are still one of us, so we have no reason to let you die. The Yin family never harms its own. Upon hearing this, Old Chen's eyes brimmed with tears. The Yin family was still the familiar Yin family to him. Among the three major families in Jiangdu City, only the Yin family truly lived up to their words when it came to loyalty and righteousness. As long as you join the Yin family, you are family. Anja will never point a gun at its family. This was the slogan at the founding of Anja and remains an important foundation to this day. Therefore, compared to other families, the members of Anja get along more harmoniously and are more united. Old Chen, go to the hospital later. I'm sorry, I was a bit harsh this time. And Mingjie walked over to Old Chen, squatting down to help him up. Tears shimmered in Old Chen's eyes as he choked out. It's okay, young masterin, I understand. This time it was my fault, and I brought trouble to Anja. When news leaks like this, regardless of which family it happens to, it usually results in no survivors. But in Anja, he could survive. After Old Chen left, and Mingjie turned around and quickly and orderly directed everyone present to start cleaning up the scene. The bloodstains on the floor and scattered items were picked up and wiped clean until everything was restored to its original tidiness. Li Kai quietly walked to Mingjie's side, lighting a cigarette as well, the faint smoke swirling between the two. They walked side by side to the window, gazing out at the night sky, and began to speak softly. What are we going to do about the Lin family? Li Kai asked. That bastard Lin Hui has set me up this time. I must retaliate. But if we fight with the Lin family, Aren't we afraid the Feng family will take advantage? And Mingjie frowned at the words. The three major families in Jiangdu City, Mayan family, the Lin family, and the Feng family, are now merely marginal families. And the only ones with a real chance to rise to the leading family are us and the Feng family. The Lin family's foundation is still lacking a bit. It's not worth it to compete with them. And Mingjie rested his hand on the windowsill, lightly tapping as if in thought. After a long while, he finally spoke. In that case, a month from now, the three major families will compete for the opportunity to rise to the leading family. By then, we can retaliate. During this time, let's keep a low profile. I'll go back and ask my father for his thoughts. You should also take this time to clean up our territory. Leave no small pests from the Lin and Feng families. Li Kai nodded. Cleaning up was something he often did and was quite skilled at. Just then, the phone rang, and Mingjie frowned. Who was calling his private number at this hour? He pulled it out and his expression changed, quickly answering. Hello, Teacher Zhang? Yes, I'm Anro's brother, and Mingjie. Did something happen to that little girl at school? What? And Mingjie widened his eyes. His sister was confessed to in front of the whole class? Which reckless bastard dared to do that? And Mingjie's eyes instantly filled with killing intent. Okay, Teacher Zhang, I understand. I'll handle it, don't worry. Thank you for your hard work, Teacher Zhang. Please take good care of Anro at school. After hanging up, and Mingjie's demeanor turned icy. Boldly, put the cleanup aside, find me someone. Who? A student named Su Jiang, a classmate of Anro. Alive or dead? Leave him breathing, bring him to me. Got it. Li Kai agreed. Finding a student was a small task for him. I'm not saying you guys, if you're going to kidnap me, why bring me to this desolate place? And this hood over my head, how long has it been since it was washed? It stinks. You guys in the underworld really do things roughly. In the back seat, Su Jiang chattered on with complaints, and Ro sat beside him, helplessly covering her ears. The two bodyguards in the front, who were supposed to maintain a serious demeanor, now had dark expressions on their faces. I really want to kill this kid. Forget it, hold on. The young lady won't let us lay a hand on him. The young lady wouldn't really do anything to this kid. Shut your mouth. Is this something we can talk about? After saying that, he cautiously glanced at the rearview mirror, afraid Anro would hear their conversation. Seeing Anro still pouting and covering her ears, oblivious to their conversation, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. If Anro heard this, they would have to settle the score, and their days at the Yin family would not be easy. Well, let's not rush, no speeding or running red lights. By the way, can we stop at Zhongjie? I want to buy some grilled cold noodles. I used to think the distance was too far and was too lazy to go, but now that you're giving me a ride. Shut up, and Ro shouted, unable to take it anymore. How could there be such a nagging person? She had just felt a bit of affection for him, but now all that was left was frustration. Here I am, a big beauty sitting next to you, and you don't even glance at me, only thinking about grilled cold noodles? Do you believe I could roast you? Little did she know, Su Jiang wasn't ignoring her, he simply didn't dare to look at her. The somewhat ambiguous scene from earlier lingered in his mind, and his heart hadn't calmed down yet. Su Jiang could only mutter to ease his inner turmoil. From now on, you're not allowed to speak, not allowed to direct them to drive, and definitely not allowed to eat grilled cold noodles. And Ro huffed, grinding her silver teeth, as if in the next second, if Su Jiang dared to oppose her, she would bite down. Su Jiang shrank his neck at her shout, not daring to speak. Miss, we're almost at Zhongjie, should we stop? The foolish bodyguard asked. Stop your big head. No stopping, and Ro was about to explode. How could the bodyguard arranged by her family be so stupid? So, Su Jiang sat in the car, watching helplessly as he passed by the grilled cold noodles. Sigh, forget it, grilled cold noodles, we ultimately have no fate. He sighed in deep disappointment. After a while, the car gradually entered Su Jiang's neighborhood. Su Xiaogu, where exactly is your home? Su Xiaogu? The bodyguard turned back in confusion when no one responded. Su Jiang blinked innocently and turned to look at Anro. Anro was taken aback for a moment, then realized she had just told him not to speak. This question can be answered. Saying that, she angrily stepped on Su Jiang's foot. She was really about to be driven mad. How could there be such a dull person? Not only a rogue but also foolish and silly. How could she have felt her heart race for him just now? Her brain must be malfunctioning. Ouch! Su Jiang gasped as Anro stepped on his foot. This little girl was really ruthless, not holding back at all. Big brother, just let me off here. Getting off here, it would only take a 2-minute walk to get home. As he was about to get out, Su Jiang didn't forget to greet Anro. Thank you for bringing me back, missin'. I'll treat you to a meal another day. With a thud, Su Jiang closed the car door and quickly left. Anro crossed her arms, staring at Su Jiang's back, lost in thought. He's quite tall, and his looks match my taste. Anro murmured to herself, then suddenly realized and patted her little head. What was she thinking? Could it be that she really had feelings for this silly guy? No way, no way, she absolutely wouldn't fall for this shameless rogue. Lost in her thoughts all the way home, Anro didn't even notice when she arrived. As soon as she entered the living room, she felt a warm and peaceful atmosphere. She looked around and found her older brother and Mingjie busy in the kitchen, wearing comfortable home clothes and preparing dinner. Hearing the footsteps, and Mingjie turned and saw Anro just entering, a gentle smile appearing on his face. Back already? Dinner will be ready soon, just a little longer. He continued to busy himself with his tasks. Anro nodded, ran upstairs to her room, and jumped onto her soft bed. For some reason, her mind was filled with Su Zhang's helpless face, which had become exceptionally clear in her heart at that moment. The more she thought about it, the angrier she became, and an indescribable emotion surged within her. Damn it! Bastard! Shameless! Rogue! Anro picked up a cute rabbit pillow from the side and used it as a stand-in for Su Zhang, punching it repeatedly. Downstairs, and Mingjie no longer wore his previous gentle smile. He was cooking while listening to the reports from 2 bodyguards. Then we followed the young lady's instructions and sent Su Xiaoga back, one of the bodyguards said, carefully watching in Mingjie. Although the head of the Yin family, and Xingchang, still held the position publicly, the actual power had gradually shifted to Mingjie's hands, and Mingjie had become the undisputed leader of the next generation of the Yin family. Are you saying? A regular student not only untied the ropes you bound him with in an instant but also displayed a reaction and agility that put you to shame? The 2 bodyguards nodded, somewhat embarrassed. Although they were reluctant to admit it, it was indeed the case. Interesting. It seems he really doesn't harbor much ill will towards Ro, but it's hard to say. It could also be the doing of the Feng and Lin families, but that possibility is small, because according to you, his background is simple, and he has always presented himself as just an ordinary student, only slightly better in grades. Hearing you say this about him, I'm actually a bit interested. And Mingjie continued his work, but his mind was deep in thought. Initially, he just wanted Li Kai to deal with this student, but now it seemed that approach was no longer appropriate. Su Zhang's display of uniqueness was one aspect, on the other hand, and Mingjie was worried that his sister had already developed feelings for Su Zhang. This was also a headache for him. He wasn't the type to keep his sister tied to him for life, but he hoped she could find a good partner. Throughout their childhood, and Mingjie had never allowed Anro to get involved in family matters and had always protected her well, keeping her away from any bad boys. He didn't want Anro to be entangled in the affairs of the underworld family. Ro, dinner's ready. After a while, Anro came downstairs in a pink pajama set, sitting at the dining table, waiting for Mingjie to serve the dishes. Have you eaten? Why not eat together? And Mingjie asked the 2 bodyguards. The 2 bodyguards quickly declined, saying they would go back to rest first. And Mingjie noticed their fear but didn't insist. After all, he couldn't force them to eat with him if they felt uncomfortable, right? At the long dining table, Anro and Mingjie sat facing each other. Brother, did you put too much sugar in this chicken soup today? Anro took a sip of the soup and found it a bit sweet. Too much? And Mingjie quickly scooped a spoonful to taste. It tasted just like usual. Where was it sweet? Seeing that the little girl was distracted, and Mingjie felt a bit helpless. Ro, did someone confess to you today? And Mingjie brought up the topic directly while eating. And Ro nodded drowsily, then immediately realized. It's fine, brother, I've already dealt with it. I had the bodyguards teach him a good lesson. And Ro raised her small pink fist, waving it a few times, showing a fierce expression. And Mingjie saw that Anro wasn't telling the truth and felt a chill in his heart. You taught him a lesson? How did you teach him? Did you make him blush and stammer? If he hadn't heard the bodyguard's report, he might have believed it. And Mingjie sighed, this weekend, let's bring him home to take a look? He had almost concluded that his sister likely had feelings for this guy. As her brother, he needed to investigate personally. If this guy named Su Zhang truly had a clean background and was a decent person, he could feel a bit more at ease. After all, at Anro's age, she was bound to fall in love. He couldn't stop the fluttering of youth, nor was there a need to. The Yin family had a very open family culture, advocating for free love and not engaging in family marriages. Anro? What? What do you mean, bring him back to take a look? Anro's action of drinking porridge suddenly stopped, her face filled with confusion, not understanding what her brother was thinking. That guy named Su Zhang, brother will help you take a look at him. If you really like him, brother will support you. What? I spit. Anro reacted, her face immediately turning red, standing up and tremblingly pointing at Mingjie. Who likes him? Brother, I warn you, you can eat whatever you want, but you can't say whatever you want. How could I possibly like that jerk? Then should I have Li Kai take care of him? You dare! In a moment of panic, Anro immediately realized she had said the wrong thing, and coupled with Mingjie's teasing gaze, she felt an overwhelming sense of shame and anger. I mean, it's not like we have to kill him. Anyway, you don't need to worry about this. I'll handle it myself. I'm not talking to you anymore. Anro put down her bowl, turned to leave, but suddenly thought of something unusually. It wasn't a big deal for Su Jiang to be late, and old Zhang would just turn a blind eye. But after he had just annoyed old Zhang yesterday, being late again today would probably earn him another scolding. With his backpack on, Su Jiang dashed forward, using his martial arts skills to expend the least amount of energy while running the fastest and farthest distance, reaching the bus stop just in time. Phew! Luckily I have martial arts skills. It looks like I can sleep an extra 10 minutes in the future. Once on the bus, Su Jiang finally relaxed. Based on the time, he couldn't possibly be late. He might even arrive earlier than that brat Wan Ziang. After dozing off for a bit on the bus, Su Jiang got off at his stop. Don't ask why he slept on the bus. Those who have studied understand. Boss, 2-3 flavor buns, please. After buying breakfast, Su Jiang strolled leisurely toward the school. Passing by an alley, he casually glanced in and noticed a few figures that caught his attention. A group of young punks with yellow hair, dressed in tattered clothes covered in graffiti, were surrounding a frail student, apparently collecting protection money. TSK, the world is going downhill. In my warm and harmonious Jiangdu city, such heartbreaking things can actually happen. Su Jiang sighed softly, shook his head, and took a bite of his bun, harshly criticizing the actions of the yellow-haired youths. Then, pretending not to see, he continued walking. He would never meddle in others' affairs. That was Su Jiang's life principle. Ding! The host has triggered a mission. Please save this student and give them a stern lesson. Completing the mission will earn rewards. Failure will result in punishment. Su Jiang was taken aback, and his steps slowly retreated. Resolutely, he walked into the alley. Helping others was also Su Jiang's life principle. Hurry up, stop dawdling. Your slowpoke attitude is really infuriating. The leader of the yellow-haired youths had a mocking smile on his face, tilting his head as he tightly grabbed the collar of the bespectacled boy, his eyes filled with menace. Why are you dragging your feet over collecting protection money? Didn't you pay up just fine a couple of days ago? What, trying to renege today? The yellow-haired youth's voice dripped with disdain. I really can't come up with the money. The bespectacled boy's lips trembled, his voice barely audible. His eyes were filled with fear. I've already given you my living expenses for this month. The yellow-haired youth sneered. That's your problem. I only care about the money. With that, he released the collar and took a step back. A few of his lackeys understood the cue and immediately surrounded the bespectacled boy, ready to teach him a lesson. Seeing the fists and feet coming his way, the bespectacled boy closed his eyes in despair. Sorry to interrupt. A lazy, helpless voice came from behind, catching the attention of several people and halting their actions. The yellow-haired youth frowned and turned to see a rather handsome young man casually walking over while eating a bun. Su Jiang, still munching on his bun, said, if you hit him, I'll be in a lot of trouble. If they threw a punch and the system determined he hadn't saved the person, that would be the end for him. Kid, you want to be a hero? The yellow-haired youth grinned, revealing a cruel smile. I love guys like you who think they're righteous. It's especially satisfying to bully you. Su Jiang, unfazed, nodded and finished the last bite of his bun, looking around for a trash can. After a moment's thought, he simply tossed the plastic bag aside. His manners only existed within his line of sight. Hurry up, I'm going to be late for class. With that, he raised his middle finger at the yellow-haired youth. This action completely enraged the yellow-haired youth. He had to take this pretty boy down today. Get him! In an instant, several thugs rushed forward, viciously lunging at Su Jiang, fists and feet intertwining. However, in Su Jiang's eyes, their movements appeared as if time had been stretched into slow motion. Every flaw was clearly visible, and every attack seemed so clumsy and powerless. So rough, Su Jiang scoffed lightly, his voice laced with disdain and contempt. He possessed mastery in combat skills, and facing the crude techniques of these street thugs, he naturally handled them with ease. Su Jiang quickly assumed a standard boxing stance, his body swaying left and right, agile and nimble, his punches striking with unmatched ferocity, each blow precisely hitting its target. Ugh, damn, my waist. Bro, don't hit my face. Before long, these thugs were all knocked to the ground by Su Jiang, groaning in pain, unable to rise again. Amidst the wails, Su Jiang slowly walked towards the yellow-haired thug. Why you? Don't come any closer. The yellow-haired thug, realizing he had encountered a tough character today, pulled a small knife from his pocket, pointing it at Su Jiang. I advise you to put the knife away. Collecting protection fees? At most, I'll just keep you for a few days to educate you. If you use that knife, it changes the nature of things. Su Jiang was unfazed, walking over to the bespectacled man, helping him up, and pointing at the yellow-haired thug. How much protection fee did they collect from you? 800. The bespectacled man still seemed a bit frightened, his voice barely above a whisper. What? 5,000? Su Jiang exaggeratedly shouted, causing the bespectacled man to be stunned. And no, not 5,000, it's 8. Are you even human? Su Jiang interrupted him, turning angrily to the yellow-haired thug. He's just a student, and you actually collected 5,000 from him. Don't you thugs have any bottom line? The yellow-haired thug blinked, a multitude of question marks appearing above his head. 5,000? When did I ever collect 5,000 from him? Can a poor student even have 5,000 to give me? He quickly realized that Su Jiang was trying to turn the tables and rob him instead. The yellow-haired thug looked at Su Jiang's face, feeling 1,000 horses galloping through his mind. Damn, this pretty boy looks harmless, but how can he be so dark inside? The yellow-haired thug took a deep breath, staring hard at Su Jiang. I don't have 5,000, I can give you at most 1,000. Slap. Ugh. Su Jiang instantly delivered a flying kick, knocking the yellow-haired thug to the ground, the knife flying out of his hand. What do you mean give me 1,000? That's what you robbed from him. The way you say it makes it sound like I'm robbing you. The yellow-haired thug exclaimed, covering the area he was kicked, nearly spitting out a mouthful of blood. Aren't you just robbing me? Bro, think carefully, we are from the Lin family in Jiangdu City. The yellow-haired thug, feeling helpless, could only bring up the Lin family. Although he was just a low-level thug from the Lin family, he could only try to use their name to intimidate Su Jiang. To his surprise, Su Jiang showed no reaction upon hearing the Lin family, tilting his head and stepping closer to the yellow-haired thug. Lin family? I don't know them. Never heard of them. Wait. Big brother, I'll give you 5,000. Seeing this, the yellow-haired thug immediately softened, realizing that those who know the times are wise. Upon hearing this, Su Jiang frowned. What do you mean give? That's called returning. The yellow-haired thug immediately nodded like a chick pecking at rice. Yes, returning the money. After saying that, he quickly took out his phone and transferred 5,000 to Su Jiang. Under Su Jiang's gaze, he hurriedly led his subordinates to flee in embarrassment. Here, I'll transfer 2,000 to you, go to the hospital and get checked. No, big brother, I really only gave them 800. Listen to me, consider the extra as their medical expenses, don't talk nonsense. Su Jiang was too lazy to argue with him. After transferring the money, he walked out of the alley alone. The bespectacled man looked at Su Jiang's back with deep gratitude and bowed deeply. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the task and receiving a random reward. Random reward extraction in progress. Congratulations, host, you have obtained a low-level skill animal communication. Animal communication? What kind of skill is this? Su Jiang asked in his mind while walking. Simply put, animals will be friendly towards you. That's it? That's it. Damn, it really is a low-level skill, utterly useless. Not as good as mastery of combat. However, after the recent fight, Su Jiang realized that mastery of combat is not omnipotent. He knows the fighting techniques, but with his current physical condition, he cannot fully utilize the benefits of mastery of combat. After just a short bout, Su Jiang felt a bit out of breath. My stamina and body can't keep up. Su Jiang frowned slightly. This was quite a problem. He just didn't know if the system had any skills in this area. Unsurprisingly, Su Jiang was still late. You go stand at the back. Unfortunately, the first class was still advanced mathematics with old Jiang. Su Jiang rubbed his nose and reluctantly ran to the back. During this process, he exchanged a glance with Anro, who was sitting in the front row, and they both instinctively looked away. Standing at the back with a book in hand, Su Jiang felt drowsy again. Finding a comfortable position, he used the book to cover his face and gently closed his eyes. In the past, he certainly couldn't manage to sleep while standing, but now he had that ability. Praise mastery of combat. Old Zhang, of course, had no idea that Su Jiang could even sleep standing up, and continued with his lecture. Until the class ended, no one noticed that Su Jiang had already fallen asleep. Su Jiang, come to my office. Su Jiang was awakened, feeling a bit helpless. Why was he being called out every day these past few days? Back at his seat, he extended his hand towards Wang Xiang, who understood and took out the already written self-criticism letter. Su Jiang glanced at it. It was written fairly decently, not throwing himself under the bus. Dejectedly following old Zhang, he arrived at the familiar office, where Su Jiang obediently handed over the self-criticism letter. Old Zhang took it, placed it on the side table, and didn't even glance at it. Su Jiang, with the competition approaching, you can't keep slacking off. Old Zhang was referring to the advanced mathematics competition in Jiangdu City, for which he had signed Su Jiang up a long time ago. He was the mentor. Su Jiang nodded. Don't worry, Teacher Zhang. I promise I will participate and not be absent. Upon hearing this, old Zhang's mouth twitched. If you don't participate, am I supposed to? What I want is a ranking, a gold or silver medal. Do you need to promise to sign up? If you don't participate, I'll break your legs. Su Jiang, don't play dumb with me. You must win the gold medal in this year's competition. Old Zhang's tone was extremely serious. Whether he could make a name for himself depended on whether Su Jiang could win the gold medal. Su Jiang looked helpless. He really didn't care about winning the gold medal. Just getting a ranking would be fine, right? What's the big deal? Of course, he couldn't say this to old Zhang. Don't worry, Teacher Zhang. I will do my utmost to win the gold medal. The first place, who else but me? Su Jiang said earnestly, his tone very sincere. Hearing this, old Zhang felt a bit more at ease, lectured him for a while, and then let Su Jiang go back. The next class was university physics, still in the same classroom. Returning to his familiar seat, Su Jiang immediately fell asleep. What is a gold medal? He didn't know, didn't recognize it. Hey, old Su, don't sleep yet. Wang Ziang pushed Su Jiang awake and hurriedly said, tomorrow is Saturday, I've already booked 5 seats at the internet cafe. Don't stand me up. I'm counting on your Yasuo to carry us. Upon hearing this, Su Jiang lightly nodded, gave him an okay gesture, and continued to doze off. 2 minutes later, just as Su Jiang was about to enter dreamland, he suddenly felt someone poke his arm. Su Jiang thought it was Wang Ziang again, and with a face full of resentment, he looked up. Wang Ziang, can you just say everything at once? Halfway through his sentence, his voice abruptly stopped. Wang Ziang was sitting beside him, looking at him with innocent eyes. On the other side, Anro was stretching out a finger, gently poking her own hand. Anro, is there something you need? Anro retracted her little hand, not looking into Su Jiang's eyes, tilting her little head to the side, and said softly, so, do you have time tomorrow? Upon hearing this, Su Jiang turned to look at Wang Ziang, paused for a moment, and then turned back to look at Anro. I have time, I have no plans for tomorrow. Wang Ziang, aren't you supposed to be my bro? Are you not human anymore? Opening his mouth, Wang Ziang wanted to say something, but he still didn't say it out loud. Forget it, the lifelong happiness of my brother is the most important. Turning around, he silently cancelled the 5-seat reservation at the internet cafe. Anro nodded gently, blushing as she said, then you come with me to a place tomorrow. Where to? Come back to my house with me. Put. Before Su Jiang could speak, Wang Ziang, who was drinking water, directly sprayed it all over the ground. He then turned his head, looking at Su Jiang in shock. Not brothers? Are you guys moving a bit too fast? Just confessed yesterday, and now you're meeting the parents tomorrow? Silently giving Su Jiang a thumbs up, thankfully it was break time, and all the friends around had gone out for fresh air. Otherwise, this news would be a bombshell. Seeing Wang Ziang's thumbs up, Su Jiang's mouth twitched. Bro, you only see that she wants me to go back to her house. You don't know what her family situation is. A mafia family, bro. Su Jiang instantly regretted it. Well, I just remembered. I think I promised Wang Ziang that I have something to do tomorrow, right, Wang Ziang? Bro, help me. Upon hearing this, Anro looked at Wang Ziang with a hint of doubt in her beautiful eyes. Wang Ziang decisively shook his head. Old Su, I have my own plans tomorrow. Let's reschedule. Damn you, Wang Ziang. At this moment, Su Jiang wished he could strangle this bastard. That's good. Wait for my message tomorrow. I'll come pick you up. Anro smiled at Su Jiang upon hearing this, then returned to her seat. She didn't want to take Su Jiang home, but today her older brother sent her a message with a very stern tone, insisting that she must bring Su Jiang to him tomorrow. Anro was definitely not afraid of her older brother. She was just afraid of disappointing him and making him sad. She was absolutely not afraid of her brother. Wang Ziang, I swear I'll kill you. Why? I'm helping you, bro. What a great opportunity. Opportunity my ass. Do you know people could die? It's not that exaggerated. It's just meeting the parents, and Ro is really great. You two are a perfect match. Su Jiang buried his head in despair, his heart like dead ashes. Being brothers with this fool Wang Ziang was the biggest misfortune of his life. Forget it, tomorrow I'll find a chance to stand and row up. A mafia family, he really didn't dare to go. Even with his fighting skills, facing a huge family force was no different from seeking death. That's it. Tomorrow I'll tell Anro I have something urgent, and dodge it. Su Jiang was already thinking about what excuse to use to brush Anro off. Ding! The host has triggered a task. Please adhere to the agreement with Anro and follow through on your words. Completing the task will earn rewards. Failure will result in punishment. Su Jiang. I'm tired. Just destroy it. This trash system, whoever wants it can have it. Su Jiang suspected that this system existed solely to mess with the host. After retiring last class in the afternoon, since it was Friday, Jiang University kindly did not have evening classes today. Su Jiang was still the first to leave the classroom, even though he sat in the back row. Su Jiang, wait a moment. Hearing the voice, Su Jiang turned around and saw Anro quickly walking towards him. If you dare to stand me up tomorrow, you're dead. The two walked side by side, and Ro threatened fiercely. Many people cast curious glances at the two of them. The rumors about Soo Jung confessing yesterday are still spreading like wildfire. Now, the male and female leads in the rumors are walking side by side on campus, immediately sparking a lot of discussion. Soo Jang is certainly aware of this phenomenon and lets out a helpless sigh. Don't worry, my lady, and standing someone up is no different from looking for trouble, as long as you know. Anro said, puffing out her lips with a hint of pride, which made Soo Jung chuckle. He really didn't understand why people used to say Anro had a cold personality. She was clearly a tsundere princess. What exactly do you want me to do at your house? I'm not sure, but my brother wants to meet you. Your brother? Does he like grilled cold noodles? Why are you asking that? It's not good to go empty-handed on a first visit. If he likes grilled cold noodles, I can bring him some tomorrow. No bringing. Anro didn't understand Soo Jung's thought process. Who brings grilled cold noodles as a gift on a first visit? Fine, then I won't buy his portion. You can't eat it either. Ha! Soo Jung turned to look at Anro, puzzled. You're going to stop me from eating a portion of grilled cold noodles? Anro was almost furious, since yesterday, she had been annoyed every time she heard about grilled cold noodles. Am I such a big beauty in your eyes that I'm not even as important as grilled cold noodles? Humph. Unknowingly, the two reached an intersection where a black sedan was parked, and a man in a suit stood beside it. Miss, Su Xiaogu. Soo Jung recognized that the man was one of the two bodyguards from yesterday. Well, how about you give me a ride for a bit? Anro opened the car door but paused before getting in. My house is in the opposite direction from yours. How is that on the way? I get out of school early today, and I'm going to the middle street to buy some grilled cold noodles. Anro took a deep breath, slowly walked up to Soo Jang, raised her little head, and smiled at him. Then, she lifted her foot and stomped down hard. Ouch! Soo Jung gasped in surprise, a big question mark popping up in his mind. Why does this girl like stepping on people so much? The key is, what gives her the right to step on me? If she doesn't want to give me a ride, why does she have to step on me? Smack! Drive, go home. Yes, miss. Anro angrily got into the car and slammed the door shut, not giving Soo Jung a chance to speak. Grilled cold noodles. Grilled cold noodles. You silly fool only know how to eat grilled cold noodles. The bodyguard, seeing this, sat in the front, lowering his head and not daring to speak. Ever since Soo Jung appeared, Anro's mood had been getting more and more irritable each day. However, this also effectively diverted Anro's attention. In the past, when Anro had free time, she would look for fun at the expense of the family members, making many of them miserable. But now it was different. All of Anro's attention, all her grievances, and all her dissatisfaction had a place to vent. That place was Soo Jung. This, in turn, liberated many people in the family from the clutches of this little demoness. With a press of the gas pedal, Soo Jung covered his foot, watching as Anro drove away in the sedan. When the car turned a corner and disappeared from Soo Jung's sight, he fiercely raised his middle finger in that direction. Without a car, Soo Jung had no choice but to walk, but it wasn't far, about a 10-minute walk, which he could manage. As he walked, his phone rang, and Soo Jung took it out to check the caller ID. It was his dad calling. Soo Jung answered while walking. Son, are you out of school? What's up? You did well, huh? Your teacher called me yesterday, and I couldn't believe it. Confessing in front of the whole class, you really have my flair from back in the day. Soo Jung rubbed his forehead, feeling speechless. Did old Jung really call home? So, did that girl agree? Dad, that was just a misunderstanding. Forget about whether it was a misunderstanding or not. Did she agree or not? Probably not. Soo Jung recalled that Anro didn't seem to give a clear response, but it should be a rejection, right? What do you mean by should be? It is what it is, and it isn't what it isn't. How can you be so indecisive in your actions? Dad, do you have anything else? No, nothing. It's really boring. I was hoping to get some gossip from you, but you don't have an ounce of my former style. I'm hanging up. Beep beep beep. Soo Jung took a deep breath, believing that among his peers, he was already living a fresh and unique life. Unexpectedly, the student surpasses the teacher, but in the end, he still couldn't outshine the teacher. But it was what it was. Let's eat first. Boss, 1 order of Supreme Giant grilled cold noodles. Okay. Soo Jung expressionlessly scrolled through his phone, waiting for the boss to prepare his grilled cold noodles. Boss, I'll have one too, just like him. Sure, please wait a moment. At that moment, a man appeared beside Soo Jung and also ordered a portion of grilled cold noodles. Soo Jung glanced at the man but didn't pay much attention. The next second, the man leaned closer to Soo Jung, a corner of his clothing pressing against Soo Jung's back, and whispered, "Don't move. What's pressed against you is a gun. If you move recklessly, it might go off." Soo Jung frowned, took a deep breath, and quickly calmed himself down. With his proficiency in firearms, he could sense that the man was not lying. He really was holding a gun against him. Who are you? From the Yin family? Or the Lin family? Figured it out? My name is Li Kai, and I'm from the Yin family, but I'm curious why you guessed the Lin family. I just had a run-in with someone from the Lin family this morning. That makes sense. The two continued their conversation, while the grilled cold noodles boss remained oblivious, still preparing their orders. There are many people here, do you dare to shoot? You can try. Su Jiang immediately fell silent, he didn't dare to test it. Gentlemen, your grilled cold noodles are ready. Give them to him, he'll pay. Li Kai smiled at the boss, signaling him to hand both portions of grilled cold noodles to Su Jiang. Damn! Su Jiang cursed inwardly while paying, thinking, can't you guys from the underworld even pay for grilled cold noodles? Li Kai, I'll remember this debt. There's a bar around the corner, turn right and go in, then head straight to the second floor. I know you're skilled, but I hope you believe that I'm quite capable too. And the gun is loaded, there are real bullets inside, so you don't need to doubt that. Su Jiang carried the 2 portions of grilled cold noodles and walked ahead, while Li Kai closely followed him, giving him instructions. However, their pace was unusually slow, drawing strange looks from passers-by. Yes, this is the place, go in. Following Li Kai's guidance, Su Jiang looked up. Xiao Mian Yi was the name of the bar. Pushing the door open, a waitress approached. Sorry, sir, we're not open yet. Brotherly? The waitress clearly recognized Li Kai at a glance, as she was also a member of the Yin family. It's fine, you carry on. I'll take him upstairs. Okay, brotherly. Under Li Kai's coercion, Su Jiang slowly ascended the stairs. The second room on the left, go in. Su Jiang complied, opened the door, and found the room was quite simple, with a table and 2 sofas. Have a seat. Li Kai gently pushed Su Jiang, then sat down on the sofa first, openly taking out a handgun and pointing it at Su Jiang without any hesitation. Su Jiang placed the grilled cold noodles on the table, walked to the sofa opposite Li Kai, sat down directly, and expressionlessly stared at the dark muzzle of the gun. At that moment, he began to seriously observe Li Kai. With a chiseled face, slightly dark skin likely from years of sun exposure, and a neat short haircut, his eyes were bright and piercing. Su Jiang's first instinct was that Li Kai must have been a soldier, and not for a short time. You don't seem scared at all? Li Kai, noticing Su Jiang examining him, couldn't help but be curious. Normal people encountering such a situation might not say they are scared to death, but at the very least, they would be trembling with fear, let alone Su Jiang, who was just a student. However, Su Jiang remained exceptionally calm throughout, which piqued Li Kai's curiosity about this young man. Why be afraid? You won't shoot me, Su Jiang said as he picked up a grilled cold noodle and began to eat it leisurely. Oh, how can you be so sure I won't shoot? Because you have no reason to kill me, and if you really wanted to, you wouldn't have brought me here. There's no need for that. What if I really intended to bring you here and kill you quietly? Then I can only say you have a screw loose, Su Jiang replied bluntly, harboring great resentment towards Li Kai. Upon hearing Su Jiang insult him, Li Kai not only didn't get angry but instead laughed. Why? First, I am the top student in our school, someone who has a chance at winning a competition gold medal. If I were to die inexplicably, the school would definitely investigate. Second, I have no life and death feud with your family. You must be looking for me because of what happened with Anro yesterday. You should know that I saved your family's young lady's life yesterday, and besides, Anro's brother is supposed to meet me tomorrow, so even if you had 100 guts, you wouldn't dare to kill me. Third, you have been threatening me all the way here, although it may not seem like I was coerced. There are surveillance cameras along the way. If something happens to me, you would be the prime suspect. After finishing his words, Su Jiang stopped eating, raised his head, and looked at Li Kai with a playful expression. Based on the 3 points I just mentioned, you have no reason to point a gun at me right now. Do you dare to pull the trigger? I would even bet that your gun is unloaded, because if I suddenly made a move on the street, and under the premise that you wouldn't dare to kill me, if someone found out you had a loaded gun, not only would you be in trouble, but the Yin family would also be investigated. Hearing this, Li Kai leaned forward, his eyes fixed intently on Su Jiang. Suddenly, he aimed the gun at Su Jiang's head and pulled the trigger without hesitation. Su Jiang didn't even blink, smiling as he stared at the gun's muzzle. Click! Just as Su Jiang had said, the gun was unloaded. Ha 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 ha. Li Kai suddenly burst into laughter, casually tossing the gun aside, then pulled out a phone from his pocket, the screen showing he was on a call with someone. You heard that? This kid is too clever. I can only test him to this extent. Good job, came the voice of An Mingjie from the other end, who then immediately hung up. Li Kai put the phone back in his pocket and looked at Su Jiang, no longer wearing the deadpan expression from before, but instead wearing an appreciative smile. Originally, according to An Mingjie, he was supposed to beat this kid half to death and take him back, but due to the report from Anro's bodyguard, An Mingjie changed his mind. He sent Li Kai ahead to test Su Jiang, to see what this young man was really like, and if he was truly as special as the bodyguard said. Not bad, kid, you're so sharp at such a young age, no wonder you can handle Anro's temper. Soo-jung returned a professional smile, finished the last bite, and casually grabbed a tissue to wipe his mouth. So, can I leave now? Don't! It's a rare opportunity, let's chat. Anro is someone I've watched grow up. I consider myself half a brother to her. Sigh, I really am innocent with Anro. Soo-jung was speechless. Why did everyone think he was already with Anro? If he had known there would be so much trouble later, he wouldn't have expressed that innocence. Let the system erase him instead. Damn system, it's all your fault. Lee Kai didn't believe it. He had heard from Mingxie yesterday that Anro had hugged this kid, and he was still claiming innocence? Anro's character was clear to both him and Mingxie. She had never even held a boy's hand growing up, let alone hugged one. You brat, are you trying to be irresponsible? Lee Kai's gaze instantly turned dangerous. He didn't mind teaching this arrogant little punk a lesson. He admitted that Soo-jung was clever, but just having brains wouldn't get you far in Jiangdu City. Upon hearing this, Soo-jung immediately began to argue. What do you mean by irresponsible? I just hugged her. Before he could finish his sentence, Soo-jung felt the hairs on his body stand on end as he saw Lee Kai suddenly make a move, pouncing on him like a leopard. Faced with Lee Kai's sudden attack, Soo-jung had no time to hesitate. Relying on his instinctive reaction from his martial arts training, he pushed off the ground and performed a backflip to evade Lee Kai's strike. Quick reflexes was the first thought that crossed Lee Kai's mind. Soo-jung's movements were undoubtedly those of a skilled fighter. Before Lee Kai could launch his offensive, Soo-jung swiftly used the sofa as leverage to jump up and delivered a flying kick aimed at Lee Kai's head. He had been holding back against Lee Kai for a long time. Ever since he had to pay for the cold noodles, he had been getting angrier the more he thought about it. But considering that the other party was from the An family, and half a brother to Anro, Soo-jung thought it best to let it go. However, when Lee Kai attacked without a word, it ignited Soo-jung's anger. Just because a tiger doesn't show its power, does he think I'm just an ordinary student? Bang! Lee Kai's reaction was also remarkably quick. He almost instinctively raised his arm to protect his head the moment Soo-jung's movement appeared, bracing himself against the thunderous kick. However, Soo-jung's actions exceeded his expectations. At the moment of contact, Soo-jung cleverly used Lee Kai's blocking arm as a pivot, elegantly rotating his body 180 degrees in the air, and then his other leg shot out like lightning, striking Lee Kai's chest with precision. Thud! A muffled sound echoed in the air as Lee Kai's body was knocked backward by the force of the kick, rolling on the ground before barely stabilizing himself. He quickly stood up, his eyes filled with shock. As the top enforcer of the An family, he hadn't suffered a loss in a bare-handed fight for a long time. Yet, the seemingly under-muscled youth had displayed such astonishing fighting skills in an instant, which was simply unbelievable. Who taught you your fighting skills? Self-taught online. What the hell, self-taught online? Do you take me for a fool? However, the fact that Soo-jung could have such skills at his age indicated he had a strong talent for martial arts. Soo-jung felt helpless. He couldn't exactly say it was from a system, as that sounded even less credible than self-teaching online. Your technique is good, but unfortunately, your strength is lacking. Lee Kai rubbed the spot where Soo-jung had kicked, feeling neither pain nor discomfort. Moreover, your physical condition doesn't match your fighting skills, which limits your performance to some extent. No matter how good your technique is, without sufficient strength and endurance to support it, it's just a castle in the air, destined to collapse. There was a hint of regret in Lee Kai's tone, as if he saw an unrefined gem yet to be fully polished. Alright, you kicked me once, consider it your way of venting. You can go now. Lee Kai clapped his hands, a satisfied smile appearing on his face. He had heard in Mingxie mention that Soo-jung had decent skills, and now that he had tested it, he was not disappointed. Soo-jung nodded. He knew his physical condition was lacking, and if this continued, he would probably end up getting beaten, so he decided to leave while he was ahead. He picked up Lee Kai's cold noodles from the table and walked out. Lee Kai? Hey, that's my cold noodles. I paid for them. Soo-jung didn't look back. Your cold noodles? You must be dreaming. If I don't get to eat a bite of what I paid for, I won't even carry the surname Soo today. Hearing this, Lee Kai chuckled, not angry at all. For some reason, Soo-jung's personality and temper really suited his taste. As Soo-jung just pushed open the door, he saw the previous waiter rushing over in a fluster. Lee Gu, it's not good. The waiter, seeing Lee Kai, didn't bother to catch his breath and hurriedly said, the Lin family is here. It's Lin Hui. What? How could Lin Hui come here? Lee Kai frowned at the news, not caring about Soo-jung, and quickly ran downstairs. Soo-jung watched this unfold, smacking his lips, lamenting that being in the underworld wasn't easy, but it had nothing to do with him. He was just an ordinary student. On the first floor, a young man sat leisurely on a small round stool by the bar. He wore a well-tailored dark suit, and the cocktail glass in his hand swayed gently, the drink vibrant in color and clearly just freshly mixed. Tap tap tap. With the sound of footsteps coming from the staircase, Lee Kai steadily walked down, his gaze immediately locking onto the young man at the bar. He instantly recognized the man's identity, the current head of the Lin family, and the only son of the family head, Lin Hui. Beside Lin Hui stood a stern-looking man with a prominent scar on his face. He was Lin Hui's personal bodyguard and a tough character within the Lin family, known privately as Scar. Lee Kai quickly scanned the surroundings. Apart from Lin Hui and Scar, he didn't see any other members of the Lin family. Just Lin Hui and Scar? Although surprised, it was within reason. Lin Hui had always been reckless and unpredictable. Upon seeing Lee Kai, Lin Hui turned around, revealing a smile, his voice low. I quite like the drinks here. The name is nice too, Little Sleepy Night, to my taste. After saying this, Lin Hui took a sip of his drink, showing a look of intoxication. Lee Kai was already used to Lin Hui's style and showed displeasure. Lin Hui, what are you doing here? Nothing much, just passing by. Heard you were here, so I came to take a look. Take a look? Aren't you afraid I might kill you here? Would you dare? Lin Hui scoffed. If you kill me, the Lin family and the Yin family will inevitably go to war, fighting for the chance to be the leading family in a month. In such a sensitive phase, would you dare to kill me? Lee Kai frowned at this. Lin Hui was stating facts. No matter how much he disliked Lin Hui, he absolutely couldn't act against him at this moment. Don't be so tense, always wearing a long face. Lin Hui put down his glass and stood up. I specifically came to reveal a top-secret message to you. I can't trust your news, even if it's about the gray area? The gray area? Upon hearing these 4 words, Lee Kai's pupils constricted. In Huagua, major cities have the presence of underworld families, but there is also a special area. They exist between the underworld and the legitimate world, engaging in deep transactions with both sides. Most importantly, their power is immense. Almost every family from the gray area possesses strength comparable to that of the leading underworld families. Lee Kai's expression pleased Lin Hui, who continued, that's right, tomorrow night, the Feng family will meet with a leading family from the gray area at the Feng Ting restaurant. Lee Kai's expression turned serious. He understood Lin Hui, and such high-level news was unlikely to be false. The Feng family was the main competitor of the Yin family, with both sides having similar resources and strength. If the Feng family gained support from the gray area, the Yin family would be in danger. You just told me such important news like this? Yeah, I'm just a kind-hearted person, can't help it. Lin Hui smiled, as if he genuinely cared about the Yin family. Of course, Lee Kai didn't believe such words, but regardless of Lin Hui's motives, this matter had to be reported to Mingjie as soon as possible. Tap tap tap. Another set of footsteps echoed from the staircase, drawing everyone's attention. Lin Hui was somewhat curious. Was there someone else on the second floor besides Lee Kai? Lee Kai, however, was startled. Oh no! He had forgotten that Su Jiang hadn't left yet. Now letting Su Jiang be exposed in front of Lin Hui and getting entangled in family disputes is not a good thing. Moreover, someone like Lin Hui, once he sees Su Jiang, will definitely investigate. When he finds out about Anro's relationship with Su Jiang, he will surely find ways to exploit this connection to strike at the Yin family. Just as I was about to send Su Jiang back upstairs, it was already too late. Before he even arrived, I could already hear Su Jiang's voice. I'm not saying, but why is the bathroom in your bar so hard to find? It's designed like a maze. I had a hard time looking for it. Also, the faucet at the sink is broken. Remember to get someone to fix it later. As Su Jiang finished the last step down the stairs, he noticed that the atmosphere was a bit off, and his voice suddenly stopped. In an instant, all eyes were on Su Jiang. Lee Kai rubbed his forehead, looking helpless and desperate. Scarface just glanced at him, calm and indifferent. Lin Hui was sizing up Su Jiang, his eyes filled with curiosity, as if he had discovered something novel. Jiang University uniform? A student? Appearing here at this time, are you from the Yin family? I haven't heard of such a person in the younger generation of the Yin family. Are you the illegitimate son of your family head? Lin Hui bombarded him with a series of questions, but his gaze never left Su Jiang. Su Jiang also realized that the situation seemed to have escalated. He looked at Lee Kai with some resentment. I even stayed upstairs a bit longer, and you still haven't gotten rid of him? Well, I was just passing by, you all continue. Su Jiang flashed a shy smile, nodding and bowing as he was about to head out. As he passed Lin Hui made no move, only softly called out, Scarface. Click. Stop. The bullet was chambered, and the dark muzzle of the gun suddenly appeared in front of Su Jiang's eyes. This was not the toy gun Lee Kai had earlier. It was a real gun with bullets. Lin Hui, what do you want? Lee Kai shouted, genuinely afraid that Scarface would shoot without hesitation. He didn't care for himself, but it would be hard to explain to Anro and in Mingjia. Moreover, killing someone in the Yin family's tavern in front of Li Kai would be akin to slapping the Yin family's face. Seeing Li Kai so nervous, Lin Hui became even more excited, increasingly convinced of Su Jiang's uniqueness. Ding! The host has triggered a mission. Please rely on your own strength and courage to escape the danger. Completing the mission will yield rewards. Failure will result in punishment. The system's voice echoed in his mind, but Su Jiang remained expressionless. Even without the system, he had no intention of leaving in such a cowardly manner. Being pointed at with a gun repeatedly was something Su Jiang detested. Li Kai was fine. After all, the gun wasn't loaded, and he had no malicious intent towards him. Plus there was the connection with Anro. But you, a scar-faced man, what right do you have to point a gun at Su Jiang? Lin Hui, let him go. He's not from the Yin family, just a student. Li Kai's expression was serious. He didn't dare to gamble on whether Lin Hui would actually kill Su Jiang. Lin Hui's every move was hard to predict, but it was always surprising and astonishing. This was also a key reason why the Lin family could develop so rapidly to this day. Lin Hui ignored Li Kai and turned to Su Jiang's back, saying, "Classmate, don't be in such a hurry to leave, let's chat." His tone was suggestive of negotiation, but Su Jiang heard no hint of negotiation in it. Su Jiang ignored Lin Hui, slightly raised his head, standing at about 1.80 meters, almost matching Scarface's height, his eyes devoid of emotion as he looked at Scarface. "I hate being pointed at with a gun." Su Jiang's voice was low. Upon hearing this, Scarface curled his lips into a sneer, his eyes filled with mockery. "Oh, so what do you want? To resist?" He didn't take Su Jiang seriously. After all, in his eyes, Su Jiang was just an ordinary boy. Su Jiang took a deep breath, seemingly calming his emotions. Then, he slowly turned around, responding to Lin Hui as he did so. "Chat, what do you want to talk about?" Just as Su Jiang's body turned halfway, his muscles tensed up in an instant, like a cheetah searching for the perfect moment to strike. Suddenly, Su Jiang crouched down violently, his form as swift as lightning, causing the gun that was originally aimed at him to lose its target. Scarface was taken aback. He had never anticipated that the other party would dare to resist, thus giving Su Jiang the opportunity he needed. Scarface quickly reacted, wanting to re-aim his gun at Su Jiang, but suddenly, he felt a sharp pain in his wrist, as if it were being tightly clamped by iron pliers. In the next second, Su Jiang twisted his wrist violently, breaking it, and the handgun fell from his grasp. Su Jiang was quick and steady, catching the falling gun with ease. Without hesitation, Su Jiang's expression turned fierce, and he made a decisive move, aiming at Scarface's thigh and pulling the trigger. Bang! The deafening gunshot echoed. Ah! Accompanied by the gunfire, Scarface let out a miserable scream. The pain from his broken wrist, combined with the agony of the bullet hitting his thigh, made it impossible for him to endure any longer, and he collapsed to the ground, howling in agony. However, Su Jiang did not stop there. He turned around and aimed the gun at the astonished Lin Hui, speaking ly, without a hint of emotion. "Now, do you still want to talk?" The room fell silent. The bar staff were terrified by the scene before them. Lin Hui was somewhat dazed, still unable to react. Everything that had just happened made him feel as if he were dreaming. Li Kai found it difficult to swallow, completely stunned by Su Jiang's actions. He could tell that Su Jiang had clearly just fired a gun for the first time, as his hand was still slightly trembling, evidently affected psychologically. What shocked him was Su Jiang's ruthlessness and decisiveness. Without a trace of hesitation, he dared to pull the trigger, and at this moment, he even dared to directly threaten Lin Hui. Li Kai looked at Su Jiang's figure and the imposing aura that dominated the room, and the image of the family head and Xingqiang from years ago suddenly flashed in his mind. The same ruthlessness, the same dominance. He still couldn't believe that such an aura could appear in a young man. A thought suddenly sprang up in Li Kai's mind, his gaze fixed intently on Su Jiang. This kid might be a born gangster. Su Jiang stood expressionless, his eyes like deep, calm waters, undisturbed. The muzzle of the gun in his hand accurately pointed at Lin Hui, his grip slightly trembling. The first time firing at a person still left him unsettled, but this tremor did not last long, quickly replaced by the calmness within him. Thanks to his advanced skill in firearms, Su Jiang not only understood the use of handguns but also possessed precise shooting ability. Once he gripped the gun, it felt as if he had merged with it, every movement appearing natural and fluid. At this moment, Lin Hui had already regained his composure from the initial shock. He exhaled, a hint of a disdainful smile curling at the corner of his mouth, as if he were completely unconcerned by Su Jiang's threat. He casually said, "You won't pull the trigger. If I die, a war between the Lin family and the Yin family will inevitably break out." However, before he could finish his sentence, a crisp gunshot shattered the silence of the room. Bang! The bullet zipped through the air like lightning, grazing past Lin Hui's ear and accurately hitting the wine bottle behind him. The bottle shattered instantly, fragments flying everywhere, landing on the floor with a crisp sound. Although the shot did not hit Lin Hui, it changed his expression drastically. He never expected that Su Jiang would actually dare to fire, and his aim was so precise. Su Jiang, the war between the Lin family and the Yin family has nothing to do with me. Lin Hui? Not a bro? Are you serious? Lin Hui's face no longer maintained the calm composure from before. He mechanically turned his head to look at Li Kai, his eyes filled with confusion and disbelief. What was going on? Why did he dare to fire? Isn't he one of your Yin family? Li Kai understood the surprise and suspicion in Lin Hui's eyes. He nodded, his face a bit pale, clearly shaken by Su Jiang's gunshot just now. Lin Hui really couldn't die here. Damn! 1,000 grass mud horses galloped through Lin Hui's mind. He felt a lingering pain by his ear from the bullet grazing past, a sensation that made him even more certain that he had truly brushed with death just moments ago. Classmate. Oh no, brother. Lin Hui's voice was tense as he urgently corrected his address, trying to bridge the distance between him and Su Jiang. You put down the gun first, let's talk this out. Lin Hui no longer cared about his identity, he was as high and mighty as he was before, now he was utterly flustered. There was no choice, under the gunpoint, he had to bow his head. Right, Su Jiang, calm down first, please don't shoot again. Li Kai hurriedly spoke up, regretting it deeply. If he had known Su Jiang would be so crazy, he would never have let Su Jiang and Lin Hui meet. To him, compared to Lin Hui's capriciousness, Su Jiang seemed more like an unpredictable madman. Once his bottom line was touched, he would face his insane revenge. Beads of sweat formed on Li Kai's forehead as he nervously observed Su Jiang's reaction, fearing he would pull the trigger again. Su Jiang's gaze remained as cold as ice, his gun still steadily aimed at Lin Hui. Lin Hui's face gradually turned pale. He had never imagined he would find himself in such a desperate situation. He, a man with a notorious reputation in the underworld, was now being held at gunpoint by a student, completely powerless. After a long while, Su Jiang took a deep breath and slowly lowered the gun in his hand. Weighing the pros and cons, he decided to let Lin Hui go. First, he didn't want to kill anyone, even if the other party was from the underworld. Second, he didn't want to get into trouble facing the Lin family's revenge. Click, click. In the astonished gazes of those around, Su Jiang's movements were as skillful as a magician's. He quickly detached the magazine from the handgun and then threw the gun without a magazine towards Lin Hui. The handgun arced through the air, landing precisely at Lin Hui's feet with a crisp metallic sound. I said, my appearance here is just an accident. I have no intention of getting involved in the matters between your underworld families. Su Jiang paused for a moment and continued, these 2 bullets today are just a reminder. Don't come looking for trouble with me, and I won't provoke you either. He lightly shook the magazine in his hand, and the bullets slid out with his movement, falling to the ground one by one, making a crisp sound, until finally, only a solitary bullet quietly lay in the magazine. Su Jiang extended 2 fingers, firmly pinching that bullet, and slowly raised it to Lin Hui's eyes. If you want to seek revenge on me later, this bullet will show you your own brain matter. Everyone was shocked, staring at the scene before them, unable to believe that this was something a student could say. The atmosphere instantly became tense and oppressive, as if the air had solidified. This could no longer be considered a reminder, but a threat. Su Jiang was threatening Lin Hui, threatening the Lin family of the Jiangdu underworld. This kid is really a madman. Li Kai muttered to himself, no longer knowing what other word could describe Su Jiang at this moment besides madman. In the silence, Su Jiang pocketed the bullet and pushed the door open without looking back, the waitstaff hurriedly making way for him, their eyes filled with fear. They all knew that this seemingly ordinary boy was a ruthless character. After Su Jiang left, laughter erupted in the silent bar, like a beast lurking in the darkness. Ha ha ha. Ha 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 ha. Lin Hui's laughter gradually grew louder as he bent down to pick up the gun that Su Jiang had just thrown. His fingers gently stroked the cold gun body, and a twisted, eerie smile appeared on his face. He looked up at Li Kai, who was standing nearby, and with a hint of mockery in his tone said, Li Kai, that person just now, he's not one of your Yin family, right? Li Kai hesitated for a moment and replied, not really. That's good. He spat out those 3 words through gritted teeth, his eyes revealing an unparalleled ferocity and madness. He gazed at the bar entrance, which was already empty, but in Lin Hui's eyes, it seemed he could penetrate time and space to see Su Jiang's departing figure. Lin Hui murmured to himself, let me see brain matter? This is really interesting. After saying that, he turned to Li Kai and asked, do you think he will regret not killing me today? Li Kai fell silent, not answering, but Lin Hui seemed not to need his answer, continuing on his own, I bet he will. He will definitely regret not killing me today. With that, Lin Hui strode away, showing no interest in the scarred man who had already fainted from pain on the ground. With a broken wrist and a gunshot wound in his leg, even if the scarred man could recover, he would no longer have the combat power he once did. A person without value is not needed by the Lin family. You guys, carry the scarred man away and clean this place up. Don't open for business today, Lee Kai instructed while watching Lin Hui's retreating figure, feeling a headache coming on. Everything that happened here today must be reported to Mingjie as soon as possible to see if they should protect Su Jiang. In his view, everything Su Jiang had shown today was worth the Yin family's full effort to win him over. Even if it didn't work out, they absolutely could not make him an enemy. Su Jiang was walking home, and it was already completely dark. He felt a bit tired. Since the system appeared, his life had not been peaceful, with all sorts of troubles coming one after another. Su Jiang had a feeling that no matter how he tried to escape, he could not get rid of these troubles. Is it fate, or am I overthinking? Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing the task and receiving a random reward. Random reward is being drawn. The system's voice sounded, and Su Jiang had already become numb. However, as time passed second by second, the system's prompt sound did not ring out for a long time, causing Su Jiang to frown and a hint of doubt to rise in his heart. It had been so long, and the reward still hadn't been drawn? Just as he was silently muttering in his heart, the system prompt sound finally rang out. Congratulations, host, for drawing a special reward, blank skill scroll. Blank skill scrolls are extremely rare. After use, they can provide the host with the skills most needed at the moment. Would you like to use the blank skill scroll? Su Jiang was taken aback and immediately responded in his mind, yes. Successfully used the blank skill scroll. Congratulations, host, for obtaining the advanced skill Extraordinary Body. In an instant, an unprecedented sense of power surged from within Su Jiang. He could feel that every cell in his body was filled with vitality, and he walked with incredible lightness. Although his muscle structure had not undergone significant changes, every contraction and relaxation of his muscles contained immense energy. Swish! He casually threw a punch at the air, creating a gust of wind. The current Su Jiang seemed to be reborn. If Li Kai from a few hours ago faced the current Su Jiang, even a kick would at least result in a level 3 disability. Su Jiang's mood improved. The extraordinary body was exactly the important ability he needed now, compensating for his physical shortcomings. Coupled with the mastery of combat skills he had already acquired, Su Jiang could now be said to fear no battle with any cold weapon. By the time he returned home, it was already 8:30 in the evening. Tomorrow is a rare weekend. Although he doesn't know when Anro will come to pick him up, Su Jiang plans to sleep until he wakes up naturally. After taking a hot shower, Su Jiang collapses onto the bed, just about to fall asleep. Suddenly, he thinks of something, gets out of bed, and walks to the living room. He picks up a glass that he doesn't usually use and gently hangs it on the doorknob. This way, if someone tries to quietly open the door and enter the house, the glass will fall to the ground and make a sound due to the movement of the doorknob. This is to guard against the Lin family's retaliation. Although Su Jiang is not sure if these underworld families engage in midnight assassinations, it's better to be safe than sorry. After confirming that the door is locked, Su Jiang finally feels at ease and falls asleep. Meanwhile, at the Yin family, in Mingjia's study, Mingjie is sitting on the sofa in the study, his left leg lightly crossed, the fingertips of his right hand holding a slowly burning cigarette. Amidst the swirling smoke, his face appears particularly deep, lost in thought. On the other side, Li Kai sits quietly, facing Mingjie, a serious expression on his face. This is how it is. Lin Hui probably won't let it go easily. As for Su Jiang, should we protect him? Li Kai leans towards protecting Su Jiang. He believes that if Su Jiang can join the Yin family, it would greatly enhance their strength. And Mingjie remains silent, deep in thought, as the developments described by Li Kai are too bizarre to believe. If it weren't for their many years of relationship, Mingjie would think Li Kai is just trying to amuse himself. After a long while, Mingjie taps the table and speaks, from your perspective, is it possible that this Su Jiang is from the Feng family? Li Kai is taken aback and quickly replies, that shouldn't be possible. He seems to have no contact with the 3 major families. We've checked, and his background is very clean. Clean background? Are you referring to his identity as a student? And Mingjie chuckles lightly, shakes his head, and continues, a student can make you suffer in unarmed combat? A student can decisively deal with Scar and even threaten Lin Hui with a gun? A student, so proficient with firearms, not only has terrifying shooting accuracy but also disassembles a handgun right in front of you like a magic trick? As Li Kai listens to Mingjie, sweat begins to bead on his forehead. He indeed hadn't thought deeply about it. He only noticed the special aspects of Su Jiang without considering why a student would have such abilities. Could it be that he is not a student? No, he is indeed a student. And Mingjie stands up, walks to the window, and gazes at the night. However, we cannot treat him as just a student. Just like Lin Hui, if we still regard him as a student, today's Scar will be tomorrow's Yin family. Li Kai nods in agreement. The reason Scar and Lin Hui acted as they did today is fundamentally because they initially underestimated Su Jiang. As for Soo-jung, there's no rush. I'll talk to him tomorrow. What's urgent now is the meeting between the Fong family and the gray area families. And Mingjie walks through the soft light of the study and slowly approaches an ancient wooden table. On the table, a chessboard is quietly placed. He casually picks up a black piece from the chess box and gently holds it in his hand. Right, tomorrow night they will meet with the leading family of the gray area. What should we do? Li Kai's face shows obvious anxiety. He knows how important this meeting is for the Yin family. Even a slight mistake could affect the fate of the entire family. Relax, don't be so tense. And Mingjie's voice is like a spring breeze, without a hint of panic. The leading family of the gray area will never ally with the Fong family. Why? Li Kai asks, puzzled. And Mingjie smiles slightly and gently places the black piece on the chessboard, producing a crisp sound. He raised his head, gazing deeply at Li Kai, because the Fong family doesn't have that capability. Throughout history, whenever there is an alliance, there must be mutual benefits. Although the Fong family has certain resources in the short term, their decline in the long run is inevitable. Among the younger generation of the three major underworld families in Jiangdu City, the Yin family has Mi and Mingjie, and the Lin family has Lin Hui. But what about the Fong family? The younger generation of the Fong family has no one capable of taking on great responsibilities. To this day, it is still the old patriarch Fong Qingye at the helm. Any leading family in the gray area with a bit of sense would not invest in a family destined to decline. After hearing in Mingjie's analysis, Li Kai's doubts dissipated significantly, but he still asked in confusion, then since the leading families in the gray area won't ally with the Fong family, why do they still arrange a meeting with them? And Mingjie chuckled lightly. What they want to meet is not the Fong family, but the three major families of Jiangdu City. They deliberately leaked the news of this meeting to make us and the Lin family restless. Once we find out, we will inevitably think of ways to go to Fengting restaurant, and then they can meet the leaders of our three families all at once, achieving their true purpose. Lin Hui must have seen through this as well, which is why he told you the news. Li Kai nodded, suddenly enlightened, looking at Yin Mingjie with admiration, feeling a wave of relief. Fortunately, the Yin family has someone like Yin Mingjie. Without him over the years, the Yin family could not have kept the Lin family at bay. Just then, Yin Mingjie paused in arranging the chess pieces, as if he thought of something, smiled slightly, a glint flashing in his eyes, murmuring, in that case, tomorrow is just an opportunity. The next day, sunlight streamed through the window. Soo-jung slowly opened his eyes, still somewhat bewildered. He reached out to find his phone, the screen showing 7 o'clock sharp, which was clearly too early for a student. He originally planned to fall back into a dream, as according to his biological clock, this time should still be deep in sleep. However, no matter how Soo-jung tossed and turned, he could not fall asleep. This sudden sense of wakefulness was extremely rare for him, even seeming somewhat unreasonable. Logically, he should at least sleep until noon. What college student naturally wakes up at 7 in the morning? Could it be extraordinary body? Soo-jung pondered, seemingly only this possibility could explain his current unusual state. The extraordinary body, a high-level skill, not only enhanced his physical strength but also provided a comprehensive upgrade to his body, making his cells more active, speeding up his metabolism, and significantly reducing his need for sleep. In other words, a normal person needs to maintain 8 hours of sufficient sleep a day. Soo-jung only needs 6 hours, or even less, to stay energetic and clear-headed. Tisk, useless skill, making me miss the beauty of sleeping in. Silently complaining, Soo-jung reluctantly got up to wash up, then went downstairs to eat breakfast outside the community. Boss, the usual, a portion of soup dumplings, and a bowl of soy milk. Alright, you sit there and wait. The boss responded enthusiastically, quickly starting to prepare. Soo-jung found a seat by the window, and before long, the boss brought over a steaming basket of dumplings, followed by a bowl of hot soy milk placed on the table. Thank you. While eating the dumplings, Soo-jung scrolled through his phone. It seemed that old Zhang had sent a message in the class group last night, but he hadn't seen it. Activity? When did Zhang University have this kind of thing? Soo-jung took a look and understood that old Zhang's general idea was that in order to relieve the academic pressure of the freshmen, the school would organize a recreational activity next week. For this, the school even went so far as to book the largest amusement park in Jiangdu City. Is the school really that kind-hearted? Soo-jung was full of doubt, but then he figured it out. It's probably because the education department is putting pressure on the school. Maybe they're trying to select the most beautiful campus or something, which is why they're doing these gimmicks. Interestingly, old Zhang mentioned in the group that participation in this activity was entirely voluntary, and those who wanted to go had to sign up in the group and also sign a liability waiver, stating that if anything happened, the school would not be responsible. Soo-jung casually glanced at the group chat records, and his mouth couldn't help but twitch a few times. Not a single person has signed up. What are these guys waiting for? Soo Jung didn't care too much. It was rare for the school to be so generous, so he replied to sign up. Almost the moment he sent the message, several sign-up notifications appeared in the group chat. Soo Jung noticed that Wang Xiang's sign-up reply came almost immediately after his, just a few seconds later. These guys are just waiting for a leader to step up? Soo Jung found it both amusing and frustrating, but he didn't dwell on it. He quickly finished his breakfast, paid the bill, and went home to study. That's right, you read it correctly, he was studying. Although Soo Jung's grades were already excellent, he still made time every day to solve a couple of past competition problems in preparation for the contest. At 11 o'clock in the morning, Anro called. "Rogue Soo Jiang, are you awake?" Anro's clear and ethereal voice came through the phone, leaving Soo Jung stunned for a few seconds. "I'm awake. Can we change the way you address me?" "No, wait for me at the entrance of the community in 10 minutes. I'll come to pick you up. If you can't see me, you're dead." Without waiting for Soo Jung to respond, Anro hung up the phone. Beep beep beep. Soo Jiang put down the phone and shook his head helplessly. This young lady's temper was truly hopeless. He walked to the wardrobe in his room, casually picked out a refreshing white short-sleeve shirt, and put on a cream-colored jacket, gently patting the clothes to ensure there were no wrinkles. He looked in the mirror and felt it was fine. Then, he leisurely walked out of his room, taking his time toward the entrance of the community. A few minutes later, a familiar black sedan slowly came into view, and the door opened gently as Anro elegantly stepped out. Coincidentally, Anro had also chosen a cream-colored coat today, paired with a delicate white women's shirt underneath, and a black short skirt on the bottom, her long legs perfectly wrapped in black stockings. Standing together, the cream-colored coat and white shirt complemented each other, and at first glance, they really looked like a couple's outfit. Moreover, both of them were quite good-looking, attracting the attention of many people around. Anro slightly furrowed her delicate brows and scrutinized Soo Jung from top to bottom. "You're going to meet my brother dressed like this? What's wrong with it? Too youthful, not mature enough." "But I'm just a student." Soo Jung shrugged helplessly. "Should I go back and change?" Anro shot him an annoyed glance. "There's no time, we can't keep my brother waiting." After saying that, she grabbed Soo Jung's wrist and led him toward the car, where the two familiar bodyguards were still in the front seat. After seeing them so many times, Soo Jung wanted to ask the bodyguards' names. However, Anro kept chattering beside him, constantly reminding Soo Jiang, "When you see my brother later, make sure to be serious. If he tries to scare you with a gun or something, don't be afraid, he won't actually shoot. Even though we are a mafia family, we don't kill innocents or oppress ordinary people. If there's any special situation, just look at my eyes and act accordingly. There's more, if he invites you to stay for dinner, you must absolutely refuse." Anro said seriously, occasionally furrowing her brows, her beautiful big eyes darting around as if she were carefully recalling any detail she might have missed. "Alright, Missin, look at you, why do you seem more nervous than I am when I meet your brother?" Soo Jiang smiled as he looked at Anro, her small face tense with anxiety, which he found quite adorable. He couldn't help but reach out and gently ruffle her soft hair. "Don't worry, it's fine. Your brother can't possibly eat me, can he?" Anro shot Soo Jiang a glare and muttered, "Humph. I'm just afraid that if you get scared and something happens, I'll have to take responsibility." Halfway through her sentence, Anro suddenly realized that Soo Jiang had just ruffled her hair. She froze for a moment, then widened her eyes and glared at Soo Jiang in anger. "You jerk, Soo Jiang! How dare you mess with my hair?" Anro's anger erupted instantly. She waved her small fists. The car was cramped, but her punches were harmless, so Soo Jiang simply let her hit him a few times to vent her frustration. Meanwhile, Soo Jiang's attention was focused outside the window, memorizing the route from his home to the in-family residence. After about 20 minutes, the black sedan drove into the in-family courtyard. Soo Jiang got out and looked around. One could only say that it was indeed a mafia family. The courtyard was incredibly spacious, with a flower bed and a fountain in the middle, surrounded by several members of the in-family in black suits, all looking at him with curious eyes. "Who is that? He looks pretty young. A student? Wow, why is Missin next to him? What's his background? Wait, did you not notice the key point? They seem to be wearing couple outfits. Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god. Little Witch Anro has a boyfriend?" The atmosphere among the in-family members was completely different from that of other mafia families. There was no rigid hierarchy here. It felt more like a harmonious big family, so their discussions were quite candid and straightforward. Moreover, Anro was the darling of the in-family, and many members had watched her grow up, so they were full of curiosity about Soo Jung's identity, with chatter rising and falling. However, these discussions inadvertently drifted into Anro's ears, causing her to frown slightly. She blinked her bright eyes and casually glanced at her in Soo Jung's outfits. It seemed, indeed, a bit like couple outfits, stirring a ripple in her heart. "So noisy." Anro suddenly pouted, her voice crisp yet tinged with a hint of embarrassment. you all go wash your eyes. Where do we look like a couple? Her words carried a bit of a spoiled tone, but it couldn't hide a trace of panic in her heart. The family members chuckled. They were already used to Anro's temper and had been scolded many times, knowing she wasn't truly angry. Stop talking, Missin is angry. Hee, Missin isn't angry, she's probably just shy. I'm recording this, bro. I'll report it to Missin later. Your life is going to be miserable. No, man, don't mess with me. VNI 200. Damn. And Ro's cheeks flushed red, and in her anger, she stamped her foot and turned to look at Su Jiang, only to find he was nowhere to be seen, leaving her momentarily stunned. Where could such a big person have gone? He just got out of the car and vanished? Ahem. Miss, Su Xiao is over there. The bodyguard pointed in a direction, somewhat speechless, and Ro followed the direction of his finger, and the sight before her nearly made her furious. There was Su Jiang, leisurely leaning against the side, one hand casually tucked in his pants pocket, a cigarette pinched between his fingers, looking nonchalant as he chatted animatedly with a member of the family. You don't know, Miss Anro used to be quite fierce. Ha ha ha, really? She was like that before. Su Jian listened with great interest, his face full of excitement, seemingly curious about Anro's fierce history. And also, the members of the family looked excited, just about to chat a bit more with Su Jiang when suddenly their gaze caught Anro walking towards them. Well, I just remembered that the leader assigned me something that I haven't finished yet, so I need to get busy. Realizing the situation was not good, he quickly found an excuse and hurriedly turned around without waiting for Su Jiang's response. Su Jiang was taken aback. Weren't they having a good chat? Why did he suddenly run off? He still wanted to inquire about the family. Suddenly, Su Jiang felt a chill run down his spine, penetrating deep into his heart. He turned around abruptly and saw Anro standing quietly behind him, looking at him with a face full of gentleness, but that smile sent shivers down his spine. He insisted on chatting with me, do you believe it? Su Jiang cautiously swallowed, trying to defend himself. What do you think? And Ro's voice was as cold as ice, devoid of any warmth. Immediately after, a crisp thud sounded. She stomped hard on Su Jiang's foot, still feeling unsatisfied. She had been worried that Su Jiang would be nervous, but now it seemed he didn't look nervous at all. She extended her slender fingers and pinched a small piece of flesh at Su Jiang's waist, twisting it hard. You're quite capable, huh? Just got out of the car and couldn't wait to ask about my childhood. Ouch. It wasn't me asking, he insisted on talking to me. You even lit a cigarette? He offered it, I couldn't just refuse, could I? Humph. And Rose snorted coldly, her gaze sweeping around, noticing that many members of the family were secretly observing them, wearing gossiping smiles. In the eyes of the family members, Anro and Su Jiang looked just like a couple playfully bickering. I'll let you off this time, hurry up and come with me. Anro blared at Su Jiang, no longer giving him a chance to explain, and directly took his hand, striding into the family's main entrance. In the living room, Mingjie sat quietly on the sofa, his hands leisurely crossed over his chest, listening to his subordinates' reports. Hearing footsteps, he raised his head and caught sight of Anro pulling Su Jiang in, his gaze lingering briefly on their tightly clasped hands. He then gently raised a hand, making an elegant gesture to signal his subordinate to pause the report. Following that, Mingjie slowly stood up, a warm smile appearing on his face, as if a spring breeze had brushed past, making one feel good. Ro is back, and this must be Su Jiang, right? And Mingjie stepped forward and extended his hand towards Su Jiang. Su Jiang was stunned for a second, then also extended his hand, shaking Mingjie's firmly. Hello, young masterin. Su Jiang's playful smile faded, his expression becoming somewhat serious. Although Mingjie's every word and action gave a friendly impression, with no hint of aggression, Su Jiang was most afraid of such people. He knew very well that as the helmsman of the family, beneath this gentle facade lay a dormant wildness. At that moment, a system notification sounded. Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing the task and successfully fulfilling the agreement with Anro, earning a random reward. Random reward being drawn. Congratulations, host, for obtaining a low-level skilled dirty club. Su Jiang was momentarily speechless. What kind of broken skill was this, and why was it called that? It sounded so unrefined. What use is this skill? Su Jiang wondered inwardly. When the host uses a club-type weapon to attack from behind, they will 100% be able to knock out the opponent. The dizziness and attack strength are related. Crap! Su Jiang could only comment that it truly deserved to be a low-level skill. It couldn't be said to be useless, but it was somewhat lacking. With his current skills, he didn't need this ability to easily knock out his opponent. Besides, I am a model student. How could I use such despicable means? The system has bad intentions, wanting to lead me down a dark path. Calling me young masterin feels distant. If you don't mind, just call me brotherin, and Mingjie said as he led him to sit on the sofa, and Anro also sat beside Su Jiang. Alright, then I won't be polite, brotherin. And Mingjie smiled and nodded. Tea or coffee? Tea, please. Okay, Lao Su, could you help me brew 2 cups of tea for Su Jiang and make a latte with sugar for Roro? Clearly, and Mingjie knew Enro's favorite flavor. Lao Su, who had just been reporting, nodded at Mingjie's words and turned to prepare. Don't be nervous. The main reason I called you here is that Roro often mentions you, so I wanted to meet you. Su Jiang raised an eyebrow and turned to look at Enro. Often mentions me? Brother, what nonsense are you talking? Enro was also confused. How could she have mentioned Su Jiang often? And Mingjie immediately shot her a glare. Enro opened her mouth, wanting to retort, but seeing in Mingjie's expression, she backed down. Since childhood, only Mingjie could handle her. Then, Mingjie and Su Jiang began chatting again. I heard you rent a place by yourself. Your family isn't in Jiangdu? Yeah, my parents are back in our hometown, and the dorms at Jiangda are quite poor, so I decided to live outside. That's good. You have excellent grades, and I hope you can help Enro with her studies. Brotherin, you're joking, Enro's grades don't need my help. The two chatted casually, touching on various topics, and Enro was starting to get bored. At that moment, Lao Su brought over 3 cups, placing the tea and coffee on the table before leaving. And Mingjie smiled. Su Jiang, I heard you like to play chess. I happen to have a chessboard in my study. Shall we play a couple of games? Enro's mind filled with a question mark. Does Su Jiang like to play chess? Su Jiang understood Mingjie's intention and nodded in agreement, getting up to follow Mingjie to the study. Enro took a small sip of coffee, and seeing the two about to enter the study, she hurriedly got up, wanting to follow them in. However, as soon as her left foot stepped inside, Mingjie spoke up. What are you coming in for? Go sit on the sofa and drink your coffee. I'm going to play a couple of games with Su Jiang. And Mingjie waved his hand, shooing Enro out of the room, then closed the door. No, brother. Enro's eyes widened, left unceremoniously outside the door. She wanted to knock and ask Mingjie to let her in, but as soon as she raised her hand, she hesitated. Enro stomped her foot in frustration, turned, and ran back to the sofa, sipping her coffee while muttering curses at Mingjie. Inside the study, Su Jiang and Mingjie sat across from each other at the chessboard, which was still empty. And Mingjie placed a black piece first and said, some things are not good to discuss in front of Roro. Su Jiang followed suit, placing a white piece steadily, nodding to show he understood. I understand. The two continued to place their pieces. Su Jiang's chess skills were not bad, and the game was evenly matched. Amidst the rise and fall of the pieces, they began to get to the main topic. Li Kai told me about what happened at the bar yesterday. With Lin Hui's character, he will definitely retaliate against you. I also said that if he wants to retaliate, I'll make him see his own brains. Whether you have that strength aside, I'm curious where your skills in combat and familiarity with firearms come from. I told Li Kai, I learned it online. It's fine if you don't want to say, that's not important. I just want to ask you one question. What? Do you truly like Roro? As soon as these words were spoken, Su Jiang's fingers paused, looking at Mingjie with a hint of surprise. And Mingjie looked at Su Jiang with the same gaze and continued, Roro is very special to you. Everyone in the In family can see that. Maybe the girl herself doesn't know, but I can assure you, your position in her heart is unique. He paused for a moment and added, so, I want to know what you think of Roro. After a brief silence, he said, take your time to think it over before answering. I'm quite good at discerning true feelings from false ones. Su Jiang fell into deep thought, a swirl of complex emotions churning within him. What exactly did he feel for Roro? The room was silent, and Mingjie did not rush him, casually playing with the chess pieces while waiting for Su Jiang's response. After a long while, Su Jiang made his move and then said, I don't know what I feel for Roro. Since that unexpected confession, it seems I've formed an unbreakable connection with her. When I see her angry, I find it cute. My heart races when I hug her. If she feels wronged or bullied, I might become even angrier than I was yesterday at the bar. Sometimes I think of her face. When I wake up from dozing off in class, I unconsciously glance at her seat. Even if I had plans with my buddies to go to the internet cafe today, the moment she speaks, I would unhesitatingly ditch my friends. This was the first time he had expressed his thoughts so openly. Su Jiang looked up at Mingjie and said, I've never been in a relationship, so I don't know if this counts as liking someone. If this situation is what liking means, then I must like Roro. And Mingjie listened carefully, a faint smile appearing on his lips. He could tell that Su Jiang's words came from the heart. Have you told Roro this? No. And Mingjie nodded. Indeed, if he had said it, his silly sister might have fallen for him. Then Mingjie did not continue on this topic. He had already learned what he wanted to know. The two fell silent again, and on the chessboard, Su Jiang's position gradually worsened. What do you think of the In family? And Mingjie made a move and asked again. Su Jiang pondered for a moment and replied, very special. quite different from the underworld family I imagined. Oh, what did you imagine an underworld family to be like? And Mingjie asked curiously. Cold-blooded and ruthless, with a strict hierarchy, acting cruelly and oppressing the weak. Su Jiang said in a series, then added, but it seems I haven't seen any of that in the Yin family. In fact, I feel you guys don't resemble an underworld family at all. Upon hearing this, and Mingjie couldn't help but laugh. You're right, outsiders also evaluate our Yin family this way, clearly identifying as an underworld family, yet not having done many underworld things. This is also related to how my father established the Yin family back then. Years ago, my father fell into danger after offending a certain family. He could only choose to gradually strengthen his own power for self-preservation. But as the number of enemies he provoked increased, he had to adopt tough measures to fight back. Over time, the Yin family was labeled as an underworld family by the outside world. Su Jiang nodded, realizing that the Yin family's reputation as an underworld family was gradually established through struggles with other underworld families. As the situation on the chessboard became clearer, with pieces densely packed, a bitter smile appeared on Su Jiang's face. The defeat was already irretrievable. Although Su Jiang's chess skills were not bad, they still paled in comparison to Mingjie. Moreover, he could sense that Mingjie was not going all out. Otherwise, this match wouldn't have lasted so long. He really wished the system would give him a skill in chess mastery right now, to thoroughly defeat Mingjie. As the game came to a pause, Mingjie looked directly at Su Jiang and asked, "What are your plans for the future?" Su Jiang shook his head slightly. "I don't know. I'll take it one step at a time. I really want to live a stable life like before." And Mingjie chuckled lightly, his gaze deep, "But you understand, that is already a luxury. No matter what reasons you had for hiding your strength in the past, the moment you caught Lin Hui's attention, your life was destined to be anything but peaceful. Even if you killed Lin Hui, it wouldn't change this fact." Su Jiang nodded silently. He was not unaware, just unwilling to face this reality. All these changes had come too suddenly for him. From the appearance of the system, to the indescribable subtle feelings towards Anro, and the enmity with Lin Hui. All of it stemmed from that confession. Sometimes Su Jiang wondered, if the person he confessed to had not been Anro, would there have been so much trouble? But every time he saw Anro, a sense of inexplicable relief surged within him. If it weren't for Anro, he might have regretted it. This complex and contradictory emotion left Su Jiang both amused and helpless. And Mingjie keenly sensed the turmoil within Su Jiang and straightforwardly proposed, "Su Jiang, are you willing to join the Yin family?" Upon hearing this, Su Jiang's eyes flashed with surprise. Then he heard Mingjie continue, "As long as you can promise to treat Anro with unwavering devotion, join my Yin family. Then I, and Mingjie, can guarantee that in Jiangdu City, no one can disturb your lives. Not even those leading families entrenched in the gray areas can do so. Whoever touches you, dies." And Mingjie's eyes sparkled with sharpness, his gaze fixed on Su Jiang, his tone revealing arrogance and confidence. Su Jiang knew that the person before him was the true Mingjie, the real king of the Yin family. He remained silent, while Mingjie patiently awaited his response. After careful consideration, Su Jiang slowly shook his head. Seeing this, Mingjie stood up, his brow furrowed, his voice slightly serious. "Are you rejecting me? Don't you worry that the Yin family will become your enemy because of this?" Su Jiang also stood up, looking directly into Mingjie's eyes, and said earnestly, "I will not join any family, and besides, accepting your protection would be a form of constraint and shackles for me. The Yin family is different. We won't ask you to do anything." "I know, but how should I put it?" Su Jiang paused, then continued, "I am someone who values 100% freedom. I hope to have my fate in my own hands, unshackled by any forces. Not joining the Yin family does not mean I want to be enemies with you. I simply do not wish to join, and that is my reason. As for Anro, I will let things take their natural course. I am willing to care for her and look after her, but only because she is Anro, not because of your Yin family's resources." After Su Jiang finished speaking, Mingjie's gaze was sharp as an eagle's, and the atmosphere around them instantly tensed. "Ha ha ha." However, after a long silence, Mingjie suddenly burst into hearty laughter. He stepped forward, patting Su Jiang on the shoulder, his eyes filled with admiration. "That girl Ro has a good eye, you haven't disappointed me." And Mingjie smiled. He paused slightly before continuing, "If you had truly accepted my proposal just now, I would have been very disappointed and would have unhesitatingly kicked you out, ensuring Anro never sees you again. A true strong person will never be content to be beneath others, and if you truly cared for Anro, you would never accept my help." As Mingjie spoke, he nodded frequently, clearly very satisfied with Su Jiang's response. "Su Jiang, I rarely truly believe in someone, and I seldom recognize anyone. To be honest, before you came, I had many doubts about you, but now, I am willing to set aside those doubts and believe in you. Because, in my life, Mingjie has never misjudged anyone." A warm current surged in Su Jiang's heart. he could deeply feel the sincerity in Mingjia's words. This trust and recognition gave him a new understanding of the Yin family. With someone like Mingjia in the Yin family, how could they possibly fear other underworld families? Knock, knock, knock. The sudden sound of knocking broke the silence in the study, and Mingjia slightly turned his head and simply uttered one word, "Come in." The door to the study slowly opened, and the person who entered was familiar to Su Jiang. It was Li Kai. Su Jiang also noticed that Anro was secretly hiding behind Li Kai, her bright eyes filled with curiosity as she peeked into the study. Li Kai's gaze swept over Su Jiang and then turned to Mingjia, speaking in a low voice, "It's about time. Feng Qingye has arrived at Fengting restaurant, and the Lin family has also set off." And Mingjia nodded slightly, indicating he was aware. He pondered for a moment and then turned to Su Jiang, saying, "I'll need you to accompany Anro with us to a place later." "Where to?" "Fengting restaurant." And Mingjia answered straightforwardly, "Tonight, both the Lin family and the Feng family will be there." "Brother!" Anro immediately became anxious upon hearing this. "As for family matters, I can go, but why do you need Su Jiang to come?" Su Jiang frowned slightly. "I can, but you have to tell me the reason." "I'll tell you in the car." After saying that, the group left the study, and Mingjia gently pinched Anro's mouth and whispered comfortingly, "All right, Ro, don't worry, we won't hurt your little boyfriend." "Woo woo." Anro's eyes widened, her mouth covered, only able to emit a weak whimper, her eyes filled with shame and anger. "What little boyfriend? And Mingjia, you big jerk." She was full of doubts about what these two jerks had conspired in the study to make her brother suddenly act so strangely. Put. Seeing Anro like this, Su Jiang couldn't help but find it amusing. He never expected that the usually fearless Anro would be so obedient to her brother. The scene was quite comical. An hour later, in front of Fengting restaurant, the Yin family's vehicles were already lined up in an orderly fashion. Anro stepped out of one of the cars alone, her face cold, clearly sulking, mumbling to herself in an obviously displeased tone. Letting Su Jiang come is one thing, but hiding in a car to whisper, "Not letting me hear." After leaving the Yin family, Mingjia arranged for himself and Su Jiang to share a car, leaving Anro to ride with Li Kai, without any room for rebuttal. Throughout the journey, Li Kai was tormented. Faced with the angry Anro, he had to nod in agreement repeatedly and even occasionally join in her complaints, criticizing Mingjia and Su Jiang together. Anro's incessant grumbling was like a continuous drizzle, giving Li Kai a headache. Meanwhile, the door of another car slowly opened, and Su Jiang and Mingjia got out one after the other. Su Jiang nodded to Mingjia and then walked straight towards Anro. "What's wrong? Why the long face? Who made you angry?" Su Jiang asked teasingly, gently pinching Anro's cheek. Smack! Anro swatted Su Jiang's hand away, her eyes revealing a hint of fierceness. "What were you and my brother whispering about in the car? Is there something I, as his sister, shouldn't hear?" Su Jiang smiled slightly and replied casually, "Nothing, just that I need to protect you well." "I don't believe you." Anro huffed, then unexpectedly stepped on Su Jiang's foot. However, this time Su Jiang was prepared and skillfully dodged Anro's attack. "We should go." Li Kai noticed Mingjia's signal and said to Su Jiang and Anro. Seizing the opportunity, Anro gave Su Jiang's waist a hard twist and left a remark, "I'll settle the score with you next time." Then she angrily walked ahead. At this moment, Mingjia was dressed in a black coat, his stern face revealing an air of authority, starkly different from his warm demeanor at the Yin family home. Without a doubt, he was now a calm and profound leader, exuding an undeniable presence. Behind him, a dozen members of the Yin family stood in neat rows, their gazes following Mingjia's figure. Mingjia scanned the room with sharp eyes and spoke in a low voice, "I entrust today's matters to you all. Young master Yin is too modest." Everyone responded in unison, their voices filled with respect for Mingjia. "Let's go," Mingjia said briefly, then led the group into the Fengting restaurant. At the back, beside Anro, Su Jiang watched Mingjia's back with keen eyes, recalling what Mingjia had said about his plans in the car. He knew that a grand performance was about to begin. Today, the Yin family would shake, even overturn the entire Jiangdu city. At the top banquet hall of Fengting restaurant, the lights were just coming on, and the atmosphere was elegant. The Feng and Lin families had already arrived, dressed in matching black suits, appearing particularly solemn. However, the most eye-catching aspect was the unique family crest on their left chests, shining with the brilliance of their respective families, serving as a silent identification among the guests. In addition, some clever small families had also received news and sent representatives to join the excitement. Many tables were laden with desserts and delicacies, but few people were eating. They held high-stemmed glasses in their hands, and the sound of conversation rose and fell. Lin Hui stood quietly in a corner, gently swirling the red wine in his glass, his gaze drifting through the crowd, a hint of a casual smile on his face. Beside him stood a new bodyguard, who seemed to be much stronger than Scarface. That old guy Feng Qingye not showing up is one thing, after all, he's old and cares about face. But why isn't that waste Feng Haoshuan here? Feng Haoshuan was the son of Feng Qingye, the head of the Feng family, and the next generation leader of the Feng family. Originally, Feng Haoshuan should have been at the helm of the Feng family now. However, due to his inability to compete with Lin Hui and Mingjie, he was firmly held in check, leaving Feng Qingye no choice but to continue leading the Feng family. Lin Hui. Hearing someone call him, Lin Hui turned to see a man dressed elegantly, about his age, frowning and staring at him with dissatisfaction. "Oh, speak of the devil, and he shall appear," Lin Hui said with a teasing smile. The man was indeed Feng Haoshuan. Feng Haoshuan walked up to Lin Hui and said irritably, "Lin Hui, this is a gathering of my Feng family. What is your Lin family doing here?" Lin Hui smacked his lips. He had no interest in answering such a foolish question. "Where's your old man? And when will that gray area family show up? I'm getting anxious waiting." Lin Hui asked directly, as his main purpose for coming today was to see what the legendary gray area family was doing in Jiandu City. They had deliberately leaked information to attract the Lin and An families. What was their true intention? "What?" Feng Haoshuan's pupils constricted as he whispered, "How do you know about the gray area? Who told you?" After saying this, Feng Haoshuan cautiously looked around to see if anyone had overheard Lin Hui's earlier words. Lin Hui rolled his eyes. Talking to this idiot was truly exhausting. Did he think so many people were coming for his Feng family? It was much more interesting to compete with An Mingjia. Their rivalry was the real match of equals. Tap, tap, tap. Before Feng Haoshuan could continue questioning, a sound of footsteps arose, drawing everyone's attention. And Mingjia, leading the An family, walked into the banquet hall with a composed stride. "Well, the An family has arrived. Tonight, the three major families of Jiandu City are all here," someone whispered. "This meeting is likely to change the family dynamics of Jiandu City. No matter how the three major families fight, it has nothing to do with us small families. We're just here to watch the show." When Lin Hui saw An Mingjia's figure appear in the banquet hall, a smug smile immediately surfaced on his face. Not long ago, he had successfully set a trap for An Mingjia, causing him to suffer a significant loss, and now was the perfect opportunity to mock him. Just as he was about to step forward to greet him, a familiar figure entered his line of sight. Lin Hui froze in place. How could it be him? Didn't Li say he wasn't from the An family? Lin Hui muttered to himself, his gaze fixed on the last person to enter, Su Jiang. His palm unconsciously brushed against his cheek, as if the sting from the bullet Su Jiang had fired yesterday was still fresh. The new bodyguard beside him noticed Lin Hui's unusual behavior and curiously asked, "Boss, who are you talking about?" Lin Hui looked up in Su Jiang's direction. "That boy in the beige outfit, it's him. He disabled Scarface with one shot yesterday." "What?" The new bodyguard looked over in shock. He naturally knew about Scarface, but he hadn't expected the assailant to be so young. Amidst the sea of black suits, Su Jiang and Anro's beige coats stood out like two rare flowers. Anro appeared somewhat anxious. Although she was the young lady of the An family, it was her first time being brought to such an occasion by An Mingjia. Su Jiang noticed her nervousness, gently patted her shoulder, and then nodded to An Mingjia, leading Anro to a less crowded area of the banquet hall. Su Jiang brought Anro to a dining table, sat down first, and began to eat without reservation. After all, he was indeed hungry. Aside from the small basket of dumplings he had in the morning, he hadn't eaten anything since. Perhaps due to his extraordinary physique, Su Jiang felt hungry particularly quickly. "Just eat, but pay attention to your image." Anro frowned slightly, looking at Su Jiang helplessly. His eating manner made her feel a bit embarrassed. With so many people around, their outfits were already eye-catching enough. And with Su Jiang's careless way of eating, more and more people were noticing them. "Wow, this chicken leg is really good." Su Jiang picked up a large chicken leg and started to gnaw on it. It must be said that every dish at Feng Ting restaurant is meticulously prepared by top chefs, and it was Su Jiang's first time tasting such high-end cuisine. "Munch munch, why aren't you eating? Didn't you skip dinner too?" Su Jiang asked casually while enjoying the food. Anro shot him a fierce glare. She was already hungry, and now he was making her even angrier. She huffed lightly and replied irritably, "Don't mind me, I'm not hungry." Just then, a voice filled with surprise came from nearby. "Anro, little sister, it's been a long time." Anro looked up, and her eyes fell on Lin Hui's infuriating face, her expression instantly darkening. Lin Hui's gaze lingered on Anro for a moment, a flicker of surprise crossing his eyes. He hadn't expected An Mingjia to bring his sister along this time. However, he didn't dare to lay a hand on Anro, as he knew that harming her would have far more serious consequences than harming An Mingjia. The An family's affection for Anro was well known. If anything happened to her, the entire An family would go to great lengths for a frenzied retaliation. Anro looked at Lin Hui warily. She had met him a few times and knew that this annoying guy was her brother's arch-nemesis. Lin Hui didn't care about Anro's glare, casually smiled, and turned his gaze to Su Jiang, pretending not to recognize him and curiously asked, "This little brother seems a bit unfamiliar, Anro, could you introduce us?" In fact, Lin Hui had obtained Su Jiang's information as soon as he returned yesterday, but what puzzled him was that the information made no mention of any connection between Su Jiang and the Yin family. No matter how he looked at it, he seemed just like an ordinary student. He thought it was true, as Li had said, that Su Jiang wasn't from the Yin family, but now it seemed otherwise. Lin Hui's gaze shifted between Anro and Su Jiang, and he felt that their relationship seemed unusual. If Su Jiang was indeed a member of the Yin family, then he would have to revise a series of plans regarding the Yin family, taking this uncertain factor into account. Anro noticed Lin Hui's gaze moving from her to Su Jiang, and a wave of panic surged in her heart. She was well aware of Lin Hui's cunning and treachery, worried that Su Jiang might get entangled because of it. She hurriedly grabbed Su Jiang's hand, wanting to lead him away from this annoying guy. However, Su Jiang gave her a reassuring look, gently freeing his hand from Anro's grip, casually tossing aside the chicken leg he had just bitten into, and then meticulously wiping his hands with a tissue. "Mr. Lin really has a lot on his mind," Su Jiang said with a smile, a hint of mockery in his tone. "Didn't we just see each other at the bar yesterday? How could you forget me so quickly?" After saying this, Su Jiang tilted his head slightly, smiling as he extended a hand towards Lin Hui, his index and middle fingers together, forming the shape of a gun, then aimed it at Lin Hui and made a baya sound, as if reenacting the scene from the bar yesterday where he had shot at Lin Hui. Upon seeing this, Lin Hui's expression darkened immediately. Su Jiang's gesture was undoubtedly an insult. Taking a deep breath, he sneered, "In Jiangdu City, I've never seen anyone dare to humiliate me like this." Su Jiang, hearing this, pointed at himself with a smile. "Well, now you have. Do you really want to go to war with my Lin family? That depends on you, I don't mind." Su Jiang took Anro's hand and stood up. "But I must remind you, I still have that bullet saved for you, Mr. Lin. It would be wise to be cautious." With that, Su Jiang left with Anro, leaving Lin Hui standing alone. Lin Hui's face was grim, his gaze fixed on Su Jiang's retreating figure, as he lowered his head and took a sip of his drink, seemingly lost in thought. At that moment, a new bodyguard quietly approached and whispered in Lin Hui's ear, "Chief, should I find a few brothers tonight to deal with him?" Lin Hui's index finger lightly tapped the stem of his wine glass, producing a crisp sound, his eyes glinting with cold light. He pondered for a moment and then shook his head gently. "Don't touch this person for now. He and Anro, without my orders, no one from the Lin family is allowed to act against them." "Understood, Chief," the new bodyguard replied respectfully, then quickly stepped back. Lin Hui slowly exhaled. He knew that the information he currently possessed was still too limited to ascertain Su Jiang's true background and his connection to the Yin family. Moreover, the decisiveness and ruthlessness Su Jiang had displayed yesterday were not traits possessed by ordinary people. Without absolute certainty, Lin Hui would never act lightly. What he wanted was a thunderous strike, a guaranteed hit, leaving no room for future troubles. "Su Jiang, explain yourself." Anro shook off Su Jiang's hand and then grabbed his collar, her face showing a hint of playful anger. "How did you end up meeting that guy Lin Hui yesterday? What did you do to provoke him? Why has the relationship escalated to the point of no return? And that gesture you made just now, pretending to shoot, what was that about? And woo-woo." Seeing Anro bombard him with questions, Su Jiang had a sudden idea and mimicked in Mingjie, gently pinching Anro's little mouth. Anro was startled by Su Jiang's sudden action, her eyes wide open, her mouth sealed, only able to make woo-woo sounds. She angrily waved her hands, slapping at Su Jiang's paw. "Smack! Smack! Su Jiang, you've gotten bold, daring to pinch my mouth?" Anro's eyes blazed with fury, glaring at Su Jiang as if she were about to spit fire. Realizing he could no longer keep it a secret, Su Jiang had no choice but to recount everything that had happened at the bar yesterday to Anro. Of course, a small part of the content was omitted. Well, basically everything was left out. Su Jiang only told Anro that he happened to run into Lin Hui at the bar yesterday and accidentally offended him. As for the bullet, Su Jiang explained that after a conflict arose, he had threatened Lin Hui, saying he would feed him bullets. However, despite Su Jiang's convincing tone, Anro rolled her eyes, not believing a single punctuation mark of it. She could clearly sense the atmosphere between Su Jiang and Lin Hui just moments ago. It was definitely not as simple as the minor conflict Su Jiang described. Moreover, she wasn't foolish. She knew that Su Jiang was not telling the truth out of protection and goodwill towards her, so she didn't press further and pretended to believe his fabricated story. "Anyway, keep your distance from Lin Hui in the future. If there really is any grudge, I can talk to my brother and see if he can help you resolve it," Anro said seriously, pointing at Su Jiang with a hint of concern in her tone. Su Jiang nodded obediently, but inwardly he was bitterly laughing. How could An Mingjie resolve this? Unless he directly wiped out the Lin family. However, after meeting An Mingjie, Su Jiang had also become more vigilant about Lin Hui. Although they hadn't spent much time together, Su Jiang could sense An Mingjie's terrifying presence. Since Lin Hui could contend with An Mingjie so fiercely, he naturally wouldn't be as simple as he appeared on the surface. The reason they achieved such an effect at the bar yesterday was largely because Lin Hui had let his guard down, not taking Su Jiang seriously. But now, Lin Hui had begun to pay attention to Su Jiang, and his vigilance and wariness would greatly increase. Opportunities like yesterday would be hard to come by again. Tap, tap, tap. As a series of steady footsteps echoed in the banquet hall, everyone's gaze converged at the entrance. A man with half-white hair and a resolute face slowly walked in, followed by several other distinguished individuals. Although the man appeared to be in his 50s or 60s, his deep-set eyes still sparkled with sharpness, as if time had only left marks on him without diminishing his authority. On his left chest, a delicate family crest shone brightly, the unique symbol of the Feng family, representing their glory. He was none other than the current head of the Feng family, Feng Qingye. To Feng Qingye's left, a middle-aged man walked alongside him. Feng Qingye extended a hand, gently gesturing for the man to go ahead. Among those present, there were many sharp-eyed individuals. From Feng Qingye's actions and expressions, it was easy to guess the identity of this middle-aged man, who was most likely a representative of the leading family in the gray area. At that moment, the previously relaxed atmosphere instantly turned tense, and Mingjie and Lin Hui both straightened their faces, stood up, and looked at the middle-aged man with serious expressions. Others also put down their glasses and food, and the entire banquet hall fell silent, with only the sound of footsteps echoing. Tisk, old Master Feng is still quite robust, he could probably hold on for a few more years. Lin Hui clicked his tongue, his gaze landing on Feng Qingye, carrying a hint of helplessness and emotion. As long as Feng Qingye remained strong, the Feng family would continue to thrive, making it difficult for the Lin and An families to find a breakthrough against the Feng family under his leadership. But Lin Hui turned to glance at Feng Haoshuan, a trace of disdain flashing in his eyes as he shook his head lightly, as if he had already foreseen the future of the Feng family. By the time that waste Feng Haoshuan takes control of the Feng family, it will probably be the moment the Feng family transitions from prosperity to decline, even to extinction. Lin Hui sneered inwardly, looking down on Feng Haoshuan. Feng Qingye entered the banquet hall with a few people, his gaze sharp as he scanned the crowd but said nothing more, leading the middle-aged man directly to the center of the hall. Seeing this, Feng Haoshuan hurriedly stepped forward and whispered in Feng Qingye's ear, "Father, the people from the Lin family and the An family somehow got wind of the Wang family's situation. What should we do? Should we drive them away now?" Feng Qingye, thinking it was something serious, sighed inwardly upon hearing this. With a lifetime of reputation, how could he have such a foolish son? The Lin family has Lin Hui, the An family has An Mingjie, and in the Feng family, there is only Feng Haoshuan in the next generation, yet Feng Haoshuan is far inferior to the two in terms of intelligence and ruthlessness. Get out of the way. He quickly adjusted his emotions and turned to Mr. Wang beside him to apologize, saying, "Mr. Wang, I apologize, my son is not well informed, please don't take offense." Mr. Wang smiled and waved his hand, indicating that he didn't mind, and said with a smile, "Although your son is young, I see he has an extraordinary temperament, he will surely be a dragon among men in the future." Upon hearing this, Feng Qingye's lips curled into a bitter smile as he shook his head, saying, "Mr. Wang, you flatter me. If my son were truly as outstanding as you say, why would I need to constantly oversee the family and worry about these trivial matters?" After speaking, Feng Qingye led Mr. Wang to the center of the hall, and after Mr. Wang stood firm, Feng Qingye stepped aside. Everyone immediately gathered around, with An Mingjie and Lin Hui standing at the forefront, curiously sizing up the man. Mr. Wang appeared calm and unhurried, his gaze sweeping over the crowd, a steady smile on his face. Although he lacked the murderous aura of someone from the underworld, the aura he exuded was enough for people to sense his extraordinary nature. "Good evening, everyone." Wang Shualin's voice was loud and clear as he smiled and greeted everyone, then introduced himself. "My name is Wang Shualin, from the Wang family in the gray area." He looked around, his eyes sparkling, and continued, "I am very grateful to the Feng family for providing me with such a stage, and I also want to apologize to the leaders of the Lin and An families for inviting you here in this manner. It was truly out of necessity, because I know that if I invited all three families at once, you would most likely not agree, so out of desperation, I had no choice but to resort to this method." Upon hearing this, Lin Hui's lips curled into a cold smile, his voice revealing a hint of chill. "Mr. Wang is too polite. An invitation from the gray area is a rare honor for us, how could we possibly refuse?" He paused, his gaze fixed on Wang Shualin. "I just wonder, What is the purpose of Mr. Wang planning this meeting so grandly? Wang Shuelin smiled faintly, his gaze turning to Lin Hui, a glimmer of appreciation in his eyes. He knew that this cold man was the leader of the Lin family. Before coming to Jiangdu, he had conducted a detailed investigation of the various family powers in this city, even knowing which families had tense relationships. Wang Shuelin paused slightly, then said seriously, "Since the Lin family has asked, I won't beat around the bush and will get straight to the point." He took a deep breath and slowly said, "Our Wang family has a deep foundation in the gray area, but due to some unforeseen changes, our family now plans to relocate to Jiangdu." This statement caused an uproar in the room. Everyone's brows furrowed in unison. The leading family from the gray area actually wanted to move to Jiangdu? This was no small matter. Even though they were local bullies in Jiangdu, there was no doubt that the Wang family was a fierce dragon crossing the river. The power dynamics among the families in Jiangdu had been relatively stable, but the addition of the Wang family would undoubtedly disrupt this balance. The strength and influence of the Wang family in the gray area were unmatched by any family in Jiangdu, and Mingjie and Lin Hui showed slight reactions but were not overly surprised, clearly having anticipated this. And Mingjie stepped forward, looking directly at Wang Shuelin and asked, "Mr. Wang, the situation in Jiangdu City is complex. If your Wang family comes over, it will inevitably attract the attention and alliances of many forces. I want to know how the Wang family will respond to these potential alliances from various sides." This question was very important to Mingjie. Wang Shuelin seemed to have anticipated such a question. His expression was calm, and he answered without hesitation, "You can rest assured about this. Our Wang family is completely independent and will not participate in your disputes." He paused, scanning the crowd, and continued, "Of course, this includes the Feng family. Although Old Man Feng and I have a history, I know the rules of your underworld families. Once you support a certain family, you are bound to that family and cannot turn back. I can assure you all that as long as no one offends our Wang family in Jiangdu City, we will not cause you any trouble." After receiving Wang Shuelin's firm response, many people felt relieved, exchanging reassuring glances. And Mingjie even smiled and said, "Mr. Wang, since you have expressed the Wang family's neutral stance, our In family would like to ask you for a favor. Of course, this is not a difficult task. It would be a mere effort for you." Wang Shuelin nodded slightly. The leader of the In family is being polite. "Just let me know what you need." "Thank you." Upon hearing Wang Shuelin's response, and Mingjie's expression became serious, and he stepped forward, his voice booming, and family members stepped forward. With this loud command, the In family members who had been standing around immediately responded. A dozen members wearing In family badges stepped forward in unison, quickly forming a line behind Mingjie, their faces serious. Faced with this sudden turn of events, everyone was stunned. Even Wang Shuelin felt a bit bewildered. The air was thick with tension, as if a storm was about to break. Su Jiang stood in a corner with Anro, his gaze fixed tightly on Mingjie. Seeing this scene and recalling what Mingjie had said in the car, he knew that Mingjie was about to begin. Anro, on the other hand, nervously clenched Su Jiang's hand, her eyes filled with worry and confusion. Lin Hui frowned, his eyes darting as if he had thought of something, staring in shock at Mingjie. Could it be that Mingjie wants to? What a madman! As soon as the words left his mouth, it seemed to confirm his suspicion. And Mingjie slowly raised his hand, the gun in his hand resembling a horn. And the target of the gun was none other than Feng Qingye. At that moment, the entire venue fell into a deathly silence. Everyone's heart seemed to stop. They could not believe their eyes, nor could they believe that Mingjie would take such a crazy action. Feng Qingye's astonished expression froze on his face. He had never imagined that Mingjie would point a gun at him. This was an unbridgeable bottom line between underworld families. If Mingjie really shot him, the In family would fall into an irretrievable situation. Unless Feng Qingye seemed to think of something, his eyes flashing with fear and unease. And Mingjie, how dare he? At this moment, not only Mingjie, but also the In family members behind him, all raised their handguns in unison. Every gun was aimed unerringly at Feng Qingye, the cold metallic sheen glaring under the lights. Feng Haoshuan witnessed all of this, a nameless fear churning in his heart. He roared, "And Mingjie, what the hell do you want to do? Are you crazy?" The members of the Feng family quickly regained their composure after a brief shock and were preparing to take action, but it was already too late. A deep, inscrutable smile quietly curved in Mingjie's lips, and under the countless eyes fixed on him, he slowly began to pull the trigger. Time seemed to freeze at that moment. The once noisy venue instantly fell silent, and everyone, including Wang Shuelin, held their breath. Click! A crisp and subtle sound echoed in the banquet hall, and everyone's hearts tightened in that instant, as the imagined scene did not unfold. Because Mingjie's gun did not fire a bullet. Immediately after, an even more astonishing scene occurred, and Mingjie and the dozen or so members of the In family slowly aimed their guns at their own hearts, under the astonished gazes of the crowd. This sudden action left everyone present bewildered. Pointing a gun without bullets at their own hearts, they pulled the trigger once more in the silence. Click! Another light sound. Just like before, no bullet was fired, but the heavy atmosphere made it hard to breathe. Then, Mingxia raised his head, his eyes filled with mockery, looking at the terrified Feng Qingye with a smile on his face. At that moment, he seemed to have become the king in control of the situation. Wang Shuolian's pupils slightly constricted, his gaze sharp as an eagle's, carefully scrutinizing Mingxia standing opposite him. He couldn't help but recall the detailed information from the Wang family's dossier, which evaluated this leader of the Yin family. Those 8 words he had not truly taken to heart before now surfaced in his mind. And Mingxia, the leader of the Yin family, intelligent and brave, a prodigy of Jiangdu. For a moment, the banquet hall was silent. Even Feng Haoshuan understood what was happening. And Mingxia's actions were an ancient ritual in the underworld families, requiring a representative of the leading family to witness. The meaning of the ritual was clear to everyone present: declaration of war. A full-scale war, to the death. And Mingxia fixed his gaze on Feng Qingye, a mocking smile curling at the corners of his mouth, and slowly spoke, "Old Master Feng, brother, are you confident?" And Ro cautiously approached, her face filled with worry. And Mingxia turned his head, gently pinching Ro's delicate little face. "Don't worry, when have I ever done something without confidence? Then what do I need to do?" Ro hoped to be her brother's support, not a burden. "You just said that I am your Achilles heel." Ha 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 ha. Hearing his sister say this, and Mingxia couldn't help but laugh. "Don't worry, Ro, live the way you used to." And Mingxia was incredibly confident. "Don't say it's the Feng family. Even Lin Hui wouldn't dare to touch a hair on your head." He knew that both Lin Hui and Feng Qingye were very wary of his cleverness, so he decided to play a game of empty city strategy. "You want to target my sister to make me hesitate? Fine, I'll just put my sister out there in front of you. Do you dare to act?" And Mingxia was sure they wouldn't, because they couldn't afford to gamble. Once Feng Qingye and Lin Hui fell into the trap, within Mingxia's methods, they could very well lose everything because of Enro's misstep, so they wouldn't dare to touch her, wouldn't dare to gamble. Even if they knew Mingxia might be bluffing, they still wouldn't dare. One wrong move could mean the end of their entire family. Those who often gamble know that at the moment you bet everything, every step is analyzed more than usual, thought about more. And the more you think, the more mistakes you make. At such times, it's a competition of who remains calmer and more composed. Goo goo goo. And Ro wanted to say something, but her stomach protested first. And Mingxia noticed and frowned slightly, concerned. "What's wrong? Didn't you eat anything earlier?" And Ro recalled the earlier situation, her face slightly flushed, and she awkwardly said, "Don't mention it. You don't know how Su Jiang ate there. It was like a pig. Just thinking about it makes me embarrassed. I was so angry I could burst." Upon hearing this, and Mingxia couldn't help but laugh. He turned to look at Su Jiang, raising an eyebrow, while Su Jiang innocently shrugged, saying nothing. Then, and Mingxia turned to Enro and said, "How about Su Jiang takes you to eat something now?" "Ha, why can't I just go home to eat?" And Ro retorted somewhat unwillingly, "I might be very busy today and won't have time to cook for you." And Ro hesitated for a moment and mumbled, "Fine then." After saying that, she shot a glare at Su Jiang, as if warning him not to do anything outrageous. "Wait, are you two discussing things without asking for my opinion?" Su Jiang protested. Then he added, "How about this, since Ngu said they wouldn't dare to act, why don't we just go back and eat something?" As soon as he said this, even Mingxia couldn't hold back, his eyelids twitching. "If you do that, I really can't guarantee anything." And Mingxia said weakly, "After declaring war and leaving in style, you want to run back to eat? That's no different from defecating on Feng Qingye's face." Hearing that it wouldn't work, Su Jiang looked a bit disappointed, and Mingxia couldn't be bothered with him, directly leaving Enro and Su Jiang behind as he took the rest of the Yin family away. "We're heading back first, Su Jiang. Take good care of my sister." With that, several cars from the Yin family left without stopping, leaving Su Jiang and Enro in the wind, feeling disheveled. Su Jiang's mouth twitched. He felt that Mingxia was somewhat outrageous. He was entrusting such a big sister to him. If he had any bad intentions, the Yin family would be doomed. And Mingxia said that Enro was his Achilles heel, and at this moment, entrusting Enro to him was undoubtedly the greatest trust. "So, shall we go eat something?" Although Su Jiang had just finished eating, he felt hungry again quickly due to his extraordinary physique. And Ro shot him an annoyed glance, took out her phone, and searched for nearby food options. Su Jiang secretly leaned over to look from behind, but Enro was completely unaware, focused on searching for delicious food. Her fingers flew across the screen, her eyes glued to the food pictures and reviews. "That hot pot place we just saw is pretty good," Su Jiang said, noticing a hot pot restaurant just a few hundred meters away, and it had a perfect 5-star rating. "Ah!" Su Jiang's voice suddenly rang in Enro's ear, startling her so much that her phone flew out of her hand. Fortunately, Soo-jang reacted quickly and caught the phone deftly. "Are you trying to kill me?" Anro was furious, about to scold him, but when she turned her head, she suddenly found her face incredibly close to Soo-jang's. She felt her cheeks instantly flush, as if they were on fire, and her heart began to race, pounding faster and faster. Feeling the warmth of Soo-jang's breath, her cheeks reddened even more. In order to catch the phone, Soo-jang's arm inadvertently leaned forward, causing his chest to almost press against Anro's back, making it seem as if he was hugging her from behind. The ambiguous atmosphere thickened, and they maintained this position, exchanging a glance before each looking away, unsure of where to direct their gaze. So, I just saw a hot pot restaurant that looks good." Soo-jang cleared his throat and spoke first, breaking the delicate silence. Oh. Then let's go." Anro's mind was no longer on hot pot, her gaze involuntarily drifting to Soo-jang's face. She was secretly surprised, wondering why she had never noticed how handsome he was before. Reluctantly parting, Soo-jang returned the phone to Anro, letting her follow the navigation. The two walked side by side, and the restaurant happened to be near Jiangdu University, where many college students were out dining and shopping at this hour. The streets were bustling with people, and due to the crowd, the walking space felt a bit narrow. After thinking for a moment, Soo-jang decisively took Anro's hand. "There are too many people. I'm afraid you might get lost," he said, his face calm and his heart steady. "Oh," Anro replied softly, lowering her head and allowing Soo-jang to lead her by the hand. In reality, it was because her face was burning red, and she didn't dare let Soo-jang see it. Ding! System emergency alert. Special mission triggered. Chaos in Jiangdu. Special mission content. Help the Yin family achieve final victory amidst the impending war between the Yin and Feng families. Completion reward, random special skill. Failure will result in the host being erased by the system. After walking for a while, the system's alert sound suddenly rang in his mind, causing Soo-jang to pause in surprise. This mission was completely different from the previous ones. In past missions, even if he failed, it only meant punishment, but this time, the system had mercilessly threatened erasure. What exactly did the system want? It always assigned him inexplicable tasks, which made Soo-jang feel very uncomfortable. It felt as if someone was watching his life from beyond the world, assigning him tasks whenever they felt like it, directing him to follow the path they wanted. "Why did you stop?" Anro's voice interrupted Soo-jang's thoughts. Her heartbeat had gradually calmed down as she looked at Soo-jang, who had suddenly halted, a puzzled expression on his face. Seeing that Soo-jang looked a bit unwell, she couldn't help but ask worriedly, "What's wrong? Did something happen?" Soo-jang took a deep breath, trying to calm the turmoil inside him, and smiled casually, saying, "It's nothing, I might have just eaten too much, my stomach feels a bit uncomfortable." "With the way you eat, it's a wonder you don't upset your stomach," and Ro shot him a light glare. Soo-jang threw the task out of his mind. After all, he had no ability to defy the system. Rather than exhausting himself, he might as well live well. Besides, the task might not necessarily fail. If it did fail, it would just mean death. Who in life doesn't die? Sooner or later, everyone has to die. Soo-jang had a very open-minded view on this. At his age, he should eat and drink well. Why worry so much? The two of them strolled down the street as night deepened, finally arriving at the hot pot restaurant. They followed the enthusiastic staff to their reserved seats. Suddenly, Soo-jang stopped, as if he heard a familiar voice coming from nearby. "Let me tell you, my brother is such a waste. Not only does he copy my homework every day, but he also sleeps in class all the time." That voice. The corner of Soo-jang's mouth twitched involuntarily. He was too familiar with that voice. Turning his head, he saw that it was indeed that bastard Wang Xiang. Wang Xiang was eating hot pot, sitting across from a girl who was probably also a student from Jiangdu University, but Soo-jang had never seen her before. Soo-jang gave Anro a glance and quietly walked behind Wang Xiang. Wang Xiang was completely unaware and continued to boast, making the girl laugh. "There's nothing I can do. I'm just a person who values loyalty and can't bear to see my brother in despair. With my help, his grades are improving day by day." Slap. Feeling someone's hands on his shoulders, Wang Xiang was a bit displeased and turned to look. Who is so rude? How could the handsome brother Soo-jang, who looks better than Panin, be here? Wang Xiang's expression changed from displeasure to surprise, then from fear to a forced smile, all in just a second. Soo-jang didn't expect this guy to have such strong acting skills. Glancing at the confused girl across from him, Soo-jang had a sudden idea, leaned down, and whispered in Wang Xiang's ear, "If you don't want me to expose you, you can buy our table tonight." Upon hearing this, Wang Xiang's pupils shrank sharply, and the corners of his mouth twitched involuntarily. This was blatant extortion. But thinking of the girl sitting across from him, for the sake of face, he had no choice but to nod in agreement. However, he quickly reacted, looking at Su Jiang in confusion. You guys? Who did you come with? Before he could finish, Wang Xiang saw Anro standing quietly behind Su Jiang, her bright eyes curiously observing. Wang Xiang's eyes widened as if he had seen something incredible, and a storm surged in his heart. Damn, my brother Su really got her? Then he quickly glanced at Su Jiang and then at Anro. Damn, couple outfits. Swallowing hard, Wang Xiang secretly gave Su Jiang a thumbs up. In just 3 days, he had won over the class flower, Anro. Wang Xiang would bow to no one, but he respected Su Jiang. Alright, waiter, let's sit here, Su Jiang decisively said, then quickly sat down at the empty table next to Wang Xiang. He did this to give Wang Xiang no chance to back out. The corner of Wang Xiang's eye twitched. He really intended to back out, but Su Jiang wouldn't give him the chance. Old Su, let me introduce you. Wang Xiang adjusted his mood and smiled at Su Jiang. This is Ji Meng, a sophomore from the foreign language department. Although she's a senior, she's the same age as us, she's my good friend. Wang Xiang originally wanted to say girlfriend, but since she hadn't agreed to his pursuit yet, that wouldn't be appropriate. Ji Meng, this is my good friend and brother, his name is Su Jiang, I call him Old Su. Wang Xiang then turned to Ji Meng and introduced, the one next to him is his girlfriend, Anro, also a classmate of ours. Ji Meng was the kind of quiet and gentle girl. When she saw Wang Xiang introducing her, she quickly stood up, slightly bowed to Su Jiang and Anro, and softly said, Hello, I'm Ji Meng, nice to meet you. When Anro heard Wang Xiang mistakenly introduce her as Su Jiang's girlfriend, her cheeks instantly flushed with embarrassment, and a wave of inexplicable shame and anger surged within her. Just as she was about to clarify, Su Jiang quickly took over the conversation, explaining, Well, we're not really a couple yet. Wang Xiang was taken aback. Weren't they just friends? They had even met each other's parents while wearing couple outfits, and they weren't a couple? He secretly lamented that Su Ge was quite the player. Su Jiang sat down, looked at the menu, and asked Anro, Are you picky with food? Anro was momentarily stunned but then shook her head, indicating that she wasn't picky. Then, Su Jiang, sitting across from her, directly began ordering. Waiter, we'll have a yin-yang hot pot, and this, and this. Su Jiang ordered several dishes that he didn't particularly like, and Wang Xiang glanced at him with some concern but soon felt relieved. Fortunately, they were all inexpensive dishes, he could still afford it, and his good buddy Su was still somewhat considerate. Forget the ones I just ordered, bring everything else. Waiter, Anro, Wang Xiang, Su Jiang, you bastard. Are you even human? Wang Xiang glared at Su Jiang, his eyes blazing. Even if his family was wealthy, this meal would still sting his heart for a long time. Just as he was about to scold Su Jiang for being ungrateful, Su Jiang suddenly coughed and turned to the side to look at Ji Meng. Senior Ji Meng, my buddy Wang Xiang is quite the all-rounder, skilled in both literature and martial arts. Even our advanced math teacher often praises him, right, old Wang? After saying this, Su Jiang shot Wang Xiang a meaningful glance, a hint of mischief in his expression. The meaning was clear, you pay the bill, and I'll help you cover your lie. Wang Xiang's mouth twitched slightly, forcing a strained smile as he gritted his teeth and said, That's right, I'm just too low-key. Su Jiang smiled with satisfaction, and the waiter, seeing this, confirmed the order several times before jogging off to inform the kitchen to start preparing the dishes. Anro watched all of this with some confusion. Just as she was about to ask, Su Jiang had already stood up, leaned close to her ear, and whispered, Wang Xiang is paying for this meal, he owes me. It's fine. Anro's eyes filled with confusion, not understanding why Wang Xiang would help them pay. She could only attribute it to the strong bond between the brothers. Wang Xiang is really close to you, he can help you pay the bill. Anro said softly, Of course, our relationship is solid. Su Jiang nodded proudly, ignoring Wang Xiang's murderous glare. Before long, the waiter began to serve the dishes. Large plates of various meats drew a lot of attention. The table was almost overflowing, and the waiter kept bringing more dishes. Anro stared wide-eyed, dazedly looking at Su Jiang. What if they couldn't finish all this food? Anro had a small appetite and could never eat much during meals. This was one of the important reasons she could maintain her slim figure. Su Jiang took a look and seemed to realize it was indeed a bit too much, so he stood up with a friendly smile and walked over to the next table. Come on, old Wang, eat some meat. Let Senior Ji Meng enjoy some good food. What's the point of always eating vegetables? After saying this, Su Jiang picked up 2 large plates of beef and placed them steadily on Wang Xiang and Ji Meng's table, generously saying, Eat as much as you want. Ji Meng looked at the beef in front of her, somewhat at a loss, and quickly waved her hands to decline, saying, Isn't this too much? Besides, we've already eaten quite a bit. Seeing this, Su Jiang laughed heartily. What's there to be embarrassed about? We can't eat this much anyway, you can help share some. Then, thank you. Next time, I'll treat you to a meal, Ji Meng said. Sure, No problem, old Wang's friends are my friends, Su Jiang replied, then turned to Wang Xiang, squinting his eyes with a smile and said, right, old Wang? Prince Yang's expression was as if he had eaten something disgusting, but given the current situation, he could only grit his teeth and swallow his anger, responding with difficulty, yes, Ji Meng, don't be polite with him, just eat. Inside, he was bleeding, it was all his money that bought this. That scoundrel Su Jiang was flaunting wealth with his money, and Ji Meng still had to thank him. Prince Yang truly had no words for his suffering. Su Jiang sat back down, a sudden pain shooting up from his feet, causing him to gasp. Looking up, he met Anro's sweet smile, while his feet were mercilessly crushed under hers. Looks like you were chatting quite happily with that senior, even personally delivering food to her? Anro said softly, her tone tinged with jealousy. Humph, here I am, such a beautiful lady sitting right in front of you, and you go and smile so happily in front of Ji Meng. I've never seen you smile at me like that. The more Anro thought about it, the angrier she became, her chopsticks tapping incessantly on the table. Su Jiang finally reacted and cautiously asked, "You're not jealous, are you? Who's jealous?" Anro seemed caught off guard, a hint of panic flashing across her face. She quickly withdrew her chopsticks, stopping the tapping, and to cover her embarrassment, she clumsily picked up a few pieces of beef and tossed them into the boiling hot pot, staring intently at the bubbling broth, afraid to meet Su Jiang's eyes. Watching Anro like this made Su Jiang feel somewhat amused. Even if he was slow to react, he knew Anro genuinely liked him, which was why she cared so much about his actions. He smiled gently, deciding not to tease her anymore, and said, all right, don't be angry, I won't dare next time. At the same time, he made a decision in his heart. If he survived this special mission, he would confess his feelings to Anro. Hearing Su Jiang say this, Anro's mood brightened, but she still pretended to be cold, as if she were still angry. Although the four of them were seated at two separate tables, they were quite close, so they chatted while eating hot pot. Mainly, it was Prince Yang and Su Jiang talking, while Ji Meng was quiet and reserved, and Anro simply thought the hot pot tasted really good, continuously eating. Her appetite was surprisingly good. By the way, Lao Wang, how did you end up here? This isn't even our school's snack street, Su Jiang asked curiously, not expecting to run into him here. Oh, my uncle is here on business, so I brought Meng Meng here for dinner, Prince Yang replied while eating. By the way, what do you think about the school event next week? Prince Yang continued. Old Zhang said the school really invested this time, renting out the entire amusement park. What else is there to think? Just go have fun. It's rare for the school to organize such an event, Su Jiang said nonchalantly. What event? Ji Meng asked curiously. Then Prince Yang explained it to her. Wow, you freshmen are so lucky, Ji Meng said enviously. When we were freshmen, we were still taking extra classes on weekends. Having a holiday was a luxury. Just as Su Jiang was about to say something, he suddenly noticed that Anro seemed a bit unhappy and quietly asked, "What's wrong?" Anro looked a bit dejected and said softly, "I want to go play too." Su Jiang was taken aback. "Then just go. I remember you signed up too, didn't you?" "But my brother." Su Jiang immediately understood. It was a tense time between the In and Feng families, and she was afraid of causing trouble for In Mingjie. "It's fine, I'm here," Su Jiang smiled. "You don't need to worry about your brother, he will agree. According to your brother's plan, the more natural you act, the less they will dare to make a move against you. On the contrary, if you keep acting so timid like now, that's actually causing trouble for your brother." "Really?" Anro seemed skeptical. "Really? If you don't believe me, ask your brother?" Su Jiang thought to himself, if In Mingjie dares to stop you, I'll beat him up. When Su Jiang said that, Anro felt relieved. She really wanted to go to the amusement park with everyone, especially with Su Jiang. After a while, Anro was already full. Although she had a good appetite, she really couldn't eat much. Wang Xiang found an opportunity to excuse himself to go to the restroom, then went to the front desk to settle the bills for both tables. Seeing the bill for Su Jiang's table, Wang Xiang wished he could assassinate Su Jiang right then and there. It was all meat, and the most expensive kind at that. Wang Xiang saw that Su Jiang even ordered an ice cream at the end and cursed under his breath, "Bastard, still daring to order strawberry ice cream, I'll make you suffer." Little did he know that the ice cream was ordered for Anro because she suddenly said she wanted to eat ice cream. When he returned to the table, Anro was scooping ice cream with a small spoon, while Su Jiang was still eating. Wang Xiang didn't expect Su Jiang to eat so much. "Old Su, we're leaving. I'll take Meng Meng home." "Okay, bye." Wang Xiang said goodbye to Su Jiang while taking Ji Meng with him, and Ji Meng waved goodbye to Anro friendly. In just a short hot pot meal, Anro and Ji Meng had already become good friends and exchanged contact information. This meant that Wang Xiang would have to please Anro in the future. Otherwise, if Anro said something bad about him to Ji Meng, he would be in trouble. For a while, Anro nibbled on her ice cream, her gaze fixed on Su Jiang, who was still eating. He really looks like a little pig. This thought flashed through her mind, making her smile a little more. Su Jiang was really eating too much. How was his stomach even shaped? And he could eat so much without gaining weight, maintaining a standard figure. And Rose suspected that Su Jiang secretly exercised every day. In reality, before he got the system, Su Jiang spent his days eating and sleeping, and any free time was spent playing games. But now, with so many troublesome matters arising, Su Jiang hardly had time to play games anymore. It was just eating and sleeping. After finally waiting for Su Jiang to finish eating, the two tidied up and walked out of the hot pot restaurant. Wang Xiang had already settled the bill for them. Where to next? Su Jiang asked, not knowing what to do next, as he had never spent time alone with a girl before. And Ro tilted her head and thought, she didn't want to go back so early. So the two decided to stroll around the street since it wasn't far from the family home, and Su Jiang would accompany Anro back while they walked. They walked on the crowded street, and Anro had never been to the night market in Jiangdu City, her eyes full of curiosity, looking here and there. They stopped in front of a balloon dart booth, and seeing the neatly arranged darts and balloon guns, Anro felt a bit eager to try. Little girl, want to pop some balloons? 1 yuan per try, 10 yuan for a set, and I'll give you 2 extra darts, the owner said, immediately launching into a sales pitch with a smile that was typical of a businessman. Anro glanced at the prizes and finally fixed her gaze on the enormous Pikachu plush toy. Boss, how many balloons do I need to hit to win that Pikachu plush toy? Anro's voice was crisp and pleasant, tinged with a hint of barely noticeable nervousness. The owner smiled proudly, his eyes gleaming with satisfaction, because that Pikachu was the most popular prize at his booth, attracting quite a bit of business. Little girl, that's the ultimate prize. You need to hit 30 balloons in a row to claim it, the owner said with a sly glint in his eyes. Hitting 30 in a row? Not to mention students like them, even soldiers might not be able to do it. But Anro was undeterred, confidently pulling out 100 yuan to give to the owner, buying 50 darts and 50 plastic bullets. Su Jiang had no idea where this little girl got her confidence. Anro took a deep breath, tightly gripping the balloon gun, aiming at the colorful balloons, her finger gently pulling the trigger as she fired several shots in succession. Bang bang bang, pop! The balloon continued to sway in the air, with only one balloon being shot down by a bullet, and a look of astonishment appeared on Anro's face. Su Jiang's mouth twitched. Out of a dozen bullets, only one hit a balloon. It's a shame she's still a member of a mafia family. In a way, it could be considered a talent. The boss was also stunned. He had seen poor skills before, but this was the worst he had ever seen. Humph. And Ro was clearly not satisfied with her performance. She snorted coldly, trying to defend herself. It must be the wind was too strong just now, it blew my bullets off course. Right, the wind almost blew me away, Su Jiang thought to himself. Then, Anro put down the balloon gun in her hand and decided to try throwing darts instead. She picked up a dart, aimed at the balloon, and threw it with force. Whoosh, 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 pop, pop. Su Jiang nodded expressionlessly. Not bad. Hitting 2 balloons out of a dozen darts was an improvement. At this point, Anro felt a bit uncomfortable. Her cheeks flushed slightly. Many people around were attracted by her poor skills, but even more were captivated by her beauty. Anro was indeed stunning, and coupled with her slender figure, she stood out in the crowd, drawing the attention of many boys who began to whisper among themselves. Wow, what a beautiful girl. Geez, she's really bad. She only hit 2 balloons. So what? As long as she's good looking. Look at her figure, that aura, she's simply the goddess in my heart. Come on, didn't you see the guy standing next to her? They're in matching outfits. Wow, that guy is also really good looking. Damn, how can such a girl be with a guy like that? Only then did the crowd notice that Anro was standing next to a tall, equally handsome guy, both wearing similar outfits, looking very well matched, and many showed envious expressions. Clatter! Anro heard the discussions around her and felt a bit shy, her face reddening as she put down the remaining darts. She didn't want to play anymore. Her mindset was a bit broken. Just as she was about to leave, Su Jiang stepped forward and patted her shoulder, whispering, "Let me give it a try." Anro was taken aback and quickly reminded him, "This is really hard." Su Jiang smiled nonchalantly, picked up the balloon gun Anro had just used, counted the remaining bullets, and found over 30 left. "Boss, if I hit 30 in a row, I can take that Pikachu, right?" The boss nodded and smiled. Of course, no take-backs. After getting confirmation, Su Jiang turned to Anro, signaling her to step aside, then raised the balloon gun, his gaze sharp as he seriously aimed at the distant balloons. Bang! He missed the target, a bit surprised, but as someone skilled with firearms, he quickly realized that the balloon gun had been tampered with by the boss. No wonder Anro's hit rate was so ridiculous. Su Jiang shot a glare at the boss. "Geez, this guy isn't that great either. With that stance, I thought he was impressive. These two little lovebirds are really a match, equally bad. Let me have a go, I could do better with my eyes closed. The crowd grew larger, and there were some disgusting people saying unpleasant things among them. Anro felt a bit angry. She didn't want to argue with these people and stepped forward to pull Soo-jung away. Before she could get close, Soo-jung quickly raised the gun again and pulled the trigger rapidly. Bang! Pop! A balloon burst. Anro was taken aback. Before she and the crowd could react, Soo-jung fired several more shots in quick succession. Bang! Pop! Bang! Pop! The sounds of gunfire and bursting balloons echoed continuously, like rhythmic music. With each pull of the trigger, a balloon would inevitably burst. The crowd fell into a sudden silence, as if time had frozen at that moment. Even the stall owner widened his eyes, disbelief flickering in his pupils. At that moment, the entire venue was filled only with the crisp sound of Soo-jung pulling the trigger and the successive bangs of balloons popping. 19, 20, 21. Anro stood to the side, quietly counting the number of balloons Soo-jung hit, cheering him on in her heart. As Soo-jung continued to hit the balloons, the owner's heart grew colder. It was over, he had encountered a tough opponent. Bang! 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 28, 29, 30. When Anro counted to 30, she excitedly raised her hands and turned to Soo-jung, her eyes filled with joy. Soo-jung put down the balloon gun, turned to the owner, and smiled faintly, asking, "Boss, 30 shots, no problem, right?" The owner's mouth twitched as he looked around. With so many people here, if he tried to back out, he wouldn't be able to operate in this area anymore. Gritting his teeth, he forced out a smile that was more painful than crying. "And no problem. Congratulations to this young man for winning our ultimate prize." Soo-jung nodded and walked forward, picking up the Pikachu plush toy that was even larger than himself. Those who had spoken harshly before had long since shut their mouths, and many were eager to try, feeling they could do it too. Soo-jung couldn't be bothered with them and quickly left the stall, pulling the excited Anro along. The two walked to a relatively quiet spot not far away, and Anro could no longer contain her anticipation. She reached out her hand to Soo-jung, her eyes filled with desire, signaling him to hand over the Pikachu plush. Soo-jung did not respond to Anro's outstretched hand, puzzled. "What, do you want a hug?" Upon hearing this, Anro's smile instantly froze, and she shot him a glare, angrily kicking him. "Hug you? It's my Pikachu." "What do you mean your Pikachu? Didn't I win it?" "But you used the bullets I paid for." "Oh, is that so? Then I'll transfer you 30 later." Anro, upon hearing this, burst into laughter, pinching Soo-jung's ear fiercely. "Choose between Pikachu and your life." "I choose Pikachu." Snap! Anro stepped on Soo-jung's foot. "Say that again." "Ouch. I'll hold it for you first, and then give it to you when we get to your house." "That's more like it." Anro, satisfied, released her grip. The night fell, like ink spilled over the banks of the Jiangdu River, as Soo-jung and Anro strolled along the path by the river. At this moment, only a few couples were walking in the rare tranquility. Beyond this path was the in-family home. Dalalala. Anro walked ahead with her hands behind her back, her silhouette particularly enchanting in the night, the black skirt swaying gently with her steps, revealing her long, fair legs. She walked with a slight bounce, softly humming a tune, the melody sweet and melodious, clearly in a particularly good mood. The evening breeze gently blew, bringing the coolness of the night. The temperature in Jiangdu City during this season was moderate, neither too cold nor too hot, making it the perfect night for a stroll. Soo-jung followed behind Anro, holding the large Pikachu plush toy in his arms, watching the cheerful girl in front of him with a smile in his eyes. Just a few days ago, Soo-jung would never have believed that he would be out walking and enjoying the evening breeze with a girl at a time when he should have been gaming or sleeping. Moreover, he was even holding a giant Pikachu for her. Soo-jung shook his head, feeling as if he were dreaming. All of this was because of the system. His life had undergone a tremendous change. Although it wasn't his intention, it felt pretty good. "Hurry up! Why are you walking so slowly?" Anro turned back, somewhat dissatisfied with Soo-jung's slow pace. Soo-jung helplessly replied, "Try walking with such a big toy, it would tire you out." "Cut, my body feels so weak." Anro murmured softly, stopping in place to wait for Soo-jung to catch up, slowing her pace to walk alongside him. Then, Anro turned her head, a bit shy, and reached out to give Soo-jung something. "What is this?" Soo-jung opened his palm to find a small Pikachu keychain. She had seen it at a stall earlier and secretly bought it. This is a thank you gift for helping me win the stuffed toy." Anro blushed, murmuring so quietly that Soo-jung almost didn't hear her. "Oh." Soo-jung pretended to be indifferent, tucking the keychain into his pocket. He would hang it on his backpack when he got home. Soon, the two arrived at the entrance of the in-family courtyard, where the guard recognized Anro and quickly opened the door. Anro turned back and extended her hand to Soo-jung. "Can you give me the Pikachu now?" Soo-jung raised an eyebrow. "How about I help you carry it inside?" I'm afraid it might be inconvenient for you to hold it. No need, I want to carry it myself. Anro said, reaching out to snatch the Pikachu from Soo-jung's hands, the huge stuffed toy instantly covering her. Alright, you go back now. Send me a message when you get home. A voice came from behind the Pikachu. Then, Soo-jung saw the girl slowly walking into the family house, hugging the enormous Pikachu. When someone tried to help her, they were all stopped by Anro. Soo-jung chuckled as he watched Anro's retreating figure, and only left after she entered the house. Not in a hurry to go home, he still had something to take care of, a request from Mingxia. Inside the in-house, Mingxia was leisurely leaning on the sofa, enjoying his coffee, completely relaxed, as if he hadn't just declared war on the Feng family a few hours ago. Hearing footsteps, Mingxia turned around and said, Ro is back, Soo-jung. Ha, what's this? Why is there such a big Pikachu moving around in the house? Stretching his neck to get a better look, Mingxia finally saw Anro beneath the Pikachu and laughed. You got such a big stuffed toy, did Soo-jung give it to you? Yeah. Anro struggled to place the Pikachu on the sofa, feeling quite proud. Soo-jung won it for me by popping balloons. He hit 30 balloons in a row. And Mingxia chuckled. He knew Soo-jung was an excellent shot, so popping balloons was certainly easy for him. Anro took a few deep breaths, looked up at the long staircase, hesitated for a moment, and pointed at the Pikachu, saying to Mingxia, Brother, can you help me carry this upstairs? She couldn't carry it anymore. Hearing this, Mingxia's mouth twitched. What kind of family leader am I, carrying a Pikachu? But since it was Anro asking, he had no choice but to stand up, help her lift the Pikachu, and walk up the stairs. Be careful, brother, Anro said worriedly. Don't worry, I won't fall just from climbing a staircase. No, I mean the toy, don't get it dirty. And Mingxia felt exhausted. His sister hadn't been like this before. Meanwhile, a taxi stopped on the main street, and Soo-jung got out. At this time, there were hardly any people on the street. Soo-jung walked casually, but his eyes were alert, checking to see if anyone was following him. After turning several corners and wandering for a while, he confirmed that no one was tailing him and followed the route he remembered to the small bar, Mianyi. As for whether this would guarantee that no one was following him, Soo-jung wasn't sure, but he had seen it done in movies. At this moment, the bar was already closed, but Soo-jung stood at the door as if he hadn't noticed, knocking lightly. After a while, a voice came from inside. Who is it? We're closed, not serving anymore. I'm Soo-jung, and Mingxia sent me. Soo-jung replied directly. Originally, Mingxia asked Soo-jung to come, and Soo-jung thought they had some kind of secret signal. In the end, Mingxia said he had watched too many dramas and that it was fine to just state his identity. Sure enough, when the people in the room heard Soo-jung's name, they quickly opened the door to let him in. Young Master Soo, we've been waiting for you for a long time. Young Masterin has already briefed me, the man said, then added, my name is Hua Cheng, and people in the underworld call me Hua Zi. Soo-jung's eyelid twitched. It was the first time someone called him Young Master Soo, but Hua Zi was clearly an even more ridiculous name. Then, Hua Zi cautiously took out a mobile phone at the front desk. It wasn't a smartphone, but one of those old phones that could only make calls and send texts. Is this it? Soo-jung took the phone, playing with it in his hand. This was what Mingxia had asked him to retrieve. That's right, there's only this one phone, Hua Zi said. Young Masterin instructed that all of the phone family's hidden lines can only be contacted through this phone. At a critical moment, Young Master Soo can send a message with this, and all our undercover lines will act, delivering a fatal blow to the phone family. Soo-jung nodded, not expecting such a significant trump card to be handed over to him so easily. But he understood. At this moment, every move of the core members of the Yin family would be monitored by Feng Qingye, and only Soo-jung, as a variable, had not entered Feng Qingye's line of sight. And Mingxia believed that at the last moment, Soo-jung would leave a deep impression on Feng Qingye. After getting the old phone, Soo-jung left the Xiaomian night bar and took a taxi straight home. According to Mingxia's arrangements, there was nothing more for him to do, and even this old phone might not even need to be used. And Mingxia said this was a last resort. If all went smoothly, perhaps they wouldn't even need to use this method to take down the Feng family. Soo-jung didn't know if it was true or not. Anyway, he just had to wait for Mingxia's news, and when the time came, it would just be a matter of sending a message. As he walked into the community, Soo-jung walked downstairs with his hands in his pockets, just about to go upstairs when he suddenly heard a cat meow. Soo-jung was taken aback. He remembered that pets were not allowed in this community. Where did the cat come from? Following the sound, he indeed saw a small white cat under the streetlight. The little white cat was crouched under the streetlight, eating a sausage that someone had given it. Sensing someone approaching, its small ears perked up, watching Soo-jung warily. TSK, there really is a little cat. Soo-jung clicked his tongue. guessing that someone must have felt sorry for the little guy and given it a sausage. After taking a glance, Soo-jung planned to leave. After all, the cat had just seen him and was already on edge, so it should be quite timid. Meow. Hey, what are you doing? Just as Soo-jung turned around, the little white cat meowed and surprisingly stopped eating the sausage, running up to rub against Soo-jung's pant leg. I'm telling you, I don't have any sausage to give you, Soo-jung warned, pointing at it. Meow. The little white cat continued to rub against him. For some reason, it seemed particularly affectionate towards Soo-jung, and no matter how much he tried to shoo it away, it wouldn't leave. Soo-jung quickly realized where the problem lay. Animal communication. This low-level skill rewarded by the system, Soo-jung had previously complained about its uselessness. Looking at the little white cat that kept meowing, Soo-jung felt overwhelmed. If he walked into places with many pets in the future, wouldn't they all come rubbing against him? So, Soo-jung squatted down, trying to reason with it. Stop rubbing against me, I don't have any sausage. You still haven't finished that one, have you? Meow. Not tasty. You're already a stray cat. Why do you care if the sausage is tasty or not? Meow. Take me home. Taking you home is impossible. Pets aren't allowed in the community, although many people secretly keep them. Meow. I don't care. Take me home. Didn't I just tell you? Soo-jung's words were cut off as he suddenly froze. Damn. How the hell am I communicating with a cat? No, wait. How the hell can I understand what its meows mean? System, can animal communication really allow me to communicate with animals without barriers? Yes. Awesome. Soo-jung shouted inwardly, this is truly absurd. Looking at the little white cat still rubbing against him, Soo-jung helplessly said, alright, since you're the first animal to communicate with me, I'll take care of you. Originally, Soo-jung was unwilling to take it in, thinking it would be too much trouble, having to teach it this and that slowly. But since they could communicate, it should be much easier to manage, Soo-jung thought. Meow. Thank you, master. Let's go. Soo-jung patted the little white cat's head, picked it up, and took it home. Once home, Soo-jung immediately gave the little white cat a wash, making it much cleaner than before. Meow. I'm hungry. Soo-jung helplessly rummaged through the fridge, finding nothing to eat, only some ham sausage. Here, eat this. Soo-jung peeled the ham sausage, placed it on a plate, and handed it to the little white cat. The little white cat lowered its head and took a bite. Meow. It's not tasty. Do you believe I'll smash your cat head? You're picky after I brought you home. Soo-jung threatened fiercely. Meow. I'm sorry. The little white cat was quite sensible, clearly having experienced the harshness of cat society, knowing that the ham sausage was hard-earned. Watching the little white cat eat the ham sausage, Soo-jung felt a stir in his heart, took out his phone, snapped a photo, and sent it to Anro. Soo-jung, image, Soo-jung, I'm home. A few seconds later, Anro's reply came. Anro, what a cute little cat, is it yours? Soo-jung, no, I just picked it up downstairs. Anro, have you named it? Soo-jung was taken aback, looking down at the little white cat. Do you have a name? The little white cat chewed on the ham sausage, raised its head, and showed a proud expression. Meow meow meow. The cats on the street all call me Biao-gu. Soo-jung fell silent, expressionless as he typed, no name, haven't named it yet, you can name it. Then he waited for several minutes, and Ro must be thinking of a name. Meow meow meow. Master, my name sounds nice, right? Biao-gu, huh? I'll change your name later. Soo-jung casually replied while getting a glass of water. Meow. I don't want to change. Protest is invalid, it must be changed. How can you be called Biao-gu with that look? Which street cat named you? Do you cats have a gang too? Before the little white cat could respond, Anro's message came through. Anro, let's call it Nicholas. Fortune. Anro, the nickname will be Fortune. Put. Soo-jung sprayed the water in his mouth out when he saw the name Anro came up with. That name is something else. Looking at the little white cat with sympathy, oh no, it should be called Fortune now. With such a naming genius, I can't help you. He squatted down, lowered his head to discuss with Fortune. So, how about we change your name to, Nicholas Fortune, and from now on, I'll call you Fortune, how about that? Soo-jung felt a bit sorry for Fortune, that name was even worse than Biao-gu. Meow? Fortune was confused. Which genius thought of that name? Ignoring Fortune's protest, Soo-jung directly replied to Anro. It agreed, seems quite happy. Anro, really? That's great. Anro, I'll come to your house to see it tomorrow. Soo-jung, okay. A smile crept onto his lips, and suddenly he received another message, this time from Wang Xiang. Wang Xiang, Yold Soo, 5 seats at the internet cafe tomorrow. I've booked a private room. Soo-jung, I'm busy tomorrow. After replying with those 4 words, Soo-jung casually tossed Fortune onto the sofa. Fortune, you sleep on the sofa tonight. 4 pp and such, go to the bathroom. the place I just bathed you. If you dare to mess around, I'll throw you out tomorrow. Meow. I don't want to be called Fortune. It was still tangled up about the name. Thud. Soo-jung turned off the light, gently leaped onto the big bed, covered himself with the blanket, and ignored everyone. Even if the world ended tomorrow, he just wanted to sleep. The next morning, Soo-jung woke up. This time it wasn't a natural wake-up, he was pressed awake. Sigh. Soo-jung opened his eyes helplessly, as Fu-gue was lying on his chest, its little paws rhythmically kneading. Meow. I'm hungry. Seeing Soo-jung awake, Fu-gue meowed and jumped to the side of Soo-jung's head. Soo-jung picked up his phone and saw it was 5 in the morning. I really want to smash your cat head, Fu-gue. Soo-jung got out of bed, expressionless, and grabbed Fu-gue by the scruff of its neck. He decided that from now on, he would close the door when he slept, not letting this stinky cat come in and disturb his sleep. Do you know how hard it is for a college student to sleep in? You don't know. You only care about your damn ham sausage. With a bit of resentment, Soo-jung walked to the fridge, took out the remaining ham sausages, and threw them in front of Fu-gue. Here, eat, finish them all. Soo-jung said fiercely. Fu-gue, seeing this, was a bit scared and backed away from the ham sausages, looking at Soo-jung with fear, meowing pitifully. Meow meow meow, is this my last meal? Soo-jung painfully rubbed his forehead, he was being ridiculous, arguing with a silly cat. He picked up one of the ham sausages, slowly peeled it, and threw it on a small plate, handing it to Fu-gue. Eat, ancestor. Meow. Thank you. Quite polite, actually. Since he was awake, Soo-jung didn't feel like going back to sleep, so he simply made a cup of coffee and sat on the balcony to drink. At 5:30 in the morning, a white cat was gnawing on a ham sausage inside the house, while Soo-jung, with his hair a mess, sat on the balcony looking at the sky that was just beginning to brighten, feeling a bit sad. How has my life become so absurd? Soo-jung took a sip of coffee, not understanding where things had gone wrong. Mainly, he was bored. He realized that waking up so early left him with nothing to do. Because of his extraordinary physique, once he woke up, he couldn't fall back asleep. Since that was the case, why not play a game that he hadn't played in a while? Soo-jung decisively opened his computer, and, oh no, League of Legends started. Half an hour later, Soo-jung stared at the dim screen, looking at his Yasuo's 0 wins and 6 losses, slightly lost in thought. Had he become bad? Had he really become this terrible after just a few days away from the game? No way, the other side must be cheating. Soo-jung, not believing in evil, played another match. The results were still dismal. Damn, so many cheaters today? He played again. Someone once said that history may not repeat itself, but it has similar melodies. Soo-jung proved this saying through practice. Although each match's results were different, they were all equally dismal. If you're bad, don't play. Looking at his teammates' taunts, Soo-jung felt lost, wondering what had happened to him. Was the price of gaining the system losing the gaming talent he was proud of? In reality, Soo-jung had no gaming talent. After playing for so long, he was still in the gold rank, just a bit better than Wang Xiang's skills. Unknowingly, Soo-jung played until noon. Oh no, he lost until noon. At this time, he received a message from Anro. I'm coming over to see Fu-gue, send me your door number. Soo-jung quickly sent her the door number and specific address, then decisively closed the game. Trash game, not even worth a dog's time. At this moment, at the Yin family, and Mingjie watched as Anro hurriedly ran down the stairs, wearing jeans and holding a white jacket. Ro, it's time to eat. Brother, I'm not eating, I'm going to Soo-jung's. Then, without looking back, Anro waved goodbye to the stunned Mingjie and dashed out the door. And Mingjie? He felt a wave of sadness. His sister had really changed, starting to not care about him. At this moment, Mingjie gritted his teeth, inexplicably wanting to beat up Soo-jung. Anro jumped into the car, sitting in the back seat, rummaging through her small bag, taking out a small mirror to check her appearance. Left and right, do I look good today? Anro said to the 2 bodyguards in front of her. Yes, they finally had names, called a Zuo and Ayu. Miss, you look beautiful every day, Ayu replied with a smile from the passenger seat, his face full of affection. He wasn't just being polite, Anro was indeed naturally beautiful, rarely wearing makeup, and even when she did, it was light. Even so, she was voted the class beauty, and if Anro were a bit more ostentatious, she could easily be the department beauty as well. Hearing this, Anro smiled with satisfaction, calming her excited heart. This was her first time visiting Soo-jung's home, and she felt a bit thrilled. I wonder if his house is big, what it looks like, and if it will be messy. Anro imagined the inside of Soo-jung's house in her mind. She thought Soo-jung might be like other boys, with a messy room and socks thrown everywhere. In reality, it was not the case. There was an important reason why Soo-jung lived alone outside. and that was because he had a bit of a cleanliness obsession. Although it wasn't severe, he could at least maintain basic tidiness. He had heard that among the boarding students, there were always some who irresponsibly threw their socks and underwear into the public washing machine, and just hearing about it made Su Jiang shudder, wishing he could throw those people into the washing machine to wash them away. On the other side, Su Jiang was currently doing a thorough cleaning of his home. Fu Gue, let me tell you, a girl is coming over later, and you have to remember not to scare her. Act a bit cuter for me, Su Jiang said while mopping the floor. Also, can you do a backflip? Meow, should I be able to? Forget it, it's fine if you can't. You can learn slowly later. Fu Gue lay on the balcony, yawning, its complex cat eyes staring at Su Jiang. It felt like its owner was a bit unwell. The mental state was different from many humans it had seen before, somewhat absurd. Su Jiang sprayed some air freshener all over, never realizing his home could be this clean. With a bit of time left, he hurried to take a shower and fix his messy hair. Just as he stepped into the bathroom, Su Jiang backed out again, looked at the lazy Fu Gue on the balcony, thought for a moment, and then ran over to scoop up the little white cat and take it into the bathroom. You should wash too, don't let bacteria rub off on me. Meow, didn't I just wash yesterday? Meow, and I don't have bacteria on me. Stop talking back, just wash. So, within less than 24 hours of arriving at Su Jiang's home, Fu Gue was forced to take 2 baths. Su Jiang used a hairdryer to dry its fur, and Fu Gue looked utterly disheartened. Forget it, let it be destroyed. If I had known, I wouldn't have come home with this silly owner. Ding dong! The doorbell rang, and Su Jiang raised an eyebrow, surprised at how fast they arrived. Coming! Putting down the hairdryer, Su Jiang said as he walked to the door to open it. Welcome! Su Jiang froze for a moment, staring at the 2 smiling figures at the door, completely taken aback, and shouted, Mom and Dad? Surprised? Unexpected? Su Dad and Su Mom stood at the door, looking at their son with joy. It was rare for them to come visit Su Jiang, and in their hearts, they believed Su Jiang must be incredibly grateful and excited. Although they just happened to stop by to see him, it was still a gesture of affection, especially since they brought some fruit for him. How enviable that familial love was. The moment Su Jiang saw his parents, he froze in place, cold sweat pouring down. This is bad. Look at this child, so happy he doesn't even know to let us in. Su Mom chuckled, not waiting for Su Jiang to react, and directly led Su Dad into the house. No, Mom. Su Jiang opened his mouth, unsure of what to say, and could only close the door, trying to figure out how to send these 2 deities away before Anro arrived. Closing the door, Su Jiang struggled to pull out a smile. Mom and Dad, what brings you here? We came specially to see you. Aren't you happy? While Suma looked around, Suba walked directly to the water dispenser, picked up the tea leaves, and began to brew tea for himself. Su Jiang's mouth twitched. It was strange that they would come specifically to see him. Ever since he went to university, they had been eager to enjoy their couple's world, hardly caring about him. To be honest, your mom and I planned to go to the capital for a stroll, and since we're flying, we thought we'd stop by to see you, Suba said while brewing tea. This tea smells a bit off, did you change it? Su Jiang helplessly rubbed his forehead. I didn't change it, your taste must have changed. How long has it been since you last came here for tea? It's surprising you still remember where the tea is. At that moment, a clear meow suddenly rang out in the room, and Fu Gui lazily walked out of the bathroom, looking somewhat resentful as he stared at Su Jiang. Meow, my fur isn't even dry yet. Ah! As soon as Suma saw the fluffy white kitten, her eyes sparkled with delight. She hurried over, squatted down, and gently picked up Fu Gui. How did you suddenly get a cat? This little kitten is too cute. While saying this, Suma pressed Fu Gui against her cheek, rubbing it vigorously. Fu Gui remembered what Su Jiang had just said about a human female coming over, and that it couldn't be fierce but had to act cute. So, it gently wiggled its paws, staring with innocent cat eyes, mewing pitifully as if trying to act spoiled in front of Suma. Meow. Master, am I behaving well? Meow. Look how I'm charming her. Silly cat. Su Jiang watched his mother fawn over Fu Gui while his father sat comfortably on the sofa drinking tea, and he covered his face in despair. It was over, everything was a mess now, and these two definitely wouldn't leave anytime soon. He had already messaged Anro to not come over for now, but she hadn't replied, and Su Jiang guessed her phone was in her bag, so she hadn't seen the message. There was still a chance. Holding on to the last bit of hope, Su Jiang asked, Mom, what time is your flight? 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Why? Suma said, holding the little white cat and sitting next to Suba without looking back. Su Jiang immediately took out his phone. It was 12:30. There was a chance. Then you should hurry up. It's already 12:30. You need to check in half an hour early for the flight. Su Jiang exaggerated. I'm fine here. You don't need to worry about me. Don't delay your flight. It would be bad if you can't get to the capital. Oh, you don't need to be so anxious. Suba calmly took a sip of tea and turned on the TV with the remote. Your mom and I know how to manage our time. Our flight is at 2 o'clock tomorrow afternoon. We're staying at a nearby hotel tonight, so you don't need to worry. Su Jiang was stunned, standing there. 2 o'clock tomorrow afternoon? Then it was fine. Su Jiang took a deep breath and sat weakly on the sofa. He had given up the struggle. He felt so tired. Let the world end. Now the last hope was that Anro would see his message and not come. If she did, he really wouldn't know what to do. However, it seemed fate was just toying with Su Jiang. The next second, the doorbell rang, and Anro's voice came through the door. Rogue Su Jiang, I'm here. Open the door quickly. This shout caught Suba and Suma's attention, and they immediately looked up, astonished, then turned to Su Jiang. The expressions of the two elders shifted from shock to uncontrollable smiles, their eyes clearly revealing their thoughts. There's gossip to enjoy. Su Jiang knew it was really over this time. He gave up the struggle, stood up, and opened the door like a walking corpse. Why are you so slow? Where's Fu Gue? Anro lightly scolded, then nimbly slipped into the room from Su Jiang's side, completely oblivious to the expression on his face, as she was eager to see what Su Jiang's home looked like. Your home is quite clean. Anro looked around with great interest, but suddenly her words came to an abrupt halt. Her gaze inadvertently swept over two figures on the living room sofa, and her mind instantly went blank. Didn't Su Jiang live alone? Why were there others, and they looked like elders? These two can't be. And Ro's little head mechanically turned towards Su Jiang, her beautiful eyes now filled with shock, her voice trembling to the point of being almost inaudible. Please don't let them be Su Jiang's parents. She would want to die. Just a moment ago, she had called Su Jiang a rogue at the door. Su Jiang had no choice but to introduce them, forcing a smile. As you can see, this is my dad and mom. He then turned to his parents, a hint of embarrassment on his face, and softly introduced, Mom, Dad, this is Anro, she is my, good friend. Hello, uncle and aunt. Anro's face instantly turned bright red, like a ripe apple, her little head bowed deeply, almost burying itself in her chest, her hands tightly clutching the hem of her clothes. Damn Su Jiang, silly Su Jiang, stupid rogue Su Jiang, why didn't you tell me there were elders at home? What should I do now? Meow? Fu Gue, in Suma's arms, looked around in confusion, sensing that the atmosphere was a bit off, as if it had done something wrong. Then it lay back down. After all, what did it have to do with this? It was just a cat. Hey, hello, please sit down. Su Dad and Suma immediately stood up enthusiastically, kindly taking her hand and guiding her to sit on the sofa. Fu Gue was tossed aside by Suma. The little white cat didn't care, stretching lazily and finding a place to continue lying down. Suma's gaze never left Anro, her eyes sparkling with delight, as if she had discovered a treasure. What a beautiful girl, what a perfect figure. It must be her son, quietly doing great things. No wonder he had been urging us to leave earlier. It turns out he was hiding a beauty. Suma cast a somewhat proud glance at Su Jiang. Caught you, didn't I? I'm really right to come see you today. Su Dad also secretly gave Su Jiang a thumbs up, while Su Jiang closed his eyes, unwilling to look. Anro, such a lovely name. Suma smiled, her voice filled with warmth. Auntie, you can just call me Ro, and Ro replied, her face flushed, her voice trembling. Ro sounds even more intimate. Suma's smile grew even brighter, and she continued to ask, do you often come to Su Jiang's place to play? Upon hearing this question, Ro immediately became nervous, fearing she would be misunderstood as a frequent visitor to Su Jiang's home. She quickly waved her hands to explain, No, Auntie, this is my first time here. Her tone carried a hint of urgency, afraid of being misunderstood by Suma. After saying that, Anro looked up at Su Jiang, her eyes revealing a plea for help. Su Jiang couldn't help but feel a pang of sympathy. He felt as if Anro was about to break, so he hurriedly explained the situation to his mom. A few minutes later, Suma looked at her son with a face full of suspicion. Are you saying you just met not long ago? That's right. And then last night, coincidentally found this little white cat? Yes. And then Ro came to see this little white cat today? That's how it is. Su Jiang's tone weakened, lacking confidence. In some ways, it was indeed hard to believe. Moreover, Su Jiang had hidden many things, such as the underworld family matters, and of course, the confession. His earlier confession to Anro had already been relayed to his parents by old Zhang, but they didn't know that the object of his confession was Anro. If they found out about this, Su Jiang would really want to die. He would be laughed at by his parents for a lifetime. Seeing that Suma seemed skeptical, Anro quickly said, Auntie, it's true, I really just came to see Fu Gue. Fu Gue? Meow? Who called me? It's just a cat. Suma finally understood, so this little white cat is called Fu Gue? But that wasn't important. What mattered was Anro. Suma smiled, since Roro said so, of course I believe it. Suba sat quietly beside them, glancing at Su Jiang with admiration. No wonder he is my son, he just started getting to know her and already knows to pick up a cat to entice a girl, and he really managed to bring her home. Su Jiang rolled his eyes back at him. I have no such intentions, I simply like raising little kittens. Ro, are you from Jiangdu? Do your family live here too? What do they do? Is the study pressure big? Has this kid Su Jiang bullied you? Suma bombarded Anro with a bunch of questions, leaving her confused about which one to answer first. Seeing this, Suba gently kicked Suma, signaling her to tone it down and not scare the girl. Suma realized she was a bit too excited and quickly smiled. Oh, Ro, don't be afraid, Auntie is just a little excited. After all, I've never seen a girl around Su Jiang before. Upon hearing this, Anro's eyes brightened a bit. There had never been any other girls around Su Jiang? So, am I the first? Anro's mood lifted, and she was no longer as nervous as before. However, Suma's questions left her in a dilemma. On one hand, she didn't know if she could talk about her family, and on the other, she didn't want to deceive Su Jiang's parents. Su Jiang noticed Anro's struggle and quickly ran to Suba's ear, whispering, Dad, hurry and take Mom away. Suba looked at him in confusion, but Su Jiang couldn't care less and directly said, if you don't help me, I'll tell Mom where you hide your secret stash. What the hell? Suba was startled by this, cautiously glancing at Suma, and whispered, how do you know I hide my secret stash? Of course I know, I'm your son, I even know how much you have hidden. After saying that, Su Jiang slowly held up 2 fingers. Suba broke out in a cold sweat at the sight of those 2 fingers. This kid actually knows. It can't be, I've hidden it so well, and he doesn't come home often, how could he possibly know? But now wasn't the time to worry about that. No matter how important it was, it couldn't compare to his secret stash. So, Suba cleared his throat and pulled Suma, saying, oh, I just got a call from my sister, saying she wants to treat us to dinner, and we should hurry over. Suma looked at him suspiciously. When did you get the call? I didn't know about it. It was when you weren't here. Do you think I could trick you? That's perfect. Let Su Jiang go with Ro then? After saying that, Suma turned to Anro. Ro, you have time today, right? Anro looked at Su Jiang for help. Should I say I have time or not? Well, Mom. Su Jiang quickly said, I have to go out with Anro for something. We need to buy cat litter for Fugue. After saying that, he winked at Anro, right, Anro? Yes. Anro immediately understood and turned to explain to Suma, Auntie, I've already made an appointment with the pet store. We're going there soon. Oh, I see. Suma sounded a bit disappointed. She really didn't want to part with such a beautiful girl and wanted to chat more. Oh, just don't disturb them. We're leaving tomorrow, and we still need to pack. Seeing this, Suba felt it was about time and delivered the final blow, pulling Suma up to leave. Hey, why are you in such a hurry? I haven't grabbed my bag yet. Mom, the bag is right here. Su Jiang quickly handed over the bag, looking eager to please. Suma took the bag, shot a glare at the 2 of them, and then smiled at Anro. Ro, let's chat again next time. Auntie is leaving now. Okay, goodbye Auntie. Anro obediently stood up to bid farewell to Suma, completely shedding her usual young lady demeanor. Su Jiang, remember to take Ro out for some good food. Don't be stingy, and don't bully her. Suma reminded before leaving. Yes, I know. Su Jiang hurriedly nodded, genuinely afraid that his mother would stay and chat. Once she started nagging, it would never end, and Su Jiang had never really listened. As the saying goes, the nagging of elders is like a bowl of good medicine. If you can swallow it, you must be seriously ill. We're leaving! Bang! With the door closed, Su Jiang finally breathed a sigh of relief. As for how Suba would cover up the lie, that was none of his business. He didn't even know if the phone call Suba mentioned was real or not. Anyway, one of them had to survive, right? After confirming that Su Jiang's parents had left, Anro finally revealed a fierce expression, disregarding everything, and ran in front of Su Jiang, jumping up to stomp on him. While stomping, she blushed and scolded, Su Jiang, you bastard. Why didn't you tell me in advance when uncle and auntie were here? You embarrassed me and almost got me misunderstood. You just wanted to mess with me on purpose. I'll stomp you to death. God knows how she had endured those 10 minutes. She felt like she was about to shatter. All her grievances erupted at that moment. Su Jiang was caught off guard and got stomped several times, quickly dodging and saying, Aren't you the one who didn't check your phone messages? You still dare to argue. No, if you don't believe me, check your phone, I sent you a message. I won't look. Anro pinched Su Jiang's waist, determined to vent her anger. The little white cat, Fugue, was hiding far away on the windowsill, curled up and trembling, covering its eyes with its little paws, peeking through the gaps. This human was too fierce, actually beating the owner to the point of not daring to retaliate. From now on, this cat must never provoke her. A few minutes later, Anro sat on the sofa, smiling as she rubbed Fugue, clearly having calmed down. Su Jiang stood by, rubbing his waist and gasping. It was bruised and swollen from Anro's pinch. This little girl was really ruthless, not holding back at all. If it weren't for his extraordinary physique skill enhancing his physical condition, Su Jiang would have doubted that Anro could pinch off a piece of flesh. Fu Gue lay obediently in Anro's arms, not daring to act up. Even though it had resisted the name Fu Gue before, now it obediently responded every time Anro called it. A wise cat knows when to be submissive. It didn't want to curry favor with Anro. Why would it curry favor with Su Jiang? Don't joke, my cat life isn't over yet. Su Jiang, have you fed Fu Gue cat food? Anro looked at Fu Gue's somewhat thin body and couldn't help but feel a pang of heartache. Meow. I want cat food. Fu Gue took the opportunity to demand. It had eaten enough ham sausage and was tired of it from its days of wandering. Su Jiang shot Fu Gue a glare and said helplessly, "There's no cat food. It only had one ham sausage this morning." "That won't do. Fu Gue is so small and still growing." Anro was displeased upon hearing this. Meow, meow. Exactly. I'm still growing. Su Jiang sighed. Then, shall we go out to buy some? So, Su Jiang tidied up a bit and went out with Anro to buy some cat supplies for Fu Gue. Fu Gue, be good and wait for us at home. Before leaving, Anro gently patted Fu Gue's little head, saying softly, "Meow. Remember to buy cat food." Su Jiang's mouth twitched. He couldn't believe that the gentle and lovely Anro in front of him had just been so violent. Wasn't Mingjie usually like this too? Leaving Fu Gue, oh no, a cat, alone at home while the two of them went out. "I have an older sister who runs a pet supply store, let's go there," Anro suggested. Su Jiang nodded. It didn't matter to him where they went, as he was just passing the time. The two walked out of the community and stood by the roadside, hesitating. Then Su Jiang stared at Anro, and Anro looked back at Su Jiang. "Look, what are you staring at me for? Get a taxi," Anro said, feeling a bit flustered under the gaze, pouting. "Get a taxi?" Su Jiang's face showed a hint of confusion. "What taxi? Where are your two bodyguards? Shouldn't we be taking your family's car out? I'm already going out with you, the young lady of this family. Do I still need to take a taxi myself?" "You mean Azua and Au? They brought me here and then went back." "Went back? So you're alone now?" "Yeah, why do you look so surprised?" Anro looked at Su Jiang with some confusion. Su Jiang was a bit at a loss for words. "I mean, who's going to protect your safety? Didn't you say that the less I care about my safety, the less they dare to act against me?" She paused and added, "And my brother said that with you around, I don't need bodyguards." Although he didn't know why Mingjie said that, he still believed in his brother. Su Jiang's eyelid twitched. "Damn Mingjie, does he really think of me as your family's thug?" No choice, Su Jiang waved to hail a taxi, and Anro got in and told the driver the address, heading to the pet supply store Anro mentioned. After a few minutes, the two got out of the car, and Su Jiang followed Anro down the street, soon arriving at the entrance of a pet supplies store. Anro skillfully walked towards the half-open door, and as the door creaked, she stepped inside, her voice ringing out clearly, "Sister Chiona, I'm here." Chiona, who had been sitting behind the counter, immersed in a TV drama, instantly looked up upon hearing Anro's voice. She quickly stood up, her face beaming with a surprised smile as she looked towards the door. "Little Anro, what brings you here today? It's such a rare visit." However, her words suddenly halted halfway, her eyes widening as if she had seen something unbelievable. "What the hell? What the hell? What the hell? What did I just see?" Behind Anro, there was a sunny, handsome young boy. That Anro, who was not interested in boys, actually brought a boy to her store. Anro approached, looking puzzled. "Sister Chiona, what's with that expression? Why do you look like you've seen a ghost?" Su Jiang followed behind Anro, curiously looking around. It was his first time in a pet supply store, and there were many things he had never seen before. He noticed Chiona was looking at him with a strange gaze, and out of politeness, Su Jiang slightly bowed. "Hello, my name is Su Jiang." Hello. Chiona finally snapped out of her shock, her eyes darting between Su Jiang and Anro, curiosity prompting her to ask further, "Are you Anro's boyfriend?" As soon as this question was asked, both Anro and Su Jiang looked at each other in unison. "Sister Chiona, just ignore him, pretend he doesn't exist." Anro felt a bit flustered and quickly said before Su Jiang could speak. She didn't even know what their relationship was at this point. They had never broken that layer of glass, maintaining this subtle relationship. Moreover, Anro wasn't ready yet. Seeing Anro's somewhat flustered and slightly shy expression, Chiona couldn't help but feel a strange curiosity. Looking at the subtle atmosphere between the two, Chiona squinted her eyes. already guessing most of it. TSK, how innocent, our little Anro. Xiaona was silently cheering in her heart but showed no signs of it. When Anro mentioned buying pet supplies for her cat, Xiaona enthusiastically led them to the designated area. For the litter box, I recommend this one. Xiaona deliberately emphasized the word you and you too. And let me get you a cat bed. The cat food and litter are over here. As she spoke, Xiaona skillfully picked various cat foods from the shelves, stuffing them all into the litter box. Su Jiang stood by holding a large, soft cat bed, gently squeezing it, and the soft texture caught his attention. So soft, it must be very comfortable to sit on. Watching the busy Xiaona, Anro seemed to think of something, took a step back to stand next to Su Jiang, and whispered, Sister Xiaona is also one of our family, she is Li Kai's cousin. But like me, Sister Xiaona hasn't participated in any family matters and has opened a shop here on her own. Su Jiang raised an eyebrow at this. He didn't expect that silly big guy Li Kai actually had such a sister. Alright, this should be enough. Xiaona glanced around, confirming that nothing was missing. How much is all this, Sister Xiaona? I'll pay you. Anro took out her phone, ready to pay, but was stopped by Xiaona. Little Anro, what are you doing? Are you slapping your sister's face? Xiaona pretended to be stern. Can I let you pay for our relationship? If you pay today, then you can never call me Sister Xiaona again. Xiaona said firmly. Payment received, 500 yuan. A crisp payment notification suddenly rang out, and the two were taken aback, turning to see Su Jiang holding the cat bed in one hand and tucking his phone, which he had just used to pay, into his pocket with a slightly innocent expression. What are you looking at me for? Su Jiang asked, puzzled. Isn't it only right to pay for things? I just calculated the price and it should be 500, right? Xiaona's mouth twitched. Was that the point? Would a normal person pay in this situation? Xiaona felt that this guy named Su Jiang was a bit ridiculous. The three of them were momentarily stunned, and the atmosphere became a bit awkward. Anro was the first to react, quickly smiling. Sister Xiaona, since he is paid, just accept it. At worst, you can treat me to a meal next time. With that said, Xiaona had no choice but to agree. Alright, but you can't do this next time. Su Jiang smiled awkwardly. The reason he did this was that he felt it wasn't right to just take something for free on his first visit to someone else's shop. By the way, have you taken that cat to the vet for a checkup? Generally, stray cats can have many diseases. Anro shook her head. Su Jiang had just picked up Fu Gue yesterday and clearly hadn't had time to take it to the vet. However, Su Jiang said, it's fine, it doesn't have any major health issues. He had specifically asked Fu Gue while giving it a bath yesterday if it had any diseases. Fu Gue had firmly stated that it was a healthy little kitten. How do you know? Xiaona asked in confusion. Could this guy be a vet? I had a vet friend come to my house to help check it out. Su Jiang casually made up an excuse. He couldn't say the cat told him, right? That would be ridiculous. Su Jiang didn't want to be seen as a lunatic. You have a vet friend? Anro turned her head and casually asked, is it a guy or a girl? A guy. Su Jiang immediately became alert and added, and he's quite old. Anro glanced at him with her beautiful eyes, barely believing him. At that moment, Su Jiang's mind was racing, already considering where to find a male vet to befriend. He remembered that Zhang De seemed to have a vet. He would ask about it next time. If Anro found out he had lied to her one day, he would probably get beaten up again. His waist still hurt. He had already been pinched purple by Anro at home. After finishing the shopping, Xiaona hadn't seen Anro for a long time and wanted to chat with her, especially about Su Jiang. She whispered a few words in Anro's ear, and Anro blinked, then asked Su Jiang to help her buy milk tea. This was to distract Su Jiang and talk about some private girl talk. No way, that milk tea shop is so far away. Su Jiang looked at the navigation and found that the milk tea shop Anro mentioned was actually 3 kilometers away. Isn't there a similar shop nearby? Su Jiang placed her phone in front of Anro, pointing at a milk tea shop on the screen, confused. Why do I have to run so far? Oh, just don't worry about it. Anro pushed the phone away and nudged Su Jiang towards the door. Anyway, I want a drink from that place. If you buy me something nearby, you're dead. Su Jiang was pushed outside, turned back to stare at Anro for a while, and teased, what? Are you and Sister Xiaona going to talk about something I can't hear? Oh, just go. Anro saw Su Jiang catching on and immediately started to act cute, shaking Su Jiang's arm. We'll just chat for a little while, it'll be quick. Anro extended a hand, her lively eyes looking at Su Jiang, earnestly saying, I promise, once you buy it, we'll go home. With a cute smile, she instantly melted Su Jiang's heart, so Su Jiang, without any dignity, went to buy the milk tea. There was no way around it. Anro was too deadly when she acted cute, it was simply unfair. Take your time, no rush. Anro smiled and waved at Su Jiang's back. Turning around, she found Xiaona standing at the door, grinning widely. I didn't expect our little Anro could act cute too. Shona joked, and Anro's face instantly turned red. Hey, what's your relationship now? Did he confess to you? This was the question Shona wanted to know the most. Anro was taken aback. Confess? It seemed like there had been a confession, but back then, she and Su Jiang weren't familiar at all, and she was even angry for kidnapping Su Jiang. Anro hesitated, then still recounted Su Jiang's bold confession. What? He confessed to you in front of the whole class and the teacher? Shona exclaimed, covering her mouth in shock, then quickly asked, and you? Did you agree? Anro shook her head. How could she agree back then? She wished she could strangle Su Jiang. Does your brother know about this? He should know, they've met already. Oh my god. Shona was shocked again. She didn't expect Mingxia had already met Su Jiang. And now Su Jiang was still standing there unharmed next to Anro, which meant Mingxia approved of Su Jiang. But Shona couldn't understand. That boy didn't seem to have anything special besides being slightly handsome. Did Mingxia see something ordinary in him? Did he hope Anro would live a simple life? Shona wasn't sure. She couldn't fathom Mingxia's thoughts, and hardly anyone in Jiangdu City could. Shona decided to ask Li Kai later. Her little cousin was always by Mingxia's side and should know more inside information. At this moment, the fire of gossip burned fiercely in Shona's eyes. She could hardly contain herself, wishing she could call Li Kai over right now. But that was clearly impossible. She also knew about the feud between the Yin and Feng families. Although it was unlikely to affect her, Li Kai still advised Shona to avoid contact with family members for a while. Of course, Anro was an exception. Currently, no one dared to touch Anro because they feared she was a bait thrown out by Mingxia. And you? Shona asked Anro again. Don't tell me you don't like him. Even a blind person can see you both like each other. Are you planning to just wait for him to confess? Or are you going to take the initiative? Upon hearing this, Anro's face quickly turned red to her ears, and she lowered her head, fiddling with her slender fingers, softly saying, I don't know what to do. This is my first time in this situation. Seeing this, Shona, as someone who had been through it, immediately realized that Anro wasn't ready yet, let alone taking the initiative. It seemed that to break this layer of glass, they would need Su Jiang to make a move, Shona thought. I just didn't expect that the once willful and headstrong young lady would now show such a girlish demeanor. With Su Jiang's appearance, Anro was gradually changing as well. Similarly, Su Jiang was constantly accommodating Anro, and life began to gradually reflect her presence. Even though neither of them realized this change, their hearts were slowly drawing closer. Until one day, this change made them understand the feelings they had buried deep within for each other. By that time, without either needing to speak first, they naturally came together. It's okay, little Anro, Shona said with a gentle smile, like a caring older sister, as she patted Anro's head. There will always be someone who loves you in their own way. What we need to do is wait, discover, and then respond. If you're not ready, just wait a bit longer. Waiting can be beautiful, especially the waiting before love, which will become a very unforgettable memory for you. Upon hearing this, Anro's eyes showed a hint of confusion. Perhaps she didn't fully understand Shona's meaning, but that no longer mattered. Confusion was just how someone their age should feel. Being confused about love was how life should be. Half an hour later, Anro was chatting and laughing with Xiona when Su Jiang returned with 2 cups of milk tea. Oh, you're back? Xiona smiled and stood up, taking the milk tea from Su Jiang's hands, slightly apologetic. Thank you. I made you run so far. Su Jiang waved his hand dismissively. To him, it was just like shopping. He handed the milk tea to Anro, but she didn't reach out to take it, and Su Jiang looked at her in confusion. I don't drink it, Anro said with a grin. Milk tea is so sweet, and it makes you gain weight. I really don't like drinking milk tea. Then why did you make me go buy it? Su Jiang said helplessly. This little girl was too much to handle. You drink it. Xiona said this flavor is really good, Anro replied, taking the milk tea, inserting the straw, and holding it up to Su Jiang's mouth. You should try it. Su Jiang usually didn't like milk tea. He thought it was so expensive and not as good as soda. But since Anro had brought it to his lips, he had no choice but to take a small sip, and his eyes lit up. It's actually pretty good. Su Jiang took another big sip. The taste was much better than he had imagined. No wonder so many people liked milk tea. Really? Anro asked, feeling a flutter of excitement. Was it really that good? She took it back to her lips, took a sip, and it was so sweet. Ugh, too sweet. I really can't get used to it. Anro frowned and tossed the milk tea back to Su Jiang. Su Jiang caught it in a daze, looking at the straw and then at Anro. Did that count as an indirect kiss? Anro also realized that the straw she had just used had been sipped by Su Jiang. Her face instantly turned red, and before Su Jiang could say anything, she quickly changed the subject. Xiona, we're leaving now. We'll come back to play with you next time. With that, Anro didn't wait for Xiona to respond and walked straight out the door, not caring whether Su Jiang followed. Her heart was completely in a mess. she had just had an indirect kiss with Su Jiang. He wouldn't misunderstand, would he? Su Jiang looked at Anro's retreating figure in confusion and said helplessly, "Wait, we haven't even picked up the things we bought." Xiona found it amusing as well, picking up the pile of things they had bought and stuffing them into Su Jiang's hands, concerned, "Can you carry it? It's a bit heavy. Should I have little Anro come back to help you?" "No need, Xiona. I can manage," Su Jiang smiled, holding everything in one arm, looking effortless. Xiona was slightly surprised. She hadn't expected that although Su Jiang didn't look muscular, he had quite a bit of strength. "Anro can be a bit spoiled sometimes, you need to be more tolerant of her," Xiona said seriously, looking at Su Jiang. "She hasn't interacted with boys before, and I hope that no matter what, you won't make her sad." Su Jiang heard this and turned his gaze towards the figure standing outside the door, a hint of softness flashing in his eyes as he said softly, "Don't worry, I will." The two of them walked out, and the pink on Anro's face had faded quite a bit. Seeing Su Jiang carrying so many things, she suddenly remembered that she had been too shy to buy something for Fugue. She hurriedly stepped forward and said shyly, "Let me help you carry some." Looking left and right, Anro couldn't find anything she could help Su Jiang with. "You can carry the milk tea," Su Jiang said with a smile, handing the milk tea he had just held to Anro. "Oh," Anro took the milk tea, her little face turning a bit red again. Taking advantage of Su Jiang turning to wave goodbye to Xiona, she secretly took a small sip. "Wow, it's so sweet," Anro stuck out her little tongue, but it was still quite delicious. "Sister Xiona, we're leaving. Okay, remember to come find me." Anro waved her little hand, while Su Jiang could only nod slightly to Xiona since both his hands were full. The two of them walked back, passing by a household goods store. Anro seemed to think of something and stopped in her tracks. "What's wrong?" Su Jiang asked in confusion, wondering what this little girl was up to again. Anro placed her finger on her lips, thinking for a moment, and feigned concern. "I just saw that it seems like you only have one pair of slippers at home. So, if your uncle and aunt or guests come to your house, it would be bad to have only one pair of slippers. Wait for me a moment." After saying that, Anro ran into the store, and a few minutes later, she came out holding 2 pairs of slippers she had bought. "Here, from now on, you can wear this pair at home." Anro took out a pair of blue slippers and then pointed to another pair of pink slippers. "This pair is mine, and no one else is allowed to wear it except me." Seeing this, Su Jiang couldn't help but laugh. "What about the pair of slippers I had before?" Anro tilted her little head and thought for a moment. Leave it for guests? Oh well, it doesn't matter. Anyway, you can only wear the pair I bought." At this moment, Anro was very domineering, her long legs eager to try, as if she would jump up and step on him if Su Jiang dared to say no. Seeing Su Jiang nod in agreement, Anro immediately broke into a smile, her mood brightening. Then, the two of them walked to the intersection to hail a taxi, but this time it was Anro who called for the taxi. Su Jiang stood aside and inadvertently glanced at the milk tea in Anro's hand, a big question mark popping up in his mind. How did the milk tea disappear halfway? Seeing Anro's eyes glued to her phone, occasionally taking small sips, Su Jiang was speechless. Who just said they disliked milk tea the most? It must be a dog. That little dog named Anro. Su Jiang felt a bit regretful. He had just thought the milk tea was quite good, and now it seemed he wouldn't get a single sip. Asking Anro for the milk tea back, this little girl would definitely get embarrassed and angry, then scold him. Su Jiang had already gotten used to it. Wait, why was he used to this kind of thing? After a while, the two of them returned home, and upon opening the door, they were stunned by the scene before them. There was Fugue, the little white cat, lying on the balcony, holding a sausage with its little paws and nibbling on it. Hearing the sound of the door opening, Fugue froze for a moment, turning its little head to stare blankly at Su Jiang and Anro, as if it had been caught doing something bad. "Ah!" Anro exclaimed lightly, running to the balcony to pick up Fugue. "How did you get here, little cat, eating a sausage? Are you starving?" Su Jiang's mouth twitched as he looked at the scattered sausage packaging on the floor. He could understand eating the sausage, but how did this silly cat manage to tear open the packaging? And it was done so neatly. "Meow. Sorry." Caught in the act, Fugue immediately chose to apologize without making excuses. This silly cat's attitude was quite sincere, so Su Jiang decided to let it off the hook for now. Then, Anro excitedly showed Fugue the things they had bought. "Fugue, look, this is your little cat bed." Anro brought over the large cat bed that was set aside and picked up the litter box. "This is the litter box, and in the future." Anro chattered on, carefully explaining the uses of these items to Fugue, whose eyes sparkled with excitement. "Meow meow meow. Such is the life of a cat, no regrets in death." Su Jiang twitched his mouth. "How unsatisfactory was your previous cat life that you could die without regrets? Is this all you aspire to, you foolish brother? Pathetic." Anro stayed at Su Jiang's house until evening, and the two had dinner around the neighborhood. Anro's two bodyguards then drove over to pick her up. As she was leaving, Anro felt a bit reluctant and wanted to take Fugue with her, but Fugue seemed unwilling. In fact, the little white cat was eager to go back with Anro, to lie in her fragrant embrace every day, feeling that life as a cat was without regrets. But under Sujong's threatening gaze, Fugue caved. It feared that its wonderful cat life hadn't even begun before being snuffed out by Sujong. Sujong, you must take good care of Fugue. If it loses weight, you're dead. Seeing that Fugue wouldn't come with her, Anro could only gently remind Sujong to take good care of the little white cat. Meanwhile, the entire Jeondu city was not as calm as it appeared on the surface. Ever since the Fengting restaurant declared war, all major forces in Jeondu had been on high alert. The open and covert struggles between the An family and the Feng family intensified, while the Lin family was also stirring, looking for opportunities. The Wang family officially announced that they would move into Jeondu in a week. This news caused a huge uproar, as everyone knew that once the Wang family moved in, it would mark the beginning of the outbreak of war. Because at this moment, the Wang family was not just the leading family in the gray area, but also a witness to the An family's declaration of war against the Feng family. In Jeondu, within a dim room of the Lin family, the An family and the Feng family are now two tigers fighting, which is our great opportunity. Beside Lin Hui, a man spoke with a serious expression. His name was Wu Changren, the secret weapon of Lin Hui and the entire Lin family. Wu Changren had once been the top assassin of a leading family, and after that family was destroyed, he was impressed by Lin Hui and joined the Lin family. To this day, Lin Hui had not allowed Wu Changren to be exposed to An Mingjie and Feng Qingye's sight. No one knew that the Lin family had such a figure. Only Lin Hui knew of Wu Changren's existence, and even the other members of the Lin family were unaware. You've hidden me for so many years, and now that such a good opportunity has arisen, are you not going to act? Wu Qingren's eyes sparkled. He felt that this was a great opportunity for a fisherman to profit, and the Lin family might be able to turn the tide and become the leading family. Lin Hui leaned back on the sofa, lightly playing with a coin between his fingers. Changren, do you know why An Mingjie dared to declare war on the Feng family in front of me? Wu Changren was taken aback. He indeed did not know. Could there be some deeper meaning? Seeing his reaction, Lin Hui smiled and explained, "You don't understand An Mingjie. If you really think this is a chance for a fisherman to profit, then you are gravely mistaken. You will completely fall into An Mingjie's trap." Wu Changren frowned. Is An Mingjie really that terrifying? Can he deal with the Feng family while also guarding against us? He. Lin Hui chuckled. When you have that thought, you are destined not to be An Mingjie's opponent. He had fought against An Mingjie for many years and knew well the terror of An Mingjie. Although he had hidden a card like Wu Changren, who could know how many cards An Mingjie had hidden? Before all of An Mingjie's trump cards were revealed, Lin Hui would absolutely not act rashly. However, hiding you for so long, it is indeed time for you to be of use. Hearing this, Wu Changren quickly asked, "What do you need me to do? Kill someone?" Having hidden in the shadows for so many years, he was naturally excited to finally be able to act. He hadn't experienced the taste of killing for a long time. As the former top assassin of the leading family, killing had become a dependency for Wu Changren. After a long time without taking a life, he felt restless, as if ants were crawling all over him. Lin Hui remained silent for a long time, then said, "You need to keep an eye on An Mingjie's sister, Anro. You must not be discovered. Can you do that?" Wu Changren was taken aback. To monitor An Mingjie's sister? I can manage that. After all, if I don't take the initiative, no one will notice me. They'll just think I'm an ordinary person. Lin Hui nodded at this. Very well, then you will watch Anro's every move and report back anonymously to Feng Qingye. Report to the Feng family? Why? Feng Qingye wouldn't dare to act against Anro, fearing it's a trap set by An Mingjie, but when a person is pushed to the brink, even a trap will be jumped into without hesitation for a gamble. Lin Hui stood up, poured himself a glass of wine, and continued, "What we need to do is push him at the moment of his hesitation. Feng Qingye is destined to be no match for An Mingjie, and Anro is indeed An Mingjie's only weakness. At that time, we will inform Feng Qingye of Anro's whereabouts." A faint smile appeared on Lin Hui's lips as he asked Wu Changren, "Do you think Feng Qingye, in a desperate situation, would act against Anro?" Wu Changren broke out in a cold sweat. If he were Feng Qingye, he would definitely target Anro, because he would have no other choice. Then Lin Hui added, "And Mingjie can't possibly overlook this, so in the final stage, he will surely lay down his cards regarding Anro, and that will be your moment to act. I want you to help Feng Qingye take action against Anro because An Mingjie is unaware of your existence, so he won't be prepared for you. The best outcome would be for you to capture Anro, allowing the Lin family to benefit and overthrow the Feng and An families in one fell swoop, though the likelihood of that is small. The greatest possibility is that An Mingjie will use all his cards to protect Anro, and in doing so, I will use your presence to force out most of Mingjia's cards. Thinking of this, Lin Hui couldn't help but smile, taking a gentle sip of red wine. The success of this plan hinged entirely on Wu Changrun. Suddenly, Lin Hui thought of something and reminded Wu Changrun, remember, you must not act against Anro without my command, and be careful of someone named Su Jiang around her, he's the one who crippled Scar. Wu Changrun nodded, not taking Su Jiang seriously. Although he had heard about Su Jiang's incident with Scar, he believed it was Scar's own incompetence. Moreover, if it had been him instead of Su Jiang at that time, he was confident he could have done it faster and more decisively. After all, Su Jiang was just a student. Lin Hui noticed Wu Changrun's disdain for Su Jiang but said nothing more, knowing Wu Changrun's strength. Su Jiang was not even in the same league as Wu Changrun. Go on, do it cleanly, and don't let Feng Qingye and Mingjie catch on, neither of them is easy to deal with. I know, don't worry. After Wu Changrun finished speaking, he left the room, leaving Lin Hui alone. In the dim room, Lin Hui sat on the sofa, swirling his wine glass, staring intently at the red wine, chuckling to himself. The three major families of Jiangdu, your phone, and in families have made such a big splash. How could my Lin family just sit back and watch? And Mingjie, just wait for me. In the following week, Su Jiang lived a very ordinary life, as if he had returned to the days before he obtained the system. Monday, he got up in the morning, arrived at class on time, and lay down to sleep. Su Jiang was surprised to find that old Zhang's class effectively overcame the sleep issues brought by his extraordinary body, allowing him to sleep particularly well. At noon, Su Jiang abandoned Wang Xiang and went to lunch with Anro. In the afternoon, Wang Xiang was abandoned again. During evening self-study time, Su Jiang, in deep reflection, decided to make amends with Wang Xiang. The two quickly made up their minds to skip evening self-study and spend the night at an internet cafe. That night, their performance was dismal, and they vowed never to touch the trash game again. Tuesday. Since there were no morning classes, Su Jiang went home with Wang Xiang to catch up on sleep and only went to school in the afternoon. That evening, they continued to skip self-study and headed to the internet cafe to battle in the canyon again. Wednesday. In the morning, their skipping of self-study was discovered by old Zhang, who criticized them in front of the whole class. It was said that someone reported them, but they didn't know who it was. Su Jiang was called to old Zhang's office and scolded for half an hour, then given 5 competition papers to complete and submit by Friday. At noon, Su Jiang had lunch with Anro, who seemed a bit smug for some reason. In the evening, Wang Xiang, undeterred, continued to invite Su Jiang to stay overnight, but Su Jiang refused his reckless suggestion and frantically finished the 5 competition papers, then accompanied Anro for a walk by the river. Thursday. Early in the morning, Su Jiang rushed to old Zhang's office and threw the completed 5 competition papers in his face, feeling quite pleased. Then, he received another 5 papers. At noon, Wang Xiang angrily confronted Su Jiang about something, but Su Jiang didn't pay much attention. It was probably something about forgetting friends for the sake of a girl and not going to eat with him. In the afternoon, Wang Xiang came to apologize with a flattering smile, seemingly because Anro had threatened him using Ji Meng's contact information, telling him to behave and not cause trouble. It must be said that Wang Xiang was quite adaptable, changing his demeanor quickly. Su Jiang genuinely suggested he retake the year and apply to a film academy. This ordinary routine continued until Friday. On that day, the school had arranged a trip, and the school bus was already waiting at the gate at 8 in the morning, taking them in batches to the amusement park. Su Jiang had packed his things the night before, and the next morning, he got up, washed up, and left with his bag. He originally intended to take one of the later buses, but Anro insisted on taking the first bus and insisted he come along. If I don't see you on the first bus tomorrow, you're dead, the little girl threatened with gritted teeth. To be fair, Su Jiang wasn't afraid of Anro's threats, he just couldn't sleep that morning. On the way, Su Jiang was eating a bun while scrolling through his phone. Why does my backpack feel heavier? I didn't pack that much yesterday, Su Jiang muttered to himself, thinking he had packed too much. Meow. I'm not heavy. A cat's meow came from his backpack, and Su Jiang jolted, mechanically turning his head to look at the backpack on his back. No, it can't be. That was just an auditory hallucination, right? Holding onto a glimmer of hope, Su Jiang hugged the backpack in front of him and carefully unzipped it. A small white cat head popped out, staring at him with big eyes. Snap! Su Jiang's hope shattered. How the hell did you end up here? Su Jiang was at his wit's end, grabbing the scruff of the cat's neck and pulling it out of the backpack. He wanted to strangle the silly cat. No wonder he felt something was off this morning. It was because this silly cat was missing. Looking at the time, it was too late to take the cat back now. He could only bring it along to the amusement park, Su Jiang thought helplessly. Meow. I'm hungry. The cat, oblivious to the danger, continued to call out boldly. Smack! Su Jiang gave it a light slap, and the little white cat covered its head with its paws, tears welling up in its eyes. Still hungry? Meow. Not hungry anymore. Soo-jung nodded in satisfaction, stuffed the cat back into the backpack, and continued walking. What to do if the cat is hungry? Most likely, it just needs a good smack. A beating would do the trick. Half an hour later, Soo-jung finally arrived late. Soo-jung, you almost missed the bus. Anro stood in front of the bus with her hands on her hips, looking at Soo-jung with an unhappy expression. She was wearing a khaki coat today, and light blue casual jeans wrapped around her slender calves. Many boys around were secretly watching Anro. Isn't it just that we're not late? Soo-jung retorted, to which Anro responded with her delicate little hand, giving him a sharp twist at his waist. However, Anro didn't use much strength. It was just a way to express her dissatisfaction. Soo-jung felt helpless. He could have arrived earlier, but it was all the silly cat's fault for delaying him, causing him to miss the bus, and now he had to wait for the next one at the station. Meow. Serves you right, Fugue called softly from the backpack. Soo-jung and Anro got on the bus, and to his surprise, Wang Xiang was also on board. Sitting next to him was Ji-mang, and Wang Xiang waved at Soo-jung, signaling him to sit with Anro. What's going on? Isn't this event only for freshmen? Soo-jung asked curiously as he sat down. He remembered Ji-mang was a sophomore in the foreign language department. How could she be on the bus? Seeing this, Wang Xiang quickly explained, this event needs volunteers from upperclassmen, and Ji-mang happens to be in the student council, so she signed up. Upon hearing this, Soo-jung glanced at Ji-mang and noticed she indeed had a student council armband on her arm. They greeted each other amicably, and the next second, the bus started moving, taking about half an hour from the school to the amusement park. Soo-jung quietly leaned closer to Wang Xiang and asked curiously, how are things going with Ji-mang? Wang Xiang glanced at Ji-mang, who was looking down at her phone, and then replied softly, still working on it. It's a bit complicated, I'll tell you another day. Soo-jung nodded and suddenly felt something on his shoulder. Turning to look, he saw Anro with her eyes closed, gently breathing against him, seemingly asleep. This little girl must have gotten up too early, otherwise, she wouldn't have fallen asleep as soon as she got on the bus. Soo-jung shook his head helplessly, then slightly shrank his body down to make it easier for Anro to lean on him. He then raised a finger to his lips, signaling Wang Xiang to keep quiet so as not to wake Anro. Glancing at Anro, an idea struck Soo-jung, and he quietly took out his phone and opened the camera. Click! He took a picture of Anro sleeping against him, her lips curling into a slight smile, looking incredibly content. Soo-jung thought for a moment and set the photo as his screensaver, making sure Anro would never see it. Otherwise, the little girl would get so angry that his phone would probably be ruined. Half an hour later, the vehicle came to a stop, and everyone arrived at the amusement park. Anro groggily opened her eyes. She had been leaning against Soo-jung the whole way, and her hair was a bit messy. Are we there? Anro blinked and looked out the window, her gaze immediately drawn to a huge Ferris wheel. Yeah, Soo-jung nodded, reaching out to smooth her disheveled hair, and asked curiously, what time did you sleep last night? I don't remember. I just couldn't fall asleep no matter how much I tossed and turned in bed. It seemed Anro was indeed looking forward to this event so much that she couldn't sleep. The group got off the bus and picked up badges marking them as Jeong University students at the entrance. With these badges, they could enjoy all the attractions for free. At the entrance, Soo-jung was still chatting with Anro when he suddenly looked up at the figure handing out badges, feeling it was somewhat familiar. Squinting to take a closer look, he exclaimed, what the heck, isn't that Lee Kai? What is he doing here? Isn't the family in a state of preparation right now? Does he have the leisure to come out and earn some extra cash? Lee Kai, wearing a baseball cap and a staff uniform, was orderly directing students into the amusement park. When it was Soo-jung and Anro's turn, they didn't take the badges. Lee Kai's hand froze as he raised his head, and Soo-jung and Anro stared at him wide-eyed. Lee Kai? Wait, why are you two here? Lee Kai asked, frowning in confusion. Soo-jung twitched the corner of his mouth. Dude, who do you think is weirder for being here, us or you? Lee Kai carefully looked at the badge in his hand and suddenly realized, this event is organized by your school? Isn't that obvious? You come to make some extra money without even understanding the basic situation? Who the hell is making extra money? I'm here for a reason. Oh, coming to the amusement park to play spy games? Bullshit. You have no idea, this time it's a secret mission, very important. How much do you get paid daily? 200. Anro stood aside watching the two talk, finding it quite amusing. She had never seen Lee Kai so flustered. She gently tapped Soo-jung and whispered, don't disturb brother Lee Kai while he's working, let's hurry inside. Lee Kai glanced at Anro, handed the badge to the two, and reminded Soo-jung, take good care of Ro. Although the chances of danger are very small, still be careful. Don't worry, Soo-jung replied, taking the badge. But after taking a couple of steps, he suddenly turned back curiously and asked, by the way, do you have to hand over that 200? Or can you keep it for yourself? Get lost. Li Kai squeezed out a word through clenched teeth. If it weren't for the tense situation and his mission, he would have beaten Su Jiang up. This guy is too annoying. Anro pretended to be angry and slapped Su Jiang, then said, "You talk too much, hurry up." Then the two entered the amusement park. Anro told Su Jiang to wait for a moment while she went to the restroom. Su Jiang looked at the roller coaster and the swinging pendulum, suddenly remembering that Fu Gue was still in his backpack. He quickly squatted down and unzipped the backpack, only to see the little white cat nearly suffocated inside, its little ears drooping, jumping out of the backpack at the first opportunity. "Meow. I'm so hot. Sorry, I forgot for a moment." Su Jiang apologized to Fu Gue, but his expression showed no sign of remorse. "You go find a place to play. When you're tired, come find me." Su Jiang knew that Fu Gue had secretly hidden in the backpack this time just to come out and play, to get some fresh air. He wouldn't dare to let other cats roam free like this, but Fu Gue was different. It seemed to possess more intelligence than other cats and was more human-like. Perhaps it was because it had been with Su Jiang for a long time. Fu Gue had gradually become an absurd little cat. "Meow. Great." Hearing that it could play freely, Fu Gue happily called out. Its previously listless state instantly vanished, and it dashed away excitedly and nimbly. Su Jiang watched the direction Fu Gue ran off in, shaking his head and smiling. He figured this silly cat would play for a long time, especially since he hadn't taken it out since bringing it home. Su Jiang. Not far away, Anro was calling Su Jiang's name while jogging towards him, her face showing excitement. When Anro reached Su Jiang, she was slightly out of breath and said, "I just saw there's a haunted house over there. Let's go play in the haunted house." Anro's eyes were filled with anticipation. She had never been to a haunted house and had only heard it was very scary. Sister Chiona had strongly suggested she must try it at least once. Su Jiang raised an eyebrow. "Are you sure?" He knew this girl's courage. On the surface, she seemed fearless, but in reality, she was ridiculously timid. However, seeing Anro nod firmly, Su Jiang had no choice but to go with her. At worst, they could just turn back if it got too scary. He was already prepared to end it as soon as they entered. The two walked to the ticket booth of the haunted house, where there were quite a few people around, but no one dared to go in. Wang Xiang was surprisingly there too, and it seemed he was planning to go in. Ji Mang, are we really going to play this?" Wang Xiang's lips trembled a bit, pretending to be nonchalant. "I don't have a problem with it. After all, I have a bigger courage. I'm just worried about you." "I'm fine, you don't need to worry about me." Ji Mang smiled slightly, showing no signs of nervousness on her face. Seeing this, Su Jiang covered his mouth tightly to stifle his laughter. Was Wang Xiang really going into the haunted house? Others might not know Wang Xiang, but Su Jiang was well aware. His courage was even less than Anro's. Back when school started, during a horror-themed script murder game, he almost got beaten to death by an NPC. However, since Wang Xiang was his good brother, Su Jiang naturally had to step up. He walked up, patted Wang Xiang on the shoulder, and said to Ji Mang, "Senior Ji Mang, you might not know, but my brother Wang Xiang has a huge amount of courage. He has ventured into all the haunted houses in Jiangdu City, earning the nickname Haunted House Killer." "Really?" Ji Mang looked at Wang Xiang with a hint of admiration. "Damn it, Su Jiang, were you trying to get your brother killed?" Wang Xiang shot a murderous glance at Su Jiang, then turned to Ji Mang and forced a smile. "It's not that exaggerated. Old Wang is just Loki, you know, Senior Ji Mang." Su Jiang interrupted Wang Xiang, smiling at Ji Mang. "And he's just shy. How about this? I'll help you talk to the staff so you can go in first." With that, Su Jiang immediately ran to the entrance staff, pointing at Wang Xiang and Ji Mang, saying they wanted to challenge the haunted house. "Su Jiang, that damn Su Jiang." Wang Xiang gritted his teeth, vowing to never share the same sky with Su Jiang again, and planned to buy a knife at the supermarket to take care of him when he got back. "Are Senior Ji Mang and the others going to be okay?" Anro peeked in, feeling a bit timid. She had gotten a bit carried away earlier, but now realized her little courage might not be enough to support her in such an attraction. "Don't worry, it'll be fine." Su Jiang smiled, showing his big white teeth. "Wang Xiang is the haunted house killer." At that moment, Wang Xiang was too busy to pay attention to Su Jiang. He and Ji Mang were listening to the staff explain the game rules. "Our haunted house features a unique double entrance. You need to enter through one of the entrances. Entrance 1 has more ghosts, but the path is simpler. Entrance 2 has fewer ghosts and is less scary, but the path is like a maze and has some obstacles. Regardless of which entrance you choose, both of you need to place your respective red and blue coins on the mechanism located in the center of the haunted house to pass." With that, the staff took out a red and a blue coin and handed them to Wang Xiang and Ji Mang. one person goes in one entrance? Wang Xiang asked cautiously. Can't both of us go through one entrance? If you're scared, you can do that, the staff said, completely cutting off Wang Xiang's escape route. Looking at the red coin in his hand, Wang Xiang's eyes revealed a look of determination, and he turned to Ji Meng, saying, Ji Meng, don't worry, I'll get through my entrance as quickly as possible to help you. Ji Meng nodded, a bit expectantly, saying, I believe in your strength, haunted house killer. The staff added, you two can choose your entrances randomly. If you break the record for passing through, there will be extra rewards. As soon as this was said, some timid people around began to stir. Upon hearing about the reward for breaking the record, Anro's competitive spirit surged, and she directly pulled Su Jiang to sign up, placing themselves in the next group after Wang Xiang and Ji Meng. Alright, you can set off now. The staff smiled at Wang Xiang and Ji Meng. I hope you have fun. Go, Senior Ji Meng. Anro waved her little hand from behind, cheering for Ji Meng. Ji Meng turned back and smiled sweetly, not hesitating, and directly entered one of the entrances. Go, old Wang. Su Jiang imitated Anro, shouting at Wang Xiang, show your strength as the haunted house killer. Get lost. Prince Yang couldn't help it, turned around and gave Su Jiang the middle finger, then his demeanor changed completely. His expression became extremely serious, and he stepped firmly into the haunted house. A few minutes later, screams echoed from inside the haunted house. Help! I don't want to play anymore. Boo-hoo! Big brother, please stop chasing me. I really made a mistake. Big brother. Ji Meng. Ji Meng, come save me. Ji Meng. Su Jiang stood outside, covering his mouth tightly to stifle his laughter, quickly pulling out his phone to record this precious scream. This recording would be something he could hold over Prince Yang for a lifetime. Anro couldn't help but chuckle either. She had thought Prince Yang was really a haunted house killer when he went in with such confidence. You're so bad. Anro lightly kicked Su Jiang, having noticed that he was deliberately setting Prince Yang up in front of Ji Meng. Prince Yang was indeed unlucky, having chosen the entrance with the most ghosts, and not long after entering, he started screaming. Before long, the screams ceased, and Ji Meng helped the still shaken Prince Yang out, looking a bit worried as she asked, Are you okay? I am fine. Prince Yang's voice trembled, but he still pretended to be strong. I just didn't feel well today. Ji Meng smiled slightly, nodding, yeah, I know, you just didn't perform well. As the two came out, Su Jiang noticed that Prince Yang was even soaked, clearly scared out of his wits. He felt a bit guilty, but it would pass soon. Next group. The staff signaled Su Jiang and Anro to get ready, handing them the red and blue coins. Anro took the coins, took a deep breath, and kept mentally preparing herself. She didn't want to embarrass herself in front of Su Jiang. Su Jiang found her expression amusing, but with Anro's courage, if she entered through the entrance with fewer ghosts, it should be fine. Amid Ji Meng's cheers and Prince Yang's murderous glare, Su Jiang and Anro entered the haunted house. As soon as Su Jiang stepped in, the scene before him turned dark, filled with the howling wind and low whispers. Due to his extraordinary physique, Su Jiang's dynamic vision in the dark was much better than that of an average person. After advancing a short distance, he quickly realized that the path was not only winding and complex but also had some obstacles. The uneven ground could easily trip someone. Tisk, looks like I chose the entrance with fewer ghosts. Su Jiang couldn't help but worry about Anro. It should be scarier on her side, and he wondered if that little girl could handle it. He quickened his pace, wanting to check on Anro as soon as possible. Whoa! A low growl erupted, and a terrifying face suddenly appeared before Su Jiang, exuding a foul odor and staring intently at him. Wow, working with such a strong smell, you guys have it tough. Su Jiang frowned, covering his nose, patted the NPC on the shoulder, and brushed past, continuing forward. NPC? No, dude, I'm the ghost. Can you show some respect? The NPC realized he had met a tough opponent and quickly pulled out a walkie-talkie from his pocket, calling for backup. Brothers, come to Channel 2 quickly, Channel 2. There's a brave one here. If I don't scare him today, I won't be able to swallow this anger. Soon, several responses came through the walkie-talkie, and many NPCs at Entrance 1 immediately dropped their work and headed towards Entrance 2. Whoa, where's my head? Where's my head? He. In an instant, several ghosts appeared before Su Jiang in various frightening ways, yet Su Jiang felt no fear at all. In fact, he almost wanted to laugh. Ah, Su Jiang, help! At that moment, Anro's scream echoed from not far away, and Su Jiang's nonchalant expression instantly changed. Sorry, I'm a bit pressed for time. After saying that, Su Jiang took long strides and swiftly darted through the corridor. The surrounding NPCs were dumbfounded at the sight. What the hell? Am I seeing things? How can someone run so fast in the dark? Damn, he even dares to dodge obstacles while running. Is he even human? Stop chatting. We can't even catch up to him. How are we supposed to scare him? Scare him? He doesn't even fear us at all. I should have stayed over there to scare that little girl. This is just boring. Soo-jung passed through the center of the haunted house, not even glancing at the coin drop mechanism, and directly ran towards passage 1. Soon, he spotted Anro huddled in a corner, clutching her head and covering her ears. An NPC dressed as a ghost stood to the side, apologetically trying to comfort her. Little girl, I've taken off my mask. It shouldn't be scary now, right? Look at me. I'm really not scary anymore. You just stepped on my foot, and I didn't say anything. How about this? I'll take you through to the end, okay? I promise there are no ghosts on this route. The NPC was at a loss. This little girl just stayed in the corner, unmoving, and nothing he said seemed to work. He didn't know what to do anymore. Click! A sound rang out, and the NPC turned his head, mouth agape. There stood Soo-jung not far away, holding his phone and opening the camera, wildly taking pictures of Anro. It was rare to see Anro so frightened. He had to capture the moment. What? You say Anro is so pitiful, and I shouldn't comfort her? Yet I'm taking pictures? Of course, if she weren't so pitiful, I wouldn't even bother. Click, click, click. The flash kept going off, and Soo-jung had already taken several shots. The NPC was dumbfounded. Isn't this guy supposed to be more abstract? Aren't they supposed to be a couple? Shouldn't he be rescuing her and gently comforting her instead of taking pictures? As the flashes continued, Anro gradually sensed something was off. Cautiously, she turned her head, still tightly covering her ears, afraid of any sudden scary sounds. Hey, perfect. Let's get a front shot. The moment Anro turned her head, Soo-jung quickly pressed the shutter, capturing her face. Her pretty little face was slightly flushed, looking incredibly pitiful, but her eyes still held a hint of confusion. This heart-wrenching appearance made Soo-jung feel as if Anro were a lost little deer. A few seconds later, the confusion in Anro's eyes faded, replaced by shock, then embarrassment and anger. Finally, she stood up, kicked her legs, and lunged directly at Soo-jung. Soo-jung, delete that photo for me. Anro's voice was tinged with urgency as she clawed at him, no longer caring about being scared. All she could think about was destroying Soo-jung's phone. That's right, completely destroying it. She couldn't let any of those photos have even the slightest chance of being saved. The NPC was completely stunned. Just moments ago, Anro had looked like a pitiful little bunny, and he couldn't bear to scare her. Now, seeing her like this, who was scaring whom? Soo-jung, if you don't delete the photo, I won't let you off the hook. I really didn't take any. I swear, if I'm lying, I'll never eat cilantro in my life. Get lost. You don't even eat cilantro. I warn you not to pinch me. Damn, why are you even biting? Anro's little silver teeth bit down hard on Soo-jung's hand, then she looked up, her eyes fierce. Are you going to delete it or not? I didn't take it. There's no way I'm deleting it. This might be the only chance in my life to get a photo like this. The NPC stood to the side, his mind filled with black lines, and seeing them still bickering, he couldn't help but clear his throat and say, why don't you two go outside? Shut up. I'll settle the score with you later for scaring me. Anro fiercely turned her head, glared at the NPC, and then continued to confront Soo-jung. The NPC twitched at the corner of his mouth, not daring to speak. His mother had taught him that when a woman is angry, it's best not to provoke her. But damn, this little girl changed her mood too quickly, right? Was she just pretending to curl up like that? Seeing that Anro was still relentless and her emotions were becoming more agitated, Soo-jung suddenly noticed the cane in the NPC's hand, and his eyes lit up. Bro, can I borrow that? Ha, wait. The cane was snatched away, and the NPC completely broke down. Who let these two oddballs in? Didn't that group outside know that people in a bad mental state shouldn't enter a haunted house? Little did he know, the next scene left the NPC dumbfounded. Soo-jung took advantage of Anro's inattention and gently tapped her on the back of the head with the cane. The little girl instantly fainted, and Soo-jung was overjoyed. It really worked. Low-level skill, dirty blunt. Using a blunt weapon to attack from behind guarantees a 100% chance of stunning the opponent. Soo-jung only lightly tapped her, and Anro immediately collapsed. The force was just right, enough to daze her without causing harm. If it weren't for this skill, Soo-jung would probably have lost control and hurt the little girl. But without dirty blunt, he wouldn't have thought of using this method to quickly quiet Anro down. Thanks. Wait, bro, what are you doing? The NPC took the cane Soo-jung handed over, looking completely bewildered. What was going on? How could she faint just from a light tap? What exactly were these two? Soo-jung gently picked up Anro and walked to the center to place the coin in the mechanism, successfully clearing the haunted house. Wang Xiang and Ji Meng were waiting outside. Wang Xiang looked much better, at least he appeared better than when he first came out. When they saw Soo-jung carrying Anro, they were puzzled and quickly approached to ask if something had happened to her. It's nothing, she just got a bit too excited and fainted from lack of oxygen. Soo-jung casually made up an excuse, but to his surprise, Anro woke up the next second. Where is this? Anro was dazed. She remembered she was just fighting Soo-jiang for his phone. How did she end up outside the haunted house? And she was still on Soo-jiang's back, which, to be honest, was quite comfortable. Soo-jiang was startled. She woke up so quickly? But it made sense. The duration of the dizziness from Dirty Blunt is proportional to the force used. Soo-jiang had only lightly tapped Anro, so it was impressive that she was out for a few minutes. He quickly set Anro down on a chair, looking at her with concern. Anro, are you okay? You scared me to death. The NPC said you fainted, and I hurried to carry you out. Thankfully, you're fine. Anro rubbed her head, looking at Soo-jiang with some suspicion. I remember you were taking my picture, and then I was fighting you for your phone. What are you talking about? Soo-jiang's expression turned serious as he said sternly, when I saw you, you were already fainted. How could I have taken your picture? What do you think I am? Soo-jiang expressed his heartbreak, and Anro began to hesitate. Could it be that she really remembered wrong? Wang Xiang stood by, expressionless, watching Soo-jiang's performance, already speechless. Are you pretending to be innocent? Anro doesn't know what kind of person you are, but I do. You definitely did something bad. I think we can just check Sue's photo album to find out, Wang Xiang said leisurely. Old Sue, for the sake of your innocence, I believe you can handle this little grievance, right? Soo-jiang was taken aback, turning his head to look at Wang Xiang in disbelief. Aren't we buddies? Let's not hold grudges like this, right? It was just one time I messed you over. When will this cycle of revenge end? Wang Xiang didn't care about that. He just wanted to take this opportunity to get back at him hard. Anro, hearing Wang Xiang's words, also turned her head towards Soo-jiang. If he was innocent, he should agree to let her see the album, right? Unless there was something in it that she shouldn't see. I only want to see the first 3 photos. Anro extended 3 slender fingers. She didn't want to invade Soo-jiang's privacy. All she needed was for him to show her the first 3 photos. Soo-jiang's mouth twitched, let alone the first 3. His current phone album had the first 30 photos all of Anro. If Anro saw this, wouldn't he be skinned alive? Anro, wait a moment, I need to talk to Lao Wang about something, Soo-jiang said, pulling Wang Xiang aside and quickly whispering, bro, help me out here. Wang Xiang rolled his eyes at him. What are you thinking? It's still not too late to apologize to Anro now. I have the audio of you screaming in the haunted house just now. What? You son of a. Lower your voice. If you don't want this audio to appear in our class group, help me out. Compared to Wang Xiang's audio, Soo-jiang wanted to keep Anro's photos more. Wang Xiang gritted his teeth, not expecting Soo-jiang to have such a trump card. Fine, but you have to delete the audio and not keep a copy. Don't worry, you can trust me on this. Deal. In just a few seconds of conversation, the two quickly reached an agreement. After their secret transaction, Soo-jiang returned with a calm expression, and Wang Xiang spoke first. Anro, I've thought about it seriously, and based on my understanding of Lao Su, he is definitely not the kind of person who would do that. His tone was firm and resolute. However, Anro just blinked and remained silent, staring at Soo-jiang. Did she look foolish? In just a moment, Wang Xiang had changed his attitude so obviously. If Anro had doubts before, she was now 80% sure she hadn't remembered wrong. She just didn't understand why she fainted later, but she was certain this matter was related to Soo-jiang. Anro stood up, walked to Soo-jiang's side, and discreetly pinched him hard, whispering a threat, I'll let you off for now, but I'll deal with you later. Soo-jiang's mouth twitched, he touched his nose, and shot a fierce glare at Wang Xiang. Useless, it's all your fault for being so overdramatic. Wang Xiang looked innocent. How could this be blamed on him? Ji-mang also lightly patted Wang Xiang, whispering, your acting is too poor. Wang Xiang was speechless. Was it really that bad? After resting for a while, Anro, still angry, pulled Soo-jiang away, and Wang Xiang went to play other games with Ji-mang. They had no idea that not far from them, an ordinary-looking man was closely watching their every move. The man was Wu Changren, sent by Lin Hui to monitor Anro. He had been observing her every action for a week without any slack, but it was really boring. Every day was just the usual routine of going to and from school, having breakfast and lunch, and in the evening, walking by the river with that guy named Soo-jiang, even reporting him to the teacher for skipping class to go to an internet cafe. This week, he was almost bored to death. Seriously, I'm a killer, and I'm stuck doing surveillance. I really want to just take them out. Did Mingjia really leave a trump card on that woman? Wu Changren mumbled to himself while chewing on an oil cake, staring at Anro. With his skills, no one could notice him. Like a killer in the night, once he appeared, it would be a fatal strike. Meow. Bad person. A soft meow interrupted him, and Wu Changren looked down to see a small white cat staring at him. Go away, I'm starving myself. He thought the little white cat wanted to eat the oil cake in his hand and waved it away. Meow. bad person," the cat called out and quickly ran away, following the scent of Su Jiang. It had heard Wu Qingren's words and wanted to tell Su Jiang that there was a bad person. Seriously, this amusement park is something. They don't even take care of stray cats. Wu Changren looked in the direction where Fu Guwei had left, suddenly taken aback. That direction was not. Meow. Master. Su Jiang heard the familiar meow of a cat and turned to look, only to see a small white cat running towards him, a bit puzzled. Why did it come back so soon? Did it get tired of playing? Ah! Anro recognized the small white cat, opened her arms, and called out in a gentle tone, "Fu Guwei, what are you doing here?" In the next moment, Fu Guwei, who was running towards Su Jiang, slightly tilted and changed direction, darting into Anro's embrace, snuggling into her warm arms. Su Jiang! Silly cat! Fu Guwei rubbed against Anro's arms and then meowed at Su Jiang. The meaning of Fu Guwei's meows entered Su Jiang's mind, and his previously relaxed brows slowly furrowed. He discreetly glanced in the direction Fu Guwei had come from and indeed saw a man wearing a duckbill cap, gnawing on a fried cake, occasionally glancing at him and Anro. That cat belongs to Anro and Su Jiang? Wu Changren was also a bit surprised. He hadn't expected that the small white cat was not a stray but rather one that Su Jiang and Anro had raised. He then smiled nonchalantly. So what? Could that small white cat tell them that he was a killer? Su Jiang quickly retracted his gaze and reached out to pat Fu Guwei's small head. "Congratulations, you've done a great job," Su Jiang said softly. "I'll reward you with some dried fish when we get back." Meow. Dried fish. Fu Guwei's eyes lit up. It knew its master would reward it. Su Jiang didn't look at Wu Changren again. He still didn't know the other party's background, so he didn't plan to act rashly to avoid alarming the snake in the grass. Although he was unclear about the other party's identity, he could be sure that their target was Anro. Just based on that, regardless of his identity, he was an enemy of Su Jiang. "Why did you bring Fu Guwei here without telling me?" Anro gently stroked Fu Guwei's soft fur, slightly complaining. Su Jiang smiled helplessly. "I didn't bring it here, it sneaked into my backpack. I only found out after I left." After hearing this, Anro gently patted Fu Guwei's head and softly scolded, "You can't do that next time, understand? His backpack is so dirty and stuffy. What if he gets suffocated?" A black line appeared on Su Jiang's forehead. He was about to retort about how his backpack was dirty, but then he thought that Anro had finally stopped being angry about the photo incident, so he decided not to provoke her again. "Meow. I understand." Fu Guwei raised its small head and gently responded, completely different from its attitude towards Su Jiang. Double standard cat. Su Jiang secretly complained. This silly cat was really a sycophant. Then, the two of them experienced various thrilling amusement rides, such as bumper cars, roller coasters, and the swinging pendulum. Anro gradually became bolder. At first, she was timid on the roller coaster, but later she directly pulled Su Jiang to ride it several times in a row. While they were playing, Fu Guwei obediently snuggled into Su Jiang's backpack, waiting in the storage area. When the two finished playing, it jumped out of the backpack and pounced into Anro's arms, rubbing its small head against her face. Unknowingly, the sun had quietly set, and the golden afterglow spilled over them, stretching their shadows long. "Su Jiang, let's go ride the Ferris wheel," Anro suddenly suggested, looking at the distant Ferris wheel with some anticipation. Then, without waiting for Su Jiang to respond, she took his hand and walked towards the Ferris wheel entrance. Su Jiang didn't mind. He had never ridden a Ferris wheel either. Or rather, like Anro, he had hardly ever come to an amusement park. Soon, the two of them boarded the Ferris wheel, and as it slowly rose, the city lights gradually unfolded beneath them. Su Jiang looked out the window at the scenery. It was his first time seeing Jiangdu City from this perspective. Anro sat opposite him, holding Fu Guwei in her arms, her face a bit tense, completely uninterested in the scenery outside the window. The Ferris wheel had risen to 2/3 of its height, and Anro took a deep breath, gently calling out, "Su Jiang." Hearing her voice, Su Jiang looked up and met Anro's anxious, reddened eyes, his heart skipping a beat. What's wrong? Su Jiang seemed to guess what Anro wanted to do, and his heart began to race uncontrollably. He noticed Anro's grip on Fu Guwei tightening unconsciously, her lips biting down as if she was hesitating. After a moment, Anro seemed to finally make up her mind, gathering her courage. The girl fixed her gaze on Su Jiang's eyes, slowly speaking, each word clear in Su Jiang's ears. "Do you like me? Do you like me?" These words rang like thunder in Su Jiang's ears. His pupils suddenly constricted, and he sat frozen in front of Anro, feeling his heart pounding violently. He never expected that Anro would muster the courage to ask him this question. Su Jiang knew that Anro must have made a significant decision and planned for a long time to create this moment. What's wrong? Anro's eyes widened, then she quickly lowered her head, her cheeks instantly flushed, shyly unable to meet Su Jiang's gaze. "Don't misunderstand, I'm just asking if you like me. I didn't say I like you, so don't get the wrong idea." "I like you." Ha! And Ro thought she misheard, slightly raising her head, but just halfway up, she felt herself gently enveloped in a warm embrace. The sunset's afterglow bathed the two of them, the Ferris wheel slowly turning, as if even time had slowed its pace. At this moment, they were at the very top of the amusement park, but neither of them had the leisure to care about the scenery outside. Su Jiang stepped forward, gently holding in Ro, his hands wrapping around her slender waist, inhaling the faint fragrance of oranges wafting from her hair. Miaofu Gue let out a joyful sound, cleverly jumping out of Enro's arms, allowing their embrace to draw closer, covering its eyes with its little paws but leaving a gap to peek through. Enro's little head rested dazedly on Su Jiang's shoulder. She hadn't yet reacted, or rather, she thought she misheard and wanted to confirm. What did you just say? Her voice trembled slightly, filled with a hint of hope. I said, I like you. Su Jiang tightened his embrace around Enro, speaking without hesitation. I really like you. Upon hearing this, Enro's defenses finally crumbled, and she could no longer control her emotions, hugging Su Jiang tightly as if wanting to completely merge into his embrace. Her shoulders trembled slightly as she quietly sobbed, but a happy smile blossomed on her face. You're not lying to me, are you? No, if I lie to you, I'll never eat cilantro for the rest of my life. You don't eat cilantro anyway. I might eat it occasionally. Enro laughed through her tears, lightly punching Su Jiang, threatening softly, if you dare to lie to me, you're dead. Okay. Su Jiang's face was pressed closely against Enro's hair, responding indulgently, but his heart was somewhat complicated. Originally, he planned to confess his feelings to Enro after completing the special mission issued by the system, as he still faced the risk of being erased by the system. But now, he was struggling to contain his feelings for Enro. Since that was the case, why hold back? There are all kinds of people in this world, and for whatever reason, Su Jiang and Enro just happened to like each other. This wasn't fate, it was simply because they were meant to like each other. The Ferris wheel slowly descended, and the two of them remained in each other's embrace, savoring this feeling, unwilling to part. Su Jiang gently stroked Enro's little head and whispered, Enro, can you wait for me for a week? Let me be the one to confess. After a week, I will definitely tell you just how much I like you. Upon hearing this, Enro felt a wave of sweetness in her heart, leaning against Su Jiang's shoulder, her little face flushed as she murmured, actually, I can feel it even if you don't say it. Su Jiang chuckled lightly and teased, do you want me to tell others later that you were the one chasing me? What do you mean I was chasing you? Enro quickly lifted her head, slightly pushing Su Jiang away, but not with much force. They still remained very close. I haven't agreed to be with you yet. Enro puffed up her little face and said stubbornly, and whether I will agree after a week is still uncertain. It depends on how you perform. Meow. Exactly. The call of Fu Gue attracted their attention, and only then did they remember that they were not alone in the Ferris wheel. There was also a little white cat with them. Gently picking up Fu Gue, Enro absent-mindedly stroked the cat as the Ferris wheel landed and opened. The two of them stepped down from the Ferris wheel, and Enro stretched out her little hand to fan her face, her cheeks still flushed. Walking ahead lost in her thoughts, she was unsure how to face Su Jiang now. Su Jiang looked at Enro's back with a smile in his eyes, then a hint of determination flashed across his face. A week's time, Su Jiang murmured, making a decision in his heart. He needed to complete the special task within a week and help the Yin family defeat the Feng family. Only by eliminating the risk of being erased by the system could he be with Enro without worries. Initially, he hadn't planned to intervene in this conflict, but the situation was different now, and Mingjie was too slow. According to his plan, it would take at least half a month to crush the Feng family. Su Jiang couldn't wait that long. He told Enro a week, so it would be a week. However, he still needed to discuss how to proceed with Mingjie, otherwise, he feared he might disrupt some of Mingjie's plans. It was already quite late, and for the safety of the students, the school wouldn't let them play until nightfall. The bus back was already waiting at the amusement park entrance. After nearly a day of fun, they were quite tired and had played through all the attractions, feeling very satisfied. Su Jiang and Enro walked out of the amusement park one after the other, and upon closer inspection of the staff at the entrance, he noticed that Li Kai was already missing. He must have gone to handle something important, Su Jiang thought, but he didn't know what Mingjie had sent Li Kai to do. Meanwhile, a few kilometers away in a suburb, Li Kai was hiding in a dense patch of grass, concealing his figure. Not far ahead of him was a large factory, the sound of machinery constantly emanating from within, seemingly producing something. His phone vibrated, and Li Kai kept his gaze fixed on the factory as he slowly reached into his pocket to answer the call. What's the situation? Came Mingjie's voice from the other end. It's just as the information said, there is indeed a factory here, and it's confirmed to be the Feng family. Can you get in? I can't get in, there are guards outside, but it should be as you thought. This is where the Feng family makes firearms and ammunition. Alright, come back. I'll think about how to take down this factory later. And Mingjie then hung up, and Li Kai took a few distant photos of the factory with his phone before checking the time and quietly leaving. Sometime later, Su Jiang sat on the bus, and just as they were leaving, he happened to see Li Kai in work clothes rushing back. Looking in the direction Li Kai was coming from, Su Jiang seemed to be deep in thought. In the evening, Su Jiang escorted Anro back to the entrance of the Yin family. Although they had a lot of fun today, they were indeed very tired. By the time they got home, Anro already felt quite exhausted. But the little girl was still in high spirits, tightly holding onto Su Jiang's hand and unwilling to let go. The two had just expressed their feelings for each other, so naturally, they were reluctant to part. Seeing this, Su Jiang gently embraced Anro and whispered, "Go home and rest well. I'll come find you tomorrow." Anro also reached out to hug Su Jiang, her face slightly flushed, softly responding with an The security guard at the entrance of the Yin family saw this scene and quickly covered his mouth, his eyes filled with a hint of shock. He even secretly took a photo of the two hugging and sent it to the family group chat. Image, holy crap, holy crap, holy crap, the young lady is really in a relationship? Fake photo, looks like Dingjin at first glance. Is it real or not? I just saw the photo, and I almost fired my gun. I've seen that guy before, he came with the young lady to meet in Shao. In an instant, the Yin family's chat group exploded because of this photo, and Mingjie was still outside arranging matters, and due to the constant vibrations of his phone, he couldn't help but check it, only to see that photo. The corner of his mouth twitched. No matter how well-mannered he was, he felt a bit frustrated now. Here he was, fighting for his life outside, while the two of them were sweetly flirting at the door? So when Mingjie expressionlessly typed a rare message in the group, "Aren't you all bored? Got nothing to do?" As soon as this message was sent, the group fell silent. The members of the Yin family who were familiar with Mingjie knew that the boss was not in a good mood now, and Mingjie put away his phone with a cold snort, and the Yin family members around him were all confused. The boss had just been in a good mood. How did he suddenly turn sour after looking at his phone? For a moment, the members of the Yin family present were extremely curious about what had happened in the family group that made Mingjie so unhappy, but they didn't dare to check their phones in front of him, feeling quite uncomfortable. At this moment, outside the Yin family home, Su Jiang and Anro reluctantly parted ways. Su Jiang suddenly thought of something, took off his backpack, and handed it to Anro. Anro's head popped up with a question mark. "Why do you want me to hold your backpack? Fugue is sleeping inside, I'll leave it with you tonight, and I'll come pick it up tomorrow," Su Jiang explained with a smile, as it was inconvenient for him to carry Fugue with him. Oh, Anro didn't ask why. She was quite eager to be with Fugue anyway. She had always wanted to try sleeping while hugging Fugue. It should be quite comfortable since Fugue was all fluffy and definitely better to cuddle than a pillow. "Well, I'm off then," Anro said, then gently waved goodbye to Su Jiang, holding the backpack as she turned to walk back into the Yin family home. Passing by the security guard's gaze at the entrance, Anro felt a bit shy and quickened her pace. She jogged into her room, placed the backpack aside, and lay on the bed, covering her face with the blanket, making a sound like a kettle whistle. "He really likes me," Anro murmured, wrapping herself in the blanket, leaving only her little head exposed, still feeling like she was dreaming. The moments of expressing feelings on the Ferris wheel, the hug with Su Jiang, and his words. These scenes kept flashing through her mind, and she felt that she might not sleep well tonight. In the third minute after parting, she thought of him. Anro used to mock others for being love-struck. She never expected that she would also become love-struck. She took out her phone, about to call Su Jiang, when she suddenly saw the family group chat with 99 new messages. Curious, she clicked in and scrolled up. Finally, Anro saw the photo taken by the security guard, under the night sky, where she and Su Jiang were gently hugging, her little head resting on his shoulder, her face beaming with joy. How could they do this? Anro's face instantly turned red. She had been secretly photographed and it was posted in the family group. Looking at the chat records of the Yin family members, Anro's cheeks burned completely as she suddenly remembered that her father and mother were also in the family group. However, it should be fine. Anro thought to herself that her father and mother rarely check the family group messages. They have become too lazy to inquire about family matters, probably with their phones turned off, enjoying their honeymoon somewhere. She opened that photo again and secretly saved it to her phone, noting who had taken the picture, planning to take her time to get back at them later. Then Anro tossed her phone aside and lightly jumped off the bed. She needed to take a shower to calm down. Not far from the Yin family, on a bustling snack street, the lights were bright and people came and went. Various roadside barbecue stalls were at their peak business hour, with many sitting on small stools, eating barbecue, drinking beer, and chatting about everything under the sun. Su Jiang always felt that roadside barbecue stalls were magical places where one could hear people discussing all sorts of topics, from stock market trends to family property disputes, and even some bold individuals daring to talk about the three major families of Jiangdu. Ridiculously, one could even see someone drinking while discussing academic papers. At this moment, in an inconspicuous corner, a man with an unremarkable appearance and a baseball cap was sitting alone. Wu Changren had several skewers of lamb in front of him and a bottle of beer, eating leisurely. With Anro returning to the Yin family, his surveillance had come to a pause. After all, he couldn't just run into the Yin family to keep an eye on things. That would be tantamount to seeking death. At this time every day, he would come to this roadside stall near the Yin family, enjoying barbecue and a taste of normal life. Moreover, this barbecue place was relatively secluded, with few customers, which suited Wu Changren just fine. He didn't like eating in crowded places. Perhaps it was also a habit formed from years of being an assassin. He was used to concealing his life. "Boss, give me 10 lamb skewers and another bottle of beer." "All right, you find a place to sit. I'll get them ready for you." A somewhat familiar voice sounded behind Wu Changren. He frowned, about to turn his head to see who it was. Before he could turn around, the person walked over, sat down slowly across from Wu Changren, smiling. "Sorry, it's quite crowded. Can I share a table with you?" Su Jiang said cheerfully to Wu Changren. However, Wu Changren did not respond but widened his eyes, staring intently at Su Jiang, utterly shocked. How could it be him? Was it a coincidence? No, it wasn't a coincidence. Wu Changren quickly glanced around. There were still plenty of empty tables, yet Su Jiang had chosen to sit with him, clearly indicating that he had been exposed. But when had he been exposed? Wu Changren racked his brain but couldn't figure out where he had shown a flaw. However, there was no time to consider that now. He stared hard at Su Jiang, this young man he had never taken seriously, now sitting in front of him like an old acquaintance, skillfully opening a beer with a bottle opener. At that moment, Wu Changren realized that this seemingly ordinary young man was not as simple as he had imagined. Ignoring Su Jiang's presence might have been his most fatal mistake. "Why aren't you talking? Me sitting down so suddenly won't trouble you, will it?" Su Jiang took a sip of beer and kindly asked Wu Changren. After Fu Guo informed Wu Changren of his existence, Su Jiang had been paying attention to Wu Changren's every move, noticing that he had been following him and Anro wherever they went. It was only when Anro returned to the Yin family that Wu Changren stopped following and instead went to eat barbecue at a roadside stall not far from the Yin family. In Su Jiang's eyes, this behavior was undoubtedly a good thing, indicating that the other party's target was only Anro, while he was being overlooked. And being overlooked made it easy for him to take action. At this moment, Wu Changren sat on a small stool, facing Su Jiang's questions. He gently raised his head, and beneath his duckbill cap, a pair of sharp eyes brimmed with killing intent, unmasked. His hands lightly rested on his waist, as if he were about to pull something out. Su Jiang raised an eyebrow and casually said, "I advise you not to think about pulling out a gun to kill me right now. You know how close we are to the Yin family, and given my relationship with them, if I die, especially right at their doorstep, what do you think the Yin family would do?" Upon hearing this, Wu Changren's hand froze for a moment, then he chuckled softly and continued to pull out a pack of cigarettes from his pocket, taking one out and offering it to Su Jiang. "Care for a smoke?" Su Jiang was taken aback. It turned out he wasn't pulling a gun, but a cigarette? "Thanks." Su Jiang smiled as he took the cigarette, holding it without lighting it. He wouldn't dare smoke a cigarette offered by an enemy. Wu Changren lit his cigarette, took a puff, and said lightly, "How did you find me?" "It's a secret. So what do you want now?" Wu Changren fixed his gaze on Su Jiang and continued, "Are you going to take me to the Yin family, or are you just here to give me a warning?" Just as Su Jiang was about to speak, the boss brought over the grilled lamb skewers. He quickly took them and tasted one. It was quite good. "You don't need to be so tense. Maybe I'm just here for some barbecue? Do you think I believe that? Alright, you have to tell me first, which family are you from, the Feng family or the Lin family?" Wu Changren hesitated for a moment. The Lin family couldn't be exposed right now, and the Feng family was undoubtedly the best shield. So he quickly said, "Feng family." Su Jiang paused with the lamb skewer in his hand, looked up at Wu Changren, shook his head, and chuckled lightly. "You shouldn't hesitate. So you are from the Lin family, and Lin Hui sent you?" "I told you, I'm from the Feng family." "Got it. Lin Hui doesn't want you to reveal your identity as a Lin family member." "Why?" "This matter has nothing to do with the Lin family. Could it be that your existence is very important? Are you a key trump card for Lin Hui?" Wu Changren shut his mouth. He was now sweating profusely and felt hesitant to speak. This young man before him didn't care what you said. He only believed in his own judgment. The more Wu Changren spoke, the more flaws Su Jiang found. This made Wu Changren think of someone, and Mingjie. At this moment, a storm surged within Wu Changren's heart. He understood that just as he was Lin Hui's trump card, Su Jian was in Mingjie's trump card. In fact, he was even more dangerous than in Mingjie because in Mingjie was always in the open. But what about Su Jiang? If he hadn't actively come to him, would he have paid attention to the seemingly ordinary student? Or rather, in the entire Jiangdu city, would anyone pay attention to him? Wu Chengren's thoughts had changed. Su Jiang must die. If he left alive today, not only would the Lin family and himself be exposed, but the Lin family would also gain a formidable enemy. Just a moment of confrontation, and Wu Chengren could confirm that Su Jiang was not simple. Alright, knowing you're from the Lin family is enough. Su Jiang no longer speculated about more things but quickly finished the remaining lamb skewers, stood up, clapped his hands, and pointed at Wu Chengren, saying to the boss, "Boss, he pays for my bill." Then, regardless of whether Wu Chengren agreed, he left directly, feeling a bit pleased. So this is how it felt when Li Kai made him pay the bill. Wu Chengren stared intently at Su Jiang's departing figure, downed his drink in one gulp, and silently walked to the boss to pay the bill. Then, Wu Chengren lowered his duckbill cap a bit and quietly followed behind Su Jiang. He planned to kill Su Jiang in a less crowded place. With Su Jiang alive, both the Lin family and himself would face great trouble. As time passed, the night was getting late, and Su Jiang was still wandering outside. Wu Chengren followed behind him, occasionally hiding and observing the surroundings, as the number of people dwindled. Suddenly, he saw Su Jiang get into a taxi, and his heart immediately shouted that it was bad. If Su Jiang returned to the Yin family at this moment, he would have no more chances. He quickly hailed a cab, and Wu Chengren swiftly jumped in, telling the driver, "Follow that car in front, don't lose it." "Are you filming a movie, buddy? Less nonsense. I'll give you 200. Alright, hold on tight." The driver stepped on the gas, closely following Su Jiang's car. Wu Chengren watched the direction the vehicle was heading and breathed a slight sigh of relief. Fortunately, it wasn't towards the Yin family. However, he soon frowned again, as Su Jiang's car was getting further away from the city center, seemingly heading towards the suburbs. What on earth does he want to do? Wu Chengren thought to himself. At this hour, going to the suburbs, what was Su Jiang's purpose? But this also suited his intentions. The suburbs were quiet at this time of night, making it the perfect opportunity for him to act. After a while, Su Jiang got out of the car by the roadside, holding his phone and seemingly messaging someone. Then, Su Jiang strolled into a dense thicket within Wu Chengren's line of sight. Wu Chengren felt a surge of joy, quickly got out of the car, and gently pulled out a dagger from his waist, following behind Su Jiang. He rarely used a gun for killing because he preferred the feeling of the blade piercing flesh. That sensation was incomparable to bullets. As the darkness deepened, Wu Chengren's figure gradually blended into the surrounding environment. He carefully adjusted his pace, calculating each step to ensure he maintained the same rhythm as Su Jiang, suppressing the sounds beneath his feet to avoid alerting him. The distance between them unknowingly continued to shrink. 10 meters, 5 meters, 3 meters. This distance was already enough for him to launch a fatal strike. "Now's the time," Wu Chengren shouted in his heart, gripping the dagger tightly and striking towards Su Jiang's neck with lightning speed. The dagger, deepened by the night, sliced through the silent sky like a black lightning bolt. As a seasoned assassin, Wu Chengren's movements were swift and steady, the trajectory of the dagger almost silent, leaving no room for defense. But unexpectedly, at the moment Wu Chengren launched his attack, Su Jiang, who had been facing away from him, gently smiled at the corner of his mouth. Immediately, Su Jiang crouched down at an outrageous speed and angle, cleverly dodging the deadly strike. At the same time, a long-lost system notification echoed in his mind. "Ding! The host has triggered a mission. Please use cold weapons to defeat the opponent. Completing the mission will yield rewards. Failure will result in punishment." The long-lost system task appeared, and Su Jiang's mouth twitched. "Why were you coming out to mess things up for me at this time?" However, this did not affect Su Jiang's plan. After dodging Wu Chengren's knife, he quickly rolled forward a few times, creating distance between them. "Hey, you finally made a move. My legs are sore from chasing you all this way." Su Jiang stood up, dusting off the dirt on his clothes, then looked at Wu Chengren with a teasing expression. After his carefully planned strike missed, Wu Chengren's heart instantly cooled by half, and seeing the triumphant smile on Su Jiang's face made him even more uneasy. He suddenly remembered that Lin Hui had warned him to be careful of Su Jiang. Now he understood why Lin Hui had said that out of the blue. "You already noticed I was following you?" Wu Chengren's face darkened. At this point, there was no retreat. Even knowing it was a trap, he could only grit his teeth and jump in because he had to kill Su Jiang. "No, your tracking skills are quite impressive. I didn't notice you at all this whole time." Su Jiang had been paying attention to his surroundings but hadn't realized he was being followed, leading him to believe for a moment that Wu Changren hadn't kept up. However, I'm certain you will find a way to kill me today because your matters absolutely cannot be exposed, right? So it doesn't matter whether you followed me or not, as long as you know this, it's enough to lead you here. Wu Changren sighed lightly upon hearing this. He really wasn't suited for mind games. However, he couldn't understand what gave Su Jiang the confidence to boldly bring him here alone. Then he saw Su Jiang slowly draw a delicate little knife from his waist, the blade glinting coldly in the faint moonlight. But Wu Changren could tell at a glance that the knife was clearly one of those cheap ones sold in supermarkets. Su Jiang had bought such a knife a long time ago to carry with him, just in case of any unexpected situations. You want to use that toy-like knife against me? Wu Changren felt a bit amused, but also somewhat angry. He felt belittled and added, I'm not some trash like Scarface, and I won't underestimate you again. Su Jiang said nothing, his face no longer playful, replaced by an unprecedented seriousness. He knew Wu Changren's skills were certainly not simple, otherwise, he wouldn't have triggered a system task. However, the biggest difference between him and Wu Changren was that he had a backup plan, a margin for error, while Wu Changren did not. In the darkness, Su Jiang leaped up, skillfully wielding the little knife as he charged at Wu Changren. The knife in his hand seemed to come alive under his control, sometimes darting like lightning, sometimes winding like a trickle of water. A master! Wu Changren was slightly surprised, constantly dodging Su Jiang's attacks, then quickly counterattacking. The dagger and the little knife clashed, producing crisp metallic sounds. Although Wu Changren's dagger was fierce, it was repeatedly neutralized by Su Jiang's seemingly casual moves. At this moment, Wu Changren was already sweating. He couldn't understand where Su Jiang's skills came from. Moreover, even though they were both in the dark, Su Jiang seemed unaffected by visibility, each strike precise and aimed at vital points. As time passed, Wu Changren's brows furrowed tighter. He realized he couldn't fully grasp Su Jiang's rhythm. Every attempt to counterattack was cleverly evaded by the other. More critically, wasn't Su Jiang getting tired? In such a high-intensity confrontation, even with good stamina, there would be a fatigue period. But Su Jiang showed no signs of exhaustion, not even a drop of sweat, continuously launching frenzied attacks without giving Wu Changren any chance to catch his breath. How is this possible? Wu Changren couldn't believe he was being suppressed by Su Jiang. Was this how a college student should behave? Unbeknownst to him, Su Jiang was also gritting his teeth to hold on. Although he had an extraordinary physique that allowed him to fight longer and see more clearly than Wu Changren, this was ultimately his first real battle, and he still lacked some experience. Several of Wu Changren's lethal attacks were narrowly avoided. Finally, he found a slight opening in Wu Changren's defense and decisively swung the knife, stabbing towards his arm. Ugh! The pain in his arm made Wu Changren grunt softly. Just as he was about to counterattack, he saw Su Jiang had already created some distance, standing not far away, gasping for breath. System, hurry up and give me the verdict. I must have one, right? Su Jiang was nearing his limit. If he continued fighting, he could win, but it would come at a cost, and he didn't want to get hurt. After a moment, the system's prompt finally sounded. Ding! System judgment complete. Congratulations to the host for defeating the opponent, completing the task, and receiving a random reward. Random reward extraction in progress. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the mid-level skill, Psychological Analysis. Instantly, a wealth of knowledge flooded into his mind, but Su Jiang couldn't be bothered with it. He waved his hand and directly threw the knife aside, then gently raised one hand, extending 3 fingers. Seeing this, Wu Changren was delighted, thinking Su Jiang had exhausted himself to the limit and was giving up the struggle. At this moment, he no longer cared about any feelings or sensations. Wu Changren decisively pulled out his handgun, disengaged the safety, and aimed it at Su Jiang, a cruel smile appearing on his lips. The clash of cold weapons had ended. Now it was time for hot weapons. Ignoring the pain in his arm, Wu Changren pointed the gun at Su Jiang and slowly approached him. He had many questions he wanted to ask Su Jiang, especially about the Yin family, and he was sure he could extract a lot of information from him. However, Wu Changren noticed that there was no fear in Su Jiang's eyes. Instead, they were filled with mockery as 3 fingers fell one after another. I once told Lin Hui that I hate being pointed at with a gun. Wu Changren's gaze was icy, ignoring Su Jiang's words. Su Jiang's life was completely in his hands. As long as he wanted, he could pull the trigger and take his life. Just then, Su Jiang's last finger finally fell slowly. Bang! Ah! The deafening gunshot rang out, and Wu Changren's hand holding the gun was instantly pierced by a bullet, the handgun falling to the ground, blood splattering everywhere. Wu Changren covered his pierced palm, looking around in shock, and turned to Su Jiang, furious. Did you arrange for a sniper? What else? Su Jiang found it somewhat amusing. Do you think I'm crazy enough to bring you here for a solo showdown all by myself? If it weren't for the damn system's mission, I wouldn't even need to fight you to the death. I could just shoot you directly. Wu Changren gritted his teeth. He knew there was no chance left. With Su Jiang's skills, he definitely wouldn't let himself be taken hostage, and just from that last shot, Wu Changren could conclude that the hidden sniper must be a master. With Su Jiang in plain sight and a sniper hidden, he had no room to resist. Damn! Wu Changren stared at Su Jiang, 1,000 curses racing through his mind. You can't play this game. It was clearly a clash of cold weapons. How could you have a sniper? And when the hell did you arrange for a sniper? A few hours earlier, after leaving the Yin family, Su Jiang had called in Mingjie, and Mingjie was in a bad mood, and when he saw that Su Jiang had the audacity to call, he snapped, "Hey, you little brat, you can actually be so bold as to hug my sister right at my doorstep." What? Calling to gloat? Su Jiang was taken aback. How did In Mingjie know about this? But that wasn't the point. Su Jiang immediately told In Mingjie about Wu Changren, and the other party quickly realized the importance of the situation. Are you saying someone is watching Ro and could strike at any moment? And Mingjie's tone was calm, but Su Jiang could sense that he was already harboring murderous intent. That's right. Since I don't know his background, I want to borrow some people from you. Su Jiang finally stated the purpose of the call. He always aimed for perfection in his work. However, and Mingjie didn't respond immediately. After a long silence, he said in a low voice, "Most of the Yin family's people are being watched right now. I can't spare anyone to help you, except for one person." Who? Li Kai. I went to great lengths to get him out from under the Feng family's surveillance, but he only has today. At the amusement park outskirts in Jiangdu? Yes, how did you know? And Mingjie was taken aback. Li Kai went secretly, even the Feng family was kept in the dark. How did Su Jiang know? Then Su Jiang explained about the amusement park, and In Mingjie finally understood, then added, "There's a Feng family weapons factory over there. I had him check the situation, and he's still there." Alright, I'll contact him. After Su Jiang finished speaking, he hung up on In Mingjie. Since he was asking Li Kai for help, there was no need to keep rambling to In Mingjie. You remember to make sure to deal with that person. Hello? Damn you, Su Jiang. And Mingjie was furious. He hadn't finished speaking, and Su Jiang had already hung up on him. Forget it, with Li Kai around, nothing should go wrong. He originally said to let Su Jiang spare that person's life, as he still had use for him, but never mind. Then Su Jiang called Li Kai again, and the two discussed the matter, deciding to lure Wu Changren to the outskirts to take action. Especially when Su Jiang heard that Li Kai had a sniper rifle, his eyes lit up with confidence. Don't worry, old Li, I'm good at seducing. I guarantee I can lure that person out to the outskirts. After saying this, Su Jiang went to find Wu Changren, leading to the current scene. When getting out of the car, Su Jiang deliberately sent a message to Li Kai, signaling that he wouldn't take matters into his own hands and absolutely must not shoot. Time returned to the present. Su Jiang stood in front of Wu Changren and kicked him hard in the abdomen, knocking him to the ground, then began to kick him repeatedly. I told you, I hate being threatened with a gun. A kick landed on his back. Still pretending to be from the Feng family, why don't you say you're from the Wang family? Another kick hit his chest. With your IQ, Lin Hui dares to use you as a trump card. Pfft. After delivering the final kick, Su Jiang spat on Wu Changren, who was now curled up on the ground, completely powerless to resist. Not far away, Li Kai was gradually emerging from the dense forest, holding a black sniper rifle, looking somewhat speechless. Su Jiang's triumphant demeanor made it seem like he was some kind of big villain. Looking at Wu Changren, who couldn't get up, Li Kai stepped forward, glanced at him, and said lightly, "From the Lin family? How do you know?" I've never seen this face before. The Feng family wouldn't hide someone like this, but Lin Hui would do such a thing. Su Jiang's mouth twitched. No wonder this person couldn't be exposed. He had to kill me. So, once you're exposed, everyone can guess you're from the Lin family? At this moment, Wu Changren had already passed out, and Li Kai pulled out a short knife from his waist, preparing to end his life directly. Hey, wait. Su Jiang quickly stopped him. He still had use for Wu Changren. Li Kai looked at Su Jiang in confusion, not understanding why Su Jiang wanted to keep this person, and said, "You won't get anything from torture. Don't expect to extract information about the Lin family from him." He thought Su Jiang wanted to ask for some information, so he clarified in advance that people from these families would never betray their own. Because once you betray your family, not only would you be hunted down, but your reputation in the underworld would also be ruined. Like a rat crossing the street, everyone would want to beat you. Who wants to torture him? Su Jiang said helplessly. It seemed Li Kai had a bit of a brain, but not much. Since they had decided to deal with the Feng family within a week, all of Su Jiang's actions now had to cause the maximum damage to the Feng family. So, with an expression that said, "Since you're so stupid, let me explain," Su Jiang said to Li Kai coldly, "You see, you came here to check out the Feng family's weapons factory, right?" "Yes, that's right." "Then this person." Su Jiang pointed at Wu Changren and continued, "He's definitely from the Lin family, right?" "Yeah, so what?" Su Jiang sighed. How could he still not understand? What if we destroy the Fong family's weapons factory and then throw this person over? What do you think the Fong family would think? Wouldn't the Fong family think that Lin Hui took the opportunity to kick them while they were down, wanting to join forces with the Yin family to take down the Fong family? After all, if the Fong family falls, Lin Hui would benefit too. Li Kai was stunned by Su Jiang's words, as if a thunderclap had exploded in his mind, looking at Su Jiang in disbelief. Damn, you kid. You're really ruthless. To think of such a drastic method, in that moment, Li Kai felt that Su Jiang was truly cut out for the underworld. But the problem is, just the two of us, how do we destroy the weapons factory? Li Kai asked, puzzled. This was a significant issue. There are guards outside the factory, and we can't get close, let alone enter. Su Jiang smiled slightly. Who said we have to go in? Old Li, you brought quite a bit this time, right? Yeah. Basically everything I could bring is in the staff dormitory at the amusement park. Is there any dynamite? Yes, but very little, not enough to blow up the whole factory. That's fine. Li Kai's eyes twitched madly. What exactly did Su Jiang want to do? Did he want to blow up the factory? But there wasn't enough dynamite, and besides, how would they get it inside? Su Jiang, stop messing around. If this causes trouble, it won't end well. Li Kai felt that Su Jiang might have lost his mind. If Su Jiang could blow up the factory, he, Li Kai, would recognize Su Jiang as the boss on the spot. He saw Su Jiang pull out a belt, skillfully tie up Wu Changrun, and effortlessly hoist him onto his shoulder, then looked at Li Kai with a slight smile. Don't worry, old Li, you just need to get me the dynamite, and the rest you can just wait to see the show. Half an hour later, outside the Wu family's weapon factory, both Su Jiang and Li Kai were carrying a backpack, hiding in the woods. Behind them, Wu Changrun was tied up and lying on the ground, unconscious and looking quite peaceful. I must be crazy, actually doing something so ridiculous with you. Li Kai, holding binoculars, observed the movements of the guards outside the factory while saying to Su Jiang, what do you plan to do now? If you ask me, we should go back and discuss it with Mingxie first. After a while, Li Kai didn't hear Su Jiang's response. Turning his head, he found that Su Jiang was nowhere to be seen. Damn, that guy didn't just rush into the factory, did he? Li Kai's heart suddenly panicked. If something happened to Su Jiang, he wouldn't know how to explain it to Mingxie and Anro. Just as he was about to go check the situation, he suddenly heard a noise nearby. Li Kai looked over cautiously and saw Su Jiang leisurely walking out of the dense forest. Seeing Su Jiang safe and sound, Li Kai breathed a sigh of relief and whispered, where did you just go? He also felt a bit embarrassed. Such a big person had disappeared right beside him, and he hadn't noticed at all. For some reason, he felt that Su Jiang was completely different from when they had clashed in the bar. Li Kai didn't know what was different, but his gut feeling told him that he definitely couldn't beat Su Jiang at this moment. Don't be nervous, I just went to find some help, Su Jiang said casually, then took out a box of lunch from his backpack and started eating slowly. Not bad, your staff meals are decent, there's braised pork. Li Kai's mouth twitched. What the hell, it was such a critical time and he was still eating. Who did you find for help? When are they coming? Is there really anyone who can help us at this hour? Li Kai asked curiously, as he really couldn't understand Su Jiang's every move now. Don't worry, we just need to wait, Su Jiang said while eating. Suddenly, he thought of something and asked Li Kai, by the way, you're not eating that lunch, right? No. Okay, I'll give it to my little helper later, as a reward. Li Kai was speechless, he was about to break down, but there was nothing he could do. Since Su Jiang said to wait, then they would wait. After all, sitting for a while wouldn't cost him anything. The two waited like this until a little over 10 minutes later. Squeak squeak squeak. I'm back. Suddenly, a squeaking sound rang out, and Su Jiang perked up, standing up. A little mouse darted out from the dense forest, quickly running to Su Jiang's feet, squeaking at him non-stop. There are 36 people inside, right? Did you see those super long load-bearing columns in 4 directions? They can be moved inside, right? Can you call your little friends to help move? That's great. What, there's black powder inside too? Could it be gunpowder? Li Kai's eyes widened, his mouth agape enough to fit a light bulb. Goodness, what the hell did I just see? Su Jiang was talking to a mouse? I was drugged, right? Quickly tell me I was drugged. No, it must be that Su Jiang was drugged. Li Kai's face turned serious as he stepped forward, tightly grasping Su Jiang's hand, and said earnestly, Su Jiang, let's go to the hospital. No matter what, we can't give up on treatment. Su Jiang, you're the one who's sick. Su Jiang replied irritably, give me the explosives. Seeing that Li Kai didn't respond, Su Jiang directly took Li Kai's backpack, pulled out the explosives inside, and placed them in front of the little mice. You can't carry this much, so call your little friends over. Squeak squeak squeak. All right. Then, to Li Kai's astonished gaze, countless mice began to pour in from all directions, orderly distributing the explosives bit by bit. All right, go ahead. Be careful not to get caught. and place these explosives on those load-bearing columns." After giving the orders, the mice immediately sprang into action, running towards the factory with the explosives on their backs without hesitation. "Be careful, come back after placing the explosives, don't hurt yourselves." Before they left, Soo-jung kindly reminded the mice. After doing all this, Soo-jung turned his head and saw Lee Kai looking utterly despondent, staring down at his phone screen, tapping on something. "What are you doing, old Lee?" "Registering at the hospital." "You were right, I think I might be sick." Soo-jung's mouth twitched, and after a moment of thought, he said, "Actually, I was born with a special ability to communicate with small animals. Low-level skill animal communication." Soo-jung admitted that he had raised his voice a bit when he cursed this skill earlier. Now it seemed like a divine skill. Although this explanation sounded absurd, Lee Kai couldn't think of any other explanation. Otherwise, it would mean there was something mentally wrong between him and Soo-jung. With a gentle sigh, Lee Kai put away his phone and looked at Soo-jung, asking, "I remember you used to be very unwilling to participate in our family disputes, but why do you seem a bit eager to crush the Fong family now?" Upon hearing this, Soo-jung's mind flashed with the shy face of Anro on the Ferris wheel, and a faint smile appeared on his lips as he softly said, "People always change, don't they?" Lee Kai nodded thoughtfully, remaining silent as he waited with Soo-jung for the mice to return. It was quite absurd, two grown men waiting in the middle of the night in the suburbs for a group of mice to transport explosives. Lee Kai felt that his life was starting to become fantastical. Half an hour later, the army of mice finally returned, and Soo-jung kindly took out Lee Kai's lunchbox to reward them. "Eat slowly, there's a bit less, so everyone share, okay? Squeak squeak squeak." "Thank you." These little mice were quite polite. Then, Soo-jung stood up and said to Lee Kai, "The explosives have been placed near the load-bearing columns in the factory. As long as one of them is detonated, the rest will surely follow. When that happens, the load-bearing columns will collapse, and the entire factory will cave in. Then we can throw that person from the Lin family over and make our escape." Lee Kai nodded repeatedly at this, then asked, "So how do we detonate them?" Soo-jung smiled confidently, extending his hand to point at a window on the factory. "Do you see that? From that window, we can directly use a sniper rifle to detonate one of the explosives." Lee Kai immediately took out his binoculars and looked towards the window Soo-jung was pointing at, then his mouth twitched. "What do you think I am? At this distance, we have to break through the window and hit the explosives accurately. Who the hell can do that? If you can't, then I'll do it." Soo-jung said casually, then picked up the sniper rifle from the side, effortlessly leaping onto a tree branch, resting the rifle on his shoulder, and looking through the scope at the explosives, softly saying, "I forgot to mention, I have another special ability, my sniper rifle hits every shot." As soon as he finished speaking, with Lee Kai's dumbfounded expression, Soo-jung gently pulled the trigger. Bang! Well, after all, if you can communicate with mice, it's normal to hit the target with a sniper rifle every time. What the hell? Lee Kai saw Soo-jung jump onto the tree trunk, and he didn't even aim seriously, he just pulled the trigger, screaming madly inside. Does he really think he can hit every shot? Lee Kai himself is a skilled sniper, but he believes he can't shoot through a window and hit explosives at the same time. With this shot, the two of them would definitely be exposed. Lee Kai was just about to tell Soo-jung to retreat quickly. Boom! A loud explosion came from behind, and Lee Kai froze in place. No, it can't be. He mechanically turned his head, and the factory that had just been intact was now engulfed in flames, with continuous booming sounds erupting. Lucky me, it seems there was still a lot of gunpowder in the factory, which increased the power a bit. Soo-jung stood on the tree, gazing at the distant flames, nodding in satisfaction. The plan was quite successful. Lightly dropping from the tree, Soo-jung handed the sniper rifle to Lee Kai, who didn't take it but just stared blankly. It actually blew up. No way, how could it blow up? Lee Kai's heart was filled with mixed feelings. Anyway, he was now thinking of just two words. Ridiculous. What are you dawdling for? Soo-jung shoved the sniper rifle into his arms and pointed at Wu Changren, saying, Hurry up and take this guy over while it's chaotic. What are you hesitating for? Soo-jung was a bit dissatisfied. It wasn't convenient for him to show up now, so of course, this had to be done by Lee Kai. Lee Kai came to his senses. Whatever he said now was secondary. In any case, the factory had already blown up, and all he had to do next was throw Wu Changren in to take the blame. Immediately, Lee Kai carried the tightly bound Wu Changren and walked toward the flames. With his skills, it wouldn't be difficult to throw someone in during the chaos. Soo-jung watched Lee Kai's departing figure, clapped his hands, and let out a gentle sigh. He felt a long-lost fatigue. Tonight, he had done something big. The previous few days had been too dull, making him a bit unaccustomed. Looking at the sea of flames before him, Soo-jung nodded slightly. This was the ridiculous life he should be living. He took out his phone to check the time. It was already 2 in the morning, and there were quite a few messages on his phone. Damn! Su Jiang was startled. That little girl Anro had sent him more than 10 messages, and the key was that he hadn't replied at all. Anro, Su Jiang, are you home? Anro, let me know when you get home. Anro, what are you doing? Su Jiang. Anro, hurry up and reply to me. Anro, you've been silent for 2 hours. You're dead. You're definitely dead. Anro, you better not let me see you tomorrow. Anro, you didn't get into trouble, did you? Anro, call me when you see this message. I'm worried about you. Seeing the first few messages, Su Jiang felt a chill in his heart. He had been so focused on blowing up the factory that he didn't even notice how many messages Anro had sent him. Especially the last message. Su Jiang could imagine Anro lying in bed, looking worriedly at her phone, and his heart tightened involuntarily. After hesitating for a moment, Su Jiang still dialed Anro's number. Although it was very late, he should at least let her know he was safe. To his surprise, the call connected just 2 seconds later, and Anro answered. Su Jiang, are you okay? Why are you only calling me now? Anro was clearly still awake, her tone revealing a hint of concern that warmed Su Jiang's heart. I'm fine. I ran into Brother Li Kai on the way, and he insisted on dragging me to eat barbecue and drink, refusing to let me go, so I only saw your messages now. Su Jiang didn't hesitate to throw Li Kai under the bus. So, are you home now? Yeah, almost there. In about half an hour. Okay, then next time don't drink with Brother Li Kai, he's an alcoholic. If he drags you to drink again, just say I won't allow it. Okay, Su Jiang replied with a smile, his tone incredibly gentle. Sorry for making you worry. I'll definitely reply to your messages earlier next time. Who is worried about you? Don't get ahead of yourself. Anro, knowing that Su Jiang was fine, began to act proud again. I was just bored at night and asked you. That's all. Right, so you shouldn't be bored now, right? I'm getting ready to sleep. Alright, good night. I'll come find you tomorrow. Good night. After that, Anro quickly hung up the phone, and Su Jiang put down his phone, a smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. It was the first time someone had worried about him like this, and it felt quite special. At that moment, Li Kai had also successfully completed his task of shifting the blame and quietly slipped back in, his face barely concealing his excitement. He knew that this action would create an excellent opportunity for the Yin family, and even allow them to pull Lin Hui into the mix. And the one who made all this happen was just this seemingly ordinary boy in front of him. Who would have thought? Su Jiang felt a bit uncomfortable under Li Kai's gaze, coughed lightly, and then somewhat shyly said, Kaigu, I need your help with something. Hearing this, Li Kai smiled. Just tell me what it is. I'll do my best. Then, Su Jiang recounted the phone call with Anro and how he had dragged him out to take the blame, detailing everything. As Li Kai listened to Su Jiang, the expression on his face gradually froze, and by the end, the smile had completely vanished. So, if Anro gives you trouble later, I'll need you to help me out, Kaigu. No, don't call me Kaigu. You're the one who's my brother. Li Kai angrily tilted his head and pointed at Su Jiang's nose. He realized that Su Jiang only called him Kaigu when he needed something, and when he didn't, he just called him Old Li. The key was, if he took the blame, Anro would definitely hold it against him, and he wouldn't have a good time for a while. No way, I can't take the blame for you, and don't call me brother. I really can't help with Anro. Are you sure you won't help? It's not that I won't help, I really can't. Then I'll tell Anro that you brought me to blow up the factory in the middle of the night. You motherf. Li Kai was shocked. How could someone be so shameless? Wasn't this whole thing planned by you, Su Jiang, from the start? Su Jiang smirked, looking at Li Kai with ill intent. Old Li, do you think Anro would believe you if you told her I did this? You're getting a bit too cocky. Calling you Kaigu is giving you face. Shifting the blame is a notification, not a discussion. If you don't agree, I'll go tell Anro a little story about you in a minute. I remember how you tricked me with that grilled cold noodle and scared me with that toy gun. I've got a score to settle. I really did go out to drink and eat barbecue, and I was with you in the middle of the night, so I don't even need to discuss it with you. I can just tell Anro directly. Who do you think she'll believe? Su Jiang looked at Li Kai with a smile, the corners of his mouth curling up slightly. You won't help me? Do I even need you to help? Li Kai was stunned in place. If Su Jiang really turned things upside down with Anro, he wouldn't be able to explain himself. If the blame was about drinking and eating barbecue with Su Jiang until midnight, then it would just be a small revenge from Anro. But if it turned into him bringing Su Jiang to blow up the factory in the middle of the night, that would be a big deal. Given Anro and Su Jiang's current relationship, he could very well end up on Anro's little black book. The key was, he had no choice. Whatever Su Jiang said, he had to take the blame. Looking at the mischievous expression on Su Jiang's face, Li Kai's good mood instantly evaporated, feeling as if he had eaten something disgusting. Why did Anro have to fall for such a shameless guy? There was no way out. Under the roof, one had to bow their head. Li Kai forced a smile and said with difficulty, It's not a big deal. I'll help you take the blame. Which is more important, drinking or blowing up a factory? Just joking, we're only drinking tonight. What factory are we blowing up? Hearing Li Kai say this, Su Jiang finally showed a satisfied smile. As expected of a general under in Mingjie, he truly knows the situation. The road has widened, old Li. Alright, take me back. It was already the dead of night, and Su Jiang wanted to go home to sleep. Can't you just take a taxi back? What? Do you want to take me to blow up a factory? The car is over there, I'll drive you. At this moment, Li Kai felt incredibly frustrated. It was one thing to be bullied by Anro, which could be seen as indulging her. Now, being bullied by Su Jiang under Anro's name was different. The key was that the other party had genuinely helped the Yin family a lot, and he couldn't do anything about it. Sigh, being a person is really hard. Before going back, Li Kai destroyed everything on the spot except for the sniper rifle, leaving no trace behind. In the car, Li Kai drove while curiously glancing at Su Jiang, who was sitting in the passenger seat, looking bored as he stared out the window. Where did you learn your sniper skills? Li Kai was genuinely curious. The shot Su Jiang made while standing on the tree, not to mention himself, even among all the snipers Li Kai had seen, very few could make that shot. They were all top tier in the military. Moreover, at that time, Su Jiang had only rested the rifle on his shoulder and didn't aim for long before firing, as if he was certain that shot would hit the target. Seeing that Li Kai indeed asked this question, Su Jiang casually replied, "Didn't I already say, special abilities? Don't change the subject. I don't understand talking to mice, but this is definitely not some special ability. I learned it while traveling in Hawaii with my dad. As if I haven't seen Detective Conan, right?" Su Jiang's mouth twitched. He should have known not to take that shot back then. With a gentle sigh, Su Jiang earnestly said, "Oldly, does it really matter where I learned these skills? As long as Anro is around, I can never be at odds with the Yin family. Isn't that enough?" Li Kai was taken aback by this and chuckled lightly, no longer pressing for details. After all, everyone has their own secrets, and as long as Su Jiang stood on the Yin family's side, there was indeed no need to pry. "Can you teach me that special ability? I want to learn too." "You mean the sniper skills? Sure, I can teach you when I have time. And that ability to talk to mice, I want to learn that too." I really can't teach that. Unless you also have a system and happen to encounter a thug robbing students on your way to school one day, and you go up to be a hero, then maybe there's a slight chance you could acquire that skill. Hearing Su Jiang say this, Li Kai didn't push further. Learning Su Jiang's sniper skills would be good enough, and the ability to talk to mice was just too absurd. Even if Su Jiang dared to teach, he might not really dare to learn, fearing that one day someone would catch him talking to a mouse and send him to a mental hospital with a phone call. After a while, Li Kai dropped Su Jiang off at the entrance of the community. Once Su Jiang got out of the car, he stepped on the gas and drove straight back to the Yin family. "Why are you driving so fast?" Su Jiang shook his head as he saw Li Kai speeding away. Back in his little nest, he immediately took a shower. After spending some time with Wu Changren, he was all dirty and covered in mud. It was surprising that someone with a slight cleanliness obsession like him could endure it for so long. Lying in bed, Su Jiang sent a message to Anro, telling her he was home, then plugged his phone into the charger and tossed it aside, burying himself under the blanket and falling into a deep sleep. On the other side, Li Kai quickly returned to the Yin family and found that Mingjie was surprisingly not there. He must have gone out on a mission. Without much thought, Li Kai directly called Mingjie. The phone rang for a long time before it was answered, and Mingjie's slightly tired voice came through. "What's up? Did everything go smoothly with Su Jiang? We blew up the Feng family's factory." Hearing this, Mingjie felt invigorated, pulling the phone away from his ear to check the time, 3 in the morning. Had he already started dreaming? "I just told you to check the situation, and you tell me you blew up the factory? And wasn't Su Jiang supposed to be with you to deal with the assassin? How did it turn into blowing up the factory?" "Li Kai, are you joking with me?" "No, everything was done by that kid Su Jiang. He's really outrageous." Li Kai quickly recounted everything Su Jiang had done in the suburbs to Mingjie, including how he had taken the blame for Su Jiang. After a long pause, Mingjie let out a heavy sigh on the other end of the line. "Are you saying Su Jiang won against the Lin family's assassin with a small knife bought from a supermarket?" "That's right, I was shocked too. I didn't expect that kid to have such fierce combat skills." "And then he took you to have the rats help him move explosives secretly into the factory?" "Yes, I was dumbfounded. This guy could actually talk to rats. Finally, he jumped on a log and used sniping skills that you couldn't even manage to detonate the explosives and blow up the entire factory?" "Yes, I can guarantee that shot was definitely at the level of a sharpshooter." As Mingjie listened to Li Kai's responses, he rubbed his temples, feeling that he might need a break. Or maybe it was Li Kai who needed a break. "Li Kai, don't tell anyone else about this besides me." "Don't worry, I know to keep Su Jiang's identity a secret." "No, I'm worried you'll end up in a mental hospital. After Mingxia said this calmly, he hung up the phone expressionlessly and walked to the sink, splashing cold water on his face. Although Li Kai's words were outrageous, he believed them. Because Su Jiang was inherently outrageous, it was not surprising for him to do outrageous things. What mattered now was how to maximize the there are multiple burn injuries on his body, and he is currently in a coma. We investigated based on his appearance and found. Found what? Feng Qingye's voice was low, and seeing his subordinates hesitating, he suddenly had a foreboding feeling. The Feng family member trembled under Feng Qingye's gaze and forced himself to say, "This person is named Wu Changrun." 10 years ago, he was the top assassin of the Lu family, a leading family. Later, it seems he was taken under Lin Hui's wing. He did not continue, as he believed the message was clear. Wu Changrun is one of Lin Hui's people, and Lin Hui's people appeared near the factory. Feng Qingye quickly understood. Was Lin Hui trying to take advantage of the chaos? No, or rather, Lin Hui had already teamed up with Mingxia, wanting to eliminate the Feng family first, and then compete for supremacy? That's it, this way, and Mingxia's crazy actions make complete sense. Feng Qingye suddenly realized, clenching his fists tightly, gritting his teeth, his eyes filled with rage. The Lin family and the Yin family have joined forces to kick us out before the Wang family moves in, so they won't be affected at all. What a scheme! On the surface, they fight every day, but unexpectedly, they collude behind the scenes. A wave of helplessness surged in his heart. If the Yin family really allied with the Lin family, his hopes of winning were incredibly slim. Feng Qingye scanned the surrounding Feng family members, a hint of desolation in his eyes. Is it possible that my Feng family is destined for extinction? Below, the Feng family members lowered their heads, their expressions forlorn upon hearing Feng Qingye's words. Even the family head was in despair. What could they do? Oh, it seems I came at the wrong time today? Suddenly, a teasing voice echoed in the silent hall, drawing everyone's attention. A young man, smiling, slowly walked into the Feng family. Behind him followed a woman holding a firearm, her glamorous face marked with faint bloodstains, her beast-like gaze sweeping over the Feng family members. Why you? Who are you? How did you get in? What about the guards outside? Protect the family head. In an instant, everyone was on high alert, drawing their weapons and preparing for battle. Don't be so tense, I mean you no harm. I'm here to discuss cooperation. The man smiled at Feng Qingye, completely ignoring the guns pointed at him by the Feng family. Feng family head, let me introduce myself. My name is Wei Tian, from the capital. Wei Tian was polite, suddenly recalling something, and added, you should know what the Wei surname represents in the capital. Upon hearing this, Feng Qingye's eyes widened, and without hesitation, he shouted, put down your guns. Quickly! The Feng family members did not understand why Feng Qingye was so panicked, but it was clear that they could not afford to offend the man named Wei Tian. Thus, they obediently lowered their guns. Feng Qingye pushed through the people in front of him, walking forward with a heavy step, staring intently at Wei Tian. As the head of a family, Feng Qingye naturally had some understanding of the major forces located in the center of Huagua, namely the capital. The Wei family in the capital was undoubtedly a dominant family. Their overall strength surpassed even that of the leading families. Not only could they not afford to offend them, but even the Wang family in the gray area could not afford to offend them. The Feng family head is indeed a smart man. This makes our conversation much easier. Seeing the tension among the Feng family members, Wei Tian's lips curled into a playful smile as he casually walked to the sofa and elegantly sat down, as if he had returned to his own home. Fresh fruits were placed on the table. He reached out, picked one up, and took a gentle bite, the juice bursting forth. The woman with the gun silently stood behind Wei Tian, her gaze sharp, disdainfully sweeping over each member of the Feng family, as if looking at a group of ants. Feng Qingye stared directly at Wei Tian, a hint of vigilance in his voice. I wonder, young Master Wei, what brings you all the way from the capital to my Feng family? I just said, I'm here to cooperate with you. A glint flashed in Feng Qingye's eyes as he asked, what kind of cooperation? Wei Tian chuckled lightly, a sly smile on his face. The current situation of the Feng family, I believe I need not elaborate. I can lend you a helping hand to get through this crisis, but naturally, I have my conditions. Indeed, Feng Qingye's heart sank. He had long anticipated that Wei Tian would not help him for no reason. Taking a deep breath, he asked in a deep voice, then, what are young Master Wei's conditions? Wei Tian stood up, walked in front of Feng Qingye, leaned slightly forward, and said in a low voice, when the Feng family becomes the leading family in Jiangdu City, you will need to hand over the family token to me, and from then on, the Feng family must pledge absolute loyalty to the Wei family. Feng Qingye's expression instantly became serious. Handing over the family token meant surrendering the life and death of the entire family, leaving them at the mercy of others. What's wrong? Is the head of the Feng family unwilling? Wei Tian noticed the hesitation on Feng Qingye's face and added, based on what I know, your Feng family has no chance of winning and will definitely be crushed by the Yin family. At that time, will your persistence still hold any meaning? What I need is simply your loyalty. When the Wei family strives to dominate the family hierarchy in the future, I will need your support. I won't restrict you in your daily affairs, nor will I use you as cannon fodder. Hearing this, Feng Qingye's expression softened considerably. His greatest fear was being used as cannon fodder by the Wei family. After Wei Tian finished speaking, he returned to the sofa, quietly watching Feng Qingye, waiting for his answer. For a moment, the Feng family was silent, with only the sound of Wei Tian eating an apple breaking the stillness. Many members of the Feng family turned their gazes toward Feng Qingye. His choice would determine the fate of the entire Feng family. Feng Qingye's expression fluctuated, his mind in turmoil. If he agreed, the Feng family would be completely under the control of the Wei family. If he refused, they would fight the Yin family to the end, with a high probability of death as the outcome. After a long while, Feng Qingye exhaled and asked Wei Tian, why me, and not the Yin family or the Lin family? If the Wei family needs someone to fight for them, the Yin family and the Lin family are clearly more suitable. Wei Tian scoffed at this, saying, of course, the Yin family and the Lin family are naturally more fitting than you. But who let them have Lin Hui and Yin Mingjie? Wei Tian's expression darkened as he continued, I have to admit, if those two were in the era when families were rising, the current major dominant families would probably have to be replaced. Then, Wei Tian picked up 2 apples from the table and placed them in front of Feng Qingye. One is an ambitious hero, the other is a strategic genius. With these 2 around, to be honest, I have no confidence in being able to subdue them, and they certainly wouldn't want to be subdued by me. So, at this moment, the Feng family is the easiest for me to control, and I have no worries that you will bring me trouble because your Feng family doesn't have that capability yet. Wei Tian's words were unreserved, completely belittling the Feng family, provoking a sense of anger among the Feng family members, yet they dared not speak out. But Feng Qingye could not refute it, for it was indeed the truth. Under his leadership, the Feng family was facing the imminent threat of the Yin family and the lurking Lin family, and they were indeed on the brink of extinction. Although Feng Qingye was older, he still had the judgment he needed after all these years. He knew what choice would be most beneficial for the Feng family. Thus, the half-gray-haired elder let out a heavy sigh, deeply bowing to Wei Tian and lowering his proud head. The Feng family is willing to pledge loyalty to young Master Wei. Feng Qingye referred to Wei Tian, not the Wei family. Wei Tian understood his meaning and laughed heartily, unable to help but exclaim, if you were 10 years younger, I might really be able to categorize you with Yin Mingjie and the others. Feng Qingye lowered his head, remaining silent. The crowd of Feng family members behind him realized that the family head had made his choice, and all they could do was follow. Everyone mimicked Feng Qingye, bowing their heads to Wei Tian. We swear to be loyal to young Master Wei Tian. From now on, for these people, Feng Qingye's orders would no longer be the highest authority. Wei Tian's words would carry more weight than Feng Qingye's. Ha 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 ha. Wei Tian did not expect the Feng family to be so perceptive, which pleasantly surprised him. Feng family head, please get up, now we can consider ourselves family. Wei Tian pretended to help Feng Qingye up, then turned back to the gun-wielding woman and said, Rose, why aren't you putting away your gun? What kind of family is this with guns drawn? The woman named Rose silently put away her gun, clearly obedient to Wei Tian's words. Feng Qingye felt a bitterness in his heart and asked in a deep voice, I wonder what plans young Master Wei has to help us eliminate the Yin family? Upon hearing this, Wei Tian immediately replied, I can't personally intervene in this matter. I have quite a few opponents in the capital. I also can't mobilize the Wei family members, so I can only send you a portion of my private troops to catch them off guard during the decisive battle. Feng Qingye felt somewhat dissatisfied with such limited help, but he did not show it on his face. Instead, he said, Young Master Wei, you may not know that the Lin family and the Yin family have likely joined forces. I'm afraid. Feng Qingye's meaning was clear, your forces are insufficient. Oh, I didn't expect them to team up? Wei Tian was somewhat surprised. The information he had indicated that the Yin family and the Lin family should be in a life and death struggle. Supporting his chin, Wei Tian pondered for a moment. In that case, I'll lend you Rose. Wei Tian pointed at Rose and said to Feng Qingye, with her around, it will be foolproof. Feng Qingye was taken aback, a look of confusion appearing on his face as he hurriedly asked, this Miss Rose is ranked 15th on the mercenary list, Blood Gun Rose. Wei Tian spoke casually, raising an eyebrow at Feng Qingye. However, this short sentence sounded like thunder in Feng Qingye's ears. The 3 major lists, the mercenary list, the assassin list, and the legendary black and white list, which had all traces erased and was known only to a few, were known to have immense value. Only those who truly understood the three major lists knew how prestigious they were. Anyone who could make it onto the mercenary list was a top figure in major mercenary groups, with hiring prices in astronomical figures. According to Feng Qingye's understanding, those ranked in the top 30 on the mercenary list had countless lives in their hands, and their own strength broke common sense. Thinking of this, Feng Qingye glanced at Rose with some trepidation, relieved that he hadn't provoked this woman earlier. He had no doubt that Rose had the strength to take on the entire Feng family. It didn't matter how many people there were on his side, the advantage was irrelevant. In this era, many scientists were researching genetic technology, aiming to break human physical limits. Although no specific research results had been made public, many places had already begun trading in such things, especially among large mercenary groups. In short, with Rose's help, the Feng family's chances of winning were undoubtedly greatly increased. At the same time, Feng Qingye was somewhat surprised that Wei Tian could have someone from the mercenary list willingly follow him. With this, it should be foolproof, right? With Rose's abilities, combined with the Feng family's foundation, don't tell me we still can't take down the Yin family and the Lin family. With a smile on his face, Wei Tian leaned close to Feng Qingye's ear and whispered, "Don't forget, what I want is to become the leading family, the Feng family. If you can't do that, then there's no need for the Feng family to exist. Rose, let's go." After saying that, Wei Tian took Rose and left. As they were leaving, Wei Tian told Feng Qingye to contact him when needed, and Rose would naturally come to help. "Young Master Wei, take care." Feng Qingye's expression was serious as he watched Wei Tian's departing figure, letting out a soft sigh. Accompanying a ruler is like accompanying a tiger. He didn't know whether this choice was right or wrong for the Feng family. Meanwhile, in a residential area of Jiangdu City, Su Jiang stood dazed in front of the sink, a toothbrush in his mouth, completely frozen in place as if he had been immobilized. After a long while, he finally came to his senses, his face filled with anger as he shouted, "Dog system, what the hell did you say? Dog system, say it again. What were the penalties for those failed tasks?" Penalty for task failure: disable all skills obtained by the host. The duration of the disablement is related to the host's task completion rate. No death? No, only novice tasks and special tasks pose a threat to the host's life. Then why the hell didn't you say so earlier? You didn't ask. Su Jiang was so angry he laughed. This morning, he suddenly wanted to ask the system what the penalties for the previous failed tasks were. He had thought it would be a deduction of lifespan or continued erasure of himself. And you tell me, just this? I was on edge every time I did a task. Su Jiang gritted his teeth, feeling like he had been played by the system. However, there was also a very important reason. The penalties for novice tasks had scared Su Jiang, so he subconsciously thought the system's penalties would be severe. He thought the system was holding back something serious, but it turned out he had made a big deal out of nothing. Stupid system, even if I didn't ask, couldn't you just tell me proactively? Putting facts aside, was the system really wrong? Don't be angry. Don't be angry, there's no need to get upset over such trivial matters. Su Jiang regained his usual smile and casually threw the toothbrush he had just snapped into the trash can. Feeling down because of the system, Su Jiang didn't even bother to have breakfast and simply lay at home ordering takeout. After eating, he would happily go find Anro. "Oh, they actually sell grilled cold noodles at this hour?" Su Jiang's face lit up. He didn't expect to have grilled cold noodles for breakfast and ordered without hesitation. After thinking for a moment, Su Jiang sent a message in a takeout group chat. "Su Jiang, at delivery guy, can you bring me a bottle of drink? Delivery guy, I'm swamped, no time for that." "Su Jiang, you can have one too." "Delivery guy, what are you drinking?" Su Jiang's lips curled into a slight smile. "I still like your rebellious attitude just now." He asked the delivery guy to bring a bottle of soda, calculated the time, and thought he could still play a game. Wait, oh no, I clicked the wrong thing. Su Jiang moved the mouse, League of Legends started. Half an hour later, trash game, I won't play this again. Su Jiang angrily shut down the computer, thinking it would have been better not to click the wrong thing. Recently, players using hacks had become increasingly rampant, making it impossible for a player of his skill to get any kills. Knock knock knock. Hello, takeout. Opening the door, the delivery guy smiled as he handed Su Jiang the grilled cold noodles and soda. "Bro, your grilled cold noodles and drink. Remember to give a 5-star review." "Sure." Su Jiang took the takeout and immediately gave the delivery guy a 5-star review. After all, everyone has it tough, and it was just a small gesture. After happily finishing the grilled cold noodles, Su Jiang went out and hailed a taxi, heading straight for the Yin family. He couldn't just waste time anymore. He had big things to do and couldn't keep being aimless. Since he had decided to get involved in this family dispute, he needed to show the courage that was required. 20 minutes later, at the entrance of the Yin family, in a blue taxi. "Driver, Are you serious? For such a short distance, you charge me 50? Soo Jung widened his eyes. Is it really this rampant for taxis now? Are they robbing openly? Bro, this is the price now. Last night, someone went to the suburbs and they gave 200 without a second thought. The driver remained calm, seeing Soo Jang as a student, thinking he could make a hefty profit. Yesterday, there were fools who paid 200 just to ride with someone else. Charging you 50 isn't unreasonable, right? Soo Jang gave the driver a deep look, expressionless as he took out his phone and transferred 50 yuan. After getting out and watching the driver leave, Soo Jang pulled out his phone, his eyes fixed on the direction the taxi had gone. Hello, is this the Transportation Management Bureau? Yes, I want to report a taxi for overcharging. For a 20-minute ride, he charged me 500. The license plate number is. Okay, no need to thank me. It's my duty to help rectify the corruption in Jiangdu. Then, Soo Jang hung up the phone, as if nothing had happened, and walked into the Yin family home. Strangely, Soo Jang felt that many members of the Yin family were sneaking glances at him along the way. Hey, that's him, the one who hugged the young lady last night. What hug? That picture looks fake to me. Definitely photoshopped. Stop deceiving yourself, bro. If it were fake, would the leader have been that angry yesterday? The bag is real. What do you think? Who is pursuing whom? I bet all my assets that the young lady confessed first. Bet? I'm all in. The Yin family members whispered among themselves, but Soo Jiang had extraordinary physical skills, so his hearing was much better than average, and he caught every word. His mouth twitched continuously. He really didn't understand what kind of mental state these people from the Yin family were in. The war had been declared. Shouldn't they be on high alert, with a tense atmosphere? Instead, they were gossiping, eating their own family's gossip, and even secretly taking photos? Send me a picture later. And that brother with all your assets, you're definitely losing that bet. Soo Jung complained all the way as he passed through the Yin family courtyard and walked inside. In the hall, only Yin Mingjie and Li Kai were sitting on the sofa, seemingly discussing something. Hearing footsteps, Li Kai looked up, and upon seeing Soo Jang, his expression immediately soured. Damn, to take the blame for this kid, he had been subjected to Anro's sarcastic remarks all day, almost getting scolded directly in the face. You're here? And Mingjie turned around and greeted Soo Jiang with a smile. Soo Jiang nodded, casually found a spot to sit down, and poured himself a cup of tea, feeling a bit dazed. He thought it was a bit too natural to be in the Yin family, almost like being at home. Ro is still in her room. Should I call her down? No, let's talk about business first. Soo Jiang shook his head. He was here to do something big. Oh, go ahead. And Mingjie became interested. Soo Jiang could actually talk business? Who knew? The next second, Soo Jiang's words nearly gave Mingjie a heart attack. I want to crush the Feng family within a week and end this battle. Put. Li Kai sprayed tea all over the floor, turning his head in shock to look at Soo Jiang. What did I just hear? No, what did this kid just say? Soo Jiang ignored Li Kai and fixed his gaze on Mingjie. So, do you have a plan? A week is a bit tight. There are many things that can't be arranged in time. Just tell me what you need me to do. I want to get involved. I want to do something big. Well, there might actually be a way. Let me think. Li Kai was completely bewildered, looking at Soo Jiang. Then the most direct way is to confront them head-on. However, given our current situation, if we go to war directly, not only will it be difficult to achieve a quick victory, but our family will also suffer heavy losses, and many brothers may lose their lives because of it. Soo Jiang, sitting across from him, couldn't help but frown at this point. Is there any other way? And Mingjie was silent for a moment, then slowly uttered a few words. There is, but it's very difficult. That is to involve the Huagua Inspectorate. Huagua Inspectorate? Soo Jiang showed a puzzled expression and asked, what kind of department is that? I don't think I've heard of it before. At this moment, Li Kai, who was sitting beside him, began to explain. The Huagua Inspectorate is a department established by the Huagua government to maintain social stability and prevent the excessive expansion of the power of both the underworld and legitimate families. They have great power, and their responsibility is to supervise and restrain the various family forces, ensuring that they do not act recklessly and endanger the safety of ordinary people's lives. Because Huagua needs these family forces to exist, but is also worried that family disputes will affect the normal lives of ordinary people, they specifically established this department to restrain the various families. That's right, there is a branch of the inspectorate in Jiangdu. And Mingjie nodded and added, if the inspectorate intervenes, the shady dealings that the Feng family is doing behind the scenes will definitely be exposed. At that time, we can join forces with the inspectorate to directly suppress the Feng family. Soo Jiang's eyes lit up upon hearing this. He hadn't expected such a good department to exist. Isn't this equivalent to two people agreeing to a fight, and then I directly call the police to report you? So what are we waiting for? let's go directly to the inspectorate. However, upon hearing this, both An Mingjie and Li Kai revealed bitter smiles. It's not as simple as you think. And Mingjie sighed lightly and explained, although the inspectorate is powerful, their threshold for intervention is also very high. Unless it involves major issues, they won't easily intervene in family disputes. They won't pay attention to conflicts between small families like ours, which aren't even considered leading families. Moreover, over the years, the number of times the inspectorate has intervened has decreased, and it's said that there are some internal issues, but I don't know the specifics, because people from the various family forces are absolutely prohibited from working in the inspectorate. That's a bottom line, whoever touches it will die. So, this second method has almost no chance of success. Su Jiang frowned as well and said, can't we collect some evidence of the Feng family's crimes and report it to the inspectorate? It's useless. And Mingjie gently shook his head. Not to mention how much manpower and time it would take to collect that evidence, the key point is that right now, no one in the inspectorate is willing to increase their workload. The original intention of establishing the inspectorate has long since changed over time. Now, the people inside are all about slacking off if they can, and if they can't, they create conditions to slack off. Especially in the branches of small cities like ours, this situation is even more serious. Damn! Eating the emperor's rations but not doing any real work. Ha! Su Jiang's lips twitched, and the good impression he had just formed of the inspectorate vanished instantly. Moreover, over the years, the inspectorate has also recruited various external personnel from society, such as clerks, psychologists, martial arts instructors, and all sorts of other random people. Now their internal staff is also complex, with all kinds of mixed backgrounds, but the scrutiny of family forces remains strict, and no one from the underworld or legitimate families is allowed to enter the inspectorate. Li Kai recounted the detailed situation he knew, also expressing some dissatisfaction, because the inspectorate's approach could very well lead to a complete loss of its management function over time. For a family like theirs, which has been diligent and hasn't done much wrong, this is naturally an undesirable situation. As Su Jian listened and nodded, suddenly, a glint of light flashed in his eyes. Wait a minute, Lao Li, what did you just say? The inspection bureau is still hiring psychologists? Yeah, in this day and age, who doesn't have a few psychological issues? Li Kai said matter-of-factly, not understanding why Su Jiang brought it up. Su Jiang's mind was racing, and he thought of a brilliant plan. Immediately, he looked at An Mingjie and quickly said, what if I could get into the inspection bureau? Since they're all slacking off, right? Fine, I'll go in and, oh no, I'll go in to rectify this unhealthy trend. And Mingjie frowned slightly and pondered, your identity isn't a problem. The current inspection bureau won't hold you back on that. But the key is, how will you get in? As far as I know, there are very few spots for martial arts instructors at the inspection bureau, and those are definitely filled. Other positions also require relevant professional assessments. I can enter as a psychologist. Su Jiang directly interrupted An Mingjie, his eyes shining. And Mingjie? Li Kai? The two stared wide-eyed, incredulously looking at Su Jiang. Do you even hear what you're saying? You, Su Jiang, a psychologist? The one with the most psychological issues here is you, right? Li Kai couldn't understand how Su Jiang dared to say such a thing. You, who talks to mice, going to be a psychologist? Who are you going to treat? To their questioning gazes, Su Jiang looked down on them. You guys don't understand a thing. I'm a system person. I didn't even know how to use that psychological analysis skill before, and now it's coming in handy. He was no longer Su Jiang. He was Su, the psychologist, Jiang. Don't worry, I've studied psychology online. I guarantee I can pass the recruitment assessment. Su Jiang said confidently, but An Mingjie and Li Kai didn't dare to believe him. Especially Li Kai, who twitched at the corner of his eye upon hearing Su Jiang's words. You learned that online? You've picked up quite a mix of things online. And Mingjie rubbed his forehead. He also didn't understand where Su Jiang got all these strange skills. But thinking about it, this guy could talk to mice, so what if he knew a bit of psychology? And Mingjie quickly sorted out his thoughts and analyzed, the position of psychologist is indeed quite vacant, but even if you get in, you'll just be an external staff member. How will you get the inspection bureau to help us? Just relying on you alone, trying to influence the entire inspection bureau is too difficult, and we can't help you. Upon hearing this, Su Jiang smiled nonchalantly. He already had a plan in mind. Don't worry, I have a way. It's just about rectifying a slack attitude, right? Easy as pie. Li Kai looked at Su Jiang's smile and suddenly had a bad premonition. The last time he saw Su Jiang smile like that was yesterday. Then, the Feng family's factory was blown up. The inspection bureau should be fine, right? Since you've made up your mind, I'll consider the plan in detail. Although An Mingjie felt the situation was a bit absurd, somehow with Su Jiang involved, it seemed like it might actually work. After all, Su Jiang himself was quite absurd. Li Kai took out his computer, continuously typing on the keyboard, searching for information while saying to Su Jiang, "I just checked, the inspection bureau is still hiring psychologists, and you can go for an interview anytime." "That's great. I'm in a hurry. I'll go for the interview soon." "But, what? They require at least a master's degree. I remember you're only a freshman, right? And do you have a psychologist certification?" Su Jiang fell silent. Damn, is society this competitive now? If it keeps going like this, by the time I graduate, will I even be able to find a job? Forget it. My buddy has a system. And Mingjie noticed Su Jiang's embarrassment, thought for a moment, and said, "We can help you with the degree and certification. It's very likely true. As long as you really have professional psychological knowledge, the inspection bureau won't deliberately check these things." Hearing this, Su Jian looked up at Mingjie, his mouth slightly agape. At that moment, he truly realized the immense power of a big family. A master's degree, and just like that, it's done? What surprised Su Jian even more was that Mingjie directly took out his phone and made a call right in front of them. "I need you to help me with something, a master's degree, and the relevant documents needed for a psychologist. It must be ensured that there are no issues, and that it can withstand the investigation to the greatest extent. I'll send you the information shortly. How long will it take?" "Okay, thanks." After hanging up, Mingjie smiled at Su Jiang and said, "In the afternoon, these documents will be delivered to you." Impressive. Su Jiang couldn't think of any other words to describe it. To be honest, Su Jiang was a bit tempted now, wanting to join the In family. This is too appealing. Tap tap tap. At that moment, light footsteps came from above, and the few of them looked up just in time to see Anro coming downstairs, holding the cat Fu Gue in her arms. "Oh, Su Jiang, you're here." Anro's eyes lit up when she saw Su Jiang sitting on the sofa. After coming down, she quickly ran to Su Jiang and asked with concern, "How much did you drink yesterday? You came home so late." Li Kai, too. "Next time you drink, don't drag Su Jiang along. It's really something to take a student out drinking." As she spoke, the little girl deliberately glared at Li Kai and snorted, still expressing her dissatisfaction. Li Kai's expression changed instantly, looking as if he had eaten something unpleasant. He truly had no words to say. Yes, it's my fault for not being a good influence, taking him out drinking until midnight. You don't know, this so-called model student in your eyes was actually blowing up factories with me yesterday." And Mingjie looked at Li Kai with some amusement. He rarely saw Li Kai like this, and he knew the inside story, so he could somewhat understand Li Kai's feelings. "Oh, it's fine, you can't blame Kaigu. We didn't actually drink much yesterday, and Kaigu even kindly took a taxi to send me home. Right, Kaigu?" Su Jiang raised an eyebrow at Li Kai, thinking about how the saying goes. Only those who wrong you know how wronged you truly are at this moment. Yes, we didn't drink much." Li Kai gritted his teeth. He really didn't understand what he did to provoke Su Jiang so much that he had to be put in this position. Can't someone else take the blame? You could have Mingjie help you take the blame. After all, Anro wouldn't dare to trouble Mingjie. But Anro wasn't buying it, still giving Li Kai a cold shoulder, while her demeanor towards Su Jiang changed completely. That smile, to be honest, Li Kai had hardly seen it in his life. "Have you eaten?" Anro asked, looking down, a bit shy. She had gone to bed late yesterday and slept through the morning today, and hadn't eaten anything until now. And Mingjie naturally noticed his sister's thoughts and said, Ro, why don't you take Su Jiang to the family cafeteria for a meal? And take him around a bit, so he doesn't just come to the In family and only know to stay here." Then, Mingjie smiled at Su Jiang, "You're free anyway, and when the things arrive in the afternoon, I'll call you." Su Jiang nodded. Although he had just eaten some grilled cold noodles, he was getting hungry quickly, wasn't he? Moreover, he was quite interested in exploring the In family. He had come a few times, and each time he just went straight in to find someone, without really having a good look around. Soon, under the gazes of Mingjie and Li Kai, Anro took Su Jiang to eat. As for the little white cat Fu Gue, Anro let it out to play. The In family was large, with a big yard, so Fu Gue could wander around. Moreover, Anro had specifically told the family that this was her cat, so everyone was quite fond of the little white cat. "What do you think of Su Jiang?" After the two left, Mingjie casually asked Li Kai this question. Li Kai's face also became serious, pondering for a moment, and said, "To be honest, I really can't see through him. He's really outrageous. Not only is he skilled in combat techniques, but he also has terrifying sniping abilities. What's even more outrageous is that he can talk to mice. Now he says he understands psychology, but he's just a college student. Is it really possible for so many skills to appear in a college student?" Li Kai blurted out his thoughts. He also wanted to know how Mingjie viewed Su Jiang. Can someone like him really be with Anro? Upon hearing this, Mingjie fell silent, quietly sipping his tea. After a long while, it seemed Mingjie made a decision. He looked up at Li Kai, his gaze incredibly serious. It's possible. As long as he is Su Jiang, it's normal. As long as he is Su Jiang, whatever he does is reasonable. Do you understand? Li Kai was taken aback. He understood in Mingjie's meaning. Su Jiang is absolutely fine and must not be seen as problematic by others. And Mingjie was truly determined to protect Su Jiang, and Li Kai couldn't help but admire in Mingjie's courage. Although he hadn't known Su Jiang for long, he dared to place such a significant bet on him. If Su Jiang really had a problem, the entire family would suffer a devastating blow. I trust my judgment, and I also trust Ro's judgment. And Mingjie spoke with great certainty. He knew what he was doing, and a significant reason for this was in Ro. And Ro liked Su Jiang, and he was willing to believe in Su Jiang. Therefore, he wouldn't question the incredible abilities Su Jiang displayed. He was even a bit excited. The stronger Su Jiang's abilities, the better he could protect Ro's safety, which was undoubtedly beneficial for the family. Li Kai knew that since Mingjie had made up his mind, he wouldn't easily change it, and he also had a good impression of Su Jiang, aside from him being a bit of a jerk. The two exchanged a knowing smile, tacitly deciding not to discuss Su Jiang any further and instead talk about other matters. Meanwhile, Su Jiang was already sweating profusely. In the family's courtyard, Ro, wearing pink slippers, walked side by side with Su Jiang, who had his hands in his pockets, towards the family's cafeteria. There were plenty of family members wanting to eavesdrop, but as soon as Ro shot them a glare, they immediately distanced themselves from the two. Su Jiang found it amusing to see those family members. Were they really that afraid of Ro? Su Jiang, what were you just talking about with my brother and the others? Ro suddenly asked. Nothing, just chatting casually. Don't brush me off, I'm not stupid. Ro interrupted Su Jiang, looking up at him seriously, seemingly a bit angry. You've avoided talking to me several times with my brother, and Li Kai was there too. Although I don't know what you were discussing, it must be something dangerous, which is why you didn't want me to hear it. And the way you confronted Lin Hui at the restaurant, it couldn't have been just a small conflict. Su Jiang, I'm not that naive. I know you and my brother are looking out for me, but I'm really worried about both of you. As Ro spoke, her eyes were slightly red, and her tone was somewhat melancholic. Seeing Ro like this, Su Jiang didn't know what to do. A drop of sweat rolled down his forehead. He truly had never dealt with such a situation before. Clearly, his and Mingjie's actions had made Ro sense something unusual, but this little girl had held it in until now, which must have taken a lot of mental preparation. Moreover, Ro should have sensed something was off last night. After all, the excuses he and Li Kai had come up with had quite a few flaws. However, just as Su Jiang was feeling conflicted, Ro lowered her head, disregarding the gazes of the family members in the distance, and directly leaped into Su Jiang's arms, wrapping her arms around him. I really don't want to be protected by you all the time. I am part of the family, and I have responsibilities too. I just want to do my best to face things together with you. I won't be a bother to you. When you let me run, I'll run. When you don't want me to do something, I won't do it. I won't participate in those dangerous things, but at least let me know what's going on, okay? I don't want to be kept in the dark and worry about you all by myself. Ro buried her little head tightly in Su Jiang's chest, softly expressing her feelings. Su Jiang slowly raised his palm and placed it on Ro's head, gently stroking her hair, a hint of pain in his eyes. Yes, he and Mingjie only thought about protecting Ro, not letting her get involved in these matters, but they had never considered Ro's own feelings. All this time, she had been protected and pampered by her family, yet she had not contributed anything to the family, which made Ro feel guilty. At that moment, Su Jiang made a decision. Alright, whatever you want to know, I'll tell you. Su Jiang's voice was gentle. He no longer wanted to hide things from Ro. Whether it was because of their relationship or because Ro was a member of the family, she had the right to know. What? And Mingjie disagrees? A good beating would solve that. Really? Ro lifted her little head, her eyes red as she looked at Su Jiang, afraid he might change his mind. Really? Su Jiang paused and added, if your brother disagrees, I'll handle it. Upon hearing this, Ro's face instantly broke into a smile, and she tiptoed to kiss Su Jiang on the cheek. Thank you, Su Jiang. Her face slightly flushed, she whispered in his ear, I'm really glad to have met you. I'm also very glad that the person I chose to confess to was you, Su Jiang thought as he gently hugged Ro, silently reflecting. Click, click, click. The sound of cameras snapping around them made the two immediately alert, scanning their surroundings. Who the hell is taking pictures at a time like this? A group of onlookers from the family quickly put away their phones, turned their heads to the sky, and whistled. Snap! One member's phone slipped from his pocket and fell to the ground, the flash still on. Who the hell turned on my flashlight? Seriously, this can't happen again. The member of the family bent down to pick up his phone with an unchanged expression, quickly fleeing the scene, muttering, it's strange, how did this flashlight turn on? Anro's face instantly turned red to her ears. She had been so focused on talking to Soo Jang that she forgot they were in the Yin family, surrounded by a bunch of onlookers. In her embarrassment and anger, she shouted at them, "Delete it all. Miss, we really didn't take any pictures." They adamantly denied having taken any photos. Come on, it was rare to see Anro like this, and she even kissed Soo Jang. They would rather die than delete those pictures. This was going to be a family heirloom, a photo to be passed down through generations. In an instant, to avoid being caught by Anro, they quickly evacuated the scene, still whispering to each other as they left. "Hey, dude, I didn't get that angle right earlier, send me a shot. V me 50, and I'll send it to you." "Damn, you. I also got a picture of the miss kissing. I transferred you 50, hurry and send it to me." "I transferred 2, send me a copy." "Let's create a group, entry fee 50. Thus, without Anro's knowledge, a group called Mrs. Love Support Club was unknowingly established, filled with the Yin family's onlookers. "Let's go. Aren't you hungry?" Soo Jang saw that Anro still wanted to go up and make them delete the photos, and quickly held her back. What a joke! How could he let Anro destroy such precious photos? He would go back and ask those brothers for the pictures, especially the one where Anro kissed his cheek. No matter the cost, he would buy it. It had to be treasured. Humph! Anro was being pulled by Soo Jang, letting out a soft hum, casting a reluctant glance. Although it wasn't the first time she had been secretly photographed, she still felt very ashamed. "Let them off this time, and later let my brother teach them a lesson," Anro said resentfully, and continued walking with Soo Jang until they quickly arrived at the cafeteria. "Miss, you're here." A middle-aged man in a suit approached them, and Soo Jang found him somewhat familiar. "Su Xiao, long time no see." The middle-aged man greeted Soo Jang, then introduced himself. "I am the butler of the Yin family. You can call me Butler Soo. We met when you first came to the Yin family. I remember now. You were the one who made me a cup of tea back then, right?" Upon hearing this, Soo Jang suddenly recalled that it was indeed Butler Soo who had served tea when he first visited the Yin family to meet a ninja. Butler Soo smiled and nodded, his demeanor very amiable. "Don't call me Su Xiao, and no need for formalities, just call me Xiao Jiang," Soo Jang quickly said, as he still wasn't used to being called Su Xiao, let alone being addressed with you in such a formal manner. Butler Soo smiled and nodded, always respecting others' wishes. "Uncle Soo has been with our family for a long time. He established the Yin family together with my father, and we all respect him very much." Anro introduced him to Soo Jang, then put her hands behind her back and smiled at Butler Soo, saying, "Uncle Soo, we're here to eat in the cafeteria." "All right, follow me." Butler Soo led them into the cafeteria with a doting smile. Under Butler Soo's arrangement, Soo Jang and Anro immediately began to enjoy delicious meals. "Is this the daily meal configuration for the Yin family?" "Yes, everyone has the same, my brother is no exception." Soo Jang looked at the food in front of him in surprise. It was almost all meat, and the portions were particularly large, with the option to add more. Remembering the terrible food in the school cafeteria, Soo Jang could only think to comment, "Disgusting. A serving of braised chicken in the school cafeteria costs 20, it feels like robbery. The key is that there's hardly any meat in that braised chicken, isn't it just braised potatoes?" Soo Jang decided that he must report the school cafeteria later. No, wait. Once he gets into the inspection bureau, he won't check the Fong family first, he'll check the school cafeteria. If the director of the inspection bureau knew that Soo Jang planned to take the entire bureau to investigate the cafeteria, he would probably be furious. Anro, on the other hand, ate very little. Butler Soo knew her taste and specially arranged some vegetables for her, unlike the large portions of meat Soo Jang had. Thus, while they ate, they chatted, and Soo Jang shared everything Anro wanted to know without holding back. Of course, he insisted that it was Lee Kai who took him to blow up the factory. He was innocent. "Humph, you should stay away from brother Lee Kai in the future. Don't let him lead you astray, really," Anro said somewhat unhappily. Blowing up factories sounded very dangerous. Brother Lee Kai actually took Soo Jang to do such things. It was becoming more and more outrageous. Seeing this, Soo Jang said nothing, only secretly apologized to Lee Kai. "Brother Kai, I'm really sorry. Let's just forget about the grilled cold noodles and the toy gun scaring me. I had no choice, I hope you can understand." Soo Jang felt a bit guilty towards Lee Kai, but not too much. "So, you're going to interview for that position in the inspection bureau later, as a psychologist?" Anro looked at Soo Jang in confusion. "When did you learn psychology? We're all students. Why can you do everything?" "Yes, once your brother brings me the documents this afternoon, I'll go for the interview." So urgent. Suddenly, Anro thought of something, looked up at Soo Jang and asked, "What you said about making me wait a week, isn't it just to help our family resolve the Fong family issue within that week?" "Hiss!" Soo Jang gasped in surprise, staring at Anro, and shouted, "I don't care who you are, get off Anro." Anro isn't that smart. Bang! Anro, expressionless, stomped on Soo-jong's foot with a long leg under the table. Say that again. I was wrong. Humph. Anro snorted coldly. Soo-jong was getting bolder, now daring to admit he was foolish to her face. Don't change the subject, is it or isn't it? Soo-jang sighed lightly, nodding in disappointment. On the first day of doing something big, he was discovered by Anro. He had planned to confess to her as a surprise. Anro looked at Soo-jang, appearing somewhat displeased on the surface, but feeling happy inside. Then, I'll accompany you. This sentence made Soo-jang lift his head, meeting Anro's bright eyes, which held a hint of seriousness. No matter what you want to do, I'll be with you. After everything is resolved, I'll listen to your confession. Although there are few things I can do, at least I can be by your side and give you some help. Anro's tone was incredibly firm. Now that she knew Soo-jong's intentions, she wouldn't just sit idly by. That wasn't her character. She didn't want Soo-jong to unilaterally give to her. Soo-jong stared blankly at Anro, feeling an immense warmth in his heart, and smiled sincerely. Okay, then we'll face it together. Whoever runs is a little dog. You're the little dog. I won't run, that's for sure. Anro scolded playfully, her face flushed, and the two couldn't help but laugh at that moment. A relationship of mutual support was undoubtedly a win-win. An hour later, the two returned indoors and told Mingxia everything. Surprisingly, Mingxia didn't seem shocked by Anro's desire to participate in the action. It was as if he had anticipated this day would come. Bro, you agree? Anro was a bit dazed. She had thought she would have to argue with her brother, but unexpectedly, Mingxia agreed just like that. Of course, why wouldn't I? Mingxia said matter-of-factly, although you are my sister, you are also Anro, aren't you? You just want to do what you want to do. Why would I disagree? As long as it's a decision you've made after careful consideration, what reason do I have to disagree? Mingxia found it somewhat amusing, shaking his head at Anro, as if mocking his silly sister. I've been restraining you since you were little. I'm your brother, how could I not understand your thoughts? I just wanted to see when you would finally muster the courage to speak up to me. It seems that Soo-jong has indeed changed you quite a bit. Soo-jong rubbed his nose, and Mingxia's reaction was also unexpected for him. Anro stood there, stammering, So you're saying that as long as I speak up, you'll agree to let me contribute to the family? Of course. At that moment, Anro felt like a clown, puffing up her cheeks and looking at Mingxia with dissatisfaction. What about all the grievances she had suffered before? The guilt towards the family, and the helplessness of standing by. She had always thought that Mingxia would never let her participate in family matters, but unexpectedly, Mingxia had been watching her joke all along. Bastard brother. The more Anro thought about it, the angrier she became, grabbing a nearby pillow and throwing it at Mingxia. Soo-jong quickly dodged to the side to avoid getting hurt and swiftly took out his phone to capture this precious moment. TSK. Anro beating up Mingxia was quite a rare sight. Mingxia quickly reached out to catch the pillow, but the next second, Anro pounced on him, swinging her little fists and wildly hitting Mingxia. Mingxia didn't expect his sister to have such a temper and quickly used the pillow to shield his head. I'll let you see me as a joke. I'll let you deceive me. I let you call me Mingxia. Bang bang bang. Anro punched harder and harder, getting more excited. It turned out that hitting her brother felt like this, a bit exhilarating. Hey, you girl, be gentler, no respect for your elder. Mingxia complained while enduring the hits. Why find excuses? Just because I'm called Mingxia, does that mean I deserve to be hit? Isn't that the name our parents gave me? If you want to hit someone, you should go after our parents. Olden. At that moment, Li Kai walked in with a pile of documents and witnessed Anro violently beating Mingxia. Wow, Anro is so bold now? Seeing Soo-jong grinning and crazily taking pictures nearby, Li Kai immediately realized that Anro's bravery was no longer the important thing. There was something more important to do. Click click click. Pulling out his phone, Li Kai also started taking pictures. This might be the only time in his life he would see such a scene. It must be treasured. A few minutes later, Li Kai, Soo-jang, and Anro stood obediently in front of Mingxia. Especially Anro, the little girl was now timid, lowering her head and not daring to meet Mingxia's eyes, completely lacking the arrogance from before. Anro felt anxious inside. It was over. In a moment of anger, she actually hit her brother. But actually, she hadn't used too much strength, right? And it was her brother who was at fault first, right? But to be honest, Anro really wanted to experience that feeling again. Although she kept her head down, she was still secretly rubbing her little fists, feeling a bit restless. Mingxia crossed his arms, looking at the three of them, feeling quite powerless. Forget Anro. But Soo-jang and Li Kai, especially Li Kai, had actually started to learn bad habits. You too, delete those photos for me. and Mingjie said with a dark face. When did the family's values change like this? Sneaking around taking pictures and uploading them to the family group. And Mingjie had just taken the opportunity to take a look. Fortunately, Li Kai hadn't posted it in the group yet, so things hadn't reached an irretrievable point. What photos? Ngu, what are you talking about? Li Kai and Su Jiang were in perfect sync, both looking confused, as if they weren't the ones grinning and taking pictures just moments ago. Seeing Mingjie frown, seemingly about to get angry, Su Jiang quickly turned to Li Kai and said, "Hey, Kaigu, the documents you have are for me, right?" "Right. Look at my memory. I almost forgot to give them to you." "Well, no time to waste, I'm going for the interview now," striving to enter the inspection bureau as soon as possible to help the Yin family. "Su Jiang, you're too polite. It's such a long way, Kaigu will drive you." "Let's go, let's go." The two chatted while quickly escaping outside. If they stayed any longer, their phones might not be safe. "Su Jiang, I'm going too." Anro panicked when she saw these two ditching her. "Didn't we agree to share both joy and hardship?" Su Jiang and Li Kai were startled. "You can't come. If you do, who will Mingjie vent his anger on?" "Anro, it's very dangerous for us to go this time. You stay at home and wait for us to come back, okay?" Su Jiang immediately stopped Anro, pushing her back, leaving her with that sentence before quickly fleeing with Li Kai. "Anro? Su Jiang, you big pig's hoof. Didn't we just agree not to abandon each other?" A man's words are deceitful. Anro was not willing to give up and wanted to run outside. "Row." And Mingjie gently called out, and Anro's small foot that was stepping out immediately froze in place. It was over. "Su Jiang and Li Kai are going to handle important matters. You stay here, and let's have a good talk, just the two of us." And Mingjie smiled at Anro, nodding towards the study. "Go inside and get paper and pen to write a self-reflection. Write until they come back." "Brother, I really didn't mean to just now." 3, 2. Don't count, I'm going to get it now." Anro had a headache. She hated it when Mingjie suddenly started counting. It had scared her into a stress response since she was little. So, Anro resentfully lay on the table writing a self-criticism, while Mingjie leisurely sat beside her drinking tea. If Mingjie had taken a serious look at that moment, he would have discovered one thing: the content of Anro's self-criticism was all about cursing Su Jiang and Li Kai. In between, she even cursed Mingjie. Anro even became more and more excited as she wrote, getting addicted to cursing. On the other side, Li Kai was driving, taking Su Jiang on the way to the inspection bureau. The two were not discussing what to do when they arrived at the inspection bureau, but rather, "Oldly, how many photos did you take just now?" "I arrived late, so I only took a dozen." "Your speed is good. I only took about 20. Let's send each other the photos later. I can eat off Mingjie for a lifetime." "That's a small mindset. I can eat off him for 2 lifetimes. Both of them smiled, not at all recalling that they were going to the inspection bureau to do something significant. After a while, Su Jiang finally saw the legendary inspection bureau. "This inspection bureau is right across from the public security bureau?" "Yes, after all, they can barely be considered part of the same system, and it's convenient for the inspection bureau to request data and such," Li Kai said matter-of-factly. "Otherwise, where do you think the inspection bureau would be located?" Su Jiang's mouth twitched. Logically, such an entity should either be high-end and classy or hidden away from people's notice. Instead, it was openly situated right across from the Public Security Bureau, and it was just a normal-sized office building, not much different. The key was that the sign for the inspection bureau at the entrance was almost rotting away. You could barely see what it said. "Isn't anyone taking care of this?" Su Jiang's eye twitched. He could already feel a deep sense of decay before even entering. "Here, this is your degree certificate, and this is your psychological counselor's certificate." Li Kai shoved a pile of documents into Su Jiang's hands and said, "I'll wait for you here. Just go in for a normal interview. Remember, a normal interview." He seemed to be worried and reminded him again, "Don't cause any trouble. This is the inspection bureau, not a factory in the suburbs." Su Jiang looked at the documents in his hands and nodded nonchalantly. "Don't worry, I'm an exemplary citizen. How could I cause trouble? I'm just here for a simple interview." He felt that Li Kai had a bias against him. Did he really look that unreliable? "Let's go." Su Jiang got out of the car and headed straight for the inspection bureau. Li Kai watched Su Jiang's back, lit a cigarette, and self-deprecatingly smiled, thinking he might be overreacting. It was just an interview, and he was actually worried. Creak. Su Jiang pushed the door open. At the front desk, a bespectacled boy heard the sound and immediately stood up, looking at Su Jiang. "Hello, can I help you?" I'm here to apply for the position of psychologist." Su Jiang looked at the scholarly-looking boy and asked, "This is the inspection bureau, right?" "Yes, this is the inspection bureau." As soon as the boy heard that Su Jiang was there for an interview as a psychologist, he excitedly walked up to Su Jiang and shook his hand. "Hello, my name is Yang Ming. I'm here to fill in for the front desk today. We've been waiting for you for ages. Yang Ming was very excited, holding Soo-jong's hand tightly. Ha! Soo-jong's mouth twitched. This was not what he had imagined. What do you mean by that? You don't know? Before you, 3 psychologists couldn't take it anymore and resigned. We haven't had psychological treatment for 2 whole months. Soo-jong tilted his head, a big question mark popping up above him. Ha! I'm sick. I can't work. I need to see a psychologist. I'm in a sharp decline at work right now. If the psychologist doesn't come soon, I'm going to take a leave of absence. I'm depressed. I want to go home. Let's just end this B class for today. Damn it, Lao Wang, you ran off early again, then I'm leaving too. I'm depressed as well. I've split personalities. Where am I? Why am I at work? Yang Ming led Soo-jong into the inspection bureau, and along the way, Soo-jong looked shocked. Is this what you call slacking off? At least slacking off means you occasionally do some work. It can only be considered an improper work attitude. But now, it's 1 o'clock in the afternoon, and you guys are off work? The reason is depression? Your smile is almost bright enough to light up the Milky Way, and you're depressed? This is just a bunch of damn vampires, isn't it? How much imperial grain do you need to suck? I think you can see the situation, Yang Ming said awkwardly. After all, he was also part of the inspection bureau, and it was a bit embarrassing for him to be seen like this during an interview. This state has lasted for 2 months. I forgot who started it, but ever since, they've been using mental illness as an excuse. It's either leaving early or arriving late, not working when they are at work, always slacking off, and the more serious ones just take leave and don't come back, like today's receptionist. Yang Ming adjusted his glasses and said apologetically, since then, our external psychologist has been driven away by them one way or another, and now, you're the only one left for the interview. Soo-jong's mouth twitched. He guessed that Li Kaiyan and Mingjie didn't expect the internal situation of the inspection bureau to be this bad. So, this group of people not only behaves like this every day but also receives high salaries and various benefits? We're also trying to improve this situation, but we've really done our best, Yang Ming said helplessly. Now, aside from him, there were hardly any others who could come to work on time and work seriously. Seeing that Soo-jong was still young, he felt a bit reluctant to let such a little bunny enter their wolf's den, so he said, "You can still back out now." After all, the previous psychologist couldn't handle the pressure and resigned. Upon hearing this, Soo-jong really wanted to leave. How can this be fixed? Unless they shoot this group of people and replace them with a new batch. But that would only treat the symptoms, not the root cause. However, after a moment of contemplation, Soo-jong looked into Yang Ming's eyes and decisively said, "No, I want to stay." A glint of determination flashed in Soo-jong's eyes. He had to stay. He envied why they could live so comfortably. Why did he have to fight for his life outside? He couldn't stand it. This group of brats was eating imperial grain and didn't have to do anything. They all had to get moving. At this moment, Soo-jong's will was incredibly firm. Before, he just planned to see if he could walk this path in the inspection bureau, and if not, he would change paths. Now it was different. He had to walk this path. He had to make this group of slackers get to work, or he wouldn't feel balanced inside. Yang Ming, however, didn't know what Soo-jong was thinking. He just felt a bit moved, as if he had met a kindred spirit. He didn't expect that Soo-jong, like him, was also an ambitious person. Alright, then follow me later. If there are no issues with your identity, you can officially start today. After saying that, Yang Ming turned to the employees who were about to leave and said, "Everyone, quiet down. Let me introduce this new psychologist, Soo-jong, who should be starting soon, so please welcome him." Clap, clap, clap. In the large space, only Yang Ming's applause echoed. The others were frozen in place, looking at Soo-jong in disbelief. What? A psychologist really came? Does that mean my illness will get better? No way, I can't get better. It will never get better in this lifetime. In an instant, countless eyes were fixed on Soo-jong, and everyone was already considering how to get rid of him. Yang Ming awkwardly clapped alone, and at this moment, he couldn't continue, feeling a bit embarrassed as he said to Soo-jong, "Come with me, let's go handle your onboarding." Okay. Soo-jong nodded, smiling casually, and before leaving, he didn't forget to greet everyone friendly, looking very amiable. "Just wait, you little brats. If I don't get you all to behave, Soo-yi, won't be surnamed Soo." After Soo-jong left, everyone immediately huddled together, as if facing a great enemy. "Brothers, what should we do? I haven't had enough of this kind of life yet. Look at him, he seems young. Should we use our old methods? Right, just bite the bullet and say we're sick. He has no evidence to prove we're not. This time, let's be a bit gentler. Don't scare him, just get him out of here." Okay. In no time, everyone had come up with a plan. They were already very familiar with this operation, and it was easy for them to execute. On the other side, Soo-jong followed Yang Ming into a room, where Yang Ming was checking his credentials on the computer. "Doesn't your leader care about this situation?" "Leader? Oh, you mean our bureau chief. Yang Ming replied while typing on the keyboard. Actually, this situation is also related to Chief Zheng. The chief of our Jiangdu branch is sent over by the headquarters, and ever since Chief Zheng came, he completely ignores anything we do. Even if we make mistakes, he won't punish us. Chief Zheng just locks himself in the office every day, and no one disturbs him. When it's time to get off work, he comes out of the office, like clockwork. Su Jiang nodded upon hearing this. It made sense. Without supervision and punishment from above, who would still work seriously? Oh, right. Yang Ming suddenly remembered something and said to Su Jiang, ever since Chief Zhang came, every new employee has to go to him and answer a question. Everyone is asked the same question, you'll find out soon. But his question doesn't affect your onboarding, so when you meet Chief Zhang later, you can rest assured, there's nothing to be afraid of. Su Jiang frowned and said, then what's the point of him doing this? Is it just to ask a question? Or does he just want to see what the new employees look like? Hearing this, Yang Ming paused his typing, recalling his own onboarding experience, and smiled lightly. Who knows? No one can understand the meaning behind the chief's actions. Maybe he really wants to know the answer to that question? After saying that, Yang Ming returned the credentials to Su Jiang and then took out a contract from the drawer, handing it to Su Jiang. Your identity and credentials are fine. This is the contract. The monthly salary is 8,000 after tax, with 6 insurances and 2 funds paid normally. Take a look and see if there's any problem. Su Jiang was momentarily stunned as he took the contract, feeling even more envious of those people outside. Damn, I'm an external hire with such good treatment. What must those brats be eating? They must be dealt with. No problem. Su Jiang glanced at the contract and signed it directly. After all, he couldn't understand it, but such a big inspection bureau wouldn't scam him on the contract. Good, then we'll be colleagues from now on. Seeing Su Jiang sign the contract, Yang Ming stood up and shook hands with him amicably, then said, let's go meet the chief now. I'll take you to his office. So soon? Su Jiang was taken aback, not expecting to see the chief right after entering. It was truly beyond his expectations. Don't be nervous, it's just to answer a small question, it's nothing. Yang Ming thought Su Jiang was nervous, comforting him as he led him upstairs. Su Jiang followed behind, constantly observing his surroundings, quietly memorizing the layout of the entire building. We're here. Yang Ming stopped at the door, and Su Jiang looked up. Above the door, a sign read 5 words. Chief's office. Simple and clear. Knock, knock, knock. Director Zhang, we have a new employee. I brought him in. Yang Ming knocked on the door, but there was no response from inside, so the two waited outside. 1 minute, 2 minutes. Yang Ming only knocked once, then stood there expressionless, while Su Jiang began to doubt whether there was anyone inside at all. Just as he was about to speak, a low voice came from within. Let him in. Yes. With the response, Yang Ming signaled for Su Jiang to open the door himself. Creak. Su Jiang pushed the door open and walked in. As soon as he entered, Su Jiang frowned tightly. The room was filled with the smell of smoke and was somewhat dim, with only a small crack in the window letting in a sliver of light. A burly man with a stubbly face was quietly sitting on the sofa, one hand smoking a cigarette, while the other held a stack of documents, which he was examining in detail. In the light, half of his face was illuminated, while the other half remained in shadow. Sit down. Upon hearing this, Su Jiang unceremoniously took a seat on the sofa opposite him and spoke first. Hello, Director Zhang. I am the new psychologist who just started today. My name is Su Jiang. Director Zhang's interruption caught Su Jiang off guard. How did the other party know his name? Immediately after, Director Zhang spoke in a low, unhurried tone. Su Jiang, admitted to the mathematics department of Jiangdu University in August this year as the top scorer in the college entrance examination, taken as a disciple by the head of the mathematics department, Zhang Yu. Your parents run a well-off restaurant back in your hometown. Su Jiang's eyes widened, his expression turning extremely serious. How could the other party have his information? And why investigate me? However, the next moment, Director Zhang's words made Su Jiang break out in a cold sweat, as if he had fallen into an ice cellar. On October 16th, you confessed to the eldest daughter of the Yin family, Anro, and that night you were kidnapped. Later, for some unknown reason, you began to associate closely with the Yin family. On the 17th, at the Yin family's Shomian night bar, not only did you incapacitate Lin family's Scar, but you also threatened Lin Hui with a gun. Last night, together with Li Kai from the Yin family, you blew up the Feng family's weapons factory in the suburbs west of Jiangdu and framed it on the Lin family. Director Zhang finished speaking slowly, then set down the documents in his hand, leaning slightly forward, his gaze deep and fixed on Su Jiang. What brings someone like you to my inspection bureau? On the sofa, Su Jiang had completely lost his previous playful demeanor. He finally realized that he had underestimated the situation. And Mingjie had also been careless. They had all underestimated the inspection bureau. No, they should have underestimated the director of the inspection bureau, the scruffy middle-aged man sitting across from him. The moment he stepped into the inspection bureau, all his information had probably been handed over to Director Zhang in the first instance. Damn you, Li Kai! You didn't tell me there was such a terrifying person in the inspection bureau. Su Jiang took a deep breath. At this point, it was useless to fabricate any lies. He would definitely be seen through by the man in front of him. So, he confessed directly, I want the inspection bureau to intervene and help the Yin family. Why? With the help of the inspection bureau, we can save a lot of time and reduce losses. Why should we help you? Isn't it the responsibility of the inspection bureau? He. Upon hearing this, Director Zhang chuckled softly, took a puff of his cigarette, and said lightly, the responsibility of the inspection bureau is indeed to control disputes and prevent them from affecting ordinary people, while also punishing those families that resort to any means for expansion. It used to be like that, but now. Director Zhang's expression turned sarcastic, somewhat disdainful. You saw the situation when you came in. Do you think they still remember the responsibilities you mentioned? You think they would fight to the death for the bullshit responsibility you mentioned? Su Jiang fell silent upon hearing this. He realized that he had been thinking too simply. Go back, young man. Considering the Yin family has been so well behaved over the years, I won't keep you. After Director Zhang finished speaking, he leaned back, his entire being merging into the shadows. Su Jiang sat still, not leaving. Because of his psychological analysis skills, although Director Zhang hit it well, he could sense it. That is, Director Zhang was very displeased with the current state of the inspection bureau. Knowing this meant there was a chance. Director Zhang, what if I have a way to change the current situation of the inspection bureau? Is it meaningful? It treats the symptoms, not the root cause. In the end, it's futile. But doing something is better than doing nothing, isn't it? Then tell me, what do you want to do? Su Jiang pondered for a moment and then expressed his thoughts. Throughout this process, Director Zhang remained silent. After Su Jiang finished speaking, Director Zhang chuckled lightly and said, your idea is quite bold. If it really is like that, it might be worth a try. Hearing this, Su Jiang knew the opportunity had come. Director Zhang was beginning to waver. So, does that mean you agree? No, I do not agree. Su Jiang was taken aback and quickly said, why? This is clearly a very good method. Although it's a bit risky and the cost is somewhat high, it can indeed change the current situation of the inspection bureau in a short time, can't it? Director Zhang gently shook his head, extinguished his cigarette butt, and lit another one, looking at Su Jiang and saying, even if you succeed, then what? If you succeed, the atmosphere of the inspection bureau will change from then on, returning to the right track, and then they will begin to realize their responsibilities and start doing the work they should have been doing, and then help you and the Yin family deal with the Feng family. After the Yin family wins, which family do you want us to help you deal with next? The Lin family? Or the newly relocated Wang family? Su Jiang's expression was filled with suspicion. He did not understand what Director Zhang was trying to say. Go back, Su Jiang. If you don't know what I truly want, you will never be able to persuade me. Director Zhang issued another dismissal. Su Jiang stood up. He knew he could not convince Director Zhang at this moment. This person was inscrutable to him. Even with his psychological analysis skills, he could not know what Director Zhang truly desired. Just as he was about to leave, Su Jiang suddenly thought of something, so he stood by the door, turned back, and looked at Director Zhang. Director Zhang, I heard Yang Ming say that you ask every new employee the same question. That's right. Upon hearing this, Su Jiang walked back, his gaze fixed intently on Director Zhang. I want to hear what kind of question it is. What kind of question would make such a person ask it over and over again without getting tired? Su Jiang felt this could very well be his breakthrough. Director Zhang remained silent for a long time, took a puff from his cigarette, closed his eyes, and said softly, the question is very simple. If one day you had the ability to stop all conflicts in the world, what would you do? Upon hearing this question, a glint flashed in Su Jiang's eyes. He seemed to understand what Director Zhang was pursuing. What kind of answer can you give me for this question? Su Jiang stood still. He did not respond immediately but asked himself again in his heart. If he really had that ability, facing the conflicts in the world, what would he do? Su Jiang might know what answer Director Zhang wanted to hear, but he did not want to say it because he did not want to deceive himself on such a question. So, he spoke, if that day really comes, I would live as usual, eating, sleeping, and going to school during the day, and at night, I would take a walk under the moon with the person I like, living life as it should be lived. Hearing this answer, Director Zhang opened his eyes. Why? Maybe I have the ability to stop the world's conflicts, but I cannot erase human greed and selfishness. But the greater your ability, the greater your responsibility. You can use that phrase to restrain yourself, but don't use it to morally bind me. Su Jiang's expression was emotionless. He now understood that what Director Zhang perhaps wanted was a world without conflict. But that was impossible. Uncultivated fields remain barren, and once cultivated, people will fight over them. No one wishes for conflict in the world, but no one can avoid it either. Because of human nature, and because of interests. Director Zhang took a deep breath. He did not argue with Su Jiang but closed his eyes again. You can go now. This time, Su Jiang did not hesitate but walked straight out the door, choosing not to say anything further. He also knew that the path with the inspection bureau was likely no longer viable, as the relationship between him and Director Zhang was no longer a simple matter of interests. It was a clash of ideologies. Director Zhang believed that the world's conflicts could be prevented and that capable people should contribute. But Su Jiang believed that as long as human selfishness and greed existed, the world's conflicts would never cease. Neither Su Jiang nor Director Zhang could agree with each other's views. Yang Ming had been waiting outside for quite a while. When he saw Su Jiang come out, he hurriedly asked, "Why were you in there for so long? How is the director?" "Sorry, I resigned." Su Jiang was not in a good mood at that moment. After leaving that sentence, he went downstairs without looking back, preparing to leave the inspection bureau. Yang Ming was left dumbfounded, not understanding what had happened. All he knew was that the psychologist he had just secured was about to leave. At that moment, he didn't have time to figure out the situation. Yang Ming quickly ran up to stop Su Jiang. "Dr. Su, let's talk this over calmly. Don't be impulsive. Why resign all of a sudden?" "What? I can't quit if I don't want to." "You can't do this, you just signed a contract. If you resign now, you'll have to pay compensation." Hearing about the compensation, Su Jiang was taken aback and paused before saying, "Then I won't resign." Yang Ming's face lit up with a smile. He had managed to convince him. "I'm off work," Su Jiang said, continuing down the stairs. When he reached the bottom, he found a group of people eavesdropping at the stairway. Hey, Dr. Su, our rules say you can't leave early." Yang Ming chased after him down the stairs, glaring at the confused crowd, wondering what they were doing eavesdropping. Su Jiang ignored those people and turned to Yang Ming, saying matter-of-factly, "What do you mean by leaving early? I'm in a bad mood, feeling depressed, and I need to go adjust myself. Is there a problem?" Then he asked that group of people again, "Do you think there's a problem?" "No problem," they all answered in unison. At that moment, their gaze towards Su Jiang had changed. If they had previously viewed him as an enemy, now they undoubtedly regarded him as one of their own. Look at him. He had just joined and already understood our unit's culture thoroughly and could navigate it with ease. This is talent, this is the psychologist they needed. Although they hadn't communicated, they had already solidified the same belief. Su Jiang absolutely could not leave. They needed such a psychologist. "You see, they said there's no problem," Su Jiang said to Yang Ming, then pushed the door open without looking back and left the inspection bureau. "Hey, Dr. Su," Yang Ming called out stubbornly, but Su Jiang still did not turn back. He turned around and shot a fierce glare at the group that had just echoed him, with an expression of disappointment. Then, Yang Ming hurriedly ran back upstairs. He needed to ask the director why Su Jiang's attitude had changed so quickly after such a short conversation. What had they talked about? "Oh, back so soon, Dr. Su?" Li Kai, with a cigarette in his mouth, joked as he watched Su Jiang get into the car. However, he soon noticed that Su Jiang's expression was not good, and hurriedly asked what was wrong. "It's all exposed. The director of the inspection bureau, his surname is Sheng. Do you know him?" "Ha, I remember the director of the inspection bureau was surnamed Chen, right? When was that?" "About 2 years ago, but the director of the inspection bureau usually doesn't change." Upon hearing this, Su Jiang directly gave Li Kai the middle finger. "You really are something, Li Kai. You dared to bring up information from 2 years ago. In any case, let's talk about it later. This matter with the inspection bureau should be off the table." So, the two returned to the Yin family. As soon as they stepped into the house, they saw Anro slumped over the table, weakly writing something. Next to her, several sheets of paper were piled up, filled with dense writing. Hearing their footsteps, Anro suddenly looked up, and upon seeing Su Jiang and Li Kai, her eyes instantly filled with tears. "Woo, you finally came back." The little girl threw down her pen and immediately collapsed onto the soft sofa, moving her wrists. Her hands were almost worn out from writing. Seeing this, both of them felt a twinge of guilt. After all, Anro was, in a way, being punished for them. "We're back, how's the situation?" And Mingjie looked at the two of them, not mentioning the photos again, focusing instead on the important matters. Anyway, they wouldn't dare spread it around. If the photos were leaked one day, it would definitely be one of them. At that point, they could just deal with it together. That's how it is. Su Jiang laid out everything that happened at the inspection bureau. Li Kai and Mingjie looked serious, while Anro lay beside them, weakly rubbing her wrists, still in pain. Her gaze was fixed on Su Jiang and Li Kai, as if she wanted to devour them. But she also knew that they were discussing serious matters, not the time for play, so she just glared at them. "You two heartless bastards, leaving me here to write a self-criticism. I won't let you off the hook." Director Zhang? As far as I know, there isn't such a director in the inspection bureau. And Mingjie stroked his chin, quickly deducing, there are two possibilities. First, he was recently assigned here, so we don't know him. That's normal because news from the inspection bureau is hard to come by. Second, he has been in Jiangdu for a long time but has kept a tight lid on information, not exposing himself. From your description, given his methods, it's likely the second. This kind of person is very difficult to deal with because no one can guess what he really wants. And Mingjie frowned. Clearly the situation was beyond his expectations. This suddenly appearing Director Zhang was completely outside his plans, and he worried that this Director Zhang would disrupt some of his plans. Although the likelihood was low, what if? For the sake of the Yin family, and Mingjie had to consider every possible occurrence and how to respond thoroughly. Let's leave it at that for now. I'll think about it more carefully. After Mingjie finished speaking, he walked straight into the study. Whenever he needed to think deeply, he would lock himself in the study, in an absolutely quiet environment, playing chess with himself. Ha! After saying that, Su Jiang also let out a sigh of relief. Before he could finish his breath, a cushion suddenly flew at him. Damn! An assassin! Su Jiang quickly caught the cushion, then looked up to meet Anro's furious gaze. You too! Shouldn't you explain yourselves to me now? Anro gritted her teeth. Do you know how I've spent these past few hours? Su Jiang and Li Kai immediately became alert, exchanging glances that conveyed mutual understanding. We're done for. I forgot about this little lady. Ahem, well, I suddenly remembered that my car seems to be parked over the line. I need to move it. Seeing the situation was bad, Li Kai immediately found an excuse to escape. Su Jiang also wanted to run, but Anro pounced on him, pressing him down with force, leaving him to watch helplessly as Li Kai made his escape. Old Li, you bastard. Is there a damn parking line in the Yin family's yard? Su Jiang cursed Li Kai's ancestors in his heart, wanting to give him a good beating. But now, he was pinned down by Anro, who was already rolling up her sleeves. Realizing the danger, Su Jiang forced a smile. Well, I didn't mean to. Hiss. Anro ground her little silver teeth and, without waiting for Su Jiang to explain, bit down on his shoulder. Damn it, Anro, are you a dog? It hurts, it hurts, it hurts. Su Jiang kept crying out in pain, and Anro bit for a long time before finally letting go. Even through his clothes, Su Jiang was sure there would be deep bite marks on his shoulder. Who did you just say is a dog? Anro's face showed displeasure as she flashed her teeth, as if to say that if Su Jiang's answer didn't satisfy her, she would bite him again. I belong to the dog zodiac. Humph. Anro snorted coldly, stood up, and sat down beside him, tossing the paper and pen she had just been writing with to Su Jiang. Write a self-criticism, and keep writing until my brother comes out. Ha! Su Jiang looked confused as he took the paper and pen, seeing a sentence that Anro had not finished writing. And Mingjie, Li Kai, Su Jiang, big fool. The last character was clearly only half written, and when Su Jiang looked up, he found that it was all insults directed at the three of them. Glancing at the other densely written pages, Su Jiang's mouth twitched. Did this little girl have so much resentment? Had she been cursing them all along? Cough, how about we go out for something to eat and take a walk? Su Jiang tentatively asked. He hated writing self-criticisms. Old Zhang's were all written by Wang Ziang for him. No way, you have to write. Anro puffed up her cheeks, feeling unbalanced. Su Jiang raised an eyebrow. If you want to play like this, then I won't hold back. He immediately gathered up all the self-criticisms Anro had written, organizing them as he said. Anro, you wouldn't want your brother to find out about the content of your self-criticism, would you? I don't care about Oldly, but if Mingjie finds out, you're pretending to write a self-criticism while actually cursing him in front of his face. Tsk, forget it, I'll just write the self-criticism honestly, but I'm not like some people who write those crude words. Su Jiang spoke in a sarcastic tone, saying he would write a self-criticism but not even picking up a pen, just continuing to organize the papers. Why, you're threatening me? And Ro's eyes widened in disbelief that Su Jiang dared to threaten her. What threat? Isn't this the truth? Su Jiang asked in confusion. Aren't those words written by you? They are, but then that's settled. Su Jiang stood up, ready to take the self-criticism to the study. Tisk suddenly forgot to find in good to talk about something. Wait. And Ro panicked and quickly ran up to grab Su Jiang, timidly saying, I just remembered, I'm hungry. Let's go out to eat and take a walk. If Mingjie found out about this, she would be punished again. Su Jiang couldn't help but smile inside, then pretended to be puzzled. Why are you pulling me? I really have something to discuss with Ngu. Then put down the self-criticism I wrote. No need, I'll take it in to write. Anro's face turned red with anger. She was furious, and Su Jiang was doing it on purpose. Su Jiang felt immensely pleased, thinking, let's see what you'll do after you bit me. Today, I'll teach you a lesson, so you know what it means for the wheel of fortune to turn. Anro gently bit her lower lip, and suddenly, a glint of mischief flashed in her eyes. She lightly tiptoed, unexpectedly hooking her arms around Su Jiang's neck and kissing his cheek. I know I was wrong, okay? Let's go eat. I'm so hungry. Anro blinked her eyes, looking pitiful, using her ultimate move, the art of acting cute. Su Jiang felt the gentle touch on his cheek and froze. Damn! He had underestimated her. He forgot that Anro had this innate skill. How about it? Let's go eat, Anro said, shaking Su Jiang's hand, her big eyes blinking as she spoke in a soft, sweet voice. Anro was still going strong. Looking at Anro's adorable appearance, Su Jiang's heart inexplicably raced. After holding out for 2 seconds, he sighed and said, alright, let's go eat then. Su Jiang, defeated. The self-criticism letter was immediately destroyed by Anro. The little girl unhesitatingly used Ningxia's lighter to burn the letter right in front of Su Jiang. In the hot pot restaurant, Su Jiang sat at the table, recalling the scene of Anro burning the letter with her back to him. It seemed to him that behind Anro, there was a long black tail, and 2 black ears sprouted from her head. She looked just like a little demon. Why are you staring at me like that? Anro asked, puzzled, as she ate the beef tripe. She felt that Su Jiang's gaze just now was a bit off. No, nothing, Su Jiang laughed awkwardly. He didn't dare to say that he thought she looked like a little demon. If he upset Anro, he would have to find a way to appease her. The self-criticism letter had already been burned, so now Su Jiang didn't dare to provoke Anro. Humph. Anro huffed lightly, ignoring Su Jiang, and continued to eat. Turning her anger into appetite, she ate exceptionally well today. Meanwhile, in the inspectorate bureau, in the director's office. Director, we finally got a psychologist. Why did we send him away? Yang Ming sat across from Director Zhang, looking helpless. Director Zhang didn't respond but threw a stack of documents at Yang Ming. Upon closer inspection, it was actually Su Jiang's file. If Su Jiang saw this file, he would know that what Director Zhang read was just a small part of it. This thick stack of documents recorded all of Su Jiang's activities from birth to the present in detail. Even his sleeping in class and daily eating habits were meticulously noted. This was the method of the Inspectorate Bureau. This is Su Jiang? Yang Ming looked at the documents with a puzzled expression, unable to imagine that the person he had connected with so well that morning was actually related to the Yin family. Director Zhang spoke heavily, looked closely at his activities over the past month. Yang Ming listened and continued to read the documents, becoming increasingly shocked. The factory of the Feng family last night, he blew it up? Is he really just a college student? Yang Ming also discovered that all of Su Jiang's unusual behaviors had only started in the past month, and before that, he was indeed just an ordinary student. Yang Ming immediately thought of a possibility and said to Director Zhang, could it be that he is from the capital? Director Zhang shook his head, smoking, and did not answer Yang Ming. After a long while, he asked in a low voice, Yang Ming, do you remember the day we met, the question I asked you? I remember. You asked me what I would do if I had the ability to stop conflicts. Do you remember how you answered? Of course, I said that if that day came, I would unhesitatingly stop those wars and conflicts, to bring true peace to the world, and that's why I follow you. Hearing this, Director Zhang nodded slightly and sighed deeply. Yes, true world peace. His tone was filled with endless sorrow. But today that kid told me that as long as human greed and selfishness exist, the world can never be truly peaceful. In barren fields, no one plows, but when someone does, there's contention. Today, I was actually taught a lesson. Director Zhang chuckled self-deprecatingly. He had worked hard for over a decade for the world in his heart. In the end, it was all in vain, and he was relegated to this small Jiangdu city, serving as the director of a mere sub-bureau. I can tell that he knows what answer I want to hear, but he still spoke his own answer because, deep down, he does not recognize my ideals. He is not the first, and he certainly won't be the last. Yang Ming, do you think my persistence is still necessary? Director Zhang asked Yang Ming, as if his faith had begun to waver. Yang Ming fell silent. The main reason he followed Director Zhang was that the world he had painted back then had moved him. A world without strife, a time of peace. But now, Director Zhang seemed to be shaken. No, it should be said that ever since Director Zhang was sent to Jiangdu and began to neglect the situation in the inspection bureau, he had already wavered. After a long while, Yang Ming raised his head, his eyes filled with determination, and said, Director Zhang, perhaps Su Jiang is not wrong, but does that mean our efforts have no value? There must be a group of people who do something, right? Maybe our efforts will be in vain. Maybe the world we long for is just an illusory utopia. But I believe that as long as we do it, it has meaning. If one day I die in pursuit of that elusive world, then that will be the end of Yang Ming, and I will feel comforted and proud of it. Director Zhang listened to these words, his expression unchanged, silently lighting a cigarette and smoking without a word. You should go back now. Yang Ming nodded. He knew that Director Zhang needed to think alone for a while. Gently closing the door, Yang Ming adjusted his mindset and continued to immerse himself in work. Inside the room, only Director Zhang sat quietly, as if two people were confronting each other in his mind. On one side was Su Jiang, and on the other was Yang Ming. One pursued an ethereal utopian world, while the other recognized the cold, harsh reality. Their words echoed continuously in Director Zhang's mind. He sat there, gazing deeply out the window at the setting sun, as night fell. The cigarette butts on the table kept increasing, and Director Zhang had no idea how many cigarettes he had smoked or how long he had been sitting. Suddenly, he chuckled softly, his hoarse voice resonating in the silent room. Really, today I've been taught 2 lessons in a row. The young people nowadays are truly remarkable. He then picked up his phone, looked at Su Jiang's phone number on the document, and dialed it. The call was quickly connected, and Director Zhang spoke first. It's me. Su Jiang was walking with Anro by the river, and upon receiving the call, he recognized the voice immediately. What's up? I agreed to your plan. Come to my place later to discuss it. Really? Aren't you afraid that if you do this, all your people in the inspection bureau will be gone? If they're gone, then they're gone. After all, they're just a bunch of useless people. Alright, I'll be there soon. Su Jiang hung up the phone, feeling a bit puzzled about why Director Zhang had changed his mind, but it was undoubtedly good news for him. Who was it? The one we talked about in the afternoon, Director Zhang. After saying this, Su Jiang squatted down in front of Anro. Why are you squatting? There's an urgent matter. We need to hurry back, and I'll carry you to go faster. Anro's face turned red. She suspected Su Jiang was trying to take advantage of her. If you're lying to me, you're dead. Anro leaned in slightly, threatening him fiercely in his ear. Su Jiang firmly supported Anro's knees and gently lifted her up. Her hair brushed lightly against Su Jiang's cheek, carrying a faint fragrance, and his heart inexplicably raced again. However, he still walked with a calm expression. After a while, Anro sensed something was off. Her eyes instantly turned cold, and she spoke lightly. Su Jiang. What is it? Aren't you in a hurry? Right. Then why are you walking slower than an old man taking a stroll? Anro immediately realized she had been tricked, angrily tugging at Su Jiang's ear and shouting, Put me down. No. This time we really need to hurry, really. Su Jiang, helpless, began to quicken his pace, and before long, they arrived at the An family home, and Mingjie was still locked in his study. Su Jiang said a word to Anro and then directly called Li Kai to follow him. Oldly, let's go. Go do something big. What are you up to this time? There's a chance at the inspection bureau. We need to go. Alright, I'll take you. I'm almost your personal driver now. Su Jiang had a cheerful smile on his face, suddenly remembering something, and added, By the way, Oldly, we need to grab some explosives. They'll be useful. Li Kai immediately froze, turning his head mechanically to look at Su Jiang in disbelief. What are we taking? Explosives. Where to? To the inspection bureau. You bastard. Li Kai jumped up, pointing at Su Jiang, so angry he couldn't speak. You little rascal, are you really going to blow up the inspection bureau? At night, on a certain street in Jiangdu, a black sedan was speeding. Li Kai sat in the driver's seat, looking gloomy. He was really about to become Su Jiang's dedicated driver. Su Jiang sat beside him, holding a stack of paper, writing something furiously, his face a bit excited. Seriously, you're not really going to blow up the inspection bureau, are you? Li Kai said, keeping his eyes straight ahead. Su Jiang had him grab some explosives. Although it wasn't much, it was still very dangerous. This wasn't out in the countryside, but in the city of Jiangdu. If an explosion happened, it would be hard to handle. Relax, I'm a model citizen of Jiangdu. How could I possibly go blow up the inspection bureau at night? Then that's fine. I was really afraid you'd get carried away. We'll blow it up tomorrow during the day. Screech! Upon hearing this, Li Kai instinctively slammed on the brakes, the tires screeching loudly. Su Jiang's body lurched forward. Luckily, he had his seatbelt on, and there were no other cars on the street at that moment. Otherwise, it would have been a mess, and tears would have flowed. What are you doing? Su Jiang turned his head, looking at Li Kai with dissatisfaction. How did his driving skills get worse? What am I doing? What the hell do you want to do? Li Kai was agitated, directly grabbing Su Jiang by the collar, cursing, blowing up the inspection bureau during the day. Have you lost your mind, Su Jiang? Do you know how much trouble this will bring to you and the An family? And right across from the inspection bureau is the public security bureau. You're planning to blow something up right in front of the Public Security Bureau? You really are getting more and more reckless. Li Kai unleashed a torrent of curses, not knowing when Su Jiang's behavior had become more lawless than that of the underworld. At least they in the underworld wouldn't do something like blow up the inspection bureau. Sometimes, Li Kai wondered who had led this kid astray. No, perhaps this kid was just born to do bad things. Su Jiang pressed his lips together, afraid of getting splattered by Li Kai's spittle. After Li Kai finished cursing, he finally reached out, wiped his face, and gritted his teeth boldly. Can't you just let me finish speaking? Then say it. How could there possibly be any hidden agenda? You drive first. I'll tell you on the way. No way, if you don't say it, I absolutely cannot take you there. Otherwise, the inspection bureau will be in danger. Su Jiang had no choice but to repeat the plan he had discussed with Director Zhang to Li Kai. So that's it, which is if it were in Mingxia, he wouldn't even question what he was doing. He would probably be worried if he had enough explosives. Thus, Li Kai continued to drive, and the two quickly arrived at the inspection bureau. At this moment, the entire building of the inspection bureau was shrouded in darkness, resembling a haunted house. Clearly, everyone had already left work, so inside the inspection bureau, there should only be Director Zhang. Su Jiang, with Li Kai, pushed open the large door of the inspection bureau, following the route in his memory, and soon found Director Zhang's office. Knock, knock, knock. Come in. Soon, Director Zhang's voice came from inside the room, and Su Jiang pushed the door open in response. Director Zhang was still sitting in his usual spot, smoking a cigarette. Su Jiang even suspected that he hadn't moved since he left. Did he not even need to go to the bathroom? Su Jiang and Li Kai entered the room, and Director Zhang glanced at the bag Li Kai was holding, then looked deeply at Li Kai, chuckling softly. You seem quite anxious. I pursue efficiency, and it just so happens that there's no one here now, Su Jiang replied, turning to Li Kai. Boldly, go set up the explosives and detonator. Remember, place them in a relatively hidden spot, and keep the amount small. The effect I want is just intimidation, not to actually blow up this building. If it really gets blown up, our Director Zhang will be angry. Hearing this, Li Kai cautiously glanced at Director Zhang, then nodded gently, picking up the bag of explosives and leaving the room. As soon as he stepped out, Li Kai let out a long breath, a drop of sweat forming on his forehead, murmuring to himself, so terrifying. Just a moment ago, Director Zhang had merely stared at him, and he felt an overwhelming pressure bearing down on him, making him afraid to even breathe. It was as if he had been targeted by a wild beast. Li Kai was certain that Director Zhang was definitely not simple, and he had undoubtedly taken many lives. I can't imagine how Su Jiang managed to talk to that kind of monster without changing his expression. Li Kai lightly complained, then began to wander around the building, getting to work. While setting up the explosives, he suddenly felt a strange sensation. Why was he listening to Su Jiang? Not only was he acting as his driver, but he was also helping him out, making him feel like Su Jiang's little brother. He had forgotten when it started, but he had gradually begun to trust Su Jiang without realizing it, just like he trusted in Mingjie. On the other side, Su Jiang and Director Zhang sat as they had during their daytime meeting. Su Jiang's eyes sparkled with curiosity as he leaned slightly forward, looking directly at the man in front of him, asking, "Why did you change your mind so quickly? Have you come to terms with reality?" "No, quite the opposite." Director Zhang gently shook his head, extinguishing the burnt-out cigarette but in the ashtray. For the first time, he stood up from his chair in Su Jiang's gaze. He walked to the window, gently pushed it open, closed his eyes, and felt the evening breeze coming towards him. After a moment, Director Zhang took a deep breath, slowly opened his eyes, and his gaze held a hint of determination. "I finally understand now. Some things, even if the outcome is meaningless, even if there is no result, but as long as you do it, it has meaning." He turned around, looking intently at Su Jiang. "I promise to help you because, in my view, the Yin family is not really a criminal family, they are a good partner for cooperation. And my goal is simple. To want a world without conflict is too difficult. I don't know if I can achieve it, but at least, I want to try, and Jiangdu is my first step." Director Zhang's gaze was sharp, and he no longer had the previous air of dejection. He spoke each word clearly. "I want Jiangdu to have no more underworld. I want Jiangdu to have no more conflict. No more conflict in Jiangdu." Su Jiang softly repeated Director Zhang's words, somewhat surprised. He hadn't expected that this man, with a face full of stubble, would be so persistent. What exactly has he gone through to take such an unwavering path? Immediately, Su Jiang curiously asked, "Since you want to rid Jiangdu of the underworld, why collaborate with the Yin family?" "I just said, the Yin family, in my eyes, is not part of the underworld." Director Zhang's lips curled into a slight arc. "I have a measure in my heart." "So, you must eliminate the Feng family and the Lin family?" "That's right. This is also the basis of our cooperation." He sat back in his chair, lit a cigarette, and took a leisurely puff. I will help you deal with the Feng family, and you must help me deal with the Lin family. This is undoubtedly beneficial for the Yin family, isn't it? Su Jiang did not respond. He couldn't make decisions on this matter. Attacking the Feng family was partly because of Anro and partly due to the system's task. Regarding Director Zhang's request to join forces against the Lin family, Su Jiang just wanted to say, what does it have to do with me? Yuan and Mingjie can decide who to fight. I only want to deal with the Feng family. Once I defeat the Feng family and complete the system task, you can fight whoever you want. I don't care. Just don't involve Anro. The urgent task was to sort out the situation in the Inspection Bureau, otherwise, any cooperation would be nonsense. Given the current state of the Inspection Bureau, how could you let An Mingjie collaborate with that group of useless people? When the battle truly begins, if bullets start flying and he says he's depressed and wants to leave, what will you do? So, resolving the current mess in the Inspection Bureau was the top priority. No, Director Zhang. Su Jiang quickly realized he had slipped up and hurriedly corrected himself while glancing at Director Zhang's expression. Fortunately, he didn't seem to notice or didn't mind the term old Zhang too much. So, should I proceed with our original plan and take action against those in the Inspection Bureau? You can ignore Yang Ming, he's not needed. Alright, so that means everyone except Yang Ming is just taking up space. Su Jiang nodded and suddenly asked Director Zhang with a mischievous tone, Director Zhang, what would you do if, in the end, your large inspection bureau only had you and Yang Ming left? Director Zhang fell silent and did not answer Su Jiang. Knock, knock, knock. Su Jiang, it's all set. Li Kai's voice came from outside. The explosives and detonators had been installed. Hearing this, Su Jiang stood up, walked over, and cheerfully extended a hand to Director Zhang. Director Zhang looked up and then took out a stack of papers from the drawer, filled with densely packed names. All the information on the people in the Inspection Bureau is here. Su Jiang took the list, glanced at it, and was relieved that there weren't too many people. Li Kai should be able to finish in one night. Alright, I'm off. See you tomorrow. Tomorrow? What are you coming for? To work, of course. I'm the psychologist here, have you forgotten? Su Jiang walked to the door and curiously said to Director Zhang, I just completed my onboarding today, so now I'm considered part of your inspection bureau. We're family now, and if I come tomorrow, it will also help reduce suspicion, right? Upon hearing this, Director Zhang's mouth twitched. He felt that Su Jiang's joining was not a good thing for the inspection bureau. Hurry up and leave. He waved his hand impatiently to send Su Jiang away, already planning in his mind to find a chance to get rid of Su Jiang. This kid is too strange. Su Jiang and Li Kai returned to the car. Su Jiang fastened his seatbelt, turned to Li Kai, and said seriously, Oldly, this mission is extremely challenging. It concerns the survival of the Yin family. I don't trust anyone else, except you, so you must assist me in this operation. Everything is for the Yin family. Li Kai's mouth twitched, completely ignoring Su Jiang's PUA nonsense, and gritted his teeth. So, what do you want me to do? Su Jiang immediately handed the list given by Director Zhang to Li Kai, while also shoving a pile of papers he had just written in the car over to him. What's this? A list of all personnel from the Inspection Bureau. And this? What I just wrote, a threatening letter. Li Kai's eye twitched as he looked at the stack of papers Su Jiang had handed over, where the handwriting was crookedly scrawled with a single phrase. I'll shark you within 3 days. Flipping through a few pages, all the content was quite similar. I'll shark you within 2 days. I'll shark you tonight. I'll blow you up tomorrow morning. I'll shark you. Li Kai looked speechless. Is this what you call a threatening letter? You need to go out tonight and send these threatening letters. Make sure they see them first thing in the morning. Do you think I'm a universal key? How am I supposed to send them to their homes? Fold them into paper airplanes and throw them through the windows. That works too. Go to hell. Li Kai was getting a bit frantic. He hadn't had a good night's sleep in days, and now he had to work overtime. Moreover, the workload was heavy, and he couldn't finish it alone. He needed to rally people. Suddenly, he looked at Su Jiang with a hostile gaze and said, What are you doing tonight? Going home to sleep, of course, Su Jiang replied matter-of-factly. I have to work tomorrow. I'm the psychologist for the Inspection Bureau now, and I'll get my salary docked for being late in the morning. Hearing this, Li Kai was displeased. No way. You have to help me send these threatening letters tonight. Don't mess around, I'm a student. It's not appropriate for me to send this stuff. You still know you're a student? What else? I have an early class the day after tomorrow. It's the last class of the semester, and the teacher is going to cover the key points. Damn! Li Kai painfully held his head. He realized he couldn't communicate with Su Jiang. This person was just ridiculous. They were discussing blowing up the Inspection Bureau, and he was telling him about going back to school to cover key points? Can you not think so erratically? Li Kai couldn't take it anymore, opened the car door, and directly kicked Su Jiang out. Hey, what are you doing? Bang! Li Kai quickly closed and locked the car door, blaring fiercely, "I'm going to send threatening letters, you can walk back yourself." After saying that, Li Kai stepped on the gas and drove away, leaving Su Jiang standing there in a daze. Damn! With no other choice, Su Jiang had to take a taxi home. But it was late at night, and it was hard to get a cab, so he stood by the roadside and pulled out his phone to send a message to Anro. "Su Jiang, Li Kai left me by the roadside, poor me." Anro, how could he do that? Su Jiang, forget it, I can't blame him, he's busy, I understand. Su Jiang, I'll just take a taxi home, it's so late, I don't even know if I can get one. Su Jiang, you don't have to worry about me, it's a bit cold outside. I'll message you when I get home. Anro, where are you? I'll have a Zua and AU drive over to you. Su Jiang, oh, no need, that's too much trouble. Su Jiang, location, Su Jiang, I'll just wait here, obediently. Anro, okay, I'll have them hurry over to pick you up. Su Jiang smiled as he finished sending the message, tucked his phone into his pocket, leaned against the roadside, and lit a cigarette he had just taken from Director Zhang. He looked disdainfully in the direction Li Kai had left, thinking, your brother's got a small mindset. Behind me is your family's young lady. Do I still need to ride in your car? The next morning, after finishing his morning routine, Su Jiang tidied up his mood and happily stepped out. Today was his first day at work, and he couldn't leave a bad impression on his colleagues. As he walked out of the community, Li Kai's car was parked not far away. Wow, those dark circles. Didn't sleep well last night? As soon as Su Jiang got in the car, he noticed Li Kai's clearly visible dark circles, indicating that he hadn't slept at all last night. In fact, he really hadn't slept. In order to send out those threatening letters to Su Jiang, Li Kai gathered some people overnight, working tirelessly for a whole night just to finish sending them, ensuring they could see the threats. I'm not saying this to you, old Li, but at your age, you need to pay attention to your rest. Snap! Li Kai expressionlessly pulled out his gun, aimed it at Su Jiang's head, and calmly said, if you say one more word, I'll kill you right now. Who the hell is the reason I can't rest well? And you little brat, are actually concerned about me? I was already annoyed about coming to find you early in the morning, and here you are pretending to care with this nonsense. Cough. My bad, bro. Su Jiang quickly forced a smile and gently pushed Li Kai's gun hand back. Those who know the times are wise. Humph. Li Kai snorted coldly, put the gun away, and took out a black earpiece from his pocket, tossing it to Su Jiang. We'll use this to communicate during the operation. I can't get into the inspectorate, so when the time comes, you give me a signal, and I'll press the detonator outside. Why not give me the detonator? I can press it myself. Didn't you say you wanted to reduce your own suspicion? Li Kai couldn't hold back anymore and cursed directly. The Public Security Bureau is right across from the inspectorate. When the explosion happens, they'll definitely come in to search. Where are you going to hide the detonator? Oh. Su Jiang nodded like a chick pecking at rice. He felt that Li Kai was particularly irritable today. He would ignite at the slightest touch. It's better not to provoke him. Li Kai pressed the accelerator, wanting to rush to the inspectorate quickly and then throw this annoying guy, Su Jiang, away. On the way, Su Jiang still asked uneasily, are you sure that amount of explosives won't cause any casualties? After all, he was also in the inspectorate. It wouldn't matter if others died, but he didn't want to blow himself up. Don't worry, the amount of explosives is very small, and I placed them in a storage room where no one is around. It will only serve as a deterrent. That's good. By the way, this is my first time doing this kind of operation. Let's give this operation a name. What do you want to call it? Let me see. Today is October 23rd. Let's call it Operation 123 Boom. Whatever you want. Let's also give the other side a code name. I see they do that in movies. Li Kai's face darkened terrifyingly. He really didn't want to say another word to Su Jiang. He swore that once this was over, he would stay far away from Su Jiang and would just walk around him when they met in the future. Li Kai was genuinely afraid that if he spent too much time with Su Jiang, his own mind would also become abnormal. After a while, the two arrived at the entrance of the inspectorate. Su Jiang stepped out of the car and turned back to give Li Kai a reassuring look. But Li Kai didn't look at him. 1 foot on the accelerator, speeding away, disappearing from Su Jiang's sight. Why are you leaving so fast? Su Jiang was a bit speechless. Was he really that scary? After adjusting his clothes, Su Jiang strode into the inspectorate. He glanced at the time. It was 9:30 in the morning. The working hours set by the inspectorate were 8 o'clock. But, so what? Su Jiang didn't lack that little bit of salary, and old Zhang might not even deduct his pay. You finally made it. Yang Ning was sitting at the front desk. When he saw Su Jiang arrive, he breathed a sigh of relief and quickly approached, whispering, Director Zhang told me that whatever you need, I will fully cooperate with you. I've checked the place where the explosives are hidden, no one will get close. Su Jiang was a bit surprised and looked at Yang Ming. It seemed this guy had some connection with old Zhang. Such an important matter was told to Yang Ming. Alright, you go ahead and do your thing. I'm going to work for a bit. Okay, but wait, what are you doing? Yang Ming blinked, doubting whether he had heard wrong. Going to work? What do you mean by that expression? Su Jiang felt a bit strange and said, didn't I just apply for the psychologist position yesterday? Have you forgotten so soon? Not forgotten, but... Yang Ming opened his mouth, wanting to say something but not knowing what to say. After all, Su Jiang was not wrong. But would a normal person be thinking about work at a time like this? Su Jiang ignored him and walked inside on his own. Sure enough, the first thing Su Jiang saw upon entering was a group of people gathered together, whispering among themselves. Some of them were holding the threatening letters they had written the night before. What do you think this letter really means? A prank? I don't think so. But who has the ability to send all this to us in one night? The key is, I can't understand what this means either. Look, mine says by the way, I'll kill you too. What does that mean? Could it be that the person he really wants to kill is just someone specific? Watching these people frown as they studied their own nonsensical threatening letters, Su Jiang found it somewhat amusing. Clap, clap, clap. Su Jiang clapped his hands, drawing everyone's attention to himself. Hello everyone, you may have seen me yesterday, but please allow me to introduce myself briefly. My name is Su Jiang, and starting today, I will be your psychologist. I heard yesterday that your psychological situations are quite serious, so I feel a great responsibility, unable to sleep at night, and I plan to start treating you all this morning. Later, please come to my office one by one for a face-to-face talk. I'll be waiting for you. With a smile on his face, Su Jiang finished speaking and followed Yang Ming to his office. The people in the inspection bureau twitched their lips after hearing his words. Great responsibility, unable to sleep at night? Then why the hell were you an hour and a half late for work? They themselves wouldn't dare to be that late, as sometimes being late could lead to a pay cut if Director Zhang caught them. For a moment, everyone began to discuss again, even forgetting about the threatening letters. What do you guys think about this Su Jiang? I think, based on his situation yesterday and today, he's probably just going through the motions. I think so too. If he really wanted to do a good job as a psychologist, he could have left early yesterday and not been late today. In that case, let's give him some face and go in one by one to chat with him. Sure, let's just treat it as greeting a newcomer. Following Yang Ming's guidance, Su Jiang arrived at his office. He saw a microphone set up on the desk. As per your request, just press this button later, and your words will be broadcasted throughout the entire inspection bureau. And we've handled it, so when the investigation happens, they won't trace it back to this microphone. Yang Ming adjusted his glasses, explaining to Su Jiang with a serious expression. Su Jiang curiously fiddled with the microphone and nodded slightly. Okay, I got it. Please let them know when you go out that they can come in one by one. He then plopped down into a comfortable chair, letting out a long breath and raising an eyebrow. This chair was quite comfortable. He wondered if he could take it home. Wait, are you really planning to treat them? They don't have any psychological issues. You know that very well, don't you? Yang Ming frowned, not understanding why Su Jiang wanted to go through with this. Hearing this, Su Jiang looked at Yang Ming and sighed deeply. Old Yang, I think there's a big problem with your work attitude. As the psychologist of the inspection bureau, treating everyone is my job. What are you doing right now? You're making me neglect my duties. You're even accusing your colleagues of faking illness. You don't care about them. After saying this, Su Jiang shook his head heavily, looking sorrowful. Yang Ming, you should go back. I'm very disappointed in you. Yang Ming stood in front of him, his face turning green, his lips trembling with anger at Su Jiang's words. He extended his finger, incredulously pointing at himself, staring intently at Su Jiang, and said, My work attitude is a problem? It was the first time since entering the inspection bureau that someone had told him his work attitude was a problem. Yang Ming took deep breaths, telling himself not to get angry, as anger was harmful to his health. Gritting his teeth, Yang Ming turned and walked out of the office with great difficulty. Bang! Finally exiting Su Jiang's office, Yang Ming slammed the door shut, startling everyone in the inspection bureau. You all, go in one by one. Yang Ming said this in anger and left without hesitation. He needed to calm down. Everyone looked bewildered. What's wrong with Yang Ming? Isn't he usually pretty good-tempered? Wow, that kid seems to have something. We haven't managed to make Yang Ming angry for so long, and he actually did it. What exactly happened in there? I'm curious. I don't understand, but I respect it. By the way, who goes in first? At this moment, a burly man stood up and smiled at the crowd. I'll go. As soon as everyone saw him, they burst into laughter. This man was named Lu Zhang, one of the first in the inspection bureau to start slacking off. Because of his large stature, everyone in the bureau jokingly called him Lou Big Guy. Lou Big Guy, be careful, don't scare them. Yeah, the last psychologist was scared off by your fierce look. Tone it down a bit. Lu Zhang waved his hand dismissively. He didn't care about that. If Su Jiang was smart, he would just stay quietly in the inspection bureau, and they would keep to themselves. If Su Jiang insisted on causing trouble, he wouldn't mind using some means to scare that pretty boy away. Meanwhile, in the office, Su Jiang had already put on the headphones given by Li Kai and was trying to communicate. ZZZZ. Can Su Jiang hear me? Can Su Jiang hear me? Please respond if you hear me. Li Kai's clear voice came through the headphones, and Su Jiang frowned, somewhat displeased. Old Li, didn't I just tell you? This is an action period. We use code names outside. What if someone hears my name? And we already agreed on our code names in the car, didn't we? On the other end, Li Kai fell into endless silence. Faintly, Su Jiang seemed to hear the sound of something breaking. After a while, Li Kai's gritted teeth voice came through again. Grilled cold noodles king, please respond. Su Jiang finally smiled in satisfaction and said softly, Grilled cold noodles king received. How's your side preparing, toy gun handsome? Yes, this was the code name Su Jiang had given to Li Kai in the car. Su Jiang was the grilled cold noodles king. Li Kai was the toy gun handsome. At this moment, not far from the inspection bureau, on the rooftop of a building, Li Kai was holding a telescope, taking deep breaths, silently repeating to himself, Don't get angry, don't get angry, anger is harmful to health. Beside him lay scattered glass shards, remnants of the glass cup he had just smashed in a fit of anger. Then, he quietly took out a sniper rifle from the black box behind him, assembled it, set it up, attached the silencer, and aimed at a window of the inspection bureau. Everything's ready, wait for my signal, fire a few shots for intimidation, then detonate the explosives, right? Right, just watch my performance then. Okay, let's keep it like this, maintain communication. Alright, toy gun handsome. Li Kai felt exhausted. He really didn't want to carry out operations with Su Jiang anymore. Click. Just as Su Jiang was about to chat a bit more with Li Kai, the office door was suddenly pushed open. Immediately, a tall and burly figure walked in and sat down in front of Su Jiang. Dr. Su, hello, my name is Lu Zhang. Oh, hello. Su Jiang squinted his eyes, looking somewhat unfriendly at the burly man in front of him. Don't you know to knock before entering my office? Fine, I'll make an example out of you today. Kill the chicken to scare the monkey. Then, Su Jiang pulled out a pair of black-framed glasses from somewhere and put them on, giving off a somewhat scholarly vibe. But upon closer inspection, one would notice that the glasses didn't even have lenses. Lu Zhang, right? Do you have any psychological issues? Doctor, I'm depressed, and it's been a while. Lu Zhang said this with a grin, showing no signs of depression at all. Su Jiang remained expressionless, nodded, and said lightly, I see. Do you often feel quite down? Yes, I have no motivation to go to work every day. As soon as I sit at my desk, I feel like dying. So, if you don't go to work, you won't be depressed, right? Ah, yes, that's what I mean. Lu Zhang nodded eagerly, his eyes filled with excitement. He didn't expect the psychologist to be so perceptive, immediately understanding their point. However, the next second, Su Jiang's words left him dumbfounded. Well, your situation is easy to handle. You just need to go to the front desk and find Yang Ming, and directly handle your resignation. Just tell Yang Ming I sent you, he won't give you any trouble. From now on, you won't have to go to work, and your depression will be cured. Resign? Lu Zhang repeated, his mind a bit hazy. No, Dr. Su, how did we end up talking about resignation? According to the rules, you can't fire me, otherwise, you'll have to pay. Su Jiang nodded lightly, looking indifferent, and said, then I'll just pay you. You can discuss your specific situation with Yang Ming. Anyway, this isn't my concern. I'm only responsible for treating you. According to what you said, you get depressed at work, so not going to work should solve it. Lu Zhang's face turned red, and he started to panic. No, that's not what I mean. The big guy stood up, gesturing with his hands, and said, I get depressed at work, so just give me a break. How many days can a break give you? Listen to me, your situation is serious, you must resign, and it can't be delayed any longer. No, I really just need a few days off to get better. I know my own situation. You know? Su Jiang's expression changed, and he stood up, shouting at Lu Zhang, are you the doctor or am I the doctor? Do you have a psychologist's certificate? Or do you have a master's degree? You dare to talk back when you have nothing? Then Su Jiang sat down, pointed to the door, and said flatly, go find Yang Ming and handle your resignation. This is my medical advice as a psychologist from the inspection bureau regarding your condition. If you don't follow it, it's considered resistance to treatment, and if you're fired, don't even think about getting compensation. Lu Zhang's face instantly turned extremely ugly, He didn't expect this pretty boy in front of him to be so tough. Forcing him to resign felt worse than killing him. Those who could enter the inspection bureau had put in tremendous effort, some even risking their lives, just to sit here. Moreover, the salary and benefits of the inspection bureau made it impossible for them to give up. Kid, I advise you to think it over. Lu Zhang's gaze turned unfriendly, and he looked at Su Jiang with a hint of threat. I see you're still young, so I won't hold it against you. Listen carefully, my condition, including the conditions of those who will come in later, you must write as I say. Otherwise, I guarantee you will live a life worse than death in the inspection bureau. Lu Zhang leaned close to Su Jiang's ear, whispering like a devil, threatening him. He stopped pretending and laid his cards on the table. Today, he wanted Su Jiang to know whose territory this was. Who the hell was the boss of the inspection bureau? Upon hearing this, Su Jiang's expression showed no change. Instead, he glanced lightly at the gun holstered at Lu Zhang's waist. Official personnel of the inspection bureau are allowed to carry a handgun privately, a right granted to them by the bureau. It seems you are quite seriously ill, patient, Su Jiang said ly. Before Lu Zhang could react, he swiftly drew the gun from his waist. Click! Bang! Ah! Just like before with the scarred man in the bar, Su Jiang decisively shot Lu Zhang in the thigh. Lu Zhang immediately let out a miserable scream, collapsing to the ground while clutching his leg and shouting incessantly. Upon hearing the gunfire, the people outside rushed into the office, while Su Jiang had already thrown the gun onto the ground not far away. Hands up! Don't move! The personnel from the inspection bureau looked vigilant, drawing their guns and aiming at Su Jiang. Although they didn't know what had happened, they could roughly guess the situation in the room. Su Jiang had shot Lu Zhang. Do you know this is the inspection bureau? How dare you fire a gun here? Fire a gun? Su Jiang looked puzzled, staring at them blankly. Even with several gun barrels pointed at him, his expression remained calm. Who fired? Me? He stole my gun and then shot at me. Lu Zhang, seeing Su Jiang deny it, quickly spoke up while covering his thigh, glaring fiercely at Su Jiang. Seeing that Lu Zhang, the supposed victim, said so, everyone believed it must be true. It was indeed Su Jiang who fired. I really can't clear my name even if I jumped into the Yellow River. Su Jiang sighed deeply and said to Lu Zhang, your trick is truly clever. Just because I asked you to resign, you would go so far as to injure yourself to slander me? At that moment, Yang Ming quickly arrived upon hearing the commotion and frowned upon seeing the situation. What happened? Yang Ming, you came just in time, otherwise, I might have been wrongfully accused. Su Jiang, as if seeing a savior, hurriedly explained to Yang Ming, here's the thing, I made a judgment about this colleague Lu Zhang's condition, believing that resigning would be the best way to treat his depression. Then I asked him to go find you to handle the resignation procedures, but who knew he would immediately turn against me, saying that if I really did that, he would make my life worse than death. And then, he actually pulled out a gun. I thought he was going to kill me, but unexpectedly, he shot himself in the thigh and falsely accused me of firing the gun. Upon hearing this, the personnel from the inspection bureau immediately changed their expressions. This, indeed resembled Lu Zhang's style, shooting himself in the thigh to avoid the risk of resignation. If it were them, they might do the same. Yang Ming frowned upon hearing this. He felt that things were not as Su Jiang described. However, the next second, when Yang Ming went to check Lu Zhang's wound, his brow furrowed tightly as he spoke. Lu Zhang, how far was Su Jiang from you when he fired? No, less than a meter, I guess. Lu Zhang's breathing was particularly clear. He gritted his teeth, not understanding why Yang Ming asked that. Upon hearing Lu Zhang's words, Yang Ming's expression suddenly turned cold. Less than a meter? That means there should theoretically be a significant distance between Su Jiang firing and hitting your leg. Then why does your wound present a condition that usually only occurs when the gun is pressed tightly against the leg? Upon hearing this, the experienced veterans among the inspection bureau immediately realized the seriousness of the problem. They all stepped forward to examine Lu Zhang's wound, their brows furrowed. Indeed, as Yang Ming said, this kind of wound can only be formed when the gun barrel is pressed tightly against the leg, with almost no distance. Yes, and the areas hit were chosen with extreme precision, ensuring both damage and avoiding potential serious aftereffects. This is no coincidence. The shooter's marksmanship is quite remarkable. If there hadn't been careful preparation and calculation beforehand, it would have been difficult to hit this spot so accurately. Hearing these judgments, the few people gradually lowered their guns that were originally aimed at Su Jiang. At this point, it was already very clear. Su Jiang was innocent. He was framed by Lu Zhang. Lu Zhang, I really didn't expect you to have fallen to this extent. Yang Ming looked at Lu Zhang with immense disappointment. He had originally thought that everyone just wanted to give up and lie flat, but now, the nature of the situation had changed. He scanned the crowd from the inspection bureau, including Lu Zhang, and a flicker of anger crossed his eyes. This group of people was no longer the same as before. those who shared ideals and beliefs like him. In the office, the atmosphere became tense. Seeing that the people from the inspection bureau were starting to believe Su Jiang, Lu Zhang became anxious, disregarding the pain in his leg, and shouted, "It was really him who fired the gun. I truly did not wrong him." Yes, we can check the fingerprints on that gun, there must be." Lu Zhang's words were abruptly cut off as he caught sight of Su Jiang's mocking gaze, as if watching a clown perform. Then he remembered that just before Su Jiang threw the gun away, he seemed to pause for a moment. Was he processing fingerprints? Moreover, this office had no surveillance. No one could testify for him. Yang Ming sighed softly, bent down to pick up the handgun, and squatted down in front of Lu Zhang, saying earnestly, "Lu Zhang, do you know what will happen if no fingerprints of Su Jiang are found on this gun, but only yours?" Upon hearing this, Lu Zhang swallowed hard, turning his head to glance at Su Jiang. He saw that Su Jiang still wore a nonchalant smile, his eyes filled with a hint of expectation, as if he was looking forward to Lu Zhang checking the fingerprints. Lu Zhang's heart suddenly panicked. He looked around and realized that in this large inspection bureau, no one would believe him. Yang Ming didn't believe him, and neither did those companions. In fact, it wasn't that they didn't believe him, it was that they dared not believe him. In their eyes, Su Jiang was just a pretty-faced doctor. And who was Lu Zhang? A battle-hardened agent of the inspection bureau. Although he was now giving up, it didn't mean he lacked strength, otherwise, he wouldn't have made it into the inspection bureau. Now you tell me, that pretty-faced guy took the gun from you, Lu Zhang, and accurately hit the safest spot on your leg? Moreover, there might not even be Su Jiang's fingerprints on that gun? As soon as everyone saw the hesitation on Lu Zhang's face, they had already concluded that this incident was most likely a self-directed performance by Lu Zhang. Lu Zhang, I will ask you one more time, who fired the gun? Yang Ming's gaze was piercing as he stared at Lu Zhang. At this moment, the people from the inspection bureau were surprised to find that this usually soft and weak little assistant to the director could also exude such an oppressive aura. Su Jiang, however, found it normal. Yang Ming had been by director Zhang's side for so long that it would be strange if he didn't have some pressure. If Yang Ming were replaced by old Zhang, Su Jiang estimated that Lu Zhang would collapse on the spot. But now it was almost the same as collapsing. Lu Zhang trembled all over, gritting his teeth, lowering his head, his tone filled with reluctance. The gun was fired by me. He admitted defeat. Given the current situation, if this continued to escalate, once it was confirmed that there were really no fingerprints of Su Jiang on the gun, he couldn't bear the consequences. He didn't dare to gamble. If he lost, it wouldn't just be him, his family would also be affected. Hearing Lu Zhang admit that he fired the gun, the crowd erupted in an uproar, and Yang Ming let out a heavy sigh. Get a few people to take him to the hospital. If we wait any longer, his leg will be affected. As soon as he finished speaking, several people stepped forward to help Lu Zhang up. Wait! Su Jiang spoke up, stopping Lu Zhang, who was about to leave, and everyone looked at him in confusion. Lu Zhang, although we are colleagues, I won't hold your actions against you, but shouldn't you apologize to me? Su Jiang smiled at Lu Zhang, appearing incredibly magnanimous, while only he knew how suffocated Lu Zhang felt inside. It's still the same saying, those who wronged you understand better than anyone else how wronged you are. But Su Jiang felt no guilt at all. Not knocking on the door was originally a small matter, just a question of attitude. A little lesson would suffice. But Lu Zhang, unfortunately, had to threaten Su Jiang with harsh words. Scar and Wu Changrun had done the same before. Now, they didn't even know if they were still alive. If not, the grass on their graves would be quite high. Tisk, it's a coincidence that both of them were from Lin Hui's side. For a moment, everyone looked at Lu Zhang. An apology? Lu Zhang could be considered the representative of their group, and he had already committed the disgraceful act of slandering. If he bowed his head and apologized now, it would mean they had completely submitted to Su Jiang. Lu Zhang turned his head, his gaze fixed on Su Jiang, filled with a hint of fear. He was genuinely a bit scared because he couldn't see through Su Jiang. This person was too outrageous. But now, no matter what he said, no one would believe him. Since he had already admitted defeat, what would it matter to apologize again? Although Lu Zhang was reckless, he also knew that if he hadn't threatened Su Jiang first, the other party probably wouldn't have treated him this way. I'm sorry, Dr. Su Jiang, this time it was me, Lu Zhang, who was confused. Lu Zhang, ignoring the pain in his leg, bent down and sincerely apologized to Su Jiang. If you make a mistake, you must admit it. If you get hit, you must stand straight. At this moment, Su Jiang was also a bit surprised. Lu Zhang didn't seem so unpleasant anymore. Yang Ming's eyes also flashed with a hint of brightness. The current Lu Zhang had a bit of the shadow from before. It's okay, I think we have some misunderstandings. You should go to the hospital first. We can talk again when we have the chance. Su Jiang generously forgave Lu Zhang and gently waved his hand to see him off. Alright, let's continue with the treatment. we shouldn't waste time. You all come in one by one. But this time, when you come in, please remember to knock on the door. Everyone looked at Su Jiang with strange expressions. Given the situation, could he still work normally? However, Yang Ming helped organize things, and soon the order in the inspection bureau was restored. The next few people, perhaps out of guilt towards Su Jiang or feeling embarrassed by Lu Zhang's actions, after chatting for a few words, quickly admitted defeat. Dr. Su, I admit it, I'm not sick. I will definitely work hard from now on, okay? I promise not to leave early or be late, to contribute my last bit of strength to the inspection bureau. Such words made Su Jiang's ears feel calloused. While listening to their promises, he secretly shook his head. He knew very well that they were only superficially agreeing, and it was hard to say how long they could hold on. This was also what Director Zhang had said, treating the symptoms but not the root cause. Of course, there were still a few stubborn ones, like Lu Zhang, who insisted they were sick. Under Su Jiang's threat of resignation, they all obediently softened. After watching the last colleague from the inspection bureau leave, Su Jiang slowly exhaled, a faint smile appearing on his lips. He had a rough understanding of the situation and could start serving them a strong dish. Lu Zhang's matter was just an appetizer. Next, he wanted that group of slackers outside to know. Today, he was the boss of the inspection bureau. In the blink of an eye, it was already afternoon. Apart from talking to Su Jiang one by one, everyone had done nothing else today. Until now, they were still hungry, preparing to go eat something together. What do you think about this situation? A detective from the inspection bureau complained as he walked to the door, ready to push open the bureau's main entrance to go out for lunch. He exerted force, but the door wouldn't budge. Hey, who locked the door? He shouted back irritably. His mood had already been soured by Su Jiang earlier, and now he was faced with this prank. A few people heard his shout and stepped forward to push the door, but it didn't move an inch. One person suddenly felt something was off, observed carefully, and exclaimed, "The door has been locked from the outside. Who did this? I don't have time to play with you all. Hurry up and open the door." Yeah, we're all busy eating. However, just as everyone was shouting, a bullet sliced through the air and shattered one of the inspection bureau's windows. Crash! The glass shards scattered everywhere, and everyone immediately became alert, looking for cover. Damn! There's an assassin! Old Su, there's a sniper! Call the police! Screw that, aren't we the police? The person paused, realizing that the inspection bureau was also part of the police force, and their ability to handle incidents was even higher than that of regular police. Just as everyone was still processing this, the bureau's broadcast suddenly crackled to life. Hello, can everyone hear me? Inside the office, Su Jiang locked the door and spoke into the microphone, adjusting his voice. It was a simple voice modulation technique he had learned from Li Kai for a short while, and he had already mastered it. Of course, he couldn't make it sound like a woman's voice. Meanwhile, Yang Ming thoughtfully synchronized the surveillance footage on his computer, allowing Su to see their every move. Ahem, let me introduce myself. I am the king of grilled cold noodles, and the person who just shot at you is called Toy Gun Handsome. So, if anyone got hurt from that bullet, don't come looking for me for revenge, go find him. As soon as Su Jiang finished speaking, he heard Li Kai cursing in his earpiece. But Su Jiang ignored it and continued, "You are all now surrounded by me. You can't get out, and it's best not to act rashly, because our Toy Gun Handsome is a sharpshooter who never misses and can take you out in an instant." The people in the inspection bureau frowned upon hearing the broadcast, especially when they heard the two code names. They wanted to complain but kept their mouths shut. This was not the time for complaints. The detective referred to as Old Su was the first to regain his composure amidst the chaos. He quietly told a colleague beside him, "You go to the broadcast room quietly and see if anyone is there. We'll cover you." After Old Su finished speaking, he took a small step forward with his gun. Bang! Another bullet was fired, but this time, Li Kai aimed just a few centimeters in front of Old Su's toes. "I told you not to act rashly. Why didn't you listen?" Su Jiang chuckled lightly. Li Kai couldn't see the entire situation inside the inspection bureau, but Su Jiang could. Just now, Su Jiang had seen Old Su making a move through the surveillance footage, so Li Kai immediately fired a shot in response. This made the people in the inspection bureau think twice about acting rashly. Li Kai's shot made them realize that the opponent was indeed a sniper expert. Old Su took a deep breath, knowing that someone needed to step up and negotiate with the other side. He slowly lowered his gun, looked up at the speaker, and said, "What do you want?" Su Jiang raised an eyebrow, realizing that the inspection bureau wasn't entirely useless. There were still a few who dared to stand up. What do I want? I believe everyone here received my threatening letter this morning, right?" The expressions of the crowd changed instantly. That thing was sent by this mysterious king of grilled cold noodles? But, a threatening letter? If he hadn't mentioned it, they wouldn't have realized that was what it was. Who writes a threatening letter like that? Then, Su Jiang continued, everyone, don't worry. As long as you all do as I say, I will definitely not harm you. Old Su's face darkened as he said in a low voice, so, what exactly do you want to do? What I want you to do is very simple. Su Jiang paused, speaking each word clearly. I hope you all can resign from your positions in the Inspection Bureau and completely disband the Jiangdu City Inspection Bureau. Absurd! Old Su immediately retorted without thinking. Disband the Inspection Bureau? That was absolutely impossible. Moreover, without jobs, how would they eat and drink? In an instant, not only Old Su but the other members of the Inspection Bureau were also agitated, shouting together, expressing that they could never resign from the Inspection Bureau. Su Jiang watched them, directly instructing Li Kai to fire another shot, and the crowd immediately fell silent. I think you may have misunderstood something. Asking you to resign from the Inspection Bureau is a notification, not a discussion. And today is just the beginning. The fact that I can send you a threatening letter means that your information is completely transparent to me, and I can strike at any time. Even if you are not afraid, what about your families? As Su Jiang's words fell, the expressions on the faces of the Inspection Bureau members began to change continuously. There was no doubt that this was a threat, a blatant threat, using their families' lives to coerce them into resigning from the Inspection Bureau. The crowd fell into silence, weighing their options in their hearts. Some remained angry, some began to hesitate, some gritted their teeth with resentment, and some, I resign. A somewhat frail man timidly raised his hand, ignoring the astonished looks around him, trembling as he said, my child was just born, please don't harm my wife and child. I will do as you say. I will leave the Inspection Bureau today and never come back. Su Jiang quietly looked at the man, glanced at the list on the table, and quickly locked onto the man's information. Very good. Your name is Guan, right? Since you have done as I said, I naturally will not harm your wife and child. Is there anyone else? The crowd was astonished. Su Jiang had called out Guan's name, indicating that he indeed had everyone's information. In no time, more people began to raise their hands. I resign. I also resign. Those who resigned now all had family ties. Only a very few were truly afraid of death. Yang Ming adjusted his glasses, silently watching this scene from a corner, sighing repeatedly in his heart. Perhaps this was a good thing. With family ties, the work in the Inspection Bureau was no longer suitable for them. Since they could not have both, resigning at this moment was also acceptable. Although he thought this way, Yang Ming still felt uneasy. As more people continued to resign, Su Jiang kept marking names off the list. Sorry, everyone, I am also left with no choice. The last person raised his hand, his face full of conflict. He did not want to be forced to leave in such a disgraceful manner, but they had no choice. Staying meant not only risking their own lives but also their families' lives. Resigning meant giving up this hard-earned job and the ideals they once pursued. In this environment, Su Jiang forced them to make a choice. Very good, 70 people, 33 have resigned. Su Jiang smiled and nodded, his voice teasing, so the remaining 37 people do not intend to resign and want to fight me to the end? He knew that among the remaining people, many still held a glimmer of hope. However, being able to clear out so many people in the first step, Su Jiang was already very satisfied. Seeing the others silent, Su Jiang gently shook his head. This play should come to an end. To be honest, I didn't mean to target you all. It's just that your Inspection Bureau has become somewhat of an eyesore. Su Jiang emphasized the words "we big families" as if to remind them. Today, I just want to see your attitude. If you can withdraw like this, it will save me some effort. But it seems there are still quite a few tough nuts in the Inspection Bureau. But that's fine, we can take our time. I can give you all a day to think about it. If tomorrow, everyone here is still standing, then please be mentally prepared. So, see you tomorrow, and remember, the one who fires the gun is the toy gun handsome, not me, the king of grilled cold noodles. After Su Jiang finished speaking, he directly turned off the microphone and said to Li Kai on the other end of the headset, boom. Upon hearing that word, Li Kai unhesitatingly pressed the detonator. Boom, boom, boom. Inside the Inspection Bureau, a series of loud explosions erupted, and a large amount of smoke and flames quickly spread, startling everyone. Damn, how dare he? It's the storage room, the explosives were detonated there. Quick, contact the fire department, put out the fire. Bastard, these big family people are truly lawless. For a moment, everyone was in a bit of a panic. They never expected the other side would dare to carry out an explosion inside the Inspection Bureau. At the same time, they quickly realized the seriousness of the situation. The other side could carry out an explosion inside the Inspection Bureau. How much power must that take? Now those big family people can reach into the Inspection Bureau? Snap! Su Jiang, looking flustered, opened the door and rushed out of the office, fear written all over his face. Help! 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 Wah! I'm still young, I don't want to die. Su Jiang shouted exaggeratedly, as if he had been stunned by the scene, almost in tears. Wah! Your inspection bureau is too unsafe. I want to resign, I'm done. Old Su's face darkened immediately. How could he still be causing trouble at a time like this? Dr. Su, please calm down, our inspection bureau will handle this properly. You've all been threatened by those big families, how can you handle it? I just heard everything in the office. That was just us being caught off guard. We will definitely catch the other side later. Hearing this, Su Jiang sneered inwardly. You still want to catch me? Dream on. I don't care, you've all been threatened like this, and you can still think of me? After saying this, Su Jiang ran out without looking back, like a frightened rabbit. Strangely, the door that had just been locked was easily pushed open by Su Jiang. Everyone thought little of it, assuming that the king of grilled cold noodles had opened the door from the outside. Meanwhile, Yang Ming took advantage of everyone being busy with the fire to sneak into Su Jiang's office to see if there were any messes left behind. To his surprise, Su Jiang had cleaned everything up so thoroughly that there was not a trace left. The methods were too professional to be from a good person. After running out of the inspection bureau, Su Jiang still wore a panicked expression, not knowing how far he had run before he finally saw Li Kai's familiar black car. Snap! He hurriedly jumped into the car and closed the door, looking dissatisfied. Why did you park so far? I had to run for so long. Do you know how tiring it is to run while pretending to be panicked? Li Kai's mouth twitched. I didn't see you tired. You looked like you were having a great time. There are no cameras here. Although they won't suspect you, it's better to be a little careful, Li Kai explained, then asked, what are you planning to do next? Next, it's none of my business. Su Jiang blinked and said matter-of-factly, I've resigned, so the matters of the inspection bureau have nothing to do with me now. Oh wait, resigning means a pay cut. I should say I'm off work. The rest of the matters will be left to Yang Ming. How many people the inspection bureau can keep depends on his performance. Half an hour later, inside the inspection bureau, everyone looked disheveled, and the entire bureau was filled with a chaotic atmosphere, as if it had just experienced a fierce battle. So arrogant, really so arrogant. Those from the big families are now daring enough to blow up the inspection bureau. Don't they fear us finding out? This is unheard of. Since the establishment of the inspection bureau, such a thing has never happened. This is a provocation against the inspection bureau. The crowd was agitated, all criticizing the despicable actions of the big families. Only a few remained silent, seemingly deep in thought. Yang Ming also looked disheveled as he sat in a chair, breathing heavily while surveying the crowd. Seeing them still cursing Su Jiang's actions, Yang Ming suddenly shouted, Enough! This shout made everyone fall silent, their eyes turning to Yang Ming. He stood up, looking at them with disappointment, and slowly spoke, Are you all still not ashamed enough? You've been bullied right to your doorstep, threatened with the lives of your family. Is all you can do just curse at each other here? You don't even know who the other party is, you don't investigate, just spout a few curses to express your dissatisfaction, right? Is this how the people of the inspection bureau should behave? Yang Ming's series of questions struck heavily in their hearts. For a moment, the inspection bureau was incredibly quiet, with only Yang Ming's voice remaining. In all the branches of the inspection bureau in Huagua, which one has been bullied to the point of being shat on and doesn't dare to retaliate? Answer me. Speak up. Weren't you all quite talkative just now? Weren't you all quite good at cursing? Now you're all fucking mute? Yang Ming's face turned red. Originally, his plan with Su Jian was just to put on a show to awaken their fighting spirit. But now, he stopped acting because he was truly disappointed. He had thought the people of the inspection bureau might perform poorly, but he never expected it to be several times worse than he had imagined. 70 people, and a single word from them scared off half. Yang Ming said, laughing in anger. I don't blame you, after all, everyone has family, and it's understandable for you to withdraw. But ask yourselves, is the reason you withdrew really just for the safety of your family? Any agent of the inspection bureau who has been employed for over a year, which one hasn't experienced life and death? Which one hasn't been threatened with the lives of their family? You didn't withdraw back then, why are you withdrawing now? As he spoke, Yang Ming turned his head to look at one of the 33 who had withdrawn and said, Brother Zhang, I remember 3 years ago, you dared to block the Lin family's door alone, forcing Lin Hui to shut down their underground casino. At that time, a dozen guns were pointed at you, and you didn't even flinch. Why are you backing down now? Brother Zhang's face was filled with shame as he lowered his head in silence. But it wasn't over. Yang Ming looked at another person, puzzled, and said, Old Chen, I still remember what you told me 2 years ago when we were drinking. Do you still remember what you said? Yang Ming's eyes were red, and with a choked voice, he said to Old Chen, You pointed to the sky back then and said, As long as you, Chen Shi, live in Jiangdu for one more day, you'll fight those scum from the underworld for one more day. Aren't you still alive now? Then why did you retreat? At this moment, Yang Ming could no longer control his emotions, tears streaming down his face. Old Su felt a bit of pity and said, Yang Ming, we are not retreating, just temporarily lowering our heads. Don't worry, I can't speak for the others, but I, Su Yuan, will definitely investigate thoroughly and bring that person to justice, no matter what family he belongs to. Upon hearing this, Yang Ming felt not comforted but even more disappointed. Temporarily lower our heads? Ha. The inspectors bow their heads to dangerous elements from big families? Old Su, don't you think your words are ridiculous? He looked up and scanned the crowd, noticing that many agreed with Old Su, to feign compliance with the other side and then find an opportunity to strike back. Yang Ming gently shook his head and said lightly, have you all forgotten what our responsibility is? We are the Inspection Bureau. Our targets for inspection are the major families, especially the underworld families. Now you tell me, we should temporarily lower our heads to our inspection targets? When did the Inspection Bureau need to rely on such means to deal with them? Yang Ming's words echoed in the empty space. The inspectors present included those older than Yang Ming and those younger. There were seniors who joined before him and juniors who joined after him, but at this moment, they all lowered their heads, unable to refute Yang Ming's words, because they had indeed retreated. After living a comfortable life for too long, their original intentions had gradually worn away. Especially after slacking off for such a long time, many people's mindsets had already changed, and the initial passion and fervor were long gone. Tap tap tap. In the silence, faint footsteps came from upstairs. Yang Ming, with red eyes, looked up and saw Director Zhang slowly walking down from above. This was the first time Director Zhang had come down during non-working hours. Director! Yang Ming murmured, wanting to say something, but was stopped by Director Zhang raising a hand, signaling him to hold on. Director! Director Zhang! The inspectors quickly greeted him, and Director Zhang merely nodded slightly, walking slowly to Yang Ming's side and gently patting his back. He knew that Yang Ming had suffered a great blow this time, but his perspective on the issue was also a bit extreme. A person's sharpness will eventually be worn down by society because the world seen in youth is incomplete. Director Zhang glanced around at everyone, and after a long pause, he spoke heavily. Do you know why, since I came here, I have never managed you? Everyone was taken aback and shook their heads. Because from the first day I came here, from the first moment I saw you, I never regarded you as inspectors of the Inspection Bureau. You are not worthy of this identity. Director Zhang's tone was calm, but each word struck the hearts of the crowd. Hearing this, everyone felt a bit unconvinced, but then Director Zhang continued, I have been in the Inspection Bureau in the capital and have visited branches of other inspection bureaus, so I know what kind of people can be called inspectors. Just a few sniper bullets and no casualties from the explosions. You think the other side is lawless? Unheard of? Then I advise you to leave early. The Inspection Bureau is not a place for you. He paused, a serious expression flashing across his face. I don't care what you have been through before, nor do I care why you have become like this. I came down just to tell you. At this time tomorrow, those who are still standing here must be prepared to hand over their hearts, because I will no longer turn a blind eye, but will make you the sharpest sword of Jiangdu City. And those who are not standing here tomorrow will be considered to have resigned. Each person will receive 50,000 yuan, and the connection with the Inspection Bureau ends here. That's all I have to say, everyone, think it over. After speaking, Director Zhang ignored them and directly took Yang Ming upstairs, leaving everyone standing in place, silent. Director, do you think they will stay? Yang Ming, having calmed his emotions, asked with some concern. Although he had said that, he still hoped that more people would choose to stay. I don't know, and it doesn't matter. Director Zhang sat back in his chair, lit a cigarette, paused, and said in a low voice, Yang Ming, the path we are about to take is long and difficult. So, promise me, even if in the end you are the only one left, you must keep going. Yang Ming was taken aback by the words, bit his lip, nodded heavily, his gaze incredibly firm. Yes, I will definitely keep going, even if I am the only one. Meanwhile, at the Lin family, Lin Hui paced back and forth in the room, frowning, his eyes filled with anxiety. Wu Changren had been missing for 2 days, and he suspected something had happened. So now the question is, what happened to Wu Changren? Who has him? The Feng family can't be the ones. They have no reason to act against Wu Changren. Wu Changren was sent by me to monitor Anro, and now that something has happened, the most likely culprit is. And Mingjie. Lin Hui immediately deduced that Wu Changren must have accidentally revealed a flaw and was discovered by Mingjie. With Mingjie's intelligence, he could probably deduce that Wu Changren was sent by him, so even if Wu Changren is not dead now, he is most likely incapacitated. Damn it! Lin Hui cursed under his breath, Wu Chengren's incident had disrupted all plans. Moreover, he himself was likely to be targeted by Mingxia. Trying to deal with Anro had definitely crossed Mingxia's bottom line, and he would never let it go easily. Since I have already intervened in their struggle, I can only go all in. A fierce glint flashed in Lin Hui's eyes. He knew the risks were high, but at this moment, he had no other choice. Rather than waiting for Mingxia to deal with the Feng family, it was better to take the initiative and team up with Feng Qingye. With that thought, Lin Hui did not hesitate and directly called Feng Qingye. Beep. Hello? Old Master Feng, my Lin family intends to join forces with you to fight against the Yin family. What do you think? Lin Hui spoke with a hint of confidence, believing that Feng Qingye would not refuse him. At this moment, his actions were undoubtedly a timely help. However, what Lin Hui did not expect was that Feng Qingye suddenly began to curse. Lin Hui, do you think I'm a fool? You still want to deceive me? Still want to play me around? I know all about your little issues with Mingxia. You still want to trap me? Just wait, I will wipe you and the Yin family out together. Beep. The call was hung up, and Lin Hui was left dumbfounded, not understanding why things had turned out this way. Had Feng Qingye lost his mind? At this time, he didn't want the timely help and even provoked him? He even mentioned his issues with Mingxia? What issues did I have with Mingxia? Lin Hui frowned. He knew that there must have been a mistake somewhere that led to Feng Qingye misunderstanding him. However, he thought for a long time and couldn't figure out which step had gone wrong to cause such a result. Damn it, that fool Feng Qingye. Lin Hui cursed under his breath. The current situation was completely beyond his expectations. He had to figure out quickly what exactly had happened, and to what extent that fool Feng Qingye had misunderstood him. He couldn't possibly think that he had teamed up with Mingxia, could he? The thought crossed Lin Hui's mind, and he chuckled self-deprecatingly, realizing he was being a bit paranoid. The whole city of Jiangdu knows that Mingxia and I have reached a point of life and death. No matter how much Feng Qingye misunderstood, it shouldn't be absurd enough for him to think he was in cahoots with the Yin family, right? With that thought, Lin Hui breathed a sigh of relief. There was still room for redemption. He hurriedly left the room. He needed to change his plans. At this moment, in the Yin family, Su Jiang was replying to Wang Xiang's message on his phone. This guy planned to bring Ji Meng over tomorrow to mooch a meal. It seemed their relationship had progressed, and he wanted Su Jiang to assist him. After replying, Su Jiang tucked his phone into his pocket and looked seriously at the cat, Fu Gue, and said heavily, I'll ask you one more time, are you sure you don't want to go back? Meow. Not going back. Do you really have to stay here? Meow. Yes. The little white cat was comfortably lying in Enro's arms, having a great time during these few days at the Yin family. Now, to return to Su Jiang's doghouse? Impossible. Its quality of life could only go up. There was no reason for it to decline. Enro blinked, curiously watching the interaction between the person and the cat. Could they really understand each other? So she asked curiously, what did Fu Gue say? He said he really wants to go home. Meow. I don't. Su Jiang twitched the corner of his mouth, grabbing Fu Gue by the scruff of its neck, avoiding Enro, and whispered in the corner, you ungrateful silly cat, have you forgotten who took you home when you were pitiful? Meow. Did that happen? Damn. Do you believe I'll smash your cat head? Su Jiang couldn't believe this silly cat had forgotten to this extent. So, he placed his hand on Fu Gue's back and brushed its fur in the opposite direction a few times, using the technique of reverse brushing. Fu Gue immediately exploded. Meow. What are you doing? Stop messing around, come home with me, I still have use for you. Ever since Fu Gue discovered Wu Changren, Su Jiang had been thinking of training this silly cat to be a spy cat. Any information that needed to be investigated would be entrusted to this silly cat. After all, who would be on guard against a cat while talking? However, as soon as the little white cat heard Su Jiang wanted it to work, it immediately let out a pitiful cry, broke free from Su Jiang's hand, and pounced into Enro's arms. Meow meow meow. You want to use even the cat. Meow meow. You're not human. Meow meow. You have no heart. Fu Gue cried in Enro's arms, even shedding a few tears, which made Enro feel a bit heartbroken, and she quickly comforted the little white cat. Su Jiang looked at the silly cat in shock. No, silly cat? You have this acting skill. What do you think you are, a stray cat? Did you win an Oscar in your past life? The tears I can't squeeze out even after working so hard in the inspection bureau, you just drop them? Fu Gue clearly doesn't want to go back. Enro gently stroked Fu Gue and shot a glare at Su Jiang. What's wrong with letting Fu Gue play here for a few days? Meow. Exactly. Su Jiang's eye twitched, glaring fiercely at Fu Gue. Fine, you silly cat, just wait for me. I'll remember this. Clatter. At that moment, the study door opened, and Mingxia, with two big dark circles under his eyes, walked out looking exhausted. Brother, you finally came out. Upon hearing Anro's words, Soo-jung's head popped up with a big question mark. Finally came out? Your brother, he didn't go in yesterday and hasn't come out since, right? Yeah, my brother often does this, I'm used to it. Why would anyone get used to this kind of thing? Soo-jang looked at In Mingjie with admiration. Weren't you just a buddy? How do you also have extraordinary stamina? Don't you need to go to the bathroom? The next moment, In Mingjie told Soo-jung the answer. He ignored Anro, hurriedly took a sip of water, and rushed to the bathroom. After a long while, In Mingjie walked out looking relaxed. He then looked at Soo-jung and quickly said, I heard from Lee Kai that there's a breakthrough at the inspection bureau. What's the situation? Soo-jung shook his head. He couldn't gauge it either, but from what he observed today, it probably wouldn't be optimistic. Seeing this, In Mingjie didn't say anything. He hadn't planned to go down the inspection bureau route anyway. Having the inspection bureau's help would be better, but it wouldn't matter if they didn't. Then, In Mingjie's expression turned serious as he said to Anro, Ro, call Lee Kai and the people from the In family over. I have something to say. Oh, okay. Anro nodded and went out holding Fu Gue to call people. Inside the room, only Soo-jung and In Mingjie were left. Soo-jang, a bit curious, took the initiative to ask, after thinking for so long, do you have a plan? Yes. In Mingjie nodded emphatically and quickly said, we've overlooked something very important. Since Director Zhang has been able to lurk in Jiangdu for so long without us knowing, then how many other unknown presences are lurking in Jiangdu? The recent movements of the Feng family are very strange. I suspect someone is secretly teaming up with them. If that's the case, we must take the initiative to strike before things get out of control. Strike? So soon? Soo-jung frowned. This was much quicker than he had imagined. Yes, we can't delay any longer. Tell me the details about the situation at the inspection bureau. And Mingjie needed to know the inspection bureau's stance to make a decision. So, Soo-jung quickly recounted the matters regarding the inspection bureau. That's how it is. As for how many people can still be left in the inspection bureau, we'll have to wait until tomorrow. And Mingjie remained silent while Soo-jung spoke, and after Soo-jung finished, he asked, can you contact Director Zhang now? Yes, call him. I want to talk to him. And Mingjie couldn't wait until tomorrow. He needed to speak with Director Zhang now. Seeing this, Soo-jung didn't say much. If the situation weren't serious, and Mingjie wouldn't be so anxious. He quickly dialed Director Zhang's number and handed the phone to In Mingjie. Beep. Hello? It's me, In Mingjie. And Mingjie directly revealed his identity. He was after efficiency now. Director Zhang clearly didn't expect that the person on the other end of the line was the current head of the In family. But soon, he reacted and said in a low voice, what's the matter? You want to cooperate with our In family, right? This matter hasn't been confirmed yet. Then let's confirm it now. And Mingjie interrupted directly, is it a cooperation or not? Soo-jung, who was listening closely, caught every word of their conversation and couldn't help but give a thumbs up to In Mingjie in his mind. It was still brotherin. He wouldn't dare speak to old Zhang like that. On the other end of the line, Director Zhang was silent for a moment before saying two words, cooperate. Hearing these two words, a smile crept onto In Mingjie's lips, and he continued, since we're cooperating, I need to confirm one piece of information with you now. What information? Has the Feng family, or Feng Qingye, had any contact with any special individuals recently? Why do you ask? Just tell me if there is or isn't. Director Zhang was somewhat displeased with In Mingjie's tone but still said, wait a moment. Then, In Mingjie and Soo-jung heard some rustling sounds from the other end, unclear and indistinct. Meanwhile, Lee Kai and Anro began bringing the people from the In family into the room. Seeing the focused expressions on Soo-jung and In Mingjie, they didn't dare to interrupt and quietly stood by. After a while, Director Zhang's rather serious voice reached Soo-jung and In Mingjie's ears. Indeed, the Feng family was broken into a few days ago, and several guards were killed. This news was suppressed. If it weren't for the special investigation, even I wouldn't have known about it. There was some anger in Director Zhang's tone. Such an incident had occurred in Jiangdu, and he was completely unaware. Clearly, the person who suppressed the news had considerable influence. Upon hearing this, In Mingjie and Soo-jung exchanged glances, their hearts suddenly sinking. Who is the other party? Can we trace it? My people are still investigating, but they likely have significant backing, otherwise, it wouldn't have taken so long. At this moment, Director Zhang also realized the seriousness of the situation. What should have been a dispute between the Yin and Feng families had now attracted unclean hands. Soon, Director Zhang received news. Found it, damn it, no wonder the news was suppressed. It's the Wei family from the capital. The one who broke into the Feng family that day was the second young master, Wei Tian. And Mingjie frowned immediately. the situation was worse than he had anticipated. Is it that dominant family from the capital, the Wei family? Exactly, those damned people have even extended their claws to Jiangdu. From Director Zhang's tone, it seemed he also had considerable grievances against the Wei family. Director Zhang, will the Wei family help the Feng family? No, they won't. Your conflict with the Feng family is nothing but a minor skirmish to the Wei family. They wouldn't even spare it a glance. Director Zhang paused and added, I suspect this is entirely Wei Tian's personal initiative. So, only Wei Tian is helping the Feng family? No, Wei Tian won't take action himself, but there is a woman by his side. You need to be careful. Who? Blood Gun Rose. She is currently ranked 15th on the mercenary list. If Wei Tian truly helps the Feng family, this woman will be your greatest threat. The mercenary list, 15th place. And Mingjie knew what that represented. He clenched his fists tightly, feeling somewhat relieved. If he hadn't noticed something was off in time, if Su Jiang didn't have the connection to the inspection bureau, the Yin family would have undoubtedly been caught off guard and fallen into a dire situation. At the same time, and Mingjie blamed himself for being careless, for underestimating the Feng family and overestimating himself, which led to the current predicament. But fortunately, now that he knew all this, it was still not too late. Director Zhang, the situation is urgent. I would like to ask for your help, which would also assist the inspection bureau. Speak. And Mingjie took a deep breath and said word by word, I want to ask you to personally intervene as the branch director of the inspection bureau. Allow our Yin family to open the battlefield of the island city. Not far away, Li Kai heard the words island city, and his pupils constricted, gritting his teeth tightly. Had the situation become this serious? Brother Li Kai, what is island city? And Ro asked, somewhat confused, why did everyone's faces turn heavy upon mentioning this term? Li Kai frowned and said softly, the war between large families is a complex contest, and there are many ways to determine the victor. One can carefully plan and lay out to gradually annex the opponent's industries, weakening or even dismantling their economic strength, achieving victory with minimal losses. Alternatively, one can win by assassinating key figures of the enemy. Intelligence warfare, economic sanctions, and psychological tactics are all viable options. An island city is a ruined city located on an isolated island in the East China Sea. Its existence serves as the ultimate battlefield for forces above the leading families to go to war. Once both families enter there, only the victorious family members can walk out alive. The defeated side can only be buried in that city forever, fighting to the last person. And there is only one way to confront this, which is to compete with the family's hard power. Upon hearing Li Kai's explanation, Ro's face was immediately filled with worry. Are her brothers going to such a cruel place? She hugged Fu Gue, looking around at the Yin family members with a sense of helplessness. Everyone is going? And Ro's eyes carried a hint of fear. She was afraid that these familiar Yin family members would forever remain in that so-called ruined city. She was even more afraid that her brother would never return. Su Jiang noticed Ro's emotions. He stepped forward, gently embraced her, and patted her back to comfort her, saying, it's okay, nothing will happen. And Ro felt a lump in her throat, leaning on Su Jiang's shoulder, softly responding with a hum. Not far away, and Mingjie was still waiting for Director Zhang's answer. And Mingjie, do you know what it means to open the battlefield of the island city? I know, given the current situation, this is the best way to handle it. But that's a battlefield only the leading families can use. You, Director Zhang, I believe this rule shouldn't be a problem for you, right? Director Zhang remained silent for a long time. Throughout their conversation, and Mingjie maintained absolute calm. Even he felt a subtle pressure during the exchange, allowing Mingjie to take the initiative. After a moment, Director Zhang sighed deeply and said, when do you want to go? The sooner, the better. It would be best to set off tomorrow, catching the Feng family off guard. You should know that within the island city, your Yin family will receive no help. The inspection bureau cannot assist you on that battlefield. I know, Director Zhang. Your help will be remembered by the Yin family. Good. Just as Director Zhang was about to hang up, he paused and added, and Mingjie, you are quite a character. I will remember you. Don't die too early. There are some things I still want to discuss with you in person. Hearing this, and Mingjie smiled slightly and replied, don't worry, Director Zhang. There are still many days ahead. We can talk about a lot. Beep. Director Zhang chuckled lightly and hung up the phone, presumably to arrange matters regarding the island city battlefield. And Mingjie also returned the phone to Su Jiang, then seriously said to him, Su Jiang, you don't need to go with us this time. Take good care of Ro and Jiangdu. And Ro lowered her head, feeling downcast and not speaking. She wanted to go with Mingjie, to live and die with the Yin family. But she couldn't, because she knew that in this situation, her presence would only be a burden. Su Jiang took the phone, nodded gently, and also said nothing more. Then, Mingjie looked around at the Yin family members and said in a deep voice, I believe everyone has heard some of what was just said. That's right, our family is going to open the battlefield of the island city and fight the Fong family there until only the last drop of blood remains. I never force you. If anyone is unwilling to go, step forward now. The family members stood still, their faces solemn, and no one took a step forward. At this moment, someone joked, "Young Masterin, let's not say too much about this. We've come this far over the years. When has the family ever retreated?" "Exactly, young Masterin, just tell us what you need us to do. We trust you. Why keep talking about all this emotional stuff? It's not like we won't come back once we go. Young Masterin, just give the order." Hearing this, and Mingjie couldn't help but smile. This scene before him was the very meaning of his protection of the family. So, he didn't hold back and directly said, "Logistics personnel, work hard tonight, prepare supplies overnight to ensure we have enough food in the island. Also, everyone should prepare their own firearms and ammunition. Bring what you are most comfortable with. This time, we are going to give the Fong family a serious blow. Confirm the list of personnel going to battle. Regardless of whether we return, we must ensure our families are settled." And Mingjie kept arranging things, while Su Jiang and Anro stood by, as if they were two outsiders. Su Jiang tightly held Anro's hand, knowing that she must be feeling terrible at this moment, but there was nothing he could do. This was a family war. Even with the system, he couldn't change anything alone. After a long while, and Mingjie finally finished arranging everything, letting out a long breath, he collapsed onto the sofa, exhausted. He hadn't slept all night and had rushed into this situation, feeling mentally and physically drained. "Brother!" Anro felt a pang of concern and hurriedly went to help Mingjie sit up, and Mingjie waved his hand, signaling that he was fine and that Anro didn't need to worry. "Angu!" At that moment, Su Jiang stepped in front of Mingjie, his expression serious, and said, "If you're short on people, I can help you." And Mingjie, hearing this, forced a smile, "No need, I appreciate your kindness. But if the family really loses, it won't help you. I just hope you can take good care of Ro. Su Jiang's mouth twitched. He wanted to say he misunderstood. "I'm not going to help you, I'm helping myself. If the family is done for, I'll be going down with them. So please, don't look like you're going to your death. Get it together." And Mingjie. Su Jiang's face darkened. No, he needed to have old Zheng keep an eye on things. He had just learned that the inspectors could know the battlefield situation at any time. If Mingjie really couldn't hold on, Su Jiang would have to go support him, no matter what. Whether it would be useful or not was another matter. At the very least, he had to fight for his own life, right? "Alright, you all go have fun. I need to take a nap. I'm too exhausted. My body really can't take it anymore." And Mingjie stood up, waved his hand, and walked back to his room alone, quickly falling asleep on the bed. He needed to recover his energy as soon as possible because he was the core of the family. He couldn't fall. And Ro looked at her brother's back, full of worry. "Su Jiang, do you think my brother will win?" Su Jiang gently took Anro's hand, confidently saying, "He will win." After a pause, he added, "We will all win." If Mingjie lost, Su Jiang would also cease to exist. At that time, only Anro would be left living alone. If that really happened, she would definitely collapse. Su Jiang would never let that happen. "Olden, you have to pull through." He silently cheered for Mingjie. As long as this old brother could hold on, he wouldn't have to take risks. Anro gently bit her lower lip, suddenly releasing Su Jiang's hand, looking into his eyes and saying, "Su Jiang, I want to help. Although I can't go to the battlefield with them, at least I can help with some logistics tonight." She didn't want to just stand by, even if her contribution was minimal. She wanted to do her part for the family. Hearing this, Su Jiang stroked Anro's hair and smiled. "Then I'll go with you." "Okay." Anro nodded, and so the two began to join the logistics preparations for the family. Su Jiang took on the role of a mover, while Anro was in charge of inventorying supplies. Gradually, they became more skilled at their respective tasks, occasionally bickering. "Su Jiang, this is the place for food. Why are you moving explosives here?" Anro, holding a pen, pointed at Su Jiang angrily. "But it wasn't labeled. How was I supposed to know it was explosives? If it wasn't labeled, couldn't you have opened it to check? Hurry and move it over." Yes, I'm moving it right now," Su Jiang said helplessly. The others in the family couldn't help but laugh at this scene and didn't stop the two. In fact, they even managed to take out their phones to capture the moment. Thus, the preparations before the great battle were in full swing at the family. Until the next day, when the sun rose, Su Jiang and Anro had not closed their eyes all night, busy with logistical work. Anro was clearly getting tired towards the end, but still gritted her teeth and stubbornly held on. Huff! The two let out a long breath and collapsed onto the sofa. Fortunately, the family had always been well prepared with backup resources, so in this emergency situation, they were able to get everything ready in just one night. Clatter! And Mingjie walked out of the room, and the night had restored much of his energy. "Hey, Why do you two look like you've been drained of all energy? And Mingjie looked at the two lying on the sofa with curiosity, feeling a bit puzzled. Before Su Jiang and the others could respond, Li Kai walked in and said to Mingjie, "Olden, everything is ready." Then, he led Mingjie outside. At this moment, the in-family courtyard was piled high with several large boxes. Inside were food, bullets, explosives, and various firearms. All of these had been organized in just one night. And Mingjie casually opened a few boxes, looked at the resources inside, and nodded slightly. Next, it depends on the inspection bureau. Meanwhile, outside the Feng family gate, Yang Ming stood alone, holding a briefcase, expressionless as he looked at the Feng family's guards, directly stating his purpose. "Hello, please let me in. I need to see your family head." "Kid, our family head is not someone you can just see whenever you want." Yang Ming did not waste words, directly pulling out his credentials to reveal his identity. Inspection Bureau. Personnel? The guard clearly knew what the Inspection Bureau represented and realized that this person was not someone he could stop. Please wait a moment, I'll report." He quickly made a phone call, informing the person on the other end that someone from the Inspection Bureau was visiting. Soon, he hung up the phone and respectfully gestured for Yang Ming to enter. "Please come in, the family head is waiting for you in the reception hall." Yang Ming did not argue with him, striding forward directly towards the Feng family's reception hall. He had been to the Feng family before, so he naturally knew the locations of all the buildings and facilities. Upon entering the reception hall, Yang Ming saw Feng Qingye sitting in the main seat, surrounded by several core members of the Feng family. Clearly, they took the visit from the Inspection Bureau very seriously. Family head Feng: "Hello, my name is Yang Ming, and I am a level 2 inspector from the Jiangdu City Inspection Bureau." After saying this, Yang Ming took out a badge from his pocket, representing his status as an inspector. Official members of the Inspection Bureau are divided into 3 levels: Level 3, Agents; Level 2, Inspectors; Level 1, Chief Inspectors. All members of the Inspection Bureau at these 3 levels are under the jurisdiction of the local Inspection Bureau Director. It is worth mentioning that the Jiangdu City Inspection Bureau is different from other inspection branches. It has only a director and no deputy director. Level 2 Inspector? Feng Qingye frowned slightly upon seeing Yang Ming's badge, feeling an ominous premonition. Generally, minor matters would not attract the attention of a Level 2 inspector. Could it be that his subordinates had caused trouble again? "I wonder, Inspector Yang, what brings you here today?" Feng Qingye asked tentatively. "Clatter." Yang Ming looked down, opened his briefcase, and said, "Family head Feng, I am here today to inform you of something." As he spoke, he pulled out a document from his briefcase, which he had rushed to prepare the night before. Due to the escalating conflict between the Feng family and the Yin family, and both sides refusing the intervention of the Inspection Bureau for mediation, the situation has developed to an irreconcilable point. Yang Ming began to rattle off a lot of official jargon, and Feng Qingye's expression gradually darkened. Therefore, the Jiangdu City Inspection Bureau has decided, after research, to approve the application proposed by Mingjie, the head of the Yin family, to open the battlefield of the island city for both families this afternoon. Ridiculous. Feng Qingye's eyes widened as he stood up, no longer caring about Yang Ming's identity. He pointed a finger at Yang Ming and shouted in disbelief, "You, the Inspection Bureau, actually teamed up with the Yin family?" Yes, he immediately realized that the Inspection Bureau had indeed allied with the Yin family. Otherwise, the urgency of opening the isolated battlefield wouldn't have been so pressing, leaving them no time to prepare. And what's more, both sides refused to accept the Inspection Bureau's mediation. When has the Inspection Bureau ever mediated? How the hell did I not know about this? Feng Qingye's face turned red with anger. He never expected the Yin family to collaborate with the Inspection Bureau. He was even more shocked that Mingjie was so ruthless as to directly open the isolated battlefield. That was a battlefield that could only end when all members of one family were dead. Meanwhile, the core members of the Feng family also looked grim, completely caught off guard. In response to Feng Qingye's accusations, Yang Ming put away the documents and said calmly, "The head of the Feng family may have misunderstood something. The Inspection Bureau operates independently and has never allied with any major family. All procedures are legal and compliant. If you are dissatisfied, you can certainly file a complaint with the Inspection General Bureau in the capital." Legal and compliant? My ass. Feng Qingye cursed inwardly. They weren't even the leading family alongside the Yin family, yet you dare to open the isolated battlefield. You call this legal and compliant? For the first time, he felt that the people from the Inspection Bureau were utterly shameless. Inspector Yang, even so, isn't the timing this afternoon a bit too tight? You only give our Feng family a few hours to prepare. That's a bit unreasonable, isn't it? Feng Qingye gritted his teeth. At this point, he could only try to salvage the situation and make it as favorable as possible for the Feng family. However, Yang Ming replied, I said, all arrangements are being made according to the normal process, it cannot be changed. If you have any objections, go file a complaint with the Inspection General Bureau in the capital. Feng Qingye clenched his fists. Complaint? Do you give me time to complain? This afternoon isn't even enough for me to get to the capital. By the way, head of the Feng family, let me remind you again. This afternoon, we will arrange for your Feng family to board the island from the south, and the Yin family will board from the north. Before both sides' members have fully boarded the island, combat cannot commence. Similarly, after combat begins, no other family members are allowed to enter. After saying this, Yang Ming added, all matters regarding the isolated battlefield have been fully communicated, and you are fully aware. If the Feng family does not arrive this afternoon, it will be considered a surrender, and according to the rules, all of the Feng family's assets and resources will be transferred to the Yin family. Then, he ignored the murderous glares from the Feng family members, stood tall, and turned to leave. At that moment, a furious shout rang out. The Feng family is not a place for you to act recklessly. Amidst the astonished gazes of everyone, a figure rushed out, pulling out a gun and aiming it at Yang Ming. It was Feng Qingye's son, Feng Haoshuan. He had been sitting in the corner from the beginning, listening to the conversation between Feng Qingye and Yang Ming, feeling quite displeased. Now, seeing Yang Ming about to leave while no one from the Feng family dared to act, he felt an overwhelming sense of frustration. They were being bullied by An Mingjie and his allies, yet they could only swallow their anger. Feng Haoshuan couldn't accept that. Fine, if you all dare not act, then I will. Young Master Feng, stop. Everyone gasped in shock. This was a person from the Inspection Bureau, and if that shot was fired, the consequences would be unimaginable. Yang Ming could die, but not like this, so openly in the Feng family. However, it was too late. Feng Haoshuan was now blinded by rage and slowly squeezed the trigger. The next second, a gunshot rang out. Bang! Ah! The gunshot echoed, but the one who fell to the ground screaming was not Yang Ming. The members of the Feng family all widened their eyes. Just before Feng Haoshuan pulled the trigger, someone else was even quicker to fire a shot. Everyone's gaze turned towards the shooter. No, it should be that group of people. Old Su? Yang Ming's eyes widened in disbelief at the scene before him. His eyes swept over the crowd, murmuring softly as he counted. 1, 2, 3, 4. He trembled as he counted, his heart growing more and more excited. 47 people, the 47 agents of the Jiangdu City Inspectorate, were now standing neatly in front of Yang Ming. That was 10 more than the 37 who had stayed behind yesterday. They had returned. Even Lu Zhang was there, and despite the bandage wrapped around his leg, he still grinned at Yang Ming, showing his teeth. Old Su, with a cigarette in his mouth, aimed at the space behind Yang Ming, the gun still warm from the recent shot, and teased, "What's wrong, Yang Ming? Don't recognize everyone? You brat! You didn't wait for us and dared to run to the Feng family alone. Did you really think the inspectorate was left with just you?" Hearing this, Yang Ming's eyes turned red, suppressing the excitement in his heart, biting his lip tightly. He had thought that after the commotion yesterday, there might not be many people left in the inspectorate. But now, a full 47 stood before him, reminding him that he was not alone. At that moment, Yang Ming really wanted to shout out loud, to vent the emotions inside him. In contrast, the Feng family members looked extremely grim. The situation had completely exceeded their expectations. The inspectorate had mobilized everyone. And at this very moment, Lu Zhang limped over to Yang Ming and gently patted his shoulder. Then, his expression turned cold as he glanced at the fallen and screaming Feng Haoshuan, addressing Feng Qingye, Feng family head. This matter has escalated. Attacking the inspectorate openly, do you know what that means? The members of the Feng family immediately tensed up, waiting for Feng Qingye's orders. If this matter was not handled well, not only would they have to deal with the Yin family, but they would also have to face the inspectorate today. However, Feng Qingye's words shocked everyone, and Lu Zhang frowned as well. Feng Qingye, with a dark expression, said lightly, "I have no intention of offending the members of the inspectorate. Feng Haoshuan is no longer a member of the Feng family, all his actions have nothing to do with the Feng family." Upon hearing this, Yang Ming clenched his fists, not expecting Feng Qingye to be so ruthless, so decisive. Cutting ties to survive. And the one he cut ties with was his own son. Feng Haoshuan, hearing these words, disregarded the pain from his gunshot wound and looked up at his father with disbelief. He wished that what he had just heard was an illusion, that there was something wrong with his ears. However, when he met Feng Qingye's cold gaze, he knew it was all real. "Dad, why? Why? Don't call me that, we have long since had no relationship." Feng Qingye looked at Feng Haoshuan as if he were a stranger. Old Su extinguished his cigarette and stepped forward, coldly saying, Aren't you afraid of chilling the hearts of the Fong family members with such words, family head? Upon hearing this, the Fong family members felt a jolt in their hearts. Yes, if he could abandon his own son, what about them? I know that all along, you have seen Fong Haoshuan's actions. It was just because he is my son that everyone tolerated and indulged him. I have always been clear about this. But today, I just want to say that everyone's tolerance for this useless son of mine should come to an end. After saying this, Fong Qingye actually bowed deeply to the members of the Fong family in front of everyone. The family head is being too harsh. That won't do, that won't do. We all understand, the family head need not be like this. Everyone waved their hands repeatedly, while Yang Ming and the others sighed inwardly at the scene. Fong Qingye truly lived up to his reputation as an old hand. This bow directly silenced the murmurs of the crowd and calmed the anxious hearts. Old Su, with a blank expression, waited for Fong Qingye to finish his performance before speaking. Fong family head, since that's the case, we will take Fong Haoshuan away? Of course, feel free. According to the rules of the Inspection Bureau, punish as you see fit, kill if necessary. Fong Qingye paused and added, you need not worry about my feelings. As I said, he has no relation to me or the Fong family anymore. Upon hearing this, Old Su gave Fong Qingye a deep look, then signaled several agents from the Inspection Bureau to step forward and drag Fong Haoshuan away. No, I won't go. Dad, save me. I'm going to die. Dad, Dad. In the face of Fong Haoshuan's loud cries, Fong Qingye didn't even furrow his brow, simply watching quietly. As Old Su passed by Yang Ming, he whispered, it seems we can only do this today. Next time, I'll find an opportunity to help you vent your anger. Yang Ming felt a bit moved and nodded gently. It's all right, Old Su. Just your presence is enough. Let's go. Old Su waved his hand, and the members of the Inspection Bureau left in a grand procession under the gazes of the Fong family members, no one daring to stop them. After they left, Fong Qingye looked at the bloodstains of Fong Haoshuan on the ground and said lightly, everyone, put down everything you're doing and prepare supplies with the logistics team. Moreover, the Yin family has conspired with the Inspection Bureau this time, so the rules will undoubtedly favor the Yin family. Recall all members from outside to ensure sufficient firearms and ammunition. I want to see these supplies neatly arranged in front of me before the afternoon. Is that clear? Understood. The members of the Fong family shouted in unison and immediately went to prepare the supplies. Time was tight, and they couldn't afford any delays. Fong Qingye's eyes darkened as he returned to the room alone, unable to control his emotions any longer. He picked up the teacup on the table and smashed it hard on the ground. Feeling it wasn't enough to vent his anger, he smashed several more. Only he knew how bitter it felt to abandon Fong Haoshuan at that moment. Fong Qingye leaned on the table, breathing heavily. After a long while, he took out his phone and dialed a number. Beep, Wei Xiao, the situation is urgent. Fong Qingye succinctly explained the alliance between the Yin family and the Inspection Bureau, as well as the situation on the isolated battlefield, to Wei Tian. On the other end of the line, Wei Tian fell silent after listening. Fong Qingye didn't dare to urge him and could only wait. After an unknown amount of time, Fong Qingye heard Wei Tian's light laughter. I didn't expect in Mingjie to be even more formidable than I thought. Don't worry, Fong family head. I've already sent Rose and my private troops over. They will act at a critical moment. Hearing this, Fong Qingye felt much more at ease and then asked, but Miss Rose and your private troops don't belong to the Fong family. Can the Inspection Bureau allow them in? Wei Tian sneered dismissively and said nonchalantly, Fong family head, you should know. Rules, at a certain level, are no longer rigid. Just like how the Inspection Bureau can conspire with the Yin family to catch you off guard. Within my authority, I can let a few people in, and the Inspection Bureau wouldn't dare to say anything. After saying this, Wei Tian's tone suddenly changed, his cold words piercing into Fong Qingye's ears. You just need to help me kill every last one of the Yin family. As afternoon approached, at the port of Jiangdu City, brother, Anro reluctantly tugged at Mingjie's sleeve. Around them, members of the Yin family were loading supplies onto the ship prepared by the Inspection Bureau. They were about to set sail into the East China Sea, entering the isolated battlefield from the north. Due to the presence of inspectors nearby, Su Jiang did not show up, instead sitting quietly in a black car not far away, silently playing on his phone, waiting for Anro to say goodbye to them. As for the inspectors, Su Jiang had taken a long leave of absence. The reason was that he had been frightened by yesterday's events, and he wouldn't return until he found the king of grilled cold noodles. In response, old Su even called to comfort Su Jiang, telling him to take a good rest. This made Su Jiang feel that the inspectorate wasn't so bad after all. Seeing Anro's disappointed face, and Mingjie smiled gently and reached out to pat her head. Don't worry, Ro, we will win. Yeah, miss, don't act like we won't come back. A member of the Yin family passing by while moving things laughed. Hearing this, Anro shot a light glare at the person and then asked in Mingjie, brother, how long will you be gone? The isolated island isn't far, it will take a day and a night to get there. If all goes well, we should be back within half a month. What if it doesn't go well? If it doesn't go well, then you'll just have to wait a couple more days, and Mingjie said with a casual smile. Anro frowned and suddenly reached into her pocket, pulling out a red talisman and handing it to Mingjie. What is this? A talisman for protection. I just bought it on the way, to keep you safe. Don't be silly, this thing is unlucky, give it to Su Jiang. In dramas, those who hold talismans often end up getting shot. And Mingjie quickly refused, paused, and then said, or you can give it to Li Kai, he's been quite stressed lately, and I don't know why. This refusal made Anro unhappy, she had picked this out after a long time. Just then, Li Kai walked over, casually holding a cigarette. Hey, you came at the right time. And Mingjie raised an eyebrow, took the talisman from Anro, and directly shoved it into Li Kai's hands. Li Kai? What is this? He examined it in confusion. A talisman. Why are you giving me this? Such an unlucky thing. Who the hell bought it? Ro bought it, and Mingjie said with a smile. Li Kai immediately broke into a cold sweat, looking at Anro, sensing a murderous aura from her calm eyes. And Mingjie, you bastard, you set me up. I was just saying, who could be so thoughtful and know to give a talisman? Turns out it's our beautiful and charming Miss Anro. Ha! Li Kai laughed awkwardly, tightly clutching the talisman, and gradually walked away from the siblings. Well, I think I parked my car crookedly, I'll go check. With that, Li Kai took off running, and Mingjie twitched his mouth. When did you park your car? Besides, isn't Su Jiang sitting in your car right now? Humph. Anro was immediately furious. Her good intentions were actually rejected by the two. She had worried about them, but now it seemed they really didn't need her to worry. Whether it was in Mingjie, Li Kai, or other members of the Yin family, none of them showed any sense of urgency. Everyone had a cheerful smile, as if they were going out for a fun trip. Leader In, you can set off now. An inspector approached In Mingjie and said. Since In Mingjie was not the head of the Yin family at the moment, outsiders referred to him as Young Master In or Leader In. And Mingjie nodded lightly. They needed to set off before the Feng family, to land on the island first and seize the opportunity. This was also a privilege granted to them by Director Zhang. As everyone boarded the ship, only In Mingjie remained below to say goodbye to Anro. He glanced at Anro and then at the black car not far away, where Su Jiang was sitting inside. He suddenly chuckled softly, leaned close to Anro's ear, and gently said, Ro, while we're away, the Yin family is currently weak. You should go stay with Su Jiang for now. Ha! Anro widened her eyes, looking at In Mingjie in disbelief. I'm your sister. You want me to live at another boy's house? Isn't that cohabitation? And Mingjie sighed, feeling frustrated. Ro, I have no choice. The Feng family and the Yin family have both gone to the deserted island. In Jiangdu City, only the Lin family poses a threat to us. I'm worried that guy Lin Hui will take the opportunity to. And Mingjie paused and continued, sigh, it's all my fault for not being capable. Otherwise, I wouldn't let you face this kind of predicament. He looked self-reproachful, as if hating himself for not having enough strength to protect Anro. Brother. Anro bit her lip, her face flushed, and said softly, I didn't say I wouldn't go. So you're agreeing? Anro's face turned red to her ears, and her voice grew smaller. Since you've said that, I have no choice. But don't misunderstand, I'm doing this to avoid being taken advantage of by that guy Lin Hui and being used to threaten you. I definitely didn't agree because of that bastard Su Jiang. Right. And Mingjie nodded repeatedly. I understand, this must be hard on you, right? When I come back, I will definitely take you back to the Yin family at the first opportunity, and I won't let you stay with Su Jiang for another day. After saying that, without waiting for Anro to respond, and Mingjie turned and left, as the inspectors were urging him. Ro, be good and wait for me to come back. As the boat left the port and drifted away, and Mingjie stood at the edge of the boat, waving at Anro. The other members of the Yin family did the same, smiling and bidding farewell to Anro. Don't worry, miss, we will definitely come back. Miss, don't miss us too much. Miss, my phone is on the table in the living room. It has all the photos of you and brother Su, they're all for you. Wow, dude, such a big deal, and you didn't discuss it with everyone? Yeah, that's all our wealth. Anro was initially a bit sad, but seeing the others suddenly start to play around on the boat, her sadness instantly dissipated. And Mingjie had a deep gaze, looking through the window of the black car, as if he could see Su Jiang sitting inside, waving at them. Then, he reluctantly glanced at Anro, silently thinking, Ro, if things don't go well, brother might not come back. Su Jiang is a person worth entrusting, even though he can be a bit outrageous at times. But if we really can't come back, let Su Jiang accompany you on the road ahead. Su Jiang sat in the car, casually playing a match 3 game. The little white cat, Fugue, was sleeping beside him. In the front seat were Anro's 2 bodyguards, Azwat and Au, who also stayed behind this time. Clatter! After saying goodbye to the An family, Anro, her face flushed, opened the car door and sat inside. The farewells are done. Ha! Soo-jung turned his head and saw Anro unusually quiet, sitting in her seat with her head down, silent. He initially thought she was too sad, but when he cautiously leaned over to take a look, Anro was gently biting her lip, looking both shy and angry, her gaze fixed downward, not daring to look at Soo-jung. Soo-jung? Wait, why are you blushing like a teapot? Why are you getting shy while saying goodbye? So, want to play match 3? Not knowing what was wrong with Anro, Soo-jung could only hand over his phone, tentatively suggesting the game. Anro shot him a glance, instantly furious, and stepped on Soo-jung's foot hard. What time is it, and you're still playing match 3? But I can't just sit here doing nothing, can I? You! Anro pointed at Soo-jung, at that moment not knowing how to start, only able to silently curse in Mingjie in her heart. Damn it, brother! If you want to go live at Soo-jung's place, you should tell him. Why tell me? What should I do now? How am I supposed to tell Soo-jung that I want to live at his house? Suddenly, Anro saw Fugue sleeping beside her, a plan forming in her mind, and quickly said, "Didn't you want to take Fugue home to live?" "Yeah, but didn't you say no?" Soo-jung replied, puzzled. "I think it's fine for Fugue to go home, but I also want to live at your place, so you won't bully Fugue." Soo-jung, Azua and Au. Soo-jung's eyes widened in disbelief as he looked at Anro. "Do you even hear what you're saying? You want to live at my house? Wouldn't Mingjie kill me?" Azwat and Au exchanged glances, silently giving Anro a thumbs up. "That's our young lady, taking the initiative, and this time she directly proposed cohabitation. No, I think that's inappropriate." Soo-jung waved his hands repeatedly, eager to refuse. "I don't care what you think." Anro snorted coldly. "It's settled then, we're moving my stuff to your place today." "No, really, it's not appropriate." Before Soo-jung could finish, Anro had already placed her foot on his, glaring at him. "What do you want to say?" "I want to ask, are you still playing that game?" "Not playing." "Oh." Soo-jung reluctantly put his phone away and stopped talking. "Fine, if she wants to live there, let her. Can I still be at a disadvantage?" He guessed that it was probably Mingjie who made Anro do this. Otherwise, with her shy personality, would she really say something like that? However, Mingjie's actions indicated that he wasn't sure he could come back. "Olden, don't mess this up." Soo-jung silently prayed, hoping Mingjie could pull himself together. Soon, the two returned to the An family home, busily moving things. "No, my house is so small, you can't fit all this stuff in." Soo-jung looked at Anro stuffing bags into the car, looking frustrated. If all this stuff went in, the space utilization in his house would instantly explode. Anro scratched her head, feeling a bit troubled. She wanted to take all these things. "Just take what you absolutely need, leave the rest here. It's not far, you can come back for it later," Soo-jung suggested. So, Anro began to declutter. "I won't take this. I'll take this." "Why are you taking that huge yellow rat? This is the Pikachu you helped me win." "What yellow rat?" Anro hugged the Pikachu, sounding a bit dissatisfied. Soo-jung's face darkened. After much deliberation, Anro finally reduced her luggage to a level Soo-jung could accept. Of course, she insisted on bringing that big yellow rat, and Soo-jung had no choice. So, Azwat and Au drove into the community where Soo-jung lived, helping Anro move her luggage into Soo-jung's home. "Soo-xiaoge, the young lady will be entrusted to you from now on. We've been with the young lady for so long. Please make sure to protect her safety." As they were leaving, the two bodyguards held Soo-jung's hand, their eyes filled with tears. Who knows if they were crying tears of joy for finally escaping Anro's control. Turning back to close the door, Soo-jung and Anro exchanged a glance, quickly looking away. Both felt a bit awkward. The guest room is over here. Take a look?" Soo-jung spoke first. "Oh." Soo-jung led Anro to the guest room. Although it was unoccupied, he had kept it clean. Then, Anro declined Soo-jung's help, making the bed by herself and starting to arrange the empty room. Soo-jung sat on the sofa, holding Fugue, gently moving its little paws. The wealthy cat's face was filled with displeasure, but it couldn't resist and could only be at the mercy of others. One person and one cat sat on the sofa, watching Anro busily come in and out. Soo-jung frowned, feeling as if he had forgotten something. Forget it, if he couldn't remember, it must not be important. After 2 hours like this, Anro finally finished. She changed into more casual clothes, walked out of the room, and saw Soo-jung and the wealthy cat playing cards on the sofa. Soo-jung had a serious expression, drawing a card from the pile and flipping it over in front of the wealthy cat. "The king of spades. Tisk, silly cat, you're going to lose again this round," Soo-jung said with some pride. "Meow. Not yet." The wealthy cat looked stubborn, even though it had lost many times to Su Jiang in the past 2 hours. But it believed it could turn the tables. It stretched out its little paw, rummaged through the card pile, and then struggled to flip a card over with both paws. The Queen of Diamonds, just a little smaller than Su Jiang's card. TSK TSK TSK, what a pity, silly cat, now you owe me a whole 10 requests. Su Jiang grinned, thinking it would be much easier to command this silly cat in the future. Meow, let's go again. The wealthy cat was still unconvinced, challenging Su Jiang, and the two were ready for another round. Bang, bang, ah, meow, ouch, and Ro directly gave these two a smack on the head. You two have been playing for so long, and you don't even think to help me? And Ro said angrily, didn't you say you didn't need help? Su Jiang replied, holding his head, did I really say I wouldn't help? Su Jiang was at a loss for words. He realized Anro just wanted to hit him. Knock, knock, knock. At that moment, a knock on the door sounded, and the two were stunned. Who would come to Su Jiang's house at this time? Su Jiang stood up, puzzled, and opened the door, only to hear a familiar and annoying voice. Old Su, what's wrong with you? Why are you opening the door so slowly? Wang Ziang stood outside, holding a large bag of vegetables, somewhat complaining. Beside him, Ji Meng smiled at Su Jiang. Sorry to interrupt. Su Jiang stood frozen in place. He finally realized what he had forgotten that wasn't important. Wang Ziang had said he would bring Ji Meng over for dinner today. Old Su, why are you just standing there? Let us in. Su Jiang, who is it? Before Wang Ziang could finish, Anro came over in her slippers. However, halfway there, she stopped in her tracks because she saw Wang Ziang and Ji Meng. Wang Ziang widened his eyes, looking at Anro, then at Su Jiang. He glanced at Anro's slippers, then at Su Jiang's slippers. After a long silence, Wang Ziang raised his head and gave Su Jiang a thumbs up. Then, he turned around and left with Ji Meng, as if he had made a certain decision. Sorry, old Su, I didn't know you and Anro had developed to this point. Sorry for the interruption. You better come back. Su Jiang panicked, quickly pulling Wang Ziang back. Once Wang Ziang and Ji Meng entered, Su Jiang swiftly closed the door and looked seriously at Wang Ziang. Listen, I can explain. No need to explain, old Su, I understand, I get it all. No, Anro, say something. Anro? Seeing Wang Ziang with a you say it, I won't listen expression, Su Jiang had to seek help from Anro. But unexpectedly, there was no light in Anro's eyes at that moment. She stood frozen, and Ji Meng waved her hand in front of her eyes, but there was no response. On the first day of living together with Su Jiang, oh no, not even a day, they were discovered by the two people who shouldn't have found out about this. Anro just wanted to find a crack in the ground to hide in. Half an hour later, Ji Meng and Anro were whispering in the room. Su Jiang finally explained the situation of their cohabitation to Wang Ziang. Wang Ziang sat on the sofa, his mouth twitching. So you're saying that Anro moved in with you because no one was home these past 2 days and she was afraid you'd bully this little white cat? Exactly, she just moved in today. Look, that big yellow rat just came up from downstairs. Su Jiang pointed at the Pikachu on the sofa, which Anro hadn't had the chance to hug yet. Wang Ziang blinked and sighed softly. Old Su, why are you so nervous about our relationship? Cohabitation is just cohabitation, it's not a big deal. Why make up such a ridiculous excuse to fool me? Su Jiang opened his mouth, hesitated, and then gave up. Tired, he thought, let them believe what they want. I don't care what you and Anro are up to, but I'm here today mainly to announce some good news. Wang Ziang grinned, glanced at Anro's room, then leaned closer to Su Jiang and whispered, I've confirmed my relationship with Ji Meng. After saying that, he looked at Su Jiang with pride, only to find no reaction on Su Jiang's face. So, what does that have to do with you coming here to mooch off me? What kind of talk is that? You're my best brother, of course, I'd tell you this good news first. Be honest. Well, actually, last time at the hot pot restaurant, didn't Ji Meng say she wanted to treat you to a meal? After saying that, Wang Ziang shot Su Jiang a fierce glare. Even now, Ji Meng still thought that Su Jiang was the one who paid last time. So I thought I might as well take this opportunity to come over and eat, since I often come here to mooch off you anyway. But who knew you and Anro? Before the two could finish their conversation, Anro's room door opened, and two girls walked out arm in arm like good sisters. Anro was no longer as awkward as before, she had come to terms with it. She and Su Jiang were innocent, and with a clear conscience, there was nothing to fear. Su Jiang, Ziang has told you, right? Ji Meng smiled and said, today, since Anro is here, we plan to cook for you and Ziang to try our skills. Su Jiang? Wang Ziang? The two brothers immediately became alert, exchanging glances and encrypting their conversation. Su Jiang, what's going on? You didn't tell me Ji Meng was cooking? Wang Ziang, how would I know she had that plan? I thought you were cooking. Su Jiang, how's Ji Meng's cooking? Is it edible? Wang Ziang, don't get your hopes up too high. What about Anro? Soo-jung, hee. At that moment, the two brothers hesitated for no longer, putting aside past grievances, and chose to join forces. They had to stop this pair of good sisters from entering the kitchen. Soo-jung stood up and took the initiative. Well, I think since this is my home, it's not really appropriate for you to cook. Let me do it. Anro replied directly, Soo-jung, do you not trust my cooking skills? Of course, I can't trust you. Soo-jung silently thought, but still said, how could I not trust you? I'm just worried you might not be familiar with the kitchen tools here. It's fine, if I really can't, I'll just ask you later. But, if you say that again, it means you don't trust me. Soo-jung sat back down on the sofa, shrugging at Wang Xiang. Brother, I tried my best. Wang Xiang shot Soo-jung a fierce glare, useless. I have to step in. Wang Xiang stood up and launched a second wave of attack. Ji-meng, I think. Sit down. Ji-meng smiled and spat out 2 words. All right. Wang Xiang immediately shut up and obediently sat down. Soo-jung, on the side, widened his eyes in disbelief, looking at Wang Xiang. Wait, bro, you're not contributing at all? You let your status drop like this just because you started dating? On the balcony, the little rich-eyed cat glanced at the two, yawning. This new human is even more timid than the owner. So, Ji-meng and Anro closed the kitchen door and got busy cooking inside. Meanwhile, Soo-jung and Wang Xiang lay on the sofa, staring at the ceiling with vacant eyes, as if waiting for a death sentence. Are they really okay? Soo-jung occasionally glanced at the kitchen, feeling anxious. They won't blow up my kitchen, will they? Don't worry, Lao Su. What if they surprise us? Stop thinking the worst, Wang Xiang comforted. As it turned out, Soo-jung was indeed overthinking. Although Anro and Ji-meng's cooking skills were not great, they wouldn't blow up the kitchen. An hour later, the 4 of them sat at the dining table. Soo-jung and Wang Xiang stared at the 2 dishes on the table, falling into endless silence. Due to their limited abilities, Anro and Ji-meng realized halfway through that they had overestimated themselves, so in the end, each only made 1 dish. These chicken wings. Soo-jung poked at the chicken wings on the plate with his chopsticks. How is it? I made it. Anro's eyes sparkled with excitement. This was her unique creative dish. Soo-jung's eyelid twitched as he looked at the colorful chicken wings on the plate and said, I'm relatively familiar with these yellow chicken wings, but the green ones, it's spinach juice. I added spinach juice. And the purple ones, dragon fruit. And this black one, it got burnt. How could you be so defiant even when it was burnt? And this orange one, it's Orlan's style. Come on, Soo-jung, I can let the others slide. But you don't recognize this one? Anro was a bit dissatisfied. Soo-jung's mouth twitched, mainly because it was on the same plate as the other contestants. He really didn't expect it to look so normal. Anro clapped her hands, looking at Soo-jung with anticipation. So, how about my chicken wings? Creative, right? Yeah, creative, almost killed me. Soo-jung felt hopeless. He thought Anro was already outrageous, but he didn't expect Ji-meng to be no better. Soo-jung and Wang Xiang looked at the bowl of dark stuff in front of Ji-meng, struggling to swallow. Ji-meng, what did you make? Wang Xiang asked awkwardly. Salt-baked eggs, Ji-meng said, a bit sheepishly. Something went wrong while making it. Soo-jung raised an eyebrow. How big of a mistake could it be to turn an egg into this? So, here's the thing, Ji-meng explained, blushing. I saw online that to make salt-baked eggs, you need to put salt at the bottom, then add Sichuan pepper and spices, and then bury the eggs. Get to the point. The eggs exploded. Ji-meng lowered her head, too embarrassed to look at the two. She clearly wanted to show off but ended up overestimating herself. Even Anro's colorful chicken wings were much better than her dish, at least they were edible. Soo-jung and Wang Xiang both covered their foreheads inside. If they had known it would turn out like this, they should have firmly stopped it earlier. How about we go out to eat instead? Soo-jung suggested. Right, I just remembered my uncle recently opened a barbecue restaurant. How about I take you guys there? Wang Xiang quickly chimed in. If they really had to eat the sisters' dishes, he felt that getting a stomachache would be the lightest consequence. Anro and Ji-meng, upon hearing this, did not insist any further, as they were now aware of their own limitations. However, Anro insisted that Soo-jung try her chicken wings, and Soo-jung had no choice but to pick the one that looked the safest, the Orlan's flavor. How to describe the taste? Soo-jung could only say he was glad he chose the Orlan's flavor. The other contestants' dishes were simply unimaginable. However, adhering to the fine tradition of not wasting food, Soo-jung did not throw away the 2 dishes but instead, Fugue, tonight I'm giving you a special treat. Soo-jung grinned wickedly, bringing the 2 plates of dark cuisine closer to Fugue. Meow. What are you going to do? Fugue instantly fluffed up, a look of fear on his face, his little short legs constantly moving backward, but retreating to the balcony. There was nowhere left to go. Fugue, you need to think this through. This is food made by Anro. If you dislike it, Anro will be heartbroken. Soo-jung's voice was like a devil's whisper. And besides, you just lost to me 10 whole requests, you know. I believe our little Fugue is a trustworthy little kitty, right? Looking at the despair on Fugue's face, Soo-jung felt a sense of satisfaction from revenge. Let you silly cat, be ungrateful. Everything you did, I have noted down meticulously. It's not that I won't repay you, the time just hasn't come yet. Fugue looked at the 2 plates of dark cuisine in front of him, his cat face full of conflict. To eat or not to eat? That is a question worth pondering. Before leaving, Soo-jung didn't forget to remind Fugue in a low voice, remember to finish your dinner, be a trustworthy little cat, okay? Bang! The door closed, leaving only a sad little cat inside. Meow. I was wrong. Fugue was now filled with regret. But it wasn't regret for being ungrateful to Soo-jung. Rather, it was regret for just playing poker with Soo-jung and flipping that queen of diamonds. If he had flipped something else, he might have won. A gambling cat, left with nothing in the end. Yes, uncle, I'll bring a few friends to your shop later. We should be there in about 10 minutes. What? You're at the shop right now? That's great. I just happened to want to introduce Ji-meng to you. Okay, see you soon. In the rideshare car, Wang Xiang sat in the passenger seat, talking on the phone with his uncle. Soo-jung and the others sat in the back, and Ji-meng, hearing that she was going to meet Wang Xiang's uncle, nervously clutched her clothes. Wang Xiang turned his head at the right moment. Meng, don't be nervous. My uncle is quite gentle. It's just a simple meeting. Ji-meng responded softly, still looking a bit tense. Soo-jung raised an eyebrow, his gaze flickering, as if he had seen through something. Could it be that Wang Xiang had planned this all along, intending to introduce Ji-meng to his family? If that's the case, then Wang Xiang's move is simply terrifying. Before long, they all got out of the car in front of the barbecue restaurant. Do you like barbecue? Soo-jung's eyes twitched as he looked up at the name of the restaurant. I came up with the name. How about it? Isn't it catchy? Wang Xiang said excitedly. Soo-jung and the others lowered their heads, remaining silent. Your uncle didn't kill you, he really has a good temper. Before Wang Xiang could say anything, a figure appeared at the entrance of the restaurant, walking towards them. Uncle! Wang Xiang waved excitedly. Soo-jung and the others looked up, and Soo-jung and Anro were instantly frozen in place. The person Wang Xiang referred to as uncle was someone they recognized, even. Feeling incredulous, Wang Xuelin, the agent of the Wang family from the Gray family who appeared at the Fengting restaurant. He actually is Wang Xiang's uncle? Soo-jung and Anro turned their heads mechanically to look at Wang Xiang, their movements surprisingly in sync. You little brat, you said you were going to live an ordinary life, how did you suddenly have a background? Wang Xuelin smiled, and when he saw Soo-jung and Anro, he was also taken aback. What the hell? He wasn't familiar with Soo-jung, but he knew Anro. How did Wang Xiang end up with the Yin family? Uncle, this is Ji-meng, my girlfriend. Wang Xiang excitedly pulled Ji-meng's hand and introduced her to Wang Xuelin. And this is my brother, Soo-jung, and the one next to him is Anro. Then he turned back to introduce Soo-jung and the others. This is my uncle. You uncle, hello, Ji-meng greeted with a slightly trembling voice, clearly still a bit nervous. Wang Xuelin quickly responded, oh, hello, Ji-meng, right? You're really beautiful, a pity for our little young. Uncle, what are you talking about? Wang Xiang was dissatisfied. What do you mean it's a pity for him? Am I not handsome enough? Come on, don't just stand at the door, let's go in and chat. Wang Xuelin greeted everyone with a smile, like an ordinary barbecue restaurant owner, completely lacking the imposing presence he had at the Fengting restaurant that day. During this time, Wang Xuelin subtly shook his head at Soo-jung and Anro, signaling them not to speak out of turn. Soo-jung raised an eyebrow, intrigued. What was Wang Xuelin trying to hide? So, while everyone was ordering, Soo-jung found an excuse to meet Wang Xuelin in a corner. When Wang Xuelin saw it was Soo-jung, he frowned slightly. He hadn't investigated Soo-jung, so he didn't know what his relationship with the Yin family was. But seeing the situation between Wang Xiang and Soo-jung, it seemed they had a good relationship. Uncle Wang, long time no see? Soo-jung said with a smile. Upon hearing this, Wang Xuelin stared at Soo-jung and sighed softly. Wang Xiang doesn't know about the Wang family's matters. Sure enough, Soo-jung's eyes lit up. He had guessed correctly. Xiang's parents passed away when he was very young, so I've been raising him all this time. For certain reasons, the Wang family has some dissatisfaction with him, so I never let him get involved with the family. After he grew up, I sent him to school here in Jiangdu. All along, he thought I was his only relative and didn't know about the existence of the Wang family. Wang Xuelin smoked while talking to Soo-jung about Wang Xiang. Soo-jung listened, frowning. He already knew about Wang Xiang's parents, as Wang Xiang had told him before. the key was. This old man was just sitting there smoking and telling stories? What about my cigarette? He didn't even offer me one? Su Jiang felt a bit indignant, but then thought better of it. If Anro caught him smoking in a corner with an old man, she would probably get angry. So, Wang Xiang knows nothing about the big family? That's right. Wang Shueli nodded. So I hope your family won't involve him. It's fine for you to have a normal relationship, but I don't want him to get into danger, do you understand? Su Jiang blinked. Why was he telling me this? I'm not from the Yin family. You should talk to An Mingjie about it. TSK, forget it, and Mingjie is probably somewhere on a deserted island munching on compressed biscuits. Don't worry, uncle, with my relationship with Wang Xiang, I guarantee he will live a normal and ordinary life. Su Jiang patted his chest and flashed a brilliant smile at Wang Shuelin. Wang Shuelin was about to nod in agreement when Su Jiang changed the subject. But, Su Jiang showed his white teeth. Wang Xiang is my good brother, and I've been keeping this from him, so I feel quite guilty. Wang Shuelin frowned. So, in the future, when we come here to eat barbecue, can we get a free meal? Is that it? Wang Shuelin was momentarily taken aback. I thought you were going to use this to blackmail me for something. In the end, you just want to eat barbecue? Can't you be a bit more ambitious? Wang Shuelin felt a bit regretful. He sensed that Wang Xiang, and even himself, getting involved with this person named Su Jiang was not a good thing. Fine, from now on, anyone you bring will eat for free. Uncle is generous. Su Jiang clapped his hands, calling him uncle more affectionately than Wang Xiang did. Old Su, what are you doing here? Wang Xiang peeked over. He had been looking for Su Jiang for a long time. He found Su Jiang secretly doing something with his uncle in this little corner, and he scrutinized the two, feeling something was off. Wang Shuelin frowned. Could Wang Xiang already be suspicious? What to do? Su Jiang gave Wang Shuelin a reassuring look, leaned slightly forward, and whispered in Wang Xiang's ear, I'm here to help you speak well of Ji Meng. What are you interrupting for? I was just about to praise you. Our uncle is really impressed with Ji Meng now. Remember to treat me to a meal later. After saying that, Su Jiang patted Wang Xiang's shoulder and gave him a knowing look. Good brothers, in heart. Upon hearing this, Wang Xiang immediately realized he had misunderstood Su Jiang and felt a pang of guilt. Unexpectedly, even though Su Jiang didn't seem like a decent person, he still thought of his brothers at critical moments. He nodded seriously and replied softly, Don't worry, Lao Su, I'll remember this favor. When Meng Meng and I get married, you must sit at the main table. Just don't kick me out of your wedding hall when you find out the truth. Su Jiang thought to himself. The two greeted Wang Shuelin and returned to their seats. Su Jiang leaned in close to Anro's ear and quietly recounted his conversation with Wang Shuelin. So from now on, we can eat here without spending any money. Anro couldn't help but roll her eyes at Su Jiang at the end. Is this the point? Also, remember that Wang Xiang owes me a meal, and we sit at the main table for the wedding. Why don't you remember it yourself? Based on your grudge-holding skills, your memory should be better than mine. Ouch! Su Jiang was hit. Thanks to Wang Xiang, everyone enjoyed the barbecue to the fullest. Wang Shuelin brought out the best cuts of meat from the barbecue restaurant for them. At the same time, he expressed his heartfelt joy and blessings for the love between Wang Xiang and Ji Meng. This naturally made Wang Xiang and Ji Meng very happy. To let the four of them relax, after eating a bit together, Wang Shuelin found an excuse to leave. As he left, he couldn't help but glance at Su Jiang, who was gorging himself, his eyelids twitching. If Su Jiang came to his restaurant every day like this, would he still be able to keep it open? Forget it, if it really comes to that, he'll just post a notice at the door, no dogs or Su Jiang allowed. Lao Su, are you going to Zhang Yu's class tomorrow? Wang Xiang asked. What do you think? You're not going to highlight the key points? I heard the school seems to have stopped letting teachers highlight key points recently. Is that true? What about the exam? What are you afraid of? We, the academic underachievers, are the ones who should be scared, right? Wang Xiang looked at Su Jiang with disdain, as if to say, do you even need to highlight key points? Your head is full of them. Suddenly, Wang Xiang thought of something and quickly stood up, eagerly picking up a piece of beef for Su Jiang, his face full of flattery. Su Ge, can you help me out during the exam? I don't ask for much, just to pass. He wanted Su Jiang to help him cheat. Su Jiang lowered his gaze, leisurely eating the beef Wang Xiang had given him, and said lightly, Lao Wang, you know I'm not the kind of person who does that. I'll buy you a new skin for Yasuo. But then again, that kind of thing isn't out of the question. Su Jiang changed his tone and exchanged a smile with Wang Xiang. Although he didn't care about the skin money, the meaning was different. This skin was a gift from Wang Xiang to him. That feeling of joy couldn't be bought with any amount of money. Since you've asked so nicely, as your good brother, it wouldn't be right not to help you. Anro and Ji-meng bit their lips, looking at the two with disdain as they reached this deal. Such disgusting brotherly love. Later, because of this deal, Wang Xiang wished he could chop Su-jian up. The group continued eating, and suddenly, Su-jian noticed that Anro seemed a bit distracted. "What's wrong?" he asked softly. "I wonder how my brother and the others are doing now." Anro still felt a bit worried. "Don't worry, they've already landed on the island, everything is going smoothly." "How do you know?" Anro asked, puzzled. Su-jian smiled confidently, took out his phone, opened the chat messages, and handed it to Anro. It was the chat record between him and Yang Ming, the latest message sent not long ago, with only 8 words, "And family has landed, everything is smooth." The previous message was, "Phone family has already set off." Anro's small mouth slightly opened, looking at Su-jian with some surprise. Su-jian wore a proud expression, thinking, "Didn't expect it, huh? My buddy is in the inspection bureau, I'm their psychologist." However, before Su-jian could bask in his pride for 2 seconds, his expression changed drastically, sweat pouring down his back. He saw Anro smile gently at him, then quickly swipe her phone screen. Her slender fingers lightly tapped open the photo album. "It's over. I was careless." Su-jian's soul seemed to leave his body. He swore he had never felt such fear before. His photo album was open to anyone, but Anro absolutely could not see it. It would be the end. He had thought Anro had forgotten or given up on the idea of looking at his phone album. Unexpectedly, this girl had been holding back until now. Su-jian might have even forgotten that he had just said Anro held grudges. At this moment, Anro's finger had already touched the phone screen. The album was about to be opened like a Pandora's box. Anro looked like a little devil, showing an evil smile at the phone. Su-jian seemed to see those little black ears popping up from Anro's head again. He reached out to snatch the phone, but it was too late. The phone automatically opened the first photo. Then, a cat's head instantly filled the phone screen, its eyes full of big confusion. "Su-jian? Anro? Why is it Fu-gue?" Anro frowned and swiped back a few more photos, all of which were selfies of Fu-gue. At that moment, Su-jian's hand had already touched his own phone, quickly rescuing it from Anro's grasp. "Phew, Fu-gue really is something, actually took my phone to snap pictures while I was away. I must give him a good talking to later." Su-jian muttered as he swiftly turned off the phone. Inside, he wished he could hug Fu-gue and give him a couple of hard kisses. "Well done, silly cat. Although I don't know why you took pictures with my phone, but you've earned your little fish treats. You are my forever deity." Anro was left empty-handed, her cheeks puffed in anger, having finally had such an opportunity. After this, Su-jian's vigilance would definitely be greatly heightened, and it would surely be more difficult for her to see his album again. "Stupid Fu-gue, just you wait." At this moment, Anro had completely shifted all her resentment onto Fu-gue. If it hadn't been for its curiosity in secretly taking pictures with Su-jian's phone, she would have definitely been able to destroy those embarrassing historical photos this time. Anro was unhappy, fiercely eating grilled meat. Meanwhile, at Su-jian's home, Fu-gue was lying on the balcony, looking tormented, nibbling on the chicken wings Anro made. Suddenly, it shivered, feeling as if some terrifying presence was watching it. Cautiously looking around, it found nothing unusual. "Meow, was it an illusion?" Fu-gue called softly, shook its head, and continued to munch on the colorful chicken wings. It had to finish them all before Su-jian returned, because it was a little cat that valued honesty. At the Lin family, Lin Hui was holding a document, his expression fluctuating. That madman in Mingjia actually brought the Feng family into the isolated battlefield. And what exactly happened in the inspection bureau? That they actually teamed up with the In family? The Feng family is also showing some unusual movements. Could it be that In Mingjia discovered something? Lin Hui muttered to himself, feeling a headache coming on. The situation was completely out of his control. Or rather, from the very beginning, he had been an outsider. He held his head in his hands, painfully collapsing onto the sofa. No matter how smart he was, his mind was now a mess. What the hell went wrong? Lin Hui was furiously frustrated, as if ever since he sent Wu Changren out, the developments had become increasingly absurd. Feng Qingye doubted himself, the sudden intervention of the inspection bureau, and in Mingjia's decisive declaration of war. Everything was changing too quickly. Though plants can't keep up with changes, it shouldn't change this much. Lin Hui felt somewhat helpless, but with the situation as it was, he had to change his original plan. Just thinking about it left him speechless. How many times had he changed plans now? He doubted whether something would happen again tomorrow, forcing him to change plans once more. Sigh, I need to sort out my thoughts first. Lin Hui sighed, closed his eyes, and began to organize his thoughts in his mind. The Feng family and the In family are already on the isolated battlefield. The inspectors are also short-staffed due to their supervisory duties. The Wang family currently has no movements, probably just observing. So the only option I have now is Anro. At this thought, he opened his eyes and frowned. Should he move against Anro? Lin Hui hesitated. He wanted to act but was afraid. He feared that Mingxia had set a trap for Anro, and even though Mingxia was on the isolated battlefield, he still didn't dare to act. He had been fooled once before, and the memory was vivid, making him cautious. I can't act doesn't mean others can't. Moreover, this person can't be from the Lin family, nor can they have any ties to the Lin family. Wu Changren is probably out of the picture, so who else in Jiangdu can be utilized? He lightly tapped the table, deep in thought. Suddenly, Lin Hui's eyes lit up, and a smile crept onto his lips. He shouted towards the door, Wu Yang, here. The man in the hooded cloak entered. He was Lin Hui's capable aide, Wu Yang. Feng Haoshuan has been taken to the inspectorate, right? Yes, he is currently being held inside. Can you bring him out with a few people? Wu Yang fell silent at the question. After a long pause, he spoke, 10 people, I can bring him out. Lin Hui nodded and waved his hand lightly. Go ahead, make it clean. Understood. Wu Yang silently left the room to gather personnel to rescue Feng Haoshuan. He didn't ask Lin Hui why he wanted to save Feng Haoshuan. He only knew that all of Lin Hui's orders were for the sake of the Lin family. The Lin family had been abandoned by that person. Over the years, it was Lin Hui alone who had managed the Lin family to this point. They would believe Lin Hui's words without hesitation. After Wu Yang left, Lin Hui pinched the bridge of his nose, his eyes showing a hint of fatigue. Feng Haoshuan. Lin Hui chuckled self-deprecatingly, not expecting that one day he would send someone to rescue such a useless person. But, useless is good. Useless people are the easiest to control. With Feng Haoshuan's relationship with the Yin family, as long as he rescued him and then lured him, this fool would definitely not miss the chance to capture Anro. Even if Mingxia won against the Feng family, it would still be a Pyrrhic victory. By then, with Anro in his hands, and Mingxia and the Yin family would not be his opponents. The Feng and Yin families could be easily eliminated. Then the Lin family's path to becoming the leading family would be unobstructed. This plan will definitely succeed. Lin Hui smiled confidently, extending his hand for a gentle grip. It felt as if everything was back under his control. Su Jiang was almost full at the barbecue restaurant. The other three had already eaten their fill. Wang Xiang's mouth twitched. He felt Su Jiang's appetite had increased again. Could Anro afford to support such an eater? Anro covered her face with her hand, turning her head to the side, embarrassed to be with Su Jiang. Wang Xuelin was already considering writing a notice. In the end, they waited until Su Jiang finished eating before leaving the barbecue restaurant. Uncle, we're leaving first. Okay, remember to come again next time. Except for Su Jiang, Wang Xuelin said with a smile. Wang Xiang and the others stood at the door, waving goodbye to Wang Xuelin. Su Jiang and Wang Xuelin exchanged a glance, both subtly nodding. Wang Xuelin's nod meant, remember your promise, don't let Wang Xiang get involved. Su Jiang's nod meant, the food was great, I'll come again. Clearly, both sides misunderstood each other, but it didn't affect their tacit understanding. The four of them walked for a while, then split into pairs, each going off to their own little world. After all, a world with 4 people was too crowded. Alright, let's take a taxi home, Su Jiang said, pulling out his phone, ready to call a cab. And Rose's small eyes turned, and seeing that it was still light out, she said, Su Jiang, let's go climb Hongshan. Ha! Su Jiang's mouth twitched. Do you know how high Hongshan is? Can you even climb it? And Ro pouted, but I heard there's a tree of fate at the top of Hongshan. So, I want to go help my brother pray for safety. That's a tree of fate. Then help him pray for a relationship. Anyway, he's single. Su Jiang rubbed his forehead, looking at Anro with some doubt. Are you sure you can climb it? Of course, I got full marks in my physical exam back then. And Ro said confidently. So Su Jiang had no choice but to change the destination of the taxi to the foot of Hongshan. About an hour later, at the foot of Hongshan, it was crowded. Su Jiang and Anro stood quietly in place, expressionless, looking ahead. In front of them stood 2 familiar figures. Ahem! What a coincidence! You guys are here to climb the mountain too? Wang Xiang scratched his head, and Ji Meng, standing beside him, also looked a bit surprised. They had come on a whim to climb Hongshan, not expecting Su Jiang and Anro to be there as well. Su Jiang stared blankly at Wang Xiang. What are you guys here for? What do you mean? Of course, we're here to climb the mountain. Not to pray at the Tree of Fate? How do you know that? Wang Xiang glanced at Ji Meng, then cautiously leaned closer to Su Jiang's ear. Ji Meng wants to make a wish at that Tree of Fate and check in. Su Jiang nodded. Well, they were all there for that broken Tree of Fate. I really don't understand why these superstitious things attract so many people, Su Jiang said helplessly. Who says they don't? In this day and age, who still believes in these gods and Buddhas? Wang Xiang echoed. Thus, the four of them began the long climb. The first fifth of the journey was relatively easy for them. The first to give in was Ji Meng. When they reached a third of the way, Wang Xiang supported Ji Meng, and their pace gradually slowed. Anro was also sweating profusely, occasionally gasping for breath, her stamina nearing its limit. Su Jiang raised an eyebrow and whispered in Anro's ear, "I heard you have to climb this mountain step by step, or your wishes won't come true." Anro exhaled, giving him a glare. "Who did you hear that from?" "From an old man coming down the mountain. I chatted with him for a bit." "Huh, I can't do it anymore. Su Jiang, carry me." "Tisk, not going to help your brother pray for a relationship anymore? Forget it, he's single, so what?" Upon hearing this, Su Jiang's mouth twitched, and he couldn't help but feel sympathy for In Mingjie. "So, in your sister's heart, that's your status?" With a gentle smile, Su Jiang squatted down in front of Anro, who leaned slightly forward and softly lay on Su Jiang's back. "Su Jiang, go." Anro suddenly felt energized, happily pointing ahead. "Go where? There are so many people. What if we bump into someone later?" Su Jiang laughed and scolded, holding Anro's legs, taking one step at a time toward the summit. People around them saw Su Jiang carrying Anro, yet he remained unfazed and not even out of breath, all giving him thumbs up, marveling at how fit he was. Wang Xiang, seeing this from behind, gritted his teeth. How could his physical fitness be worse than Su Jiang's? He immediately squatted down, boldly declaring, Meng, hop on, I'll carry you." Ji Meng didn't hold back and climbed on. Wang Xiang exhaled, his legs exerting force, standing up, but his expression changed. Oh no, he had overestimated himself. His legs trembled slightly, but as a man, he had to grit his teeth and carry Ji Meng to the top. "Xiang, are you okay?" Ji Meng, seeing Wang Xiang sweating profusely, said with some concern, "How about I get down and walk?" No need. Prince Yang spoke up, insisting, "Don't worry, Meng, I train often, this little journey is a piece of cake for me." Up ahead, Su Jiang's ears perked up upon hearing Prince Yang's words, silently giving him a thumbs up. "Brother, your words are tough enough, let's see how long you can hold on." However, what Su Jiang didn't expect was that Prince Yang actually gritted his teeth and climbed to the top of the mountain while carrying Ji Meng. At the temple on the summit of Hongshan, Prince Yang sat in a chair, panting heavily, his legs trembling like butterfly wings. Su Jiang stood beside him, clicking his tongue. "So the power of love is this great?" Su Jiang sighed. Hearing this, Prince Yang shot him a glance. He was too tired to speak now. Su Jiang sat down next to Prince Yang, his gaze fixed on a large tree not far away. Under the Inyuan tree, Anro and Ji Meng were both holding a piece of red paper, writing something. They even took out their phones, continuously snapping photos. Su Jiang and Prince Yang shook their heads slightly, scoffing at such superstitious behavior. They were both staunch atheists. "Mom, there's a god of wealth temple over there." A child's voice came from behind. Su Jiang and Prince Yang perked up, standing up in unison and exchanging glances. God of wealth? That's worth believing in. At this moment, Prince Yang couldn't care less about his weak legs and followed Su Jiang's pace, heading towards the God of Wealth temple without looking back. Under the Inyuan tree, Anro was seriously writing her wishes on the paper. "Hey, Anro, did you buy 2 wish papers?" Ji Meng just noticed that Anro had actually written on 2 pieces of paper. Anro nodded gently, blushing as she said, "Because I have a few wishes." Ji Meng smiled at this and didn't ask further. Anro smiled as she finished writing, found a spare branch, and hung both wish papers up. One was a prayer for In Mingjie and the others to return safely. The other was for Su Jiang. She didn't care if this tree only dealt with romantic ties, she just wanted these 2 wishes to come true. After the 2 girls hung them up, they took a few more photos together and checked in before going to find Su Jiang and Prince Yang. "Hey, strange, where did those 2 go?" Ji Meng scratched her head, wondering how 2 living people could just disappear in the blink of an eye. "Sister Ji Meng, there are so many people over there, should we go take a look?" Anro pointed at the crowd surrounding the God of Wealth temple, her eyes filled with curiosity. As for Su Jiang and Prince Yang, could 2 living people really be taken away? Soon, the 2 of them walked towards the God of Wealth temple. Pushing through the crowd, Anro and Ji Meng saw the 2 incredibly devout figures at the center, and their steps immediately halted. The 2 people at the center of the crowd were none other than Su Jiang and Prince Yang. Just as they were puzzled about what they were doing, Su Jiang and Prince Yang's actions made them want to turn around and leave. Anro's face turned even redder, feeling utterly embarrassed. "Damn Su Jiang, weren't you against feudal superstitions? So devout, too devout. Unbelievable, how poor must one be to have such a desire for wealth? Look at their eyes, so pure, with no other thoughts, only the God of Wealth. Devotees, these are true devotees." In front of the God of Wealth, Su Jiang and Prince Yang knelt on cushions, one on the left and one on the right. They clasped their hands together, raised them above their heads, bowed deeply, and then looked up. Anro and Ji Meng thought it was over there. But unexpectedly, Su Jiang and Prince Yang remained kneeling in place, speaking one after the other. Almighty God of wealth, Su Jiang said. Please grant us endless wealth. Prince Yang said. Your two most devout devotees, Su Jiang said. Here, we offer you all that we have. Prince Yang said. If you can hear the call from deep within our hearts, Su Jiang said, then please respond, and let us know that you are with us. Prince Yang said. Amen, Su Jiang said. Amit Ba. Wang Xiang said. Immediately after, they joined their hands together, raised them above their heads, and bowed deeply once more. It was as if they were performing some kind of cult ritual. Around them, the entire venue was silent. The few people who had just praised them now tightly shut their mouths, unsure of what to say. It felt like every word could be a jab, but at the same time, every jab seemed like a waste of breath. In this quiet atmosphere, Anro and Ji Meng buried their heads deeply, feeling incredibly embarrassed. The two of them clenched their small fists, wishing they could rush over and give Su Jiang and the others a good beating. Finally, after Su Jiang and the others completed their ritual, they stood up, turning back 3 times, reluctant to leave the God of Wealth Hall. Old Su, do you think this really works? Trust me, it definitely works. No one is more devout than us. If the God of Wealth really has money, he will surely think of us first. Then I can rest easy. Hey, where are Meng Meng and the others? The two looked around and finally spotted Anro and Ji Meng not far away, walking towards them. Strangely, when Anro and Ji Meng saw them coming, they covered their faces and fled as if they had seen a ghost. Who are these two? I don't know them. They have nothing to do with us. They came separately. So embarrassing. Strange, why are they running? Su Jiang asked in confusion. I don't know. Could it be that they made some shy wish and can't face us? Wang Xiang boldly guessed. It's possible, after all. Girls care about their image. Su Jiang nodded in agreement. On the way down the mountain, no matter how Su Jiang and the others tried to talk, Anro and Ji Meng completely ignored them. They even kept their distance. This left the two of them puzzled. They continued walking until they reached the foot of the mountain, where the two girls finally felt there weren't many people around and were willing to talk to them. You two, weren't you against feudal superstitions? Anro said angrily. Except for the God of Wealth, Su Jiang and Wang Xiang replied matter-of-factly. You. Anro pointed at Su Jiang, her mouth open for a long time, but in the end, she just snorted coldly and let it go. No need to get angry. It's not worth it. Ji Meng also smiled wryly, not expecting that Wang Xiang and Su Jiang together would become so ridiculous. In the end, they bid each other farewell. It was already late at night, and it was time to go home. When Su Jiang and Anro got into the car, Wang Xiang raised an eyebrow at Su Jiang, secretly giving him a thumbs up, full of envy. Look at Su Jiang and Anro, they are already living together. When would he be able to reach that stage? But Su Jiang remained expressionless and returned the gesture with a middle finger. By the time the two got home, it was already 10 o'clock at night. As soon as they entered the house and turned on the lights, Su Jiang saw the little white cat, Fugui, lying on its back on the balcony, barely alive. Su Jiang hurried over and picked up Fugui. Fugui's eyes moved, looking at Su Jiang, extending its little paw to point at the empty plate on the table, softly whimpering. Meow. I'm done eating. Meow meow. Only 9 requests left. Su Jiang was immediately touched. Silly cat. You really, I'm going to cry. You saved me. If it weren't for you, Anro would have seen the photos in my phone album. And I even forced you to eat that horrible food. I'm really not human. Su Jiang felt an overwhelming sense of guilt. Su Jiang, what's wrong with Fugui? Anro asked while struggling to change her shoes. She was wearing boots today, which were a bit hard to take off. Su Jiang blinked and replied without turning back. Nothing. Fugui is just sleeping. Humph. Let it sleep quickly. I was going to settle the score with it. Anro still remembered, if it weren't for Fugui, she would have been able to see Su Jiang's phone album. Su Jiang raised an eyebrow. Then how about I help you wake it up? Since Anro was still a bit angry, it was better to vent it on the silly cat. Otherwise, who knows, it might end up being vented on him later. What? You ask about my earlier guilt? Don't make a fuss. That thing isn't worth much. Anyway, this silly cat won't die. This feeling, Su Jiang kept in his heart. As for when to return, it's hard to say. Anro heard Su Jiang say this and stood in place, tilting her head and thinking for a while. Forget it. Let's just let it go this time. Anro gave up. It was just a little cat. What could it understand? A thoughtless act, after all, can be forgiven. Great job, Fugui. You saved a cat's life, Su Jiang said to Fugui with some relief. Fugui struggled to open his eyes, waving his little paw, wanting to hit Su Jiang. Su Jiang held his paw and whispered, Fugui, you rest well, I will definitely speak well for you. After saying that, he tossed Fugui into the cat bed, letting him sleep peacefully. Phew, Su Jiang let out a long breath, crossing his hands and pinching the hem of his shirt, habitually preparing to take off his top. Suddenly, he froze, his hands stiffening. He forgot, he was no longer living alone. Now that he was under the same roof as Anro, he couldn't act as freely at home as he used to. Anro blinked and softly said, Do you want to take a shower? How about you go first? Soo-jang replied, There's shower gel and everything in the bathroom. Anro nodded and silently walked into the room. Climbing the mountain had made her sweat a lot, and she was almost at her limit. A moment later, she came out with some bathing supplies, her eyes flickering and her steps hurried. When she reached the bathroom door, she turned back to Soo-jang and said, Then I'll go first. You wait a bit. After saying that, she quickly slipped into the bathroom and closed the door, so fast that even Soo-jang didn't see clearly. Sitting on the sofa, Soo-jang shook his head gently. With nothing to do, he took out his phone and started playing a match 3 game. He hadn't cleared that level in the afternoon yet. Under the cover of night, Jeongdu City was silent. In the inspectorate, in the basement. This was where the inspectorate held prisoners. Anyone captured by the inspectorate agents was locked up here. Since most of the inspectorate's forces were dispatched to monitor the isolated battlefield, only a small number of people remained to guard these prisoners. But at this moment, the basement door that should have been closed was opened, and the 2 agents on duty had collapsed in a pool of blood, completely lifeless. Wu Yang stood at the door of the room where Feng Haoshuan was held, accompanied by 10 members of the Lin family, his face extremely grim. He took out his phone and dialed Lin Hui's number. Once connected, he slowly spoke. Leader, Feng Haoshuan, is not in the inspectorate. We arrived too late. Someone got to him before us and rescued Feng Haoshuan, and Wu Yang swallowed hard, looking at the few Lin family badges on the ground, and said in a low voice, They also killed the inspectorate's people and left our family badge. We were deceived. Half an hour has passed. Soo-jang was still stuck on the level in his match 3 game, but that wasn't the main point. Fu Gue had already calmed down, yet Anro still hadn't finished showering. I hope nothing happened. Soo-jang glanced at the bathroom. The frog must be almost boiled in warm water, right? Cautiously getting up, Soo-jang quietly walked to the bathroom door. I have no other thoughts, I'm really just worried about her. He silently thought, reaching out to knock on the bathroom door. Anro was clearly startled by the knock. Pouting, she said, Soo-jang, are you crazy? Knocking suddenly. I was just worried since you've been in there for so long, afraid something might happen. What do you mean by something? Don't you know girls need time to shower? How would I know? Soo-jang rubbed his nose. He hadn't really interacted much with girls before. Grumpily returning to the sofa, Soo-jang's eyes were filled with pity. At this rate, the water and electricity bill would go up again next month. He was already not well off, and this was just adding insult to injury. No, I need to keep track of this. I'll get that guy in Mingjie to reimburse me later. Soo-jang thought to himself, rummaging through the drawer for paper and a pen, and began to write. Since he has entrusted Anro to stay here, it's only reasonable for me to ask him for some money, right? Utilities. Let's say 2,000. Soo-jang quickly wrote on the paper. After all, and Mingjie has no evidence. Whatever he says, he has to pay. If he doesn't pay, he won't get her back. Just keep Anro here. The thought made Soo-jang's lips curl into a wild smile. This would definitely be a big hit for Mingjie. Anro's bed fee, Anro's living expenses, Anro's breathing fee. By the end, on the total line, Soo-jang directly wrote a sky-high price of 100,000 yuan. He silently planned in his heart to find an opportunity for Anro to stamp her fingerprint on it. What could Mingjie say then? Thud, the bathroom door slowly opened, and Anro's figure appeared at the doorway. Her wet hair clung tightly to her cheeks and neck, droplets of water continuously dripping onto the floor. Anro had already changed into a pink pajama set, her face still slightly flushed. Soo-jang was momentarily stunned but quickly reacted, swiftly hiding the Anro expense list behind him. Soo-jang, I'm done washing, you. Anro's words abruptly stopped, her eyes filled with confusion as she glanced at what was behind Soo-jang. What are you hiding? She stepped forward quickly. It's nothing, I was just drawing. Soo-jang stood up, continuously backing away. Really? Anro pressed closer, her face skeptical. Then let me see it. Soo-jang's demeanor clearly indicated he was up to no good. Moreover, the content on the paper must be related to her, and Ro had experience in this. Soo-jang was cornered against the wall, their distance mere inches apart, their breaths intertwining. His nose twitched slightly. He could already smell the faint fragrance of the shampoo. TSK, she was using some soft shampoo, which was beyond his reach. But that wasn't the point. Soo-jang forced a smile, and Anro sensed he was about to escape, decisively grabbing his arm. Anro pressed close, blinking her big eyes and saying, since it's just a drawing, What's there that you can't show me? Then, she skillfully shook Soo-jong's arm, acting cute. Soo-jong, let me see, what did you draw that made you so nervous? Damn, here we go again? Soo-jong took a deep breath, and Ro's gaze and her cooing voice made his heart race. He was almost ready to surrender. But Soo-jong quickly realized, this was his home. It was one thing to be at the family's mercy, but in his own home, could he really fall for the same trick twice in the same place? No way, absolutely not. Suddenly, Soo-jang exerted force and picked Anro up in his arms. Anro was a bit dazed. This was not what she had expected. Why had her cute act suddenly failed? Being lifted by Soo-jong, she felt a bit at a loss. And Soo-jong wasn't doing much better. His arms wrapped around Anro's back. Feeling her delicate and soft skin, his heart raced uncontrollably. Soo-jong, what are you doing? Before Anro could finish her sentence, Soo-jong carried her swiftly toward the room. Hey, that's my room, Anro exclaimed, not knowing that one shouldn't just enter a girl's private space. Soo-jong didn't care about that now. He kicked the room door open and threw Anro onto the bed. Anro fell onto the bed, tightly closing her eyes, her arms crossed over her chest, her face flushed, heart racing. She silently cursed herself for going too far. And this was still in Soo-jong's house. What if he lost control? The more Anro thought about it, the more embarrassed she became. Being carried to the bed by Soo-jong, her heart was now in chaos. Could it be that he really wants to? A wave of heat rushed to her face, her heart pounding while she was conflicted. Should she refuse? Although everyone is an adult now, is it really good for things to develop so quickly? They haven't even kissed yet. And that big pig's hoof, Soo-jong, hasn't even confessed to me formally to establish our relationship. Thud. While thinking about this, Anro heard the sound of the door closing and became even more nervous, closing her eyes and saying, Soo-jang, please don't do anything reckless. Can we take it slow? I won't tease you anymore. Can you let me off this time? After a long while, Anro still didn't hear Soo-jong's response. Carefully opening one eye, Anro was instantly stunned. In the room, there was no sign of Soo-jang, only her lying on the bed, performing a one-woman show. Outside the room, Soo-jong held a note, patted his chest, and let out a long sigh. Fortunately, he managed to get through this time without being caught by Anro. Truly impressive. Soo-jong silently gave himself a thumbs up, calming his heartbeat and looking around. He needed to find a place to hide the note quickly. If Anro realized what was going on, he would be in big trouble. Where to hide it? Soo-jong searched around but found no particularly suitable place, all of which carried the risk of being discovered by Anro. Suddenly, he had a flash of inspiration and turned his gaze to the luxurious cat bed. Fu-gue was lying in the bed, sleeping soundly, when suddenly he jolted awake, groggily opening his eyes to see Soo-jong staring at him with ill intentions. Meow, what do you want to do now? Little Fu-gue. Soo-jong grinned, moving closer to Fu-gue's cat bed. It seems you still owe me 9 requests, right? Fu-gue, with a disgruntled cat face, glanced at the note in Soo-jong's hand and immediately understood his meaning. With a sigh, it reluctantly shifted its body, creating a small space behind it, signaling Soo-jong to put the note inside. Meow. Only 8 requests left. Okay. Soo-jong smiled, stuffed the note inside, and didn't forget to pat Fu-gue's head. Fu-gue remained expressionless, regretting deeply. If only it had continued to wander back then. It shouldn't have played that stupid card game with Soo-jong. After hiding the note, Soo-jong finally breathed a sigh of relief. Soo-jong! Anro stormed out of the room in a fit of anger, looking for Soo-jong to settle the score. Anro, calm down my foot. Anro completely ignored him, leaping onto Soo-jong, baring her little tiger teeth, and biting down directly on his shoulder. The next morning, Soo-jong and Anro went to school together. They walked side by side, and Soo-jong occasionally rubbed his shoulder, where there were still a row of bite marks hidden under his clothes. Glancing at Anro beside him, Soo-jong felt a bit relieved. Fortunately, Anro had forgotten about the note by the time she bit him. It wasn't entirely in vain. Buzz, his phone vibrated, and Soo-jong took it out to see a message from Yang Ming. Both sides have engaged in battle, and family's advantage. TSK, and Mingjae is quite something. Soo-jong raised his eyebrows. It seemed he wouldn't need to intervene. As it approached 8 o'clock, the two entered the classroom. Whether it was because of the company or not, Anro, who used to arrive early, now entered the classroom right on time, just like Soo-jong. Zhang Yu was at the podium, preparing for his last lesson of the semester. Seeing Soo-jong and Anro walk in together, Zhang Yu raised an eyebrow but said nothing. Since they arrived late, only the front row seats were left. Soo-jong didn't care whether it was the front row or not. He sat down and fell asleep immediately. Zhang Yu only glanced at Soo-jong and didn't bother anymore, seemingly used to this student. Sleep on, who can outsleep you? Ahem. today is the last class. Zhang Yu cleared his throat and scanned the crowd, saying, I know what you all are thinking, but starting this year, the school has made it clear that we cannot highlight exam points for students. The crowd groaned. But, Zhang Yu shifted the topic and opened the course materials on the big screen, pointing and saying, the highlighted chapters are non-essential. The crowd cheered. Su Jiang woke up. The classroom was filled with flashing lights, resembling a press conference. Recently, I found that some students still don't quite understand certain points of the Lagrange mean value theorem, so I suggest you all deepen your understanding privately. Zhang Yu was indeed an experienced teacher. He never mentioned the key points directly, yet every word was crucial. Anro was taking notes beside him, and Su Jiang blinked, feeling a bit lost. Why did I wake up? I already knew that stuff from advanced mathematics, didn't I? It can only be said that this is a gene ingrained in the DNA of college students. When it comes to highlighting key points, one simply cannot sleep. Especially with someone next to you seriously taking notes, how could you possibly sleep? Alright, that's it for this class, let's dismiss. Zhang Yu had only lectured for half an hour but had covered the key points thoroughly, dismissing the class without any delay. Woohoo, the crowd cheered, packing up and heading out. At that moment, going back to catch a nap felt like the happiest thing in life. Su Jiang, stay behind, Zhang Yu said. Su Jiang paused, incredulous, turning his head. He had already stepped halfway out. How could he be asked to stay? He. Anro had a gloating expression, waiting outside the classroom for Su Jiang. Su Jiang sighed and reluctantly walked back. Teacher Zhang, is there something you need me for? Su Jiang forced a smile. What do you think? Zhang Yu replied irritably, the advanced math competition is in half a month. You better pay attention. After saying that, he glanced at Anro standing at the door and earnestly added, you need to remember, dating is fine, but your academic future is equally important, got it? With your talent in mathematics, if you put in some effort, you will definitely achieve something in the field of mathematics in the future. Zhang Yu went on and on, using various PUA tactics. Su Jiang stared at the ground, thinking about whether to take Anro to eat grilled cold noodles later. Alright, I've said enough, remember, you must be responsible for your own life. I definitely can't add cilantro to my grilled cold noodles later, Su Jiang thought. After being let go by Zhang Yu, Su Jiang felt a sense of relief. He had finally finished all his classes for the semester. Buzz, just as he was about to take Anro to eat grilled cold noodles, his phone in his pocket suddenly vibrated. Su Jiang was puzzled and took out his phone. It was another message from Yang Ming. The Yin family is under attack from the Roses, Li Kai has been shot. The Yin family is at a disadvantage. The situation is not optimistic. Su Jiang's eyes widened in disbelief. Wasn't he just saying a few hours ago that the Yin family was in a favorable position? The twists in the inner fish circle weren't this fast, were they? What's wrong? Anro noticed Su Jiang's bad expression and leaned over to see the content on his phone. What? Brother Li Kai has been shot? Anro exclaimed, covering her mouth, her eyes filled with worry. If Li Kai had been shot, what about Mingjie? What about the other members of the Yin family? How much had the Yin family lost in this attack? Without hesitation, Su Jiang directly called Yang Ming. Beep. Hello, Yang Ming, what's the situation now? How much has the Yin family lost? Su Jiang, you need to calm down and listen to me. Yang Ming's voice was much calmer than Su Jiang's, and he proceeded to explain the situation on the isolated battlefield. A few hours ago, the Yin family was engaged in battle with the Feng family. Under Mingjia's command, the Yin family had the upper hand, and their advantage was growing. But, he shifted his tone. The Blood Gun Roses, along with Wei Tian's people, suddenly joined the battlefield. Even though Mingjia had anticipated this step, he still underestimated the strength of the Roses. At a critical moment, Li Kai took a bullet for Mingjia, and Mingjia immediately ordered the Yin family members to scatter and flee, which minimized the losses. Now, the Feng family is searching for the scattered members of the Yin family, eliminating them one by one. If Mingjia has no other way, the Yin family might. Yang Ming did not continue, and Su Jiang's mood grew heavy. Just as he was about to speak, Su Jiang felt his hand being tightly held. Anro looked up. She had heard everything in their conversation. She knew what Su Jiang wanted to do. Earlier, Su Jiang had told her that if the situation was not optimistic, he would go to the isolated battlefield. Anro's eyes turned red as she looked at Su Jiang and said word by word, "Don't go." She couldn't accept losing both Su Jiang and Mingjie at the same time. She would break down. Su Jiang remained silent, not answering Anro. Anro held Su Jiang's hand tightly and said again, "Don't go." Tears streamed down her cheeks, and Su Jiang couldn't help but feel heartbroken, reaching out to wipe her tears. "Don't worry, I will come back. As long as you stay here, how could I not come back?" Su Jiang gently patted Anro's back, comforting her. However, at that moment, Yang Ming's voice came from the phone again, leaving both of them stunned. "Su Jiang, I also don't recommend you coming over. Director Zhang just told me that Lin Hui has already taken action to target Anro, and Feng Haoshuan has also been rescued from the inspection bureau and is currently missing. So, if you go to the isolated battlefield now, Anro's situation will become dangerous. With the current manpower left in the Yin family, they cannot contend with Lin Hui. Damn! Su Jiang frowned. Why did it have to be at this moment? If he had known earlier, he should have dealt with Lin Hui back then. Go, Anro is in danger. Don't go, and Mingjie and the Yin family cannot contend with the Rose. What to choose? Yang Ming's words left Anro and Su Jiang frozen in place. It was no longer a matter of whether to go or not. Staying would still be dangerous. Su Jiang furrowed his brows. What should he do now? Find Wang Xuelin and seek the Wang family's protection? Su Jiang shook his head. He didn't feel at ease leaving Anro with the Wang family, but he had to go to the isolated battlefield. Yang Ming, can the inspection bureau spare some manpower to protect Anro? Su Jiang had an idea about the inspection bureau. No, Su Jiang. Yang Ming rejected without a second thought, not to mention that we don't have enough manpower here. What do you take the inspection bureau for? We are not under your command. Helping you is entirely because of Director Zhang's orders. Damn! Su Jiang cursed inwardly. He didn't know what to do anymore. Was he only left to pray for An Mingjie to counterattack? Don't joke, and Mingjie may be brave and resourceful, but he is not a god. Forget it. I'll contact you later. After hanging up on Yang Ming, Su Jiang took a taxi and returned to the Yin family with Anro. Lin Hui could strike at any moment, and returning to the Yin family was undoubtedly the safest course of action, because the Yin family still had some manpower left, to some extent. 2.5 hours later, at the Yin family, Su Jiang paced back and forth in the living room, contemplating a solution. In this situation, he could only deal with Lin Hui first and then go help An Mingjie, but how long would it take to deal with Lin Hui? Could An Mingjie hold on? Could the Yin family hold on? I'm sorry. Anro sat on the sofa, her head down, her tone filled with guilt. She felt so useless. Just a burden, not only dragging An Mingjie down but also Su Jiang. This led to Su Jiang being in a dilemma now. Hearing this, Su Jiang looked at Anro, realizing that at this moment, she was the one feeling the worst. After a moment of contemplation, Su Jiang smiled, pulled Anro into his arms, and comforted her. It's okay, I can handle it. Anro leaned against Su Jiang's embrace, not speaking, lost in her thoughts. After a long while, Anro finally spoke. Su Jiang. I'm here. I've thought it through. What? I hate it when someone sacrifices for me. I know. I also hate it when someone gives up for me. Anro looked up, staring intently at Su Jiang. So, you go do what you need to do, don't think about me, and don't change because of me. Whether you go save my brother or stay to protect me, even if you just leave and ignore the Yin family, I will support you. Su Jiang was stunned for a moment. He didn't expect Anro to say such a thing. Clearly, Anro was gradually changing, no longer just the willful and headstrong Anro of the past. Su Jiang's eyes flickered, a spark of inspiration flashed, and then he chuckled softly, pinching Anro's face. Since that's the case, then you'll listen to me from now on? You won't stop me from saving your brother? I won't stop you. If I just leave the Yin family and cut ties, you'll agree? I agree. If I ask you to be my girlfriend, you'll agree? I agree. Anro realized what was happening, and before she could speak, Su Jiang's lips kissed hers. Anro's eyes widened. The sudden kiss caught her off guard, leaving her mind blank. This was her first kiss. Su Jiang caressed Anro's face with one hand while wrapping the other around her back, pulling her tightly into his embrace, their lips pressed together. At that moment, both closed their eyes, forgetting to think, needing no thought, just kissing each other back and forth. After a long while, their lips parted, Anro gasping slightly, her face incredibly flushed, looking at Su Jiang with a mix of shame and anger. This jerk actually took advantage of her sadness to do such a thing. Couldn't he pick a more appropriate time? Su Jiang's lips curled into a smile. This was the best way he could think of to alleviate Anro's negative emotions. He had no selfish motives, purely thinking of Anro. You just agreed to be my girlfriend, right? I didn't. Anro retorted stubbornly. Su Jiang kissed her again, starting to enjoy this feeling. Soft and tender, like eating jelly. Will you agree? You jerk, Su Jiang. Will you agree? He asked again, kissing her once more. Anro's eyes widened. Su Jiang, you jerk. I haven't even answered yet. Struggling hard, she finally broke free from Su Jiang's embrace and immediately said, I agree. Agreed? Then give me a kiss. You get lost. Anro was exasperated. The heavy atmosphere and emotions had all dissipated because of Soo-jung's antics. Creak, just as the two were tightly embracing, the door was gently pushed open. A figure stepped in. Anro was still in Soo-jung's arms, and upon seeing that figure, her brain instantly crashed. She widened her eyes and exclaimed, "Dad? What?" Soo-jung was startled and immediately turned around. He saw a disheveled man with a scruffy beard, holding a cigarette in his mouth, looking at him and Anro in shock. The newcomer was Anro's father, and Xingchang. The two stared at each other, and the atmosphere fell silent. "Uncle, hello?" Soo-jung forced himself to speak, greeting in Xingchang. "One must be polite, right, Dad? It's not what you think." Anro's face turned red, although she didn't know why her father suddenly returned. The urgent matter was to quickly explain her relationship with Soo-jung. However, Xingchang was quicker than her. In a flash, he pulled out his phone and aimed it at Anro and Soo-jung. Click! After taking the photo, Xingchang excitedly turned around, talking on the phone as he walked out. "Hello, wife? Damn, you won't believe what I just saw when I got home. What that kid Mingjie said is true, Ro really has a boyfriend. Of course, I took a picture. Wait a moment, I'm sending it to you now." Soo-jung stood there, dumbfounded. He finally understood why the family's family style was so abstract. Well, if the upper beam is not straight, the lower beam will be crooked, right, Dad? Anro immediately panicked, rushing out and grabbing Xingchang's shirt. "Don't send it to Mom." "Sorry, too late, I already sent it." "You!" Anro gasped, pointing at Xingchang. "No sending it out except to my mom." What I just sent was to our family group." And Xingchang said a bit awkwardly. "Ha?" Anro couldn't believe it and quickly took out her phone to check. It really was sent to the family group. And the photo was just right, showing Anro tightly pressed against Soo-jung, her face flushed, both of them looking bewildered at the camera. "And family group. And Xingchang, image, Azyanau, damn. Butler Sue, damn. Other members of the family, damn. Li Kai, damn. Li Kai, weren't you the one caught in the crossfire? And aren't you on a deserted island? How do you still have signal? Oh, someone else sent the message using his phone, then it's fine." Anro looked at the barrage of messages in the group, her fingers trembling with anger. It was definitely too late to retract it now. Those bastards must have saved it. Gritting her teeth, she let out a sharp scream. "Damn it, Dad." About 10 minutes later, Xingchang sat on the sofa, somewhat distressed as he rubbed his phone. It had almost been broken by Anro just now. Opposite him, Soo-jung curiously observed the head of the family. He looked different from what she had imagined. Messy hair, a beard that hadn't been shaved in a while, and he appeared listless. At first glance, Soo-jung thought he was a homeless man. However, Xingchang's earlier actions gave Soo-jung a rough idea of what kind of person he was. Quite abstract. "Humph, why did you suddenly come back?" Anro sat beside Soo-jung, snorting coldly, her expression clearly displeased, still not having calmed down. "Tsk, you little brat. How can you talk to your great father like that?" And Xingchang ruffled his messy hair, dissatisfied. Before Anro could respond, Xingchang immediately put on a friendly smile and turned to Soo-jung. "You must be Soo-jung, Mingjie has mentioned you, finally meeting you today." And Xingchang stood up and extended his hand to Soo-jung. "Uncle, hello, I am Soo-jung." Soo-jung quickly stood up and shook hands with Xingchang. Then, Soo-jung realized he couldn't pull his hand away. "Ha?" Soo-jung looked up in confusion, meeting Xingchang's excited eyes. He heard Xingchang say, "When are you two having kids? Dad, what are you talking about?" Anro instantly picked up a cushion and threw it at Xingchang. Whack! Luckily, Soo-jung dodged quickly, otherwise, he would have taken the hit for his father-in-law. And Xingchang was caught off guard by the cushion and fell back onto the sofa. But he wasn't angry. Instead, he awkwardly said to Soo-jung, "Ahem. Soo-jung, don't mind it, our Ro just has this temper. Please bear with her. This girl has never liked to interact with boys since she was little. Her mother and I thought she wasn't interested in the opposite sex, and we were worried for a long time about it. Not long ago, Mingjie told me that Ro found a partner, and we didn't believe it, thinking Ro's partner was a girl. But now that we know Ro likes boys, we can rest easy." And Xingchang spoke with a mix of tears and snot, making it seem like he had suffered some injustice. Soo-jung listened with a dark expression, glancing at Anro, and sure enough, she was on the verge of exploding. So, Soo-jung quickly interrupted Xingchang, changing the subject. So, Uncle, the reason you came back this time is, don't mention it, that little brat in Mingjie called me in the middle of the night a few days ago, asking me to bring some people back, saying he wanted to do something big." And Xingchang pulled out a cigarette, and just as he was about to light it, he was shot a glare by Anro, so he reluctantly put it away and continued, "In the end, I haven't returned yet, but he, on the other hand, went straight to the isolated island battlefield. What do you think of this situation? As soon as Anro heard the words isolated island battlefield, she immediately stood up and said, then hurry up and take people in to save my brother. No way, and Xingqiang shook his head directly. Why not? And Ro didn't understand. And Xingqiang took a deep breath and pointed at himself, saying, because your great father was banned from entering the isolated island battlefield by all the major families 5 years ago. Ha! Su Jiang and Anro looked at each other in confusion. And Xingqiang stretched lazily, leaned back on the sofa, and stared at the ceiling as if reminiscing about the past. Back then, I was helping your Uncle Chow. You must have forgotten old Chow. You were too young to recognize people. In short, back then, I went to help your Uncle Chow fight, and it was also at the isolated island battlefield. And then, I accidentally made a small mistake. And Xingqiang gestured with his hand, indicating it was really just a small mistake. Su Jiang felt an ominous premonition upon hearing this. So, what happened after that small mistake? Then, I blew up half of the isolated island battlefield. And Xingqiang said somewhat melancholically, and then, I was banned from entering the isolated island battlefield. Wow! Su Jiang's eyes lit up, looking at Xingqiang with admiration. What a tough guy. How careless do you have to be to blow up half an island? Su Jiang became interested. He even wanted to grab a small stool and sit next to Xingqiang to listen to his heroic tales from back in the day. And Xingqiang noticed Su Jiang's admiring gaze and felt a bit proud, smiling. It's a pity, though, that the explosion back then also affected old Chow, and to this day, he hasn't forgiven me. He's quite resentful. Dad! And Ro couldn't hold back any longer, angrily interrupting Xingqiang and shooting a glare at Su Jiang. What time is it? And you two are still chatting? Both were startled by Ro's outburst, and Xingqiang helplessly said, I can't help it if you're anxious, I can't get in. Then what about my brother? Let's see if he has good luck, but he should be fine, I've prayed for him. You! And Ro was furious, knowing her father was unreliable, but she didn't expect him to be this unreliable. Su Jiang's eyes flickered, and he quickly said to Xingqiang, Uncle, I want to discuss something with you. Don't call me uncle, it feels distant. Then what should I call you? If you don't mind, just call me Dad. It's bound to happen sooner or later. Bang! And Ro threw another cushion at him. Where did she get so many cushions? Su Jiang smirked, too lazy to care about the title anymore, and said directly, it's like this, Lin Hui is planning to target Anro, and I intend to go to the isolated island battlefield to help in Mingxia. Lin Hui? And Xingqiang frowned and thought for a moment. You mean that treacherous son of Lin Jianbai? The one who looks like a bad person at first glance? That should be it. Su Jiang didn't know who Lin Jianbai was, but since he was described as treacherous, it probably referred to Lin Hui. That kid is getting bold? Where does he get the guts to target my daughter? That's not important. Su Jiang quickly said, what's important is, can you block Lin Hui's people, uncle? I can. Do you want them dead or alive? Su Jiang was taken aback, doubting whether he had made himself clear. I asked if you could block them, and you're directly sentencing Lin Hui to death? But it must be said, and Xingqiang's words gave Su Jiang a lot of confidence. Su Jiang took a deep breath and said seriously, in that case, I entrust Anro to you, uncle. I'm going to the isolated island battlefield to save Ningxia. You can, but can you stop calling me uncle? It makes me feel old. And Xingqiang's expression was displeased. If you really don't want to call me dad, then just call me brother, it makes me seem younger. Bang! And Ro's pillow came flying. But this time, and Xingqiang dodged it. And Ro clenched her fist and glared at Su Jiang, who seemed to want to say something but held back. You dare to call out? Want to act like an elder? Can't tell the difference between big and small? On the Yin family's rooftop, a helicopter hovered in the center. This was the only helicopter in the Yin family, specially brought out for Su Jiang. Beside him, and Ro seriously checked Su Jiang's gear, going from top to bottom. Bulletproof vest, handgun, bullets, medical supplies. And Ro had prepared everything meticulously, ensuring Su Jiang wouldn't miss anything. And Xingqiang stood not far away, smoking, and shouted at Su Jiang, who was almost wrapped up like a dumpling, Little Su, if it really doesn't work out, we won't save you. Maybe Ningxia can save himself. Upon hearing this, Su Jiang's face darkened. Sometimes he really doubted whether Ningxia was picked up by the Yin family. And Ro couldn't be bothered with Xingqiang. While buttoning Su Jiang's clothes, she said, you must be careful when you get to the island, understand? If you can't fight, hide, got it? If you see wild mushrooms, especially the ones that look particularly delicious, you mustn't eat them, they're poisonous, understand? Is that all you can say? And Ro sighed helplessly, but at this point, all she could do was trust Su Jiang. At that moment, the pilot gave them a signal, indicating it was time to take off. So, I'm leaving? Soo Jung waved at Anro and was about to turn and step onto the helicopter. Anro bit her lip, suddenly grabbing Soo Jung's arm. As Soo Jung turned back, she hooked her arm around his neck and kissed him on the lips. Click! And Xingqiang expressionlessly took a photo, but Anro didn't care anymore. After a long moment, their lips parted, and Anro looked at Soo Jung seriously. I am already your girlfriend. I've given you my first kiss, so, you must come back. I'll be here waiting for you, not going anywhere. Soo Jung blinked and smiled, patting Anro's head. Don't worry, I'll come back. I'll bring your brother and the people from the An family back too. With that, Soo Jung didn't hesitate and turned to step onto the helicopter. The rotor blade spun, making a buzzing sound, rising continuously, then gradually disappearing from Anro's sight. And Xingqiang walked over to Anro, looking in the direction the helicopter had gone, and grinned. TSK, as expected of my son-in-law, he has 1/10 of my style back in the day. Anro rolled her eyes at him. I remember when you were in college, you couldn't even smoke, right? What nonsense! Your father didn't even get into high school back then. What kind of university did I attend? Didn't you tell me you got into Jeongdu University with the first place and graduated with honors? You were still young then, I was just bragging to tease you. If I didn't say that, would you take me as a role model and get into Jeongdu University? Hearing this, Anro widened her eyes in disbelief. At this moment, no matter how well-mannered Anro was, she wanted to curse. With a dad like this, it's no wonder An Mingjie could remain calm in the face of various abstract matters. It turns out he was trained by An Xingqiang since childhood. So, when I was little, you said it was mom who pursued you, was that also a lie? Not that, that was true. And Xingqiang extinguished his cigarette and changed the subject, but she only pursued me for a day, the rest was me chasing her. And Ro clenched her fists. How many things had her old man lied to her about? What else have you lied to me about? I forgot. I've lied too much. Bastard dad. And Ro's fist came flying, and seeing the situation, An Xingqiang quickly ran away. Humph. And Ro snorted coldly, staring at An Xingqiang's retreating figure, thinking that he ran fast. She would remember this debt and settle it later. Immediately, she turned her head, gazing at the sky, silently praying for Soo Jung and the others, hoping they would return safely. Wow! On the helicopter, Soo Jung was violently throwing up into a black plastic bag. He never expected to get airsick. It was ridiculous. He clearly had an extraordinary body, so how could he be airsick? Soo, are you okay? The pilot asked with some concern. Soo Jung waved his hand, signaling that he was fine, then asked, how much longer do we have to fly? About 2.5 more hours. Soo Jung felt despair. Damn, if he had known, he would have taken a boat. Thinking of this, Soo Jung became alert. He wouldn't get seasick too, would he? Hard to say, after all, he had never been on a boat. Soo Jung's face turned pale as he asked the pilot beside him, what do you usually do when you get airsick? We generally don't get airsick, the pilot replied. Okay. Soo Jung was truly dizzy to ask such a question. Suddenly, an idea struck him. Bro, do you have a stick? The pilot was taken aback, searching around and finally pulling out a small black rod. Is this okay? Yes. Soo Jung took it and instructed the pilot, please wake me up when we're almost there. Before the pilot could respond, he gripped the rod and aimed it at the back of his head. Under the pilot's shocked gaze, Soo Jung struck himself hard, then immediately passed out in his seat. Low-level skill, dirty blunt weapon. The system probably never imagined someone would use this skill on themselves. 2.5 hours later, the pilot woke Soo Jung up. Soo Jung groggily opened his eyes amidst the helicopter's bumps and glanced outside. An endless expanse of blue ocean appeared in his vision. In the center of the sea, a solitary island stood quietly, looking exceptionally desolate. Soo Jung could see that the island was densely vegetated, with only a small portion of bare beach and rocky piles exposed. Among the dense forest, he could vaguely see the outline of a city, looking dilapidated, clearly eroded by years of war. Soo Jung noticed that a large part of the island's vegetation had evidently grown in recent years. Compared to the other half, it looked like a bunch of small saplings. Remembering what An Xingqiang had said earlier, Soo Jung's mouth twitched, that half of the saplings must have sprouted after An Xingqiang blew everything up. Ugh, the feeling of nausea hit him again, and Soo Jung quickly grabbed the plastic bag to continue throwing up. Stop there. While vomiting, Soo Jung pointed at a figure standing at the edge of the lonely island below. The pilot followed Soo Jung's instructions and landed at the edge of the beach. Splash! Soo Jung opened the door and stepped down from the helicopter. A figure approached, and it was Yang Ming. Soo Jung, you. Wow! Before Yang Ming could finish, Soo Jung ran to the seaside and began to throw up frantically. But after a long time, nothing came out. he had already thrown up most of it on the helicopter. Yang Ming looked at Su Jiang's disheveled appearance, his eyes twitching. The Yin family really expected this guy to turn things around? Cough, cough. Thank you. Su Jiang took the tissue Yang Ming handed him and wiped his mouth. Su, your bag. The pilot handed Su Jiang his backpack and then bowed seriously to him. Su, please be careful, I'll take my leave now. After saying that, the pilot flew the helicopter back. Yang Ming looked up at the direction the helicopter was leaving, smacking his lips. Tisk, did your Yin family register this helicopter? How would I know? Ask in Mingjia, I'm not part of the Yin family. While rummaging through his backpack, Su Jiang pulled out something from inside. Then, to Yang Ming's shock, Su Jiang took out a brown squirrel. What did you bring a mouse here for? Can't you see? This is a squirrel. Is there a difference? Of course there is. Su Jiang widened his eyes and insisted, squirrels live in trees, mice live on the ground, squirrels have softer and more agile fur, and they have smaller appetites. Alright. Yang Ming quickly interrupted, so what exactly did you bring it here for? You wouldn't understand, this little guy is very useful to me. After saying that, Su Jiang placed the brown squirrel in the pocket of his chest and gently patted its head. Right, Wang Kai? Chirp, chirp, chirp. The first battle uses me, and I will definitely win. This squirrel was raised by Anro and was temporarily requisitioned by Su Jiang. It was to be used as a scout or a spy or something. Of course, the name was also given by Anro. Nicholas Wang Kai. What? You ask why not take Fugu? That silly cat is all white and has been fed to be fat and plump. Su Jiang is afraid it would get kicked to death by the enemy. What's the situation now? Su Jiang asked. Yang Ming twitched his mouth. After all this time, you just remembered to talk about serious matters? All we know is the general situation. Currently, the Yin family members are scattered and fleeing on the isolated island, while the Feng family has already integrated with Rose's troops and is searching for the Yin family members. The situation is like a cat catching a mouse. The Feng family is the cat, and the Yin family is the mouse. Su Jiang nodded. The description was very vivid. How did Li Kai get shot? Su Jiang asked again. At that time, the battle between the Yin family and the Feng family was at a boiling point. That woman, Rose, suddenly charged into the battlefield with Wei Tian's private troops. Although An Mingjia had prepared for this and left a group of people to handle such situations, that woman Rose was too fierce. She set up a sniper rifle from a long distance and aimed at An Mingjia right away. If Li Kai hadn't taken a bullet for An Mingjia, the Yin family would probably have collapsed completely by now. Rose. Su Jiang silently repeated the name. He had heard this name too many times. Ranked 15th on the mercenary list, she was a person who walked on the edge of life and death at all times. Ding! The host has triggered a hidden mission. Mission content, please kill Bloodgun Rose. Completing the hidden mission will grant hidden rewards. Failure has no penalties. Su Jiang raised an eyebrow. The long absence system notification sound had appeared. He had almost forgotten he had a system. But the mission content, why does it sound like playing a game to kill a boss? Failure has no penalties? Su Jiang wondered, when did the system become so generous? But whatever, if there's a chance to complete this hidden mission, if not, then create an opportunity to complete it. It was rare to encounter a hidden mission for the first time, and Su Jiang was quite curious about what rewards the system would give him. Could he cultivate immortality? He still held on to the obsession of opening the heavens with a single sword. How's Li Kai's injury? He was shot in the abdomen, but he was wearing a bulletproof vest, so he won't die. Su Jiang nodded. As long as he wouldn't die, it was fine, otherwise, he would be sad. After all, that was his partner, the toy gun handsome guy. Su Jiang put on his backpack, took out his pistol, and checked it. Everything was fine. Alright, then I'm going in. I won't thank the Inspection Bureau for their help. After all, I'm also a member of the Inspection Bureau. After saying that, Su Jiang stepped forward, alone, heading into the dense forest. Yang Ming watched Su Jiang's back and adjusted his glasses, saying, strictly speaking, external personnel don't count as members of the Inspection Bureau. TSK, you guys still have this kind of discrimination? I just wanted to remind you, if you really want to become a member of the Inspection Bureau, don't die. Yang Ming paused and added, after all, those people have a pretty good impression of you as a psychologist. Su Jiang's figure gradually faded away, and before being completely covered by the dense forest, Yang Ming heard Su Jiang's nonchalant voice. Don't worry, even if all the people from the Inspection Bureau die, I won't die. Jiangdu City, Wang family. Ever since the Wang family moved to Jiangdu City, they have been incredibly low-key in their actions. Just as they had said before, they did not participate in the fighting, merely conducting business honestly. But today, the Wang family welcomed an unexpected guest. In the hall of the Wang family, two people sat facing each other, separated only by a tea table. Wang Boyan, the current head of the Wang family, was smiling as he brewed tea for the person opposite him. I wonder, why has the director of the inspection bureau come to my humble abode today? Sitting across from Wang Boyan was Director Zhang. With a blank expression, Director Zhang picked up the teacup and drank it down, then said in a low voice, Wang Boyan, I won't waste time with you. I'm here to discuss 3 matters. First, hand over that person named Feng Haoshuan. Second, the people who entered the inspection bureau that night, if they are alive, I can't explain it to my subordinates. Third, consider this a warning to your Wang family. Director Zhang's gaze was dark as he quietly stared at Wang Boyan. You know very well why you were driven out of the gray area. Don't put on a show. If you want to enter the game, be prepared for irreversible consequences. Upon hearing this, Wang Boyan's eyes flickered as he assessed Director Zhang before him, filled with astonishment. He had always arranged his affairs meticulously. How did this Director Zhang from the Inspection Bureau find out? Moreover, wasn't it said that there were significant issues within the Jiangdu Inspection Bureau, leaving no time for other matters? Wang Boyan was momentarily at a loss, but still maintained his smile and said, Director Zhang, I don't quite understand what you mean. First, I don't know anyone named Feng something Xin. To be honest, this is the first time I've heard that name. Second, regarding the invasion of the Inspection Bureau, it must be someone deliberately framing my Wang family. Director Zhang can rest assured, my Wang family will investigate this matter thoroughly and provide an explanation to the Inspection Bureau. As for the third, Wang Boyan's smile remained, his tone still gentle, yet laced with an unmistakable threat. Director Zhang, sometimes it's better not to know than to know, isn't it? You are just a small branch director. To put it bluntly, in the eyes of those who truly hold power, you are nothing. So, your warning means nothing to me. Wang Boyan extended a finger, pointing upwards. You should warn those above you. If they accept your warning, then my Wang family will naturally accept it as well. After saying this, Wang Boyan picked up the teacup and brewed another cup of tea for Director Zhang. Upon hearing this, Director Zhang's expression did not change at all. He merely sighed softly. No longer drinking tea, Director Zhang stood up and walked out, glancing back at Wang Boyan with a deep look. Wang Boyan, I've given you a chance. It's you who didn't want it. Director Zhang, take care, I won't see you off. Wang Boyan smiled. As Director Zhang's figure grew distant, a silhouette emerged from the room behind Wang Boyan. Feng Haoshuan, filled with endless hatred, had bandages wrapped around his abdomen and looked considerably thinner. Wang Boyan glanced at him and said flatly, pack your things and leave. Hearing this, Feng Haoshuan hurriedly asked, aren't you going to help me take revenge? Why should I help you? Wang Boyan snorted coldly. I saved you purely to repay that old man Feng Qingye a favor. From now on, I have nothing to do with your Feng family. After saying this, Wang Boyan ignored Feng Haoshuan and left on his own. The presence of Director Zhang had completely caught him off guard. He needed to quickly investigate the background of this Director Zhang. Especially the look in Director Zhang's eyes when he left made Wang Boyan feel somewhat uneasy. Achoo! Su Jiang wiped his nose, frowning. Who's cursing me? Squeak squeak, not me. In the pocket of his chest, Wang Kai was afraid Su Jiang would suspect him, so he immediately cleared his name. After all, during the time when the rich and powerful were settling down, he had mentioned Su Jiang to Wang Kai and talked about some of his deeds. There are some mental issues. This is how Fu Gue evaluated Su Jiang to Wang Kai. Su Jiang held a gun in his hand, cautiously moving through the dense forest. At this moment, the probability of encountering the Feng family was much higher than that of meeting the Yin family. After all, according to Yang Ming's description, most of the Yin family members were hiding, and those searching around were all from the Feng family. The urgent task was to find In Mingjie first and tell him that he had arrived. Su Jiang had a high regard for In Mingjie's intellect. Perhaps In Mingjie would come up with a countermeasure because of his arrival. Rustle, 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 a sound came from ahead, and Su Jiang immediately became alert, switching to stealth mode. He continued moving forward when a figure appeared in his sight. He saw that the person was crouching under a large tree, cautiously looking around, seemingly trying to find something in the tree. Su Jiang frowned, and after getting within a certain range, he raised his gun, aiming at the person's back. Put your hands on your head and stand up. The person froze in place, immediately following Su Jiang's command, slowly rising. Which side are you on, the Feng family or the Yin family? That voice. Are you Su Xiao? Su Jiang raised an eyebrow, surprised that the person recognized him. Turn around. The person complied, slowly turning to face Su Jiang, and upon seeing his face, he became extremely excited. Su Xiao, it really is you. You are. Su Jiang felt a bit face-blind, finding him familiar but unable to recognize him. I'm Hua Cheng, Hua Zi. Hua Cheng exclaimed, we met at the Xiaomianyi bar, the time you came to get your phone. Hearing the name Hua Zi, Su Jiang suddenly remembered. When he went to the Xiaomianyi bar, it was this Hua Zi who met him and gave him an old mobile phone. That phone was originally meant to send messages to the phone family's undercover agents at a critical moment, delivering a fatal blow to the phone family economically. But later, when Mingxia brought the phone family to the isolated battlefield, those undercover agents naturally became useless. At most, it was just about recovering some of the phone family's industrial resources. Those undercover agents were rooted in the phone family's industries, all ordinary members, and this time Feng Qingye only brought core members to avoid any accidents. Similarly, Mingxia made the same decision. In a life-and-death battle, they couldn't trust non-core members. Otherwise, even if their presence was minimal, a betrayal would leave an unforgettable mark for life. Seeing that he was from the Yin family, Su Jiang lowered his gun and asked curiously, "What were you just doing here?" As soon as this was mentioned, Hua Qing's expression changed, and he hurriedly said, "Su Xiao, you came at the right time. Go check on Li Kai, he's not doing well." Ha! A little over 10 minutes later, in a simple wooden cabin, Su Jiang's eyelid twitched. "This is what you call not doing well." Su Jiang pointed at Li Kai and questioned, "What did you give him to eat?" Li Kai was lying on a makeshift bed made of grass and wood, staring wide-eyed, his hands flailing in the air. He. Dragon. I saw a dragon." Li Kai's smile was extremely lewd, drool dripping from the corner of his mouth. Hua Qing's eyes darted around, weakly saying, "Li Kai got shot, he can't move, and the food got lost on the way. So, I thought about going out to find something for Li Kai to eat." "What did you find?" "Mushrooms." "Are you sure?" "Well, they looked like mushrooms." Su Jiang sighed lightly. He knew why Li Kai was like this. Most likely, it was mushroom poisoning, causing hallucinations. "Su Xiao, what should we do? Li Kai won't die, right?" "He won't. It's just mushroom poisoning. It doesn't seem serious. He'll be fine after he calms down and throws up a bit." After saying this, Su Jiang took out his phone from his pocket and started recording Li Kai. He stepped forward, aimed the camera at Li Kai's face, and smiled. "Kai Ge? Hey. Tell me, what did you see?" I saw a golden dragon dancing in the square. Hey. Does that dragon look like in Ningxia? Hey. Don't say it. It really does. Hey. Alright, Su Jiang finished recording the video and smiled with satisfaction. This video, he could enjoy for a lifetime. Zizzizizi, a sound came, and Su Jiang looked in the direction of the noise, seeing Hua Qing holding a walkie-talkie. "Hey, how's it going? Has that fool Li Kai woken up yet?" And Mingxia's voice came from the walkie-talkie. Hua Qing glanced at Su Jiang and consciously handed over the walkie-talkie. Thoughtful, the road widened for the brothers. Su Jiang admired him for a moment, then spoke into the walkie-talkie. Hello, can Mingxia hear me?" On the other end, Mingxia heard Su Jiang's voice and fell into endless silence. Su Jiang frowned. Why was there no response? Hello, Mingxia, can you hear me?" "Su Jiang? Oh, you can hear me? How the hell are you here?" Mingxia exclaimed, startling Su Jiang. "Why are you so surprised?" Su Jiang was a bit displeased. "I heard you guys were at a disadvantage, so I specially came to help you." "Who the hell told you we were at a disadvantage?" "The people from the inspection bureau. They said your whole line collapsed and you're being beaten so badly you're running for cover." Upon hearing this, Mingxia clenched his fists, wanting to curse. "Damn inspection bureau. My brilliant plan, in your eyes, is a total collapse?" True, the current situation was entirely caused by Mingxia himself. The only unexpected factor was that shot from Rose, but that shot was blocked by Li Kai, so the plan was still under his control. Taking a deep breath, Mingxia said, "You're here, what about Ro? Don't worry, didn't you call Uncle An back? Uncle An, and Xingchang? TSK, you call your dad by his full name like that? I usually just call him old man." Su Jiang twitched his mouth. The Yin family's style was commendable. "Forget it, since you're here, it's just right, help look for it together." "Look for what?" "Look for a tree." And Mingxia quickly explained to Su Jiang, "Back in the day, my dad blew up half of the Solitary Island battlefield, but there was still a pile of explosives left over, enough for us to blow up a quarter of the Solitary Island battlefield again." "Impressive, but what's that got to do with a tree?" "That old man buried the explosives under a tree on the east side, and according to him, he left some markings on the trunk, so we can tell right away." As soon as Mingxia said this, Su Jiang understood. "So, you intentionally scattered the Yin family members just to find that tree?" "Exactly, with those explosives, we can find a chance to blow up the island, once and for all." "No wonder you insisted on coming to the Solitary Island battlefield. This is also part of your plan?" "Not exactly. After all, I didn't put all my hopes on that batch of explosives, but since we still have some leeway, let's look for it first. Finding it would be even better." And Mingxia paused and added, "Currently, I've divided the Yin family into several small teams, all equipped with walkie-talkies for communication. Since Li Kai that fool got into trouble, you just take care of him with Hua Qing. Before Li Kai wakes up, You all must not act rashly. It's not time for a showdown yet. Let's find the tree first, got it? Must not act rashly, did you hear me, Su Jiang? Hello? Hello? Su Jiang, you better respond. Su Jiang didn't reply, directly turned off the walkie-talkie, and threw it to Hua Cheng. Find a tree? Are you kidding? In such a large solitary island, with such a vast forest, you want to find one tree? It would be better to just confront the Feng family directly. And Mingjie was really talking nonsense. If anyone could find that tree, he would do a handstand and wash his hair on the spot. Yawning, Su Jiang felt like leaving. Since the Yin family has no disadvantages, why am I still here? Am I just idle? I might as well go home and cuddle with my girlfriend. He. Li Kai was still lost in his illusions. Su Jiang stamped his foot, glanced at Li Kai, and sighed softly. Forget it, since I'm already here. Taking Wang Kai out from his chest, Su Jiang whispered, go around and if you find anyone, come back and notify me immediately. Ji. Understood. Wang Kai ran outside. Hua Cheng watched this scene, completely stunned. He suspected he was also hallucinating. Beast tamer? Su Jiang raised an eyebrow. Well, you could say that. But not all animals can be commanded. After all, it's a low-level skill. Just because they are close to you doesn't mean you can control them. Especially for those large, temperamental beasts, if you accidentally provoke them, your favorability will drop to 0 in an instant. Su Xiao, how about you take this walkie-talkie? Hua Cheng handed over the walkie-talkie, a bit afraid that Mingjie would vent his anger on Su Jiang and then shift it onto him. Sure, but don't call me Su Xiao, I'm not used to it. Su Jiang took the walkie-talkie and tucked it into his pocket. Then should I call you Su Gu? TSK, you guys are so unprofessional. I've said it many times, use code names during operations. So what's your code name? Call me the king of grilled cold noodles. Ha! Hua Cheng felt a bit overwhelmed. He always felt that being around Su Jiang changed the atmosphere entirely. Su Jiang pulled out a compressed biscuit from his pocket, handed it to Hua Cheng, and said seriously, Hua Zi, you need to remember, from this moment on, everything that happens on this isolated island has nothing to do with Su Jiang. Everything you find absurd is done by the king of grilled cold noodles, and has no relation to Su Jiang, got it? I got it, Hua Cheng said with a mouthful of biscuit. Although he didn't know why, he didn't care. As long as he had biscuits to eat, he was almost starving to death. So, did you find anything? A man in camouflage was exploring the dense forest, also holding a walkie-talkie. His name was Shui Zhuang, the captain of Wei Tian's private army, with a military background. Although his strength was not on par with Rose, being recognized by Wei Tian was enough to show he had considerable ability. Report, Captain, no discoveries yet. Shui Zhuang nodded and reminded, don't be careless. Although the Yin family is just a small family, if we mess up, young Master Wei's impression of us will definitely drop. Don't worry, Captain. With Rose here, I can't imagine how we could lose. Shui Zhuang chuckled at this, not refuting. Indeed, with that woman Rose around, he couldn't fathom what the Yin family could use to fight back. Turning off the walkie-talkie, Shui Zhuang continued to search cautiously. While not far away, Wang Kai was watching everything from the tree. It must be said, Wang Kai, the squirrel, felt right at home in the forest. Agile and nimble, it darted through the woods, quickly returning to the cabin to inform Su Jiang of the situation. Su, king of grilled cold noodles, what's wrong? Hua Cheng still found it a bit strange to call him by that code name. Su Jiang frowned, someone is coming our way. Ha! Hua Cheng's mouth twitched, looking at Su Jiang oddly. We've been here for half a day without any issues, and now that you show up, trouble arises? Su Jiang glanced at Li Kai, who was a bit better than before but still not fully awake. Moving Li Kai on his back? There was no time, and who knows if they would run into others. Sigh, I guess I have to go out and confront them. Life is tough, Su Jiang sighed. Grabbing his gun, Su Jiang instructed Hua Cheng, you keep an eye on this fool until I get back. What if you don't come back? Then we'll just die together. Su Jiang replied irritably. If I don't come back, do you think you two can survive? I used to think Hua Qing was quite emotionally intelligent, but now it seems my judgment was narrow. Su Jiang stepped out of the cabin, and after Wang Kai indicated a direction, it jumped up into the tree. After walking a distance, Su Jiang looked around and found a suitable tree, nimbly climbing onto the trunk to set up the sniper rifle. The sniper rifle belonged to Li Kai, which he had temporarily requisitioned. Li Kai had agreed to this, Su Jiang believed. In a classic kneeling position for sniping, an ordinary person would find it difficult to maintain balance and might even fall off the trunk after firing a shot. But Su Jiang was different. He had skills granted by the system, a trio of abilities, extraordinary physique, firearms proficiency, and combat mastery. With these three skills combined, even someone known as half-man, half-ghost, the number one sharpshooter would have to retreat. Tisk, got you. Through the scope, Su Jiang spotted Shui Zhuang's figure. Taking a gentle breath, Su Jiang hesitated not at all, his index finger slowly squeezing the trigger. Bang! Even with a silencer, the sound of the gunshot was still quite loud. The bullet sliced through the air, aimed directly at Shuizhuang's brow. In the distance, when Shuizhuang was spotted through the scope, an ominous premonition surged within him. Damn! There's danger! This was the crisis awareness he had developed from years of experience on the battlefield. So, instinctively, before Su Jiang fired, he quickly found a tree for cover, crouched down, and rolled away just in time to evade the shot. Bang! Su Jiang's bullet grazed Shuizhuang's scalp. Looking at the bullet mark on the ground, Shuizhuang's heart raced. He widened his eyes, incredulously assessing the direction of the shot. From the tree, Shuizhuang immediately deduced that the shooter was in the tree and quite far away. Damn! Who is it? Shuizhuang cursed inwardly, wondering how someone could shoot so accurately from a tree in this environment. A master. But where did the Yin family get such a sharpshooter? Snipers were few and far between, and it depended on talent. Each family poured resources into training, at most producing 1 or 2 snipers. High-level snipers were even rarer. After all, reaching a certain standard required talent. According to the intelligence, the only sharpshooter the Yin family could boast was Li Kai. But that person had been shot. It was impossible for him to maintain such high-level sniping skills. Damn it, who the hell is it? Shuizhuang couldn't understand why he had to run into such a tough opponent. In this situation, he dared not move at all. A leak would mean death. TSK, pretty quick reaction. Seeing that his first shot had missed, Su Jiang was not discouraged. After all, the opponent was a captain-level figure. If he could take him down with just one shot, Wei Tian's troops would be done for. However, the next shot would not merely graze his scalp. Su Jiang's expression turned serious as he remained perfectly still, aiming at the tree where Shuizhuang was hiding, his index finger firmly on the trigger, ready to fire at any moment. The first shot was just a friendly greeting to Shuizhuang, letting him know he had arrived. The second shot would announce Shuizhuang's departure. TSK, too bad it wasn't a shotgun. In the dense forest, Su Jiang and Shuizhuang were far apart, both remaining motionless. Su Jiang stayed still to concentrate, aiming for a fatal blow at Shuizhuang, while Shuizhuang remained still purely because he dared not move. The pressure Su Jiang exerted on him was too strong, causing Shuizhuang to be drenched in sweat, taking deep breaths to calm his racing heart. The tree trunk that concealed him was not large, just enough to cover his body. Any more would be too much. Damn, running into an enemy is one thing, but it's a sniper. Shuizhuang cursed as he looked at the bullet mark on the ground, his gaze shifting to the ground not far away. That was his walkie-talkie. It had slipped from his pocket while dodging bullets and had fallen there. Shuizhuang's eyes were uncertain. The best course of action now was to grab the walkie-talkie and call for help. He glanced at the distance between himself and the walkie-talkie. It was just within reach. But, even if the distance is short, as long as I show my head, I will definitely be shot in an instant. What to do? Shuizhuang murmured to himself, feeling extremely conflicted. Should I take it or not? However, while Shuizhuang was battling with himself internally, he had no idea that above his head, a brown squirrel was nibbling on a chestnut. Shuizhuang's gaze flickered. What if that shot from earlier was just a coincidence? How many sharpshooters can a family have? They aren't military. What if that shot was just lucky? Damn it, I don't believe the Yin family can raise 2 snipers. Shuizhuang kept trying to convince himself, then took a deep breath, steeling his heart, just as he was about to make a move. Bang! Another bullet whizzed past Shuizhuang's shoulder. If he hadn't pulled back in time, his shoulder would have been ruined. This shot also chilled Shuizhuang's heart, plunging him into despair. Damn! They really are sharpshooters. Shuizhuang completely surrendered, obediently standing still, no longer daring to move. Bang! Another bullet fired, this one piercing through the walkie-talkie, rendering it completely useless. Seeing this, Shuizhuang's heart turned to ashes. Great! The only hope is gone. Might as well wait to die. Shuizhuang was already thinking about his last words. If no one came to save him, he was done for. In this environment, with the sniper holding the advantage and control, there was basically no turning back. What Shuizhuang didn't know was that after Su Jiang fired the third shot, he directly put away his gun and nimbly jumped to the ground. Glancing in Shuizhuang's direction, Su Jiang smacked his lips and headed back home. Shuizhuang had been hiding behind a tree, and Su Jiang couldn't do anything. No matter how powerful the sniper rifle was, it couldn't penetrate such a thick tree trunk. In fact, it couldn't even shoot through half of the tree. Trees growing in such dense forests contain many water molecules that lock the wood fibers together, giving them strong resistance to bullets. You just stay there slowly, Su Jiang teased, knowing that after his 3 shots, Shuizhuang would only dare to stand still, not daring to move. Even if he left, what would it matter? Could Shuizhuang gamble on whether he left or not? If he guessed wrong, it would cost him his life. As the saying goes, not gambling is winning. Moreover, there was still Wang Kai keeping watch. Your Majesty, you came back so soon? Hua Cheng asked, puzzled to see Su Jiang return after such a short time. Did the enemy not come? Hearing the title Your Majesty, Su Jiang raised an eyebrow but said nothing, accepting it. Of course, the enemy has been captivated by this king's graceful demeanor and is now standing still as punishment. Hua Cheng, upon hearing this, looked skeptical. He felt the enemy definitely hadn't come. Your Majesty, there's something I don't know if I should say. Go ahead. You really have no shame. Yes, I have none. I'll give it to you since you don't have it. Su Jiang replied irritably, wondering why he still didn't believe him even when he spoke the truth. Then, he turned his gaze to Li Kai, grinning. Oh, you're awake, dancing dragon? Li Kai frowned, constantly rubbing his head on the bed. Su Jiang, what are you doing here? It took Li Kai a long time to recognize that the person standing in front of him was Su Jiang. I'm feeling really dizzy. What is dancing dragon? It's nothing, just a kind of dance performed in square dancing. Nonsense, there's no such dragon. It's fine, you'll see it in the future. Su Jiang smiled, looking forward to what expression Li Kai would have when he saw that video. No, such a glorious moment must be chosen for a grand occasion. When he gets back, he will gather all the family members to watch together. Hua Cheng, on the side, seemed hesitant to speak. He wanted to tell Li Kai about the video, but after glancing at Su Jiang, he timidly swallowed his words. Compared to Li Kai, he felt Su Jiang was more intimidating. There was always a feeling of being targeted by the young lady. Hua Cheng suddenly realized, no wonder Su Jiang could be with the young lady. It's true that like attracts like. Li Kai clutched his abdomen, the spot where he had been hit by the rose. Damn, good thing I was wearing 3 layers of bulletproof vests, or that shot would have taken my life. As he pulled back his clothes, Su Jiang saw the thick bulletproof vest on Li Kai and couldn't help but twitch his mouth. Did you know you were going to get shot? No idea. Then why wear 3 layers? Isn't it hot? If you had the talisman that Anro gave you, would you dare not wear 3 layers? Damn, you're brave to carry such an unlucky thing on you? Su Jiang immediately gave Li Kai a thumbs up, as expected of you. If you don't get shot, who will? Li Kai pulled out the talisman from his pocket and tossed it to Su Jiang. Take this broken thing. I don't want it anyway. Don't give it to me. Su Jiang caught it and immediately broke into a cold sweat. This thing, it's bound to get shot in the bag. I'm back. Just then, Wang Kai ran in nimbly, holding a chestnut, reporting to Su Jiang that Shuizhuan was still standing guard obediently. As soon as it entered, Li Kai immediately focused his gaze on it. Why does this scene feel so familiar? Outskirts, factory, mouse. It matches. Su Jiang quietly watched Wang Kai, and after a long while, a faint smile appeared on his lips. I have a bold idea. Not long after, when Li Kai had fully recovered, the group quickly left and moved to another safe location. Meanwhile, Shuizhuang remained standing in place, constantly praying for his teammates to come and rescue him. He didn't realize that at this moment, Anro's talisman was tucked inside his hood. It was quietly placed there by Wang Kai when it returned. Since it's such an unlucky thing, why should it be held by our people? Isn't it better to give it to the enemy? In the dense forest, Su Jiang and the others were cautiously moving around. Li Kai remained vigilant of his surroundings, afraid of encountering enemies. Hua Cheng was looking for trees, carefully checking each one to see if it was marked by an Xingchang. Among the 3, only Su Jiang had a determined gaze and clear steps. Su Jiang, where are we going? Li Kai asked. To the ruined city in the center of the island. Su Jiang replied. He had seen the map of the isolated battlefield, and in the center of the island, there was a huge ruined city. According to An Xingchang, the streets there were covered in rubble and debris, with broken building frames and rusty facilities everywhere. Are you crazy? Upon hearing Su Jiang say he wanted to go to the ruined city, Li Kai immediately grabbed his hand. The ruined city is full of people from the Feng family now. Although they've sent most of their people out, Feng Qingyi and the Rose are still there. What if we run into them? We won't even have a chance to escape. Su Jiang immediately got excited. What did you say? The Rose is there? Yes, so then what are we waiting for? Let's hurry up. Li Kai didn't understand. Are we looking for death? Little did he know, Su Jiang was currently worried about not being able to find the Rose. Solve the Rose, get the hidden reward, and then in Mingjie will wipe out the Feng family. Perfect. Trust me, old Li. Su Jiang turned around, his expression serious. Just the 2 of us. Oh no, plus Hua Zi. The 3 of us will take down the Rose and Feng Qingye, and we'll be set. Li Kai? Hua Cheng? The 2 were instantly stunned, staring blankly at Su Jiang. Do you want to listen to what you're saying? Li Kai silently stepped forward, patted Su Jiang's shoulder, and said earnestly, Su Jiang, what's wrong? How about you go back? Li Kai's eyes held a hint of pleading. I feel like you being here might not be a good thing. Old Li, You don't have to worry. I'll take care of myself. Who the hell is worried about you? Li Kai widened his eyes. Isn't it better to be cautious? To take down the Rose and Feng Qingye in one go? Who do you think you are? Hua Cheng trembled beside them, not daring to speak. He felt that Li Kai was already on the verge of an explosion, hoping that Su Jiang could listen to reason and abandon that ridiculous idea. Be a bit more cautious? Su Jiang frowned in thought upon hearing this. Indeed, doing this carries quite a bit of risk. Seeing this, Li Kai nodded with some relief. It seemed Su Jiang could still be saved, could be persuaded back. Then let's take out the Rose first, and we'll talk about Feng Qingye later. You bastard! Are you really that stubborn? Li Kai was done with it, reaching out to reclaim his sniper rifle from Su Jiang. What are you doing? Su Jiang asked, puzzled. Give me back the sniper rifle. It's too dangerous for you to have it. Don't be ridiculous. Your injury isn't healed yet. So you'll give it back to me when I'm healed? No. Li Kai clenched his fists. He had never been this irritable before Su Jiang arrived. He originally had a good temper. Ahem. Hua Qing coughed lightly, cautiously suggesting, how about we ask in Shao? He was genuinely afraid these two would start fighting, and then he wouldn't know whose side to take. The only one who could persuade these two was probably a ninja. Li Kai glanced at Hua Qing, fell silent for a moment, and nodded gently. This kind of matter indeed needed to consult a ninja's opinion. Seeing that both of them had this idea, Su Jiang sighed helplessly and took out the walkie-talkie. Zzz, hello, and Mingjie, please respond. Su Jiang called out. Soon, and Mingjie's voice came through the walkie-talkie. Su Jiang, if you hang up on my walkie-talkie again, I won't let you off. And Mingjie was quite critical of Su Jiang for not responding earlier and for turning off the walkie-talkie. TSK, don't get worked up. Here's the thing, I have a bold idea, but Li Kai disagrees, so I want to ask for your opinion. I disagree too. Damn, I haven't even said what it is yet. I wouldn't dare agree with your idea, especially since it was rejected by Li Kai. Su Jiang's mouth twitched, he felt isolated. Sigh, how sad. He had come all this way to provide support, only to be treated like this. He wouldn't love again. Su Jiang was sad for a full 2.5 seconds. Then, he took a deep breath and expressed his thoughts. My idea is this, I take Li Kai and Hua Qing with me, the three of us go take out the Rose, and if it goes smoothly, we can also take out Feng Qingye. If the plan goes well, you won't have to look for the tree, we can just push straight through. Su Jiang, you bastard. And Mingjie immediately wanted to explode after hearing this. Zzz, Su Jiang decisively turned off the walkie-talkie and then looked at Li Kai and the others without changing his expression. See, and Mingjie agreed. Where did he agree? Li Kai was on the verge of collapse. He clearly wanted to scold you just now. Him scolding me doesn't mean he disagrees with my idea. Su Jiang said lightly, as if solving an inequality problem quickly. Oh, stop the nonsense. Let's go. Su Jiang pulled Li Kai and headed towards the ruined city. When have I ever been unreliable? Li Kai looked utterly hopeless. Fine, let it be destruction. He didn't care anymore. Hua Qing's eyes also lost their light, like a walking corpse, trailing behind the two. Before seeing Su Jiang, he thought hope had arrived. Unexpectedly, what came was the twin of hope, despair. Thus, the three of them, along with a mouse, advanced towards the ruined city with different mindsets. One with shining eyes, full of enthusiasm. One with a collapsed mindset, giving up the struggle. And one was already thinking about his last words. Bang, bang, bang. In a corner of the island, and Mingjie was frantically kicking a tree trunk, venting his emotions. I told you to come to the island. Bang, I told you to hang up on my walkie-talkie. Bang, I told you to call Su Jiang. Bang. The surrounding members of the In family looked dumbfounded, hiding nearby and trembling. What's wrong with In Shao? I don't know. He just said a few words to Su Shoga and then became like this. Have you noticed that ever since Su Shoga came to the In family, In Shao's temper has been getting more and more unstable every day? Don't even mention In Shao. A few days ago, Li Kage was red hot every day, and I didn't even dare to talk to him. And Mingjie was panting. He was starting to hate the people from the inspection bureau. A bunch of useless, incompetent fools. If they hadn't leaked the situation, could Su Jiang have come? If Su Jiang didn't come, would he be in such a mess? And did he really have to bring Li Kai to take down the Rose? Do you think you're a god, able to take down whoever you want? As for Hua Chang, and Mingjie completely ignored him. Hua's strength couldn't even secure a support position. He was just there to lay around. Taking a deep breath, and Mingjie turned around and walked away. And Shao, where are we going? A member of the In family weakly asked. Where else can we go? And Mingjie turned back and glared, his face flushed with anger. Of course, we're going to Ruin City to bring that crazy troublemaker back. Aren't we looking for a tree anymore? Looking for a fart. At night, in Jiangdu City, near the In family. Lin Hui sat in the car, his eyes dark as he stared at the infamily gate. Damn it, if it weren't for Feng Haoshuan being rescued. He gritted his teeth, still unable to understand who had rescued Feng Haoshuan. The key point is, if you save him, just save him. What's with throwing a bunch of Lin family badges everywhere? At this moment, Lin Hui wished he could drag that person out and shoot them all day. If he hadn't sent someone over to clean up that pile of fake badges, he might have been wanted by the inspection bureau by now. At this point, he had to take matters into his own hands. When had Lin Hui ever been this embarrassed? Wu Yang, make your move, Lin Hui said in a low voice, and Wu Yang, sitting in the passenger seat, nodded, opened the car door, and got out. The Lin family members followed Wu Yang straight to the in-family courtyard. According to their information, the current in-family was weak and basically had no combat personnel. Bang! Wu Yang kicked the door open, holding a gun, quickly aiming around. Looking left and right, Wu Yang suddenly felt puzzled. Why was there no one? Were the in-family members this short-handed? Tat tat tat. Lin Hui walked calmly, slowly following behind them. TSK, does the in-family not even have a guard tonight? What's wrong? Why aren't you all moving? Lin Hui wondered, why was everyone blocking here? With so many people standing around, he couldn't see what was happening in front. Lin Xiao. Wu Yang at the front spoke with a trembling voice. What's wrong? Speak properly, Lin Hui said impatiently, pushing through the Lin family members to move forward. And what? What do you want to say? Lin Hui finally reached the front, his voice abruptly stopping, eyes wide in disbelief. And Xingchang? Tisk, how disrespectful, is that how you address your elders? And Xingchang, with a cigarette in his mouth, looked at Lin Hui with disdain. Surrounding him were dozens of men in black, all holding guns, their muzzles aimed unerringly at the Lin family members. A red dot fittingly landed on Lin Hui's forehead, a signal from the sniper aiming at him. Under the moonlight, Lin Hui's face turned incredibly pale. How could this be? Why are you here? Lin Hui looked at Xingchang and then pointed at the black-clad men around him, shouting, who are they? I remember the In family didn't have these people. He. And Xingchang chuckled, brushing his hair back. The In family under In Mingjia indeed doesn't have these people. A sharp glint flashed in Xingchang's eyes. After all, as the old man, I can't just hand over all the family assets to my son at once, can I? And Mingjia naturally knew about the existence of these dozens of men in black, but he had no authority to command them. They had always accompanied In Xingchang, operating in the capital. It was also this time that In Mingjia had no choice but to invite In Xingchang back with these people. No way. Lin Hui gasped, unwilling to accept such a reality. How could the In family have such strength and still be a marginal family? Upon hearing this, and Xingchang rubbed his brow, somewhat impatient. I've said it before, the In family you know is In Mingjia's In family, understand? The next moment, and Xingchang extinguished his cigarette and casually tossed it to the ground. Get to it. Bang bang bang. The men in black pulled the triggers, bullets flying, sweeping through the Lin family members. Lin Xiao, save me. Lin Xiao. In an instant, the screams were relentless, and by the time Lin Hui came to his senses, Wu Yang and the others had already fallen in a pool of blood. Lin Hui's eyes were bloodshot. He didn't look at the corpses on the ground but stared blankly at Xingchang, struggling to speak. Why? Don't you kill me? Before you came, I called your father Lin Jianbai. And Xingchang chuckled. He asked me to spare your life. The condition is that you owe me a favor. Lin Jianbai. Lin Hui was taken aback, murmuring the name. After a moment, he raised his head, glaring at Xingchang and said, he is not my father. That Lin Jianbai who abandoned his family, abandoned his kin, to be someone else's dog, is not my father. And Xingchang fell silent. He had nothing to say about it. Everyone has their own choices and must pay the price for them, that's all. Hurry up and leave. If you don't go now, I might change my mind. And Xingchang lit another cigarette, taking a leisurely puff. Upon hearing this, Lin Hui did not hesitate and turned to leave. Emotions can be vented, but not to the point of losing control. Life, at any time, is the most important. Face and dignity are secondary. Watching Lin Hui's back, and Xingchang smacked his lips, feeling a bit regretful. If Lin Hui had let his emotions get the better of him just now, disregarding Lin Jianbai's plea and allowing himself to kill him, then he would have done it. After all, he wouldn't be at a loss. And Xingchang turned around, just about to head back inside when suddenly he paused. He saw a familiar figure. Oh, what wind blew you here? And Xingchang turned back, squinting his eyes, and said lightly, Zhang Yi, Director Zhang. The visitor was indeed Director Zhang. He stood alone outside the In family gate, looking at the scattered corpses, frowning. I heard your gunfire from far away. What gunfire? I'm just setting off firecrackers to celebrate. Finally found a son-in-law. And Xingchang said with a grin. Director Zhang stared intently at Xingchang, watching for a while before letting out a deep sigh. He stepped into the family, saying, "And Xingqiang, you haven't changed at all. You've changed quite a bit." As Director Zhang approached, and Xingqiang offered him a cigarette, smiling, "Ever since the capital incident, I thought you were done for. Didn't expect to see you come out of that broken house. What, still planning to chase your utopia?" Director Zhang shot him a glare, not speaking, but walked inside on his own. Seeing this, and Xingqiang shook his head with a smile and said to one of the men in black, "Clean up the yard." Then he followed Director Zhang into the house. Very few people knew that these two were longtime friends who had worked together many years ago. Day. And Rose sat on the sofa, hearing footsteps. She immediately turned around. "Dad, how did it go? I just heard gunfire." Seeing that the visitor was Director Zhang, and Ro's voice abruptly stopped. Ro, this is your Uncle Zhang. You met him when you were little. You probably forgot." And Xingqiang's voice came from behind Director Zhang. "Uncle Zhang?" And Ro was a bit confused. How did an uncle suddenly pop up? Director Zhang glanced at Anro and after a moment said lightly, "From now on, keep an eye on your little boyfriend. His way of doing things will eventually lead to trouble." And Ro? "Old Zhang, what are you talking about?" And Xingqiang was unhappy. "My son-in-law is talented and handsome, just like I was back in the day." "Just like you back in the day? He's a troublemaker." Director Zhang sat down on the sofa and shot in Xingqiang a glare. "Damn you, Zhang Yi." And Xingqiang threw a cushion at him. Ro, go back to your room first. I need to sort some things out with your Uncle Zhang." And Xingqiang rolled up his sleeves and waved at Anro, signaling her to go upstairs. And Ro blinked, completely confused. What on earth was going on? After Anro went upstairs and returned to her room, she heard the sounds of a fight coming from downstairs. Meanwhile, on the battlefield of the isolated island, Su Jiang and the others had arrived at the ruined city. In a dilapidated house in the ruined city, Su Jiang stood by the window on the second floor, holding a telescope, observing the situation in the distance. Wow, there are quite a few people. Through the telescope, Su Jiang saw dozens of members of the Feng family setting up camp in the abandoned square at the center. Several large tents were erected around, and in the middle, a bonfire was burning, illuminating this small area. "I don't see Feng Qingye and Rose." Su Jiang frowned. "Are they inside the tents?" "Su Jiang, why don't we just leave?" Li Kai squatted nearby, still unwilling to give up. "If they're hiding in the tents, we can't make a move. Let's go back and think it over." Su Jiang sighed lightly at his words and turned to look at Wang Kai and Hua Cheng's arms. Should he send Wang Kai to check the situation? No. Even if he knew which tent Feng Qingye and Rose were in, he wouldn't be able to shoot. Unless the system gave him an X-ray vision sheet. We need to find a way to draw them out. Seeing that Su Jiang was ignoring him and lost in thought, Li Kai looked desperate, holding his head in pain. Great, he realized that his words had completely gone unheard. This kid was now solely focused on fighting. He still remembered when he first met Su Jiang. This child wasn't like this. What went wrong that led to Su Jiang becoming like this? Li Kai couldn't figure it out. "Dita Wang, I have an idea." At that moment, Hua Cheng raised his hand timidly. Su Jiang hadn't spoken yet, but Li Kai looked at Hua Cheng in disbelief. "Aren't you supposed to be a buddy? You're actually offering suggestions?" Little did he know that Hua Cheng was simply thinking that since he couldn't resist Su Jiang, he might as well try his best to get this done. If it worked, he wouldn't have to die. "Oh, what's your idea?" Su Jiang looked at Hua Cheng with interest. I am just offering a small suggestion, okay?" Hua Cheng said cautiously. "Actually, we don't necessarily have to fight, do we?" "Like what? Could we try to eliminate their backup resources?" As soon as he said this, Su Jiang's eyes lit up, and Li Kai facepalmed in despair. "Right," Su Jiang exclaimed, "if we can't fight them, we can blow up their survival resources, and doing so would definitely draw Feng Qingye and Rose out. Then I can take them down, one shot each." After saying this, Su Jiang clapped his hands. "It's settled. Big brother, those things of theirs are guarded. How are you going to blow them up?" Li Kai asked. "Old trick." Su Jiang raised an eyebrow and said, "Did you forget?" "Outskirts." He pointed to the ground. "Factory." He pointed to the tents in the distance. "Mouse." He pointed at Wang Kai. Li Kai's eyelid twitched. He felt these three words would be forever etched in his DNA, impossible to erase. Hua Cheng stood dumbfounded, not understanding what Su Jiang meant. Too abstract. As expected of brother Li Kai, even when the king speaks so abstractly, you can understand his meaning. Hua Cheng took the opportunity to flatter Li Kai. "Shut up." Li Kai's face was dark. "If you had experienced that ridiculous night, you would understand." Li Kai took a deep breath, looking around, and said, "But we don't have any explosives here." Upon hearing this, Su Jiang chuckled, took off his backpack, and unzipped it. Li Kai and Hua Cheng leaned in to take a look. What the hell? Li Kai exclaimed, as he saw that Su Jiang's backpack was completely filled with explosives. It was nothing but explosives. Li Kai and Hua Cheng immediately broke into a cold sweat, looking at Su Jiang in fear. This bastard had been carrying a pile of explosives with us all this way? If something unexpected happened and a bullet hit Su Jiang's backpack, the consequences, the two of them could hardly bear to think about it. Hua Cheng suddenly glanced at the squirrel in his arms, feeling a bit impressed. He remembered that this squirrel was brought over by Su Jiang in his backpack. In other words, the squirrel had been in the backpack with all these explosives for several hours? Are you a demolition expert or something? Li Kai said with a low voice, carrying so many explosives. Aren't you afraid of getting blown up suddenly? What are you talking about? You don't trust your own explosives? Su Jiang replied in surprise. I don't understand why you're so at ease, Li Kai thought to himself. Su Jiang grinned, just as he was taking out the explosives, suddenly froze. He looked at the squirrel. Then he looked at the explosives in his hand. Then he compared the two. Damn! Su Jiang slapped his thigh. I messed up. A single squirrel can't carry this much explosives. Squeak, is it my fault? The squirrel nibbled on a chestnut, looking puzzled. What do we do? Su Jiang looked at Li Kai, a bit lost. Last time at the explosives factory, a group of rat brothers helped out. But now, there was only a single squirrel here, clearly unable to move this much explosives. How the hell should I know what to do? Li Kai cursed angrily. Why are you asking me this? Su Jiang blinked and asked the squirrel, do you have any relatives or friends here? Squeak? The squirrel was confused. Do you even know what you're asking? Or is there a squirrel you used to date living on this island? The squirrel stopped talking, now feeling that what Fu Gue said was right. This human's brain is messed up. How about, let the squirrel run back and forth a few more times? Hua Cheng suggested, only to be quickly hit on the head by a chestnut thrown by the squirrel. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The squirrel kept chattering at Hua Cheng. Hua Cheng couldn't understand, but Su Jiang did. It was very vulgar. As soon as this was said, even Li Kai couldn't help but glance at him, retorting, you shouldn't have learned the human education version in your 9 years of compulsory education. You should have learned the human language version. Is this something a person can say? With so many explosives, you want it to run back and forth? By the time dawn comes, it wouldn't be able to move them all. Besides, squirrels have rights too, they need to rest. Are you treating it like a servant? Forget it, Su Jiang, just stop. Li Kai was still trying to persuade him. We've come this far, we have no other way. Don't worry, I have a plan. Su Jiang interrupted, raising his hand. How many more tricks can you pull? Li Kai felt exhausted, looking out the window with a face full of despair. Life is not easy, Li Kai sighed. You all stay here, don't go anywhere, I'll be back soon. After saying this, without waiting for the two to respond, Su Jiang ran downstairs. The 2 men and 1 squirrel stood there in a daze, and Li Kai had a bad feeling. 2 hours later, Su Jiang returned, appearing in front of the two of them. Li Kai and Hua Qing's mouths slightly dropped open, staring at the big creature Su Jiang was holding, falling into endless silence. Hey, let me introduce you, this is my new friend I just met. Su Jiang excitedly lifted the raccoon, saying, his name is Nicholas Laifu. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Hello? The raccoon waved its paws, greeting Li Kai and Hua Cheng. Li Kai stared blankly at the little raccoon in front of him, with only one thought in his mind. It's a pity Su Jiang doesn't open a zoo. Hey, in a bit, just put on this bag, run over there, drop it, and hurry back. Su Jiang handed the bag filled with explosives to the raccoon and kindly asked, is it heavy? If it is, I can lighten it for you. Chirp, chirp, chirp. No problem. The little raccoon strapped on the explosives bag and gave Su Jiang an okay gesture. Hua Cheng watched in astonishment. Wasn't it forbidden for animals to become sentient after the founding of the country? What was going on here? Meanwhile, Wang Kai had already been sent out by Su Jiang to scout. Once the food storage tent of the Feng family was located, the little raccoon would spring into action. With the explosives bag on its back, it was ready to go. Li Kai looked at the raccoon, frowning. Isn't it too big? The Feng family would definitely notice it if they weren't blind. Don't worry, old Li. Su Jiang said calmly. Lai Fu will drop the explosives and run. The Feng family will definitely come to check the bag, and as soon as they get close, I'll fire a shot and take them all out. Before long, Wang Kai quietly returned, informing Su Jiang of the location of their food storage tent. This greedy squirrel even brought back 2 bananas, one for itself and one for Lai Fu. Chirp, chirp, chirp. Thank you. Lai Fu took the banana from Wang Kai, eating it whole without peeling it. All right, let's get moving. Su Jiang clapped his hands and pointed to the distance. Do you see that? The 3rd tent from the left over there is your target. Chirp, chirp, chirp. No problem. Lai Fu leaped into action, explosives bag on its back, heading straight for the Feng family's tent. Su Jiang watched Lai Fu's retreating figure, secretly wiping away tears. It really was something. He was moved to tears. They had only known each other for less than 2 hours, and it was already willing to undertake such a dangerous mission for him. Go for it, Lai Fu. When we get back, I'll treat you to something delicious, Su Jiang murmured. Meanwhile, Li Kai and Hua Cheng sat nearby, playing with Wang Kai. They no longer tried to dissuade Su Jiang. At this point, there was no turning back. Moreover, this operation didn't require their help at all. Su Jiang was handling everything on his own. Li Kai looked towards the Feng family in the distance, unable to hide his sympathy. Wasn't this the second time the Feng family had been blown up by Su Jiang? The same method, the same approach. The ones getting blown up were still the Feng family, and the source of it all was still Su Jiang. Li Kai clicked his tongue. He was starting to believe in fate. Perhaps Su Jiang was destined to be a bane to the Feng family. And to himself as well. Su Jiang set up a sniper rifle on the windowsill, holding his breath and focusing, watching Lai Fu's movements through the scope. After a long while, Lai Fu finally reached the Feng family's camp. Why is there a raccoon? No kidding, it even has such a big bag on its back. Did one of our people raise it? It looks kind of cute. Let's catch it and pet it. Hey, why is it running towards the granary? Lai Fu slightly straightened up, glancing around. Then, in the astonished gaze of the Feng family, it ran to the entrance of the food storage tent, quickly dropped the bag, found a less crowded direction, and swiftly retreated, as if fleeing for its life. Everyone was stunned to see the raccoon escape. For a moment, they didn't know whether to chase after it or check the bag. What is this, so strange? A Feng family member stepped forward, wanting to check what was inside the bag. However, just as he reached out to touch it, a gunshot rang out from afar. Bang! A bullet sliced through the air, accurately hitting the bag. A dazzling flash of fire erupted before their eyes, and before they could react, a tremendous roar followed. Boom! The explosives detonated. Several Feng family members, along with the food storage tent, were engulfed in flames. Damn! It's explosives! Put out the fire! Save the supplies! It's all food inside, hurry in and save as much as you can. Go find a water source, quick! In an instant, everyone was thrown into chaos. At that moment, Feng Qingye and Rose were inside a tent, discussing their next plan. The sound of explosions and the cries of the Feng family members startled the two, causing them to stand up and step outside the tent to see what was happening. Feng Qingye reached out, about to lift the tent flap. A Feng family member saw this and shouted urgently, "Head of the family, don't go out. There's a sniper." Bang! Feng Qingye was taken aback by the warning. A bullet whizzed by, grazing the tip of his nose, sending a wave of burning pain through him. If it hadn't been for that family member's warning, and the brief pause it caused, the bullet might have struck him in the temple. In that moment, cold sweat poured down Feng Qingye's back. He had just walked through the gates of hell. Tisk, missed? Su Jiang, standing by the window on the second floor, clicked his tongue, just as he was about to pull the trigger for a second shot. However, Rose, who had been right behind Feng Qingye, clearly saw the bullet's trajectory and deduced the direction from which it was fired. Fall back, Rose said as she yanked Feng Qingye back into the tent. Then, she pulled out a sniper rifle, rolled out of the tent, and crouched down, quickly aiming at Su Jiang's direction. Without even looking through the scope, she decisively pulled the trigger. Bang! Crash! The window beside Su Jiang shattered instantly, the bullet whizzing past Li Kai's head. Bang! Su Jiang remained motionless, firing a shot in haste, but influenced by Rose's shot, his bullet's trajectory was slightly off, and the target of that shot was still Feng Qingye. He had no time to re-aim at Rose and could only rely on calculations to estimate Feng Qingye's approximate position inside the tent. After firing, Su Jiang didn't even check if he hit, he simply sidestepped to take cover. In that split second, a bullet landed precisely where he had just been standing. It was Rose again. With just her second shot, she was able to accurately locate Su Jiang's position. Glancing at the bullet mark on the windowsill, Su Jiang swallowed hard and shouted, "Oldly, we can't win, retreat." He called out to the shaken Li Kai and Hua Qing, leading the way down the stairs to escape quickly. Damn, this is bad. Su Jiang hadn't expected that woman named Rose would be so fierce. The first shot was a blind fire without looking through the scope. She almost shot Li Kai dead, though luck played a part. If Su Jiang hadn't reacted quickly and ducked, he would have been done for too. Ranked 15th on the mercenary list, terrifying indeed. Su Jiang now understood the weight of that title. Not to be messed with. Damn you, Su Jiang! Li Kai yelled as he ran. I told you not to come. He had nearly wet himself when the bullet flew over his head. I didn't know she was that fierce. Su Jiang, carrying the sniper rifle, ran ahead without looking back. Besides, we didn't come away empty-handed. At least we cut off their food supply. You two brothers, stop chatting. Hua Qing was nearly in tears. Holding onto Wang Kai, he glanced back and saw a large group of Feng family members rushing towards them. This explosion had made them the most conspicuous targets. Half an hour earlier, in another direction of Ruin City. And Xiao, are we really not looking for a tree? Look for what? With that old bastard's personality, I doubt there's even a tree to find. And Mingjie cursed softly and added, right now, the priority is to quickly find that idiot Su Jiang. Otherwise, who knows what he'll do. The few of them moved cautiously through Ruin City, their movements extremely slow. The place was almost entirely occupied by the Feng family. If discovered, it would surely spark a battle. And Xiao, are you sure Li Kai and the others will come here? A member of the Yin family questioned. They will. And Mingjie nodded, very certain, and said, since Su Jiang said he would come, it wouldn't matter if Li Kai knelt down to beg him. I don't think Kaiga should be that humble, right? In any case, our goal is to find Su Jiang and tie him up and throw him to the edge of the deserted island before he makes any big moves. Isn't that a bit cruel? Leaving him here is the real cruelty to me, and Mingjie said. The few of them kept approaching the central square where Feng Qingye was, and Mingjie was sure he would arrive faster than Su Jiang, because he had just happened to be near the edge of the ruined city. We'll wait here, like a hunter waiting for prey, and Mingjie said with a serious expression, instructing, when you see Su Jiang, don't give him a chance to speak, take him down immediately, tie him up, and throw him off the island. The Yin family members nodded, but inwardly felt somewhat unconvinced. It's just Su Jiang, how much trouble could he cause? And Xiao was somewhat emotionally involved. Boom! Suddenly, a deafening explosion sounded from afar, and the few of them immediately turned their gazes. That place, I remember, is the Feng family's stronghold, right? One person said with a twitching mouth. What's going on? The Feng family's stronghold was blown up? Internal strife? Or is there an unexpected situation? And Mingjie frowned, looking at the distant flames, and suddenly had an ominous premonition. Just as he was about to say something, a familiar voice came from around the corner ahead. Oldly, run faster. The Feng family is almost catching up. I'm a damn injured person. How can I run fast? Brothers, stop chatting. I can't run anymore. Chirp, chirp, chirp. And Mingjie swallowed a mouthful of saliva, his body trembling slightly. No, it can't be. It's impossible. Su Jiang and the others shouldn't have arrived before him, right? He must be hearing things. Soon, around the corner, the figures of Su Jiang and the others appeared, all desperately running. Due to the fear of Rose's sniper rifle, their escape route was all zigzagging, turning at every corner. Hey, and Mingjie? Su Jiang was taken aback when he saw the figure ahead. And Mingjie was also frozen in place, his eyes wide, gritting his teeth. Su Jiang, what the hell did you do this time? And Mingjie was on the verge of collapse. Li Kai, following behind Su Jiang, covered his abdomen and gasped, Olden, there's no time to explain, just run. After saying that, he ran past Mingjie, and Mingjie was momentarily stunned and started jogging after him, still unclear about what had happened. And Xiao. Hua Cheng quickly explained, the king. It's Su Xiao, he blew up all the food resources of the Feng family, and now everyone from the Feng family is chasing him. Upon hearing this, Mingjie did not hesitate for a moment. He took his few people and accelerated to run in another direction. They parted ways. The few who had just questioned Su Jiang now didn't dare to make a sound, burying their heads and running. At the same time, they truly recognized Su Jiang. This guy really couldn't be allowed to move freely. And Xiao? Hua Cheng shouted, not understanding why they were running in that direction. And Mingjie turned back briefly and glared at Hua Cheng. Don't call me that, you all run your own way. Just run as far away as possible from that Su Dei. Don't come near me. I haven't had enough of life yet. After saying that, Mingjie ignored Hua Cheng and ran like crazy. This was the fastest he had run since arriving on the island. There was no choice. This was not just one or two people chasing him. It was a collective pursuit by the Feng family, and even Rose, that ruthless person, was among them. Just thinking about this made Mingjie's head spin. It shouldn't have come to this. He felt an immense regret in his heart, wishing he had just let Su Jiang fend for himself. Let him bounce around. Now, the entire Feng family's attention had been drawn away by him. Ha! And Mingjie suddenly looked up, his eyes shining. The Feng family's attention is all on Su Jiang now? And Rose is also going after Su Jiang? Damn! What a great opportunity! And Mingjie turned to the person beside him and said, quick, use the intercom to notify the other teams to come to Ruin City. Let's take the chance to launch a counterattack. Let's take down the Feng family's base. And Mingjie's smile was almost impossible to contain. This was going to be big. As for Su Jiang, no worries, he believed Su Jiang could hold on. King, Li Kai, and I can't run anymore. Hua Qing gasped, his and Li Kai's speed had decreased. Hearing this, Su Jiang turned his head while running, puzzled. Why are you two following me? Their target is just me. You two could just find a direction to run in, right? Li Kai, upon hearing this, swallowed back the curse that was on the tip of his tongue. It's not that I'm afraid you can't handle it alone. More people mean more strength, right? Forget it, let him fend for himself. After the three ran into the dense forest, Li Kai immediately changed direction. After handing Wang Kai to Su Jiang, Hua Qing silently followed Li Kai to escape. Hey, you guys! Su Jiang's eyes widened. They just ran off without a word? Not even a goodbye? At least say something nice, like wishing me to survive or something? Damn it! Su Jiang cursed under his breath, looking back to see that the Feng family and Rose had already chased into the edge of the forest. You like to chase, huh? Su Jiang steeled his heart, leaped onto a tree trunk, set up his sniper rifle, and aimed. Bang! A bullet shot out, hitting the forehead of the foremost Feng family member, who instantly fell to the ground, blood splattering. This shot made the pursuing team halt, all looking uncertainly towards the dense forest. Damn! A sniper! Rose frowned and immediately fired a shot towards Su Jiang's position, then hid behind a tree, her expression serious. Missed? Rose was a bit puzzled. The next second, another bullet shot out from the forest, taking the life of a Feng family member. Rose seized the opportunity again and shot at the source of the bullet's trajectory. Bang! Another empty shot. Missed again? Rose frowned. In the forest, Su Jiang leaned against the tree trunk, a smile curling at the corner of his mouth. You like to duel, huh? My sniping skills might not be as good as yours, but you can't possibly have a stupid system too, right? Bang! 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 In the darkness, Su Jiang and Rose kept firing. Every shot Su Jiang fired, without exception, took a Feng family member's life, and every shot Rose aimed at Su Jiang, without exception, missed. Damn it! Rose cursed under her breath. She knew why this was happening. Line of sight. For Su Jiang, who was in the dark forest, Rose couldn't aim accurately. On one hand, there was no light, the forest was pitch black, and Rose was no different from blind shooting. The other reason was that every time Su Jiang fired, before the bullet could hit the target, he quickly shifted to the side, not pausing for a moment. Rose shouted at the Feng family members holding flashlights, "You guys, turn off the flashlights, hurry!" Right now, they were undoubtedly live targets in Su Jiang's eyes. Bang! Another gunshot, and another Feng family member fell. At this point, everyone understood the situation and quickly turned off their flashlights, seeking cover. Rose hid behind a tree, frowning. This couldn't go on. They needed someone to charge in. Just as she was about to speak up to have them send someone in, the gunfire rang out again. Bang! Ugh! A Feng family member who hadn't found cover was taken down by a shot. How is this possible? Rose exclaimed. In such a dark environment, how could that sniper maintain such high-level shooting? Who on earth is the opponent? Could it be one of the top 10 on the assassination list? Rose hesitated for a moment. In the forest, Su Jiang looked somewhat troubled as he stared at the bullets in his hand. There are still 5 shots left. At this moment, he felt a bit regretful. If he had known it would turn out like this, he would have stuffed a few more bullets into his backpack before setting off. Now, he simply didn't have enough ammunition. Su Jiang turned his head and looked at the pursuing troops in the distance. Thanks to the enhancement from his extraordinary physique, Su Jiang's eyesight had improved, and he could now see in the dark. Damn it, if I had unlimited bullets, I could take them all down by myself today. Su Jiang felt a bit frustrated. 5 bullets were hardly enough. For now, he could only slip away. Otherwise, once the bullets were gone, he would truly be left with nothing. Taking advantage of their momentary confusion, Su Jiang put away his sniper rifle, nimbly jumped to the ground, and ran deeper without looking back. Outside, the pursuing troops had waited for a long time without hearing any gunfire. Rose immediately realized that the other side must be out of bullets. You guys, hurry and take people inside to search. Rose pointed at a member of the Feng family and said decisively. The person hesitated for a moment, gritted his teeth, and stepped out from behind a tree. Sure enough, there was no gunfire. Turn on the flashlights and chase him, he's out of bullets and won't shoot, Rose added. In complete darkness, it was highly unlikely they would catch up. Although she didn't know why, Rose was certain that the other side had the ability to move normally in the dark. It was very likely they were wearing night vision goggles. As soon as she said this, everyone turned on their flashlights, illuminating a small area of the dense forest. Rose followed closely behind them, feeling uneasy about the presence of Su Jiang. If she couldn't catch him today, she might not even sleep well. The chase continued. In the dense forest, Shui Zhuang, slightly fatigued, was feeling the trees as he walked slowly in the dark. Damn it, that bastard sniper. Shui Zhuang gritted his teeth, Because of those 3 shots, he had been standing behind the tree as punishment, waiting until nightfall before daring to test the waters again. It was only then that he realized Su Jiang had already left. He had stood there like a fool for half the day. Moreover, he had come out during the day, originally just planning to patrol for a while before returning to the base, so he hadn't brought any lighting equipment. Now, he could only move forward in the dark. Rustle, suddenly, a sound came from ahead, and Shui Zhuang immediately became alert. Who's there? In that direction, Su Jiang heard Shui Zhuang's voice and froze in place. In the dark, Shui Zhuang couldn't see Su Jiang clearly from a distance, but Su Jiang could clearly see Shui Zhuang's face, and his mouth twitched. Isn't that my buddy? You're still here? You didn't really stay under that tree until nightfall, did you? Quick, he definitely hasn't run far. Voices from the pursuing group came from behind, and Su Jiang turned around, faintly seeing a glimmer of light. He looked back and then at Shui Zhuang not far away. Suddenly, a bold idea struck him. Su Jiang raised both hands above his head and slowly walked towards Shui Zhuang, shouting, "Captain, don't shoot. I'm one of your own." Hearing the other party call him captain, Shui Zhuang relaxed a bit, but then his nerves tightened again at Su Jiang's words. "Captain, the Yin family is chasing me from behind. You need to find cover and hide." The Yin family launched a counterattack and ambushed us. They've gathered a large number of people and are searching for us in the dense forest. Shui Zhuang's eyes widened as he looked behind Su Jiang. Dozens of flashlight beams shone towards them, and because Su Jiang was backlit, Shui Zhuang couldn't see his face clearly. Someone spotted Su Jiang's figure and didn't hesitate to pull the trigger. Bang! The aim was poor, and the shot missed. However, this shot made Shui Zhuang believe Su Jiang's words. The Yin family really had counterattacked. "Get down!" Shui Zhuang shouted at Su Jiang, then raised his rifle and, as Su Jiang ducked down, fired several shots at the Feng family members. Bang, bang, bang. There's an ambush, find cover. As soon as Shui Zhuang fired a few shots, the Feng family immediately thought that reinforcements had arrived. "Captain, be careful. They have a sniper, very strong." Su Jiang crawled forward while loudly warning Shui Zhuang. Hearing this, Shui Zhuang suddenly raised his head, clenching his fists. A strong sniper? From the Yin family, who were enemies with him. Everything matched up. The sniper who had made him stand in punishment during the day must be among the troops ahead. At this moment, all the old grudges and new hatreds surged in Shui Zhuang's heart. "I was just worried about not being able to find you, but I didn't expect you to come to me." Shui Zhuang's eyes darkened, as if he could see his nemesis, and he poked his head out to fire several shots again. Bang bang bang, bang! A bullet hit the tree he was hiding behind, just a few centimeters from his face. Shui Zhuang was startled by the shot, cold sweat pouring down him, and he quickly ducked back. At the same time, he became even more certain. This marksmanship was definitely not wrong. It was that sharpshooter from earlier. In his understanding, the only person who could have such shooting skills, besides that sharpshooter from earlier, was Rose. But would Rose shoot at him? Obviously not. There was no reason for that. So, the person on the opposite side must be that sniper. Everything matched up. It all made sense. No doubt about it. In the dense forest, facing the firepower suppression of the pursuing troops, Shui Zhuang had no power to resist. Even though he was the captain of Wei Tian's troops, let's not forget, there was also a Rose on the opposite side. Shui Zhuang could only fire a few shots, change position, fire a few more shots, and change position again. It couldn't be said that it was completely useless, but it really didn't have much effect. Su Jiang thought to himself, "Captain, where's your walkie-talkie? Call the brothers over." Su Jiang, hiding in a nearby corner, asked knowingly. Hearing this, Shui Zhuang's face turned red. I accidentally lost the walkie-talkie." He didn't dare to say it was destroyed by a sharpshooter, otherwise, he might not be able to hide the fact that he had been punished to stand for several hours. After all, he was a captain and had to save face. Su Jiang secretly smiled at his lie, but still spoke in a solemn tone. "Captain, we can't hold them off. You go first, I'll cover you." Even so, Su Jiang still stood his ground, showing no intention of covering. He didn't even want to pretend to fire a few shots. "No, we leave together," Shui Zhuang insisted. Although he didn't know which of his team members it was, since they called him captain, they had to be his teammates. He couldn't let a teammate cover for him while he escaped. Seeing this, Su Jiang gritted his teeth and shouted, "Captain, then hold on, I'll go call the brothers to support you." "Okay." "Ha?" Shui Zhuang was a bit confused, turning his head to see the other person just running away like that. "Captain, 3 minutes, hold on for 3 minutes, I will definitely bring the brothers back." Su Jiang didn't forget to shout back, trying to reassure Shui Zhuang. 3 minutes? Shui Zhuang looked at the group of people in the distance, then at the only grenade left on his waist. Gritting his teeth, he shouted at Su Jiang, 3 minutes, I will definitely buy you 3 minutes. You must bring the brothers over and take down those infamily bastards. Su Jiang didn't reply, focusing on running away, secretly responding in his heart. I'll bring you a pile of crap. You just hold on, I'm slipping away first. With Shuizhuang's help, Su Jiang felt much less pressure. Not long after he ran, Su Jiang heard a rumbling sound behind him. He stopped, turned around to look. Goodness! Su Jiang clicked his tongue, feeling somewhat moved. He didn't expect that Shuizhuang would even use a grenade for him. I could cry. Zizizizi, Su Jiang, can you hear me? Are you still alive? The walkie-talkie crackled, and in Mingjia's voice reached Su Jiang's ears. As Su Jiang ran, he pulled out his walkie-talkie and complained, how many times have I said it? Use code names during the operation. How would I know what your code name is? Call me the king of grilled cold noodles, or just king will do. Alright, how's it going on your end? Hearing this, Su Jiang glanced back. The gunfire had gradually subsided. Well, how should I put it? I ran into a good Samaritan on the way who helped me get away. Ha! And Mingjie was astonished. At this point, someone still dared to help you? Are they out of their mind? But since Su Jiang had escaped, it was undoubtedly a good thing. Listen, we've gathered some people and plan to take down the Feng family's stronghold. So, you need to hold that woman named Rose. Damn you, and Mingjie. Su Jiang cursed directly. What do you take me for? I just got away. And now you want me to go back and find that woman? I believe you can do it. I won't do it. I only have 5 bullets left. What good is that? I guessed as much, so I sent you some bullets. What the hell? What did you use to send? Before Su Jiang could finish, a rustling sound came from nearby. Chirp, chirp, chirp. Found it. The little raccoon, Laifu, poked its head out of the grass, its nose twitching as if it were sniffing the air. Seeing Su Jiang, it excitedly waved its little paw. Then, in Su Jiang's stunned gaze, it ran up to him and dropped the backpack. Chirp, chirp, chirp. Here you go. Laifu pointed at the backpack and called out. Su Jiang silently opened the backpack, and inside was a pile of sniper rifle bullets and a small amount of explosives. How's that? Laifu delivered it to you, right? And Mingjie's voice came through the walkie-talkie again. I just happened to run into that little guy, and Li Kai told me it was your friend. I figured you might be short on ammo, so I tentatively asked it if it could help deliver a package. I didn't expect that little guy to be quite understanding. It skillfully strapped on the backpack and came looking for you. Su Jiang fell silent. At that moment, he suddenly understood Li Kai a bit. Was this the feeling he had when he saw me talking to the rat? Damn it, a raccoon delivering packages. How come you, and Mingjie, have a system too? Chirp, chirp, chirp. The little raccoon excitedly gestured to Su Jiang, saying Mingjie had given it a lot of delicious food. Smack! Su Jiang gave Laifu a light tap on the head. So, some rotten fruit was enough to buy you off? Looking at the ammunition in the backpack, Su Jiang sighed softly. He picked up the walkie-talkie. It's agreed. I'll only hold Rose back. No problem, just holding her back is enough. You guys need to move quickly. Don't worry, we'll rush to support you as soon as possible. Su Jiang hung up the walkie-talkie, his eyes flashing with sharpness. If Mingjie and the others were slow, he might have to deal with Rose himself. A whole backpack of bullets was enough for Su Jiang to squander. Strap it on, follow me. Su Jiang had Laifu continue carrying the backpack. After all, facing Rose, carrying the backpack would hinder his movements. He might as well treat Laifu as a toolbear, serving as Su Jiang's mobile ammunition depot. Meanwhile, on the side of the pursuing team, Rose's gaze was icy as she looked at Shuizhuang and said flatly, explain. Shuizhuang knelt on the ground, his face flushed, head lowered, fists tightly clenched. That one grenade of his had nearly wiped out 1/5 of the pursuing team's strength. After running out of bullets and being captured, he realized he had been fighting against his own people all along. That bastard. Shuizhuang cursed inwardly. How could he not understand now that he had been used as a pawn? The guy who called himself the captain was the real enemy. It was ridiculous that he had treated him as a teammate and helped him cover his retreat. Shuizhuang was about to explain. Bang! Rose shot without hesitation, piercing through Shuizhuang's arm. Shuizhuang cried out in pain, staring fiercely at Rose. Not killing you is to let Wei Xiao deal with you personally. Rose spoke coldly. Because of you, that person escaped. Upon hearing this, Shuizhuang tightly covered his arm and said in a low voice, I understand. Rose gave him a deep look and turned to leave. Let's go. Chasing Su Jiang now was like searching for a needle in the ocean. Shuizhuang took a deep breath and trembled as he stood up. Before he could fully straighten his body, the familiar sound of gunfire rang out again. Bang! A bullet pierced through the back of Shuizhuang's head. He fell to the ground, eyes wide open. breath completely gone. Rose turned her head, looking in disbelief at the direction from which the bullet had come. Had he gone mad? Did he dare to come back and kill? At the Feng family's stronghold, inside Feng Qingye's tent, sweat covered Feng Qingye's face as he gritted his teeth, allowing the medical staff to extract the bullet. Before leaving, Su Jiang had fired blindly at the tent, hitting Feng Qingye in the waist. Fortunately, the position was off, and the bullet did not penetrate deeply. Clang, all done. The medical staff took out the bullet and tossed it onto a tray. Then, he quickly wrapped a bandage around Feng Qingye to stop the bleeding. Huff! Feng Qingye gasped for breath. At his age, he had almost kicked the bucket. At that moment, someone lifted the tent flap and rushed in, saying, "Head of the family, after counting, we have very few food resources left." "Ha! How many days can the remaining food last?" Feng Qingye said in a low voice. "If calculated at the minimum consumption, less than 2 days." Hearing that it could only last 2 days, Feng Qingye almost couldn't catch his breath. Clenching his fists tightly, he glared with bloodshot eyes. "Have you found out who did it?" The person shook his head. "We suspected was the Yin family." "Bullshit!" Feng Qingye shouted. "Can Yin Mingjie have this capability? You saw it too. That person not only detonated the explosives but also almost killed me through the tent under Rose's sniper cover. And the Yin family sniper is just Li Kai. Are you saying that all of this was done by Li Kai?" The person fell silent upon hearing this. The Feng family had been fighting the Yin family for so many years, and everyone knew in their hearts, Li Kai did not have that ability. Head of the family, not good. Another person rushed in anxiously, saying, and Mingjie is gathering the Yin family members and is heading this way. What? Feng Qingye stood up, not caring about the wound on his waist, gritting his teeth. Everyone, prepare for battle. He did not expect Yin Mingjie to be so decisive. But thinking about it, it made sense. Once Yin Mingjie seized an opportunity, he would never let it go. Head of the family, our people have all been sent out to chase that sniper. Use the walkie-talkie and call them all back. Yes. In the dense forest, the Feng family members and the pursuit team received the message and quickly retreated. Rose hid behind a tree, frowning. "Where are you going?" "Our head of the family has ordered us to return for support." "Bastards, you can't go." The Feng family members did not listen to her and continued to retreat to support Feng Qingye. "Damn it!" Rose cursed under her breath, but she had no way to stop them. She was neither Feng Qingye nor Wei Tian. She could not command these people. Soon, the originally dozen-strong team was reduced to just 8 people, including Rose. The other 7 were Wei Tian's private troops. Shui Zhuan was their captain, and now that Shui Zhuan was dead, the captain naturally no longer existed. Rose took a deep breath. Now there were only 8 of them facing that elusive sniper. In the distance, Su Jiang, through the scope, discovered Rose's awkward situation. 1, 2, 3, 7, 8. TSK, I was told to only deal with Rose, and by doing so, I've helped Yin Mingjie hold back 7 people. A person counts as 10,000, and then has to ask Yin Mingjie for 70,000. Including in Rose expenses, it can total 170,000. Su Jiang's eyes sparkled. Indeed, he had to pay homage to the god of wealth. Just a few days had passed, and so much money had already come in. Holding his breath, Su Jiang stared intently at the 8 people. If any of them dared to move, he would immediately send a bullet their way. Familiar faces, familiar scenes. The difference this time was that the ones being punished to stand were 8. "You few, listen to my orders." Rose reminded a few people. As fellow snipers, she knew the terror of the opponent well. To kill the enemy, someone had to make a sacrifice. Then, Rose took a deep breath, bent down, and exchanged a glance with one of the 7. That person understood Rose's meaning, closed his eyes in despair, and then gently poked his head out. Bang! Su Jiang sent him off with a single shot. Rose seized this opportunity and immediately dashed towards Su Jiang's direction, sprinting a considerable distance. During her run, she even managed to fire a shot at Su Jiang. However, her aim had decreased, and she did not hit him, but it was close enough. "Damn!" Su Jiang exclaimed, quickly changing his position. At that moment, Rose had already hidden behind a tree. The distance between them had closed significantly. "This woman wants to get close?" Su Jiang frowned. Was she trying to engage in close combat because she couldn't outshoot him? She even used her teammate as bait, firing her gun to create an opening. Tisk, really ruthless. Su Jiang clicked his tongue, lamenting Rose's cold-bloodedness. Not far away, Rose turned back and waved her hand again. Another person appeared, charging towards Su Jiang while firing. It was like a Suicide Squad member. "Damn!" Su Jiang cursed under his breath and unhesitatingly turned to fire again. Bang! Another person was taken down. There was no choice. Even though he knew Rose was deliberately making him shoot, Su Jiang had to comply. Otherwise, that Suicide Squad member would be right in his face. And this shot created another opening, further closing the distance between Rose and Su Jiang. What was worse, Su Jiang realized that as the distance shrank, Rose's shooting became increasingly accurate. After firing, the time he had to change positions was getting shorter and shorter. Rose took a deep breath. There was another extremely important reason for her actions. That was to bet that Su Jiang's gun was out of bullets. Throughout the chase, Rose had already predicted that Su Jiang had very few bullets left, and there were 8 of them. The number of bullets in Su Jiang's gun definitely wouldn't exceed that. Moreover, he had wasted 1 bullet on Shuizhuang earlier. A glint of sharpness flashed in Rose's eyes. In her view, Su Jiang's gun had at most 5 bullets left, and she still had 5 people to use. After sacrificing another person, Rose moved forward a bit more. This position is enough. He should have 4 bullets left, at most. Rose assessed that at their current distance, with her shooting skills, she could definitely kill him. Taking out her walkie-talkie, she commanded the remaining 4 to act together. Bang bang bang. The remaining 4 Suicide Squad members emerged from behind the trees, firing continuously. Rose leaned against the tree, her eyes filled with indifference, silently counting the number of bullets Su Jiang had left. Bang! 1 person fell. 3. Bang! The Suicide Squad had only 2 left. 2. Bang! 1 person remained. Only 1 bullet left. Bang! The last member of the Suicide Squad fell dead. Now's the time. A flash of brilliance appeared in Rose's eyes as she raised her sniper rifle, quickly peeking out from behind the tree. With a hint of a cold smile, she aimed ahead. The game was about to end. However, before she could steady herself, the smile on her face abruptly vanished. Rose's eyes widened, her index finger poised to pull the trigger. As if frozen, she hesitated to shoot. Less than 2 meters in front of her, Su Jiang was holding a pistol, aiming at her forehead. "Hey, after sniping for so long, we finally meet?" Su Jiang greeted her with a bright smile, as if he were seeing an old friend. "How is that possible?" The corner of Rose's mouth trembled. She didn't understand. When did Su Jiang get so close? Was she out of her mind? Shocked? Confused? Su Jiang smiled, looking at the stunned Rose, his lips curving wildly. No wonder those protagonists in novels like to play dumb and eat tigers. This feeling of showing off was indeed addictive. Why? Rose lowered her sniper rifle. Struggling was meaningless now. Before she could pull the trigger, Su Jiang would definitely shoot first. He, guess? Su Jiang smirked. "You have a helper. Was it someone else who fired just now?" Rose speculated, trusting her ears. The gunshots just now were clearly from a sniper rifle in the distance, with no change in sound. So, someone must have been shooting from afar, and Su Jiang took the opportunity to sneak in. However, when Su Jiang heard her guess, he shook his head. "No?" Rose frowned, and suddenly, she saw the sniper rifle strapped to Su Jiang's back. Her pupils constricted. How could it be? The sniper rifle, how could it still be with him? 2 snipers? She guessed again. "No, it has always been just me." "Impossible, I can't be wrong." That gun sound was clearly. Bang! The familiar gunshot rang out, cutting off Rose's words. Her eyes widened in disbelief. She saw Su Jiang stifling a laugh, reaching out to pinch his throat, then making a sound from his mouth. Bang! Bang bang bang! "Is that the sound you heard?" Su Jiang teased. Ever since Li Kai taught him voice-changing techniques, he had been experimenting with how to make his voice more interesting, and Su Jiang indeed had a talent for this. It was easy for him to imitate the sound of a sniper rifle and adjust it based on distance, making it sound like it was firing from afar. But Li Kai couldn't do this because he didn't have a superhuman body. If he forced his voice to change like that, his throat wouldn't hold up. This could be considered Su Jiang's self-created skill. Self-created skill, voice modulation. So it was. Ventriloquism. Rose clenched her fists tightly, not expecting to be defeated here. "That's right, you wanted to get close, and I happen to want that too," Su Jiang said with a smile. "But I saw you struggling to run, so I took the initiative to find you. This can be considered a mutual pursuit, right?" "What the hell is mutual pursuit?" Rose's gaze was icy, and behind her, the bodies of the Suicide Squad lay in pools of blood. "Then why didn't I hear any sound when you shot them?" "Well," Su Jiang chuckled, shaking the sniper rifle on his back, revealing the muzzle. "The silencer from the Yin family is quite good." Rose sighed lightly upon seeing it. "You simulated the sound of a sniper rifle to cover up the sound of your actual shots. Impressive, I admire that. To be honest, after wandering on the edge of life and death for so many years, this is the first time I've encountered your kind of combat method." "Who exactly are you?" Rose stared intently at Su Jiang's face. This face was too unfamiliar and too young for her. "I've seen all the top 10 on the mercenary list. I've also seen everyone on the assassination list, except for the one ranked first, Ghost." "Are you Ghost? To her, someone with such marksmanship and strength must be a big shot in the top 10. Upon hearing this, Soo-jung casually glanced at her hand, which was quietly reaching for her waist. A smile appeared on his lips, and he didn't speak, instead looking at Rose with curiosity. What are you talking about? What are all these rankings? I don't know. If you don't have anything else to do, I'll shoot. After saying this, before Soo-jung could pull the trigger, a fierce glint flashed in Rose's eyes, and her movements quickened. She still had a grenade hidden on her, and chatting with Soo-jung for so long was just to lower his guard. Since escape was impossible, she would take Soo-jung down with her. Rose quickly grabbed something from behind her waist, stared wide-eyed, raised it in front of her, and shouted, "Then let's die together." Just as she finished shouting, she froze. This feeling, something's not right? Put. Soo-jung couldn't hold back any longer and burst into laughter. You want to use that thing to go down with me? Rose stared blankly at what she was holding, and it turned out to be a chestnut? Where did this chestnut come from? Where's my grenade? Where did my big grenade go? She looked at Soo-jung, just about to speak, but Soo-jung seized the opportunity of her panic, and without hesitation, decisively pulled the trigger. Bang! A bullet struck Rose right between the eyebrows. Bang bang bang! Afraid that Rose wasn't dead yet, Soo-jung fired a few more shots. Huff! After it was done, Soo-jung let out a long breath, finally resolving the situation. Squeak squeak squeak! Task completed. Wang Kai popped out from somewhere, holding a grenade, trying to take credit with Soo-jung. He, this is a good thing. Soo-jung took the grenade and tucked it into his pocket. Rose was stalling for time, but so was Soo-jung. After all, it was the first time he encountered such a fierce enemy, and he was also worried that the other party had some tricks up their sleeve that they hadn't used yet. So, while he was grappling with Rose, he let Wang Kai play the thief for a bit. It must be said that Wang Kai's talent for thievery was so outrageous that even Soo-jung found it hard to believe. Without alerting the other party, he smoothly swapped the grenade for a chestnut. Truly worthy of being from a family of rats. Soo-jung gave Wang Kai a thumbs up. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the hidden task and receiving the hidden task reward. Hidden task reward extraction in progress, please wait. The system's prompt sounded, and Soo-jung raised his eyebrows. Finally here, system. During the time I couldn't hear your voice, it felt like ants were crawling on me, and I was shaking all over. Soo-jung felt a bit excited. How long had it been since he got a new skill? Those previous skills were almost worn out. Give me something awesome, hurry up, please wait. So slow? Soo-jung was a bit dissatisfied. Could it be that there weren't enough skills, and it was busy snatching them from other systems? After a long wait, the system's voice finally sounded again. Hidden reward extraction complete. Congratulations to the host for obtaining an opportunity for skill upgrade. Does the host choose to use this opportunity? The skill upgrade will randomly combine existing skills to create a more powerful new skill. After the system's voice ended, Soo-jung stood there, speechless for a long time. After a moment, Soo-jung stared with deadfish eyes and shouted in his mind, "System, I'm here. Be honest, did you not get any new skills, so you gave me this as a distraction? Does the host choose to use the skill upgrade opportunity?" The system avoided answering Soo-jung's question. So, can I choose the upgraded skill myself? No, the skill upgrade will randomly combine your existing skills and upgrade them. Did you already plan what skill to give me? Soo-jung's tone was agitated. How was this any different from a shady deal? He demanded a system urine test, using skill upgrade opportunity. You're not pretending anymore, right? You're skipping the whole process. Skill upgrade successful. This is shady, outright shady. When has an upgrade been this fast? Congratulations to the host for obtaining a special skill, Shadow Gun Flow. System, you. Soo-jung's curse was on the tip of his tongue but abruptly stopped. Ha, a special skill? System, you really are my good treasure. Ha. Soo-jung's expression changed in an instant, smiling obsequiously. System, are you barking again? Ignoring Soo-jung's apology, the system remained unresponsive. However, Soo-jung didn't mind and was instead excitedly studying his new skill. Special skill, Shadow of the Gun, Flow of Wind. So this combines mastery of combat and firearms into an upgraded version? Soo-jung toyed with the handgun, feeling as if it was no different from before. Special reminder, the Shadow of the Gun, Flow of Wind skill is an active skill that requires the host to activate it. Ha? Soo-jung frowned and asked, so this skill doesn't have a time limit, right? The Shadow of the Gun, Flow of Wind skill will exhaust the host's physical abilities to the maximum extent. With the host's current physical condition, it is recommended that the activation time does not exceed 10 minutes, otherwise, the consequences are at your own risk. No way? Soo-jung complained, my extraordinary body can only last 10 minutes? The system fell silent again, ignoring Soo-jung. Su Jiang clicked his tongue. Anyway, the skill was given, so he might as well make do with it. Thus, to test the power of the special skill, Su Jiang actively activated the shadow of the gun, flow of wind state. Damn! Once the shadow of the gun, flow of wind state was activated, Su Jiang's aura instantly transformed as if he had become a different person. His understanding and application of firearms were incomparable to his normal state. Now, if Su Jiang were to face off against Rose, he could easily take her down with a single shot in the ruined city. Blind shooting? Su Jiang could do that effortlessly now. Most importantly, the shadow of the gun, flow of wind skill perfectly fused mastery of combat with mastery of firearms. Is this really something a person can do? Su Jiang tentatively tried it out and found that in this state, he could accurately shoot bullets at targets while moving at high speed and engaging in close combat. The gun has become a part of my body? Su Jiang could only describe it this way. He felt terrifyingly strong now. He could make 10 roses cry. Shadow of the gun, flow of wind, deactivate. Instantly, a wave of fatigue washed over him, and Su Jiang broke into a sweat, breathing heavily. Only about 3 minutes, and I've already exhausted this much energy? Su Jiang frowned. He had merely activated the skill and tried it out a bit, yet felt so tired. If it were a high-intensity battle, he would probably really only be able to last 10 minutes. However, Su Jiang did not feel disappointed. If the system had a physical form, Su Jiang would want to hug it and give it a big kiss right now. This skill was too powerful. Who else can compete with me? Su Jiang said confidently, no matter who came, as long as he activated the shadow of the gun, flow of wind, he would be invincible for 10 minutes. After 10 minutes, they could talk again. Right now, he just wanted to fight. Zzz, hey, 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 and Mingjie, respond. And Mingjie responding. Su Jiang took out the walkie-talkie, continuously calling in Mingjie. After a while, and Mingjie's voice finally came through. Su Jiang, what do you want now? Where are you guys fighting? I'm coming to support you. Support? No need, just hold Rose off. I've already dealt with Rose. Dealt with her? Then you just. Wait, what did you say? And Mingjie's voice rose a few notches, shocked. You took down Rose? By yourself? Yeah, just me. No way. You're full of crap. Wang Kai couldn't take it anymore and shouted. Su Jiang shot at a glare. What are you squeaking about? You're not even human. Lifu doesn't count either. It has nothing to do with people. So, I took down Rose all by myself. Su Jiang, are you sure she's dead? And Mingjie sounded uncertain. For sure, I even shot her a few more times. After Su Jiang said this, there was a moment of silence on Mingjie's end. After a long while, he said, You, come over, we're at a place west of the Feng family's main base. After saying that, and Mingjie hung up the walkie-talkie, somewhat questioning his life. Li Kai walked over from a distance, holding binoculars in his hand. He was just watching the battle situation of the Feng family in the distance and didn't hear in Mingjie and Su Jiang's conversation. What's wrong? You look like you've seen a ghost? Li Kai asked in confusion. Just now, Su Jiang contacted me via the intercom, and Mingjie said softly, What? He can't hold on anymore. Upon hearing this, Li Kai became serious and said, Rose is not an ordinary person. It's normal for him to struggle. Should I take a few people to help him? No. And Mingjie shook his head, looking at Li Kai, and said word by word, Su Jiang said he has dealt with Rose. The atmosphere suddenly fell silent. Li Kai blinked and reached out to touch Mingjie's forehead. You really are under a lot of pressure, you're starting to talk nonsense. And Mingjie didn't speak, just quietly looked at Li Kai. Don't joke around, how could Su Jiang possibly kill Rose? He's the 15th on the mercenary list. And Mingjie still remained silent. Li Kai swallowed hard, feeling a bit sweaty. It can't be true, right? Do you think Su Jiang would lie to me about something like this? What kind of person is that kid? Li Kai was on the verge of breaking down. He understood Su Jiang's skills. He accepted that he could use a sniper rifle. After all, that depended on talent. Talking to a mouse. That was a bit absurd, but Li Kai still convinced himself. But now, Su Jiang had taken down Rose, the 15th on the mercenary list, by himself? Li Kai asked in Mingjie. Yeah, he said he did it alone. Do you believe it? Don't you? I can't believe it. Li Kai held his head, gesturing in front of Mingjie for a long time. Li Kai stammered, he's not even 20. No matter how you look at it, it's a bit unbelievable, right? Li Kai pointed at the group of Feng family members in the distance and said, if this goes on, can he really take down the Feng family's combat unit by himself? Upon hearing this, and Mingjie frowned, uncertain, and said, it shouldn't be possible, right? Then he took a deep breath. We don't need to worry about Su Jiang. The urgent matter now is to take down the Feng family. Since Rose is already dead and Feng Qingye is seriously injured, the situation is basically settled. As he said this, and Mingjie couldn't help but pause. Looking at it this way, Was the Yin family really going to win like this? It had only been a few days. He had originally prepared for a prolonged battle with the Feng family for half a month. He hadn't even had a few bites of compressed biscuits, and it was about to end? And Mingjie felt a bit dreamy. It could only be said that Su Jiang was impressive. If that's the case, then let's go all out and take down the Feng family in one go. Just as Mingjie was about to speak and order everyone to launch a full-scale attack, and Hua Qing rushed over with a worried expression, as if something terrible had happened. Seeing this, and Mingjie felt a jolt in his heart. Could there be another accident? What happened? And no good. Hua Cheng panted, I just ran into the king. Su Jiang? He came over so quickly? And Mingjie hurriedly asked, where is he now? He asked me, where the Feng family members are right now, and then, did you tell him? Yeah, after I told him the location, he charged into the Feng family's combat unit by himself. Hua Cheng said with a mournful face, I really couldn't stop him. As soon as these words came out, and Mingjie and Li Kai were frozen in place. After a long time, both of them spoke at the same time. What the hell did you just say? In the ruined city, the battlefield between the Feng family and the Yin family had entered a heated phase. Gunfire erupted, the Yin family members were full of fighting spirit and high morale. Meanwhile, the Feng family members were gradually showing signs of stubborn resistance. With Rose gone and Feng Qingye seriously injured, this was a significant blow to the Feng family's morale. On the Yin family's side, they could even spare a moment to say a few words. Brothers, let's give it our all. The Feng family won't be able to hold on much longer. Dude, I'm out of bullets. Can you cover me while I go back to get some? Fuck. How many bullets have you taken? Why are you using a Gatling gun? Stop fucking around, I've been hit. Get the medics to bandage me. The medic treating the wounded turned around and shouted, bandage your grandpa. Everyone is rushing forward without a care for their lives. Can I save them all? He really couldn't take it anymore. In just 1 hour, he had been wrapping bandages. His hands were almost too tired to continue. Behind him, the resentment of the Yin family medics could sustain several evil sword immortals. A bunch of idiots, don't they know their own strength? Damn it, they go up, get shot, come back to bandage, and then rush back up again. It's like they've never been in a fight, laughing at your dad? I'm talking about you. You little brat, this is your second time down. If you can live, great. If not, forget it. I'm not treating you anymore. And you, drop that gun, go bring back 2 boxes of bandages before you go die. While treating the wounded, they cursed without stopping. Meanwhile, on the Feng family's side, those who were carried down were never seen again. Yeah, most likely they were dead. In the distance, Su Jiang quickly arrived at the battlefield based on the location provided by Hua Cheng. Wow, it's a complete rout. Su Jiang finally witnessed how crazy the usually amusing and family members were on the battlefield. They fought almost recklessly. TSK. No wonder the Feng and Lin families don't dare to confront and Mingjie head-on. Su Jiang sighed and shook his head, too fierce. Everywhere he looked, almost every Yin family member was wrapped in thick bandages. The more bandages, the fiercer they fought. Su Jiang began to doubt if those bandages were laced with stimulants. Ah! A scream caught Su Jiang's attention as an Yin family member was shot and fell to the ground. Immediately, a second bullet was about to hit him. This bullet would definitely be fatal. Without hesitation, Su Jiang activated his gun Shadow Flow Wind State, his eyes fixed on the bullet. Bang! He pulled the trigger, and the bullet shot out from Su Jiang's handgun. Clang! The bullet hit the incoming bullet. It changed its original trajectory and fell to the side of the Yin family member. Su Xiao Gu. Holy shit, awesome. This shot drew the attention of many Yin family members to Su Jiang's arrival. Some even witnessed Su Jiang's shot, unable to believe their eyes. Su Jiang nodded slightly and said calmly, cover me. The time in gun Shadow Flow Wind was precious, and there was no time to explain. He was about to show off. After saying that, Su Jiang dashed towards the Feng family's troops like a gust of wind. Holy shit, is that a human speed? Don't just stand there, provide fire cover. Get your act together. If something happens to Su Xiaoge, the young lady won't let us off. Wait, let me take a picture first. Su Xiao looks too cool right now. I'll sell it to the young lady for a high price later. Fuck, split the money, or else the brothers will report you for not fighting seriously. In the gun Shadow Flow Wind State, Su Jiang's speed and dynamic vision received a huge boost. Although he wasn't at the level of dodging bullets yet, he could at least avoid most of them in advance. Moreover, in this unpredictable movement, the Feng family members couldn't aim accurately at all. Faced with Su Jiang suddenly charging towards them, the Feng family members were also dumbfounded. Who is this? So brave? Who gave him the courage to charge at our entire unit alone? For a moment, most of the firepower shifted to Su Jiang. Fuck, who is he? Shoot, prioritize attacking him. Can't hit him, he's moving too fast. Grenade! Use a grenade. As soon as he heard that, one person immediately took out a grenade, pulled the pin, and raised it, when a bullet came just in time, instantly causing an explosion. Boom! The grenade exploded, and the formation of the Fong family's combat troops was immediately thrown into chaos. What happened? How did the grenade explode? It was that person, he just fired his gun. Someone pointed at Su Jiang. Bullshit, with that kind of speed, he can still shoot? And he hit the grenade with pinpoint accuracy. Do you think he's a Rose? Even Miss Rose couldn't do that, right? But no matter what, Su Jiang alone had completely captured the attention of everyone from the Fong family. The in-family members, seeing Su Jiang's performance, were as energized as if they had been injected with adrenaline. They stopped looking for cover, directly grabbing their guns and standing up to fight. Although they didn't know why Su Jiang was so impressive, their goal was to cover Su Jiang and let him continue to shine. Go for it, brothers. Victory is within reach. Keep up with Su Xiao's pace. You guys go ahead. I'm going back to get some bullets. You motherfucker. Out of bullets again? Didn't he just go back to get some? The distance between Su Jiang and the Fong family's troops was getting closer and closer, and during this time, he kept firing, taking down several people. Frowning, Su Jiang suddenly changed direction, found some cover, and took a breath. Huff, Su Jiang gritted his teeth, looking at the wounds on his body caused by the bullets grazing him, his mouth twitching. He had overdone it. The shadow of the gun moved like the wind, and in an instant, he was caught up in it, firing without thinking. The fact proved that the shadow of the gun moving like the wind was not omnipotent. Those dense bullets, he really couldn't dodge many of them. If it weren't for his good fortune, wearing a bulletproof vest, and timely adjusting his position to let the bullets graze past, he would probably be full of holes by now. Damn, got hit in the waist, and also in the leg. The pain made Su Jiang gasp, but fortunately, his extraordinary body gave him resistance and recovery abilities beyond ordinary people. Otherwise, he feared he would faint from the pain. He hated pain the most. Su Jiang secretly slapped himself, vowing never to show off again. It wasn't fun at all. Su Xiao, are you okay? The in-family members, seeing Su Jiang suddenly hide, couldn't help but worry. Could something have happened? Hearing this, Su Jiang quickly replied loudly, I'm fine, just tired and taking a break. Su Xiao, you didn't get shot, did you? Su Jiang glanced at the places where he had been hit and gritted his teeth, saying, don't worry, I didn't get shot. Their lousy shooting skills can't hit me. He had chosen this path. No matter how hard or tiring it was, he had to keep up the act. Otherwise, how would he survive in the in-family in the future? Upon hearing this, the in-family members sincerely praised, Su Xiao is amazing. Hiss, after replying to the in-family members, Su Jiang kept gasping for breath. The state of the shadow of the gun moving like the wind was immediately lifted. He needed to rest for a bit. Otherwise, he really couldn't hold on much longer. Brothers, Su Xiao is fine, everyone keep going. Stay close to Su Xiao's pace. Su Jiang? Looking back, Su Jiang was stunned. He saw the in-family members charging forward recklessly, not even looking for cover. They picked up their guns and stood up to fight. Even the medical personnel were no longer hiding in the back, cursing as they followed the line. If someone fell, they would immediately drag them away. No way? Su Jiang was dumbfounded and quickly shouted, don't charge so recklessly, let's take a break and defend for a bit. At this speed, wouldn't they charge right into his position? At that time, getting shot would be a fact. Wouldn't that expose him? One of the in-family members, hearing Su Jiang's words, immediately shouted excitedly, brothers, Su Xiao wants us to go all out. What are we waiting for? All troops, attack. Trust Su Xiao, and you'll live forever. And Mingjie has to step aside. Brothers, record this, same old rule, 20,000. What? Isn't it 200? The consequences are different. If this gets to In Xiao's ears, you're in for a treat. Damn. Su Jiang, damn. Are you guys out of your minds? I said to defend for a bit, not to go all out. You don't want your ears? Just throw them in the market and sell them for $2 a pound, okay? Before Su Jiang could figure out what to do, and Mingjie and Li Kai arrived late. As for Hua Chang, he had long lost his strength ever since meeting Su Jiang. He had been running non-stop and was now lying in the in-family's camp to rest. The moment Mingjie and Li Kai arrived, they were stunned in place, and Mingjie opened his mouth wide, his mind going blank. How did the battle turn out like this? Li Kai, I remember I ordered to let them fight a war of attrition, right? And Mingjie stammered, I remember. It should be something like that, Li Kai replied without blinking. Then, the two quietly watched the in-family fight desperately, falling into endless silence. Is this a war of attrition? Which family fights like this? At that moment, the Fong family had already been beaten into a state of no resistance. Damn it, did the in-family take drugs? I can't hold on anymore. Their firepower is too fierce, and they don't care about casualties at all. I'm really shocked. Which family fights only attacking and not defending? Stop talking. Can't you see their medical staff are joining in? It's ridiculous. Which medical staff shoots while bandaging? Shut up! A stern voice rang out as Feng Qingye arrived on the battlefield with a dark expression. At this point, even with injuries, he had to step up and command the situation. Who knew that as soon as he came out, he almost fainted from anger? They were being completely suppressed. It was like a grandfather beating his grandson. Everyone, stop messing around, regroup, and aim for their medical staff. If they aren't afraid of death, we can't be afraid either. Whoever dares to back down, I'll shoot him first. It must be said that Feng Qingye's words had a certain effect. The Feng family's combat troops gradually regained their rhythm under his command. The Yin family's advance also began to slow down, and the pressure increased sharply. Seeing this, and Mingjie frowned. The Feng family has found their rhythm, let them retreat and defend first. Li Kai, upon hearing this, was about to shout for them to come back. At that moment, a figure suddenly appeared in everyone's sight. Su Jiang was on the move again. Seeing that the Yin family was about to spot him, Su Jiang panicked. Gritting his teeth, he activated the gun Shadow Flow Wind again and charged out once more. Damn! That monster is back. How is that possible? Can't he be killed? Shoot quickly. As soon as Su Jiang appeared, the rhythm the Feng family had just regained was instantly thrown into chaos. There was no way. The shock and pressure Su Jiang brought were too great. Who could resist shooting when such a fierce person charged at them? Feng Qingye was also dumbfounded. Who is this? Su Jiang's speed was too fast. Feng Qingye couldn't even see his figure clearly, let alone his face. Bang! 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 As Su Jiang moved, he fired, each bullet accurately taking down one person. If it weren't for the number of people standing in front of Feng Qingye, Su Jiang could have ended the battle with a single shot. The struggling Yin family, seeing this scene, cheered once again. Hooray! Charging forward again. The battlefield was filled with gunfire, and the voices of the Yin family. Haha, this is so exhilarating. I've been with young Master Yin for so long, and I've never felt this good. Don't say anything else, young Master Su is amazing. I used to think Brother Li Kai was pretty impressive, but now it seems he's just a little brother. If you ask me, it has to be our young lady. Her insight is sharp, choosing such a son-in-law. In the back, Li Kai and In Mingjie's steps paused. Their faces were terrifyingly grim. These ungrateful wolves. And Mingjie gritted his teeth, his fists clenched tightly. In the past, you all praised young Master Yin. Everyone boasted about their strategic prowess, invincible in battle. Now, with just one Su Jiang, you no longer flatter yourselves? Li Kai's face was equally dark. Seeing Su Jiang's appearance and that outrageous fighting style, Li Kai originally wanted to praise him a bit. Now, he didn't even want to say a word. He just wanted to hit someone. I think they must be itching for a fight. Li Kai suggested expressionlessly, when we get back, this family needs some discipline. Yeah, I think so too. And Mingjie nodded, we've been too lenient with them. But with Su Jiang showing up, he didn't have to let them retreat. Everyone, charge. And Mingjie shouted, this is the opportunity, let's take down the Feng family in one go. Upon hearing In Mingjie's voice, everyone turned back for a moment, instantly drenched in sweat. What the hell? How did In Xiao and Brother Li Kai end up behind us? When did they arrive? I hope I didn't say anything wrong just now. What are you looking back for? On the battlefield, you still turn around? Is this how I taught you? Li Kai glared and shouted, then charged forward with his gun. I want to see which little brat dares to look back, stand straight, and shoot. Especially you. Weren't you just saying I'm not as good as Su Jiang? You better open your eyes wide and watch. My shooting skills are something Su Jiang can't even catch up to. After saying that, Li Kai demonstrated his rapid-fire shooting. Bang! 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 He fired several shots, and without exception, all missed. The corner of Li Kai's mouth twitched. Was it this hard? He thought it looked pretty simple when Su Jiang did it, thinking he could at least hit a few shots. But in reality, not only did he miss the target, he didn't even know where the bullets went. Brother Kai, should I go back and get you some more bullets? A fearless member of the Yin family said, to be honest, the way you're shooting is a bit of a waste of bullets. Everyone nodded in agreement, giving him a thumbs up. A brave soul. You spoke our minds. Go in peace, we will remember you. Li Kai's face turned red, feeling a bit embarrassed. He stubbornly said, it's normal for me to miss, I'm a sniper. This thing isn't my specialty. He raised the rifle in his hand to indicate. You might not understand, but the feel between a rifle and a sniper rifle. Your grandpa Li Kai. And Mingjie interrupted Li Kai from behind, glaring and shouting, are you still lecturing us? Cough, cough, cough. Li Kai shrank his neck, closed his mouth, and shot a fierce glare at that member of the Yin family. I'll settle this with you later. And Mingjie was on the verge of exploding, so it was better not to provoke him. Meanwhile, at the front, Su Jiang was almost carrying the whole scene, one person leading the charge. But this was only temporary. The time for the gunfire to flow like wind was about to end, and Su Jiang's strength was starting to decline. Hearing Li Kai's voice, Su Jiang turned back for a moment, his eyes suddenly brightening. He quickly found some cover and shouted back to Li Kai boldly, "Catch my sniper." Saying that, he forcefully tossed Li Kai's sniper rifle. The sniper rifle traced a perfect parabolic arc in the air, landing accurately in front of Li Kai. Li Kai stood frozen in place, staring blankly at the familiar yet strange sniper rifle before him. His first thought was that it was a pity Su Jiang didn't play basketball. Overwhelmed with emotions, he picked up the sniper rifle, nearly crying. Ever since Su Jiang arrived, his sniper rifle had become Su Jiang's exclusive weapon. He didn't even have the chance to touch it. Boldly, "Aim for Feng Qingye. I'll create an opportunity for you." Hearing Su Jiang's words, Li Kai's eyes sharpened, and he immediately found a suitable position to set up the sniper rifle. This shot, he had to re-establish his identity as the number one in the Yin family. Absolutely, no mistakes. Through the scope, Li Kai found Feng Qingye. Then, a few drops of sweat fell, and he swallowed hard. Damn, it seems a bit far. This must be over 1,000 meters, right? Li Kai felt a bit anxious. With his strength, the range could only be maintained at around 1,000 meters. Over 1,000 meters, the bullet would drift terribly. He now felt a bit regretful. Why did he even pick up a gun? But Su Jiang couldn't be bothered with Li Kai. In his view, at this distance, Li Kai should be able to handle it easily. However, he forgot that he was measuring it by his own standards. Even without the shadow of a gun or the flow of wind, just based on his proficiency with firearms, Su Jiang's effective range far exceeded 1,000 meters. So Su Jiang thought this distance was a piece of cake for Li Kai. Looking at Feng Qingye, who was surrounded in the distance, Su Jiang took a deep breath. Then, he pulled out a grenade he had taken from Rose. This pull startled Su Jiang. He almost jumped. He saw a dent on the grenade. Although shallow, it was clear it had almost been hit by a bullet. Lucky to be alive, or it would have exploded right here. Su Jiang patted his chest, feeling a bit scared. Then, he deliberately glanced at Li Kai and gave him a signal. Time to act. Immediately, Su Jiang activated the shadow of the gun and rushed out again. While attracting attention, at the moment no one noticed, Su Jiang threw the grenade high into the air. The landing point was right in the area centered around Feng Qingye. There was no need to pull the fuse. For him, Su Jiang's method of detonation had always been just one. That was with a bullet. Su Jiang's gaze was fixed on the grenade, and when it landed in the right position, he decisively fired. Bang! The bullet sliced through the air, accurately hitting the grenade. Boom! The sudden explosion caught the Feng family off guard. The people surrounding Feng Qingye were all knocked to the ground by the grenade's explosion, with several dying on the spot. Feng Qingye was also hit by shrapnel from the grenade, bloodied all over. Now's the time! Su Jiang shouted, and Li Kai did not hesitate, holding his breath, focusing, and aiming at the fallen Feng Qingye, decisively firing. Bang! This shot ended the battle. The bullet, traveling over 1,000 meters, headed straight for Feng Qingye. And as Su Jiang watched the bullet's trajectory, he thought it was bad. It was off. Boldly, this rookie, how could he miss at this distance? However, just when Su Jiang thought the bullet would miss, Feng Qingye suddenly gritted his teeth and moved slightly. He thought he was hit by a sniper, so he was doing his utmost to dodge. Little did he know, this movement was exactly what allowed the bullet to hit him in the center of his forehead. Snap! The bullet pierced through Feng Qingye's forehead, and he widened his eyes, seemingly unwilling to believe he was dying like this. Then, his consciousness gradually blurred, and Feng Qingye's eyes darkened as he fell to the ground, completely lifeless. Seeing this, Li Kai swung his fist fiercely. Hit! Then, he stood up and immediately found the Yin family member who had just mocked him. Li Kai excitedly said, "Did you see that? The shot that killed Feng Qingye was fired by me. Didn't I tell you, the sniper rifle is my specialty? That kid Su Jiang, could he have made that shot? I am the Terminator of the battlefield." The person responded dismissively, right, Kaigu is awesome. Kaigo, if you don't have anything else, I'm heading over there, they are still waiting for my support. After saying that, he turned and left, leaving Li Kai with a proud back. That's it? Li Kai stood there in a daze, feeling that he was no longer the admired leader of the Yin family. Su Shao is awesome. Trust Su Shao, and you'll live forever. If it weren't for Su Shao risking his life to cover, could Li Kai have found the chance to shoot? In the end, the reason we won this battle today is all because of Su Shao. The Yin family members no longer called him Kaigu, but directly referred to him as Li Kai. Who knows if this continues, will they stop calling him Yin Shao too? With Feng Qingye dead, the Feng family had no choice but to surrender. With the head of the family dead, what was the point of holding on? What? You say for the family's honor? Don't joke. How much is that worth? It must be said, although Feng Qingye had supported the Feng family all these years, he had lost the most important soul of a family. And Mingjie smiled slightly at this sight. Kill all those who surrender. Bang bang bang. After a few gunshots, the Feng family was completely wiped out. And Mingjie shook his head slightly. Surrender? What a ridiculous joke. This is a battlefield on a deserted island. There is no such thing as surrender here. The only way to get out is to eliminate the opposing side entirely. Once the last member of the Feng family fell, and Mingjie directed everyone to start rescuing the wounded. Looking around, and Mingjie felt a bit puzzled. Where are the Su Jiang people? Young Master Su, hang in there. Hiss, it'll be over soon. Wow, it hurts, it hurts. In a little-known corner, a medic from the Yin family was helping Su Jiang remove the bullets. Su Jiang had long lost his earlier suave demeanor, screaming in pain, tears streaming down his face. Just a moment ago, with so many people outside, he had gritted his teeth and endured the pain to maintain his image. Now that he was alone, he could scream freely. Woo woo woo, it hurts too much. Su Jiang, with tears in his eyes, looked at the few bullets that had been taken out, sobbing softly. The pain of removing the bullets was on a completely different level from being shot. Actually, young Master Su, if you're afraid of pain, we can use anesthetic, the medic said awkwardly. What? Su Jiang was taken aback, then shouted, why didn't you say so earlier? You suddenly brought me here, and I didn't bring any anesthetic, the medic stammered. Besides, I thought you looked so brave just now. Who knew you were so afraid of pain? The contrast was just too great. At this point, Su Jiang's expression suddenly turned cold, and he reached out to grip the medic's shoulder. Leaning slightly closer, he whispered in the medic's ear, forget about what happened today, understand? Young Master Su, are you referring to? I wasn't shot, you didn't treat me, and I'm not afraid of pain, got it? The medic's mouth twitched as he looked at the numerous bandages on Su Jiang's body. You call this not being shot? Who would believe that? If you say anything. Su Jiang smiled darkly, enunciating each word, I guarantee you'll be on my and Ro's little list for a lifetime. The medic looked at Su Jiang in utter terror. A demon? This is the whisper of a demon. This was the most vicious curse he had ever heard. Struggling to swallow, he stammered, I understand. Very good. Su Jiang was quite satisfied with his response. Go back and find me a piece of clothing, something larger, otherwise it won't cover all these bandages. Understood. The medic straightened up, his attitude towards Su Jiang becoming even more respectful. He then ran back to the camp, remaining silent all the way. No matter how the Yin family members greeted him, he kept his head down and didn't respond. He found a large coat and continued to run back to Su Jiang with his head down. Swish, Su Jiang put on the black coat, nodding in satisfaction. Well done. Then, I need to trouble you to say a few good words to the young lady, the medic said with a flattering smile. A small matter. Su Jiang waved his hand, and the two returned to the camp. Just then, they ran into Yang Ming, who was talking to people from the inspection bureau. Su Jiang raised an eyebrow and quickly hid. His current identity was still the psychological doctor of the inspection bureau. If he were to be seen by those people, wouldn't he be exposed? Su Jiang, stop hiding, come out. Yang Ming had already noticed Su Jiang and, seeing him still hiding, sighed helplessly. Did he really think the people from the inspection bureau were fools? With such a big commotion on the deserted island, their background had long been uncovered by the inspection bureau. Of course, the matter of the king of grilled cold noodles had not yet been exposed. The people from the inspection bureau currently only knew that Su Jiang had a connection with the Yin family. Su Jiang, upon hearing this, awkwardly poked his head out and said, Ahem, is that so? He stepped out and greeted a few people from the inspectorate bureau. Well, it's been a while, everyone. Su Jiang spotted Lu Zhang in the crowd and exclaimed in surprise, Oh, big guy, you're here too? Lu Zhang's mouth twitched. Su Jiang left a deep impression on him. His leg still ached faintly. I really didn't expect that Dr. Su was actually from the Yin family, Lu Zhang said expressionlessly. Hey, don't slander me. Su Jiang tilted his head and pointed at Lu Zhang. I just dated Mingjie's sister. I'm not really part of the Yin family. Upon hearing this, Mingjie gritted his teeth and shot Su Jiang a glare. He still remembered how polite Su Jiang used to be, calling him brother-in. Now it was all about Mingjie this and Mingjie that, with no manners at all. Humph. Lu Zhang snorted coldly and fell silent. If it weren't for Director Zhang's arrangement, he would have already gone at Su Jiang. Of course, he definitely wouldn't have one. Su Jiang single-handedly broke through the Feng family's forces, and the people from the Inspectorate Bureau had all seen it. They could only say he was fierce beyond belief. Leaderin, let's do it this way. When we get back, we can discuss the details, Yang Ming said, leading the people from the Inspectorate Bureau to clean up the battlefield. As he passed by Su Jiang, Yang Ming paused and whispered in Su Jiang's ear, Director Zhang wants you to go back and meet him. Su Jiang raised an eyebrow. What did old Zhang want this time? He had just finished his business here, and now Zhang wanted to stir up trouble again? No way, absolutely not. Su Jiang made up his mind to go back and take Anro home, enjoying their time together. All this fighting and killing, who wouldn't prefer to be cozy with their girlfriend? Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the special level mission, the Jiangdu Uprising. Random special level reward is being drawn. Su Jiang's lips curled. Let's skip the process and just give it to me. He already had a skill in mind, yet they still had to draw randomly. Reward drawing completed. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the special level skill, the Contract of Immortality. Ha! Su Jiang's mouth fell open. This skill was quite impressive, wasn't it? The Contract of Immortality, just the name sounded amazing. With this skill, I won't die in the future? Su Jiang asked the system in his mind. The Contract of Immortality can help the host avoid one death. Avoid death? What does that mean? It means you have 2 lives. The system was exasperated. Why was it so difficult to explain this? Is that it? Su Jiang felt a bit dissatisfied. He thought it would be some kind of immortality skill. If it were true immortality, he could still hope to open the heavens with a sword, practicing swordsmanship for 10,000 years, then emerging after 10,000 years to open the heavens with a sword. Su Jiang had almost fantasized about it, only to find out it was just an extra life? Forget it, a freebie is still a freebie. Su Jiang reluctantly accepted the skill. At that moment, and Mingjie walked over, looked Su Jiang's coat up and down, and raised an eyebrow. How many bullets did you take? Su Jiang was startled, and Mingjie could see that? What bullets? I was just too cold. Looks like the injuries aren't too serious, and Mingjie nodded. Seeing Su Jiang stubbornly deny it, he didn't expose him. As long as he was fine, that was good. Otherwise, he would really have a hard time explaining to Anro. Let's take a break. When it gets light, we'll head back to Jiangdu, and Mingjie said before continuing to arrange the cleanup. Su Jiang let out a gentle breath, looking at the sky gradually brightening in the distance, and couldn't help but sigh. TSK, I didn't realize it, but it's been almost 2 days since we left Jiangdu. It's ridiculous. They had only been on the isolated island for 2 days, and the Feng family was already wiped out. At dawn, on the boat returning to Jiangdu with the Yin family, Su Jiang leaned on the railing, looking utterly despondent. Why was he still seasick? Crack, crack. The sound of shutters clicked in waves, and Su Jiang weakly turned his head. His pale face was caught perfectly by the Yin family. Su's seasick Jan. This was a precious photo, hard to come by. Su Xiao, why don't you lie down and rest for a bit? Upon hearing this, Su Jiang lowered his eyes. How much longer until we can go back? It'll be a long time. Do you have a stick? So, under the astonished gazes of the Yin family, Su Jiang knocked himself out once again. What's going on? Li Kai, noticing the commotion, furrowed his brows and walked over. Kai Gu, Su Xiao knocked himself out to avoid seasickness. So absurd? Li Kai pushed through the crowd and saw Su Jiang collapsed on the ground. He silently observed for a moment. After a long while, Li Kai revealed a mischievous smile and said, "Carry him to my room to lie down." Okay. So a few people helped carry Su Jiang into the cabin. Swish, When they opened Li Kai's door, everyone was stunned. Inside the room, 2 figures were sneaking around doing something. Upon hearing the door open, a mouse and a bear were instantly frozen in place. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Found out? Chirp, chirp, chirp. Someone's here? Wang Kai and Lai Fu were currently nestled in Li Kai's room, stealing food. Seeing Li Kai's expression, everyone realized it was indeed terrifying. Li Kai clenched his fists and took a deep breath. Don't be angry. It's not worth getting mad at 2 animals. Waving his hand, Li Kai chased the 2 little rascals out, then left Su Jiang lying alone on the bed. Once the room was left with just him and Su Jiang, Li Kai looked around. Then, secretly from his pocket, he pulled out a marker. He wrote "Li Kai is my brother" in big letters on Su Jiang's face. Click. After taking the photo, Li Kai returned to the deck, satisfied. When Su Jiang wakes up, it'll be a surprise for him. As for Mingjie, he had long since fallen asleep. Ever since arriving on the deserted island, he hadn't closed his eyes. Now that he finally had a chance to rest, and Mingjie simply collapsed into sleep. Near evening, Su Jiang groggily woke up. As his consciousness returned, that damned nausea came back. Su Jiang covered his mouth and rushed outside, vomiting again. Oh, you're awake? Li Kai grinned and said, "We'll be docking soon, you can go home." Su Jiang leaned on the railing, weakly wiping the corner of his mouth, looking around in confusion. Why are they looking at me like that? Is there something strange on my face? No, it's very normal. Li Kai replied with a straight face. Maybe they're worried about you being seasick. Su Jiang was half convinced. He always felt things weren't that simple. At that moment, and Mingjie also woke up and came out stretching. He took a deep breath, seeing the familiar Jiangdu city ahead. A smile crept onto his lips. Finally, they were back alive. Looking at Su Jiang, he felt a bit emotional. He had to admit that the reason things went so smoothly this time was all because of Su Jiang. What are those black words on Su Jiang's face? And Mingjie raised an eyebrow and walked towards Su Jiang and Li Kai. As he got closer, he finally saw what was written on Su Jiang's face. Li Kai is my brother? And Mingjie glanced at Li Kai, you little rascal. But he didn't say anything. After all, these two were just messing with each other, and he could enjoy the show. Soon, the boat was about to arrive at the Jiangdu port. Su Jiang opened his eyes slightly and saw the familiar graceful figure at the port. Anro and Xingqiang and other members of the Yin family were waiting for them at the port. Once we get off the boat, I'll use a satellite phone to tell Ro that we won and are on our way back. And Mingjie walked to Su Jiang's side and smiled. She'll ask me right away if you're hurt. After saying this, he even took a special glance at the coat Su Jiang was wearing. Under the coat, there were dense bandages. Let's see how you explain this to her later, and Mingjie said with a gloating smile. Su Jiang smiled gently at his words. Has he seen too little? No one knew that. In fact, his injuries had unknowingly healed during his sleep. The recovery ability of his extraordinary body was already different from that of ordinary people. Aside from the few bullet wounds that hadn't healed yet, everything else had returned to normal. Hey, what's that? Su Jiang frowned along with Mingjie, noticing that the Yin family members waiting at the port seemed to be holding something up. Looks like a banner? Su Jiang, with his sharp eyesight, was the first to read the contents of the banner aloud, word for word. Welcome the son-in-law of the Yin family, Su Jiang, back in glory. There was even a crooked smiley face drawn at the end. For a moment, both Su Jiang and Mingjie fell into endless silence. Ahem. It must have been my old man who did this, and Mingjie coughed lightly, feeling a bit embarrassed. Besides him, I can't think of anyone else who would pull this off. Su Jiang didn't know what to say. Now he was the one most embarrassed. Looking at the oversized banner with his name on it, Su Jiang felt it was too humiliating. Should he just shoot it down with a bullet? This thought crossed Su Jiang's mind, but before he could act, the banner was taken down. Faintly, he heard the voices of Anro and Xingqiang. Damn it, Dad, who told you to make this? Hurry up and take it down. Didn't you say you wanted to welcome them back? I thought this would be more grand. Then why is only Su Jiang's name on it? It doesn't matter if the others come back or not. My son-in-law can't have any accidents. Hearing this, Su Jiang mechanically turned to look at Mingjie. Damn, Ngu, calm down. He hadn't realized until now how shocking it was. He saw Mingjie had already chambered a bullet, expressionless, raising his gun, ready to aim at Xingqiang. Su Jiang quickly grabbed Mingjie, kindly advising, calm down, you must stay calm. I believe Uncle and absolutely didn't mean it that way. Just as he finished speaking, the voices of Xingqiang and Anro came again. How can you say that? My brother's life doesn't matter? What does your brother count for? Bang! The bullet whizzed past Xingqiang's ear, and Xingqiang suddenly turned his head, only to see Mingjie standing on the plank, the dark muzzle of the gun aimed at him. The gun still radiated the warmth of the bullet, and Su Jiang felt a bit awkward behind Mingjie. And Xingqiang's words had stunned Su Jiang, so he couldn't stop Mingjie. And Mingjie gritted his teeth, his hand trembling on the gun. Old man, if you have the guts, repeat what you just said. What the hell? When did the ship dock? And Xingqiang felt puzzled, his face awkward. Ahem. Mingjie, it's a misunderstanding, all a misunderstanding. I was just joking with Ro earlier. And Xingqiang quickly sought help from Anro. Isn't that right, Ro? He was a bit flustered, and Mingjie was truly ruthless, actually daring to shoot. Little did he know, Anro completely ignored him and ran forward. The sound of boots on the wooden planks was particularly clear. As Su Jiang just got off the ship, he saw Anro running towards him. Anro! Su Jiang smiled, about to say something. Puff, and Ro directly launched herself into Su Jiang's arms. Then, she quickly examined Su Jiang, asking, how are you? Are you hurt? Before Su Jiang could answer, Anro lifted his coat. Hey, what are you doing lifting my clothes in public? Stop talking nonsense, I want to see. Anro insisted on checking if Su Jiang was hurt. Fortunately, Su Jiang had already removed the bandage in advance, replacing it with a short-sleeved shirt, and covered the gunshot wound with a band-aid. After a careful check, confirming that Su Jiang was not injured, Anro finally breathed a sigh of relief. Looking up at Su Jiang's face, Anro asked curiously, why is your face so pale? I get seasick. What do those words mean? What words? Anro took out a small mirror and held it in front of Su Jiang, making him see the 5 big words on his face. Li Kai is my brother? Su Jiang looked shocked, then suddenly turned around, glaring at Li Kai with gritted teeth. You little rascal. Li Kai felt Su Jiang's gaze and turned away a bit sheepishly, looking up at the sky and whistling. As long as he didn't admit it, it would be fine. Anro, you guys have a family group, right? Yes, why? Add me in, I'll send you good stuff. As soon as Anro heard this, she took out her phone and added Su Jiang to the group. After Su Jiang joined the group, he turned to Li Kai and shouted, boldly, if you apologize now, I can generously forgive your rude behavior. Apologize? What are you talking about? I don't know. Li Kai directly played dumb. Su Jiang clenched his fists. Fine, this is what you asked for. He originally didn't want this video to leak out. Then, Su Jiang tapped his little hand, sending the video. It must be said that once in Jiangdu City, the internet speed was indeed fast. The video loaded in just a few seconds. And what Su Jiang sent was the video of Li Kai being recorded when he was poisoned by mushrooms. And family group. Su Jiang, video, and family members. Damn, quick, save it. And family members, is this brother Li Kai? And family members, I can eat this video of brother Kai for a lifetime. Not far away, and Xingqiang saw that Mingxia had finally put down the gun and breathed a sigh of relief. Seeing the video Su Jiang uploaded in the group, he curiously clicked to open it. Li Kai's image and voice immediately came out. He. Tell me, what did you see? I saw a golden dragon. Dancing square dance he. Does that dragon look like an Mingxia? He. Don't say. It really does he. And Xingqiang turned the volume on his phone to the maximum. Even Li Kai could hear it. What sound? Li Kai frowned. How did he seem to hear his own voice? A sense of foreboding suddenly arose in his heart as he saw Su Jiang's malicious smile. Li Kai, trembling with fear, took out his phone. Then, he saw the video. Su Jiang, you bastard. Li Kai rolled up his sleeves, ready to confront Su Jiang. Once this video leaked, how would he mix in the Yin family in the future? How would he maintain his status as the number one in the Yin family? Seeing Li Kai's face turn red, Su Jiang immediately transformed into a little sheep, hiding behind Anro. Woo, Ro, you don't know, brother Li Kai bullies me every day on the island. Su Jiang, with snot and tears, pointed at Li Kai and said, he actually made me go alone as bait. I had just arrived on the island, and he dragged me to fight the Feng family's people. Do you know how terrifying the Feng family is? Whoa. Li Kai, upon hearing this, had a look of disbelief. You little rascal, I took you to fight the Feng family? How could your 37-degree mouth say such shameless words? And there's something else, I was afraid you'd worry, so I didn't dare to tell you. Su Jiang held Anro's hand, looking pitiful, and said, at that time, he even dragged me out in the middle of the night to blow up the Feng family's factory. He even forced me to lie to you, saying we were going to eat barbecue and drink. I didn't dare to mention this. Su Jiang, you bastard. Li Kai's eyes widened. Didn't we agree not to mention this? Anro found Su Jiang's appearance somewhat amusing. She was well aware of what kind of person Su Jiang was. These things were probably all just throwing dirt on Li Kai. But, who made Su Jiang her boyfriend? And, isn't it an undeniable fact that Li Kai wrote on Su Jiang's face? Just thinking about this, Anro pretended to be angry and said, Li Kai, how can you do this? Li Kai was so furious that he couldn't even speak, pointing at Su Jiang and saying, what he said, not a single word is true. Is that so? Anro turned to glance at Su Jiang. Su Jiang immediately raised his hand. I swear to heaven, if I tell a single lie, I will never eat cilantro in this lifetime. Anro stifled a laugh, nodded, and said to Li Kai, Su Jiang has sworn, I believe him. Is this even considered a vow? Li Kai fell silent. He could see it clearly now. Anro had completely colluded with Su Jiang. This could really be considered two rascals coming together. Li Kai sighed deeply, resigned. So, what do you want? Hearing this, Anro looked at Su Jiang. Su Jiang grinned and pulled out a marker from somewhere. What was that saying? An eye for an eye. In the end, under Anro's threatening gaze, Li Kai was forcefully made to write 5 big characters on his face. Su Jiang is my brother. Su Jiang even drew a smiley face for good measure. Why bother, old Li? Su Jiang whispered in Li Kai's ear, you're hurting yourself more than your enemy. Su Jiang couldn't understand how Li Kai dared to do this. Didn't he realize that the leverage he held was enough to keep him down forever? If he really angered Su Jiang, he could just run to the inspection bureau and expose his toy gun identity. Li Kai would spend the rest of his life in the basement of the inspection bureau, waiting for the day Su Jiang might be in a good mood and take him out for some fresh air. In Jiangdu City, the Yin family, Li Kai worked with a blank expression on his face, his written-on visage betraying no emotion. His heart was dead, and the light in his eyes had long faded. Some were still alive, but could be buried at any time. Still a social death. The spread of the video had made Li Kai indifferent. What a small matter. If anyone dared to bring it up to his face, he would shoot them dead. Force was the best way to stop the spread of rumors. Although it wasn't a rumor, it was close enough. Anyway, Li Kai refused to acknowledge it. After returning from the isolated island, the Yin family had many matters to deal with. Besides that, there were many casualties that needed proper burial. In the Yin family's backyard, a dozen black coffins were neatly arranged. And Mingjie looked somewhat sad. If it weren't for Su Jiang, there would have been even more coffins. A huge bonfire stood in the center, and the living members of the Yin family were burning paper money and phones. Woo woo, old Wang, go in peace. I will inherit your VIP bar card. Brother Chen, how did you get shot? You still haven't given me your phone. Brother Gao too, only told me where the phone was, but not the unlocked password. To preserve his reputation, let's burn the phone too. Pat, pat. Several phones were thrown into the bonfire along with the paper money, crackling as they burned. And Mingjie stumbled upon this scene, his mouth twitching. What are they doing? Can't they be a bit more serious? The Yin family wasn't like this before. When did burning phones become a tradition? As for Su Jiang and Anro, they did not participate in this strange memorial service. Anro disliked the heavy, sorrowful atmosphere, while Su Jiang just wanted to be close to his girlfriend. After all, everyone dies eventually. As long as he lived on in their hearts, that was enough. So, the two decided to go out for a late-night snack. They had planned to enjoy a world of their own, but there was an extra light bulb. So, why are you following us? Anro pouted, looking displeased. And Xingqiang stood awkwardly in front of them, ruffling his messy hair, and said, how can I talk to your great father? You two are out for barbecue, and I can't tag along for a meal? Why don't you stay at home? Don't make a fuss, and Mingjie is thinking about killing me right now. Isn't it your fault for saying those things? Anro said angrily, pointing at Xingqiang. Sometimes I wonder if we were picked up by you. Nonsense, which trash can could hold your two ancestors? And Xingqiang immediately retorted. I didn't say we were picked up from a trash can. Seeing Anro about to explode, Su Jiang quickly patted her shoulder and comforted her. It's fine, it's just a barbecue, bringing uncle along isn't a big deal. Exactly, my son-in-law speaks well. After all, uncle doesn't have a home to go back to right now. The compliment in Xingqiang was about to give got swallowed back. He widened his eyes, looking at Su Jiang. This kid has a bit of an aggressive side, huh? No wonder he can be with his own daughter. Is this a case of collusion? If Su Jiang heard in Xingqiang's thoughts, he would definitely feel exhausted. People in love are either a match made in heaven or have talents that complement each other. But when it comes to himself and Anro, the words used are all about collusion and complicity. What a huge misunderstanding these people have. So, under Xingqiang's thick skin, the three of them still sat in the barbecue shop, mainly because Xingqiang said he would pay the bill. In the barbecue shop, Su Jiang was skewering meat while peeling shrimp. The shrimp was for himself, don't think too much about it. When ordering, Su Jiang found out that Anro was actually allergic to seafood. You're allergic to seafood? And Xingqiang exclaimed. What are you shocked about? Anro and Su Jiang were both a bit speechless. Su Jiang could be excused for not knowing, but what's with you, the father, looking so shocked? Anro was starting to understand her brother's feelings. Really, just shoot me already. Whether this father is needed or not is really irrelevant now. However, since Anro is allergic to seafood, what does that have to do with Su Jiang? He still ordered plenty of crayfish. If Anro can't eat it, he would just eat it for her. So, Su Jiang and Xingqiang indulged in eating crayfish in front of Anro, completely disregarding her feelings. Chew, 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 wow, Uncle, you can't say this. The garlic crayfish tastes really good. Of course, I tell you, I've been eating this place's crayfish since I was a kid. The taste is top-notch. Did you live here when you were a kid? Of course, I also studied at Jiang University back then, and I was an outstanding graduate. Wow, then you're actually my senior? He never went to college, okay? And Ro thought to herself, her old man's lies are just so easy to come by. She took deep breaths, telling herself not to get angry. One is her biological father, the other is her boyfriend. Endure it. Oh right, son-in-law Su, you're considered part of the Yin family now, right? Upon hearing this, Su Jiang, who was eating crayfish, suddenly froze. Uncle, don't joke around, I'm just dating Ro. How did I become part of the Yin family? What you said is wrong. Don't you want to marry my daughter? I'm not the one getting married, am I? Do you look down on my Yin family? And Xingqiang's tone changed, staring intently at Su Jiang. Do you think my Yin family is beneath you? Just as the atmosphere was about to freeze. Ahem. And Ro lightly coughed, glancing at Xingqiang. Just kidding, son-in-law Su. Forget what I just said. Feeling Ro's gaze, and Xingqiang quickly laughed it off. Can't afford to provoke. By the way, have you met Zhang Yi? And Xingqiang asked again. Zhang Yi? Director Zhang. No, but Yang Ming said I should meet him. Are you planning to go? Not going. I'm not that bored to seek him out. He probably has something going on anyway. And Xingqiang smiled upon hearing this. He didn't expect that Zhang Yi would actually be disliked by a young person. Well, whether you meet or not is up to you, but he should know about your situation on the deserted island by now. And Xingqiang smiled mysteriously. By then, I estimate he won't be able to help but come looking for you. Su Jiang frowned slightly upon hearing this. Uncle and nose director Zhang? You could say they're old friends. What does he want with me? Most likely he wants you to join the game. After all, your performance has been quite outrageous. After finishing, and Xingqiang took off his gloves used for eating crayfish and stood up. Anyway, whether you accept or not is up to you. By the way, Lin Hui and the Lin family have disappeared. Most likely they've run off to the capital, so they won't pose a threat to you for the time being. I won't disturb your little world anymore. I'll take my leave. He burped, lit a cigarette, and left gracefully, leaving Su Jiang and Anro stunned in their seats. Su Jiang watched in Xingqiang's departing figure and murmured, Uncle, didn't he say he would pay the bill? Did he skip out on the bill? Anro sighed and covered her face. I'll pay. It had been half a month since the incident at the isolated battlefield. In that battle, the Feng family was taken down by the Yin family, and Lin Hui had gone missing. During this time, with the help of the Inspection Bureau, and Mingjie took the opportunity to clean up the remnants of the Feng and Lin families. After absorbing the resources of both families, the Yin family could truly be considered the leading family now. As for the Wang family, they turned a blind eye, just watching the Yin family gradually grow stronger. In these past half-month, Jiangdu had once again become the warm and harmonious city it used to be. As for Xingqiang, in order to evade in Mingjie's pursuit, he fled Jiangdu overnight with his people on the night of the barbecue. To this day, he remains missing, and no matter how many times Mingjie called, he wouldn't answer. At 7 in the morning, in Su Jiang's home, Fugue, go wake Su Jiang up, and Rose's slightly sleepy voice rang out. Meow. Understood. Bang. The little white cat kicked open Su Jiang's bedroom door. Although the door wasn't locked, one must admit, the silly cat had quite a kick. Climbing onto the bed, Fugue bounced around on Su Jiang's chest. Su Jiang groggily opened his eyes, just in time to meet Fugue's cat face. Meow. Time to get up. TSK. Su Jiang frowned in dissatisfaction. Do you believe I'll smash your cat head? Who gave you the guts to kick my door? I did. What's wrong with that? And Rose stood at Su Jiang's bedroom door, wearing cute Pikachu pajamas, puffing her cheeks. Ever since Su Jiang returned, the two had officially started living together. Although Mingjie had advised Anro that it wasn't quite appropriate to live together right now, the reason he had let Anro live with Su Jiang before was that he was afraid he wouldn't come back, so he entrusted his sister to Su Jiang. But now that he was back, how could he bear to leave his sister with this big bad wolf, Su Jiang? However, Anro responded to Mingjie's advice like this: my luggage is still over there, moving back and forth is too troublesome, so I'll just make do living there. Who knows how Mingjie felt when he heard this response. Nevertheless, during these past half-month of cohabitation, they still slept in separate rooms. Well, both sides were quite restrained, which was commendable. Isn't today Sunday? Su Jiang sat up in bed and asked Anro, why are you waking me up so early? He was the kind of man who wanted to sleep until he naturally woke up. Ha! Anro stared wide-eyed, pointing at Su Jiang. You haven't forgotten what day it is today, have you? Su Jiang frowned in thought upon hearing this. What day? Before he could remember, his phone rang. Looking at the phone, it was old Zhang? Su Jiang's eyes widened suddenly. He seemed to remember what day it was. As he answered the call, Zhang Yu's voice immediately reached Su Jiang's ears, loud enough for Anro to hear as well. Su Jiang, where the hell are you? Zhang Yu opened with a classic line. I've been waiting for you at the gate of the 3rd middle school for half a day. Where the hell are you? Today is the day of the preliminary round of the Jiangdu Advanced Mathematics Competition. Don't tell me you forgot. Su Jiang's mouth twitched as he glanced at Anro, stammering, well, don't worry, Teacher Zhang. I'm already on my way. Upon hearing this, Anro rolled her eyes at Su Jiang. This lie came so easily, when he was clearly still sitting on the bed. Where are you now? Zhang Yu asked again. I warn you, the exam starts at 8, and you need to be in for inspection by 7:30. I'm just turning a corner and I'll be at Sanzhong. Don't worry, Teacher Zhang. I'll definitely make it. Su Jiang hung up the phone, hurriedly got out of bed, and was about to change clothes when he suddenly paused, hand on the hem of his shirt. Could you turn away for a moment? Su Jiang awkwardly looked at Anro. TCH. Anro turned away, muttering under her breath, who wants to see your 2 pounds of meat? Soon, Su Jiang changed his clothes and rushed out of the room, rummaging through everything. Where's my ID? Where's my exam permit? Where's my pen? My eraser? Stupid cat, you're chewing on my eraser again. Su Jiang gave Fu Gui a light smack on the head, warning, "If you keep using my eraser to sharpen your teeth, I'll smash your cat head." Fu Gui covered his head with his paws, teary-eyed, and jumped into Anro's arms, sniffling softly. "Su Jiang, stop hitting Fu Gui for no reason." Anro gently comforted Fu Gui and shot Su Jiang a glare. "What if you knock him silly?" "Meow." "Exactly." Then she took out a bag that conveniently held Su Jiang's exam documents. "Here, I've packed everything for you. If you keep throwing your stuff around, I won't help you clean up next time. Ro, you're the best." Su Jiang's eyes lit up as he took the bag from Anro and, in a moment of impulse, hugged her and tried to kiss her. "Get off! You haven't even brushed your teeth." Anro couldn't push him away and ended up getting a hard kiss on the cheek from Su Jiang. "I'm off." Su Jiang didn't even wash up, just said goodbye to Anro and dashed out the door. Unbelievable, from getting out of bed to leaving the house, he took only 5 minutes. College students, terrifying indeed. Anro glanced at the door Su Jiang had closed inside. Turning around, she went back to her room to sleep. If it weren't for waking Su Jiang up, she could have slept until noon. Unbelievable, Sanzhong is actually 8 kilometers away from here. Su Jiang checked the time. Taking the bus was definitely out of the question. There wasn't enough time. Better take a taxi. 20 minutes later, Su Jiang was stuck in traffic. "Looks like there's been an accident up ahead, young man. Are you in a hurry?" the driver asked. "Of course, if I wasn't in a hurry, would I be taking your taxi?" Just as Su Jiang was about to speak, old Zhang's call came in again. "Su Jiang, where the hell are you? You turned a corner and took half an hour? They're already starting to enter the venue, can you even make it?" Su Jiang was sweating profusely and quickly replied, "Teacher, I'm here, you'll see me in 2 minutes." After hanging up, Su Jiang told the driver, "Driver, let me get off here." After getting out of the car, he took a deep breath. There was still about 3 kilometers to go. No choice now. Activate the shadow gun wind state. The moment his body was enhanced, Su Jiang took off running. Just run, that's all. What the hell was that whooshing by? Looks like our country has produced another running champion? By the looks of it, he must be late for work. That's why he's in such a rush. Along the way, many people noticed Su Jiang, but no one could see his face clearly. From that day on, a new urban legend spread through Jiangdu City. It was said that around 7:30 in the morning, just before they were about to be late, office workers would experience an illusion and see a black figure sprinting by. No one could make out his shape or appearance. All that was left behind was a gust of wind, and those who saw this figure, without exception, all ended up being late for work. Extremely terrifying. As his strength was about to run out, Su Jiang finally arrived at the entrance of Sanzhong. 3 kilometers, taking 7 minutes. What a pity he didn't participate in the sports meet. At this moment, at the entrance of Sanzhong, Zhang Yu was already flushed and on the verge of exploding. He had cursed Su Jiang 1,000 times in his heart. This exam not only concerned Su Jiang but also whether he could be promoted this year. So he took it particularly seriously, even coming to the scene himself. Su Jiang released the state of gun shadow flow wind, panting heavily, and walked step by step towards Zhang Yu. The wind family wasn't this exhausting. Zhang Yu turned his head, saw Su Jiang coming, and immediately pointed at him, ready to explode. But he held it back. "You, hurry up and get inside." Zhang Yu was frustrated, thinking it was unacceptable to be late for such an important matter. He felt he had been too lenient with Su Jiang. Su Jiang quickly nodded and scurried into the examination room. After passing the facial recognition and metal detector checks, Su Jiang found his seat. Glancing at the time, there were still 10 minutes before the exam started. He lay down to catch another 10 minutes of sleep. However, just as he lay down, he was called up by the invigilator to sign on the sealed bag. Because his seat was number 1, he was honored to be a student representative along with number 2. With a bit of resentment, Su Jiang didn't even check how sealed it was and signed his name. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have triggered a task. Please obtain first place in this Jiangdu Advanced Mathematics competition. Completing the task will earn you a random skill reward. Hearing the familiar system prompt, Su Jiang raised an eyebrow. What if I fail the task? The system will look down on you. If it looks down on me, then so be it. Su Jiang's mouth twitched. Ever since he obtained the Undying Contract skill, it seemed like the system tasks no longer had penalties. Although he didn't know why, it was generally a good thing. When the exam papers were distributed, Su Jiang quickly glanced at the questions. Steady. They were all simple questions. In this Jiangdu Advanced Mathematics competition, only the top 10 could enter the national competition, and only the top 3 in the national competition could win gold medals. Zhang Yu had initially trained Su Jiang with the gold medal in mind, so this small Jiangdu sub-competition was child's play for Su Jiang. With 3 hours to complete the exam, Su Jiang finished in just an hour and a half. He hadn't even filled up the scratch paper, and he didn't check if his answers were correct. He just raised his hand. "Teacher, I want a hand in my paper." So confident. Behind him, a group of people looked up in confusion. "Isn't this guy? Can you not mess with our mentality? You finished in an hour and a half? Hand in your paper?" The invigilator frowned, thinking Soo-jeon couldn't do it and was just giving up. But unexpectedly, when he picked up Soo-jeon's answer sheet, it was filled to the brim. The group behind also took the opportunity to see Soo-jeon's answer sheet and became even more frustrated. "Isn't this guy? You really can, huh? Alright, you can go." The invigilator waved his hand at Soo-jeon and then collected the exam papers on the podium. Watching Soo-jeon's departing figure, he secretly admired him. It was probably another math genius cultivated by some unknown school. At the school gate, Jang-yu was sitting at a small stall, eating soy milk and fried dough sticks. Opposite him sat a teacher from another university in Jiangdu, an old acquaintance of Jang-yu. The two chatted casually, both waiting for their students to finish the exam. "How's it going, Lao Zhang? I heard you got an incredible student this time?" "Ah, don't mention it, that kid was actually late today, almost made me mad." "Ha, I heard through the grapevine that the questions this time are quite difficult. Can your student make it to the national competition?" Hee, I'm not bragging, but as long as that student can focus on math, he could probably go straight for a doctorate by now. As Zhang Yu spoke, he saw a familiar figure walking out of the school gate. Soo-jeon looked around and saw Zhang Yu drinking soy milk at a stall across the street. He waved his hand and smiled. "Teacher Zhang, I finished the exam, I'm heading back to eat now." Zhang Yu, taken aback, replied politely, "Oh, okay, be careful on your way back." He then lowered his head and continued drinking his soy milk. This kid Soo-jeon really was quick with his answers. Halfway through his soy milk, Zhang Yu suddenly paused. "Wait, no way." Zhang Yu jumped up, looking at Soo-jeon's retreating figure, and shouted, "You stand right there." Soo-jeon was startled by the shout. Turning around, he saw Zhang Yu had suddenly appeared in front of him. "What the hell? How does old Zhang have such speed too? How did you finish so soon?" Zhang Yu's face turned red as he pointed at his watch. "Wasn't the exam supposed to be 3 hours? It hasn't even been 2 hours. How did you come out?" "I finished the questions and came out. Is there a problem?" Soo-jeon replied nonchalantly. "You finished?" Zhang Yu's eyes widened. "You completed all of them? There wasn't anything you couldn't do?" "Why do you say that? As if you hope I encountered something I couldn't do. Did you check your answers?" I don't think so." Soo-jeon's gaze wandered. "Why didn't you check?" Zhang Yu was on the verge of a breakdown. "I was busy going home to eat. My girlfriend is waiting for me to bring breakfast back." Before he left, Anro had reminded Soo-jeon to bring back a steamer of soup dumplings and soy milk. "Your girl." Upon hearing Soo-jeon's response, Zhang Yu clenched his fists. "Don't get angry. Don't get angry. Deep breath, deep breath. Damn, I shouldn't have let this kid date." Zhang Yu calmed himself and said, "Are you confident about making it to the national competition?" Although he had faith in Soo-jeon's abilities, the kid's carefree demeanor really worried Zhang Yu. "Don't worry, teacher." Soo-jeon flashed a bright smile. "I will definitely be first." "Really? Really? More real than pearls. What if you don't get first? Then just pretend I didn't say anything." "You." Zhang Yu covered his mouth, managing to swallow back the curse. He was a great people's teacher and couldn't curse at his students. He pointed at Soo-jeon for a long time but couldn't find a word to say, because he realized that aside from cursing, he actually had nothing to say. Forget it, let it be. Life is tough, Zhang Yu sighed. Having a student like this, he considered himself unlucky. "You go back and do some questions for the national competition." Zhang Yu had no choice but to continue advising. "The results will come out soon, and according to past year's practices, the national competition will be in half a month after the results are released. This year's national competition will be over in Shizhou, so you will go to Shizhou by yourself, and the school will reimburse all expenses." Zhang Yu looked into Soo-jeon's eyes, his expression serious. "You must give it your all. Bring back a gold medal for our school, understand?" Soo-jeon nodded earnestly. "I understand, I will definitely give it my all." He thought he would also buy some grilled cold noodles to eat on the way back. When Soo-jeon returned home with the grilled cold noodles and soup dumplings, Anro was already up. Dressed in Pikachu pajamas, holding fugue, she was sitting on the living room sofa watching TV. Hearing the door open, Anro turned her head. "You're back? Where are the soup dumplings? Shouldn't a normal girlfriend first ask how I did on the exam?" Soo-jeon said, feeling a bit annoyed. "So, where are the soup dumplings?" I bought them. Soo-jeon replied helplessly. He. Anro smiled brightly, clearing a small space on the table. "For the past half month, The two had been eating at this table, sometimes ordering takeout, sometimes going out to eat. Today, because Su Jiang had to get up early, they were having breakfast. On a usual day, breakfast wouldn't be related to these two. What are you watching? Are you so focused? Su Jiang saw Anro eating while still looking at her phone, and couldn't help but ask. It's a singing show, and it's live. Anro took off one earphone and handed it to Su Jiang. Do you want to listen? Su Jiang nodded, took the earphone, and the singing immediately filled his ears. Wow, not bad. Of course, this is my favorite singer, and they haven't dropped out of the top 3 yet. Anro said while eating her soup dumplings. After they finished eating, Su Jiang took advantage of Anro washing up to sneak into the luxurious nest and pulled out the Anro expense sheet. He still hadn't asked in Mingjie for this huge sum of money. I played such a big role on the island. Asking him for 200,000 shouldn't be too much, right? Forget it, just ask for 210,000. Might as well buy a car. Su Jiang had already thought it through. There was a new model car that just happened to cost 210,000. TSK, he could have his own car in his freshman year. How delightful. He would surpass 99% of college students nationwide. Ro, I'm going out for a bit. Ha, where are you going? Anro poked her head out from the washroom. Wang Xiang asked me to play games. Su Jiang didn't dare to say he was going to extort in Mingjie or take such an outrageous note. If Anro found out he was using this thing to scam, to ask for money, that would be terrible. After saying that, Su Jiang didn't wait for Anro to respond and ran out, leaving Anro standing there in confusion, toothbrush in her mouth, her eyes full of questions. 2.5 hours later, and family. And Mingjie looked at the note with a twitching mouth, while Su Jiang sat opposite him, casually sipping tea with his legs crossed. Are you extorting me? And Mingjie glanced at Su Jiang, not expecting this kid to be getting bolder. He was scamming money right from under his nose. Li Kai happened to pass by, heard in Mingjie's words, and came over to take a look, instantly gasping. Hiss, you kid, you even have the nerve to write down a breathing fee? And you separated breath and fee, you're quite the genius, huh? You just opened your mouth for 100,000. You don't even have the moral quality of a model student. Li Kai pointed at Su Jiang, sneering at such behavior. TSK. Su Jiang clicked his tongue, glanced at Li Kai, then held up 3 fingers towards Mingjie. First, it's not 100,000, it's 210,000, including my help on the island. Asking you for 110,000 isn't too much, right? Second, this expense sheet has Anro's fingerprint on it, clearly stating that all expenses are to be paid by her older brother and Mingjie. Third, regarding my model student status, I have proof. It can be checked on the academic credit network. After saying that, he looked at Mingjie with ill intent and said, the In family is now considered a leading family. You wouldn't want to default on such a small amount, would you? In fact, Anro was completely unaware of the fingerprint and content on that note. The content was written by Su Jiang himself. As for the fingerprint, that was pressed by Su Jiang one dark and windy night while Anro was asleep, and he even stole a kiss. Hearing this, and Mingjie sighed lightly, let's make it an even 20,000. He had no way to deal with Su Jiang. After all, he was his future brother-in-law. Moreover, on the island, Su Jiang indeed played a crucial role. So for such a small request, and Mingjie could still agree. No, 210,000, not a cent less. Why? You don't need to know. At this moment, Li Kai raised an eyebrow, suddenly recalling something. A new electric car was recently released. I remember the base model's prices. He took out his phone to check, then looked at Su Jiang. Tisk, it's exactly 210,000, huh? You kid, are you planning to buy a car? And Mingjie asked, also looking at Su Jiang. Su Jiang clicked his tongue. Since he had been exposed, there was no need to pretend anymore. He nodded slightly, acknowledging it. Wait a minute. I remember you don't have a driver's license, right? Li Kai asked again. Just because I don't have a license doesn't mean I can't take the test, Su Jiang retorted. You're not going to blow up the driving school, are you? What are you talking about? What kind of nonsense is that? Su Jiang exploded at this remark. That's slander. I can report you to the inspection bureau. He felt that Li Kai misunderstood him. Was he the kind of person who caused trouble wherever he went? Come on, the inspection bureau wouldn't care about you. How long has it been since you worked there? Li Kai teased, completely unfazed by the threat. Nonsense. I go to work and clock in every day. Bullshit. As far as I know, you clock in and go straight home to sleep, not doing any work at all. I've already gone to work. Why do I need to work? Su Jiang argued confidently. Besides, my identity has been exposed. They see me as part of the family now. What's the point of me going? Li Kai's mouth twitched. He found himself unable to refute that. All right. Why are you two arguing? Seriously. And Mingjie was annoyed by their bickering. Every time they met, they ended up fighting. And Li Kai was the same. he couldn't win an argument or a fight. He was just as stubborn. Since you want to buy a car, that's fine. And Mingjie put down the note and said slowly, you go get your driver's license, and I'll give you the 210,000. By the way, Roro seems to not have a license either. You two can take the test together. Upon hearing this, Su Jiang slammed the table. Alright, it's a deal. It was just driving a car. What was so difficult about it? Su Jiang was determined to get his driver's license and then flaunt it in front of Li Kai. He wanted Li Kai to know that even without him as a driver, he, Su Jiang, could still race. In the afternoon, at a driving school in Jiangdu City, Su Jiang could only say that it was worthy of a leading family. They had just talked at noon, and by the afternoon, and Mingjie had already arranged the driving school and the instructor. Anro, wearing jeans and white sneakers, draped in a white coat, looked a bit dazed. Who am I? Where am I? Why did I suddenly come here to practice driving? Even now, Anro still hadn't processed what had happened. She only knew that with a phone call from Su Jiang, she ended up here to take the driving test. Hello there. Not far away, a slightly plump man who looked a bit older walked over to Su Jiang and Anro. Su Jiang and Anro, right? The man looked at the two and introduced himself. My name is Zhang Qi, and I am your instructor. Bosson has already spoken to me, you just need to learn, and all expenses will be covered by him. You can rest assured about my teaching skills. I am the gold medal instructor at our driving school, and I used to race. Wow, a gold medal instructor right off the bat. And Mingjie was generous. So you're Coach Shang, right? Nice to meet you. Su Jiang quickly stepped forward and shook Zhang Qi's hand. I want to get my driver's license as soon as possible. How long will it take? If all goes well, about a month. A month? Of course, there are procedures. Even if you practice fast, you still have to wait. Su Jiang frowned. A month was too long for him. There was no choice but to pull some strings. However, in this regard, and Mingjie's connections wouldn't be useful. He needed to find someone official. Coach, wait a moment, I need to make a call. After saying that, Su Jiang walked to a corner and dialed a number. Beep. Hello, Yang Ming, it's me, Su Jiang. What's up? I have something. A big deal. Su Jiang glanced at Zhang Qi and then said, it's like this, I'm taking my driving test but I can't wait too long, so can you help me arrange something over at the inspection bureau? He specifically emphasized the words our inspection bureau. Su Jiang, are you crazy? Yang Ming scolded directly upon hearing this. What do you think the inspection bureau is? You think they'll help you with a driving test? You've gone a bit too far with that, Su Jiang said indignantly. No matter what, I'm still a member of the inspection bureau. I've shed blood for the bureau. That doesn't count, and how long has it been since you last came to work? Mind your own business, just give me a straight answer. Can it be resolved? It can't. Wait a moment. Yang Ming paused mid-sentence, suddenly stopping. After a while, Yang Ming continued, I can help you, but there's a condition. What condition? Just tell me. Su Jiang raised an eyebrow. You still have to learn the car. At most we can contact the traffic management department to help you waive the exam interval. Yang Ming paused again and added, also, find time to meet Director Zhang. As soon as these words were spoken, Su Jiang understood. It turned out that old Zhang wanted to see him but was too shy to reach out, so he used this opportunity to have Su Jiang come to him. Alright, it's settled then. Su Jiang finished and hung up the phone. He then walked up to Zhang Qi and said, Coach Zhang, I've sorted everything out. You just need to teach, the timing and everything else is taken care of. Zhang Qi was stunned, looking at Su Jiang in shock. Who exactly are you? How did you manage to resolve this? All he knew was that the person who asked him to be a coach was a big boss, not short on money. But he didn't expect the student to have such a strong background. You can just call me Xiao Zhang. Zhang Qi swallowed hard and said cautiously. The attitude changed quickly. No wonder he could become a top coach. I'll still call you Coach Zhang, Su Jiang said, looking at Zhang Qi's face, which had more wrinkles than his own father's. After some discussion, Anro chose to learn C2, while Su Jiang decisively chose C1. What kind of man learns C2? It has to be C1. 2.5 hours later, Anro was already on the second subject's track. Su Jiang, on the other hand, was still trying to start the engine. This was the 15th time he had stalled the car. Zhang Qi couldn't help but sigh. In all his time as a top coach, he had never seen a student stall so professionally. It's a shame Su Jiang isn't going to the fire department. After stalling once more, Su Jiang silently got out of the car, walked up to Zhang Qi, and lowered his head, saying, Coach, I want to learn C2. I was just waiting for you to say that. The car is ready for you. Zhang Qi exclaimed excitedly. God knows what it felt like for him to teach Su Jiang to drive for these few hours. Su Jiang was uncomfortable, but he was even more so. If it were an ordinary student, he would have already lost his temper. But facing Su Jiang, he didn't dare. Because of that phone call Su Jiang made to Yang Ming, Zhang Qi had directly labeled Su Jiang as someone not to be trifled with. "Hey coach, don't you have other students?" Su Jiang asked curiously during the car change. It seemed like Zhang Qi had only taught the two of them all afternoon. "Usually, don't you coaches take several students at once?" Zhang Qi smiled lightly. "I do have other students, 2 came in the morning, and the others." At this point, Zhang Qi simply showed Su Jiang his phone contacts. "These are all my students, and as for why they didn't come, just look at the notes in the parentheses," Zhang Qi said with a wry smile. Su Jiang took the phone and looked, and his mouth twitched, feeling a bit sympathetic towards Zhang Qi, thinking that the world is indeed full of wonders. Zhang Qi's phone contact list: student no. 1 Chen, needs to pray before the exam, student no. 2 Fong, cried for half an hour after failing the second test, couldn't comfort him, student no. 3 Li, deliberately crossed the line during the exam, checking how many points would be deducted, student no. 4 Lu, doesn't come when it rains, doesn't come when it's sunny, student no. 5 Sun, doesn't come when it's cold, doesn't come when it's hot, student no. 6 Su, comes running when a handsome guy calls, student no. 7 Zhao, I can't learn how she drives even when I'm drunk, student no. 8 Chen, cries a lot, needs comforting every time she can't park, coach, you have it tough too, huh? Su Jiang chuckled as he handed the phone back to Zhang Qi. Who says it's not? Zhang Qi took back his phone and sighed, dealing with these few oddballs, I guess I'm unlucky. If it weren't to keep my title as a gold medal coach, I'd have dropped all of them. Whoever wants to teach can teach. Just as Zhang Qi finished speaking, Anro was already shouting, Coach, I feel like I can practice for the 3rd test now. What? Su Jiang was shocked, looking at Anro in disbelief. I haven't even started yet, and you're already on the 3rd test? When did you develop this talent? I didn't know. She's definitely going to fail. But Zhang Qi didn't care about that. Instead, he showed a pleased smile. You get familiar with the car first. I'll take her for a run on the 3rd test. Leaving Su Jiang behind, Zhang Qi headed straight for Anro, who was the student he wanted to teach. As for Su Jiang, Zhang Qi thought for a moment and added 2 more people to his phone contacts. Student no. 9 Anro, an 8 driving prodigy, learns immediately, student no. 10 Su Jiang, professional staller. A week later, Anro got her driver's license as promised. And Su Jiang failed the 2nd test for the 3rd time. Why? This is impossible. Su Jiang's eyes widened, unwilling to accept this fact. He gets airsick in helicopters, seasick on boats, and can't pass the driving test. Is it really true that he's destined to be at odds with transportation for life? He. Anro smiled as she walked up to Su Jiang, waving her driver's license. No way. There can't really be someone who fails the 2nd test 3 times, right? Anro pretended to be surprised, covering her mouth as she looked at Su Jiang. That person wouldn't be Su Jiang, would it? Upon hearing this, Su Jiang felt for the first time that Anro's voice was so grating. He clenched his teeth and tightened his fists. System, do you have any skills for transportation? Hurry up and give me something. Su Jiang shouted in his mind. No, hurry up, I'll trade my lifespan for it. Sorry, really don't have it. Garbage system. Please mind your language, host. You bite me? Garbage. Su Jiang was now completely in a rage, confronting anyone he saw. The system fell silent. If only it had known to switch hosts, it wouldn't have ended up with such a lunatic. Well, Xiao Su, don't be discouraged. We still have 2 chances, right? Zhang Qi approached Su Jiang cautiously. Upon hearing this, Su Jiang not only felt no comfort but became even more silent. After a long while, he stood up and calmly said, Coach, I'm not learning to drive anymore. Zhang Qi thought Su Jiang was still upset and tried to persuade him. Xiao Su, listen to me, you actually have a lot of talent. Coach, please stop comforting me. Su Jiang interrupted. I've figured it out. This is a curse. In this life, no matter how I turn things around, I can't escape this fate. This is all the karma I built up in my last life, so in this life, I won't have a good ending with transportation. Zhang Qi's mouth twitched, and he glanced at Anro with some concern. Is he going crazy? Anro signaled Zhang Qi not to worry. This was just how Su Jiang was. He had his moments of madness from time to time. In the end, Su Jiang simply took his resentment and went to the inspection bureau. Upholding the philosophy of if you're going to go crazy, do it at work, as soon as Su Jiang entered the inspection bureau, he wore a sour expression. His current resentment could support several evil sword immortals. I urgently need to find a big grudge to vent. Oh, isn't this Dr. Su? As soon as Lu Zhang saw Su Jiang, he immediately mocked. How come you're rare to have time to come to work today? Su Jiang glanced at Lu Zhang indifferently. Fine, it's you then. Then, under the gaze of everyone, Su Jiang slowly walked up to Lu Zhang. He raised his head, looked at Lu Zhang, opened his mouth, and spat out 2 words. Idiot. Lu Zhang? After being stunned for a while, Lu Zhang finally spoke. What the hell did you say? He even doubted whether he had misheard. Su Jiang insulted him in front of so many people from the inspection bureau? I said you're an idiot. Su Jiang repeated, his eyes eager for a challenge. Come on, get angry. Go ahead. As long as Lu Zhang dared to make a move, Su Jiang would directly use his gun to show him who the real boss was. Well, let's talk it out. Someone, sensing the atmosphere was off, tried to mediate. What, do you want to be insulted too? Su Jiang turned his head and said. That person immediately shut up, looking at Su Jiang with confusion. Is he a dog, biting anyone he sees? Who provoked this lunatic? Everyone present knew exactly what Su Jiang had done on the isolated island. He was a real tough guy. Yet, it seemed Su Jiang had some connection with Director Zhang, so basically no one from the inspection bureau dared to provoke him. Of course, except for Lu Zhang. At this moment, Lu Zhang was furious. He was already a hot-tempered person, and after being insulted by Su Jiang twice, he could no longer hold back. I'll fight you. Lu Zhang's hand went to his waist, ready to draw his gun. Calm down, Lu, think rationally, you can't beat him. Where's Yang Ming? Hurry and call Yang Ming. Get Yang Ming over here to take Su Jiang away. Everyone hurriedly stopped Lu Zhang, fearing he would make a move. They were afraid Lu Zhang would get beaten to death by Su Jiang. What? Aren't you going to fight me? Su Jiang looked at Lu Zhang, who was being held back by everyone, and continued, Come on, draw your gun, hit me. If you don't kill me here today, I'll never look up to you, Lu Zhang. Su Jiang kept going. You bastard. Lu Zhang shouted to the sky. How much can a person endure? Let me go, I have to fight him today. Fight. If you don't, you're my grandson. Su Jiang was going crazy. Everyone from the inspection bureau shot Su Jiang a glare. Could you just shut up? What are you doing here causing a scene? In the end, with no other choice, they had to knock Lu Zhang out. Su Jiang expressed regret. He had wanted to beat him up to vent his anger, but venting through insults was still okay. At this moment, Yang Ming arrived late after getting the news. Upon arriving at the scene, Yang Ming's eyes widened as he looked at the unconscious Lu Zhang. What happened? What the hell is going on? After learning the details, Yang Ming pointed at Su Jiang, his lips parted. Then he swallowed the curse back. What are you going crazy about again? He mocked me first. Su Jiang pointed at Lu Zhang. So you just insulted him? Yang Ming took a deep breath. He always felt his emotions were unstable when facing Su Jiang. How could An Mingjia's sister accept dating this jerk? Wouldn't she be driven crazy every day? What exactly are you here for? Yang Ming gritted his teeth. You're saying this, isn't it Director Zhang who wanted to see me and asked me to come over? Did you finish your driving test? I advise you not to mention that. Su Jiang clenched his fists, suppressing the urge to hit Yang Ming. Forget it, ignorance is bliss. Yang Ming didn't know what was wrong with Su Jiang, but since he was here, it wasn't necessarily a bad thing. Alright, everyone disperse. You few wait for Lu Zhang to wake up and comfort him. After saying that, Yang Ming took Su Jiang straight to the second floor, leaving a few people looking at each other in confusion. Comfort Lu Zhang? Wait, who comforts him? One person mumbled. I suddenly remembered I have unfinished work. Me too, I was just halfway through in the bathroom. I just happened to have something to attend to outside, so I'll leave first. In an instant, everyone scattered, no one willing to stay and comfort Lu Zhang. What a joke! With Lu Zhang's temper, he could explode at any moment. Who would want to be the spark? Let him fend for himself. Thus, Lu Zhang was left sitting alone on the chair. No one cared. What does old Zhang want with me anyway? On the stairs, Su Jiang wondered aloud as he walked. He's been trying to see me. What kind of trick is he up to? You'll know when you meet him, Yang Ming said, his mouth twitching at the mention of old Zhang, adjusting his glasses. Just then, a notification sound rang out. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the task and winning first place in the Jiangdu Advanced Mathematics Competition. Random reward extraction in progress. Su Jiang raised an eyebrow. The results are out? Didn't old Zhang say it would be the day after tomorrow? Upon reflection, Su Jiang understood. It must be the system, knowing the competition results ahead of time. Reward extraction complete. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the advanced skill, Dirty Pickpocket. Hearing the name of this skill, Su Jiang's mouth twitched. You guys are really on a roll, huh? What's the use of this skill? Su Jiang asked in his mind. The host can randomly steal one item from the target when in contact. This skill can only be used once a day. Wow, it's an active skill? System, I suspect you're leading me down the wrong path, Su Jiang said unhappily. I'm a model citizen of Jiangdu, a top student at Jiang University, and all you give me are these lowly skills? Please have a little self-awareness, host. System, we've arrived. Yang Ming's voice cut in, saving Su Jiang from losing his composure. He let the system off the hook. Creak, Su Jiang pushed the door open and entered the room. He immediately saw Director Zhang sitting on the sofa, smoking. You're here? Director Zhang gave Su Jiang a meaningful look and gestured to the sofa, saying lightly, sit. Can't you say a few more words? Su Jiang silently complained in his heart. He could act even more pretentious than himself. So, why do you want to see me? As soon as he sat down, Su Jiang said gloomily, You, a director of the inspection bureau, why are you always targeting a college student like me? He. Director Zhang scoffed at this. You still know you're a college student? If you hadn't said it, I would have doubted if you were the top-ranked assassin on the list, Ghost. What, does that ghost also love to eat grilled cold noodles? Su Jiang said while pouring himself tea. Director Zhang shook his head. I don't know. After all, not many people in the whole of Huagua are clear about him. So, what do you want with me? You know, the inspection bureau is collaborating with the In family now, and I plan to establish a separate organization within Xinjiang. Director Zhang stood up, took a document from the table, and handed it to Su Jiang. The inspection bureau and the In family will each contribute half of the personnel, separating from their original forces to join this organization as a basis for deep cooperation between both sides. Su Jiang stood still, took the document from Director Zhang without looking at it, and placed it on the table. It sounded like a troublesome matter. He didn't want to get involved. Then you can discuss it among yourselves. What does it have to do with me? The head of this organization needs to be impartial and not biased towards either side, so after thinking it over, I believe you are the most suitable. Director Zhang smiled and continued, You have a close relationship with the In family, and you're the psychologist for my inspection bureau. With such a background, you're the perfect fit. I won't do it. Su Jiang refused without hesitation. Be the head? What a joke. He thought old Zhang would at most let him join this organization, but it turned out he wanted him to be the boss? I'm not taking this mess. You can ask Yang Ming or Li Kai, either of them can do it. Su Jiang shook his head firmly and said, Anyway, I'm not doing it. I'm only a freshman, and I have so much academic pressure. I have final exams. I have a math competition. I have to spend time with my girlfriend. In short, I'm not doing it. Director Zhang said expressionlessly, What if I let Yang Ming and Li Kai be your subordinates? Then I won't. Ha! Su Jiang's words came to an abrupt halt, and his eyes brightened slightly. What do you mean by that? Director Zhang casually sat on the sofa and lit a cigarette. As long as you take the position of the person in charge, I'll arrange for Li Kai and Yang Ming to assist you. You just need to put your name on it. You don't have to do anything. All the big and small matters will be handled by those two. You can live your life as you wish. How about that? Gulp. Su Jiang swallowed a mouthful of saliva. To be honest, he was a bit tempted. Yang Ming didn't care much. Mainly, he wanted to see Li Kai's expression when he found out about this. It would definitely be satisfying. That being said, this matter can be discussed. Su Jiang smiled, changing his demeanor. He sat down opposite Director Zhang and picked up the document again, studying it carefully. Finally, when he reached the salary section, Su Jiang's eyes widened in surprise. Monthly salary of 15,000? Is that for real? For real. Before tax or after tax? After tax. Su Jiang gasped in surprise. His current position as a psychologist had a monthly salary of 8,000. This position's salary was a full double, and he wouldn't have to work, which was practically free money. 15,000 a month, plus performance bonuses and year-end bonuses, should be around 200,000 a year. In 2 or 3 years, I could buy a bigger house and no longer have to rent. By then, I'd have a car and a house. Saving up for a betrothal gift would be a piece of cake. Su Jiang secretly calculated in his heart and finally came to a conclusion. This deal seemed not bad. If you think there are no problems, just sign the agreement. Director Zhang saw through Su Jiang's thoughts and smiled slightly. You're still too young to compete with me. No one can refuse a high-paying job that allows for laziness, especially for a college student. Hearing this, Su Jiang carefully read through the agreement again and found no major issues. Still a bit uneasy, he raised a few requests. I must have command authority, and everyone in the organization must obey my orders. Okay. Also, I have the right to modify the organization's relevant regulations and rules. That's fine too. Lastly, I request to have Lu Zhang assigned under me. What do you want him for? Director Zhang raised an eyebrow, wondering why he specifically wanted Lu Zhang. Su Jiang chuckled, because I get along really well with him. Director Zhang was somewhat skeptical but said nothing. In the office, after receiving Director Zhang's assurance, Su Jiang readily signed his name on the agreement. Is this good enough? Su Jiang handed one copy of the agreement to Director Zhang and said, If there's nothing else, I'll be leaving now. Wait a moment. Director Zhang took the agreement, glanced at it briefly, then tossed it aside, looking at Su Jiang. Aren't you going to Shizhou soon? Wow, you know that too? Su Jiang was surprised. To be honest, if it weren't for old Jiang notifying him, he wouldn't have known he was going to Shizhou. Since you returned from the island, I've been keeping an eye on your every move. You have a stalking habit? Director Zhang shot him a glance and continued, in any case, when you get to Shizhou, if you have time, help me find someone. I don't have time. You do. I don't. Are you planning to breach the contract? Director Zhang smiled and picked up the agreement in his hand, waving it in front of Su Jiang. He said casually, from the moment you signed this agreement, I became one of your superiors. Originally, I didn't want to treat you this way. However, if you refuse to accept the tasks I assign, you will have to pay a penalty for breach of contract. Upon hearing this, Su Jiang's eyes widened. That clause isn't even written in the agreement. It's a hidden clause. You might have seen it, but you didn't understand it. Director Zhang smiled and teased. It's also important to learn some legal knowledge while in school, right? A model student? This made Su Jiang clench his fists and bite his lip. There was no way to retort. He was truly suffering from a lack of knowledge. He had become legally blind. Although Su Jiang had just seriously read the contents of the agreement, in reality, he didn't understand many of the clauses. He only saw a monthly salary of 15,000. Holding on to the belief that the director of the inspection bureau wouldn't lie, Su Jiang signed the agreement. Looking at the smug director Zhang in front of him, Su Jiang wished he could slap himself. He was really foolish. He knew very well that Director Zhang was acquainted with Xinjiang, yet he naively thought Director Zhang was a good person. Now that he thought about it, how could someone who could be friends with Xinjiang possibly be a good person? How much is the penalty for breach of contract? Su Jiang gritted his teeth. Not much. Director Zhang extended a finger. 10 million. Su Jiang fell silent. He just stared at Director Zhang quietly, his eyes filled with contempt. Then, Su Jiang casually glanced at the agreement, feeling restless. I advise you not to entertain that thought. Director Zhang saw through what Su Jiang wanted to do and said directly, if you tear up the agreement now, not only will you be legally responsible, but the inspection bureau will also issue a warrant for your arrest. Su Jiang took a deep breath upon hearing this. Then, he forced a smile that looked worse than crying. How could I possibly have such a thought, Director? Su Jiang said with a flattering expression, I was born a person of the inspection bureau and will die a ghost of the inspection bureau. It is my honor to contribute to our inspection bureau, Director. Director Zhang raised his eyes and said lightly, no resistance? Well, I was a bit reckless just now, not knowing what was good for me. Please don't take it to heart. Su Jiang rubbed his hands, speaking cautiously, you wanted me to go to Shizhou to find someone, right? I'm not bragging, but I'm the best at finding people. I have a cat with a particularly keen nose. Shut up. All right. Su Jiang immediately closed his mouth. Su obedient Jiang. Director Zhang pinched the bridge of his nose, feeling a bit of a headache from Su Jiang's incessant chatter. Listen, I'm not going to make things difficult for you. If you can find the person, then find him. If you can't, I won't blame you, but just keep an eye out. After saying this, Director Zhang stood up and took a photo from the drawer. He handed the photo to Su Jiang. In the photo was a man who looked to be in his 50s or 60s, with half-white hair, making a peace sign at the camera, smiling warmly. A playful old man. That was Su Jiang's first impression of the man in the photo. His name is Ding Qiming, and he is a scholar. Director Zhang paused and said, and Xinjiang and I have been looking for him for a long time. We only know that he is very likely in Shizhou. A scholar? Su Jiang was taken aback, frowning slightly. Do you know him? You don't need to worry about the rest. If you see this person in Shizhou, call me immediately, understand? Su Jiang nodded lightly and then smiled. Aside from that, do you have any other instructions, leader? Director Zhang smirked and said, none, you can go. All right, leader. Su Jiang took the photo and smiled as he exited the room. The moment he closed the door, the smile on Su Jiang's face instantly vanished. Old fox. Just wait, Su Yi. Su Jiang gritted his teeth. He had noted this debt. 10 million, what a lion's share. Just thinking about the breach of contract penalty of 10 million made Su Jiang clench his fists. He felt an impulse. He wanted to wear a mask tonight, burst into the inspection bureau with a gun, and beat up Director Zhang. Of course, it was just a thought. He was afraid of being wanted by the inspection bureau. Su Jiang, where is Su Jiang? Let that bastard come out. I want to fight him. Su Jiang walked down the stairs, and halfway down, he heard Lu Zhang's roar, raising an eyebrow. Oh, he's awake? Just in time. Su Jiang was just worried about having no place to vent. What are you shouting about? Su Jiang walked down and said to Lu Zhang, do you know your voice is already disturbing the peace? If this were at night, I would call to complain about you in a minute. The crowd had been trying to persuade Lu Zhang, but when they saw Su Jiang come down, they were suddenly speechless. So they really wanted to make Lu Zhang suffer, huh? Someone skillfully picked up a stick, ready to knock Lu Zhang out. Lu Zhang, watch out. Someone is preparing to sneak attack you from behind. Su Jiang wouldn't let Lu Zhang get knocked out again. Who would he vent his anger on then? Hearing this, Lu Zhang instantly turned his head. The stick in Lao Su's hand was halfway through the air, and it just froze there. He looked at Lu Zhang awkwardly. After 3 seconds of silence, Clang Lao Su threw the stick on the ground, pointing at the people from the inspection bureau around him, his face full of anger. Who the hell threw this stick at Lu Zhang's head? If it weren't for my quick reflexes, catching this stick in midair, the consequences would be unimaginable. You guys can be so ruthless to your colleagues. Do you even have a conscience? Lu Zhang, don't worry, I will definitely help you find that person later. I suspect that the reason you fainted before was also because of that person. Lao Su patted his chest in front of Lu Zhang, solemnly swearing that he would give him justice. Su Jiang watched this scene, the corners of his mouth twitching. When did the people from the inspection bureau become so shameless? He secretly gave Lao Su a thumbs up. This guy is really ruthless, even scolding himself for self-preservation. Su Jiang thought this person was talented and decided he needed to find a way to talk to Lao Zhang about getting this person under his command. He had already thought about how to take revenge on Lao Zhang. He wanted to gradually erode Lao Zhang's power, turning him into a powerless figure. Humph. Lu Zhang snorted coldly. Even he, no matter how foolish, knew who had knocked him out before. It was Lao Su. But it was useless. Looking at Lao Su's situation, he was like a dead pig not afraid of boiling water. He would never admit it, no matter what. Moreover, in terms of rank, Lao Su was above him. Lu Zhang, like Yang Ming, was a second-level inspector, while Lao Su was a first-level chief inspector. Pat pat pat. Not far away, Su Jiang was already stretching his muscles. Big guy, weren't you looking for me to fight? Su Jiang twisted his neck and waved at Lu Zhang. Come on, your Su Yu will satisfy you. Whoosh! The crowd immediately dispersed, giving them space. Since they couldn't stop it, they might as well enjoy the show. The betting is open. Bet on Lu Zhang to win 10-1, Su Jiang 1 to 0.5. Come on, bro, after all this time as colleagues, is this appropriate? Exactly, 10-1. How much do you look down on Lu Zhang? So, who are you betting on? Bet on Su Jiang, all in. The crowd spoke in unison, especially Lao Su, who hurriedly rummaged through his drawer, even pulling out his bus card to place a bet. The crowd was excited, while Yang Ming watched the scene helplessly from a distance. What a disgrace for the inspection bureau. Then, under everyone's gaze, Lu Zhang, with red eyes, roared and charged at Su Jiang. Lu Zhang swung his fist, as big as a hamburger, directly aiming for Su Jiang's head, shouting, "Today, your Lu grandpa will teach you a good lesson." Su Jiang stood still, impatiently digging in his ears. The gun's shadow flowed like wind, and in 2.5 minutes, as everyone expected, Lu Zhang was pinned to the ground by Su Jiang. I'll teach you to talk back. Bang bang bang, I let you trick me. Bang bang bang, I let you, old fox, trick me out of 10 million. Bang bang bang, I let you call me Lu Zhang. Bang bang bang. At that moment, there were only 2 people in the entire inspection bureau with ugly expressions. One was Lu Zhang, and the other was the big brother who was running the game. Basically, 80% of the people had all in bets on Su Jiang because they had seen Su Jiang's performance on the isolated island. So, he was almost going to have to write IOUs one by one. The others, however, had joyful expressions, considering it extra income. As for Lu Zhang, no one cared. Lu Zhang lay on the ground, being punched by Su Jiang, one punch after another. He felt completely numb. What did I trick you into? What does 10 million have to do with me? You can beat me, but why do you have to say things I don't understand? After finishing beating Lu Zhang, Su Jiang leaned down and whispered in his ear, Director Zhang has already sold you to me, so from now on, you are my subordinate. We have plenty of time ahead. After hearing this, Lu Zhang's eyes rolled back, and he fainted from anger. Su Jiang stood up, rubbed his fists, and let out a long breath. It felt good. I have to say, Lu Zhang's big physique was just right for this. Each punch landed solidly. Yang Ming walked over, looked at the fainted Lu Zhang, and sighed. Can't you let him off the hook? He said to Su Jiang. Let him off? Who will let me off? Su Jiang glanced at Yang Ming and said with schadenfreude, besides, your director didn't let you off either. Yang Ming frowned. What do you mean? Su Jiang chuckled, pulled out the agreement he had just signed from his pocket, and handed it to Yang Ming. Starting today, you, Yang Ming, will work under me. Upon hearing this, everyone hurriedly gathered behind Yang Ming, looking at the agreement and the personnel list. Damn, this can't be real, right? Is he still collaborating with the infamily? The director has gone mad? A lot of people have been transferred over, but old Su hasn't. This is outrageous. Oh, if I'm not on it, then it's fine. Why is Lu Jiang still at the bottom? It looks like it was just handwritten on. So hasty? Compared to the shock of others, Yang Ming's brain completely crashed the moment he saw his name on the list. Who am I? Where am I? Why is my name on this? I have become Su Zhang's subordinate? Yang Ming then realized that he had been sold. He was sold together with Lu Jiang. That's how it is. From now on, I will be everyone's leader. Su Jiang said with a grin, I hope we can get along well. For a moment, those assigned to Su Jiang's team looked as if they had eaten something disgusting. Well, let's leave it at that for now. I'll find you later for work arrangements. Su Jiang took back the agreement from Yang Ming and left without looking back. Dr. Su. Oh no, Leader Su is off work. Yang Ming remained in a daze, motionless. It was as if his soul had already died. Standing at the door of the inspection bureau, Su Jiang experienced the feeling of being a leader for the first time. TSK, I should have Anro buy me an administrative jacket later. Su Jiang murmured. Now that he was a leader, how could he not wear an administrative jacket? Oh, and a thermos. Thinking of this, Su Jiang couldn't help but sigh. Just started college, and already being ground down by society. Buzz buzz buzz, the phone vibrated, and Su Jiang took it out to see. Old Zhang? Hello? Su Jiang, I have news about your competition results. Guess what place you got? As soon as the call connected, Zhang Yu's excited voice reached his ears. Su Jiang's mouth twitched. Old Zhang, you don't need to inform me, the system has already notified me. However, since old Zhang is my teacher, I can only indulge him. I don't know, did I not make it into the top 10? Su Jiang deliberately made his tone sound anxious, as if he really didn't know. Top 10? He. Zhang Yu shouted, you're number 1, Su Jiang. You scored full marks. The school leaders are all stirred up, and they told me to take good care of you. Just as Su Jiang was about to say something, another call came in. It was Anro. Hello, teacher, I can't talk right now, I'm busy studying. Oh, then study well, remember to balance work and rest, don't tire yourself out too much. Before Zhang Yu could finish, Su Jiang hung up the phone. Then, he answered Anro's call. Hello, Su Jiang, where are you? At the inspection bureau. Why, do you miss me? Miss you my foot. What are you doing at the inspection bureau? What do you mean? Of course, I'm here for work. I would believe you if you said you went to fight someone, but are you really someone who goes to work? Anro fell silent for a moment and then complained. Cough, cough, cough. Su Jiang coughed a few times. He had indeed just beaten up Lu Jiang. How could she guess that? So, do you have time now? Anro said, if you're free, come to Zhongjie and let's go shopping. Shopping? Su Jiang raised an eyebrow. It had indeed been a long time since he had gone on a date with Anro, just the two of them. Okay, I'll take a taxi over. Great, I'll wait for you. Half an hour later, Zhongjie. Su Jiang stared blankly, looking at Anro, and beside her, Xiona. Hi, long time no see. Xiona greeted Su Jiang enthusiastically. A long time no see, Sister Xiona. Su Jiang forced a smile and waved lightly. Forget about the two-person world. He knew Anro wouldn't be so proactive in asking him out. Looking at the large and small bags on the ground, Su Jiang understood immediately. Was she calling him over to carry her bags? He. Anro squinted her eyes and pounced on Su Jiang, laughing. I bought too many things with Sister Xiona, so I urgently called you over. Here, this is the milk tea I bought for you. After saying that, Anro inserted a straw into the milk tea she had prepared for Su Jiang and handed it to him. Not far away, Xiona was filled with this unexpected dog food. Anro, you didn't say this milk tea was for Su Jiang. She thought it was for herself. No wonder there's no sugar. Xiona muttered. Su Jiang took a sip of the milk tea and then reached out to take Xiona's handbag. This is men's clothing? Basically, it's all bought for you by Anro. Xiona said with a helpless smile. She said your wardrobe always has the same few pieces, so she asked me to come out and help you buy clothes. Hearing this, Su Jiang looked at Anro. Anro's cheeks turned slightly red, and she stubbornly said, it's just a side thing. A side thing? Su Jiang glanced at the large and small bags. Is that really just a side thing? TSK. Our Anro was really tsundere. But he didn't expose her. Instead, he honestly played the role of a tool. The three continued shopping. Su Jiang and Anro walked closely, arm in arm, while Xiona behind them was gnashing her teeth in anger. She shouldn't have come. The three-person world was too crowded. There was simply no room for her. By the way, I might have to go to Shizhou in a couple of days. Su Jiang said to Anro. The results of the advanced math competition came out, and I got first place, so I have to go to Shizhou for the national competition. So, do you want to go there with me to have some fun? Su Jiang paused and added, I have a friend over there, and I heard they are coincidentally holding a lantern festival. Lantern festival? Anro blinked, feeling a bit tempted. Mainly, she and Soo Jung hadn't made any substantial progress in their relationship over the past half-month. Soo Jung, that big pig swoof, didn't even know to be a bit more proactive. And Ro also wanted to take this opportunity to break through with Soo Jung. But, aren't we having final exams in a couple of days? And Ro said distressed. It's fine, I'll have old Zhang help us apply for a deferred exam. Aren't you still in a deal with Wang Ziang? Is that a thing? Soo Jiang scratched his head, and then remembered. That guy Wang Ziang seemed to have said he would buy a new skin for Yasuo and wanted him to help cheat. Forget him. Soo Jiang said sadly, I can do without the skin. What a touching brotherhood. And Ro secretly complained, then said, in that case, we still need to buy some travel supplies. You guys go ahead, I won't accompany you. Xiona protested, directly saying, my shop is right ahead, I'm going back. I won't be a third wheel for you too. Oh, Sister Cho-na, you're still here? And Ro turned back in surprise, I thought you had left already. Xiona opened her mouth but didn't curse. The things I bought are still in Soo John's hands. Why should I leave? Let them talk. You two are in love. If you get hurt, it's on someone else. Give it to me. Angrily walking up to Soo Jiang, Xiona took her belongings and silently returned to her pet supplies store. Soo Jiang and Ro stood there, a bit dazed. Sister Xiona, why are you angry? And Ro asked. I don't know, maybe Li Kai did something wrong again and upset Sister Xiona? Soo Jiang scratched his head. He remembered Ro saying that Xiona was Li Kai's cousin, and Li Kai often made Xiona angry in the past. Li Kai too, when will he learn to be more sensible? And Ro took a sip of her milk tea and said, then let's go buy some travel supplies. Okay. Inside the inspection bureau, in Director Zheng's office. Director, I don't understand. Yang Ming pointed at the personnel list and said, why do I have to work under Soo Jiang? Yang Ming, you need to understand our difficulties, Director Zhang said, sipping his tea calmly. I don't understand. You need to learn to overcome. I can't overcome it. Yang Ming's eyes widened as he pointed outside. You know what kind of person Soo Jiang is? He's just a complete lunatic. If you want him to be my superior, I can tolerate it. But why should I be his subordinate? Director Zhang looked up, astonished at Yang Ming's reaction. He truly didn't expect Yang Ming to react so strongly. And Director, it's not just me, many brothers have feelings about this. Yang Ming, Director Zhang interrupted, let's make a bet. Yang Ming was taken aback, blinking, and before he could speak, Director Zhang continued, if Soo Jiang can find Ding Qiming in Shizhou this time, you will work under him, how about that? Find Ding. Yang Ming's words halted, his eyes shaking. Is it the Ding Qiming from a few years ago? The one from the capital incident? He's in Shizhou? Not sure. Director Zhang shook his head. You know I've been looking for him for many years. After all these years, I only have a guess. He might have been hidden in Shizhou. So I gave Soo Jiang a task to find Ding Qiming. At this point, Director Zhang looked at Yang Ming. So, what do you say, want to bet? Yang Ming's expression fluctuated. After a long while, he gritted his teeth. I'll bet. If Soo Jiang really finds Ding Qiming, then I willingly work under him. And what about the other's ideological work? I'll handle it. Director Zhang smiled in satisfaction upon hearing this. After Yang Ming left, the office returned to its dimness. Director Zhang lit a cigarette, took a deep breath, his gaze deep, as if recalling something. Ding Qiming. He murmured the name, unable to tell if it was joy or sorrow. Only those who had experienced that battle knew what this name, this person, meant. He was a kind person, and also a damned person. When Soo Jiang and Anro returned home, it was already evening. The two had been out shopping and then had 2 bowls of spicy hot pot on the street. Halfway through eating, I suddenly remembered that I hadn't filled Fu Gui's cat food today. But it's not a big deal, Fu Gui has long since gotten used to it. It has already become a competent little cat, able to dig out its own food to eat. Silly cat, why did you scatter the cat food all over the place? Soo Jiang said helplessly, looking at the cat food strewn across the floor. Fu Gui, who was lying on the ground licking the cat food, heard this and made a cat face, quietly staring at Soo Jiang. Its eyes were filled with disdain. You forgot to fill my cat food during the day. Now you come to blame me? You deserve to fail your driving test. Fu Gui sighed, ignored Soo Jiang, and continued eating. Soo Jiang, catch this. And Ro handed Soo Jiang the things she bought, then took a tote bag for herself and quickly slipped into the room, afraid that Soo Jiang would see what she had bought. Soo Jiang glanced at it but didn't pay much attention. He tossed the large bags of items into the living room and cleaned up the cat food that Fu Gui had scattered. Sitting on the sofa, he took out his phone and searched for a while before finding that familiar name, a smile creeping onto his lips. Soo Jiang? After half a minute, the call was connected, and a young male voice came through, sounding playful. Haven't seen you since high school graduation. what made you think of calling me? Hearing the familiar voice, Soo Jiang chuckled lightly. The person on the other end was his high school classmate, Siagu Lee. You made it to the national math competition, right? Soo Jiang said casually, with your math skills, don't tell me you didn't even pass the preliminary round. Who do you look down on? Of course, I made it. Siagu Lee paused and added, it's really surprising that you're participating in this kind of competition. I remember you were completely uninterested in this before. No choice, I ran into a mentor who insisted I join the competition. Speaking of which, I'm heading to Shizhou in a couple of days. Coming to my place? Sure, I can pick you up. Okay, but I'm not coming alone. Who else? Your mentor? Also, Soo Jiang glanced at Anro's room and said softly, my girlfriend. On the other end of the line, Siagu Lee fell silent. You must be joking, right? No. Soo Jiang, you bastard. Siagu Lee couldn't hold it in anymore. We agreed to stay single for life. How did you end up in a relationship? Oh come on, Lao Xia, I can't help it. She thinks I'm handsome and charming, and insists on being with me. I can't just refuse, can I? Just you? I don't believe it. I absolutely don't believe it. Soo Jiang raised an eyebrow. Why was this guy so unwilling to face reality? Still too young, too impatient. Just then, Anro came out of her room, changed clothes. Seeing Soo Jiang on the phone, she curiously asked, Soo Jiang, who are you talking to? A friend, lives in Shizhou, named Siagu Lee. Their conversation was overheard by Siagu Lee, every word, especially in Ro's voice. At that moment, far away in Shizhou, Siagu Lee's eyes widened as he looked at the time on his phone. 10 o'clock at night. Soo Jiang, where are you right now? Siagu Lee asked, his lips trembling. At home. Upon hearing this answer, Siagu Lee gritted his teeth, fists clenched. 10 o'clock at night, with a girlfriend, at home. Isn't that cohabitation? Soo Jiang, you bastard. You little, really make people envious. Thinking about his own love life, Siagu Lee felt like it would be better to just die. Hey, why isn't Lao Xia saying anything? Soo Jiang guessed Siagu Lee's current mood and stifled a laugh. Don't forget to come pick us up later. Soo Jiang deliberately emphasized the word us. Pick your grandpa, don't look for me when you come to Shizhou. Siagu Lee shouted before hanging up the phone. His mindset collapsed. Ever since high school, he and Soo Jiang had been competing against each other. Especially in math, both were gifted students, the teacher's favorites. It is precisely because of this that the two had a particularly good relationship during high school, as if they were kindred spirits. After the college entrance examination, Siagu Lee returned to Shizhou due to family reasons and enrolled in Shizhou University, while Soo Jiang stayed in Jiangdu. If we calculate it this way, we really haven't seen each other for almost a year, Soo Jiang said to Anro. He also recounted his experiences with Siagu Lee, of course, omitting his dark history from high school. TSK, I didn't expect you to have such a friend in high school, Anro said, casually leaning against Soo Jiang's shoulder while petting a cat. A faint fragrance wafted over, and Soo Jiang gently twitched his nose, glancing at Anro in surprise. Did she change her shampoo? No, it seemed like shampoo didn't have such a strong scent. This is perfume? Did you spray perfume? Anro panicked. Was it that obvious? The perfume was a gift from Chiona today. She usually didn't wear perfume much. She had just sprayed a little when changing clothes, but it was really just a tiny bit, and Ro couldn't even smell it herself. Is Soo Jiang's nose that sensitive? And Ro's eyes darted around, and she suddenly smiled, right? Does it smell good? A bit overwhelming. And Ro covered her face, thinking she wouldn't spray it again. She had thought that using this perfume might make Soo Jiang a bit more proactive. It seemed she was overthinking it. However, Anro soon noticed that Soo Jiang's gaze kept drifting to her legs. Didn't Soo Jiang say before that her legs were very fair? Thinking of this, Anro deliberately pulled up the pants of her pajamas a bit, revealing her long thighs. At that moment, Soo Jiang's attention was completely focused on Anro's legs, unabashedly. Seeing this, Anro secretly laughed. So this guy likes this. Let's see how I can tease you. Soo Jiang, why are you looking at my legs like that? Anro asked, feigning surprise. Soo Jiang frowned, looking at Anro's legs, and said, isn't it supposed to be like that? Anro was taken aback. Supposed to be what? Why don't you have any bumps on your legs? Soo Jiang rolled up his pants, revealing his legs covered in numerous bumps, all from mosquito bites. Every living creature in the world has a reason to exist, except for mosquitoes. He couldn't understand, why do mosquitoes only bite me and not you? Anro blinked, her mind blank. You stared at my legs for so long just because of this? Yeah, what else could it be? Nothing else? Nope. Soo Jiang scratched his head. What did you think it was? Anro fell silent. She was really silly, truly. Knowing that Soo Jiang's mind wasn't like a normal person's, she still treated him with normal reasoning. Smack, a cushion was thrown at Soo Jiang, and Anro angrily returned to her room. Bang, the door slammed shut, leaving one person and one cat in a state of confusion. Of course, the cat was innocent. Fu Gue glanced at Su Jiang, then shook his head humanely, sighing as he left. Su Jiang took the cushion off his face, blinked, utterly perplexed. What was going on? 2 days later, at the Yin family home. Because the results of the advanced mathematics competition had come out, and the national competition was in half a month, Su Jiang was set to head to Shizhou today. Although he hadn't gotten his driver's license, and Mingjie had already bought a car for Su Jiang. After all, Anro had passed. And Mingjie was also shocked by his sister's talent for driving. He even mustered the courage to sit in the car and let Anro drive for 2 laps. After getting out, he exclaimed that he had gained new insights. A natural driving prodigy, terrifying indeed. At this moment, in front of the Yin family home, Su Jiang and a few others stood in front of the new car, all smiles. Except for Li Kai. He didn't understand why he had to go to Shizhou too. He hadn't even enjoyed a few days of retirement before he had to work again. The main reason was that Su Jiang and the others planned to drive to Shizhou, but the distance was a bit far, so they called Li Kai to join them, allowing him and Anro to take turns driving. He. Su Jiang grinned, lovingly stroking the car's body. Although he wasn't the one driving, the car belonged to him. Ro, once you get to Shizhou, make sure to take good care of yourself, and Mingjie instructed. Don't worry, brother, how old do you think I am? Do you still see me as a child? And Ro pouted. Hearing this, and Mingjie twitched the corner of his mouth and glanced at Su Jiang. He had a feeling that Su Jiang's trip to Shizhou wasn't going to be a good thing. He was quite worried about Shizhou. With that thought, and Mingjie couldn't help but call Su Jiang to a corner, saying, "Are you sure you're just going to take a test and then come back, right?" Su Jiang looked up at Mingjie, dissatisfied, and said, "Olden, I think you have a misunderstanding about me. What did you call me? Brother in? Is there a problem?" And Mingjie clenched his fist and took a deep breath. Don't get angry. It's not worth getting upset. Listen, the situation over in Shizhou is not the same as in Jiangdu. As far as I know, there are only 2 families over there now, the Xie family and the Mei family, both of which are leading families. Unlike the scheming and deceit among the major families in Jiangdu, the Xie and Mei families are not hostile. Instead, they cooperate with each other. Upon hearing this, Su Jiang raised an eyebrow. So, you're saying there aren't any major conflicts over in Shizhou right now? No. And Mingjie shook his head. On the contrary, the conflicts there, while not as complex as those in Jiangdu, are even more troublesome. The conflicts in Shizhou are between the Inspection Bureau and the families. For some reason, the Shizhou Inspection Bureau seems to have a deep-seated grudge against the Xie and Mei families, and both sides have been at it fiercely. Su Jiang inhaled sharply. The Shizhou Inspection Bureau is so diligent? In comparison, their Jiangdu Inspection Bureau plays cards every day. They have nothing to do, so idle. Su Jiang felt a bit dissatisfied. It's all the Inspection Bureau. Why can't you all slack off? If you don't slack off, how can we feel at ease slacking off? What do you want to do? And Mingjie noticed something was off with Su Jiang's expression. Nothing, I was just thinking about whether I should take the opportunity to deal with the Shizhou Inspection Bureau. Deal with your grandpa. And Mingjie knew this guy couldn't stay put for a second. He grabbed Su Jiang by the collar and whispered, "You better behave yourself in Shizhou, focus on your test, and enjoy your trip, got it? All right. No going to the Shizhou Inspection Bureau. Not going. No blowing things up in Shizhou. I'll try my best." What do you mean by try my best? And Mingjie felt a headache coming on, raising his voice a bit. If something happens, the Yin family won't be able to help. After all, it's Shizhou. Oh, come on. Su Jiang patted in Mingjie's hand that was gripping his collar. I'm just joking. I'm an outstanding citizen of Jiangdu. How could I possibly blow things up? Besides, Wang Kai and Laifu are with the Yin family. What do I have to blow things up with? And Mingjie was left speechless. Why would you associate squirrels and raccoons with blowing things up? Are they essential for explosions? Brother, are you done yet? Not far away, and Ro was already getting impatient. She wanted to drive. Li Kai had already loaded the luggage into the car. With just the 3 of them, there wasn't much stuff. Su Jiang waved at her and then patted in Mingjie's shoulder. Don't worry, Olden, Su Jiang, guarantee with my character that I will behave myself in Shizhou, alright? After saying that, Su Jiang walked towards Anro. This kid. And Mingjie watched as the 3 of them got into the car, suddenly realizing, did this kid just call him Olden again? Clenching his fist, and Mingjie silently thought, just wait, if the betrothal gift isn't at least 10 million, you think you can marry Ro? Humph. Su Jiang sat in the back seat, completely unaware that he had been noted down by Mingjie. As soon as they got in the car, and Ro stepped on the gas and started the engine. Lee Kai, sitting in the passenger seat, had his seatbelt fastened tightly, looking serious. It was his first time riding in Ro's car. However, half an hour later, he experienced what it meant to have an innate driving talent. It was terrifying. Clearly, he had just obtained his driver's license, yet he was as steady as a seasoned driver. In contrast, Lee Kai glanced sideways at Su Jiang in the back seat. "What's with that look?" "Cough. It's nothing. Just heard that someone took the second driving test 3 times and still hasn't passed." Lee Kai leaned in closer. Su Jiang's expression darkened. After a long pause, he smiled and said, "Old Lee, there's something you might not know yet?" "What?" Seeing Su Jiang smile, Lee Kai suddenly had a bad feeling. Su Jiang pulled out an agreement signed with Director Zhang from his pocket and casually handed it to Lee Kai. "Old Lee. Oh no. I'll have to call you Little Lee from now on," Su Jiang said with a bureaucratic tone. "From now on, you'll be assigned to work under me." Lee Kai took the agreement, glanced at it, and then saw his name on the list. Soon, the look of despair that had perfectly mirrored Yang Ming's was on Lee Kai's face. This can't be happening." Lee Kai refused to accept this reality. "It's fake. This must be fake. Face the reality, Little Lee." Su Jiang rested his hands behind his head, looking sideways at Lee Kai. "It's clearly written in black and white. Do you dare say that seal isn't from the Yin family?" Hearing this, Lee Kai quickly looked over. Indeed, it was the Yin family's seal. But how could this be? The seal had always been with the head of the family. Wait, hold on. That means, Lee Kai's eyes widened as he realized, it wasn't Xingchang who sold him out? Seeing Lee Kai completely stunned, Su Jiang worried whether he could still drive well. He hoped he wouldn't drive the car into a ditch. In the end, no matter how unwilling Lee Kai was, he still gritted his teeth and faced the reality. It was just working under Su Jiang. After all, he had often been ordered around by Su Jiang before. Now it was just a bit more formal. Lee Kai kept convincing himself, his heart like dead ash. He felt that Su Jiang had trapped him, and Su Jiang didn't care how Lee Kai felt psychologically. He was just glad to have vented his frustration. "Letting you mock me for taking the driving test. Little Lee, after you start working, you still need to be cautious and prudent," Su Jiang said with a calm demeanor. Lee Kai didn't respond, his teeth nearly grinding to dust. "I'm done driving. I'm so tired." And Ro let out a long breath and pulled over. Then, she turned her head and said to Lee Kai in the passenger seat, "Brother Lee Kai, you drive now." "Lee Kai? Su Jiang? Young lady, you've only driven a few kilometers, and now you're done? Didn't you want to drive?" So it turns out it was just a fleeting interest? Little did they know, and Ro found driving incredibly boring. Just holding the steering wheel, there was nothing else to do. It was better to let Lee Kai drive while she found a show to watch. By the time she finished, they would be in Shizhou. Clunk! And Ro opened the door and got out, planning to switch seats with Lee Kai. Lee Kai widened his eyes and suddenly turned to look at Su Jiang. "This is not what you told me. Didn't you say we'd take turns driving?" Su Jiang's mouth twitched. Seeing in Ro's situation, he feared she wouldn't drive again. "Just say whether we're switching or not." Su Jiang paused, looking quite sympathetic as he said, "Little Lee, I really want to help you, but you know, I don't have a driver's license." Su Jiang shrugged, indicating he was powerless. In the end, Lee Kai, the seasoned driver, expressionless, drove Su Jiang's new car. He swore, if he believed Su Jiang's words again, he would be a dog. "Su Jiang, pass me the tablet." And Ro, sitting in the passenger seat, reached out to Su Jiang for the tablet. She wanted to watch a show. As for why she didn't sit in the back with Su Jiang, it was because of that night with the legs and mosquitoes, and Ro had been looking for a chance to get back at him. So when she got in the car today, she casually said, "Those without a driver's license should sit in the back." And Su Jiang obediently went to the back seat, punishing him for not being able to snuggle with Anro. Su Jiang picked up Anro's small backpack from the side, intending to take out the tablet. Suddenly, he frowned. Why is it a bit heavy? No way. Su Jiang had a bad premonition. Mechanically, he unzipped the bag. Sure enough, a white cat head poked out from inside. "Meow. So stuffy. You silly cat, why are you here again?" Su Jiang widened his eyes, grabbed the scruff of the cat's neck, and lifted it up. "When did you sneak in?" The cat, Fu Gue, stuck out its tongue, its gaze shifting guiltily to the side. It had been cooped up at home for too long and wanted to come out to play. During the island battlefield, it was also locked up at home. It was bored to death. It would be better off as a stray. And Ro heard the commotion, turned her head, and looked at Fu Gue in astonishment. "How did you get out?" She took Fu Gue from Su Jiang's hands, cradling it in her arms, gently tapping its head. "Who let you out? Didn't I tell you to stay home and eat well? Meow meow meow. Who's going to eat that little bit of food at home?" Gu just realized that Anro, like Su Jiang, was also a bit dim-witted. The cat food at home was almost gone, didn't you both notice? I'm already gnawing on ham sausage at home, just in case the cat food runs out. Every little bit counts. The key is, every time I tried to talk to Anro, she never understood what it meant. She thought it was just being cute and wanted to be held. As for Su Jian, the moment Gu finished talking to him, he forgot the next second. It wasn't easy for it to stay in this house. What should we do? Should we send it back? Anro asked, turning her head. Su Jiang stared at Gu inside. We've come this far, why send it back? Let's just take it with us. Meow. Thank you. Quite polite, actually. Then, Su Jiang handed the tablet to Anro, and he opened his phone to play a game. Starting the game. Just like that, Anro was in front, petting the cat while binge-watching a show. Su Jiang was behind, playing games. Li Kai drove with a long face, his resentment so great that even the evil sword immortal would be full. A few hours later, the three of them and the cat finally arrived in Shizhou. Li Kai looked exhausted as he continued driving to the hotel. Anro had already fallen asleep with Gu in her arms, the show still playing, and Gu was watching it with great interest. As for Su Jiang, all in, all in, all in. One more card, the last one. Damn, this garbage game, even dogs wouldn't play it. The screen went dark, and Su Jian was out. The fate of a gambler is to end up with nothing. At that moment, a call came in. Siaguli? Su Jiang answered, hello? What's up? Have you arrived in Shizhou? Just got here, weren't you supposed to pick me up? Stop talking nonsense, send me the hotel location. Su Jiang smirked, hung up, and sent the hotel address to Siaguli, feeling a bit puzzled. Why did Siaguli sound so impatient just now? Su Jiang couldn't figure it out. It all felt a bit strange. Half an hour later, the three of them and the cat arrived at the hotel. Su Jiang shook Anro awake, and just as they got out of the car, he heard someone calling his name. Su Jiang. Following the voice, he saw a man not far away, of similar build to Su Jiang, handsome, wearing a brown trench coat, waving at him with a smile. Anro was taken aback as she got out of the car, looking at Su Jiang in confusion. This is Siaguli, Su Jiang introduced helplessly. That's him. Anro curiously sized up Siaguli. This is Su Jiang's friend from high school? You came quite early. Siaguli approached Su Jiang, then turned slightly, eagerly saying, let me introduce you to someone. Behind Siaguli stood a tall, beautiful woman. This is Shangwan Lu, my girlfriend, Siaguli said with a smile. Girlfriend? Su Jiang's mouth twitched. Didn't you just tell me 2 days ago that you were single? And now suddenly you have a girlfriend? Hello, I'm Shangwan Lu. I've heard about you from Guli. Shangwan Lu smiled and generously extended her hand to Su Jiang. Hello. Su Jiang politely shook hands with her and then said, may I ask, did you meet on a formal platform? Su Jiang, are you sick? Siaguli kicked him directly. Su Jiang nimbly dodged. Just kidding, ha ha ha. Su Jiang scratched his head and then began to introduce Anro and Li Kai. This is my girlfriend, Anro. Hello, everyone. Anro greeted them with a sweet smile and a wave. Siaguli took a glance and couldn't help but exclaim, did Su Jiang save the galaxy in his past life? How could he find such a beautiful girlfriend? This is Li Kai, he is my partner. Su Jiang thought for a moment and still used the term partner to introduce Li Kai. After all, calling him a comrade sounded a bit informal. Upon hearing the word partner, Li Kai's mouth twitched slightly. He secretly glared at Su Jiang and then shook hands with Siaguli amicably. You guys go check in first, and later I'll take you out to eat. Siaguli smiled and said to Li Kai, our Shizhou barbecue is famous for being delicious. Li Kai and Anro couldn't help but look at Siaguli with curiosity. Although this person was Su Jiang's friend, he was quite different from Su Jiang in many ways. He seemed like a real person. Feeling the unusual gaze from Li Kai and Anro, Su Jiang asked in confusion, what's wrong? Do I have something on my face? No, it's nothing. Let's check in first. Anro, holding Gu, pulled Su Jiang and stepped into the hotel. Li Kai followed closely with the luggage. Siaguli wanted to help but was politely refused by Li Kai. After all, there wasn't much luggage, and he could easily carry it alone. Once the three entered the hotel, Shangwan Lu walked over to Siaguli, looking at Su Jiang and Anro's backs, and whispered, no wonder you insisted on bringing me out, it turns out it was to save face? Mainly because that guy Su Jiang is too infuriating, and I clearly have a girlfriend too. Why must I watch him show off? Siaguli chuckled, gently wrapping his arm around Shangwan Lu's waist and extending 4 fingers. I promise, just today, we won't be discovered. Upon hearing this, Shangwan Lu rolled her eyes at him. You should know that our relationship can't be exposed for now, right? Otherwise, if my dad finds out, you and your family will have a headache for a while. As soon as these words were spoken, Siaguli suddenly felt a headache. He sighed lightly. If it weren't for this, he would have publicly displayed his relationship with Shangguan Lu long ago. It wouldn't be like now, sneaking around. Even coming to pick up Su Jiang had to be carefully planned to avoid being noticed, because once their relationship was exposed, it could change the entire situation in Shizhou. Alright, I'll try harder so we can go public sooner, okay? Siaguli took Shangguan Lu's hand and coaxed softly. Upon hearing this, Shangguan Lu's lips curled up, and she didn't speak. But Siaguli knew this was a sign of her happiness. What? At that moment, a surprised exclamation from Li Kai came from not far away. Hearing this, Siaguli hurriedly walked in to see what was happening. He saw the three of them and a cat standing at the hotel front desk, looking serious. What's wrong? What happened? Siaguli quickly asked Su Jiang. It's serious. There are only 2 rooms left. Su Jiang said seriously. What's the problem with that? Siaguli looked at the three. You and Anro can share a room, and Li Kai can have a room by himself. Isn't that perfect? At this moment, the front desk staff began to explain. It's like this. There are only 2 double rooms left, so there seems to be a bit of a conflict in their allocation. It was known that Anro, being shy and reserved, didn't want to share a room with Su Jiang. Li Kai and Su Jiang disliked each other and didn't want to share a room either. The question was, which room should Fu Gue go to? Wealth is nestled in Anro's embrace, trembling and afraid to speak. Because the three of them were arguing back and forth, they completely forgot to mention which room to arrange it in. After listening, Siaguli felt a headache coming on. Can't you all book this in advance before going out? I'm a girl, I should have a room to myself, Anro said. It doesn't matter, anyway, I'm not sharing a room with Su Jiang, Li Kai replied. Su Jiang looked left and right. Then he took a deep breath and said, in that case, let's draw lots. He asked for a tissue from the front desk, tore it into 3 strips, 2 long and 1 short. The one who draws the short one has to stay at the hotel across the street. There is also a hotel across the street, but the environment is a bit worse. Anro and Li Kai considered it for a moment and agreed to this decision. To be fair, they decided that Siaguli would hold the strips of paper to prevent Su Jiang from cheating. Siaguli, confused, took the strips, while Shangguan Lu beside him was also speechless. What kind of development is this? The three of them solemnly drew a strip of paper, and Su Jiang kept taking deep breaths to calm his heartbeat. It was more tense than being in a storm on a deserted island. Go! The three of them drew the strips at the same time, and the unfortunate one who had to go stay elsewhere was Su Jiang. Put! Anro and Li Kai covered their mouths, stifling their laughter. The game proposed by Su Jiang ended up with him losing. Then it's settled, I'll share a room with brother Li Kai. Anro laughed, you just have to endure and stay at the hotel across the street. Su Jiang looked at the strip of paper in disbelief, unwilling to accept reality. TSK. Siaguli stepped forward and patted Su Jiang's shoulder. After all these years, your luck is still as stable as ever. From the moment Su Jiang brought up this game, Siaguli had a feeling he would be the one to lose. Because back in high school, Su Jiang had never won at games of chance. Clumsy yet loves to play. But he could take a loss. With tears in his eyes, Su Jiang picked up his small luggage and walked towards the hotel across the street, glancing back 3 times. In his hand, he carried the droopy-faced Fu Gue. Meow? Why are you bringing me along? What are you meowing about? As your litter box cleaner, isn't it only right that we share both joy and hardship? Meow. I handle my own business. Just as the person and cat were arguing, a sudden unfamiliar meow sounded. Meow? Biao Gu? Su Jiang and Fu Gue paused, looking in the direction of the sound. They saw a tabby cat staring at them in astonishment. When it saw Fu Gue's face, it meowed again. Meow? Biao Gu, how did you end up being domesticated? With Fu Gue's silence, the tabby cat meowed even louder. Su Jiang could tell it was mocking Fu Gue. He looked down and asked Fu Gue, should I help you beat it up? Meow. Let me down. Fu Gue calmly raised a paw, signaling Su Jiang to let go of his scruff. Matters of the cat society should be resolved by the cats themselves. Once on the ground, Fu Gue immediately pounced on the tabby cat, delivering a flurry of cat punches. Su Jiang was initially worried it wouldn't be able to hold its own. After all, the tabby cat was no slouch in combat. But Fu Gue surprisingly dominated the fight. Bang 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 meow, are you giving me face? Bang 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 meow meow, you dare to meow in front of me now? Bang 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 meow, meow meow. So what if you're domesticated? Did you eat my family's ham sausage? While Fu Gue was beating up the tabby cat, he was also meowing curses. Su Jiang watched in astonishment. Was this really the same pitiful little white cat that used to be downstairs? This is 8 years old? After the tabby cat limped away, Fu Gue ran back to Su Jiang, shaking his scruff. Meow, meow meow. I'll carry you. Let's see who dares to meow again. Okay, Biao Gu. Su Jiang obediently complied, continuing to carry Fu Gue. This truly refreshed his understanding. He never expected Fu Gue could be so fierce. He always thought Fu Gue only knew how to eat. Who would have thought this little white cat was actually tough on the streets? Biao Gu, you don't have a family too, do you? Meow. No, I started halfway. Oh, then who did you learn all these skills from? Meow. After being a drifter for so long, my fists naturally became hard. I see, I've learned something from you, Brother Biao, Su Jiang said humbly. To express his admiration for Fu Gue, Su Jiang even specially booked a twin room. After all, he had to give his big brother Fu Gue a separate bed, right? After tidying up a bit, Su Jiang went out to meet Anro and the others. Xia Guli was going to take them out for barbecue. Meanwhile, in Shizhou, the Mei family, the head of the family, Mei Zimin, was meeting an unexpected guest in his private study. Mei family head, long time no see? A man sat opposite Mei Zimin, his voice deep and tinged with mockery. Mei Zimin was focused on practicing calligraphy, and without looking up, he replied, I didn't expect the Wei family would send you, Feng Zhe. There's no choice, Rose died on the isolated island battlefield, so I had to step in. Feng Zhe's smile faded, and he said seriously, Wei Xiao has spoken, the Mei family needs to act. Mei Zimin paused with his brush, and after a long moment, he put it down and looked up at Feng Zhe. What does Wei Xiao need the Mei family to do? 3 things. Feng Zhe held up 3 fingers and said slowly, first, kill a few people. He then pulled out several photos from his pocket and tossed them in front of Mei Zimin. The photos clearly showed Su Jiang and the other 2. They are from the Yin family in Jiangdu City, and they should have arrived in Shizhou by now. Wei Xiao said these people cannot live. Why? Mei Zimin glanced at the photos and said lightly, they don't seem special. What if I told you they are related to Rose's death? This statement made Mei Zimin's pupils constrict, and he couldn't help but examine the 3 photos again. The young boy who looks so young is named Su Jiang, a university student. Rose was shot dead shortly after he landed on the island. Moreover, less than 2 days after he landed, the Feng family was wiped out. Feng Zhe paused and continued, although it's hard to believe, Wei Xiao said, eliminate all impossibilities, and whatever remains, no matter how absurd, is the correct answer. Hearing this, Mei Zimin fell silent for a long time. He slowly walked over to sit across from Feng Zhe, brewed himself a cup of tea, and said, since even Rose died at his hands, how can my Mei family kill him? You, Feng Zhe, a big shot on the killer list, why don't you take action yourself? Feng Zhe chuckled, because I'm afraid of dying. Then my Mei family is not afraid of death? Mei family head, you have no choice. Feng Zhe leaned slightly forward and said in a low voice, don't forget, your Mei family's family token is in Wei Xiao's hands. Your Mei family's current situation is also inseparable from Wei Xiao's help. These words struck a chord in Mei Zimin's heart. He took a deep breath and asked, what are the other 2 things? As soon as he said this, Feng Zhe knew Mei Zimin had agreed. So he continued, the second thing is, your cooperation with the Xie family has gone on long enough, it should come to an end. Wei Xiao means for you to swallow the Xie family. Hearing this, Mei Zimin slowly closed his eyes. Over the years, the Mei family and the Xie family had maintained a harmonious relationship. Doing this would undoubtedly be a betrayal of the Xie family, but he had no choice. From the very beginning, he knew this day would come. And the third? Mei Zimin asked in a deep voice with his eyes closed. The third is very simple. Feng Zhe took out another photo and handed it to Mei Zimin. This person is named Ding Qiming, find him. Feng Zhe paused and repeated, even if you have to turn Shizhou upside down, you must find him. This third matter is 100 times more important than the first 2, understand? Upon hearing this, Mei Zimin opened his eyes and frowned slightly. Ding Qiming? That name seemed familiar to him. A command that could shake the world, even if it meant turning over the western continent, was to find this person. Could it be? Is he related to the incident in the capital? Mei Zimin's gaze was sharp. If that were the case, then this person was far too important. Head of the Mei family, some things are better left unasked. Feng Zhe raised a finger to his lips, just understand in your heart. Mei Zimin took a deep breath. Feng Zhe's response undoubtedly confirmed his suspicions. Bang! At that moment, a noise came from outside the door. Feng Zhe's expression changed, and he suddenly stood up to open the door. There, a petite girl was getting up from the ground, rubbing her knee, seemingly just having fallen. Lingling? Mei Zimin quickly said, this is my daughter Mei Lingling, not an outsider. However, Feng Zhe ignored Mei Zimin's words and stared intently at Mei Lingling. Little girl, how much did you hear outside just now? Who are you? Mei Lingling glared at Feng Zhe while rubbing her knee. I was just passing by and accidentally slipped. Who would eavesdrop on 2 big men talking? Feng Zhe looked at Mei Lingling with a dark gaze, a small dagger appearing quietly in his hand, itching to move. Feng Zhe, I told you, she is my daughter. Mei Zimin, who stood behind Feng Zhe and couldn't see the dagger, did see it. If you dare to touch her, I guarantee you won't leave the Mei family today. Mei Zimin's tone was devoid of emotion but filled with threat. Upon hearing this, Feng Zhe paused, turning back to look at Mei Zimin with displeasure. This old man. After weighing the situation for a long time, Feng Zhe finally put the dagger away. Head of the Mei family, you jest. How could I bear to lay a hand on such a beautiful Miss Mei? It's getting late, so I won't disturb you any longer. Farewell. After saying this, Feng Zhe walked out on his own. As he passed Mei Lingling, his steps slowed significantly, giving her a brief glance but still refraining from making a move. Instead, he memorized Mei Lingling's face. Not acting now didn't mean he wouldn't act later. Mei Lingling trembled all over. The feeling of being watched by a wild beast made her feel icy cold. Once Feng Zhe was far away, Mei Lingling took a few deep breaths, looking at his retreating figure with some lingering fear. Dad, who exactly is he? Shut up, Mei Zimin shouted, interrupting Mei Lingling. You are not allowed to leave the Mei family for a month starting today. Why? Mei Lingling protested. Because I am your father. Mei Zimin glared at Mei Lingling. Who gave you the courage to eavesdrop on me? Do you know what kind of trouble you've caused? Then why did you betray the Xie family? Mei Lingling's eyes were red as she said, what you did makes it hard for me to face Brother Xie in the future. Upon hearing this, Mei Zimin realized that Mei Lingling had heard their entire conversation. He doesn't even like you. Why are you so obsessed with him? I like him, and that's enough. Mei Zimin sighed deeply. He didn't know what kind of enchantment Xie Guli had cast on his daughter, making Mei Lingling love him so unconditionally. Lingling, forget about that Xie Guli. Mei Zimin vowed that if he had known Mei Lingling would fall in love with Xie Guli at first sight, he would never have let them meet. Now, his daughter was pining for someone who only saw her as a sister. Watching Mei Lingling's various infatuated behaviors made Mei Zimin feel uncomfortable. He spoke earnestly. You'll understand later that love is not important compared to other things. Mei Lingling clenched her fists, remaining silent. Seeing this, Mei Zimin sighed deeply. He knew that Mei Lingling wouldn't listen to his words. A girl in love was always hopeless. Go back to your room. After 1,000 words, only this one remained. Mei Zimin left, leaving Mei Lingling standing alone in place. A few drops of tears fell on the floor, and Mei Lingling felt utterly helpless. She knew what was about to happen, yet she couldn't stop it. She understood that from now on, she would not be able to leave the Mei family even a step, because what she had heard was absolutely not to be leaked. Brother Xie, what should I do? Mei Lingling hugged her knees, squatting on the ground, sobbing softly. The sudden change left this girl at a loss. Cheers! In a barbecue restaurant in Shizhou, Su Jiang and a few others were happily toasting. Even Anro had a little drink, her face flushed. Fu Gue was beside them, nibbling on chicken wings. Life was getting better, much tastier than the colorful chicken wings Anro made. By the way, do you guys know about Su Jiang's dark history in high school? Xie Guli suddenly brought it up while eating barbecue. Xie Guli, shut up, no one thinks you're mute. As soon as this was said, Su Jiang became anxious. No way, you guys actually don't know about the great deed Su Jiang did back then? Xie Guli paid no attention to Su Jiang's threat, and Rowan Li Kai's eyes lit up, looking at Xie Guli with great interest. What dark history? Hurry up and tell us. He. Xie Guli smiled mysteriously, glanced at Su Jiang, and then said, back then, we were in the same class, and I was the class monitor, while Su Jiang was the deputy class monitor. And then? Shang Guanlu also became interested, looking at Xie Guli curiously. Except for Su Jiang, who was focused on eating barbecue, seemingly resigned to his fate. Then, in order to seize power, he got rid of the deputy title and voluntarily joined the student disciplinary committee, which was the busiest at that time. At this point, Xie Guli held back a laugh and continued, this guy smoked 3 cigarettes just to infiltrate our school's smoking gang, and once inside, he backstabbed them. Because he uncovered the largest smoking group in the grade at that time, this kid became an outstanding class officer and even took my position, becoming the class monitor. Because of that incident, our foolish principal publicly praised him and held a campus anti-smoking event, burning cigarettes on the spot. Tsk. That day, smoke filled the entire school, and many people were choked, so they didn't come to school the next day. Our principal was also dismissed because of this. After finishing, Xie Guli pointed at Su Jiang and said, this kid's one action back then directly triggered a butterfly effect, leading to a reform of the entire high school education in Jiangdu. Upon hearing this, everyone's gaze turned to Su Jiang, especially Li Kai and Anro, who lived in Jiangdu. As soon as Xie Guli mentioned this, memories flooded their minds. So, the anti-smoking incident back then actually originated from you? Li Kai's mouth twitched. He hadn't forgotten that because of this incident, the 3 major families in Jiangdu were investigated by the Inspection Bureau. The smoke was so thick that it almost made people think something illegal was being burned. The 3 major families became the prime suspects. In the end, it was found out that they were burning cigarettes, which spared them. Who would have thought that such a sensational event in Jiangdu was just because Su Jiang wanted to be the class monitor? Bullshit. What does that have to do with me? Su Jiang, with his mouth full of meat, retorted, at that time, it was just that a group of smokers had one who didn't like me and said he would block me after school. So, when I uncovered their group, I said he was the leader. Su Jiang swallowed the meat, unconcerned, and said, I heard he was expelled later. Like something you could do. What happened later? Wasn't Su Jiang hunted down? Anro asked curiously, thinking that doing such a thing would lead to some retaliation, right? Before Siaguli could speak, Su Jiang confessed himself. Of course I was hunted down, but I arranged a fight with them in advance and secretly called the police, catching them all at once. Anro gave him a thumbs up. As expected of you. The atmosphere was set, and everyone raised their glasses again. Su Jiang, how about I take you for a stroll around Shizhou University tomorrow? Siaguli suggested. The national competition will be held at Shizhou University, so you should get used to the place in advance. So you won't have an excuse like the venue not being suitable when you lose to me, he added. What a joke, Su Jiang snorted coldly, tilting his head to look at Siaguli. When have I ever lost to you? Su Jiang was not wrong in saying this, because every time they took a math exam, they both scored full marks, unable to distinguish who was better. But privately, they both knew each other's capabilities. Their math skills were about the same. I think we should prioritize friendship first, and competition second, Shang Wanlu interjected to ease the tension. To her surprise, both Su Jiang and Siaguli shook their heads in unison. Friendship first, competition second? That's just an excuse for the weak, Su Jiang said. Exactly, the first place should thoroughly humiliate the second place. Siaguli nodded in agreement. Everyone covered their faces. They finally understood why these two could become good friends. Birds of a feather flocked together. By the end, as the host, Siaguli settled the bill during a bathroom break. This made Anro and Li Kai feel a bit embarrassed because Su Jiang had eaten way too much. The barbecue cost 700, and Su Jiang alone had eaten at least 500. You brat, your appetite has grown so big now? Siaguli asked in surprise. He remembered Su Jiang didn't eat much before. Anro also looked at Su Jiang, puzzled. It was one thing for Su Jiang to eat so much, but why wasn't he gaining weight? She felt a bit unfair. It's not every day you treat us, so I have to eat more, right? Su Jiang smiled, and then at the entrance of the barbecue place, the 3 of them and the cat said goodbye to Siaguli, agreeing that he would take them to tour Shizhou University the next day. Su Jiang, carry me. After Siaguli and Shang Wanlu left, Anro directly climbed onto Su Jiang's back. I'm feeling a bit dizzy. Hearing Anro's tone sounded off, Su Jiang turned to look, his mouth twitching. Was she drunk? I'm so sleepy, Anro murmured softly, closing her eyes while lying on Su Jiang's back. Su Jiang supported Anro's legs with both hands, feeling the sensation from her on his back, and couldn't help but sigh. If you can't handle your liquor, then don't drink. Su Jiang remembered that Anro had probably only had less than a bottle of beer, right? Maybe just half a bottle? She rarely drinks, she basically can't handle even 1 cup, Li Kai explained from behind. Anro has been known to have a low tolerance for alcohol since she was little, so we all prohibit her from drinking. Upon hearing this, Su Jiang wanted to nod, but Fuguo was still lying on his head. This silly cat didn't want to be held by Li Kai and refused to walk on its own. Su Jiang couldn't free his hands at the moment, so Fuguo very consciously lay on top of Su Jiang's head, messing up his hair. When they returned to the hotel, Anro was already asleep. Ro, don't sleep yet. Where's your room card? Su Jiang asked softly in front of Anro's door. Room card? Anro murmured with her eyes closed. The room card is in my clothes. In her clothes? Silly cat, check her pockets, hurry up, Su Jiang commanded Fuguo, who had been lying on his head for so long and should get to work. Fuguo yawned lightly, stretched its 4 paws, and lazily climbed down, finally pulling out a black card from Anro's left pocket. Beep! Su Jiang swiped the card and successfully entered Anro's room. Gently placing Anro on the bed, Su Jiang let out a long sigh and looked around. Damn, the environment was indeed better than the hotel across the street. Anro frowned and rolled over on the bed. Su Jiang put his hands on his hips, hesitating whether to help Anro change her clothes. It would be uncomfortable to sleep in this outfit, right? But would it be inappropriate to do so? It felt like taking advantage of her vulnerability. Just as Su Jiang was feeling conflicted, Fu Gue had already found a comfortable spot and fallen asleep. This place was much more comfortable for sleeping. After thinking for a long time, Su Jiang finally made a decision. Take action. He and Anro were already boyfriend and girlfriend, so what was there to be shy about? Without hesitation, Su Jiang squatted down and began to take off Anro's little white shoes. Then he reached out and removed Anro's brown jacket. Su Jiang, what are you doing? Anro mumbled sleepily. Don't move, I'm helping you take off your outerwear. Su Jiang coaxed Anro while quickly removing the jacket. Once it was off, Anro was left wearing only a white short-sleeve shirt. At this point, Su Jiang planned to stop. If he went any further, he was afraid he wouldn't be able to control himself. He gently picked Anro up, lifted the blanket, and placed her inside. TSK, it was like wrapping dumplings, Su Jiang thought. After everything was done, Su Jiang let out a sigh of relief and was about to carry the silly cat back to the hotel across the street. Smack! His wrist was grabbed. Su Jiang turned around to see Anro holding his hand, mumbling incoherently. Pikachu. Su Jiang? What the hell is Pikachu? Su Jiang suddenly remembered that Anro had almost hugged that Pikachu plush toy every day at home. She even slept with it. Am I being treated like that yellow rat? Su Jiang felt a headache coming on, squatting down to Anro and saying, take a good look at who I am. Hearing this, Anro opened her eyes a crack and murmured, you are Su Jiang. Su Jiang raised an eyebrow, about to speak, when Anro added another line. Su Jiang is Pikachu. Su Jiang? Ro, you've gone too far. So, you usually treat that yellow rat like me? No wonder you often hit Pikachu for no reason. So you were hitting me? Pikachu, sleep with me. Anro stretched out her other hand and directly pulled Su Jiang onto the bed. Su Jiang was a bit confused. Was Anro drunk or not? Why did it feel like he had become the prey? At this moment, Anro was like an octopus, tightly wrapping her hands and feet around Su Jiang. Sigh. Su Jiang sighed. It seemed he could only sleep here tonight. Since he couldn't resist, he might as well enjoy it. Su Jiang also covered himself with the blanket and gently hugged Anro. He lowered his head and kissed her red lips. Good night, Ro. Good night, Pikachu. Su Jiang closed his eyes, and 2 seconds later, spoke again. Silly cat, turn off the light, thank you. Meow. You're so annoying. Fu Gue reluctantly opened his eyes, ran to the wall, and kicked the light switch off. Suddenly, the room was pitch black. Anro nestled in Su Jiang's arms, a hint of a sweet smile appearing at the corners of her mouth. Quietly opening one eye, filled with pride and mischief, she saw that Su Jiang was asleep, and then she snuggled closer, wrapping her arms around him, pressing them even tighter together. Good night, Su Jiang, Anro silently thought. The next morning, as soon as Su Jiang opened his eyes, a cat face was right in front of him, almost touching his face. Meow. I'm hungry. Su Jiang glanced at his phone. It was 6 in the morning. Looking down, he saw Anro breathing evenly, sleeping soundly. I swear I'll blow up your cat head if you keep this up. It's barely morning and you're already hungry. Su Jiang's lips moved, but no sound came out. To avoid waking Anro, he used lip reading with Fu Gue. At this hour, we humans are just sleeping, not eating. You, as a cat, need to adapt to local customs, understand? Meow. Fu Gue looked confused. What are you talking about? Su Jiang's mouth twitched. This silly cat was hopeless, unable to even understand lip reading. He reached out and gave it a light smack on the head, then waved his hand, softly uttering one word. Scram. Fu Gue covered its head, teary-eyed, and walked away. After sending the silly cat away, Su Jiang looked down at Anro, feeling a sense of wonder. He had actually slept holding Anro all night. Anro was still asleep, but Su Jiang couldn't sleep anymore. There was a reaction. It seemed that she felt something pressing against her, and Anro gently frowned, expressing her dissatisfaction. Su Jiang let out a bitter smile. This was not something he could control. Moreover, Anro's head had been pressed down all night, and her hand was a bit numb. Su Jiang tried to pull away, but he couldn't. Su Jiang, don't move around. It seemed she sensed Su Jiang's restless hand, and Anro softly said. Su Jiang raised an eyebrow, realizing it was him, not Pikachu. Now, Su Jiang increasingly suspected that Anro had pretended to be drunk last night, trying to scheme against him. Indeed, boys need to protect themselves outside, otherwise, who knows when they might fall into a girl's trap. Ro, are you awake? Su Jiang called softly, but Anro did not respond. However, Su Jiang keenly sensed that Anro's breathing had started to become irregular. Is she awake? Su Jiang's eyes turned, and he smiled. If you're not awake, I'm going to kiss you. Anro still did not react. Seeing this, Su Jiang lowered his head without hesitation and kissed Anro's red lips. Anro kept her eyes closed. She had long been awake but pretended to still be asleep out of shyness. Unexpectedly, Su Jiang was so unrestrained, coming right in to kiss her. Moreover, this guy even stuck out his tongue. And Ro's eyes widened in surprise, and she gently patted Su Jiang, signaling that she was already awake. But Su Jiang didn't care about that and continued to kiss her. And Ro's gaze gradually became hazy, and while she was patting Su Jiang's hand, she unknowingly hooked her arms around his neck. From the initial awkwardness to familiarity, and then to a back-and-forth exchange, their kiss lasted for a long, long time, until Anro could hardly hold on any longer. Their lips finally parted. Huff, huff, and Ro's face was flushed, her head buried in Su Jiang's chest, breathing lightly. Pervert, she muttered softly. Su Jiang gently held Anro, licking his lips, feeling a bit unsatisfied. Soon, he cupped Anro's face and said, "Shall we do it again?" "Ha, I don't. Before Anro could finish her sentence, she was once again silenced by Su Jiang's kiss. When Li Kai finished washing up and came to the dining room for breakfast, he found that Su Jiang and Anro had already started eating. Up so early? Li Kai wondered. He remembered Anro was supposed to sleep in. Moreover, why was Su Jiang here eating? Wasn't he supposed to be at the hotel across the street? Not far away, Su Jiang lowered his head, silently drinking soy milk. His shoulder ached slightly. That was from Anro's bite. Humph. Anro nibbled on her bread, snorting coldly, looking as if she was still angry. Kissing was one thing, but this guy Su Jiang couldn't keep his hands to himself, touching her all over. It was just through the clothes. Su Jiang murmured softly, "You still say that?" Anro's face turned red, lightly biting her lip, glaring at Su Jiang. "You touching is one thing, but you even pinched." As soon as she said this, Su Jiang's hand instinctively clenched in the air, as if savoring the moment. Smack! Seeing this, Anro directly threw the bread in her hand, which Su Jiang skillfully caught with his mouth. "Pervert," she muttered under her breath. "Meow. So noisy." Fu Gue lay on the table, licking milk with its small paws covering its ears. It was a bit too loud for its solitude. Li Kai chose his breakfast, holding a plate, and was about to join Su Jiang and the others at their table. Suddenly, he paused. He keenly sensed that the atmosphere between Su Jiang and Anro was a bit off. They're sitting further apart than before. Although he didn't know what had happened, Li Kai thought the best choice at the moment was to keep a distance from them. Before long, Xia Guli arrived at the hotel on time. They had agreed yesterday that today he would take Su Jiang and the others to visit Shizhou University. Moreover, Xia Guli himself was a student at Shizhou University. "Why are you alone?" Su Jiang raised an eyebrow when he saw Xia Guli come alone. "Where's your girlfriend?" "You mean Lulu?" Xia Guli smiled and said, "She's been a bit busy lately. She only found time to come yesterday." "So, you really met on a formal platform?" Su Jiang asked suspiciously. "Don't make me curse you in such a pleasant atmosphere," Xia Guli replied with a forced smile. Seeing this, Li Kai quickly intervened, which finally made the two of them shut their mouths. However, when they got downstairs, Su Jiang and Xia Guli got into another argument. The argument was about whose car to take to Shizhou University. Su Jiang insisted on taking his new car. Xia Guli said that as the host, he had to take his car. "You don't even have a driver's license, how can you invite others to ride in your car?" Xia Guli shot back, showing no mercy to Su Jiang. Upon hearing this, Su Jiang got angry and rolled up his sleeves, ready to confront Xia Guli. However, halfway through rolling up his sleeves, under Anro's threatening gaze, Su Jiang rolled them back down. Humph! Su Jiang huffed stubbornly. For Anro's sake, he let Xia Guli off the hook. In the end, after a vote, Xia Guli narrowly won with a 3-2 advantage, and everyone got into Xia Guli's car, because Xia Guli's car was much better than Su Jiang's. Moreover, one of Su Jiang's 2 votes was his own, and the other was cast by Fu Gue under his threat. It could be said that he lost miserably. An hour and a half later, at the entrance of Shizhou University. Wow, so impressive. Su Jiang looked at the grand entrance of Shizhou University, smacking his lips, feeling a pang of sadness. Comparing their grand entrance to that of Jiangdu University, he realized that without comparison, there is no harm. Su Jiang admitted that for a moment, he thought about retaking the exam. "Sorry, old Zhang, but Shizhou University really looks appealing." He saw Xia Guli walk to the security room, hand over his ID, say a few words, and the security guard let Su Jiang and the others in. "Look, that's the teaching building for the national competition exam." Xia Guli pointed to a building in the distance as soon as they entered. "You can still come and go freely now, but 2 days before the national competition, it will be completely sealed off." Su Jiang looked at the teaching building, and for some reason, he felt a stirring in his heart. A building that tall would surely be exhilarating to blow up. As soon as this thought crossed his mind, Su Jiang shook his head vigorously. He felt like he might be losing it. Now, his first thought about anything was explosion. After that, Xia Guli took Su Jiang and the others around until noon, and they finally arrived at the cafeteria of Shizhou University. Seeing the yellow braised chicken at Shizhou University, Su Jiang felt a sense of balance. Different universities, the same yellow braised potatoes. And no grilled cold noodles. What a disappointment. Jiangdu University is better, at least the cafeteria has grilled cold noodles, even if they don't taste very good. As for Fu Gue, it was released the moment they stepped on the campus. It said it wanted to go make friends with the cats at the school. Su Jiang didn't stop it. After all, this was Biaogu. In today's cat society, who would dare to provoke? So spicy. And Rose's face turned red, sweat beading on her forehead, as she stuck out her tongue and waved her little hand to fan herself. Who told you to insist on eating spicy chicken? Su Jiang raised an eyebrow, noticing a Snow King milk tea shop not far away. It must be said that Shizhou University has some good ideas with a milk tea shop in the cafeteria. Wait a moment, I'll go buy you a cup of lemonade. And Ro nodded. She was almost overwhelmed by the spiciness. The food at Shizhou was too spicy. She felt it when she had barbecue yesterday, but it wasn't so obvious. Now, after eating this spicy chicken, and Ro couldn't hold it together. She almost cried from the spiciness. Hello, for cups of lemonade, please. Okay, please wait a moment. I must say, the staff at Snow King are quick at making lemonade. Before Su Jiang could even react, 4 cups of lemonade were packed and placed in front of him. Thank you. Su Jiang picked up the lemonade and turned around. Bang! A person carrying a plate bumped into Su Jiang, leaving grease stains on his clothes. I am so sorry. The person quickly set the plate aside and kept bowing to Su Jiang in apology. Only then did Su Jiang see clearly that the person in front of him had half-white hair, wore a mask, and was dressed in a white lab coat. He looked like a teacher from Shizhou University? It's fine, I wasn't paying attention, you don't need to worry about it. Su Jiang hurriedly stopped him from bowing any further. Just as he was about to say something, a voice rang out. Professor, how did you get lost again? A boy in Shizhou University uniform rushed over anxiously. What happened? Oh, it's Yanhua? The person referred to as the professor looked at the boy and explained, I wasn't paying attention while walking and accidentally bumped into this student, and I got his clothes dirty. It's okay, old sir, you don't need to worry about it. Su Jiang quickly waved his hand. I'm fine, and the clothes are no problem. I can just wash them when I get back. But this, the professor still looked a bit guilty. At this moment, the boy named Yanhua spoke up. This student, why don't you leave an address, and I'll help you wash your jacket and deliver it back to you. Because the professor here can't keep things to himself. If this matter isn't resolved well, he might remember it forever. Yanhua's voice was calm and steady, clearly not his first time handling such situations. Yes. The professor nodded quickly, putting his hands together. This student, please give me a chance to apologize. Upon hearing this, Su Jiang felt embarrassed but also a bit curious. This professor really gave off a special vibe. He was very kind and yet very cautious, as if afraid of bringing discomfort to others. Since the other party had already said this much, Su Jiang didn't want to be overly polite and directly took off his jacket to hand it to Yanhua. Then I'll trouble you with it. After saying that, Su Jiang exchanged contact information with Yanhua. As they were leaving, Yanhua assured him that he would make sure to wash the clothes clean and deliver them personally. They really are an interesting pair of teacher and student. Su Jiang murmured as he watched the two of them walk away. He just wondered why that professor was wearing a mask. Was he socially anxious? Su Jiang chuckled and shook his head, holding the lemonade, and continued on his way back. Fortunately, this matter was handled quickly and didn't cause much of a stir. Otherwise, if it attracted a crowd and someone filmed it and posted it online, then maliciously edited it, it could turn into a headline like a certain male student from Shizhou University bullies an old professor into bowing for an apology. Su Jiang had already thought of the title. If it really developed like that, he would be roasted by those keyboard warriors online. By then, if a few on-site witnesses popped up to say some nasty things online, Su Jiang wouldn't be able to clear his name even if he jumped into the Yellow River. However, with that professor's character, he would most likely clarify the facts. But so what? Those keyboard warriors would just casually apologize and then move on to attack the next target. It was meaningless, so Su Jiang always tried to avoid such situations. If he couldn't avoid it, then he could only let the king of cold noodles make an appearance. Ha! By the time Su Jiang returned, Anro was almost breathing fire. She took the lemonade from Su Jiang and gulped down a third of it in one go. Why don't we eat something else, like braised potatoes? Seeing that Anro was still going to continue eating, Su Jiang couldn't help but suggest. Don't mind me, I just like spicy food, Anro insisted stubbornly. Not only do you like spicy food, but you also like to be stubborn. Su Jiang silently mocked her as he quickly finished his braised potatoes. Hey, where's your jacket? Xia Guli said this, and everyone finally noticed that Su Jiang's jacket was missing. Can't you just buy a lemonade instead of lending your coat to that little sister? Xia Guli deliberately stoked the fire. After all, it's pretty cold out, and it's understandable for her to borrow a coat from you, right, Anro? Upon hearing this, Anro raised her eyes and looked at Su Jiang, her gaze carrying a hint of murderous intent. She had even stopped eating the spicy chicken, just quietly watching Su Jiang. You really don't care about anything at all. Su Jiang looked down on Xia Guli's behavior with disdain. Then, he recounted what had just happened to a few others. Old Xia, do you know that professor? I feel like he's quite nice. Professor? Xia Guli frowned slightly, pondering for a long time before shaking his head. Not sure, after all, I've only been at Shida for a year, but I have heard of something. What? I heard my mentor say that there's an old professor at our school, very strong in research, who often selflessly guides them and is particularly kind. Xia Guli paused and continued, but strangely, almost no teachers at Shida know this old professor's name. I don't know who started it, but later everyone just referred to that old professor as the professor, not even knowing his surname. And that old professor, so far, seems to have only taken one student as his assistant. Upon hearing this, Su Jiang keenly sensed something was off. Professor, scholar, can't be found. No one knows his surname. Old Xia, do you know the name Ding Qiming? No, I've never heard of it. Xia Guli shook his head decisively. Su Jiang frowned slightly. Could he have guessed wrong? Then he thought, if that person just now was indeed the old professor Xia Guli mentioned, then the possibility of him being Ding Qiming was slim. Su Jiang had heard Director Zhang say that Ding Qiming had a lively and cheerful personality, a real old rascal. But the character of that person just now was clearly different from what old Zhang described. Shaking his head lightly, Su Jiang dismissed his thoughts. Perhaps he was overthinking it. How could someone old Zhang had been searching for all these years just happen to be encountered by him over a meal? Impossible, absolutely impossible. While thinking, Su Jiang reached for Anro's spicy chicken. Hiss, indeed spicy. Professor, did you forget to wear your glasses again today? On the campus of Shida, Yanhua said helplessly beside the professor, I've told you so many times, don't think about research while walking. Hee, I'll definitely pay attention next time. The professor raised his hand to assure Yanhua, then excitedly said, but Yanhua, I just thought of a great entry point that might have a big impact on our research. Professor, this is already the umpteenth time you've said this to me. Yanhua adjusted his glasses with a wry smile. I know you really want to succeed in your research, but you also need to rest. Hearing Yanhua's words, the professor shook his head. No, I can't rest. There are still people waiting for me. Many people are waiting for me. I can rest, but they can't. Yanhua felt a bit of a headache. Every time he tried to persuade the professor to rest, the professor would say something similarly nonsensical. All right. Yanhua sighed deeply, as if resigned to his fate. Then shall we go back and try your new direction, Professor? The professor nodded vigorously, his eyes filled with anticipation, muttering to himself, this time it will work, this time it will definitely succeed. Yanhua stood behind, watching the professor's back, feeling a pang of heartache. Perhaps only he knew how much the professor had sacrificed over the years at Shida. No one knows exactly what the professor is researching. The other teachers at Shida only know that the professor spends 24 hours a day in the laboratory, except for mealtimes. Even Yanhua, as the professor's assistant, only has a partial understanding of the professor's research and does not know the full picture. However, no matter what, Yanhua will do his utmost to help the professor complete the research, because this is the only way he can repay the professor. Thinking of this, a smile appeared on Yanhua's face as he called out to the professor walking ahead, Professor, slow down a bit, don't fall. After saying that, he hurriedly ran up to follow the professor closely, afraid that he might trip. Oh, I'm fine. You're just overreacting. I can see the road. The professor laughed and scolded, then added, you must remember to wash people's clothes clean and return them, don't keep them waiting. Yes, you can rest assured. Looking at the clothes of Su Jiang in his hands, Yanhua couldn't help but smile wryly. It seems that tonight, he would have to spare some time to do laundry. Cheers! As evening approached, Su Jiang and his 3 friends, who had been out all day, gathered again at a barbecue stall near Shida. I have to say, the barbecue in Shizhou is indeed exceptional, making people want to eat more after finishing. Boss, 5 more kidneys. Su Jiang shouted to the owner, then pointed at Xia Guli and said, he's paying. Xia Guli's mouth twitched as he stared at Su Jiang with dead fish eyes. Go ahead, ancestor. Who can eat more than you? After Su Jiang finished speaking, he lowered his head to take a sip of beer, his gaze inadvertently sweeping over Anro's wineglass. From the very beginning, he had been calculating how much Anro had drunk. So far, Anro had definitely drunk more than yesterday. But, Soo-jang glanced at Anro. She didn't look the slightest bit drunk. At most, her face was a bit red, completely unlike the state she was in yesterday when she was out cold. He had definitely been fooled by Anro yesterday. Thinking of this, Soo-jang shot a fierce glare at Lee Kai. Is this what you call a one-drink knockout? Whether Anro was knocked out or not was unclear, but Soo-jang had definitely been knocked out. Knocked out in Anro's trap. Lee Kai, I have something to do tomorrow, so I won't be accompanying you. Siaguli raised his glass to Lee Kai and said, you guys enjoy your time in Shizhou these days, just give me a call if anything comes up, don't be polite. Upon hearing this, Lee Kai quickly replied, you're being too polite. Thanks to you these past few days, when you go to Jiangdu, I'll take you out. These past 2 days had left Lee Kai with a good impression of Siaguli. Compared to Soo-jang, he was much more polite in his words and actions. After saying that, the two clinked glasses and drank it all down. Right, when you come to Jiangdu, my brother Lee Kai will take you to blow up factories at midnight. Soo-jang said casually. Put, cough cough cough. Lee Kai hadn't swallowed his drink yet, and Soo-jang's words made him spit it out. Coughing and with red eyes, he pointed at Soo-jang. You little brat, you just lie without hesitation? Blow up factories? Siaguli thought he had misheard. Anro also had a black line on her forehead, turning her face away. Yes, exactly, woo woo woo. As Soo-jang began to speak, Lee Kai quickly covered his mouth with his hand. What Soo-jang just said was, blow up pig intestines. Blow up pig intestines? Siaguli's mouth twitched. Was that what he just said? Lee Kai chuckled awkwardly. Yes, deep-fried pig intestines, a special snack that's particularly famous in our area. If you get the chance, I'll take you to try it. Woo woo woo. Soo-jang glared at Lee Kai, quickly urging him to let go. You little brat, if you keep spreading rumors, I'll fight you, do you hear me? Lee Kai leaned down and whispered a threat before letting go. As soon as his hand was off, Soo-jang ran over to Anro to complain. Woo woo woo. Ro, brother Lee Kai threatened me. Lee Kai? However, Anro stretched out a hand to block Soo-jang. Stay away from me, Anro said with disdain. Why? Soo-jang was upset. Lee Kai just went to the bathroom and didn't wash his hands. What? Soo-jang's mouth dropped open as he turned to look at Lee Kai. Lee Kai lowered his head, feeling embarrassed. Old Lee, you bastard. There was no time to settle accounts with Lee Kai. Soo-jang rushed to the bathroom and frantically washed his face. He had a cleanliness obsession. Siaguli, seeing this, silently took a sip of his drink. His originally good impression of Lee Kai changed slightly, but then he thought, how many people who could hang out with Soo-jang could maintain their sanity? After Soo-jang returned, the four of them chatted while eating for a while before preparing to leave. Old Xia, isn't there an event in Shizhou in a few days? Soo-jang suddenly asked while settling the bill. Are you talking about the Lantern Festival? Siaguli quickly realized what Soo-jang was referring to. The Lantern Festival is next week. It's a big holiday here in Shizhou. Siaguli glanced at Anro not far away, then leaned down and whispered to Soo-jang with a laugh. Moreover, according to the customs here in Shizhou, at the very last moment of the Lantern Festival, if you give your lantern flower to your beloved, you can be together for a lifetime, growing old together. After saying this, Siaguli winked at Soo-jang. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity that can help strengthen your relationship. Make sure to prepare your lantern flower by then. Tisk, who believes in such ancient love customs? Soo-jang smirked. It's just a marketing gimmick. Those lantern flowers must be ridiculously expensive. You straight man, people make their own lantern flowers, okay? Siaguli replied, speechless. So, did you help your family's Shangwan Lu make one? What does that have to do with you? Look at you getting anxious again. Get lost. Siaguli clenched his fists, suppressing the urge to fight Soo-jang right there. After all, Anro and Lee Kai were still present, and it wouldn't be good to start a fight. After they parted ways, Siaguli mentally noted this debt. Sigh, if it weren't for not wanting to expose my family. Siaguli sighed. He didn't want Soo-jang to know he was the young master of the Xie family. It wasn't that he was afraid of creating a rift with Soo-jang. It was that he was afraid Soo-jang would use his family name to show off everywhere. After all, Soo-jang was capable of that. Damn it, the more he thought about it, the angrier he got. He really wanted to throw a flying knife at Soo-jang. Ha! Siaguli patted his clothes-hidden pocket, panic flashing across his face. Where's my flying knife? I had a whole set of concealed flying knives. What is this? Soo-jang gently opened a small black bag in his room. Inside lay 5 pitch-black small knives. Because of what happened yesterday, Anro wouldn't give Soo-jang another chance in a short time. So tonight, Soo-jang obediently returned to his hotel room. This is a flying knife? How could that guy Siaguli have something like this? Su Jiang was filled with questions. When they parted, Su Jiang had taken the opportunity to test out the dirty pickpocket skill on Siaguli. Originally, when he got this thing, Su Jiang thought it was a wallet and was secretly pleased. But this? Good news, he stole something. Bad news, he stole knives. This was Siaguli. If it were someone else, Su Jiang would have called the police by now. That guy old Xia, he wouldn't be some kind of assassin, would he? Su Jiang frowned in thought as he looked at the 5 flying knives. Before coming here, he had suspected that Siaguli might be related to the Xia family in Shizhou. After all, they both shared the surname Xia, and he hadn't met many normal people around him. Buzz buzz buzz, Su Jiang looked at his vibrating phone and couldn't help but smile. It was Siaguli calling. Hello? What's up, old Xia? Su Jiang, did you see a small black bag? A small black bag? Su Jiang glanced at the bag and the flying knives in front of him and casually replied, Don't worry, it's not lost, I've kept it for you. Did you not open it? Siaguli's tone was somewhat tense. Why are you so nervous? It's just a few flying knives, not like you lost your wallet, Su Jiang said nonchalantly. On the other end of the phone, Siaguli's heart sank. It was over. Su Jiang had discovered everything. He couldn't understand how his flying knives ended up with Su Jiang. Moreover, apart from his father, no one knew about his practice with flying knives. He hadn't even told Shang Wanlu. He was just waiting for the day to show off. Unexpectedly, before he could even start to show off, the knives were gone. And that fool Su Jiang actually compared his flying knives to a wallet. Did he know how much it cost to make those knives? No appreciation for quality. Su Jiang, let me explain. Siaguli took a deep breath. Explain what? You're the young master of the Xia family? Su Jiang said directly. What the hell? Siaguli was startled. How did you know that? Su Jiang rubbed his forehead. Is that hard to guess? Siaguli fell silent. After a long while, he stammered, You're not going to take this opportunity to mooch off me every day, are you? Upon hearing this, Su Jiang was speechless. So, you kept this from me just because you were afraid of that? Am I that kind of person? With just one word from my girlfriend, the entire An family would let me eat and drink for free. Back when An Mingjie begged me to join the An family, I didn't even go. Now An Mingjie must be regretting it deeply, Su Jiang thought. Old Xia, how can you say such a thing? Su Jiang pretended to be angry. Am I that kind of person? Su Jiang's words left Siaguli at a loss for words. The situation seemed to turn around, as if Siaguli was the one in the wrong. Clearly, it was Su Jiang who had stolen Siaguli's things first. Old Xia, hurry up and apologize to me, and call me Su Gu, and I'll forgive you. I don't want the knives anymore, you can have them, Siaguli said directly. Make him call Su Jiang Su Gu? That would be worse than killing him. Anyway, it wasn't something essential. He could always make another set. Moreover, Siaguli was very clear that Su Jiang had no use for his flying knives. If he tried to use them, he might hurt himself and come crying for medical expenses, which would be a blessing for Siaguli. Hey, you, beep. Su Jiang wanted to say something else, but Siaguli had already hung up. Since he knew the items were with Su Jiang, there was no need to panic. Just consider it lending them to Su Jiang for a couple of days. Tisk, so rude. Who hangs up the phone like that? Su Jiang put down his phone, stored Siaguli's flying knives safely, and planned to return them next time he had the chance. He walked to the window, stretched lazily, and felt a bit puzzled. It was already this late, and the silly cat still hadn't come back? Having too much fun? Su Jiang didn't think much of it. After all, the silly cat wouldn't get into any trouble. It couldn't possibly be that tabby cat looking for revenge. Oh no, seeking revenge on a cat? The cat society. Shouldn't be that rough, right? Tap, tap, tap. Just as Su Jiang was thinking this, there was a faint tapping sound at the door. Su Jiang raised an eyebrow, opened the door, and saw no one. Meow. Where are you looking? Looking down, Fu Gui was staring at Su Jiang with a face full of complaints, as if blaming him for opening the door too slowly. Oh, you still know how to come back? Su Jiang teased, thinking the silly cat would run off to Anro's place. However, the next second, Fu Gui gracefully jumped onto Su Jiang's shoulder, continuously meowing in his ear. What are you doing? Fu Gui's words made Su Jiang stop abruptly, his expression instantly becoming serious. Are you sure? Meow. I heard it with my cat ears. Is it nearby? Meow. Yes, take me there. Su Jiang grabbed his coat and room card, closed the door, and followed Fu Gui downstairs. In an abandoned building not far from Su Jiang's hotel, 7 men in black were active on one of the floors, and the leader kept glancing at his watch, seemingly waiting for something. Boss, when are we going to act? One of them stepped forward to ask. The boss frowned and glanced at him, saying, It's not time yet. We'll have a higher success rate when the night is deep and quiet. Is it really necessary to be this cautious? The man scratched his head and said, isn't the target just a young man? Mean hiring us feels like overkill. The 7 of them were part of a notorious assassination group in Shizhou, specializing in doing unspeakable things for the prominent families in the region. Just yesterday, they accepted a commission from Mei Zimin to kill someone named Su Jiang. Initially, they thought that killing a male college student didn't require all 7 of them. However, Mei Zimin offered a high price and warned them not to underestimate the target. This made the leader sense something unusual. Better to be careful than sorry. The boss stroked his chin and added, besides, I have a feeling this Su Jiang might not be simple. You all must not let your guard down. Mei Zimin isn't a fool. Since he hired all 7 of us at once, it shows he takes the target very seriously. You all better stay alert. If we mess up later, I won't take responsibility. Upon hearing this, everyone smiled. Don't worry, boss, we've been with you for so many years. We know the principle of a lion hunting a rabbit. Exactly, and after this job, Mei Zimin's money will keep us comfortable for a while. Hee, my knife hasn't tasted blood in a long time. However, they didn't know that their target, Su Jiang, had quietly entered an abandoned building. Fu Gue had told Su Jiang that when it returned, it happened to overhear their conversation and knew they planned to make a move on Su Jiang. So Fu Gue hurried back to the hotel to inform Su Jiang about this. Otherwise, it would have gone back to sleep at Anro's place. But, why did you come to this godforsaken place? In the darkness, Su Jiang quietly asked Fu Gue. He remembered that the silly cat had said it was going to make friends. Fu Gue paused, fell silent, and human-like turned its head aside, looking a bit guilty. Cats' matters are best left unasked by humans. You came here to make friends? Su Jiang continued to press. Meow. Don't ask. Fu Gue refused to answer directly. Soon, the man and the cat arrived at the floor where the 7 men in black were. 1, 2, 3. Hiding in the shadows, he counted, just as the silly cat had said, 7 people. Su Jiang's expression instantly turned unfriendly. Did someone want to assassinate me as soon as I arrived in Shizhou? What does a model student like me have that's worth being assassinated? I don't have any enemies in Shizhou, right? This isn't trouble I wanted. It's trouble that found me first, Su Jiang muttered to himself, then skillfully reached for his waist, ready to draw his gun and take out the 7 men. However, he found nothing. Meow? What are you doing? Fu Gue looked at Su Jiang in confusion, as if looking at a fool. Su Jiang suddenly felt a bit embarrassed. He forgot he didn't bring a gun. Not only did he not bring one, but the 3 of them had come to Shizhou without any weapons at all. They had planned to come for a vacation. Who would bring a gun? What to do? Su Jiang felt a bit lost. Suddenly being without a gun left him unsure of what to do. He patted himself down, trying to find something he could use as a weapon. Su Jiang found a small black pouch, which contained Xie flying knives. This could indeed be considered a weapon, but he didn't know how to use flying knives. If I had known, I would have brought some explosives. After all, this is a half-finished building, might as well blow it up. What should I do now? Should I call Xie online and ask him to teach me? How is this any different from a college student learning something for the first time during a final exam? Forget it, I might as well call the police and let the Shizhou Inspection Bureau handle it. Su Jiang thought for a moment, took out his phone, and dialed the number for the Shizhou Inspection Bureau. The phone number was given to him by An Mingjie, who had clearly instructed Su Jiang to call if there was an issue, and not to blow anything up. Beep. Hello, this is the Shizhou Inspection Bureau. Su Jiang couldn't help but marvel at how diligent the Shizhou Inspection Bureau was. At this hour, someone actually answered the phone, and they picked up immediately. If it were the Jiangdu Inspection Bureau, they would have unplugged the phone lines after work. After all, there was hardly anything major happening in Jiangdu right now. The Inspection Bureau was getting along just fine with the Yin family, abiding by the law. So, the people at the Jiangdu Inspection Bureau had nothing to do all day, playing cards at work and grilling skewers after hours. And then there was Su Jiang, who didn't even go to work, just clocked in. Hello, I want to report. Soon, Su Jiang explained the situation there. To make the other party realize the seriousness of the problem, Su Jiang even used a bit of exaggerated rhetoric. You mean the other party is armed with a Gatling gun? That's right, the kind that goes da-da-da with blue flames, very scary. And they also have a box of grenades? Exactly, I saw it with my own eyes. I suspect they are an illegal arms group. Su Jiang was indeed a model student. When he lied, his face didn't flush, his heart didn't race, and his voice remained calm. Let me confirm one last time. Are you sure what you're saying is true? Of course, I have no reason to lie to you. Alright, our people have already set out and will rush to the location you provided as soon as possible. Kudos to you, truly the righteous group of Shizhou. After saying that, Su Jiang hung up the phone. He glanced at the 7 people in the distance. They were far enough away that they hadn't heard his voice, mainly because 3 of them were playing cards, their voices loud enough to drown out Su Jiang. Otherwise, he would have had to stand further away to make the call. But since the inspection bureau people were on their way, the rest of the matter was no longer his concern. Su Jiang tucked the flying knife back into his pocket, gave the silly cat a look, and prepared to head back home. Just then, the 3 playing cards started chatting, their voices just loud enough to reach Su Jiang's ears. He, I heard that guy named Su Jiang has a pretty good-looking girlfriend. I saw her when I was out today. I have to say, she's a real gem. So, what do you think? Should we take advantage of it tonight? I think that's a good idea. I'll go first, and none of you better try to steal my chance. Look at you getting all worked up, like you've never seen a woman before. At that moment, Su Jiang and the cat paused in their steps, exchanging a glance. Fu Gue, can you tolerate this? Su Jiang, I can't. Fu Gue, then let's do it. Su Jiang, let's do it. Both man and cat turned back at the same time, especially Su Jiang, whose gaze turned icy. The flying knife was not unusable. After all, it was still a knife. Using it as a dagger made no difference. Su Jiang silently took out a flying knife, gripping it in his hand. He activated the shadow of the gun and wind, charging directly at the 3 playing cards. The others didn't matter, these 3 had to die tonight. Su Jiang's figure seemed to appear out of nowhere, catching the 7 off guard. Who are you? One of the card players, seeing Su Jiang's figure, managed to utter 3 words before he could say no more, because a deep line of blood had already appeared on his neck, a knife to the throat. It must be said that Xie Guli's flying knife was much sharper than an ordinary dagger. After dealing with one person, Su Jiang took advantage of the moment when everyone was stunned and turned again, swinging his knife. He took down another one. Enemy attack. The leader immediately reacted, shouting loudly, his face showing a hint of fear. In just a brief moment, 2 people had already been taken out, and they hadn't even seen the faces of their attackers. At this moment, one person, who was farther away, pulled out a gun without hesitation and aimed it at Su Jiang, pulling the trigger. Su Jiang glanced at the handgun, and before the other party could fire, he had already predicted the general trajectory of the bullet. Bang! At the moment the gun fired, Su Jiang slightly tilted his body, and the bullet grazed past his shoulder. He pushed off with his foot and moved forward again. Don't come over. The last person from the card-playing trio had a look of terror on his face. The other 2, who had just been playing cards with him, were now 2 cold corpses, and the one who had turned them into corpses was now charging at him with a knife, just an arm's length away. Remember, in your next life, when playing landlord, you should first single out 6. After leaving this cryptic remark, Su Jiang swung his knife, taking that person's life. The man clutched his neck, his eyes wide open, his mind filled with just one thought. Did I have a 6 in my hand just now? Bang! Bang! 2 more gunshots rang out, and Su Jiang narrowly dodged the bullets. He quickly moved and hid behind a pillar. Damn! The corner of Su Jiang's mouth twitched. After just 3 shots, he knew. These people were not on the same level as that group from the Feng family. At least they were a tier stronger. They were from a big city in the West Continent, and the quality of the elite monsters was better than those from Jiangdu. Idiot, who told you to shoot? At this moment, the leader looked angrily at the shooter and said, doing this will attract the attention of the inspectorate. Once the inspectorate sets their sights on us, we're all dead. The shooter broke out in a cold sweat upon hearing this. He had forgotten that in the main urban area of the West Continent, shooting a gun was absolutely forbidden. Once a shooting incident occurred, the inspectorate would pursue it relentlessly, not stopping until they caught the culprits. Therefore, people from various families rarely used firearms unless absolutely necessary, and those who did, without exception, were held accountable by the inspectorate. Huff! Su Jiang hid behind the pillar, letting out a long breath. He frowned slightly, looking at his left shoulder. The bullet had grazed him. Although he had dodged in time, he still felt a burning sting on his skin. 4 more people. Su Jiang silently counted in his heart. At this moment, those 4 were cautiously moving, gradually surrounding him. Third, since the gun has already been fired, let's make it quick, the leader said, then also pulled out a handgun, aiming at the pillar that concealed Su Jiang's body. Since the gun had already been fired, they might as well go all the way. At worst, after killing the opponent, they would escape from the West Continent as quickly as possible. By then, even if the inspectorate wanted to pursue them, it would be much more difficult. The other 2, seeing this, also pulled out their handguns at the first opportunity. In an instant, 4 handguns were aimed at Su Jiang from different angles. Show yourself, and you're done. Su Jiang realized the situation but did not panic. Instead, he held his breath and focused, waiting for an opportunity. Silly cat, it's up to you now. Su Jiang silently thought. As if in response to Su Jiang, the next second, amidst the tense atmosphere, a cat's meow echoed. Meow. Idiot. Who? Bang. Everyone was startled and looked towards the direction of the cat's call, and the leader, without hesitation, fired his gun. However, they only saw a white tail flash by. That shot missed. At that moment, Su Jiang's eyes hardened. Well done, silly cat. Seizing this opportunity, Su Jiang instantly charged out from behind the pillar, attacking the nearest enemy first. As the man turned his head, Su Jiang had already lunged at his face. In a panic, he widened his eyes, mouth agape, and involuntarily shouted a word. Damn! A flash of knife light swept by, and another person fell to the ground. Almost in an instant, Su Jiang reached out with his other hand and seized the opponent's handgun. This was his true objective. What use was a flying knife compared to a handgun? The moment he grasped the gun, Su Jiang was back to the feeling of slaughtering all around him on the battlefield of the isolated island. Damn it, he is Su Jiang. The remaining three finally reacted, but in just a moment of distraction, another one was dead. At this moment, they truly saw Su Jiang's face. Su Jiang stood there, holding a gun in his left hand and a knife in his right, turning around with a mocking expression on his face as he looked at them. The hands of the three holding guns began to tremble in unison, especially the leader, who was cursing the ancestors of Mei Zimin in his heart. This guy is a college student? What kind of college student is like this? He swore that if he had known Su Jiang was this terrifying, he would never have taken Mei Zimin's commission. Now, just after seeing his face, 4 out of 7 were already dead. How to fight? Even if it was 3 against 1 now, they couldn't muster any fighting spirit. Su Jiang's performance was too terrifying, completely beyond their comprehension. Bro, let's talk? The leader slowly lowered his gun, swallowed hard, and said to Su Jiang, we have no deep-seated grudges, do we? How about this, you let us go, and whatever you want, we will give you. Money or anything else, we can negotiate. The moment Su Jiang got the gun, the leader knew they had no chance. If he could take them down with a knife, what more with a gun? Especially after witnessing Su Jiang's abnormal speed, they were even more afraid to fight. The leader had a very clear understanding of the current situation. If they fought, the 3 of them had a small chance of winning, but a high probability of being killed instantly. If they didn't fight, there was still a chance to run, because he felt that Su Jiang probably didn't know they were there to kill him. Boss, if you want to live, shut up. Although the other 2 were confused, they still believed the leader's words. So, they silently lowered their guns, looking at Su Jiang with a hint of vigilance in their eyes. No deep-seated grudges? Su Jiang, hearing the leader's words, angrily retorted, if there are no deep-seated grudges, then why are you shooting at me one by one? Wasn't it you who made the first move? The leader was cursing madly in his heart, but on the surface, he still forced a smile and said, This is all a misunderstanding. We can explain. Don't rush to explain. Let me ask you a question first. Su Jiang said calmly, who is Mei Zimin, and why does he want to kill me? Upon hearing this, the leader gasped. It's over, this kid knows everything. Not only does he know that the 7 of them want to kill him, but he also knows it was Mei Zimin who instigated it. Who the hell sold me out? The leader's heart was ablaze with anger. He believed someone must have betrayed this operation, leading to this situation. Upon careful thought, it was clear that none of the 7 could have betrayed him, and only Mei Zimin and his group knew about this operation. So, it was obvious who leaked the information. Mei Zimin. Damn Mei Zimin. The leader gritted his teeth, realizing he had been played by Mei Zimin. Mei Zimin intended to set him up. Bro, don't get agitated, listen to me. At this moment, the leader had completely lost any thoughts of opposing Su Jiang. He only wanted to kill Mei Zimin. We were all tricked by Mei Zimin. He wants us to kill each other. He sent us to kill you and leak the information to you. This is his scheme. We absolutely cannot act again. If we do, it will play right into his hands. Although he didn't know what the relationship between Mei Zimin and Su Jiang was, it was clear that at this moment, the leader believed Su Jiang was also a victim. Su Jiang stood there, somewhat dazed. After a long while, he tilted his head. Is this person across from me alright? I just asked who Mei Zimin was and why he wanted to kill himself. What on earth did he imagine? Are you saying that Mei Zimin set me and you up? Su Jiang pretended to be confused and said, be clearer. It's like this, Mei Zimin commissioned us to kill you, but clearly he concealed your information and told us that your identity is just a college student. I really am a college student, Su Jiang thought. Now it seems that Mei Zimin has ulterior motives. He must have known that we have some unfavorable evidence against the Mei family, so he wants to kill to silence us. The Mei family? So Mei Zimin is from the Mei family? Su Jiang was puzzled. He didn't know anyone from the Mei family and had never provoked them. Why did they want to kill me? Brother, if that's the case, today is a misunderstanding, let's just call it even. The leader paused, took a deep breath, and said, our common target should be Mei Zimin. He is the real culprit. If you don't want to take action, brother, the leader patted his chest and assured, I'll do it. I will definitely dismember Mei Zimin for you. How about that? Su Jiang stood there in a daze, not understanding. Why did the person across from him suddenly change like this? Why the united front against a common enemy? Although he didn't know what had happened, then, I'll leave it to you? Su Jiang stammered. Don't worry, brother. The leader nodded heavily and said, I'll take care of everything. So, under Su Jiang's gaze, to prove his sincerity, he had the other two throw their guns over to Su Jiang's side. Brother, then, we'll be leaving first? The leader said cautiously. Yeah, go ahead, Su Jiang said nonchalantly. It was about time. The three of them breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing this and turned to leave without hesitation. Especially the leader. At the moment he turned, his previously awkward smile turned extremely grim. Cause trouble for Mei Zimin? How could that be possible? That's the Mei family, a leading family. If the three of them went to kill Mei Zimin, wouldn't that be delivering food? This was all just a temporary strategy from the leader. Moreover, after today, they would definitely be targeted by the inspection bureau. Right now, he just wanted to leave Shizhou as quickly as possible. As for the four who died, he didn't care, even if those people had followed him for many years. That's just how reality is. You're dead, and I still have to risk my life to avenge you? Don't mess around, brother. I want to live well. Living is the way to go. Just as he was thinking about how to escape later, a series of footsteps came from downstairs. The three of them were stunned. Who came at this late hour? Is this abandoned building so popular? Are they all coming here? Oh right, I just forgot to tell you, Su Jiang's voice rang out behind the three. About half an hour ago, I notified the inspection bureau, but please believe me, I really didn't know they would come so quickly. Su Jiang spread his hands, looking somewhat innocent. He truly didn't know the efficiency of the Shizhou Inspection Bureau was this high. It hadn't been long since he called, and people were already on the scene. If it were the Jiangdu Inspection Bureau, they wouldn't even have left the door yet. Upon hearing this, the three turned around in unison, looking at Su Jiang in shock. You bastard! Can't you play fair? Why are you even calling the police? Inspection Bureau is handling a case. Don't move, put your hands on your head and squat down. In an instant, dozens of Inspection Bureau personnel surrounded them, scaring the three of them to death. Wow, is the entire Inspection Bureau mobilized? There are only 7 of us. Are we worth your full-scale attack? Little did they know, in Su Jiang's phone call, there were Gatling guns and whole boxes of grenades. It threw the Inspection Bureau personnel into a frenzy. They immediately called for an emergency assembly and rushed over here. As a result, where's the Gatling? Where are the grenades? Where's the arms group? The inspectors looked around, and apart from the 4 corpses, they saw nothing else. Could it be that they had arrived too late? What on earth is going on? One of them sternly questioned the 3 crouching on the ground. Who killed those 4? And who fired the gun? The leader trembled, about to say it was Su Jiang's doing. It was. Wah! This sudden exclamation startled everyone from the inspector's bureau. They then noticed that there was actually another person in the corner. You finally came. Su Jiang ran out, covering his face, his voice choked with tears as he pointed at the 3, saying, they are so scary, killing people here and even firing guns. They also threatened me, saying I couldn't tell anyone about what they did, and they planned to frame me for the murder. Whoa, I'm just an ordinary college student, visiting your West Prefecture for the first time, and I encountered such a thing. Your West Prefecture is so unsafe. As for why Su Jiang was covering his face, it was simple, because he couldn't squeeze out any tears. The inspectors twitched their mouths at his words, looking at the bloodstains on Su Jiang, all frowning. Student, please calm down. Wah, how can I calm down? My innocent heart has suffered serious harm. You suffered harm, my foot. The 3 crouching on the ground could no longer listen. This was too absurd, too much. Pure framing. It was clearly you who killed them, and you still had the nerve to act wronged? Su Jiang? At that moment, a female voice rang out. Put your hand down, you were Su Jiang, right? Hearing this voice, Su Jiang, who was covering his face and crying, froze. Someone recognized him? And this voice seemed familiar? Su Jiang slowly lowered his hand and, upon seeing the person in front of him, was completely stunned. Shangguan Lu? Su Jiang, it really is you. No, how the hell are you here? Su Jiang no longer cared about acting, shocked as he looked at Shangguan Lu. Seeing her dressed in inspector's gear, Su Jiang felt numb. You are with the inspector's bureau? Shangguan Lu stared at Su Jiang, nodding blankly. At that moment, countless questions filled her mind, and she didn't know which one to ask first. Director Liu, do you know him? One of the inspectors asked. Oh yes. Shangwan Liu came to her senses and said, I guess. I know him. Then how should we handle him? You should interrogate these three first. Shangwan Liu paused, then pointed at Su Jiang and said, I need to talk to him alone. Without waiting for their response, Shangwan Liu directly pulled Su Jiang to a corner where no one could hear their conversation. Why are you here? Shangwan Liu's expression was serious because she not only knew Su Jiang, but he was also a brother of Xie Guli, so she had to get to the bottom of it. Shouldn't I be the one asking you that, Director Liu? Su Jiang looked at her curiously and asked, Does Lao Xie know about your identity? He knows, but right now, the main issue is you. Shangwan Liu glanced back and then whispered, What exactly happened? What went on here? It's just as I said earlier. Do you think they couldn't tell you were acting just now? Shangwan Liu said irritably, and you didn't shed a single tear, your face showed no fear, who would believe that? And all this blood on you, it's obvious it's not yours. Hearing this, Su Jiang clicked his tongue lightly. His acting skills were still lacking. Next time, he needed to ask the system if there were any skills related to acting. If there were, he would get one, and after graduation, he could become a trainee and practice for 2.5 years to debut in acting. That would also give him more options after graduation. Helpless, Su Jiang recounted the entire sequence of events to Shangwan Liu. Because Shangwan Liu was after all Xie Guli's girlfriend, he still trusts her more. It's definitely not because there are too many people in the inspectorate, and he got scared. Absolutely not. After hearing this, Shangwan Liu looked doubtful. Are you saying that Xie Guli can use a flying knife? Is that what you're focused on? Su Jiang was somewhat speechless, but soon he teased, No way, you're his girlfriend, and he actually kept something like this from you. I know about this, and he didn't tell you. He doesn't trust you enough. Unlike me, I tell everything to our Ro without holding back. Shangwan Liu's face darkened at his words, her fists clenched. Now she understood why Xie Guli wanted to hit Su Jiang so badly. Su Jiang, I'm sorry, but you have to come back to the inspectorate with me for questioning. Shangwan Liu sighed, looking at Su Jiang with some regret. Why? I told you the truth. Su Jiang was surprised. Do you think what you said is credible? Shangwan Liu replied, You alone against 7 of them, and you killed 4 with just a flying knife. And they all had guns? Do you think I'm a fool? Easy to deceive? Su Jiang opened his mouth, momentarily speechless. No, with my relationship with old Xia, you still don't trust me? I always keep public and private matters separate. Then what if I were old Xie? Same, bring him back for questioning. Su Jiang gave Shangwan Liu a thumbs up. Alright, it's still your West Zhou inspectorate. The light of justice is cast by you, right? Well, since that's the case, there's nothing I can do. Su Jiang sighed and reached into his pants pocket. What are you doing? Shangwan Liu immediately became alert. In her eyes, Su Jiang was now a suspect. Su Jiang slowly pulled out his phone from his pocket, swiped the screen, and then handed it to Shangwan Liu. Here, take a look for yourself. What is this? Shangwan Liu took the phone with confusion and, upon seeing the image on the screen, her pupils constricted. She used 2 fingers to swipe and zoomed in on the name in the picture. It was a letter of appointment from the Jiangdu Inspectorate, clearly stating a few words at the beginning. Head of the Special Operations Unit of the Inspectorate, Su Jiang. There was also a large photo of Su Jiang beside it. However, that wasn't what shocked her the most. What shocked her was the seal at the bottom of the document. This is the seal of the Inspectorate headquarters? Shangwan Liu recognized the red seal at the very bottom and exclaimed. She looked up at Su Jiang, her eyes filled with curiosity. The seal of the Inspectorate headquarters was extraordinary. Once the seal was stamped, it indicated that Su Jiang's identity and authority as the head of the Special Operations Unit surpassed that of a first-level chief inspector in other inspectorates. In other words, unless the head of the West Zhou Inspectorate came personally, no one had the authority to arrest him. What exactly is your identity? Shangwan Liu looked at Su Jiang, stammering. How the hell would I know? Su Jiang thought to himself. When old Jing sent him the document, he didn't mention the seal at all. He thought he was just an ordinary small head. Now seeing Shangwan Liu's expression, could it be that his position was actually quite impressive? Don't ask too much. Although he didn't understand, Su Jiang still pretended to be profound and said, knowing too much won't do you any good. However, this sounded like something else to Shangwan Liu. Could it be that you are on some special mission? Shangwan Liu speculated. You could say that. Then I understand. Shangwan Liu handed the phone back to Su Jiang and said, If you need any help, just let me know, and I will make sure the West Zhou Inspectorate cooperates with you. Okay, you all have worked hard. Su Jiang took back the phone, momentarily unsure of what to say. He felt that Shangwan Lu might have misunderstood something. But what does this have to do with Su Jiang? He is just an ordinary college student who happened to pass by the murder scene. Since he has been cleared of suspicion, there is no reason for Shangwan Lu to doubt Su Jiang anymore. The two walked out of the corner side by side, and Shangwan Lu suddenly remembered something and whispered to Su Jiang, "By the way, you mustn't reveal my relationship with Gu Li." "Why, are you two having an affair?" "No," Shangwan Lu explained. "Because of our identities, the inspection bureau can never be involved with big families, so." She is a first-level chief inspector of the inspection bureau, while Xie Guli is the young master of the Xie family. If their relationship were to be exposed, both of them would face unprecedented repercussions from their respective factions. The inspection bureau has always had conflicts with the Xie and Mei families and has arrested many people from these two families. However, in recent years, under Xie Guli's repeated restraint, the Xie family has become much more compliant, but the difficulties they face in being together are still numerous. "TSK, your romance isn't easy, huh?" Su Jiang sighed. If he were a member of the inspection bureau, could he be with Anro? He should be able to. After all, old Zhang is now cooperating with the Yin family. Thinking of this, Su Jiang asked, "How is your director's relationship with the Xie family?" Upon hearing this, Shangwan Lu sighed in distress. Our director has an almost irreconcilable relationship with the Xie and Mei families." Su Jiang shook his head gently, secretly feeling emotional. Old Zhang is good. At least in his inspection bureau, he can slack off and play cards. Unlike the people from the Shizhou inspection bureau. Su Jiang glanced at a group of people not far away, still searching tirelessly for the elusive Gatling in the middle of the night because of a phone call. This shows the importance of a good leader. As for the three men, they looked desperate, kneeling quietly on the ground like little chicks. Seeing that Shangwan Lu had finished talking with Su Jiang, an inspector approached and asked, "Sister Lu, this person." He glanced at Su Jiang, unsure whether to speak. From the interrogation of the three men just now, it was clear that the four corpses at the scene were all killed by this young man. But the process described by the three was too absurd, and he was somewhat skeptical. "Oh, it's fine." Shangwan Lu pointed at Su Jiang and said, "This is the head of the Special Operations Agency from the General Bureau, one of our own." "The General Bureau?" The man widened his eyes upon hearing this. "Ahem. It's nothing, I'm just here for a visit. You can pretend you haven't seen me." Su Jiang waved his hand and smiled. Okay, we understand." The man had an expression of "I get it. We'll take the three men back, and you." Shangwan Lu looked at Su Jiang and asked, "Do you want to come with us, or do you have other plans?" "Well," Su Jiang rubbed his hands and said, "It's a bit embarrassing, but I want to borrow something from you." "What is it?" Do you have any explosives in your inspection bureau?" Su Jiang scratched his head and asked shyly. "Shizhou, Xie family. Tonight, Xie Guli rarely returned home. He usually lives outside and seldom comes back. This time, Xie Guli suddenly returned home for his lifelong affair. Day. Xie Guli skillfully opened the door and stepped into the living room. Before he could speak, the man sitting on the sofa spoke first. "Oh, our young master Xie knows how to come home, huh?" Xie Kongshang had his back to Xie Guli, holding a document in his hand, and was busy writing something with a pen, clearly handling business. "Dad, I haven't been back for just a few days," Xie Guli said helplessly. "Is it necessary to be so resentful just because he has been a hands-off manager for a few days?" Xie Kongsheng smiled lightly. "Su Jiang is here?" "Yes, he came to participate in the national math competition." "That brat, he comes to Shizhou and doesn't even think to come see me." Xie Kongsheng scolded with a smile, clearly having a good relationship with Su Jiang. Xie Guli shook his head helplessly upon hearing this. Back in the day, Xie Kongsheng had met Su Jiang a few times, and what struck Xie Guli as absurd was that the two hit it off immediately. Xie Kongsheng had noticed Su Jiang because of the tobacco incident and greatly appreciated his actions, even encouraging Xie Guli to learn from him. On the other hand, Su Jiang was fond of Xie Kongsheng because this elder was generous, treating him to several nice meals. So, Su Jiang affectionately called him Uncle Xie, which was quite endearing. "Don't mention it, that kid somehow managed to steal my flying knife." "Your flying knife?" Xie Kongsheng put down his documents and looked at Xie Guli teasingly. "Are you talking about the flying knife you secretly practiced with as a child, the one you rolled on the ground in embarrassment after being caught?" "Dad, you really don't have to bring up that dark history." Xie Guli felt embarrassed, paused, and then said, "Let's get to the point. Dad, I'm here to discuss Lulu with you." "What, did you break up?" "No." "Then what is there to discuss?" Xie Kongsheng said helplessly, "You two are dating, and I've suffered quite a bit. Not only do I have to help you keep it a secret at home, but the inspection bureau is also saying things to me, and I have to endure it. Speaking of this, it makes me angry." Xie Kongsheng suddenly spoke with excitement. Do you know how many times that bastard Shangwan Pingy has called to scold me since you started dating? Why did you have to date the daughter of the director of the inspection bureau? My blood pressure. Xia Kongsheng pointed at Xia Guli for a long time, and it almost raised his blood pressure. Xia Guli, like a little chick, obediently lowered his head, not daring to speak. Ever since he started dating Shangguan Lu, he had often been scolded like this by Xia Kongsheng. He had gotten used to it. What could he do? Love was something he couldn't control. Once Xia Kongsheng calmed down, Xia Guli finally spoke up timidly. Dad, I think it's about time for our family to. Well, the relationship with the inspection bureau, right? Xia Guli said cautiously. What he meant was that he wanted to make his relationship with Shangguan Lu public. During this time, he had done a lot of work to be with Shangguan Lu. It had to be said that due to his efforts, the relationship between the Xia family and the inspection bureau had indeed eased quite a bit. At least now both sides were getting along peacefully. He was also gradually taking over some of the Xia family's responsibilities. After all, he was the only heir of the Xia family, and one day, Xia Kongsheng would hand the family over to him. Humph. Xia Kongsheng snorted coldly and said irritably, our family's relationship with the inspection bureau has eased, but what about the Mei family? We've been cooperating with the Mei family for so many years, and now suddenly we want to join hands with the inspection bureau. How do you think Mei Zining will feel about that? What about that girl Mei Lingling? Won't she be heartbroken? Upon hearing Xia Kongsheng mention Mei Lingling, Xia Guli quickly said, Dad, you can eat whatever you want, but don't say whatever you want. My feelings for Lingling are really just that of an older brother to a younger sister. Xia Kongsheng sneered, oh, come on, you think that girl has the same feelings for you? Her little thoughts are obvious to anyone, except for you, this fool, who doesn't take it seriously. Xia Guli fell silent. He could somewhat guess that Mei Lingling liked him, so after realizing this, he had tried to keep his distance from her and reduce contact. But some things had never been explicitly stated. In short, if you haven't resolved things with the Mei family, don't keep thinking about making this public or that public. Xia Kongsheng waved his hand, signaling Xia Guli to leave. When you manage to sort out these complicated relationships, come find me. By then, when I go to negotiate with that bastard Shangguan Pingy, I can be a bit more confident. Upon hearing this, Xia Guli let out a soft sigh. He had failed again. He felt quite frustrated. He could handle the Xia family and the inspection bureau, but the Mei family. Just thinking about Mei Lingling made his head spin. If I had known, I should have kept my mouth shut when I was a kid. Xia Guli muttered. If it weren't for the things he said to Mei Lingling back then, it wouldn't have come to this. Forget it. I'll ask that guy Su Jiang another day. He has a lot of tricks up his sleeve. Maybe he can come up with a solution. Shaking his head, Xia Guli pushed those troubles aside. Back in his room, he collapsed onto the bed. At this point, it was better to just sleep. Dreams can hold anything. Meanwhile, in Shizhou, inside an abandoned building. What do you need explosives for? Shangguan Lu's eyelid twitched. She didn't understand why Su Jiang suddenly asked her for explosives. What else would I need explosives for? Su Jiang scratched his head, puzzled. Of course, for demolition. In the main urban area? Shangguan Lu asked cautiously. Is the Mei family in the main urban area? Yes. Then it's in the main urban area. No way. Shangguan Lu directly refused, her voice rising a bit. In the main urban area of Shizhou, even firearms are prohibited, let alone explosives. So strict? Of course. That's the rule. Isn't it the same in Jiangdu? Su Jiang recalled the Feng family's factory. But that was in the suburbs, not the main urban area. However, he thought it wouldn't be a problem even in the main urban area. Shangguan Lu's eyes widened in disbelief as she looked at Su Jiang. She couldn't understand why Su Jiang would think of doing demolition in the main urban area. Was the inspection bureau in Jiangdu that lenient? Moreover, Su Jiang not only wanted to blow things up but also aimed to blow up the Mei family. To Shangguan Lu, this could only be summed up in 2 words, ridiculous. Fine, if you won't give it, then you won't give it. Su Jiang said dismissively. Out of respect for Xia Guli, he decided not to force the issue. Not giving it to you is one thing, but you absolutely cannot cause trouble. Shangguan Lu said seriously, reminding him, no matter what task you're carrying out, you cannot cross the bottom line of the Shizhou Inspection Bureau, understand? Su Jiang nodded heavily, his expression serious. I understand, don't worry, I will definitely behave myself. Upon hearing this, Shangguan Lu relaxed a little. Su Jiang was reasonable and listened to advice. Then I'll be leaving now? Su Jiang said a bit shyly. Ro is waiting for me to go back and sleep. That girl can't sleep at night without me holding her. Then you should hurry back. Shangguan Lu's mouth twitched, momentarily unsure of what to say. Today, she had completely refreshed her impression of Su Jiang. All right, tell them not to look for any Gatling guns. There aren't any, I made it all up." As he was leaving, Soo Jiang dropped this line. This statement left the Inspection Bureau agents, who were searching everywhere for Gatling guns, stunned. Made up? After all the effort they had put in searching for so long? Some even used their noses to sniff around, afraid of missing a grenade. In the end, it was all made up? In an instant, everyone walked over to Shangguan Lu's side, looking at Soo Jiang's departing figure, whispering, "Lu Inspector, can I hit him? I want to too. Count me in, damn it, I was on the ground sniffing for ages." Shangguan Lu felt a headache coming on and quickly pulled them back, calming them down. Calm down, calm down. He's from the headquarters, be more forgiving. Then she turned around and shouted, "Fall back, take these 3 back for an overnight interrogation." Yes, the Inspection Bureau personnel began to pack up and head home. Many people secretly complained. Damn, dozens of people came out in a grand procession. In the end, only 3 were taken back. It was the first time encountering such a bizarre situation, utterly ridiculous. As Soo Jiang just left the abandoned building, Fu Gue suddenly sprang out from some corner. "Meow, am I performing well?" Fu Gue walked with a proud stride, looking smugly at Soo Jiang. If it weren't for that meow, Soo Jiang would have been in danger. "Well done, go back and ask Anro for some dried fish." Soo Jiang gently tapped Fu Gue's head, then turned back to check, confirming that the inspectors were not around. He took out his phone, disregarding the time, and called Li Kai. Beep. After a long while, the call connected, and Li Kai's voice came through, filled with resentment. "Soo Jiang, are you sick? Do you even know what time it is? Why are you calling me?" "Old Li, don't sleep, something big has happened, I was ambushed." "What?" Li Kai immediately perked up, worriedly asking, "What's the situation with the assailants? You didn't kill anyone, did you? Shouldn't you be asking if I'm okay first?" Soo Jiang's mouth twitched. "Why are you more concerned about the enemy? The enemy has been dealt with, but there are 2 main things I need you to do." "What are they?" Li Kai suddenly had a bad feeling. Then, he heard Soo Jiang's calm voice on the other end. "First, from now on, you are responsible for ensuring Roro's safety. If anything happens, tell me immediately." "That's no problem. What's the second thing?" "The second thing, help me call in Mingjie and have him send me some explosives." "You bastard." Li Kai knew it. Soo Jiang wouldn't say anything reasonable. "Are you crazy? This is Shizhou, not Jiangdu." Li Kai said seriously, "Setting off explosives here will definitely attract the inspectors. Just don't let them find out, and it'll be fine, right?" Soo Jiang said matter-of-factly, "The demolition done by the king of grilled cold noodles has nothing to do with me." "Soo Jiang, didn't you promise in Mingjie that you wouldn't cause trouble in Shizhou? Is this your first day knowing me? Do I have any integrity?" Before Li Kai could respond, Soo Jiang interrupted, "In short, you handle the explosives, and I'll handle the enemies. I'll check the Mei family's address first and go to the demolition site tonight to see the situation." Li Kai's words stopped abruptly. "Mei family? Demolition site? Are you planning to blow up the Mei family? What do you think? They tried to assassinate me. If I don't blow them up, should I blow up Siaguli's family instead?" "Siaguli's family? What do you mean?" "Siaguli is the eldest son of the Xia family, don't you know?" "How the hell would I know?" Li Kai exploded in anger. Soo Jiang's phone call conveyed too much information, leaving him dumbfounded. How did things turn out like this in just 2 days in Shizhou? "In any case, just do as I say, and I'll contact you later." Beep. Soo Jiang hung up the phone. In the dark room, Li Kai sat helplessly on the bed, listening to the beeping sound from his phone. For some reason, he felt like crying. "I just wanted to come here for a vacation," Li Kai murmured, but now he couldn't afford to be sentimental. That guy Soo Jiang had already headed to the Mei family. Li Kai stared blankly at his phone, feeling extremely conflicted. Should he call in Mingjie? After a fierce internal struggle, Li Kai finally dialed in Mingjie's number. "Li Kai, are you sick? Do you know what time it is?" "Olden, something happened." Li Kai said pitifully, "That kid Soo Jiang wants you to send some explosives over." "And Mingjie? Is he the one who's asleep? Or is Li Kai the one who's lost his mind? Didn't you just arrive in Shizhou 2 days ago? What the hell happened?" "I don't know, Soo Jiang suddenly called me." Li Kai quickly recounted everything Soo Jiang had said. Therefore, whether it is the Xia family or the Mei family, they are very sensitive to these matters, and even firearms are rarely seen. Otherwise, Siaguli wouldn't have gone to practice flying knives. While Soo Jiang was wandering around, inside the Mei family's house, Mei Zimin was sitting in his study with a worried expression, holding his phone, his eyes filled with concern. No news yet. He hadn't slept because he was waiting for the news of the successful assassination by those 7 people. According to the timeline, they should have acted long ago. But why has there been no news at all, not a single word? Could something have gone wrong? Mei Zimin's fingers tapped on the table, and the more he thought about it, the more he felt that those 7 might have failed. Failure itself was not a big deal, but it depended on how they failed. Had they been counter-killed? Or had they been captured? If they had been counter-killed, that would be fine, but if they had been captured, please don't let them be caught by those people from the inspectorate. What Mei Zimin feared was the intervention of the inspectorate. If those 7 were caught, they would definitely expose him, that was inevitable. Although Mei Zimin had cleaned up the traces between both sides very thoroughly, what if those people from the inspectorate were like dogs? Once they caught a lead, they wouldn't let go. At that time, he would be in trouble. Just as Mei Zimin was pondering, a knock sounded at the door. Knock, knock, knock. Who? Mei Zimin looked up and gently pulled open a drawer, placing his phone inside. Dad, it's me. Hearing his daughter's voice, he breathed a sigh of relief. Come in. Mei Lingling pushed the door open and walked in, looking a bit haggard. Seeing this, Mei Zimin said softly, "What's wrong? Why aren't you sleeping so late? Dad, can you give me my phone back?" Since that day, Mei Lingling had been grounded and couldn't leave the Mei family. Even her phone had been confiscated by Mei Zimin, preventing her from contacting the outside world. Mei Lingling said cautiously, "I promise I won't tell Segij about those things. Is that okay?" Mei Zimin looked at his daughter and remained silent. After a long while, he sighed and said, "Whether you will say it or not, you know in your heart. I can give you the phone, but I hope you understand one thing." Mei Zimin opened another drawer, took out Mei Lingling's phone, and placed it on the table. He stared intently into Mei Lingling's eyes and said, "Once the Xie family gets the news, there will only be one outcome. That is, we will go to war with the Xie family in the shortest time possible. This is a family feud, not a game." Mei Zimin stood up, walked in front of Mei Lingling, and said in a low voice, "This matter is irreversible. We cannot coexist with the Xie family. You have no choice. I have no choice either. We are both helpless." Mei Lingling trembled, biting her lip tightly, controlling her emotions. Mei Zimin's words completely shattered her last hope. During this time of confinement, she had thought a lot. She believed there was still room for maneuver. She thought she and Siegoli could return to how things used to be. But now, Mei Zimin had told her in person that all of this was just a fantasy. The reality was cold and cruel. In the face of a large family, her feelings and those childish thoughts meant nothing. Mei Zimin reached out, gently embraced Mei Lingling, patted her back, and said softly, "I know this may be very cruel for you, but you have to learn to accept it because you are the daughter of Mei Zimin." At that moment, Mei Lingling could no longer control her emotions, and tears streamed down her face. The girl's head rested on her father's shoulder as she gently closed her eyes. "I understand, Dad. I will forget the Xie family." Mei Lingling's heart felt as if it were being cut by a knife. The tone was neutral, unable to discern joy or sorrow. "I give up. How can the Mei family be so big?" In the darkness, Su Jiang, wearing a mask, wandered around the Mei residence. He took a few photos of what he considered suitable demolition points. Along the way, he did not encounter anyone from the Mei family. Of course, this couldn't be blamed on the Mei family's security. After all, it was the Mei family who would dare to cause trouble there in the middle of the night. Su Jiang felt regretful that he couldn't find any explosives. "TSK, I should have brought that silly cat in. Her nose is sharp." Su Jiang sighed lightly, realizing it was his oversight. Since he couldn't find any explosives, he could only check inside the Mei residence. Su Jiang was genuinely curious about why Mei Zimin wanted to kill him. As the head of a prominent family, he had never even met him. Moreover, he had only been in Shizhou for 2 days, and yet they were so eager to arrange for someone to kill him. Su Jiang really couldn't understand. If he didn't clarify this matter tonight, he wouldn't be able to sleep well. "If the door is closed, then I'll go through the window." Su Jiang looked up and saw a window open on the top floor, with the light still on inside. At this height, it was naturally impossible for an ordinary person to climb up. But Su Jiang had his skills. With a short sprint and a push, he quickly reached the window. He leaned in slightly to look, and there was no one inside. Su Jiang used his hands to push himself up and flipped into the room. As soon as he entered, his nose was assaulted. Wow, such a strong smell of perfume? It seemed to be a girl's room. Frowning tightly, Su Jiang tightened his mask a bit more. With his enhanced senses, his sense of smell was more acute than that of ordinary people, and the strong perfume scent was like a critical hit to him. Fortunately, Anro doesn't wear perfume. Su Jiang couldn't help but think that the scent on Anro was quite pleasant, milky, and not overpowering. However, barging into a girl's private space was inherently inappropriate. Upholding the fine tradition of a gentleman, Su Jiang did not rummage around but planned to leave the room. He slightly bent down, activated his stealth mode, and was about to peek through the door to check the situation. However, during this process, his gaze inadvertently swept across the table and caught sight of a group photo. Su Jiang swore he only glanced at it casually. Su Jiang's attention was instantly drawn in because the group photo featured only one man and one woman. The girl was holding the boy's arm, smiling sweetly, and they appeared very close. But that wasn't the main point. The main point was, isn't that old Xie? Su Jiang's eyes widened, thinking he had misread it, and leaned in for a closer look. The man in the photo was indeed Xie Guli. However, in the photo, Xie Guli looked a bit youthful, suggesting it was taken a long time ago. This kid. Su Jiang stared at the photo, his mind racing with one thought. Did Shangwan Lu know about this? If she didn't, Su Jiang couldn't help but smirk, throwing all serious matters to the back of his mind. He decisively took out his phone and snapped 3 quick shots of the group photo. After admiring the photos he had taken, Su Jiang smiled in satisfaction. With these 3 photos, Xie Guli would have to call him Su Gu for the rest of his life. He had to admit, these 3 photos were the biggest gain from coming to the Mei residence, Su Jiang thought. Creak! Just then, the door suddenly opened, startling Su Jiang. Mei Lingling, with red-rimmed eyes, was holding her phone and dejectedly returned to her room. Because she was looking down, she didn't see Su Jiang the moment she opened the door. After closing the door, Mei Lingling looked up and saw Su Jiang, whose face was half covered, and she froze. 2.5 seconds later, Mei Lingling reacted. Someone had broken into her room. Whoa! Just as she was about to scream, Su Jiang was quick to cover Mei Lingling's mouth the moment she made a sound. Whoa! Mei Lingling stared wide-eyed at Su Jiang, fear evident in her gaze. She didn't know who the masked man in front of her was, nor did she understand what he wanted. All she knew was that she had to save herself. Mei Lingling struggled wildly, her right hand discreetly reaching for her phone, ready to call for help. Seeing her struggle, Su Jiang couldn't think of a better way and whispered, "Stop struggling. I'm a friend of Xie Guli. I won't hurt you." This was the truth. After all, he wasn't sure what her relationship with Xie Guli was, so even if she was from the Mei family, Su Jiang wouldn't harm her. Hearing this, Mei Lingling paused her movements. A friend of Xie Guli? She looked at Su Jiang suspiciously, clearly not believing him. Su Jiang looked at Mei Lingling and said, "I'll let go of your mouth and explain, but you can't call for help, understand?" Mei Lingling nodded. Su Jiang released her. "Help woo-woo." Before Mei Lingling could even finish the word help, Su Jiang covered her mouth again. "Can't there be a bit of trust between people?" Su Jiang said, speechless. "I just let go, and you change your mind? Just like Xie Guli, shameless." With no other choice, Su Jiang used his other hand to take off his mask, revealing his face. "Look, see my face clearly." Su Jiang pointed to his face, then took out his phone, finding one of the few photos he had with Xie Guli, and held it up to Mei Lingling's face. "Look closely, am I lying to you?" Mei Lingling's eyes darted between the photo and Su Jiang's face. "You're not allowed to shout this time, got it?" After Su Jiang finished speaking, he saw Mei Lingling nodding and once again let go of her mouth. Mei Lingling let out a long breath. Although she didn't shout again, her gaze towards Su Jiang remained wary. "Who are you, and why haven't I heard Xiego mention you?" "Coincidentally, I haven't heard old Xie mention you either." Su Jiang shrugged, curiously examining Mei Lingling. "Xiegu? TSK, old Xie, you're quite the player, huh? So, who exactly are you? And what's your relationship with old Xie?" Hearing that Xie Guli hadn't mentioned her, Mei Lingling's expression dimmed, and she said softly, "I'm Xie Ji's childhood friend." "My name is Mei Lingling. Why do you sound so unsure?" Su Jiang teased. However, Mei Lingling's words reminded him that Xie Guli had indeed mentioned having a childhood friend. Just then, a system notification sounded. Ding! "Congratulations, host. You have triggered a mission. Mission content. Save Mei Lingling. Completing the mission will reward you with a random skill." Su Jiang frowned. "What kind of mission is this? Save Mei Lingling? How do I save her? What counts as saving? Hey, system, can you be a bit clearer?" The system did not respond. Su Jiang looked at Mei Lingling standing in front of him, sighed, and rubbed his temples in frustration. "Why is this getting more complicated? So, who exactly are you? Why are you here?" In the room, Mei Lingling stared at Su Jiang and asked, "Me?" Su Jiang pondered for a moment and replied, "I went to high school with old Xie. My name is Su Jiang." "You're Su Jiang?" Mei Lingling exclaimed. If she remembered correctly, she had overheard her father mentioning the name Su Jiang while eavesdropping on a conversation in his study. She scrutinized Su Jiang, her heart filled with doubt. Is this the Su Jiang that her father and the mysterious person were so cautious about? He looks just like an ordinary college student, nothing special at all. Moreover, Mei Lingling never expected that he was actually a friend of Xie Guli. Upon hearing Mei Lingling's words and seeing her reaction, Su Jiang's eyes narrowed slightly. "This is interesting. Do you know me?" Su Jiang asked, or should I say, "Have you heard my name?" It was clearly a question, but Su Jiang's tone was very certain. Mei Lingling must have heard her name before, and she had quite a deep impression of it. Su Jiang didn't beat around the bush and directly asked, "You know that Mei Zimin wants to kill me, right?" Mei Lingling fell silent. She didn't know how to answer this question. Indeed, both her father and that mysterious person wanted to kill Su Jiang. But Su Jiang was a friend of Xie Guli. Moreover, to be honest, she didn't want Xie Guli's friend to be harmed by her father. Mei Lingling was suddenly caught in a dilemma. Her performance already revealed a lot of information. At the very least, Su Jiang could confirm that Mei Lingling must be aware of Mei Zimin's intention to kill him. Why? Su Jiang frowned, puzzled. "I have no acquaintance with your Mei family. Why do you want to kill me?" "No, it's not us who want to kill you, it's..." Mei Lingling instinctively began to speak. She wanted to tell Su Jiang that it was actually the Wei family, that mysterious person who wanted to kill him. However, the reminder from her father echoed in her mind, and Mei Lingling swallowed her words back. "What is it?" Su Jiang's eyes flashed with light as he pressed on. "If it's not you, then who else?" I don't know," Mei Lingling said resolutely. "Don't ask me, I won't say. It's fine, whether you say it or not doesn't matter." Su Jiang chuckled lightly, spreading his hands, unconcerned. "Anyway, after tonight, your Mei family will no longer exist." "What do you mean by that?" Mei Lingling exclaimed in panic. "What do you want to do?" He. "Guess what I've been doing before coming to your room." Su Jiang's smile was extremely sinister. Before Mei Lingling could respond, he continued, "I've already planted explosives all around your Mei family, as long as I want to." Boom! Your Mei family will be engulfed in flames. So, whether you say it or not is actually unimportant, because if you want to kill me, you must pay the price. After saying this, Mei Lingling trembled all over, looking at Su Jiang with some fear. "No, you wouldn't do that. This is Shizhou. If you do this, you will definitely be hunted down by the inspection bureau. That's a matter for later. Anyway, your Mei family will die before me." Su Jiang said nonchalantly. "Aren't you a friend of Xie Guli? That doesn't conflict with blowing up your family, does it?" "You." Mei Lingling was at a loss for words. At this moment, she was extremely flustered and was starting to believe Su Jiang's words. She really thought that Su Jiang had planted explosives around. After a brief internal struggle, Mei Lingling made up her mind and cautiously said, I'll tell you, just don't blow it up, okay?" Now that you want to talk, I don't want to hear it anymore." Su Jiang waved his hand, domineeringly saying, "Whoever wants to kill me, just blow them all up. But the real person who wants to kill you isn't in our house right now." Mei Lingling was almost in tears from anxiety. "Oh?" Hearing this, Su Jiang raised an eyebrow slightly. "Not in the Mei family? Then where are they?" I don't know either." "Are you kidding me? Forget it, just blow it up." Please don't blow it up. I'm begging you." Seeing that Su Jiang was really about to blow it up, Mei Lingling couldn't care less about Mei Zimin's warning anymore and lowered her head, spilling everything she knew. "I really don't know. Earlier, I was in the study, eavesdropping on my father talking to a mysterious person. It was that mysterious person who said he wanted to kill you. That mysterious person said it was Wei Xiao from the Wei family who wanted to kill you. My father was forced to do so." "Wei family, Wei Xiao?" Su Jiang had an impression. Previously, and Mingjia had mentioned this person when talking to Director Zhang. If it weren't for this Wei Xiao, Su Jiang wouldn't have gone to the isolated battlefield to confront that woman named Rose. Forced to do it? Su Jiang laughed in anger upon hearing those 4 words. Forced to do it, to find 7 people to assassinate me? Should I also be considerate of him? Mei Lingling fell silent. Seeing this, Su Jiang took a deep breath and didn't press her further. Moreover, there was that confusing system task. Su Jiang now had a headache. In this situation, what was there to save? Forget it, if the task failed, there would be no punishment anyway. Compared to that, what Su Jiang was more concerned about was what Mei Lingling had heard in that conversation. What else did they talk about besides killing me? Let me think. A look of recollection appeared on Mei Lingling's face, and then she said, "Oh right, they also mentioned looking for someone named Ding Qiming, and said this matter was the most important." She didn't mention that the Mei family planned to take action against the Xie family. Because Su Jiang knew Xie Guli, she was afraid Su Jiang would tell the Xie family about this. If that happened, the 2 families would surely go to war. Mei Lingling still wasn't ready for war. At least, before the 2 sides completely fell out, she wanted to see Xie Guli. Even if it was just a secret glance, that would be enough. Ding Qiming? Su Jiang frowned. He was not unfamiliar with this name. Old Zhang's only request for him to come to Shizhou was to find Ding Qiming. And now it seemed the Wei family was also looking for Ding Qiming? Su Jiang was genuinely curious now. What secret did this Ding Qiming hold that so many people were searching for him? Is there anything else? And no, that's all. Su Jiang nodded. To him, what Mei Lingling said didn't sound like a lie. Since that was the case, he needed to ask old Zhang about this matter later. Originally, Su Jiang hadn't paid much attention to finding Ding Qiming, but now the situation had become complicated, and he had to take it seriously. Since he had already learned the necessary information, there was no need for Mei Zimin to look for it anymore. Su Jiang was preparing to head back home. Turning around, he was just about to climb out the window and return the way he came. "Hey, wait!" Seeing Su Jiang about to leave, Mei Lingling hurriedly called out, "What about the explosives?" "What explosives?" Su Jiang asked in confusion. "This is a warm and harmonious Shizhou. How could I possibly blow up your house?" Mei Lingling's eyes widened in disbelief. "So, everything you just said was a lie?" "Well, lying is indeed not good. I'll pay attention next time." Su Jiang walked to the window, turned back, and waved at Mei Lingling with a smile. By with that, Su Jiang moved and climbed out of the room, leaving Mei Lingling standing there in a daze. After leaving the Mei family, Su Jiang jogged back to the street. Fu Gue was still sleeping, and seeing this, Su Jiang directly grabbed it by the scruff of its neck and returned to the hotel. The moment Fu Gue was grabbed by the scruff, it opened one eye. Seeing it was Su Jiang, it went back to sleep. Even being carried by Su Jiang, it could still sleep, and it slept all the way. Su Jiang didn't return to his hotel first. Instead, he went to find Li Kai. When the elevator door opened, Su Jiang stepped out and was momentarily stunned. "What are you doing here?" He saw Li Kai standing at Anro's room door, looking drowsy and constantly smoking to keep himself awake. Hearing the voice, Li Kai turned around and saw Su Jiang, and he actually breathed a sigh of relief. Li Kai had been standing there for so long, listening intently, afraid of suddenly hearing a loud bang. Then Su Jiang would call him to run away. Li Kai had already thought about the escape route back to Jiangdu. However, seeing Su Jiang like this, it seemed there hadn't been an explosion. "What the hell am I doing here? You tell me what I'm doing here," Li Kai said irritably. "You told me to protect Anro's safety, so I have to guard the door. Am I supposed to go in and guard? Do you have hyperthyroidism or something? Why are you so irritable?" Su Jiang said helplessly. What was wrong with old Li? He started off with what the hell and this and that. His language was crude, with no politeness at all. "What about the people trying to assassinate you? What's going on?" Li Kai hurriedly asked. "Let's talk inside." Su Jiang replied. "What about Ro? It's fine, there's a way." Su Jiang placed the cat, Fu Gue, steadily at the door of Anro's room. Gently waking Fu Gue, the cat opened its eyes in confusion. "Meow, home, silly cat, you can sleep here. If any bad person comes near, just meow loudly, got it?" Fu Gue, shaking its head and looking around. It wanted to refuse, but then thought, "What's the difference where I sleep?" So Fu Gue nodded lightly and continued to sleep. Li Kai witnessed this scene, his expression calm and unperturbed. There was nothing strange about it anymore. Even if Fu Gue stood up and suddenly transformed into a cat girl, Li Kai wouldn't be surprised. After all, it was Su Jiang's cat. "Hurry, open the door, let me in," Su Jiang urged at the door of Li Kai's room. He didn't have a room card and couldn't get in. "So, what's the point of you booking a room at the hotel across the street?" Li Kai said while opening the door, feeling speechless. Su Jiang's room probably hadn't even had the blankets turned over. "Stop talking nonsense, the main thing is important." The two entered the room, and Su Jiang began to tell Li Kai everything that had happened. Meanwhile, at Shizhou University, in a certain laboratory. At this time, the lab was filled with various precision instruments, but it was empty. Suddenly, a sound echoed as the door was pushed open, and a figure slowly walked into the lab. The professor looked very tired, but his eyes still sparkled with excitement. This afternoon, he and Yan Hua had conducted another experiment to verify his new idea, but the result had still failed. By evening, the professor lay in bed, tossing and turning, unable to sleep, when suddenly a flash of inspiration struck him, and he found the key to the problem. Without bothering to call Yan Hua, the professor came to the lab alone, intending to try again. "This time it will work. This time it will definitely work." The professor put on his glasses, holding a beaker, continuously pouring various liquids into it. For a moment, the entire lab was filled with the buzzing of instruments and the faint sounds of reagents reacting with each other. After an unknown amount of time, the professor held a test tube and let out a long breath. "So far, there have been no problems. Next is the most important step." The professor opened a bottle of reagent, used an instrument to extract a drop of liquid, and carefully dripped it into the test tube. Time seemed to freeze at that moment as the professor focused intently on observing the changes in the test tube, gently shaking the test tube in his hand. After a while, the reagent in the test tube turned purple. Seeing this, the professor's face was filled with excitement. He quickly placed the purple reagent into the instrument, and after the computer's analysis, a pile of complex data appeared before the professor's eyes. "It worked! It worked!" the professor exclaimed excitedly as he looked at the data. "Gene Liquid No. 3 finally made it." He panted, looking at the data before him. Perhaps only he knew what this data meant. Once his emotions calmed down, the professor carefully picked up the reagent and placed it in a small box designed for storing containers. After closing the box, the professor took a deep breath, removed his glasses, and rubbed his eyes. After returning all the instruments to their original places and ensuring nothing was left behind, the professor walked out of the lab, took out his phone, and dialed a number. Beep. After a long time, the call connected, and a deep male voice came through. What's wrong? Didn't I say not to call me unless it's absolutely necessary? Gene Liquid no. 3. I made it, the professor said word by word. Upon hearing this, the person on the other end of the line couldn't sit still and directly shouted the professor's unknown name. Ding Chiming, are you sure? I'm sure. Ding Chiming nodded heavily. All the data is perfect. I couldn't possibly do better. Then the gene solution. Can it help him recover? The man's tone carried a hint of expectation. I can't guarantee it completely, but there's a 70% chance, Ding Chiming said. 70%. That's enough. The man paused and continued. How many more can you produce? I'm not sure, but the remaining materials are almost used up, and the success rate isn't high. I don't know if I can make another one. It's fine, just do it. I'll give you 3 days. The man said decisively. 3 days from now is the Lantern Festival. I'll arrange for someone to pick up the gene solution then. 3 days. That's enough. Ding Chiming paused and then uttered 2 words, thank you. All right, then it's settled. The call ended. Ding Chiming put down his phone, took a deep breath, and the excitement in his eyes diminished a bit. In its place was a sense of relief. 3 days? That was enough. He had been hiding for far too long. The stars tonight are really bright. Ding Chiming looked up at the starry sky, took off his mask, and suddenly laughed. As he laughed, tears streamed down his face, but Ding Chiming continued to laugh, and his laughter grew louder. In the pitch-black night sky, the stars twinkled. Under the starry sky, the old man with half-white hair alternated between crying and laughing, like a madman. The next morning, Su Jiang and Li Kai walked out of their rooms one after the other. Li Kai looked content. Su Jiang wore a gloomy expression. Last night in Li Kai's room, after Su Jiang had told him everything, they faced a problem. With just one bed, how were they supposed to sleep? Li Kai suggested that Su Jiang go back to the hotel across the street, but Su Jiang refused. The reason was that he wanted to protect Anro. In reality, he had his eyes on Li Kai's room. After all, his own room was indeed of a lower standard. So Su Jiang suggested that Li Kai sleep across the street. Li Kai also refused. Thus, Su Jiang proposed rock paper scissors, with the loser sleeping on the sofa. And so, Su Jiang spent the night on the sofa. With a bit of resentment, eating soy milk and fried dough sticks, Su Jiang was still regretting. I should have played rock last night. If he had, Li Kai would have been the one on the sofa. So what do you plan to do now? Li Kai asked while eating. The Wei family has already noticed you, and the Mei family has also targeted you. Your situation is very dangerous. Su Jiang was deep in thought, and after a long while, he said, looking at it this way, the root of everything is actually the Wei family, right? Then I have a bold idea. Please keep your bold idea to yourself, Li Kai interrupted directly. That's the capital, and the Wei family isn't the Feng family's factory. You can't just blow it up whenever you want. Damn! Su Jiang looked at Li Kai in shock. How did you know my plan? Is there anything in your head besides blowing things up? Li Kai was really regretting it now. The origin of everything was the damned factory of the Feng family. It had led Su Jiang down this irreversible path. Now, whenever something happened, his first thought was to blow it up. Since that's the case, let's go to the Xie family today, Su Jiang continued. I estimate that the Mei family's little moves are unknown to the Xie family, and we are currently a bit weak, so we can go to the Xie family and seek cooperation. The Xie family? The family from Xie Guli? Li Kai frowned slightly at the mention. Is it credible? Don't worry, it's credible, Su Jiang said confidently. If it really doesn't work, we can blow up the Xie family. Li Kai was speechless and said, and Mingjie said he would arrange for someone to send it over as soon as possible, but the earliest would probably be the day after tomorrow. Su Jiang gently nodded. This efficiency could indeed be considered fast. Let the Mei family bounce around for a couple more days, and by then, everything would blow up. Oh no, Mei Lingling can't blow up. She still has a mission. Su Jiang seemed to think of something and suddenly looked up. Saving Mei Lingling? He seemed to have discovered a blind spot. What's wrong? Li Kai asked curiously upon seeing his reaction. Don't interrupt. I'm thinking, Su Jiang frowned. He originally had no clue about the mission's content, but now he seemed to have a bold idea. Could he first make Mei Lingling half dead and then save her? Would that count as saving Mei Lingling? If his own hands didn't count, he could let Li Kai do it, and then save Mei Lingling from Li Kai's hands. Would that count as saving Mei Lingling? Please complete the task using proper means. Oh, The system's prompt sounded, and Su Jiang was amused. Finally willing to speak? How is my method not proper? Just say whether I saved her or not, Su Jiang said defiantly in his mind. However, the system ignored him. Tisk, useless system, Su Jiang cursed. But since the system reminded him like this, it meant that doing so was likely acceptable, Su Jiang thought. But he didn't dare to guarantee it 100%, so he could only treat it as a last resort. He didn't want to finish saving her only for the system to not recognize it, making it all in vain. Su Jiang? Why are you here eating again? Anro walked into the dining room holding Fu Gui and, seeing Su Jiang and Li Kai having breakfast, curiously asked, and why is Fu Gui lying at my door as soon as I opened it? As soon as it saw me, it started meowing. I don't know what it means. She was wearing a short skirt today, with a beret showing off her long, fair legs. Su Jiang glanced at Anro's legs, a bit curious. It was already December, and the temperature in Shizhou had started to drop. Didn't she feel cold? What are you looking at? Anro noticed Su Jiang staring at her legs and playfully scolded him. Cough. Nothing, just thought your legs were quite fair, Su Jiang replied. Put. Li Kai almost spat out his soy milk. Anro's face immediately turned red upon hearing this, and she glared at Su Jiang. There were so many people around, and he didn't know to be shy saying such things. Just as Anro turned to get breakfast, Fu Gui nimbly jumped in front of Su Jiang. Meow, my little dried fish. Then it extended its paw, pointing at Anro. Meow. She doesn't understand. Su Jiang suddenly remembered that he had asked Fu Gui to get dried fish from Anro last night. But now, early in the morning, where could he get dried fish for it? He casually picked up a yotio and tossed it in front of Fu Gui. Here, eat this first. I'll definitely get you dried fish next time. Fu Gui tilted its head, silently looking at the yotio. It wanted to curse but thought better of it. A yotio is just a yotio, it's not an edible. Since following Su Jiang, Fu Gui's food had become more complex and varied. When Anro sat down, Su Jiang and Li Kai recounted everything that had happened yesterday to her. Li Kai had also asked Su Jiang whether they should hide this matter from Anro, fearing it would affect her mood. Su Jiang directly scolded Li Kai for being crazy. They had already attacked you, and you were still here tangled up about whether to hide it from your own people. Fine, you hide it. You're considering her feelings. When Anro finds out the truth and gets angry, won't it be me who has to comfort her? As soon as Anro heard that someone had attempted to assassinate Su Jiang, she immediately became worried and asked, then, is he okay? Su Jiang was taken aback, thinking Anro was worried about him, and smiled. I'm fine, see, I'm perfectly okay. No, I mean, are those people who tried to assassinate you okay? Anro's tone was exactly the same as Li Kai's from last night, and the words were identical. Su Jiang closed his mouth and fell into silence. He felt that these people had a huge misunderstanding of him. Now even his dearest Ro had started to misunderstand him. Shouldn't normal people be the first to worry about the victim in this situation? Why was it reversed when it came to him? Su Jiang didn't understand. He really didn't understand. The person is fine, they should be at the inspection bureau now, Su Jiang said irritably, then added, of course, if something happened, it would be the inspection bureau's fault, not mine. And Ro and Li Kai exchanged doubtful glances, somewhat unconvinced. Really? Su Jiang was anxious. If you don't believe me, ask Shangwan Lu. Sister Lu? And Ro asked in confusion. What does this have to do with Sister Lu? Su Jiang began to explain about Shangwan Lu, and casually mentioned his encounter with Mei Lingling at the Mei family. Is that true? Upon hearing about the photo of Mei Lingling and Xie Guli, Anro covered her mouth with her hand. From her bright eyes, Su Jiang saw two words, gossip. Of course, I even took pictures. Su Jiang took out his phone and showed Anro the 3 photos he took yesterday. Wow, that pose is too intimate, right? Who says it isn't? I felt long ago that guy Xie wasn't a good person. Don't say that. What if it's a misunderstanding? I feel like Xie Guli shouldn't be that kind of scumbag. How long have you known him? You can know a person's face but not their heart, I'm telling you. For a moment, the two leaned together, chattering about the photos like two gossiping birds. Li Kai sat across from them, feeling a headache. What are they doing? Can't they talk about something serious? Ahem, ahem, ahem. Li Kai coughed several times in a row, reminding Su Jiang and Anro to stop. The two noticed Li Kai's cough and looked up, curious. What's wrong, old Li? Caught a cold? Su Jiang asked. The weather has turned cold, Li Kai, you need to take care of your health, Anro said. Li Kai felt exhausted. Now he understood why these two could get together. They were equally clueless. Just then, Fu Gui jumped onto the table again. It found eating only fried dough sticks a bit dry. It looked at the bowls of the three and finally fixed its gaze on Li Kai's soy milk. Meow, can I drink it? Fu Gui meowed at Li Kai. Li Kai? He looked at Fu Gui with some confusion. What do you want? Meow. Thank you. Fu Gue lowered its head and started drinking Li Kai's soy milk. In its view, since Li Kai didn't refuse immediately, it meant consent. However, after just 2 sips, Li Kai grabbed it by the scruff of its neck and lifted it up. Meow? Confused, it looked up, but halfway through, Li Kai gave it a slap on the head. Li Kai said fiercely, "Did I give you face?" Those two can be excused, but what are you joining in for? After saying that, he threw Fu Gue on the ground. Fu Gue covered its head with its paws, tears welling up, feeling a bit wronged. Just as it was about to scold Li Kai, it saw a bowl of soy milk placed in front of it. It was Li Kai's. "Drink up. Being Sujong's cat isn't easy for you either." At this, Fu Gue almost burst into tears. At that moment, it looked at Li Kai and felt he was just so agreeable. It thought Li Kai understood it. So, Fu Gue didn't even bother to drink the soy milk anymore, jumping onto the table to complain to Li Kai about how Sujong treated it. However, Li Kai completely couldn't understand. "What are you meowing about? Is the soy milk not good?" Fu Gue's voice abruptly stopped, and its eyes visibly fell in disappointment. It jumped off the table and silently drank the soy milk. Forget it, after all, they were different species, not the same kind of cat. Sujong. Seeing Sujong still being all lovey-dovey with Anro, Li Kai couldn't help but say, "Aren't we supposed to go to the Xie family?" He was almost full. So what if he had a partner? Really? As soon as these words were spoken, Sujong immediately reacted. Damn it, it was all Anro's fault for making him forget the important matter. "Right, after breakfast, we'll go to the Xie family," Sujong said to Anro. "Go to the Xie family?" Anro nibbled on her sandwich, gently nodding, not asking why. Anyway, she had no plans of her own, so she would just follow Sujong. Although she didn't know what they were going to do with the Xie family, since Sujong said they were going, there must be a reason for it. Little did she know, the real reason Sujong was going to the Xie family was simply that he wanted to take these photos and mock Xie Guli. 2.5 hours later, Sujong and the others arrived at the Xie family's doorstep. Sujong was still carrying some milk and fruit. "Sujong, did you inform Xie Guli in advance that we were coming to the Xie family?" Li Kai asked. "No. Then why didn't you tell him beforehand?" "It's fine, I told his dad." "Who?" Li Kai's eyes widened, and before he could speak, the Xie family's big door opened. A butler-like person came out, looked at the three of them, and finally fixed his gaze on Sujong. He hurried over and shook Sujong's hand. "You must be Sujong, right? I am the butler of the Xie family, my surname is Zhang, you can call me Butler Zhang." Butler Zhang paused for a moment and continued, "The master said you should be arriving soon, so I came to greet you. Sorry to keep you waiting." "Butler Zhang, you are too polite, we just arrived." Sujong said with a beaming smile, "Just call me Xiao Su, Uncle Xie also calls me that." "That wouldn't be appropriate, please come in with me, the master is already waiting for you in the living room." "Alright, thank you, Butler Zhang." "No problem, it's just a small favor, it's what I should do as a butler." Sujong glanced back at the stunned Li Kai, too lazy to care about him, and took Anro's hand to walk inside. Once Li Kai came to his senses, he hurriedly followed. "Hey Sujong, what's going on? Do you know the head of the Xie family?" he asked Sujong while secretly pointing at Butler Zhang who was walking ahead. "Ha, didn't I tell you guys?" Sujong said slowly, "Xie Guli's father, Uncle Xie, has a pretty good relationship with me." "When did you tell us?" Li Kai muttered under his breath, cursing how Sujong always managed to spring a big surprise on them. It was also the first time Anro heard Sujong mention it, saying, "So, does this count as your elder?" As she spoke, she hurriedly checked her outfit, wanting to leave a good impression on Sujong's elder. "It's fine, Uncle Xie is quite easygoing, don't worry," Sujong said, somewhat amused. "Young Master Su, we've arrived." Butler Zhang was about to open the door. Just then, a familiar figure stepped out first. It was Xie Guli, who was unaware that Sujong and the others were coming, and was just about to go out to find Sujong. Last night, Guan Lu had called him and mentioned Sujong's situation, which made him eager to find Sujong and clarify things. So, as soon as he woke up today, he hurriedly rushed out. "Oh, Lao Xie, going out?" Sujong greeted. "Oh, it's Sujong, I have urgent business, so I can't stay with you," Xie Guli said, brushing past Sujong. After taking a couple of steps, Xie Guli paused. "Ha, the one who just greeted me, seems to be Sujong?" Xie Guli mechanically turned around and happened to see Sujong smiling and waving at him. "Oh, I see, then you go ahead, we'll talk later." "Wait a minute," Xie Guli shouted, pointing at Sujong in disbelief. "How the hell are you here? What kind of talk is that? How rude." Sujong replied nonchalantly, "I came all the way to Shizhou, of course I have to pay a visit to Uncle Xie." Saying that, he even showcased the fruit and milk he was holding. Xia Guli took a glance and recognized it was from the fruit shop at his own doorstep. He hurried over, grabbing Su Jiang by the collar, and whispered, "You brat, I haven't come looking for you yet, and here you are at my door. What happened last night? Look at you, you're in such a hurry." Su Jiang patted Xia Guli's hand and said, "Wait until Uncle Xia is here, I'll explain everything at once, so I don't have to repeat myself." After saying that, he pulled out a black bag from his pocket, which contained Xia Guli's flying knife. "Here, I specially brought it for you, no need to thank me." Xia Guli took the bag, casting a suspicious glance at Su Jiang, then opened it right in front of him. Not looking would have been fine, but seeing it made him jump. "What the hell did you do with my knife?" Xia Guli asked in a low voice. "Nothing much, it's all fine, isn't it? Then why the hell is there blood on it? You should ask yourself, after all, it's your flying knife." Su Jiang looked at Xia Guli with calm eyes, as if he really knew nothing. Then, Su Jiang added, "Oh right, if Guo Lu asks you for the flying knife later, remember to cooperate." After saying that, he patted his shoulder and, without waiting for Xia Guli's response, walked into the Xia house with Anro and Li Kai, leaving Xia Guli alone in the wind, confused. "Uncle Xia, I'm here to see you." As soon as Su Jiang entered the living room and saw Xia Kangsheng, he immediately transformed into a well-behaved and polite child. He, little Su is here?" Xia Kangsheng got up, looking at Su Jiang with a beaming smile. "It's really been a long time since I've seen you, kid." "Uncle Xia, I specially bought fruits and milk for you." "Oh, you kid, just come over, no need to bring gifts, it's too much trouble. I was planning to come see you as soon as I arrived in Shizhou, but Xia Guli insisted on stopping me, saying what's so good about an old man." Hearing this, Xia Guli, who had just entered, looked completely bewildered. "When did I ever say that? Ha ha ha." Xia Kangsheng laughed heartily, pointing at Su Jiang. "It's been so long, and you're still so shameless, lying without a second thought." Then, with a hint of regret, he added, "If only that little brat Xia Guli could learn even a bit from you, I would be satisfied." Xia Guli? Entering the living room, he looked at Xia Kangsheng speechlessly. "Dad, am I your son, or is Su Jiang your son?" "Tisk, to be honest, I really want Su Jiang to be my godson." Xia Kangsheng smiled and pointed at Su Jiang. "I've mentioned it to this kid several times, but he just won't agree." Xia Guli was astonished. "When did this happen? How come I didn't know?" "All right, Uncle Xia, this is my girlfriend, Anro," Su Jiang introduced. "And this is my partner, Li Kai." "Hello, Uncle Xia." Li Kai and Anro quickly stepped forward to greet Xia Kangsheng. Hello, sit down, let's chat." Once everyone was seated, Xia Kangsheng's gaze flickered as he sized up Anro. "Your surname is An, from Jiangdu. Young lady, is your father named in Xingchang?" As soon as he said this, the three of them froze. "You know my father?" Anro asked curiously. Xia Kangsheng nodded, a look of reminiscence on his face. "The last time I saw him was several years ago, back when the Shizhou Inspectorate didn't have the same way of doing things as it does now. At that time, I accidentally got a batch of high explosives, and that guy in Xingchang came over as soon as he caught a whiff, saying he wanted to help someone fight, and borrowed all the explosives from me. After saying that, he shook his head, a bit wistfully. Later, I heard he blew up the isolated battlefield. Fortunately, he didn't say the explosives came from me, otherwise, I would probably have gotten into some trouble too." Hearing this piece of the past, everyone had different expressions. Xia Guli widened his eyes. He had never heard Xia Kangsheng mention these things at all. Su Jiang and the others were also surprised to learn that the explosives used by in Xingchang to blow up the isolated battlefield back then were actually provided by Xia Kangsheng. I am sorry, Uncle Xia, my father has caused you trouble," Anro said, blushing, quickly apologizing on behalf of her father. At the same time, she wondered just how many such things in Xingchang had done behind her and her brother's backs. It's nothing serious," Xia Kangsheng waved his hand and said, "Next time you see him, just tell him to come over for tea when he has time." "Okay, I will definitely pass that on," Anro replied earnestly. At that moment, Su Jiang was quite interested in Xia Kangsheng's explosives. "Uncle Xia, do you still have that explosive?" Su Jiang asked excitedly. As soon as he said this, Anro and Li Kai immediately became alert. "No, they were all taken away by in Xingchang back then," Anro and Li Kai breathed a sigh of relief. "But I can tell you where they originated from." "Don't!" Anro and Li Kai spoke simultaneously. "Uncle Xia, please don't tell him." Xia Kangsheng looked at Anro and Li Kai with some confusion. What was going on? Why were they suddenly so agitated? Li Kai awkwardly cleared his throat and said, "Well, Uncle Xia, how about we talk about something else?" Su Jiang was somewhat dissatisfied and was about to speak. Anro shot him a warning glance. Su Jiang fell silent. Xia Guli mocked Su Jiang with his eyes, a henpecked husband. Su Jiang gave Xia Guli the finger. "Just wait, you little brat. I'll see if you can still laugh later." Li Kai glanced at Su Jiang and said, "Stop messing around, let's get to the point." "Oh, Xia Konchang was somewhat surprised. You guys came today for something else? That's right, Uncle Xia. Su Jiang looked at Xia Konchang and paused before saying, I'll get straight to the point. How much do you know about the Mei family? Xia Konchang frowned slightly. Which aspect are you referring to? Do you know they have dealings with the Wei family? As soon as he said this, Xia Konchang's pupils constricted, and he said in a deep voice, Where did you get this information? Is it true? Mei Lingling told me. Mei Lingling? The name stunned both Xia Konchang and his son. Have you seen Lingling? Xia Guli asked Su Jiang. Where did you see her? Su Jiang then recounted everything that had happened the previous night. As Xia Konchang listened, his expression gradually became serious. The news Su Jiang brought was somewhat unexpected for him. After Su Jiang finished recounting everything that had happened last night, the entire living room fell into silence. Xia Konchang frowned in deep thought, while Xia Guli was completely dumbfounded. His mind was filled with just two words, it's over, all over. When he learned that Su Jiang had seen Mei Lingling, he had an ominous premonition. Knowing Su Jiang, he would surely take the opportunity to threaten him with something unfavorable. Sure enough, as Xia Guli thought of this, he caught Su Jiang giving him a malicious look, accompanied by a particularly mischievous grin. Xia Guli knew that he would probably have to engage in a high-stakes game with Su Jiang later. As for now, it was clear that the main issue was more important. After pondering for a long time, Xia Konchang turned to Xia Guli and said, You little brat, what do you think? Can Dad stop calling me that all the time? Xia Guli silently complained but still said, If what Su Jiang said is true, based on my understanding of Lingling, this matter is most likely true. Xia Konchang nodded slightly. I didn't expect that old guy Mei Zinin would hide it so deeply. It seems that the sudden rise of the Mei family back then was likely also influenced by the Wei family. But that's not the main point. What we need to understand now is just how much the Mei family is still hiding. What is Mei Zinin's current attitude towards our Xia family? As soon as he said this, Xia Guli's expression changed. Dad, do you mean you're worried that the Mei family will stab us in the back? It's not worry, but the more I think about it, the more I feel there's a possibility. Xia Konchang suddenly stood up, pacing to the floor-to-ceiling window, gazing into the distance. Hey, old Xia, look over here. Taking advantage of this moment, Su Jiang pulled out his phone, opened a photo, and showed it to Xia Guli from afar. The moment Xia Guli saw the photo, his pupils constricted. Damn, Su Jiang, you bastard. He wanted to rush over and snatch it, but thinking of his old man still being there, Xia Guli held back. He could only sit helplessly in place, watching Su Jiang's smug expression. What was even more infuriating was that Su Jiang mouthed 3 words at him without making a sound. Xia Gugu. Xia Guli understood. There was no light left in his eyes. He couldn't be bothered to think about the Mei family or the Wei family anymore. He was only focused on one thing, how to quietly take care of Su Jiang. Just then, Xia Konchang turned around and asked Xia Guli, Has Mei Lingling sent you any messages in the past few days? Xia Guli was taken aback, wondering why he was asking this. But he still answered truthfully, No. Does she usually message you? Yes. What's the frequency? Almost every day. Upon hearing this answer, Xia Konchang's furrowed brows relaxed, and he let out a deep sigh. Then, in a calm tone, he said, Let the family prepare for battle. At this statement, everyone was stunned. Su Jiang was also a bit confused. Why were they suddenly preparing for battle? Another war? I just finished in Jiangdu and came to Shizhou for 2 days, and you want to fight again? Are these families really that ruthless? Fighting every few days? Dad, isn't this making a mountain out of a molehill? Xia Guli hurriedly said, What if the Mei family doesn't have that intention? No. Xia Konchang interrupted directly, The Mei family will definitely take action against us. His tone was extremely certain. Seeing the puzzled expressions on everyone's faces, Xia Konchang felt a bit helpless. Just as he was about to explain, he suddenly noticed Su Jiang looking as if he had just realized something. Su Jiang, do you understand? As expected of Uncle Xia, it was only after you said that I figured it out. I really can't keep up with you. Su Jiang took the opportunity to flatter Xia Konchang, and Rowan Li Kai looked at Su Jiang in confusion, while Xia Guli couldn't believe it. You understand now? Then tell me, why will the Mei family definitely take action? It's simple, because of the information from Mei Lingling. Su Jiang looked at Xia Guli and began to explain to everyone on behalf of Xia Konchang. When I was at the Mei family, Mei Lingling only conveyed 2 pieces of information to me. One was that the Wei family wanted Mei Zinin to kill me, and the other was to find Ding Qiming. But no matter how you look at it, these 2 matters have nothing to do with the Xia family, and Mei Lingling doesn't know about my relationship with Xia Guli. So the question arises, since in Mei Lingling's view, these 2 matters have nothing to do with the Xia family, why doesn't she dare to contact Xia Guli? As soon as this was said, Xia Guli found it hard to swallow. He understood. However, he still found it hard to accept. It's simple, that is, Mei Lingling is hiding something from me. She is hiding something that she cannot tell me, because once I know, then Xie Guli will also know. And after so many years of cooperation between the Mei family and the Xie family, what could be something that Mei Lingling accidentally overheard but dared not tell the Xie family or Xie Guli? At this point, using a hypothetical substitution method to insert the idea that the Mei family is going to take action against the Xie family makes complete sense. After Su Jiang finished speaking, and Ro and Li Kai looked at him in astonishment. They had only one thought in their minds. Su Jiang actually has a brain. Li Kai thought this guy only knew how to blow things up. However, this speech directly changed Li Kai's impression of Su Jiang. As for Anro, although she was a bit surprised, she quickly understood. After all, he was a math genius. How could he be an idiot? What mathematics values the most is logical thinking. Although Su Jiang usually has some unconventional ideas, they are often simple and direct in achieving results. So Anro is now more proud. Su Jiang is her boyfriend now, and having a smart boyfriend is not a bad thing. What Su Jiang said is completely correct. Back then, I knew you were clever, and now it seems I was right. Without Uncle Xie's guidance, I wouldn't have thought of these things, so compared to you, I'm still a bit lacking. Su Jiang scratched his head and said humbly. Xia Kongqing couldn't help but sigh. Not only is Su Jiang clever, but he also knows how to flatter perfectly. He glanced at Xie Guli with some frustration, secretly sighing. Although Xie Guli is already considered an excellent heir to the family, compared to Su Jiang, there is still a bit of a gap. That's how it is, so let's prepare the family for battle first. We can't be caught off guard by the Mei family. Moreover, we must not act first before the Mei family does, otherwise, the reputation of backstabbing will fall on us. Xia Kongsheng looked at Xie Guli, grinning. Just right, weren't you worried about how to deal with the Mei family? Now it's good, no need to worry. Once the Mei family is done for, you can focus on dating. However, Xie Guli couldn't smile. The sudden change left his mind in a mess. Su Jiang, we have to thank you for bringing us this news. Ha ha ha. Xia Kongqing's face was full of smiles, no longer the serious frown from before. There was no sense of urgency for the impending battle. Today, you must give your Uncle Xie a favor and stay for dinner. Xia Kongqing smiled at Su Jiang and the others, and Ro, Li Kai, you two stay as well, let me treat you well. Uncle Xie, you're too polite, so we. And Ro looked at Su Jiang, letting him decide whether to stay for dinner. And Su Jiang, of course, wouldn't be polite with Xia Kongsheng. Uncle Xie, can we order? Su Jiang said excitedly. Also, can your chef make me a giant grilled cold noodle? Ha, sure, I'll have Butler Zhang arrange it right away. Xia Kongsheng actually quite liked Su Jiang's shameless demeanor, and Ro turned her face away, feeling a bit embarrassed. Who orders food at someone else's house? But thinking that this person is Su Jiang, it made sense. I'll go arrange the preparations for battle. You all just have fun, feel free to wander around, treat it like your own home. Xia Kongsheng said this to Anro and Li Kai. There was no need to be so polite with Su Jiang, as he was even less polite than them. Okay, Uncle Xia, you go ahead. When Xia Kongsheng left, he reminded Xie Guli to keep Su Jiang and the others company. Xie Guli was speechless. He had already been playing with them for 2 days. Still keeping company? I, the young master of the Xie family, am meant to be kept company? After Xia Kongsheng left, Su Jiang walked up to Xie Guli with a cheeky grin. Su Jiang, hee. Xie Guli, not hee. Su Jiang put his arm around Xie Guli's shoulder and said in a teasing tone, Xie Gugu, shall we have a chat? Don't force me to fight you here. Alright, you can fight. Let's see if Uncle Xie will beat you up. Xie Guli clenched his fists and took a deep breath. Make your conditions. What will it take for you to delete the photos? You have to tell me first, what exactly is going on between you two? Su Jiang laughed. That way, I can make a fair offer. Not far away, and Ro quietly perked up her little ears, planning to eavesdrop. Although eavesdropping is not very polite, she was curious. Seeing this, Xie Guli struggled internally for a long time before finally sighing. Forget it, he resigned himself to fate. After all, he originally planned to ask Su Jiang for some advice. She is my childhood friend, I see her as a sister. TSK, clearly, she doesn't see you as an older brother. Su Jiang curled his lips and then curiously asked, does your Shangguan Lu know about this? She knows. No wonder the inspection bureau targets the Mei family every day. That has nothing to do with this, okay? Xie Guli said helplessly. Lulu believes me, and the actions of the inspection bureau against the Mei family are all legal and compliant, with no selfish motives. Su Jiang nodded. He believed that. After all, last night, he had almost been dealt with by Shangguan Lu in an official capacity. If it weren't for the connections given by old Zhang, he might have been stuck at a sewing machine by now. Since the conversation had reached this point, Xie Guli no longer cared about any photos. He asked Su Jiang, quickly think of a way for me. What should I do in my current situation? Soo-jung curled his lips and said, how would I know? I don't have a sister who calls me Brother Soo. Don't mention brother again. Alright, Siagugu. In the next second, a flying knife was pressed against Soo-jung's chin. Siaguli's expression was emotionless. Try saying that again? Soo-jung's mouth twitched. He didn't dare to move and looked at Siaguli in shock. Not a bro? You really know how to handle a knife? Just now, Siaguli's speed was so quick that even Soo-jung didn't react. Although he hadn't used a gun in a stealthy manner, what Siaguli had shown was indeed a bit outrageous. He had thought that Siaguli was just showing off with the flying knife, practicing casually. He didn't expect him to be skilled. See, you're getting anxious again. Soo-jung awkwardly reached out and slowly moved the knife away. Humph. Siaguli snorted coldly, retracted the knife, and continued, hurry up, is there a way or not? Soo-jung pondered for a moment and said, why don't you discuss it with Shangwan Lu and ask her if she can accept Mei Lingling? Are you trying to get me killed faster? TSK, I wouldn't dare. Is that your family status? Soo-jung mocked, I'm not like you, our Ro listens to me. If I say go east, she wouldn't dare go west. If I say we're eating at a certain fast food place, she absolutely wouldn't dare go to another. Siaguli fell silent. You, look back. Soo-jung turned around. He saw Anro standing behind him, smiling at him, and softly spoke. Your family status is so high? If you hadn't said it, I wouldn't have known I was so obedient. At that moment, only two words filled Soo-jung's mind. It's over. He had gotten carried away and hadn't noticed Anro was still there. Soo-jung turned to look at Siaguli, his eyes full of a desire to survive. Soo-jung, save me, save me. Siaguli, good luck, I'm not seeing you off. Humph. Anro snorted coldly. If they weren't at the Xie family right now, she would have already knocked Soo-jung down and beaten him up. All day long, he just knew how to talk big outside. The reason she walked over was that she couldn't help but overhear Soo-jung giving Siaguli advice, which was simply adding to the chaos. What terrible advice did you give him? If you really say that to Sister Lu, she will definitely be angry. Soo-jung hurriedly nodded, right, it was my fault for speaking without thinking. At this moment, Siaguli also looked at Anro and quickly asked, so, what should I do? Anro was a girl, she should be able to provide him with some suggestions. At the very least, she was more reliable than Soo-jung. Siaguli wanted to slap himself, he must be out of his mind to ask Soo-jung for advice. It's simple, just tell Mei Lingling directly that you don't like her and only see her as a sister, hoping to keep a distance in the future. Anro didn't understand, isn't that just one sentence? Is it really that hard? But, won't that be too cruel? Dragging it out like this is the real cruelty to her. Anro paused and then said, and she probably doesn't know that you are already in a relationship, right? To her surprise, Siaguli shook his head and said, no, she knows, I told her before, but I didn't expect her to be so persistent. She keeps saying she wants to meet my girlfriend, but you all know that my relationship with Lulu is still not good enough to be made public. So, I kept making excuses, and over time, she started to doubt that I actually had a girlfriend and thought I was lying to her. To this, Siaguli also had his own unspoken troubles. Hearing Siaguli say this, Anro was at a loss for words. Soo-jung thought to himself, who would have thought that Mei Lingling would be so eager? What's so good about Siaguli? He already has a girlfriend, yet still rushes to fawn over her? TSK, disdainful. Anro sighed and said, I suggest you clarify things with her. Dragging this out is not good for you, and even worse for her. Siaguli looked troubled upon hearing this. I'll think about it. If it comes to that, he would probably have to lay everything bare. After all, a short pain is better than a long one. Let's go. I'll take you around first. The few of them began to wander around the Xia residence. As for Fu Gue, he had long since disappeared. Soo-jung didn't understand why this silly cat ran outside every day. When asked what he was doing, he said he was making friends. Even now, Soo-jung hadn't seen any friends he made. Meanwhile, in the study of the Xia residence, after arranging everything, Xia Kongsheng returned to the study alone, took out his phone, and made a call. The call connected, and the contact displayed 4 characters. Shangwan Pengyi. What's the matter? Shangwan Pengyi's tone sounded somewhat impatient. Xia Kongsheng didn't mind and said, I just got some news. The Mei family is backed by the Wei family. Where did this news come from? You don't need to know that. Just know this, so you don't keep watching our Xia family every day. Xia Kongsheng said, ever since you came to Shizhou, haven't you always suspected that our 2 families have connections with the capital? Now it's good, the Mei family has already surfaced, so our Xia family's suspicions can be cleared, right? Shangwan Pengyi was silent for a moment and said, you've been cooperating with the Mei family for so many years, how can I be sure that this time you 2 families aren't in cahoots? You bastard, we've had so many years of friendship behind the scenes, you suspected me before, and I didn't bother to hold it against you, and now you still suspect me? The more Xia Kongsheng spoke, the angrier he became, directly saying, Shangwan Pingy, am I giving you face? If it weren't for my son dating your daughter, I wouldn't be so polite with you. Do you know, with my temper back in the day, just based on your suspicion of me just now, I would have brought people to the inspection bureau to beat you up? Ha! Shangwan Pingy's laughter seemed to mock him. Now there's only me at the inspection bureau, do you dare to come? In any case, pay attention to the movements of the Mei family these days. I feel like they can't hold back much longer. Xia Kongsheng changed the subject. What? Don't dare to come? I'm serious, you should let the people at the inspection bureau pay more attention these days. After all these years, you still only know how to talk big. Damn it! Enough already! Xia Kongsheng couldn't hold back anymore, and suddenly, he had a flash of inspiration. With a slight smile, he said, what if you, Shangwan Pingy, are so impressive? Once my son marries your daughter and has grandsons and granddaughters, they'll be surnamed Xia, not Shangwan. Shangwan Pingy. Your grandson will have to take my surname. Ha ha ha. Upon hearing this, Shangwan Pingy fell silent. Vaguely, Xia Kongsheng seemed to hear the sound of something being thrown on the other end of the line. Just as he was about to mock him a bit more, Shangwan Pingy hung up the phone directly. TSK, this old man can't take a joke. Xia Kongsheng laughed and cursed, put down his phone, and stood up to stretch comfortably. He felt particularly good. At this moment, he couldn't wait for Xie Guli to bring Shangwan Lu home, so he could mock Shangwan Pingy every day. In the office of the Shizhou Inspection Bureau, Shangwan Pingy's face was ashen as he placed his phone on the table, picked up a document from the side, and began to flip through it, his expression gradually becoming serious. Mei family, and the Wei family. Shangwan Pingy's eyes flickered as he closed them, beginning to ponder. The Mei family had hidden for so many years. Why had they moved now? The Wei family held such a card from the Mei family. Their ambitions were definitely not small. So what was it that the Wei family wanted the most right now? The gene serum. With this thought, Shangwan Pingy opened his eyes. Indeed, had Ding Qiming's existence already been exposed? Haven't those people from the Wei family given up yet? Shangwan Pingy snorted coldly, truly greedy. The downfall of a ruling family still couldn't satisfy the appetites of two families. Shangwan Pingy looked at his phone, hesitating for a long time before finally picking it up. Looking at the number he hadn't contacted in a long time, he dialed it. Zhang Yi, help me. On the other end of the line, Director Zhang was silent for a moment. Shangwan Pingy, you really have no shame, disappearing for so long and now you want me to help you with just one call? Let's skip the pleasantries. Will you help or not? Is it related to Ding Qiming? You know? Shangwan Pingy was somewhat surprised. Zhang Yi snorted and said, back then, I suspected it was you who took Ding Qiming away. I only recently found out that both you and Ding Qiming are in Shizhou. In that case, I'll be brief. Shangwan Pingy didn't beat around the bush and said directly, Ding Qiming's research on the third gene serum has succeeded, with a 70% chance of saving Xiang Qingtian. Shangwan Pingy, are you out of your mind? Upon hearing this news, Zhang Yi not only didn't feel happy but instead shouted angrily, back then, a problematic first gene serum triggered the Beijing incident. Do you forget how many people died in the Beijing incident and what huge consequences it had? Even now, the inspection bureau in Beijing is still nominally existent, and Xinjiang is still running around because of that incident. How can you let Ding Qiming continue researching that kind of thing? Do you even have a brain? Shangwan Pingy was left speechless by the scolding, clenching his fists tightly, silent. He knew that once the third gene serum appeared, it would likely lead to another Beijing incident. No, it might be even more serious than the Beijing incident. But, Zhang Yi, you know, the inspection bureau cannot be without Xiang Qingtian. Xiang Qingtian, all you care about is Xiang Qingtian. Is he your father? Zhang Yi gasped for breath, enunciating each word. So many people have died, and you want to trade it for just one Xiang Qingtian. Is it worth it? It is. Shangwan Pingy said without hesitation. Xiang Qingtian is the soul of the inspection bureau. With him, there is the inspection bureau. Zhang Yi was left speechless. He knew that no one could persuade Shangwan Pingy. This person was just stubborn. But then he thought, who in the inspection bureau wasn't stubborn? Knowing he couldn't stop Shangwan Pingy, Zhang Yi had no choice but to say, let's talk about the situation first, and I'll see if I can help you. Okay. Shangwan Pingy paused and then seriously said two words. Thank you. At Shizhou University, Yan Hua was rushing to the laboratory in a panic. Early in the morning, he had received news from the professor, telling him that the experiment had succeeded. In shock, he even forgot to grab Su Zhang's clothes, which he had originally planned to deliver today. Now, he couldn't care less about the clothes. Professor, you said the experiment succeeded, is it true? As soon as he pushed open the laboratory door, Yan Hua asked directly without catching his breath. Inside the laboratory, Ding Qiming was preparing various reagents. According to Shangguan Pingyi's request, he needed to produce as much of the third gene serum as possible within 3 days. Hearing Yanhua's words, Ding Qiming paused his experimental steps and turned to look. Oh, Yanhua, you're here. Ding Qiming let out a slight sigh of relief. If he had to keep doing it alone, his body might really not be able to take it. Yanhua had been following the experiments with the No. 3 gene solution, which helped him share a lot of the workload. Come, look, Ding Qiming said with a smile, pulling Yanhua to a box and gently opening it to reveal the No. 3 gene solution inside. Last night, while lying in bed, I suddenly thought that the reason our previous experiments failed might be due to problems with the initial steps and the amount of reagents used. So, I tried slightly diluting our first reagent last night, and it worked. Yanhua's eyes widened, his palms trembling slightly. After calming his emotions, he dared to reach out and take the gene solution from the box. He held the gene solution in front of him, excitement in his eyes, even with tears welling up. Although it succeeded, I just tried again, and without exception, they all failed. Clearly, there is a certain success rate. Ding Qiming looked at Yanhua with intense eyes and said, Yanhua, I need your help now. Within 3 days, before the Lantern Festival, we must use up all the materials in the lab and produce as much gene solution as possible. So, I need your help. Upon hearing this, Yanhua carefully placed the gene solution back in the box, his gaze still fervent. Don't worry, Professor, no matter what, I will do my utmost to help you. He didn't ask why it had to be in 3 days or why it was so urgent to use up the materials. There was no need to ask. Yanhua only knew that they had succeeded. And now, the professor needed him. Professor, just tell me what I need to do. Ding Qiming felt a surge of emotion at his words. He felt incredibly fortunate to have come to Shizhou University and met a student like Yanhua. He was Yanhua's hope, and Yanhua was also his redemption. Alright, then I'll leave it to you. Ding Qiming immediately began to assign tasks to Yanhua. Their time was very tight. In no time, the teacher and student were busy in the lab, forgetting to eat and losing track of time. They even forgot about Su Zhan's clothes. At this moment, at the Mei family home, Shangguan Lu visited Mei Zimin with 2 inspectors. The 3 people brought back to the inspectorate last night had confessed everything before even being interrogated. The first to spill was Mei Zimin, the mastermind behind it all. To reduce their punishment, they even provided some evidence against the Mei family, including some unsavory dealings related to previous hired killings, all handed over to the inspectorate. Therefore, Shangguan Lu intended to warn Mei Zimin today, because with just this evidence, they couldn't bring Mei Zimin back to the inspectorate. Inspector Lu, what do you mean by this today? In the living room of the Mei family, Mei Zimin sat on the sofa, and upon seeing Shangguan Lu, he showed no signs of panic. Instead, he asked with some confusion, could it be that someone in our Mei family has been dishonest and touched your inspectorate's bottom line? Although his words were filled with doubt, Mei Zimin knew full well why Shangguan Lu was here. It was those 7 bastards who had implicated him. Mei family head, you really don't know why I'm here today? Shangguan Lu said with a hint of mockery, last night, you bribed 7 assassins to kill Su Zhan. Have you forgotten about this today? Oh, Mei Zimin feigned surprise, such a thing happened, and I had no idea. Is that person named Su Zhan alright? Inspector Lu, you can't just throw dirt on our Mei family. We've been behaving for a long time. Shangguan Lu said softly, then why do those assassins say you commissioned them? This must be a frame-up. Mei Zimin spread his hands. Maybe someone just doesn't like me, Mei Zimin, and wants to frame my family. Mei Zimin was not worried that Shangguan Lu would arrest him because she had no evidence. If there is really evidence, given Shangguan Lu's character, she wouldn't chat with me for so long. Instead, she would have greeted me with her silver bracelet as soon as she entered. Then how do you explain this? After saying that, Shangguan Lu took out a stack of documents and threw them on the table. These were provided by those 3 people. The records detailed some unsavory activities the Mei family had been involved in recently. Mei Zimin frowned, picked up the documents, and flipped through a few pages. Then, he sighed deeply and said, Inspector Lu, the matters mentioned here, our Mei family admits to. Shangguan Lu raised an eyebrow. Mei Zimin admitted? Ah, speaking of which, I only recently discovered that some people in our family have been up to no good, which is why these things happened. Mei Zimin walked to a cabinet, took out another document from a drawer, and handed it to Shangguan Lu. Just yesterday, I found out who all these people are and was planning to send them to your inspection bureau. The matters on your documents, without exception, were all done by these people. So, these issues, we admit that the Mei family has not managed them well. Mei Zimin said with a pained expression, those bastards, I already caught them yesterday, they're outside. I'm also very heartbroken that such people came from our family. Inspector Lu, please make sure to take them back and give them a good beating. They must be taught a profound lesson. Shangguan Lu was silent. She didn't expect Mei Zimin to be so ruthless. He directly handed over a batch of people for her to catch. Shang Wanlu glanced at the list and found there were quite a few, but they were almost all marginal figures in the Mei family, the kind that could be discarded at any time. Inspector Liu, do you see anything else? Mei Zimin smiled and said, you can just say it. I, Mei Zimin, and the Mei family will definitely cooperate with you. Shang Wanlu was silent for a moment, then gently shook her head. There's nothing else, head of the Mei family. Thank you for your cooperation today. Shang Wanlu knew that this trip had been in vain. You too, go take the people outside away. Yes, although they were marginal figures, Shang Wanlu would not let them go. Then, head of the Mei family, I won't disturb you any longer. Inspector Liu, take care, I won't see you off. As she was leaving, Shang Wanlu suddenly looked up as she turned the corner of the stairs. Mei Lingling was standing on the stairs looking at her. The two exchanged glances for a few seconds, and Mei Lingling was the first to avert her gaze and return to her room. Seeing this, Shang Wanlu sighed inwardly. That bastard Xiaguli has been dragging this out, really. Shaking her head, she pushed those thoughts aside and continued to walk out. After Shang Wanlu left, Mei Zimin returned to his study, and his expression instantly darkened as he slammed his fist on the table. If he hadn't prepared last night, he might have been caught off guard by Shang Wanlu today. He couldn't understand how those 7 people were captured by the inspection bureau. Moreover, why was Su Jiang still alive? Thinking of this, Mei Zimin took out his phone and called Fengze. As soon as the call connected, Mei Zimin said directly, I failed. I can't kill Su Jiang, he has something. Fengze was silent for a moment before saying, put Su Jiang's matter aside for now, someone will deal with him. The most important thing now is that your Mei family should prepare for battle. Prepare for battle? Mei Zimin's heart stirred, and he quickly asked, so sudden? Yes, we have already determined Ding Qiming's approximate location, and when the right opportunity arises, we will take action. Fengze continued, at that time, you will need to suddenly strike at the Xie family and take them down as quickly as possible. Mei Zimin frowned, you plan to have me start a war in the main city? Ha, not just you, when the battle starts, who will care about the main city or not? Fengze's voice was low, each word deliberate. This is a small-scale Beijing incident. The Beijing incident. These 4 words made Mei Zimin's fists clench tightly, and he was almost cursing Fengze in his heart. In a battle of this level, a slight misstep could lead to the destruction of the Mei family. Mei Zimin was now somewhat regretting getting involved, but he had no choice. Only one of the Mei family and the Xie family could survive. When are we likely to act? Mei Zimin asked. I don't know, but it will be soon, probably in the next few days. Where is Ding Qiming? You don't need to worry about that, just focus on your own matters and wait for my news. Fengze hung up the phone. After putting down the phone, Mei Zimin's mood fluctuated. The situation was completely beyond his expectations. If a war breaks out in the main urban area, it will definitely alert the inspection bureau. Mei Zimin felt a headache coming on. He didn't know what the Wei family was thinking. When the Xie and Mei families go to war, the people from the inspection bureau would surely help the Xie family. How could they play this out? On what basis does Fengze think I can take down the Xie family in the shortest time possible? Either he has a way to divert the people from the inspection bureau, or he is using my Mei family as cannon fodder to attract the inspection bureau's attention. If it were the first scenario, it would be fine, but if it were the second, then the Mei family's situation would be dangerous. He didn't develop the Mei family to this point just to be cannon fodder. Mei Zimin's gaze flickered as he stood up and walked outside. He needed to make some preparations. In the evening, at the Xie family, cheers! Su Jiang and a few others, along with the Xie family members, gathered around a large round table, happily raising their glasses. After downing their drinks, Su Jiang eagerly began to eat the giant grilled cold noodles specially made for him. He ate and drank heartily, completely disregarding his image. Anro rubbed her forehead and quietly moved her chair a bit further away from Su Jiang. It was a bit embarrassing. Ha ha ha, eat more. Xia Kongsheng saw Su Jiang like this, and not only did he not find it inappropriate, but he also laughed happily. Xia Guli felt a bit jealous. Ever since Su Jiang arrived, this smile had not left his father's face. Who is really the favored son? Just as he was about to speak, his phone vibrated. Xia Guli took out his phone, and at the moment he saw the contact, his pupils shrank. Mei Lingling? Why is she calling me at this time? I need to take a call. After saying that, Xia Guli left alone, returned to his room, and closed the door. Hello, Lingling? Hello, Xia Gij. Mei Lingling's voice sounded a bit nervous. Are you doing well recently? Upon hearing this, Xia Guli sighed softly. He felt that Anro was right. Some things should be clarified at this opportunity. Lingling, there's something I want to tell you. I also have something to tell you. There was a pause on both sides. Soon, Mei Lingling spoke up. You go first, Siagij. Siaguli took a deep breath, gathered his thoughts, and said softly, Lingling, you, like me, right? On the other end of the phone, Mei Lingling was taken aback, a sense of foreboding washing over her. You noticed? Mei Lingling forced a smile and said, That's true, my behavior has been a bit too obvious. I must have troubled you, after all, you have a girlfriend. I will try to restrain myself in the future. Lingling, Siaguli interrupted. Let's just leave it at that. Continuing to drag this out is not good for either of us. I'm really sorry, I should have noticed sooner and told you these things earlier. It's all because of me, always hesitating, which must have made this time difficult for you, right? Siaguli said with guilt. I'm really sorry. On the other end of the phone, Mei Lingling fell silent. Siaguli waited quietly. After a long while, Mei Lingling's voice came through, tinged with a hint of tears. It's okay, Siagij. You don't need to apologize. I like you, it's my own business. If you don't want to be disturbed, I can understand. Mei Lingling's voice grew louder, tinged with sobs as she said, Actually, I was planning to tell you. To say that we shouldn't meet again. Clearly I had already made up my mind, but I just can't help but wanna cry, boo-hoo. Mei Lingling's voice weakened until, in the end, Siaguli could only hear her weeping. After a long while, Mei Lingling gradually calmed down and said word by word, Siagij, can you promise me one last request? You say it. On the Lantern Festival, that day, can we meet for the last time? Mei Lingling bit her lip tightly and said, Just once, I promise. I will never contact you again, never disturb you. The Lantern Festival. Siaguli lowered his eyes, inadvertently glancing at his desk. On it lay a delicate lantern flower. It was one he had made for Shangguan Lu, intending to give it to her on the day of the Lantern Festival. I'm sorry, Lingling, I can't agree to that request. Siaguli said softly, on the day of the Lantern Festival. I also have someone very important to meet. This sentence completely shattered Mei Lingling's last psychological defense. After a long time, Mei Lingling's voice rang out again, only a few words. Okay, I understand. Mei Lingling hung up the phone and threw her phone aside. The emotion she had just managed to calm surged again, tears flowing uncontrollably. Mei Lingling sat on the bed, hugging her knees. Her crying was incredibly quiet. In her hands, she held a delicate lantern flower, one she had made herself, for Siaguli. In the room, Siaguli felt equally distressed. He and Mei Lingling had grown up together, and in terms of time spent together, Mei Lingling had been the longest. By order of arrival, it was also Mei Lingling who had come first, but feelings never look at these things. I hope that girl can let go a bit, Siaguli murmured, then let out a long sigh. Just as he was about to go back to continue eating, he pushed open the door and was taken aback. What are you doing here? Siaguli looked at Su Jiang, somewhat speechless. He saw Su Jiang leaning against the wall opposite the door, eating grilled cold noodles while staring wide-eyed at Siaguli. Choo-choo-choo, you said such cruel things to her, choo-choo-choo. How sad must Mei Lingling be? Choo-choo-choo. I never noticed before, choo-choo-choo, you little brat, choo-choo-choo, turns out you're a scumbag. Siaguli twitched his mouth. Are you eavesdropping? Not doing anything useful at all. Do you need to meddle? Just eat your grilled cold noodles. Hey, don't go. Su Jiang quickly grabbed Siaguli and said, I have something important to find you for. You have some important matter? You only eavesdrop. Tisk, you're looking down on me now, huh? Su Jiang pouted and said, Seriously, isn't the Lantern Festival in a couple of days? I can't make lanterns, so, help me make one. Get lost. Siaguli raised his middle finger at Su Jiang. Why don't you just die? Why should I help you make a lantern? I can just deliver it to you after I finish it. Hey, I was just joking. At least tell me how to make it. I can't learn the method from your side of Shizhou. Didn't you say only fools believe in this stuff? You've treated me like a fool for a long time now. Hurry up, Su Jiang said nonchalantly. He didn't care about his dignity anymore. Siaguli was somewhat speechless. The sad emotions from earlier were completely wiped away by Su Jiang. She said with annoyance, I'll send you a teaching video later, do it yourself. After saying that, she disdainfully shook off Su Jiang's hand. Leaning in, she sniffed. The smell of grilled cold noodles was all over his sleeve. For a moment, Siaguli even considered throwing away this jacket. The two returned to the dining table and continued to toast. Where did you go just now? Anro asked as Su Jiang came back, handing him her phone. Teacher Zhang Yu called you earlier. I didn't dare to answer. Old Zhang? Su Jiang wiped his hands with a tissue before taking the phone. Without avoiding anyone, he called Zhang Yu back. Hello? Su Jiang, what were you doing just now? Why didn't you answer my call? I was in the bathroom, didn't hear it. As soon as Su Jiang said this, everyone looked at him with strange expressions. They remembered that Su Jiang had just left with the grilled cold noodles. Did he eat while in the bathroom? Anro frowned tightly, looking at Su Jiang with disdain. This guy was obsessed with grilled cold noodles to this extent? Su Jiang completely ignored the expressions of the others and continued, Old Teacher Zhang, is there something you need to tell me? You still have the nerve to say that? You've been in Shizhou for so long and haven't even called me. Old Zhang said irritably, I'm here to remind you to prepare well for the national competition. Don't just think about playing, got it? Whatever big or small matters, put everything aside. If you encounter any difficulties, call me immediately, understand? Whether I can get my professional title this year depends entirely on you, so no matter what happens, tell me, I'll help you sort it out, got it? Zhang Yu's 3 got it? Made Su Jiang's ears almost impatient. However, knowing that Zhang Yu valued this national competition, Su Jiang quickly reassured him, Oh, I got it, Teacher Zhang. You know my strength, right? Just taking a test casually, I'm always first. Those stinky fish and rotten shrimp in the national competition aren't even enough for me to deal with one hand. I could score higher than them even if I used my foot to fill out the answer sheet. As soon as he said this, Xia Guli immediately became displeased. Who was he calling stinky fish and rotten shrimp? He was also a participant in the national competition, and Su Jiang's words seemed to insult him as well. He looked at Su Jiang with a hostile gaze. If he dared to say another word, Xia Guli would immediately throw a flying knife at him and give him a middle-part hairstyle. Fortunately, Su Jiang didn't continue. All right, I won't disturb your rest any longer. Remember, if there's anything, call me, the teacher will do his best to help you. After Zhang Yu finished speaking, he hung up. Su Jiang also put down the phone, and Xia Kongsheng looked at Su Jiang with great interest. Su Jiang, was that your mentor on the phone just now? Yes, he called specifically to remind me a few things. Su Jiang scratched his head, feeling a bit embarrassed. Uncle Se, you know I've always been well-behaved and honest since I was young, so every teacher likes me. Xia Kongsheng lowered his head to drink soup and said nothing, and Rowan Li Kai looked at Su Jiang in disbelief. How could he say such a thing? Well-behaved and honest? Those 4 words didn't fit him at all. Seeing that no one responded, Su Jiang didn't feel awkward. He said this with confidence. A model student, records can be checked. An outstanding citizen, certified by the Inspection Bureau. All aspects can prove that he is a good person. Suddenly, he noticed that Anro seemed a bit distressed and quickly asked, What's wrong? Anro pouted slightly and said softly, I've eaten too much in the past 2 days in Shizhou. I've gained weight. She hadn't controlled her diet at all these days, with barbecues and beer. Today, she had another big meal. She didn't even dare to step on the scale because she knew her weight must have increased. Su Jiang looked at Anro's figure, puzzled. Where did it look like she had gained weight? The places that should be plump were indeed plump, but the other areas looked fine. Suddenly, Su Jiang's eyes turned, and she secretly leaned close to Anro's ear, whispering, I have a good weight loss method here, do you want to try it? Upon hearing this, Anro looked at Su Jiang with a face full of suspicion. Really? Of course, when have I ever lied to you? Then tell me about it. This method can only be discussed back at the hotel, and it might be a bit stimulating. Anro, upon hearing this, looked at Su Jiang warily. She always felt that Su Jiang had some ulterior motives. After dinner, Xia Kongsheng originally planned to let Su Jiang and the others stay here. After all, the Xia family had plenty of empty rooms, so it wasn't a problem to accommodate a few more. And Rowan Li Kai had already politely declined. But, that's great. Su Jiang blinked her bright eyes and said, Then we'll stay for one last night today, check out tomorrow, and bring our luggage over. We can save on accommodation fees. Thank you so much, Uncle Xia. Su Jiang smiled broadly, grasping Xia Kongsheng's hand, expressing her gratitude. We are unfamiliar with the area in Shizhou. Since you, Uncle Xia, have offered, we won't be polite. This is really quite embarrassing. Ha ha ha. Xia Kongsheng's mouth twitched. He hadn't noticed any embarrassment from her. But it didn't matter. Just a few more people. The Xia family could afford it. After leaving the Xia family, the 3 of them walked back to the hotel. Su Jiang, will staying at the Xia family be too much trouble for them? Li Kai couldn't help but ask. Oldly, Su Jiang sighed lightly. I am your superior now, you know? So, don't call me by my name directly in the future. What should I call you then? Leader, King, or King of Grilled Cold Noodles will do. Li Kai fell silent, not speaking. He hadn't called that embarrassing name in a long time, and it was when no one else was around. Now, in front of Anro, he couldn't bring himself to say it. Are you worried about something? Anro asked. From her understanding of Su Jiang, wanting to stay at the Xie family couldn't be just about saving accommodation fees. Sure enough, upon hearing Anro's words, Su Jiang nodded lightly, his expression serious. I have a feeling that something big might happen in Shizhou soon. And staying at the Xie family means, first, our safety can be guaranteed. Second, the Wei family and the Mei family wouldn't dare to act against us easily. Though he said this, Su Jiang actually had two more important reasons in his heart. First, he had started to like the grilled cold noodles made by the Xie family's chef. Second, he really couldn't stand the environment of that shabby hotel. He had just taken a glance, and the Xie family's environment was truly comfortable. One could only say it was worthy of a big family. Since Su Jiang had said so, Anro and Li Kai had no choice but to follow and stay at the Xie family. Just thinking about packing up and moving again tomorrow made Anro feel exhausted. Su Jiang, on the other hand, didn't have much to carry. He just brought a backpack to Shizhou. Hey, why are you coming in with me? Seeing Su Jiang follow him into the hotel, Li Kai asked in confusion, isn't your room across the hall? Why do you care so much? Su Jiang replied unhappily, I'm not staying with you, why do you care where I go? And Ro silently walked ahead, not saying a word. If you're not staying with me, then where else can you stay? Li Kai's words suddenly stopped. He widened his eyes, looking at the silent and Ro walking in front, then glanced at Su Jiang. Li Kai instantly understood. He quietly gave Su Jiang a thumbs up. You kid are impressive. Li Kai leaned closer to Su Jiang, teasingly saying, so soon, you can sleep in the same bed? What are you thinking? Su Jiang glanced at Li Kai with slight disdain, declaring sternly, we have a pure friend relationship. Is there anything impure about that? There is. Like what? Like Xia Guli. Su Jiang whispered, I bet he definitely didn't meet Shangguan Lu on a legitimate platform. Do you believe it? Don't talk to me. Li Kai distanced himself from Su Jiang. Why? Su Jiang didn't understand. I'm afraid that when Shangguan Lu catches you, she'll take me as an accomplice. Li Kai was speechless. Could you please keep your mouth shut? Who is Shangguan Lu? A first-level inspector from the West Prefecture Inspection Bureau. Just based on what you just said, she could accuse you of slander and take you to the inspection bureau to work on a sewing machine. Li Kai opened his room door, quickly walked in, and then slammed the door shut. He didn't want to say another word to Su Jiang, not even to look at him. TSK, still so emotionally unstable. Su Jiang shook his head gently. Li Kai's emotional control needed practice. Then, he stepped lightly and followed Anro into the room. As soon as they entered, Anro looked at Su Jiang helplessly. Come on, what's your weight loss method? Although she didn't expect Su Jiang to say anything serious, what if he suddenly got serious? He, I usually don't tell others this method, Su Jiang said with a smile. What's there to hide? Because this method is very stimulating, it will make your heart race and your breathing quicken. After a pause, Su Jiang added, and it's best to find someone to accompany you. As soon as he said this, Anro's face immediately turned red, not knowing what to think. You mean, it can't be that, can it? She stammered, and Ro's heart began to panic. She didn't expect Su Jiang to be so proactive, wanting to do that with her right away. She was a bit caught off guard and wasn't prepared yet. That big pig's hoof, Su Jiang. At the same time, Anro was also a bit curious, could doing that really help with weight loss? She remembered that Sister Cho Na once said that such things seemed to be good for a girl's skin, but she never said it could help with weight loss. Yes, that's it, Su Jiang said excitedly, you know? And Ro's cheeks were already red to the roots of her ears. But I'm not ready yet. It's okay, once you get into the mood, it'll be fine. Su Jiang paused, seeing that Anro was a bit nervous, and said softly, it's alright, I'll be with you the whole time. Anro lowered her head, feeling extremely conflicted inside. To do it or not to do it? That is the question. Deep down, she was willing to give her first time to Su Jiang. After all, she had already decided on him. She would be with him for life. But this was too hasty, right? In the end, Anro took a deep breath and made up her mind. Since Su Jiang was so proactive, how could she back down? After all, it was something that would happen sooner or later. As long as they took proper precautions, it should be fine, right? Then, I'll go take a shower first? Anro asked tentatively. Okay, I'll go out to buy something, and you can open the door for me later. Su Jiang nodded and then walked out. Anro watched Su Jiang's departing figure, and suddenly a thought flashed through her mind. Buying something? He wouldn't be going to buy protection, would he? Anro shyly covered her face, feeling her heart race. At the same time, she felt a bit of anticipation. An hour later, in Anro's room, the lights had long been turned off by Su Jiang, and the room was now dimly lit. On the bed, the blanket covered both of them. Anro nestled in Su Jiang's arms, the two of them close together. They were doing something that made their hearts race. That is, watching a horror movie. Is this what you call a weight loss method? And Rose said with a cold face, God knows what kind of mood she was in right now. She was really foolish, truly. She was foolish enough to believe that Su Jiang would want to be proactive with her. Right, isn't that what you meant? Su Jiang said seriously, let me tell you, this has been scientifically proven. Watching horror movies is really beneficial for weight loss. And Ro was at a loss for words because she couldn't find anything to refute him. The thrill made her breath quicken and her heart race. It all matched up. It was her own thoughts that were unhealthy. She reflected on it. And Su Jiang wasn't going to buy protection. He was going to buy snacks because he was a bit hungry. So, the two of them sat there eating chips while watching a horror movie. They didn't know if the calories were increasing or decreasing. After a while, they had already finished the chips. To Su Jiang's surprise, there were several scary scenes, and Anro didn't react at all. You aren't scared? Su Jiang asked. Actually, I've watched quite a few horror movies since I was a child, Anro confessed. I've seen almost all of them, and none of them have really scared me. Su Jiang's mouth twitched. How is this supposed to help with weight loss? He remembered that watching horror movies was supposed to scare you, causing your heart to race for the weight loss effect, right? How about we try a different method? Su Jiang suggested. You have another idea? And Ro shot him a glance. I heard that massages can also help with weight loss. Get lost. Alright then. And Ro rolled her eyes at him. Massages? With Su Jiang's personality, his hands wouldn't behave. If it were any other time, Su Jiang might have worn her down a bit, and Anro might have agreed. But not now. She was still mad at him. The fact that she was letting him hold her was already the greatest tolerance. Since Anro wasn't afraid of horror movies, Su Jiang didn't see the point in continuing to watch. It was kind of boring. So, they switched to a comedy. Before long, Anro felt sleepy and yawned. Su Jiang, you should go back. I want to sleep. Su Jiang, go back? Su Jiang asked in confusion. Where to? Of course, back to the hotel across from you, Anro said matter-of-factly. I never agreed to let you sleep here, but it's so late now, and I'm scared of walking alone in the dark. You were out alone last night too? Last night was last night, tonight is tonight, you can't generalize. Su Jiang extended a finger, pleading, I promise on my character, this is the last time. In the end, under Su Jiang's persistent persuasion, Anro agreed to let him stay. After washing up, they lay on the bed, and Anro warned, if your hands dare to misbehave, I'll kick you out. What if you misbehave? Su Jiang asked. Then I'll kick you out too, Anro said defiantly. Why? Su Jiang didn't understand. Because you didn't stop me. Su Jiang was speechless. What was this? Either way, I would get kicked out? After Anro finished speaking, she noticed Su Jiang was a bit far from her and frowned. Why are you so far away? Afraid you'll kick me. Come here, let me hold you. Su Jiang obediently moved closer, allowing Anro to hold him. I just have a habit of hugging my Pikachu when I sleep. Don't think too much about it, Anro explained. Sure, I'm just your big yellow rat now, Su Jiang said, holding Anro as they closed their eyes and chatted casually. Where's Fu Gue? I don't know, it said it was going to make friends. You really can talk to it? Of course, that's my talent. As they chatted, Anro's voice grew softer, as if she was about to fall asleep. Meow. The door opened. A faint cat meow could be heard from outside. Su Jiang, I think I heard Fu Gue's meow. It's just your imagination. That silly cat should be playing with its friends now. Alright, good night. Good night. Meow. Don't say good night. Meow. Let me in first. Outside the door, Fugue looked up at the cat head, his face full of despair. His hearing was excellent. He could completely hear the voices of the two people inside. After meowing for a long time without any response, Fugue sighed. He looked around and felt a bit familiar. Right, he had slept here last night. With no home to return to, Fugue lay down at the door of Anro's room, just like last night. Where to sleep was still sleeping, right? Life was not easy, and Biaogu sighed. In the deep of night, a black sedan passed through the toll station and drove into Shizhou. Inside the car sat two men, both wearing black masks. The passenger window rolled down, and a hand reached out, holding a cigarette between two fingers. I was suffocating, finally made it to Shizhou. The man driving glanced at him and said, Lan Wu, put your mask on. Lan Wu chuckled, what's the rush? Let me finish this one first. After saying that, Lan Wu pulled his hand back from the window and took another leisurely puff. Then, he took out another cigarette from the pack and offered it to the man. Want one? I'm driving. I can light it for you? I don't smoke. Lan Wu reluctantly took back the cigarette and complained, Hates-on, do all of you assassins have to be so aloof? Do all of you mercenaries have to be so talkative? Hates-on shot back, keeping his eyes on the road. That's not the case. Look at that woman, Rose, she's pretty aloof. Lan Wu smiled, and then she died. Haesung fell silent. The reason they came to Shizhou this time was due to Wei Tian's arrangement. The target was the one who killed Rose, Su Jiang. For this, they even sent out the two of them. Fifth on the assassin list, Haesung. Third on the mercenary list, Lan Wu. These two were the top combat forces of the Wei family, yet they were sent out to deal with a college student. It felt absurd just thinking about it. Haesung, do you really think that Su Jiang is that powerful? Lan Wu teased, a college student, capable of killing Rose? Isn't that ridiculous? Even sending us two, isn't that a bit of overkill? Haesung replied softly, young Master Wei means he doesn't want that Su Jiang to participate in the upcoming battle. Why? Lan Wu asked. It was precisely because of his sudden involvement that Rose died, and the Feng family was wiped out. So absurd? Lan Wu was somewhat skeptical. Although that woman Rose wasn't strong, I still recognized her sniping skills. That guy Su Jiang probably just happened to run into Rose when she was seriously injured and picked up a head, right? Ha! Haesung scoffed. Go pick up a head from the mercenary list and show me. In any case, young Master Wei thinks that Su Jiang has a bit of a sinister vibe, so we just need to focus on killing him, without worrying about anyone else. So, compared to others, our task is relatively easy. The two of them acted independently, so they drove to Shizhou in advance. Behind them, the main force of the Wei family was on their way to Shizhou. Lan Wu casually tossed the cigarette but rolled up the window and put on his mask, saying, I really didn't expect young Master Wei to come out personally this time. Of course, that's Ding Qiming. Haesung said with a serious expression, don't forget how we got our strength. Ha, how could I forget? Lan Wu chuckled lightly, lost in thought, and sighed. Nowadays, the top-ranked people on the mercenary and assassin lists are almost all like us, all enhanced by the second gene fluid, which improved our physical abilities, resulting in our group. Back then, Ding Qiming's first gene fluid triggered the Beijing incident. After Ding Qiming disappeared, the Wei family used the remaining materials from him to develop the second gene fluid. But this second gene serum is truly a defective product. Not only is its effect far inferior to the first, but it has also turned us all into short-lived ghosts. I remember, anyone who used the gene serum hasn't lived to see 40, right? Haesung fell silent. The second gene serum did indeed give them a significant boost, but it also drastically shortened their lifespans. To this day, the researchers of the Wei family have not found a solution to this fatal side effect. Relying solely on what Ding Qiming left behind, they could only produce the second gene serum, which was already their limit. Moreover, the first gene serum that Ding Qiming created back then was merely a failed product. Therefore, the Wei family was extremely eager to find Ding Qiming, hoping he could create a more perfect gene serum. This search lasted for several years. During these years, the Wei family also used the second gene serum to cultivate some individuals, all of whom were mercenaries or assassins. Even knowing that their lifespans would be significantly shortened, there were still those willing to use the second gene serum. They became assassins and mercenaries for money, to provide a better life for their families. And the Wei family could offer that. So many were willing to serve them. Where are we going? First to the Mei family. Wei Xiao has some arrangements for Mei Zimin. The black sedan sped towards the Mei family. The next morning, in Anro's room, Su Jiang groggily opened his eyes, feeling as if he was holding something in his hand, soft and quite comfortable to squeeze. Looking down, Su Jiang's eyes widened, and he immediately woke up. What the hell? Why is my hand inside Anro's clothes? Who did this? Step forward. Upon realizing what he was holding, Su Jiang's heart raced. There was a reaction. He quietly glanced at Anro, her breathing steady, she should still be asleep. Su Jiang looked at his hand, feeling the sensation, caught in a dilemma. Should he just stay still, or should he move to the other side and stay still? Su Jiang swallowed hard. He knew that once Anro woke up, he would definitely get beaten, but he didn't care. Having come this far, how could he turn back? While observing Anro, he gently rubbed. Anro seemed to sense something and let out a sound. Ing. Su Jiang's movements instantly froze. Anro frowned slightly, leaning forward, getting closer to Su Jiang. At this moment, Su Jiang took a deep breath. He truly didn't dare to move again. At this age, how could he withstand such stimulation? If this continued, he feared he would lose control and take Anro right there. Although both were adults, Su Jiang knew Anro wasn't ready yet. If possible, he still hoped to wait until they were married to do that kind of thing. Of course, if they couldn't hold back and did it early, then Su Jiang would have to propose to the Yin family in advance. And it seemed that a marriage certificate could also earn credits? Thinking of this, Su Jiang sighed softly, reluctantly withdrawing his hand. Just as he was about to get out of bed to take a cold shower, Anro was stirred awake by the sound of him getting up. Su Jiang, what are you doing? I'm taking a shower, you can keep sleeping. Hearing this, Anro glanced at her phone. It was 7 in the morning. They had only gone to bed at 2 a.m. last night, and now Anro was dead tired. Since there were no other plans for the day, she intended to sleep until she woke up naturally. Completely unaware of her disheveled pajamas, Anro closed her eyes and quickly fell back asleep. Even the sound of Su Jiang showering couldn't wake her. In the bathroom, Su Jiang helplessly took a cold shower, sighing. If he had known, he would have just gone back to the hotel across the street. This was too uncomfortable. It was like having a giant grilled cold noodle placed in front of you, the smell lingering in your nose. But you can only look, not eat. This was undoubtedly the most cruel torture for Su Jiang. Tisk, why not just propose to the Yin family when we go back this time? Su Jiang began to entertain this idea. If he married Anro, everything would be above board. He would have a certificate to work, a driver's license to drive, and could do anything. After all, he was currently earning 15,000 a month, and he would eventually be able to buy a house. He already had a car, although it was bought by Mingxia, it was still under his name. The key question was, how much betrothal gift would Mingxia want? 100,000? Or 200,000? He can't possibly ask for 300,000, right? My car is only worth 200,000. For a moment, Su Jiang even thought about discussing this matter with Xingqiang, but he quickly abandoned that idea. And Rose matters were not something Xingqiang could decide. He still had to please Mingxia. First, let me ask old Zheng to advance a couple of 100 years' salary. As the head of a special operations agency, is it too much to ask for an advance? With that thought, Su Jiang made up his mind. He would just do it. After taking a shower, the excitement had dissipated quite a bit, but seeing Anro sleeping on the bed, he felt a reaction again. Sighing, Su Jiang planned to leave this place of turmoil quickly. If he couldn't hold back later, it would cause a lot of trouble. Wouldn't Mingxia kill him? Su Jiang changed his clothes and walked out, secretly resolving that he could never be like this with Anro again. They needed to maintain a pure boyfriend-girlfriend relationship. When the time came for it to be less pure, he would take his revenge on Anro. Quietly opening the door, Su Jiang tried to make as little noise as possible so as not to wake Anro. However, just as he was closing the door, a heart-wrenching cry rang out. Meow! My tail! This startled Su Jiang, and looking down, he realized he had stepped on the silly cat's tail. He quickly lifted his foot, and the cat, Fu Gue, looked up at him with an angry glare and started to spray. Meow meow meow. There were quite a few curses in the above content, so Su Jiang decided not to translate that. Alright, I'll buy you some dried fish as compensation later, okay? Meow. Buy it now. Su Jiang had lost track of how many dried fish he owed himself. He only knew that every time he worked, he promised Fu Gue a big feast. A feast of dried fish flavor. Now Fu Gue couldn't take it anymore. It strongly protested and demanded that Su Jiang immediately compensate it for the owed dried fish. Seeing the silly cat so serious this time, Su Jiang began to feel guilty. Indeed, he owed the silly cat too much. So, he took out his phone and called Xie Guli. At the Xie family, Xie Guli lay in bed, looking confused as he answered the phone. Hello? What's up? Old Xie, we're moving to the Xie family today, you know that, right? So, we have a lot of luggage. Can you come drive us? Am I your dad? Why would I come pick you up? Then I'll send your photos with Mei Lingling to Shangguanlu. I'll be there in a bit. A smile crept onto Su Jiang's face. Xie Guli's reaction was completely within his expectations. You want to play with me? You're still too green. By the way, remember to bring me a few packs of dried fish. Xie Guli? Where the hell am I supposed to get you dried fish? So, did I send the photos? Fine, I'll help you bring the dried fish. Good, I'll wait for you. Su Jiang happily hung up the phone and then shook his phone at Fu Gue. Look, your dried fish will be here soon. Meow. Yay. Fu Gue happily meowed. It could finally eat dried fish. Dried fish was the best food for it, just like grilled cold noodles were for Su Jiang. Nothing could replace it. After dealing with the silly cat's matter, Su Jiang walked to the elevator, planning to go to the hotel restaurant for breakfast. The silly cat followed behind Su Jiang with a cheerful step, its mind filled with thoughts of dried fish. A person and a cat were waiting for the elevator. Suddenly, Su Jiang frowned slightly, turned his head sharply, and looked towards the corner at the end. Who's there? He called out softly. There was no response. Su Jiang decisively activated his instincts, took a step, and quickly ran to the corner. There was no one there. Could it be that I misjudged? Su Jiang looked around. He had indeed felt like someone was watching him just now, which was why he had acted that way. Silly cat, did you hear anything just now? Meow. No. It had just been thinking about its little fish treats and hadn't paid much attention to anything else. Su Jiang let out a gentle breath. He must have been too sensitive. Let's go. The person and the cat walked back and entered the elevator. After they left, a figure slowly emerged from the corner. Under the black brim of a hat, a pair of sharp eyes gazed deeply in the direction Su Jiang had gone. "I didn't expect to be noticed," the person murmured to themselves. "The movements are indeed beyond ordinary. If I hadn't reacted quickly, I might have been caught by this kid. And judging by what just happened, that white cat seems unusual as well. I'll have to be more careful next time." After saying this, the figure vanished back into the corner, as if they had never appeared at all. In the restaurant, Su Jiang was eating breakfast alone while pondering some matters. That is, where exactly was Ding Qiming? Old Zhang asked me to find Ding Qiming, and the Wei family also had the Mei family look for him. The Wei family not only wants to find Ding Qiming but also wants to kill me. And in the eyes of the Wei family, Ding Qiming's importance is far above mine. So, if I reverse this, as long as Ding Qiming appears, will the Wei family's attention shift away from me? As soon as he thought of this, Su Jiang's eyes brightened a bit. He had an epiphany. As long as the Wei family's focus is entirely on Ding Qiming, I can take the opportunity to stir up some trouble for them. Su Jiang now hated the Wei family to the core. He wished he could blow them up entirely. Otherwise, he would be living in constant fear, worried that he might be assassinated at any moment. So now the most important thing is to find that person named Ding Qiming. So many people were looking for Ding Qiming. Once he appeared, he would undoubtedly attract everyone's attention. At that time, if no one was watching him, wouldn't he be free to do whatever he wanted? Wouldn't he be able to blow up whatever he wanted? Su Jiang's gaze flickered. So where was Ding Qiming? Among all the people he had encountered so far, the most suspicious was the masked professor from Shizhou University. He hadn't thought much of it before, but the more he thought about it now, the more suspicious it seemed. Without hesitation, he decided to act. What if a blind cat stumbled upon a dead mouse? Su Jiang took out his phone, found Yanhua's contact information, and made a call. After a long time, the call was finally connected. "Hello, who is this?" Yanhua's voice sounded very tired. "It's me, Su Jiang, the one who gave you the jacket that day. Do you remember?" Oh, I remember now, Su classmate, right." Yanhua said apologetically, "I'm really sorry. I should have delivered your jacket yesterday, but something came up in the lab, so I forgot. How about this, give me an address now, and I'll bring it to you." Upon hearing this, Su Jiang raised an eyebrow. "How about this? I need to go to school later anyway. I can just pick it up from you then." "Ah, well, that works too." Yanhua hesitated for a moment but agreed. Su Jiang picking up his clothes would save him quite a bit of time. Both he and the professor were too busy right now, with time being tight and tasks heavy. Yanhua didn't want to waste too much time on matters outside of the experiment. "Then I'll trouble you, let me know when you get to school, and I'll come find you." "Okay, I'll contact you then." Su Jiang hung up the phone and let out a gentle breath. He wanted to see for himself whether that so-called professor was really Ding Qiming. At noon, Siaguli arrived at the hotel with a sullen face, driving a luxury car. He was holding a bag of dried fish. The moment he got out of the car, he felt a wave of dizziness. How had he fallen to this point? The distinguished young master of the Xie family, driving a car worth hundreds of thousands, delivering dried fish to someone. It was absurd. "Hey, you're here?" Su Jiang greeted Siaguli with a smile. "Meow. Dried fish." Fu Gue, from a distance, spotted the dried fish in Siaguli's hand and rushed over, drawn by the smell. With a swift motion, Fu Gue dove into the plastic bag and started munching on the dried fish. Siaguli looked at him with disdain, placing the bag containing the cat and the dried fish on the table, and turned to Su Jiang. "Why are you the only one here? They're still packing their luggage. What about you? Are you ready?" "Of course." Su Jiang lightly patted the backpack on the table, proudly saying, "Minimalist travel starts with me." Siaguli twitched his mouth. "Wasn't that just laziness? Is there anything to eat? I haven't had breakfast." Siaguli rubbed his stomach, feeling a bit hungry. Su Jiang was taken aback. Where was he supposed to find food at this moment? Suddenly, seeing Fu Gue happily devouring the dried fish, Su Jiang said, "Why don't you share some with the silly cat?" "Meow? Share what?" Fu Gue immediately raised his head warily, chewing on the dried fish while keeping a cautious eye on Siaguli. This was his dried fish. No one could touch it. Seeing this, Siaguli's eye twitched. No wonder they say pets resemble their owners. It was indeed true. "Forget it, I'll go out to eat with Lulu later." Siaguli found a spot to sit down. "Oh, is Inspector Lu not working today, accompanying you on a date?" Su Jiang teased. "Isn't that a dereliction of duty? Don't push me to hit you this early in the morning." Siaguli suppressed the urge to punch Su Jiang and said, "Lulu has been working for several days straight, and finally got today off. Wow, so dedicated." Su Jiang sighed. "Unlike me, I heard my office at the inspection bureau is treated like a storage room. Then how do you work? What is work? Su Jiang asked curiously. Just because I joined the inspection bureau doesn't mean I have to work for them. Xia Guli's mouth twitched. What kind of situation was the Jiangdu inspection bureau in? They could even tolerate someone like you? Suddenly, Xia Guli took out his phone and sighed. What's wrong? Su Jiang asked. Final project for school. Xia Guli shook his phone and said, that silly teacher insists we complete it as a group project. And then, I was chosen as the group leader. Got it. Su Jiang immediately understood and looked at Xia Guli with sympathy. This was indeed a sad situation. Anyone who had been to university knew one thing. Group projects sometimes didn't mean more people meant more strength. Instead, it often meant one person did all the work while the rest of the useless members pointed fingers. Not only did it fail to cultivate teamwork skills, but it also exposed one to the diversity of species. Su Jiang had also done group projects and had been a group leader, so he could particularly relate to Xia Guli's feelings at this moment. Hang in there, old Xia. Su Jiang patted Xia Guli's shoulder and said, everything is for the credits. Xia Guli pinched the bridge of his nose and sighed. I'll ask the teacher later if I can do it alone. Just then, Anro and Li Kai came out of the elevator, dragging their suitcases. After checking out at the front desk, the three of them loaded their luggage into Xia Guli's car. Su Jiang and Anro sat in Xia Guli's car, while Li Kai was going to drive Su Jiang's car. After all, they couldn't leave the car here. At that moment, Su Jiang felt a renewed desire for a driver's license. How could the head of a special operations agency not have a driver's license? He should ask old Zhang if he could help him get one. Driving all the way to the Xia family, Su Jiang and the others exchanged pleasantries with Xia Kangsheng, and then Butler Zhang led them to the arranged rooms. Rather than calling it a room, it was more like a small villa. The wealthy Xia Kangsheng had directly vacated an entire villa for the three of them to stay in. Su Jiang felt it was very generous. After moving into the Xia family, Su Jiang found Xia Guli and asked, Old Xia, when are you going on a date? Why do you ask that? I need to go to West Zhou University later, and I can't get in without you. What do you want to go there for? Su Jiang didn't hide anything and expressed his suspicion that the professor was Ding Qiming. Hearing Su Jiang's suspicion, Xia Guli gradually furrowed his brows, his expression becoming serious. No way? Are you sure the professor is the Ding Qiming they are looking for? Not sure, but I think it's highly likely. We can just go and test it out, right? Then I'll go with you, Xia Guli decisively said. If Su Jiang's suspicion was true, this matter was significant. So, Su Jiang mentioned this to Anro and Li Kai, and both decided not to go with Su Jiang this time. After all, they had been playing for 2 days and were tired. Moreover, Su Jiang was going to do serious business. Their presence might even hold him back. Be careful, Anro reminded as they were leaving. Don't do anything dangerous, got it? Don't worry, I'm a model citizen of Jiangdu. How could I do anything dangerous? Once he said that, Li Kai had a reflexive reaction. Every time Su Jiang said that, something was bound to happen. Are you sure nothing will go wrong? Li Kai leaned closer to Su Jiang and whispered, I really don't want to suddenly get your call and hear that you're in trouble again. Oh, come on. Su Jiang was speechless. He was just going to probe a little. What could possibly go wrong? These people had such a huge misunderstanding of him. He was just stepping out for a bit. Was it really necessary to worry so much? Let's go. Su Jiang and Xia Guli said goodbye to Xia Kangsheng and then headed out to West Zhou University. Similarly, Xia Kangsheng only reminded them to be careful and didn't take it to heart. In his view, Ding Qiming had been hiding for so many years. How could they find him so easily? So this time, Su Jiang and Xia Guli were likely to return empty-handed. In the car, Su Jiang comfortably sat in the passenger seat, enjoying the scenery outside the window. Xia Guli was driving and growing more and more irritated. Why do I have to be your driver? Because I don't have a driver's license, Su Jiang replied confidently. Can't you just take the test? What can I do if I can't pass? Su Jiang said with emotion, do you think I don't want to take it? It's really hard to pass now. What's so hard about it? Xia Guli retorted, it's been the same projects for so many years, okay? Driving schools are tough too. Can you look for the reasons within yourself? After all this time, has your driving skill improved? Have you practiced parallel parking seriously? Su Jiang was taken aback. This tone felt oddly familiar. Half an hour later, the two arrived at West Zhou University. Xia Guli spoke to the security guard and then had Su Jiang register before they entered. Su Jiang curiously asked, aren't you going to meet your girlfriend, Shangwan Lu? Hearing this, Xia Guli sighed. No choice, I told her to meet in the evening for dinner. Can I go? What do you think? Su Jiang clicked his tongue and then said in a teasing tone, Brother Xia, will Sister Lu be angry if she knows you came out alone with me? When did you become so much of a green tea? Xia Guli's forehead broke out in black lines. He felt that Su Jiang was getting weirder and weirder. Although Su Jiang's mental state had never been great, it was now clear that his condition had worsened. Su Jiang took out his phone and began to contact Yanhua, informing him that he had arrived at the school. Okay, wait for me at the library, I'll be there soon. After saying that, Yanhua hung up the phone. Xia Guli took Su Jiang to the library. The two waited for a while and then saw Yanhua jogging over in the distance, holding Su Jiang's coat. He hadn't even changed out of his lab coat. Ha, I'm really sorry. Made you run a trip. Yanhua said, panting, I was supposed to deliver it to you, but the lab has been too busy these past few days. It's fine, it's a small matter. Su Jiang took his coat and said nonchalantly, so busy, is there any progress with that professor's experiment? That's not really convenient to disclose. Yanhua smiled apologetically, the teacher's research is very important, I can't talk about it. Oh, I understand. Su Jiang waved his hand and smiled, then you go ahead and be busy, I won't take up your time, please say hello to the professor for me. Okay, then next time I have free time, I'll treat you to a meal. After Yanhua finished speaking, he jogged away again, looking like he was indeed in a hurry. The professor was still waiting for him in the lab. Xia Guli watched Yanhua's back and asked, are you just going to let him go? Of course not. Su Jiang said softly, follow him, let's see where the lab is. So the two followed closely behind Yanhua. Even so, Su Jiang couldn't hold his tongue. Xia Ge, what do you think Lu Jia would think if she knew you were tailing a man? Don't force me to act in public. Xia Guli's hand quietly slipped into his clothes, gripping the handle of a knife. If Su Jiang dared to say another word, he would immediately give him a middle parting with the knife. Fortunately, Su Jiang was perceptive. Seeing Xia Guli's movement, he immediately shut up. Su well-behaved Jiang. Soon, both of them frowned. Seeing that Yanhua still hadn't stopped, Su Jiang couldn't help but ask, is your school's lab this far away? They were almost circling around to the back mountain of the school, right? No way? Xia Guli also wondered, I remember the back mountain of the school is just some planting bases and stuff. Could their experiment be related to crops? But since Yanhua was heading this way, it indicated that there was indeed a lab here. At that moment, both of them sensed that something was off. This place was too remote. Wow, there really is one. Not far ahead, a small building came into view, and Yanhua was walking towards it. That should be the professor's lab. The two stopped and exchanged glances. What do you say? Break in? Xia Guli suggested. Breaking in is too rude. Su Jiang scoffed. We're cultured people, of course we have to use a cultured way. What way? Do you see that window up there? Su Jiang pointed and said casually, I'll climb in from there. Isn't that still breaking in? Su Jiang pretended not to hear Xia Guli's words and pulled out a familiar black mask from his pocket. Wait for me here, I'll be back soon. Hey you. Before Xia Guli could stop him, Su Jiang had already taken action. Xia Guli covered his face and sighed deeply. He could understand climbing in, but why wear a mask? Wouldn't that make him look more like a thief? It would be hard to explain if caught. Xia Guli hid at a distance, watching as Su Jiang nimbly climbed over the wall. TSK, his skills are really not bad. Even though he had heard Shangwan Lu mention that Su Jiang could take on 7 at once, Xia Guli had never seen Su Jiang's skills firsthand and remained skeptical. After all, the difference between high school Su Jiang and the current one was too great. This kid, he won't suddenly have a system like in a novel, will he? This thought made Xia Guli chuckle. How could such a thing happen? Xia Guli reined in his smile, keeping a vigilant eye on his surroundings, watching out for Su Jiang. Don't wait until Su Jiang gets caught, then he won't be able to escape either. Maybe he can run away, but that bastard Su Jiang will definitely rat him out. At that time, a whole set of framing and slandering could easily make him the mastermind, and it wouldn't be surprising at all. Based on Xia Guli's understanding of Su Jiang, he would definitely do that. Meanwhile, in the distance, Su Jiang, who had just climbed into the laboratory, suddenly froze. Why was he wearing a mask? TSK, I was careless. Su Jiang felt a bit regretful and murmured, if I don't wear a mask and get caught, I can still frame it on old Xia. If I wear it, it will be obvious that I'm not a good person, and it will be inconvenient to pin the blame later. Realizing this, Su Jiang took off the mask and boldly revealed his face. What's there to be afraid of? I have someone backing me. The young master of the Xia family is supporting me. If worst comes to worst, I can have Shangwan Lu bail me out. Thinking this way, Su Jiang found that his background was terrifyingly strong. He had connections in both the underworld and the upper echelons. He could easily walk sideways in Shizhou. TSK, I was too obedient before. I didn't react in time. Su Jiang shook his head, pushing these thoughts aside. First things first, he took out Ding Qiming's photo and looked at it seriously. Next, he just needed to find the professor and see if his face under the mask resembled the one in the photo. Su Jiang bent down and activated his stealth mode. He was all too familiar with this sneaky feeling. Once is a fluke, twice is a pattern. Thus, Su Jiang cautiously moved around the laboratory. The lab wasn't large, so he quickly heard the voices of Yin Hua and the professor. Following the sound, he arrived at the door of a room. Su Jiang leaned against the wall, silently approached, and peeked inside. Just one glance, and he quickly pulled his head back, taking a sharp breath. Hiss, it's really Ding Qiming. That glance just happened to catch the professor's face. He looked about 80% like the Ding Qiming in the photo. No way? Is it really that outrageous? Su Jiang had come with the mindset of a blind cat stumbling upon a dead rat. He had no hope of actually finding Ding Qiming, but that glance just now made his heart race. Did the surprise come so suddenly? Afraid he had seen it wrong, Su Jiang peeked in again. The figure in a white lab coat, seriously mixing reagents. Wasn't that Ding Qiming? At this moment, Su Jiang was completely certain. He had found Ding Qiming. Suppressing his excitement, Su Jiang retraced his steps. Oh, you're back so soon? Xia Guli saw Su Jiang's figure and stood up. As Su Jiang ran back, Xia Guli quickly asked, so, what did you see? Old Xia, we hit the jackpot. Su Jiang said excitedly, it's really Ding Qiming. I guarantee I didn't see it wrong. As soon as he said this, Xia Guli was momentarily dazed. Found him? The Wei family had been searching for this person for so many years, and he and Su Jiang just strolled around the school and found him? Are you sure you didn't see it wrong? Xia Guli confirmed again. Absolutely not. That person is Ding Qiming. Wait for me to make a call first. Su Jiang took out his phone, found old Zheng's number, and dialed without hesitation. Now that he had found the person, he had to properly take credit for it, and then demand a hefty sum. Hello, old Zhang? What did you just call me? On the other end, Director Zhang was a bit confused. This kid has gotten so bold now? He directly called him old Zhang? Oh, don't mind those details. Su Jiang feigned mystery and said, guess who I found? Hearing this, Director Zhang's heart skipped a beat. Don't tell me this kid really found Ding Qiming? Then his plan with Shangwan Pengyi would be thrown into chaos. I found Ding Qiming. Before Director Zhang could guess, Su Jiang excitedly exclaimed, surprised, right? On the other end of the phone, Director Zhang, hearing these words, covered his face in pain. It's over, completely over. If it had been before, Director Zhang would have been very happy to hear this news. But after speaking with Shangwan Pengyi on the phone, he now had only one thought. That is, to keep the restless and dangerous element, Su Jiang, away from Ding Qiming. You did well, you don't need to worry about what comes next, just leave it to me. Su Jiang asked, puzzled, why don't you ask me where Ding Qiming is and how I found out? Old Zhang's reaction seemed a bit off. Director Zhang was momentarily at a loss for words. Damn it, he had been careless. Why did Su Jiang suddenly become so sharp? How should he explain this now? Forget it, let's not talk about that for now. Su Jiang's words made Director Zhang breathe a sigh of relief. But immediately after, the next sentence made his heart race again. Old Zhang, I have a bold idea. Su Jiang paused and said, I want to expose Ding Qiming to attract the Wei family's attention. What do you think? I think it's a terrible idea. Director Zhang shouted this out. Su Jiang's bold idea made him break out in a cold sweat. Su Jiang, Ding Qiming absolutely cannot be exposed. Do you hear me? From now on, you are not to get involved in anything related to Ding Qiming, not even to think about it. This is an absolute order from your superior. Director Zhang's shouting could be heard by Xie Guli, who looked at Su Jiang with a strange expression. Is the director of your inspection bureau always this emotionally unstable? Su Jiang was also stunned by old Zhang's yelling. He even felt a bit wronged. He had only mentioned an idea. How could old Zhang be so fierce with him, especially in front of Xie Guli, completely giving him no face? Su Jiang was feeling rebellious. If you dare to act on your own, you can forget about your salary for the rest of your life. No. I'll listen to you. As soon as he heard about losing his salary, Su Jiang quickly backed down. What a joke! He was still thinking about asking old Zhang for an advance on his salary to give as a betrothal gift to Anro. If he lost his salary, how would he marry Anro? What if that bastard in Mingjie asked for an exorbitant amount? Helpless, Su Jiang had to give up this idea. Those who know the times are wise. Damn it, once I achieve financial freedom, I'll quit and not put up with this nonsense. Su Jiang thought. On the other end of the phone, Director Zhang, hearing Su Jiang's assurance, still felt a bit uneasy. You didn't let Ding Qiming discover you, did you? No, I'm being careful. That's good. Director Zhang paused, still feeling a bit uneasy. He felt that Su Jiang's words in Shizhou had too many uncertain factors. How about, you go back to Jiangdu? Director Zhang suggested. If Su Jiang wasn't under his nose, he really wouldn't feel at ease. After all, this matter was too big to allow any negligence. Ha! Su Jiang was taken aback. Old Zhang, don't joke, I still have exams to take. If I go back now, won't my mentor kill me? Upon hearing this, Director Zhang didn't say anything more. The more he said, the more likely Su Jiang would catch on, which would only complicate things further. Alright then, let's leave it at that, and put away your bold idea. After giving his instructions, Director Zhang hung up the phone. Su Jiang pouted, putting down his phone with an unhappy expression. His ambitious plans had just begun to sprout but were snuffed out by old Zhang. What now? Xia Guli asked. What else can we do? Su Jiang shot him a glance and said, you go on a date with your Shangguan Lu, and I'll go back to cultivate my relationship with my Ro. We'll each go back to our own homes and find our own girlfriends. It seems like you're going back to my house? Xia Guli glared at him. Do you really think my house is your house? TSK, then should I go be your third wheel? Forget it. You should just go back. The two chatted as they walked outside. Old Zhang had made it very clear that they could not interfere in Ding Qiming's matter. It was obvious even without thinking, the inspection bureau must have some arrangement regarding it. Since that was the case, why bother with so much? Were they just looking for trouble? Neither of them noticed that after they left, a figure appeared in the spot where they had just stood. Eyes hidden beneath a black-brimmed hat gazed toward the distant laboratory. Ding Qiming. I didn't expect him to be hiding here, it's quite surprising. Then, the person scoffed and slowly shook his head. Ding Qiming's situation had little to do with him, but he was quite willing to watch the drama unfold. Withdrawing his gaze, the figure stepped away silently. Su Jiang and Xia Guli arrived at the entrance of Shizhou University. Then you can go back by yourself. I'm going to find Lulu, Xia Guli said. Ha! Su Jiang opened his mouth wide, pointing at Xia Guli. Xia Guli, you have no heart. You ungrateful little man, I've seen through you. To go on a date with your girlfriend, you just leave me here. If Uncle Xia finds out about this, you won't just get beaten up, you'll be in trouble with me. Xia Guli suddenly felt overwhelmed. Looking at Su Jiang, he said helplessly, can't you just take a taxi? I'll reimburse you. Do I care about that little money? Su Jiang retorted, what I want is your attitude. Xia Guli clenched his fists. He had tolerated Su Jiang for a long time. Did he really think the tiger wouldn't show its claws? His right hand reached into his pocket, just as he was about to pull out a knife to confront Su Jiang. A voice caught their attention. Excuse me, are you two students of Shizhou University? A short man approached, smiling at Su Jiang and Xia Guli, and continued, I have a small matter that needs your help. If you're willing, I'll give you each 500 yuan after the job is done. How about it? Hearing this, Su Jiang and Xia Guli exchanged glances. This was encountering a scammer targeting college students? What is it? Be clear, Su Jiang said. It's like this. The short man pointed in a direction. I have a warehouse over there, and I need to move some goods out. I can't do it alone, so I'm looking for a few people to help. If you're interested, we can negotiate the price. What do you think? Looking for labor? Su Jiang's eyes were filled with suspicion as he scrutinized the short man before him. Suddenly, his pupils constricted as he noticed something bulging slightly at the man's waist. A gun? In an instant, Su Jiang became alert. Could this be another assassination attempt on him? But upon further thought, he felt it was unlikely. If they were really trying to assassinate him, the person they sent was too incompetent, right? Who did they look down on? Sorry, not interested. I'm interested. Just as Xia Guli was about to refuse, Su Jiang interrupted. Just when we need money, take us with you. But 500 isn't enough. We're students of Shizhou University, intellectuals, we need more. That's great. You can rest assured about the money. I can definitely meet your needs. The short man smiled as Su Jiang agreed. At the same time, he secretly marveled. It was so easy to hook two more. College students were indeed the easiest to deceive. Once money was mentioned, their intelligence seemed to drop. Before Su Jiang and Xia Guli, he had already scammed several people with this trick. Meanwhile, countless question marks popped up in Xia Guli's mind. What do you want to do? He whispered, this is obviously a scammer. Why are you still engaging with him? This person seems a bit off. Look at his waist, Su Jiang replied quietly. Hearing this, Xia Guli casually glanced at the short man's waist and also noticed the slight bulge. Most people might not see any difference, but Xia Guli is not an ordinary person. As the eldest son of the Xia family, he is very familiar with firearms. Just a glance, and Xia Guli concluded that what was tucked at the waist was most likely a gun. This is in the West Continent, where gun control is even stricter than in Jiangdu. So who exactly is this little shorty? Was it a coincidence that he approached me in Sujian, or was he actually targeting us from the start? Since that's the case, then take us to have a look, Su Jiang said with a smile. But I must say first, if there are too many things to move, you'll have to pay a bit more. Ha ha, of course, the little shorty beamed. Hearing Su Jiang mention money in every sentence, he secretly snorted in his heart. Still want money? Once I take you over there, let's see if you dare to ask for it. Come on, follow me, it's not far ahead. Su Jiang and Xia Guli stepped forward, following the little shorty toward the warehouse he mentioned. As time passed, the three of them walked further into a secluded area, with hardly anyone else around. Your warehouse is quite secluded, huh? Su Jiang remarked casually. Who says it's not? When I rented that warehouse, I was just looking for a cheap deal, so the location ended up being a bit remote. The little shorty chuckled awkwardly. Just a bit further and we'll be there. It's quick. Su Jiang nodded without speaking. Meanwhile, Xia Guli had already slipped his hand into his pocket, gripping the hilt of his knife. His gaze seemed to wander casually, but he was keeping a close watch on the little shorty's movements. As soon as the little shorty dared to put his hand on his waist, Xia Guli's flying knife would teach him a lesson. Gentlemen, we've arrived. After several twists and turns, the little shorty halted in front of a dilapidated building. This is the warehouse? Su Jiang's mouth twitched. He, it is a bit run down, which is why we need to move things out and find a new place. The little shorty scratched his head, opened the door, and gestured for the two to enter. Su Jiang and Xia Guli exchanged glances, then Su Jiang stepped in first, followed closely by Xia Guli. Once both entered the room, the little shorty's expression instantly darkened. Bang! The door slammed shut, and Su Jiang then saw the situation inside the room. In the corner, a few college students were huddled together, all looking somewhat bruised and battered. Clearly, they had just been beaten. Upon seeing the little shorty enter, fear immediately flickered in their eyes. Meanwhile, a few people were sitting on the sofa, smoking and looking at Su Jiang and Xia Guli with unfriendly expressions. At a glance, it was evident that these people were thugs. Brother Chen, I've brought 2 more people. The little shorty's voice rang out from behind, addressing one of the men on the sofa. These 2 are also from West Continent University. They even dared to haggle with me when they came. Oh, Brother Chen chuckled lightly, extinguishing his cigarette and taking a keen interest in Su Jiang and the other. Then he shifted his gaze away and said blandly, old rules, beat first, then ask. All right, the little shorty replied, then brought a few people closer to Su Jiang and Xia Guli, cracking their knuckles. Oh, quite composed, the little shorty said, increasingly annoyed at the lack of panic on their faces. Do you two know what situation you're in right now? Do you see those people in the corner? They also wanted to resist at first, but after getting beaten, they became obedient. Soon, your fate will be even worse than theirs, because you're the first one I've brought back who dared to haggle with me. The little shorty glared at Su Jiang with malice, saying fiercely, today, I must make you, this pretty boy, see some blood. Let you know that this society is very cruel. The little shorty's words left both Xia Guli and Su Jiang silent. They exchanged a glance, and at that moment, both had the same thought. Is that all? Especially Su Jiang, who initially thought the little guy with a gun was some tough character. At the very least, he figured he must have some family background, if not being a killer. They were all set to make a big move, and this was the result? Wasn't this just a scene of social scum bullying college students? Humph, scared silly, huh? If you beg for mercy now and kneel down to call me grandpa, I can make them go easy on you. The little guy glared at Su Jiang, who had just been haggling with him. So now, he wanted to give Su Jiang some special treatment. Who would have thought that in the face of such a threat? Su Jiang not only didn't feel scared but even wanted to laugh a little. Unappreciative. Seeing Su Jiang still standing there, even looking at him with a hint of mockery, the little guy instantly got angry. You guys, go ahead and beat him to death, leave him gasping. As soon as he finished speaking, a few thugs rolled up their sleeves and stepped forward. However, before they could get close, Su Jiang and Xia Guli moved. Xia Guli flipped over, his movements incredibly swift, heading straight for the guy called Brother Chen. You dare? The others, seeing this, all moved to try to stop Xia Guli. However, a figure flew past them, and everyone felt a darkness before they fainted. Su Jiang unleashed his power, instantly taking down the other few. Only Brother Chen and the little guy were left. At this moment, Brother Chen, with a cigarette in his mouth, widened his eyes and didn't dare to move at all. Because at this moment, a knife was pressed tightly against his neck, incredibly sharp. Just the touch had already drawn a line of blood. On the little guy's side, it was even more tragic. His legs had been kicked broken by Su Jiang, kneeling on the ground, his face full of pain. Su Jiang calmly reached out, took the gun from his waist, and glanced at it. Damn, a toy gun. Upon hearing this, Xia Guli not far away was somewhat speechless. After all that, it was just a toy gun? Sighing, Siaguli looked at Brother Chen and said, "Explain, what are you guys doing?" At this moment, Brother Chen was already drenched in sweat. He glared fiercely at the little guy, cursing his ancestors in his heart. "You brought back these two college students? Are college students like this now? Well, brother, let's talk this over nicely." Brother Chen forced out a smile and said softly, "I'll tell you everything. Can you loosen the knife a bit? It hurts." Siaguli loosened the knife a little. Brother Chen quickly gasped for air. Su Jiang glanced at the few college students in the corner, who were also dumbfounded, clearly still not reacting. "What are you waiting for? Hurry up and run." In this situation, they were still staying to watch the show? As soon as he said this, the few of them quickly got up, thanking him while desperately fleeing outside. After they left, Siaguli finally asked, "You just said to beat first and ask later. You brought the students here to ask what?" "To ask if there's someone named Ding Qiming at Shizhou University." Brother Chen stammered. As soon as he said this, both Su Jiang and Siaguli frowned. "Who told you to ask? How did you know this name?" I was just doing a job for money, I don't know anything else." Brother Chen said innocently, "Not long ago, a man found me, gave me some money, and asked me to check if there was someone named Ding Qiming at Shizhou University. But Shizhou University is managed so strictly, I couldn't get in, so I had to use this method to trick a few students over and ask them one by one. And by the way, just rob a little something from them." "Rob a little something?" Su Jiang snorted, looking at how they were just now. "You must have robbed quite a bit, right?" But that wasn't for him to worry about. When those students called the police later, the police would handle the matter. What he cared about was who the person Chen Ge mentioned was and why he suspected Ding Qiming at Shizhou University. "What is that man's name, and what does he look like?" Su Jiang asked. "I don't know his name, but his appearance." Chen Ge described the man's looks to them. "How did you get in touch?" Su Jiang asked again. "He always called me first, I don't know any." Just then, a phone rang. It was Chen Ji's. At Siaguli's gesture, Chen Ge picked up the phone from the table, his eyes wide. "What a coincidence. It's that man." Su Jiang squinted his eyes and walked over, taking the phone from Chen Ji's hand. "Hello, Su Jiang, what do you want?" Siaguli asked. "If you answer the phone, won't that expose us?" Su Jiang pinched his throat and answered the call, uttering a single word. "Hello?" His voice was almost identical to Chen Ji's. "What the hell?" Siaguli's eyes widened, he was genuinely shocked. Can it really be done like this? How does Su Jiang have so many strange skills? How's the situation? Any progress? A deep voice came from the other end of the line. If Mei Zimin were there, he would definitely recognize it. The person on the other end was Feng Zhe. Su Jiang paused, glanced at Chen Ge, and said, "What a coincidence with this call. I just got some information from a student." "Oh?" Feng Zhe was somewhat surprised. Did he really get something? It was just a casual net cast, and unexpectedly, he actually caught a fish? "What did you find out? Hurry up and tell me," Feng Zhe urged. If they could confirm that Ding Qiming was at Shizhou University, it would save them a lot of trouble. Ahem. Well, Su Jiang pretended to hesitate and said, "This news should be quite important to you, right?" "What do you mean? It'll cost more." Su Jiang said directly, "The money you gave me before isn't enough, and this time I only want cash." On the other end of the line, Feng Zhe frowned, cursing under his breath. "Greedy bastard, how much do you want?" Su Jiang looked at Chen Ge, his eyes asking how much he would ask for. Chen Ge slowly raised a finger. Su Jiang nodded and said into the phone, "I want 1 million. "What?" Feng Zhe was stunned. Siaguli was stunned. Chen Ge was even more stunned. "I only gave you 5,000 for the last job. Now you just ask me for 1 million? Feng Zhe cursed loudly, unable to believe that the other party really intended to ask for money without caring for their lives. Seeing Chen Ji's reaction, Su Jiang immediately realized he had asked for too high a price. But so what? Anyway, it's 1 million. I'll tell you, the information I got is about that guy named Ding Qiming. 1 million, cash, no bargaining. Siaguli gave Su Jiang a thumbs up. What a tough guy. You should go mix in society. On the other end of the line, Feng Zhe gritted his teeth and said darkly, "Fine, 1 million. We'll meet at 8 tonight at Times Park." He didn't plan to bring 1 million. In Feng Zhe's eyes, Chen Ge was already a dead man. A dead man? Why would he need money? Okay, see you then. After saying that, Su Jiang hung up the phone. He tucked the phone into his pocket and clapped his hands. Alright, now the person has been baited out. Siaguli was speechless. How come there was something to do again tonight? He still had to accompany Shangguan Lu for dinner. How was he going to manage this? What about these two? Kill them? Siaguli was referring to Chen Ge and the little short guy, who were the only two still conscious at that moment. The others had all been knocked out by Su Jiang. Throughout the process, the little short guy had remained silent, behaving like a little chick. Those who know the times are wise. He also knew that he had brought back 2 tough guys and had kicked a hard board. Chen Ji's situation no longer mattered. He only wished to save his own life. Upon hearing that Xie Guli planned to kill someone, the little man couldn't hold back and quickly exclaimed, "No, please, don't kill me. I'll do anything." He knelt on the ground, hands clasped together, constantly pleading, "Yes, yes, we'll do anything. We can pay money, just please don't kill me." Chen Gu echoed him. They were genuinely scared, filled with regret. They were just ordinary small-time thugs, with toy guns, and usually only dared to bully weak students. They had never seen such a scene. The talk of killing was as casual as everyday conversation. The two sides were simply not on the same level. "Tisk, are you so full of rage that you talk about killing so easily? We're educated people. I still need to be evaluated for positive contributions this semester. How can we do such things? Old Xie, your thinking has serious problems." Su Jiang frowned and sternly criticized comrade Xie Guli. Xie Guli scoffed, "Who are you to talk? Who the hell killed 4 people in an abandoned building the other night? And you think you can be evaluated for positive contributions? So what do you suggest we do?" Xie Guli replied irritably. "I think the students who just escaped have probably called the police," Su Jiang said calmly. "Let's tie them up and wait for the police to come pick them up." But, he leaned slightly closer to the little man's face and smiled. "You know how to explain things to the police, right? Don't worry, big brother," the little man stammered. "I definitely won't tell on you too." Smack, Su Jiang slapped the little man across the face, leaving him dazed. "What's wrong with you? Why not say it?" Su Jiang complained. "If you don't say anything, how will the police uncle praise us?" "Ha, ha," the little man was confused. Praise? He thought Su Jiang meant they didn't want anyone to know about their business, so he should keep it a secret. But instead, they wanted praise? Remember this. Su Jiang pointed to himself. "I, Su Jiang from Jiangdu University." Then he pointed to Xie Guli. "He, Xie Guli from Shizhou University. We both acted bravely, with wisdom and courage, breaking the forces of evil and rescuing trapped university students. This is what you need to emphasize to the police uncle later, got it?" After saying this, Su Jiang also left his and Xie Guli's contact information for the little man to give to the police, in case they couldn't find him later. This was a heroic act by university students, a good thing that could be recorded in their files for awards and recognition. Su Jiang would never let such a great opportunity slip by. The little man looked bewildered as he took the note with Su Jiang's and Xie Guli's phone numbers, his mind blank. Who am I? Where am I? I achieved a military merit? Chen Go was also confused. Were these two really university students? Just now, he thought they might be some big shots he didn't know about. But they were really students? TSK, you really are quick-witted. Xie Guli couldn't help but praise. With this, my chances for awards this semester are secure. Hearing this, Shenga felt a wave of sadness. "So you put a knife to my throat just for a few worthless certificates at school? Is it really worth it?" Although he was unwilling in his heart, their bodies were honest. The two found ropes themselves and tied themselves up tightly. "Don't worry, big brothers, I will definitely make sure you get recognized as excellent students." The little man, tightly bound, still didn't forget to assure them. As for the others, Su Jiang didn't care. He had hit them hard, and it would take a while for them to wake up. "Let's go, old Xia. We have important things to do." "Ha, what else is there to do?" Xie Guli sheathed his knife and followed Su Jiang out of the room. They can't wait for the police to arrive. By then, they'll have to go back and give statements, answering all sorts of questions. It would just delay things. As the two walked down the road, Su Jiang said seriously, "Old Xie, I feel that person might be someone significant, and who knows, tonight he might be waiting for me at Times Park." "What nonsense, otherwise would he really give you $1 million? When this was mentioned, Xie Guli got angry. "What the hell are you thinking? You just ask for $1 million like that. Do you know what $1 million means? You don't know anything." Su Jiang spat the words at Xie Guli. "Let me tell you, what I need most right now is money. Before the new year this year, I need to earn enough to marry a wife." This statement left Xie Guli stunned. "What does that mean? You can't be thinking of getting married, right? What's wrong with that? I'm going to propose when I get back. Why the rush? Our school gives credits for marriage certificates." Xie Guli fell silent, and after a long while, he asked, "Really?" He was tempted. That would be credits. If it really adds credits, then he and Shangwan Lu could also get one first. After all, it only costs $9. The premise is that Shangwan Lu won't beat him to death. Little did he know, Su Jiang was using credits as an excuse. The real goal was to openly do some fun things with Anro, from morning till night. "So, how much do you have in savings now?" Xie Guli teased. "I heard the betrothal gifts over in Jiangdu aren't cheap. Moreover, she's the little princess of the Yin family. if you want to marry her, it's not just a few tens of thousands. Xia Guli's question struck Su Jiang's heart. After a moment of silence, Su Jiang replied, I have a car. This car was extorted from Mingxia. The atmosphere suddenly quieted down, and Xia Guli waited for a long time but still didn't hear anything more. That's it? Xia Guli stared wide-eyed. You have nothing else besides the car? What kind of talk is that? Su Jiang defended himself. At my age, having a car is already pretty good, okay? And I also have a job with a monthly salary of 15,000 and over 10,000 in my bank account. My future is bright. Your future may be bright, but I see Jiangdu's future is dark. Xia Guli silently complained in his heart, but he also felt a twinge of envy. After all, Su Jiang had already reached the point of discussing marriage. He and Shangguan Lu hadn't even gone public yet, but fortunately, he had money and could afford the betrothal gifts. The bad news was that his father-in-law was Shangguan Pingy. Just thinking about this made Xia Guli want to cry. Why was his romantic path so bumpy while Su Jiang's was so smooth? Is this the price of being wealthy? Suddenly, Xia Guli had a bold idea. Su Jiang, I have a daring thought. Xia Guli said excitedly, do you want to hear it? Su Jiang glanced at Xia Guli strangely. You have a daring thought too? You go ahead. You see, you need money, right? Xia Guli pointed at himself, and I just happen to have money. So let's make a deal. I'll help you sort out the betrothal gifts, and you help me deal with my father-in-law. How about it? Your father-in-law? Shangguan Lu's father? Su Jiang didn't agree immediately but cautiously asked, is he hard to deal with? What's his background? It seems you don't know about this. Xia Guli scratched his head, feeling a bit embarrassed. Actually, Lu's father is the director of the West Prefecture Inspection Bureau. What the hell? Su Jiang's eyes widened as he interrupted, you're dating the daughter of the director of the Inspection Bureau? At that moment, he realized why Shangguan Lu, at such a young age, could become a chief inspector. It turns out the West Prefecture Inspection Bureau is her family business. I'm not doing it. Su Jiang said without hesitation, even if you give me more money, I won't do it. What a joke. You want me to help you deal with the director of the West Prefecture Inspection Bureau? Who do you think I am? How many people who can become the director of the Inspection Bureau are easy to deal with? I'm still working for Zhang Yi. Su Jiang gritted his teeth, glaring at Xia Guli. Are you trying to get me killed, you brat? No, let's discuss it further. Xia Guli still held out some hope. Su Jiang's eyes shifted, and he suddenly smiled. I can help you, but you have to help me with one more thing. What is it? I was deceived by the director of the Jiangdu Inspection Bureau and signed a contract selling myself. You just need to help me pay the breach of contract fee. How much is the breach of contract fee? Xia Guli's eyes showed some caution, just like Su Jiang. He didn't agree immediately. Not much. Su Jiang smiled, extending a finger, just 10 million. Excuse me. Xia Guli lowered his head and turned to leave. Hey, wait, let's discuss it. Su Jiang tried to keep him. Discuss what? What do you take me for? Xia Guli spat in Su Jiang's face. Do you really think my family has a mine? That's 10 million. If it were a few 100,000, I could grit my teeth and pay it. 10 million? How can you shamelessly ask me for that? Su Jiang was drenched in spit but still didn't give up. No, what about your father-in-law? I'd rather be killed by my father-in-law than give you 10 million. With that, Su Jiang sighed. At this point, Xia Guli had said enough. What more could he say? In that moment, they both realized that neither of them had it easy. Alright, let's get down to business. Just as Xia Guli opened his mouth, he suddenly paused. Where were we? Just now? As soon as he said that, Su Jiang felt a moment of confusion. Right, they were clearly discussing business. How did they get sidetracked? Men are like that. They always end up on some nonsensical topic while talking. I forgot too. Anyway, that person will probably make a move on me tonight. What should we do? Xia Guli said, just the two of us, isn't it a bit risky? Who said it's just the two of us? Su Jiang grinned. Did you forget how I handled fights in high school? Xia Guli fell silent. 2.5 hours later, in a restaurant in West Prefecture, Shangguan Lu had a cold expression as she looked at Su Jiang. She pinched her brow and sighed deeply. So, what you're saying is, you want me to bring the Inspection Bureau people tonight to help you catch that person? Exactly. Su Jiang smiled. After thinking it over, I still believe this matter needs our Inspector Lu to take charge to be legitimate. Xia Guli lowered his head, not daring to speak. Shangguan Lu shot him a fierce glare. If it weren't for Su Jiang being present, she would have jumped on Xia Guli and beaten him up. After all the hard work she had put in for so many days, wasn't it just to go on a date with you? And what happened? Not only did the date fall through, but her workload also increased unnecessarily. What's the difference from being told to go back to work on the first day of vacation? The key is, she absolutely had to take this shift, because according to Su Jiang's description, that person tonight was definitely an important figure. Moreover, it involved Ding Qiming. Remembering her father's advice, Shangguan Lu bit her lip, knowing that tonight, no matter what, she couldn't let that person go. Sigh. Shangguan Lu sighed and said, "Alright, tonight I will bring the inspection bureau people to help you." "That's great." Seeing Shangguan Lu agree, Su Jiang was overjoyed and flattered. "I knew that when there are difficulties, turning to your West Prefecture Inspection Bureau is definitely the right choice. Thanks to you, West Prefecture can be so warm and harmonious. You are simply a model for other inspection bureaus." After saying that, Su Jiang kicked Xie Guli. "What are you dawdling for? Hurry up and get some water for Lu Jie." "Ha!" Xie Guli looked up in confusion, just in time to meet Shangguan Lu's gaze, and shivered all over. It was clear that Shangguan Lu was in a very bad mood right now, so it was his job as her boyfriend to cheer her up. "Hee, Lu, you must be thirsty, have some water." Xie Guli chuckled awkwardly, stood up to pour water for Shangguan Lu, and took the opportunity to lean close to her ear and whisper, "I swear, this was really an accident. It's all Su Jiang's fault for always finding things for me to do. Otherwise, I would have gone out to accompany you this morning." Upon hearing this, Shangguan Lu glanced at him lightly and snorted coldly. They had agreed to have a fun date today, but since morning, she had been receiving messages from Xie Guli, first saying to wait until noon, then saying to wait until the afternoon. Now, he had directly called her over to make her work overtime. Any girlfriend would be angry, right? At the same time, she shot a glare at Su Jiang. Ever since Su Jiang arrived, Xie Guli had spent more time with Su Jiang than with her. If it weren't for Xie Guli's normal sexual orientation and the fact that Su Jiang had a girlfriend, Shangguan Lu would have suspected that there was something unusual between the two. In the restaurant, the three of them were having dinner. The agreed time was 8 o'clock in the evening, and it was only 6 o'clock, so it was still early. Shangguan Lu had already called the inspection bureau and arranged everything. She was just waiting for that person to walk into the trap. Xie Guli and Shangguan Lu sat side by side, feeling a bit awkward while eating, because Su Jiang was sitting opposite them, eating heartily. With such a big third wheel around, Shangguan Lu could only think about being intimate. She couldn't actually do it. Xie Guli glared at Su Jiang with resentment, wishing he could stab him. No sense of awareness at all. Couldn't he sit at another table by himself? Xie Guli was determined that after this matter was over, he would make Su Jiang roll as far away as possible. "Don't come near." Just seeing him was annoying. While the three were eating, at the Shizhou high-speed railway station, people were coming and going, and Wei Tian, dressed in black, blended into the crowd as he exited the station. Despite this, the unique aura he exuded still drew the attention of many. Among the crowd, there were also quite a few members of the Wei family. Wei Tian had come all the way from the capital, bringing many warriors from the Wei family. They were scattered among the crowd, appearing as ordinary travelers, unnoticed by anyone. Their steps seemed casual, but upon closer inspection, one would find that they were subtly surrounding Wei Tian. If any unexpected situation arose, they would be able to act immediately to protect Wei Tian's safety. After exiting the high-speed railway station, Wei Tian looked around and then fixed his gaze on a black sedan. Wei Tian slightly turned to one person beside him and whispered, "You all disperse for now, keep a low profile, and don't let that old guy Shangguan Pingy notice." "Yes, young Master Wei." Then, Wei Tian stepped towards the black sedan. The door of the black sedan opened, and a person got out from the driver's seat. It was Feng Zhe. "Young Master Wei, let me handle it." Feng Zhe took Wei Tian's luggage and put it in the trunk, then the two got into the car. "Young Master Wei, I didn't expect you to come in person this time," Feng Zhe said, looking at Wei Tian through the rearview mirror. The old man values Ding Qiming very much, so this time, there must be no accidents." Wei Tian sat in the back seat, leaned against the chair, closed his eyes, and spoke, "How's the search for Ding Qiming's position going?" "According to your instructions, we have arranged people to look for Ding Qiming's whereabouts in various places in Shizhou. In the end, we found that it is highly likely that Ding Qiming is hiding at Shizhou University," Feng Zhe said while driving. "Moreover, I have news from the Beidai set, but he wants to negotiate terms with me for the information. Tonight, I will use some methods to interrogate him, and I should be able to find out Ding Qiming's exact whereabouts." "Negotiate terms?" Wei Tian chuckled lightly and said, "What terms does he want to negotiate with you?" Speaking of this makes me want to laugh," Feng Zhe said with a grin. "That guy opened his mouth and asked me for $1 million. Truly a typical case of wanting money without caring for his life." "$1 million? Wei Tian found it amusing as well. After a moment, Wei Tian spoke again, his tone flat. "After getting the news, just take care of him, leave no traces. Rest assured, Wei Xiao, I understand this kind of thing." Feng Zhe paused and then said, "We're at a fork in the road now. Should we go to the hotel first?" "No," Wei Tian opened his eyes and said, "First, we go to the Mei family. I want to see Mei Zimin." Feng Zhe nodded, turning the steering wheel to drive onto the road leading to the Mei family. Heikang and Lan Wu have arrived, right? They got here last night, hee. They almost scared Mei Zimin to death last night. Thinking of Mei Zimin's expression upon seeing those two, Feng Zhe couldn't help but laugh. But it wasn't just Mei Zimin, even Feng Zhe was startled. He hadn't expected Wei Tian to send those two as well. The combination of Heikang and Lan Wu made Feng Zhe's scalp tingle just thinking about it. One had extraordinary marksmanship, with sniping skills far above the Rose. The other was proficient in various cold weapons, always striking unexpectedly in close combat, with a single lethal blow. One was close combat, the other ranged, and both were among the top in their respective fields. Feng Zhe couldn't think of a stronger combination than this. Wei Xiao, did you bring these two to deal with the inspection bureau? No, Wei Tian said slowly, to deal with Su Jiang. Su Jiang? Feng Zhe was taken aback. Wasn't that overkill? Wei Tian saw through Feng Zhe's thoughts and said lightly, don't underestimate that person. Because of him, my plans in Jiangdu ended in complete failure. Moreover, Su Jiang exudes an indescribable aura. If I don't eliminate this person, I'll always have a vague sense of unease. So sinister? Feng Zhe frowned. In his view, Su Jiang's strength was at most slightly stronger than the Rose. And just by himself, what kind of storm could he stir up? But since Wei Tian said so, he couldn't argue. After all, he was just a hired hand. Wei Tian paid him, and he worked hard. It was that simple. Wei Xiao, we've arrived. From a distance, Feng Zhe saw a figure standing outside the Mei family's gate. It was Lan Wu. Knowing that Wei Tian was coming, Lan Wu had come out early to wait. Once the car stopped, Wei Tian opened the door and stepped out. At that moment, Feng Zhe turned back to Wei Tian and said, Wei Xiao, I won't follow you in. I'll go find that person for information. Wei Tian nodded lightly. Be careful, let me know about Ding Qiming's news as soon as you find out. Clack! The car door closed, and after Lan Wu helped Wei Tian with his luggage, Feng Zhe stepped on the gas and drove towards Times Park. He was alone, not bringing anyone else. In his view, the person he was trading with was just a social thug. Even if 10 of those kinds of people came, they wouldn't be enough for him to handle alone. His identity as the 10th on the assassins list wasn't just for show. It's been a long time since I've fought, just right to stretch my muscles on that kid tonight. That kid better bring more people tonight. If it's just one, it won't be enough to satisfy me. Feng Zhe rolled his neck, a cruel smile creeping onto his lips as he sped along. He was already a bit impatient. However, what Feng Zhe didn't know was that soon he would be facing more than just one person. At that moment, the inspection bureau had already surrounded Times Park, waiting for Feng Zhe to walk right into their trap. Su Jiang sat alone on a lounge chair in the center of the park, finding the wait for Feng Zhe too boring, so he directly started a game of shovel. As a result, Old 8 was out again. Su Jiang gritted his teeth, staring intently at his phone screen. TSK, I can't stand this S11 season for even a day. Looking forward to S12. Attention all units, once you spot a suspicious person, report to me immediately. In the shadows, Shangguan Lu made arrangements for the inspectors through the intercom. Currently, the Times Park was mostly filled with their plainclothes officers. Especially around Su Jiang, there were even more personnel added. They were just waiting for the other party to walk into the trap. Xia Guli was also hiding in the shadows. His identity was sensitive, and if the other party recognized him, they might very well run away. At this moment, under the night sky, Su Jiang sat on a chair, growing increasingly bored. Why haven't they come yet? This Times Park was originally an abandoned park, and there were hardly any people around at night. This was also the reason why Feng Zhe specifically chose to conduct the transaction here. Report, a black sedan has been spotted 300 meters away, and its destination seems to be here. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone perked up. Sure enough, the next second, the black sedan stopped at the park entrance, and Feng Zhe got out of the car. Everyone, pay attention, the suspected target has appeared. In an instant, the inspectors in the shadows all focused on Feng Zhe. Feng Zhe stood at the park entrance, not in a hurry to enter, but took out his phone and made a call. Meanwhile, in Su Jiang's pocket, Brother Chen's phone rang. Oh, you're here? Su Jiang raised an eyebrow, took out his phone, and mimicked Brother Chen's voice, answering the call. Hello, are you there? I'm at the entrance. Where are you? Feng Zhe asked in a low voice. Did you bring the money? Feng Zhe looked at his empty hands, maintaining a calm expression, and said, Yes, I brought 1 million, cash. You brought a banana peel. Su Jiang cursed inwardly. The inspectors had just informed him through the earpiece that the other party came empty-handed, bringing nothing at all. How shameless, lying so easily. However, Su Jiang still said, then walked towards the center square of the park. I'll be sitting right here on the chair. Just you alone? Feng Zhe sneered. Cash is a bit much. I'm afraid you can't handle it alone. You can rest assured about that. Su Jiang also sneered. I brought people, a lot of people. Oh, in that case, I can relax. Feng Zhe's heart suddenly filled with excitement. It was just right this way. If only one person came, how could it be enough for him to kill? The more people, the better. Feng Zhe hung up the phone, glanced around, and then walked inside. He was now solely focused on finding out about Ding Qiming. Was Ding Qiming at Shizhou University? If so, did he have an exact location? Feng Zhe suppressed his curiosity and walked step by step towards the central square. Everyone, don't get too close to him to avoid being detected. Wait until he enters the encirclement before acting. Watch for Su Zhang's signal. If the other party shows any unusual behavior, shoot immediately. Everything is centered on Su Zhang's safety. Try to capture him alive. Shang Wanlu methodically issued commands. Su Zhang also put away his phone, holding his breath and focusing, watching a small path not far away. At the same time, he took out a black mask to cover his face and put on a baseball cap. This was requested by Shang Wanlu, aimed at preventing the other party from suspecting Su Zhang's identity. If the other party was a timid and cautious person, seeing that the person was not the familiar brother Chen but Su Zhang, they might just run away. One must admit, Shang Wanlu was much better at handling details than those rough men. No wonder she could rise to the position of chief inspector at such a young age. She really had some skills. Soon, at the corner of the small path, Feng Zhe's figure appeared. Seeing Su Zhang, who was covering his face tightly, Feng Zhe paused, frowning slightly. The next second, Su Zhang casually pinched his throat and shouted, "Come over, there's no one around here." Hearing what was indeed Brother Chen's voice, Feng Zhe's previously heightened vigilance instantly relaxed. He secretly mocked himself for becoming increasingly timid. The other party just covered their face, yet he surprisingly started to feel suspicious. Upon reflection, it was understandable for the other party to hide their face in this situation. After all, they were the ones extorting money, so not wanting to show their face made sense. With this thought, Feng Zhe took another step towards Su Zhang. In the shadows, Shang Wanlu also let out a sigh of relief. Just when Feng Zhe had stopped, she almost thought they had been exposed. Fortunately, Su Zhang could imitate the Chen Ji's voice, dispelling Feng Zhe's doubts. Su Zhang looked at Feng Zhe and asked knowingly, "Where's my money? What's the rush?" Feng Zhe approached Su Zhang, teasingly saying, "The money is in the car. You tell me the news first, and then I'll give you the money." After saying this, he looked around and curiously asked, "Didn't you say you brought someone? Where are they?" In the vast square, there were only the two of them. They're all in the shadows. After all, I'm also afraid of you backstabbing me," Su Zhang replied with a light laugh. "Before I tell you the news, you need to tell me, what do you want with Ding Qiming? Why do you care so much?" Feng Zhe frowned, "And why are you covering your neck with your hand?" Seeing that Feng Zhe had noticed, Su Zhang stopped pretending. After all, he could just ask later when they caught the person. Su Zhang stretched out his hand and slowly snapped his fingers. Snap! Day. Dozens of inspectors immediately surrounded them from all directions. Without exception, they all held guns, their muzzles pointed at Feng Zhe. "What?" Feng Zhe looked around in disbelief, his eyes wide open, a look of incredulity on his face. What was going on? Can someone tell me why the inspectors are here? At that moment, Feng Zhe's heart sank to the bottom, as if he had fallen into an ice cellar. Although he didn't know why he had been exposed, he knew he couldn't escape now. He was indeed the 10th on the assassin list, but in this situation, even if the first came, it would be impossible to fly away, right? The entire inspector bureau had mobilized. Su Jian let out a long breath, returning to his original voice. "I originally wanted to take a soft approach with you, but since you don't appreciate it, I can only go hard." As he spoke, he removed the disguise from his face. At the moment his true face was revealed, Feng Zhe's pupils constricted, and he exclaimed, "Su Jian, how could it be you?" At this moment, Feng Zhe recalled what Wei Tian had said in the car earlier. That Su Jiang person is a bit sinister. Feng Zhe took a deep breath. He had originally dismissed that statement, but now he deeply understood why Wei Tian would evaluate Su Jiang that way. Looking at the dozens of people around and the smile on Su Jiang's face, Feng Zhe truly felt a bit regretful. This was not just a bit sinister, it was simply sinister to the core. "Su Jiang, why is it you? Oh, you know me?" Hearing his name called, Su Jiang was somewhat surprised. Fortunately, he had listened to Shang Wanlu's advice and covered his face. Otherwise, if the other party had seen him, they might have really run away. "This is interesting. In the West Continent, not many people know me." Su Jiang looked at Feng Zhe with great interest. "Let me guess, are you from the Mei family?" Feng Zhe remained unmoved. "Then you must be from the Wei family?" Feng Zhe's eyebrows twitched slightly. Su Jiang immediately realized he had hit the mark. "So you really are from the Wei family. Did Wei Tian send you?" Feng Zhe's gaze flickered again, and Su Jiang knew he had guessed correctly. "Su Jiang, are you okay? In the distance, Shangwan Lu and Xie Guli were walking over and calling out. Seeing this, Feng Zhe suddenly had an idea. At this moment, he was only a body length away from Su Jiang, and looking at Shangwan Lu's expression, it seemed that Su Jiang was very important to them. If he acted now and took Su Jiang hostage, would there be a chance to escape? At this distance, Feng Zhe believed that with his strength as the 10th on the assassin list, capturing a Su Jiang would be a piece of cake. Let's do it! Feng Zhe acted without a moment's hesitation, springing into action the instant the thought was born. Suddenly, a black dagger appeared in his hand, and with a swift step, he closed the distance to Su Jiang. Oh no! Su Jiang, be careful! Shangwan Lu frowned, instantly seeing through Feng Zhe's intentions. Damn it, Su Jiang was too careless. If he got taken hostage, it would be a real mess. Cursing Su Jiang in her heart for not distancing himself from the opponent right away, she realized that at this distance, if a shot was fired, Su Jiang's safety couldn't be guaranteed. Just as Shangwan Lu was pondering a solution, the next second, the scene before her made her widen her eyes in shock, frozen in place. What happened? In the blink of an eye, how did Su Jiang manage to subdue the opponent? Not far away, Su Jiang had Feng Zhe's hands firmly pinned down, pressing him to the ground. The dagger in Feng Zhe's hand was now in Su Jiang's grip, pressed against Feng Zhe's neck. Not only was Shangwan Lu stunned, but Feng Zhe was also bewildered. What just happened? Why did my dagger suddenly appear in Su Jiang's hand in that split second? TSK, not bad luck, Su Jiang chuckled lightly. The moment Feng Zhe made a move, he activated the shadow flow technique. He had thought it would take some effort, but when he made contact with Feng Zhe, he had a sudden idea and used the dirty pickpocket skill. He stole Feng Zhe's dagger. Then, taking advantage of Feng Zhe's moment of confusion, Su Jiang directly subdued him. Take him down, Shangwan Lu commanded, and several members of the inspection bureau stepped forward, rewarding Feng Zhe with a pair of silver bracelets. Even now, Feng Zhe's head was buzzing. How could he, a top 10 assassin, be taken down like this? The opponent didn't even suffer a scratch. Did he have no pride? Su Jiang, if you have the guts, let me go, and let's have a one-on-one duel. He refused to accept it, unable to believe he had lost to Su Jiang so easily. Even Rose could still exchange a few moves with Su Jiang, and he, surprisingly, was taken down in one encounter. Didn't that mean he was even worse than Rose? Feng Zhe couldn't hold back. Su Jiang, if you're a man, let's fight for real. Take him back, interrogate him overnight. Shangwan Lu interrupted directly. Feng Zhe was taken away. At that moment, an agent approached and said, Inspector Lu, we checked the route of that car through surveillance and made a significant discovery. 2 hours ago, he picked someone up at the high-speed train station, took them to the Mei family, and then drove straight here. After our verification, we found that the person he picked up at the high-speed train station is Wei Tian from the Wei family in the capital. Upon hearing this, Su Jiang perked up, his eyes shining. Wei Tian came to Shizhou? Xie Guli felt an ominous premonition seeing Su Jiang's expression. So, Wei Tian is now at the Mei family? Su Jiang asked excitedly. If he hasn't left, he should still be there, the agent replied. Seeing this, Xie Guli quickly pulled Su Jiang to a secluded corner and whispered, What do you want to do? Su Jiang replied, I want to. Xie Guli, are you out of your mind? That's the Mei family, and without a legitimate reason, the inspection bureau can't go through the proper channels to take someone. Then why not just bypass the proper channels? Su Jiang said matter-of-factly, we can sneak into the Mei family and... Su Jiang made a throat-cutting gesture. Xie Guli gasped. He felt that Su Jiang's audacity was extraordinary. With you, can you really do it? Aren't you here too? Su Jiang grinned and said, with the two of us working together, who can outdo us? Xie Guli felt a headache coming on. He knew Su Jiang's mouth wouldn't produce anything good. Don't worry, old Xie, with me around, if it really doesn't work, we can still escape. Must kill? Must kill. Su Jiang's gaze was extremely serious. He had been harassed by the Wei family for too long. If he didn't eliminate them completely, not only would he be in danger, but Anro and the others would be at risk as well. And now the opportunity was right in front of him. Su Jiang would not let it slip away, no matter what. Seeing Su Jiang's expression, Xie Guli let out a deep sigh. I really owe you from my past life. As soon as these words were spoken, Su Jiang knew that Xie Guli had agreed. However, Lulu must not know about this, Xie Guli said earnestly. If she finds out, she will definitely not let us go. It's even possible that she would have us both arrested on the spot. Su Jiang nodded gently at this. Seeing that Shangwan Lu and the others had finished packing and were preparing to return for questioning, he called out, Sister Lu, wait a moment. Su Jiang caught Shangwan Lu's attention, glanced at Xie Guli, and then walked over. What's wrong? Shangwan Lu asked, puzzled. I need to borrow a gun from you. Su Jiang scratched his head, feeling a bit embarrassed. If he was going to the May family, having a gun would give him a better chance. After all, in a state of danger, without a gun, the effectiveness would be greatly reduced. What do you need a gun for? Shang Wanlu frowned. Isn't it just for self-defense? Su Jiang smiled and said, you saw earlier, I almost got taken hostage. And besides, given my position in the inspectorate, asking for a gun isn't unreasonable, right? Upon hearing this, Shang Wanlu looked at Su Jiang with suspicion. It did make some sense, but something felt off. Alright, but I warn you, don't cause any trouble. Shang Wanlu cautioned, then asked her subordinate for a handgun and some bullets, which she handed to Su Jiang. What are you saying? Am I the kind of person who causes trouble? Su Jiang grinned as he took the gun, assuring her, Sister Lu, don't worry, I will definitely use this gun where it's needed, and I won't waste a single bullet. Shang Wanlu looked at him expressionlessly and said flatly, you better. As they were about to leave, Shang Wanlu asked Su Jiang and Xiaguli, I have to go back to the inspectorate for questioning. Where do you two plan to go next? Home. Su Jiang and Xiaguli said in unison. Shang Wanlu frowned, looking at the two of them with suspicion. She felt something was off but couldn't pinpoint what it was. Do you need me to send someone to escort you back? Shang Wanlu asked again. No need. The two replied in unison again, lying without a change in expression. Xiaguli felt a bit guilty inside. After all, this was deceiving Shang Wanlu. But there was no other way. If Shang Wanlu knew their plan, she would definitely have them both handcuffed and taken away on the spot. Watching Shang Wanlu's departing figure, Xiaguli lowered his head and sighed deeply. If this matter is discovered, I will definitely be killed by Lulu. Tisk, look at you, Su Jiang scoffed. Is your family status that low? If my Ro were here, she wouldn't dare say a word against it. She'd be dealt with when we got home. Old Xia, compared to me, you're still lacking quite a bit. Xiaguli ignored Su Jiang, turning a deaf ear. This kind of bragging could only be done when Anro wasn't around, to deceive himself a little. Xiaguli was sure that if Anro were here, Su Jiang wouldn't dare to say a word. Let's go, hurry up. Wait, I need to buy a mask first. Xiaguli had to cover himself up tightly. His identity absolutely couldn't be discovered. He was afraid that this matter would reach Shang Wanlu's ears. At that time, he wouldn't have enough lives to spare. So, the two went to a convenience store and bought a brand new black mask. After leaving the store, Su Jiang looked around and asked, how are we getting there? Should we take your car or mine? Take your grandpa's car. Are you afraid they won't find out our identities? What else can we do? We can't just walk there, can we? It's still early, there should still be a last bus. After a while, the two sat on a bench at the bus stop, waiting for the bus to the May family. Xiaguli felt that he had never been this speechless in his life. Two people preparing to do something big at the May family were actually stuck waiting for a bus in this miserable situation. His plan for today was supposed to be just an ordinary date. The source of all this? Xiaguli glanced expressionlessly at Su Jiang. Ever since this guy came to Shizhou, he hadn't had a single day of normal life. It was either fighting or on the way to a fight. Now they even had to go to the May family for an assassination. Just thinking about it made Xiaguli clutch his head in pain. How did things develop into this? Come on, Lao Xia, the bus is here, Su Jiang said, putting on his mask and patting Xiaguli's shoulder. Xiaguli took a deep breath and resignedly got on the bus with Su Jiang. At this point, there was no turning back. After getting on the bus, Xiaguli felt even more troubled. Because there were no seats, the two could only stand. On the bus, an hour later, they arrived near the May family. Su Jiang, why don't we just back off? Xiaguli still hesitated. After all, that was the May family, a family with the same power as his own Xia family. How could just the two of them take them on? TSK, what are you afraid of? We're not going to confront the May family head-on, Su Jiang said while checking his gun. Our goal is assassination. We sneak in, take them out, and run. It'll be quick. Besides, we've come this far. If we turn back now, wouldn't that be foolish? Don't worry, I have experience with this. Just follow my lead. The corner of Xiaguli's mouth twitched. He was not comforted by Su Jiang's words at all. Instead, he became even more worried. And why do you have experience with this? Hey! While the two were preparing outside, inside the May family, Wei Tian sat on the sofa, staring at his phone with a frown. Why is it taking so long? He was waiting for news from Feng Zhe, and logically, Feng Zhe should have received the information by now. Could something have gone wrong? Or maybe that person doesn't have any news at all and is just deceiving Feng Zhe? Wei Tian leaned more towards the first possibility, because even without news, Feng Zhe would definitely not go silent. Mei Zimin sat across from Wei Tian, his expression strange. He felt that Wei Tian's current demeanor was similar to his own before. After he had commissioned those 7 to assassinate Su Jiang, he too had been like Wei Tian at this moment, staring at his phone, anxious. Then the next day, the inspector's office came knocking. Thinking of this, Mei Ziming cautiously said, Wei Xiao, could it be that Fengze got into trouble? Wei Tian shook his head gently, hard to say. Fengze is ranked 10th on the assassin list. With his abilities, no matter what kind of accident happens, it's impossible for him to not even have time to send a message. So I'm very surprised. What exactly happened that made him go silent? Could it be that the inspector's office took action? Mei Ziming speculated, if it was the inspector's office, it would indeed be possible. Inspector's office? Wei Tian's brows furrowed even deeper at this. If it were them, they could indeed do that. But it doesn't make sense. How would they know Fengze was going there? If they hadn't set up an ambush in advance, it would be impossible for Fengze to not even send a message. This matter, no matter how you looked at it, had an air of something sinister. Wei Tian's eyes flickered. Something sinister? The only person he could associate with that term was Su Jiang. Could it be him again? How many times have I told you to call me the king of grilled cold noodles? At this moment, Su Jiang and Xieguli had already sneaked in. Su Jiang looked at Xieguli with a face full of dissatisfaction and said, if you call me by my name, then what's the point of wearing this mask? How many times do I have to say it? Use the code name during the operation. Do you understand? Chinibu Flying Knife Guy? Chinibu Flying Knife Guy? Xieguli was a bit confused when he heard this code name. Is your naming always this pathetic? Listen, let me tell you the specific action plan for later. Su Jiang pulled Xieguli to a hidden corner and whispered, later, you wait outside while I sneak in to check the situation. Once I deal with Wei Tian, I'll run out, and then you cover for me, got it? Xieguli nodded and looked at Su Jiang, waiting for more. After a long silence, seeing that Su Jiang had no intention of speaking, Xieguli asked in confusion, that's it? Is that your plan? What else could it be? Su Jiang replied, equally confused, aren't plans supposed to be this straightforward? Xieguli rubbed his forehead, sighing inwardly. Is it still too late to leave now? You stay here and wait for my good news. After saying this, Su Jiang turned and left alone. Xieguli sighed, leaning against the wall, watching Su Jiang's back with some worry. His current position was quite close to the Mei family's exit. If anything happened, Xieguli could escape immediately. This was also why Su Jiang wanted him to stay here. If something really went wrong, all Su Jiang had to do was shout from a distance, and Xieguli could leave right away. After all, it was he who called Xieguli over, and Su Jiang didn't want Xieguli to get hurt because of his personal grudges. Mainly, he was afraid of being retaliated against by Shangguan Lu afterward. Su Jiang cautiously walked to that familiar spot and looked up. Sure enough, Mei Lingling's window was still open. TSK, it has to be our Lingling sister. After saying this in a teasing tone, Su Jiang skillfully began his actions, climbing the wall, flipping through the window, all in one go. However, just after Su Jiang completed this series of actions, Lan Wu, who was lying on a lounge chair with his eyes closed, slowly opened his eyes. Is there movement? Although Su Jiang had been very careful with his every move, making only a small sound, Lan Wu still sensed something was off. Lan Wu got up and looked down, finding nothing unusual. An illusion? He frowned slightly, carefully observing the surroundings, and after confirming there was no anomaly, Lan Wu returned to the lounge chair and closed his eyes again. Meanwhile, inside Mei Lingling's room, Mei Lingling widened her eyes, looking at Su Jiang with indignation, her gaze seemingly wanting to kill him, because her mouth was once again covered by Su Jiang. Su Jiang took off his mask, gently exhaled, and glanced up with some lingering fear. He had also noticed Lan Wu's presence. In a state of heightened alertness, his perception ability had greatly improved. So as soon as Lan Wu got up, Su Jiang held his breath and focused, minimizing his presence. Sure enough, since Wei Tian dares to come to Shizhou, he can't possibly come without a master by his side. Su Jiang frowned. This meant that the difficulty of assassinating Wei Tian had just increased. Woo. After taking off the mask, Mei Lingling recognized Su Jiang and wanted to speak. Shoo! Su Jiang raised a finger to his lips, signaling Mei Lingling to hold off on speaking. Mei Lingling slowly nodded. Seeing this, Su Jiang released his hand, walked to the window, and gently closed it. TSK, we meet again, Miss Mei Lingling. Su Jiang smiled at Mei Lingling, his gaze inadvertently glancing at the table. There, a delicate lamp flower was placed. When he entered just now, Mei Lingling had been staring at the lamp flower, not even noticing Su Jiang at first. What are you here for again? Mei Lingling looked at Su Jiang warily. She hadn't forgotten how Su Jiang had previously threatened her with explosives and tricked her into revealing quite a bit of information. Don't be so nervous, Su Jiang said lightly. This time, I'm not here for your Mei family. Mei Lingling looked at Su Jiang, her face filled with disbelief. Now, in her eyes, Su-jung's credibility was in the negative. Su-jung saw through her thoughts at a glance, sighed, and said, Wei Tian is at your house now, right? Are you going to kill him? Upon hearing the name Wei Tian, Mei Lingling replied without hesitation, I can help you. Su-jung? Something's off, little sister. I just asked if Wei Tian was at your house. Why do you look like you want him dead? Do you have a personal grudge against him? Su-jung asked curiously, isn't he the backer of the Mei family? Mei Lingling bit her lip, falling silent. In her view, the Mei family had come to this point because she stood on the opposite side of Xie. Everything was because of the Wei family, all because of Wei Tian. So, if Wei Tian died, wouldn't that mean there would be no need to go to war with the Xie family? Su-jung lowered his gaze, looking at Mei Lingling, his thoughts tangled. If Mei Lingling could really help him, it might save him a lot of trouble. But if he failed, then Mei Lingling would definitely not have a good outcome. Just thinking about this made Su-jung sigh inwardly. Forget it, it's better not to involve this girl. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to explain to Xie later. Just tell me where Wei Tian is. Su-jung paused and added, don't worry about the rest. If anyone asks, just say I coerced you, understand? Upon hearing this, Mei Lingling became a bit anxious. I can help you with many things. Not needed. Su-jung interrupted, just tell me the location, then go back to your business, as if I never came. Mei Lingling lowered her head, her hands tightly gripping the hem of her clothes. After a long while, she spoke. Wei Tian is in the study, my father is there too. Just the two of them, no one else? There's one more person, I heard he's called Hae-sung, responsible for protecting Wei Tian's safety. Where is the study? On the first floor, go downstairs from here, turn left in the hall. Mei Lingling detailed the location of the study to Su-jung, also telling him about several spots where the household staff frequently went. Su-jung listened, quietly memorizing this information. It would be very useful to him. That's all I can tell you. Okay, I got it. You just stay in this room, no matter what happens, don't come out. After saying that, Su-jung stood up, just about to act when Mei Lingling called out to him again. Did Xie, brother mention me in the past 2 days? Hearing this, Su-jung felt a headache coming on, wishing he could scold Mei Lingling right then and there. No, little sister, can you stop thinking about that guy? What's so good about Xie? He's made it clear to you, and you're still thinking about him. Are you a fool? Su-jung took a deep breath, turned his back to Mei Lingling, and softly uttered 2 words, no. Then, without looking back, he left Mei Lingling's room. Old Xie, this is the last thing I can do for you. Silently leaving the room, Su-jung secretly felt relieved. Thank goodness he didn't have a little sister. If he were in Xie shoes, he would be utterly frustrated. No. Mei Lingling's eyes visibly dimmed with disappointment as she turned back to look at the lamp flower on the table. She stared quietly, not knowing what she was thinking. A few times she picked up the lamp flower, wanting to throw it away, but in the end, she couldn't bring herself to do it. Finally, Mei Lingling set down the lamp flower and took out a coin from the drawer. With a piercing gaze fixed on the coin before her, Mei Lingling recalled what Xie had once told her. When you're unsure about something, just flip a coin. If one flip doesn't work, then flip it a few more times. Perhaps your heart will have a decision. Once you've made a decision, don't hesitate, don't look back, just move forward. The smile on Xie face seemed to float before Mei Lingling's eyes at that moment. The girl took a deep breath and murmured, Brother Xie, I'm going to flip a coin. No matter the outcome, I will move forward without hesitation or looking back. With that, Mei Lingling gently tossed the coin into the air. No one knew what heads and tails represented in her heart. But at the moment the coin landed, Mei Lingling's heart was no longer hesitant or wavering. Inside the Mei family home, Su-jung was moving stealthily. As he passed the kitchen, he grabbed a chicken leg to taste. His assessment was that it was not as good as the chef at the Xie family. That should be the study. Following the route described by Mei Lingling, Su-jung quietly approached the study door. At that moment, the study door was tightly closed, but with Su-jung's keen hearing, he could still hear the conversation inside. Su-jung listened carefully, trying to discern Wei Tian's location from the sounds. By identifying the sounds, he could strike with lethal precision the moment he opened the door. Young Master Wei, now that Feng Zhe has gone silent, what about Ding Qiming's news? That's not a problem. There are others besides Feng Zhe looking into Ding Qiming. Inside the study, Wei Tian sat on the sofa, speaking calmly. My men have basically locked down Ding Qiming's whereabouts. He is at Shizhou University. What I want is Ding Qiming's exact location and what he has been researching all these years. That old guy, if he slips up even a little, he might destroy everything he has been working on. He would rather destroy it all than let us have it. that's just the kind of person he is. So, when dealing with Ding Qiming, we absolutely cannot take hard measures until the very last moment. Outside the door, Su Jiang frowned slightly upon hearing this. Had Ding Qiming's presence at Shizhou University been discovered? Did old Zhang and the others know? Or was this news something old Zhang had let slip? Su Jiang was momentarily at a loss, as Zhang Yi had clearly instructed him not to get involved with Ding Qiming's matters, indicating that old Zhang must have some plans regarding Ding Qiming. Could it be that they want to use Ding Qiming as bait to catch the Wei family? Su Jiang speculated silently. Just then, inside the room, Mei Zining spoke up. So, young Master Wei, when will the Mei family take action? Tomorrow, Wei Tian said decisively. The sooner, the better. We must catch the Xie family off guard. I have a bad feeling. The longer we wait, the more unfavorable it may be for us. Tomorrow? Mei Zining was startled and quickly replied. But that's also very rushed for our Mei family. Young Master Wei, if we act tomorrow, I really don't have confidence in taking down the Xie family. Our preparations are too insufficient. No problem, Wei Tian said lightly. At that time, my Wei family will assist you, and Lan Wu will also be there. If you still can't take down the Xie family with that help, then you know the consequences. Hearing this, Mei Zining trembled all over. He knew that if they truly failed, the Mei family would be finished. So, Mei Zining nodded firmly. Alright, since young Master Wei is providing such great support, I will definitely be able to take down the Xie family tomorrow. With the Wei family's help and someone as ruthless as Lan Wu on their side, Mei Zining was confident he could crush that old guy Xie Kangsheng. Tomorrow, a swift strike against the Xie family. Outside, Su Jiang swallowed hard. Wow! It seemed he had heard something incredible. Is this something I can learn without paying? If I go back now and tell Xie Kangsheng this news, then the Mei family can just wait to enjoy their fortune tomorrow. However, Su Jiang had no intention of going back just yet. The main business was still not done. His purpose for coming today was singular, to take down Wei Tian. Just thinking about it made Su Jiang's gaze turn icy, and his demeanor shifted accordingly. He was a killer. He had no emotions. At this moment, Su Jiang had already determined the general location of Wei Tian. Next, it was his turn to act. Su Jiang's hand moved to his waist, slowly drawing out the gun given to him by Shang Wanlu. Taking a deep breath, Su Jiang's eyes hardened, and with all his strength, he kicked the door. Bang! The door was instantly kicked open, leaving the three people inside stunned. Who? Mei Zining shouted. Wei Tian stood up, looking uncertainly at the doorway. There stood a figure wearing a black mask, pointing a dark gun directly at him. Haikeo was the first to react, quickly aiming his gun at Su Jiang. At the same time, he knew it was too late to shout for Wei Tian to duck. So, before Su Jiang could pull the trigger, Haikeo kicked Wei Tian aside. Bang! Su Jiang fired, but because of Haikeo's kick, Wei Tian's position shifted, causing the bullet, originally aimed at his heart, to hit his shoulder instead. Ah! Wei Tian screamed in pain as the bullet struck his shoulder. Bang! 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 Haikeo didn't hesitate, firing 3 shots at Su Jiang, all of which narrowly missed him. The moment Su Jiang saw Haikeo move, he knew the other party was a master. So after firing, Su Jiang didn't even check if his shot had hit, he just turned and ran. Damn! This is bad. Su Jiang was speechless. Those 3 shots made it clear to him that this guy named Haikeo was definitely not weaker than him. This was definitely bad. He was currently in a state of shooting with the wind, and even if Rose came, she would only be at his mercy. But Haikeo was able to contend with Su Jiang. What else could this be but bad luck? At this moment, Su Jiang was already regretting it. Damn, that was reckless. Ding! The host has triggered a mission. Mission content: survive in the next 24 hours. Completing the mission will reward a random skill. Damn it! Thank you very much for reminding me to survive at a time like this. Although Su Jiang complained, he also knew that he might have gotten into big trouble this time. Otherwise, the system wouldn't issue such a mission. Su Jiang kicked open the door of the Mei family and fled for his life. Haikeo, catch him! Wei Tian clutched his shoulder, staring intently at Su Jiang's fleeing figure. No matter what, you must catch him. Actually, he didn't need to say it. Haikeo was already on the move. At the same time, Mei Zining also regained his composure and quickly ran to his desk, pressing the alarm button. The entire Mei family was filled with the sound of bells, and everyone knew that there was an enemy invasion. In an instant, the people of the Mei family, along with Haikeo, were all chasing after Su Jiang. Damn! How is there an alarm? Su Jiang's eyes widened. This was trouble. Bang! Bang! Behind him, Haikeo continued to fire, each shot predicting Su Jiang's movements. This made Su Jiang uncomfortable, as he had to constantly adjust his body. Otherwise, he would have been shot to pieces by Haikeo long ago. In the distance, Xia Guli, hearing the alarm, looked bewildered. What was happening? Had Su Jiang been exposed? Soon, he would know the answer. Because in the distance, Su Jiang was running towards him, gritting his teeth, followed by a large group of pursuers and flying bullets. Su Jiang ran desperately while dodging bullets. Fortunately, aside from Ikeo, the Mei family members couldn't keep up with his speed, otherwise, he would have been shot to pieces. Seeing Xie Guli from afar, Su Jiang shouted, "Pointy, retreat quickly." Just as Su Jiang's words were halfway out, Xie Guli didn't even glance at him and turned to run. As he ran, Xie Guli cursed Su Jiang's ancestors 18 generations over in his heart. "I told you to back off. You insisted on doing this. Now look what you've done." Xie Guli turned back to look at the dense crowd of pursuers and gasped. He swore that if he ever acted with Su Jiang again, he would be a dog. Who could handle this kind of heart-stopping situation? Damn, what a fool. Xie Guli noticed that the person following Su Jiang was very strong. He kept entangling Su Jiang, making it impossible for him to escape. At this rate, Xie Guli could get away, but Su Jiang would surely be surrounded by the Mei family. Frowning, Xie Guli paused, reached into his clothes, and gripped a flying knife tightly. "Get down!" he shouted at Su Jiang. Immediately, Xie Guli spun around, and 4 flying knives shot out. The black blades seemed to vanish into the night, slicing through the air, aimed directly at Haesong. The moment Su Jiang heard Xie Guli's voice, he had already crouched down. Haesong's attention was entirely on Su Jiang, and upon hearing Xie Guli's shout, he thought the other side was about to shoot. After being on high alert for a long time, Haesong was puzzled when he didn't hear a gunshot, and just as he was wondering, a flash of blade light suddenly appeared before him. Not good. Haesong's eyes widened in shock. He never expected that the other side was using flying knives instead of a gun. The attack was silent. At that moment, the flying knives were already close at hand. Haesong was drenched in sweat, quickly retreating while bending backward. The 4 flying knives grazed his body, leaving 4 wounds. Haesong let out a long breath, quickly stood up, and was about to counterattack when he suddenly widened his eyes. In the distance, Xie Guli saw this and a faint smile appeared at the corner of his mouth as he murmured, "I actually have 5 knives." The 5th knife, hidden behind the 4 flying knives, had already reached his forehead as Haesong stood up. Can't dodge this. Haesong knew in his heart that he couldn't avoid this flying knife. For a moment, his mind went blank. Could it be that he was going to die here today? The 5th-ranked assassin on the list was going to die at the hands of this unknown flying knife kid? Bang! A gunshot rang out, and the flying knife in front of Haesong was shot down by a bullet. Haesong gasped for breath, looking at the flying knife that had fallen to the ground not far away, filled with lingering fear. Then he turned around and looked up at the direction from which the bullet had come. Lan Wu. On the rooftop, Lan Wu, holding a sniper rifle, smiled and waved at Haesong. It was his shot that had just saved Haesong's life. Then, Lan Wu retracted his smile and aimed at the two through the scope. Not bad, old Xie. Su Jiang had already run to Xie Guli's side, and the two were escaping toward the exit. Your flying knives are amazing. Damn, if you had thrown a few more, he would have died here today. Shut up! Xie Guli yelled at Su Jiang, saying, I only have 5 flying knives on me, and I just threw them all. Where am I supposed to get you a few more? Su Jiang was instantly dumbfounded. You mean, they're one-time use? Yes. Then why didn't you prepare a few more? Who the hell knew it would come in handy? Xie Guli complained, since I learned to throw knives, I haven't used them outside, that was my first time. If I had known you were going to make such a big deal out of it, I would have brought a whole box of flying knives. Su Jiang fell silent at that. What else was there to say? Just keep running, you can't escape. On the rooftop, Lan Wu had already aimed at Su Jiang. Now he just needed to pull the trigger to take Su Jiang down. Haesong also understood Lan Wu's strength, and with a sniper's help, there was no need to pursue too closely. The moment Lan Wu appeared, Su Jiang and Xie Guli's fate was sealed. Lan Wu looked at Su Jiang's figure through the scope, a faint smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. It's time to end this. He slowly applied pressure with his index finger, pulling the trigger. Bang! A gunshot rang out, but Su Jiang did not fall to the ground in response. Instead, he continued to run as if nothing had happened. Haekong was taken aback. What was going on? What was Lan Wu doing? On the rooftop, Lan Wu stared blankly at the crater in front of him, struggling to swallow a mouthful of saliva. Just now, someone had shot at him. Who was it? Lan Wu looked around in panic, realizing he had no idea from which direction the bullet had come. Lan Wu, what are you doing? Haekong shouted from a distance, they're trying to escape. Upon hearing this, Lan Wu quickly raised his sniper rifle again. However, before his eyes could find the scope, another bullet came flying in. This time, the bullet grazed his hair. Lan Wu stood frozen in place, and after a few seconds, he decisively put down the sniper rifle. Even he understood with those 2 shots, the person in the shadows was warning him. If he dared to shoot at Su Jiang, he would definitely die first. Who was it? Who could it be? Lanwu knelt on the rooftop, motionless, frantically recalling which figure could possess such power. A bullet whose direction I can't determine, just from the shadows, can create this level of psychological pressure on me. In my memory, there's only one person who can do this. The number one on the assassin list, Ghost. Just thinking of this made cold sweat break out on Lanwu's forehead. How could it be him? How could it possibly be him? He should have been dead by now. But apart from Ghost, Lanwu couldn't think of anyone else who could bring him such a sense of oppression. Damn it, Lanwu, what the hell are you doing? Haekang gritted his teeth. If Lanwu didn't shoot, Su Jiang would escape. He had no idea that Lanwu was now as obedient as a little chick, not daring to move an inch. Move, and he would die. He even wanted to tell Haekang, if you can do it, then you do it. Damn it, it's easy to talk when you're standing. I'm being watched by Ghost, how could I dare to shoot? Lanwu completely ignored Haekang's words, only able to watch helplessly as Su Jiang and the others escaped from the Mei family. After Su Jiang and the others fled, Lanwu felt the pressure on him ease. The overwhelming sense of oppression that had made him sweat profusely vanished. Is this gone? Lanwu cautiously looked around, and after realizing no bullets were coming, he let out a long sigh. Wei Tian and Mei Zimin also chased out. Seeing Su Jiang escape, Wei Tian didn't blame Haekang but said to Mei Zimin, Mei family head, I suspect that person just now was Su Jiang. Have the Mei family searched the entire city for Su Jiang? He must be captured. Su Jiang, do you really have to run with me? Don't be ridiculous. You don't even have a weapon on you. I'm afraid you'll die if we separate. The probability of dying with you is higher, right? What are you talking about? Be careful. I might sue you for defamation. Outside the Mei family, in a dark corner, Su Jiang and Xie Guli were bickering. They had just escaped from the Mei family and were planning to return to the Xie family when the Mei family had already come out in cars, surrounding the area within a few kilometers. They were searching for the two of them. Su Jiang and Xie Guli stealthily poked their heads out to see the Mei family members searching for their whereabouts on the street. Be thorough, don't let any clues slip by. Wei Xiao and the family head have given orders. Su Jiang definitely hasn't run far, he's nearby. Anyone who looks suspicious, just hold them down, don't worry about anything else. As soon as you spot the target, send the coordinates in the group. Everyone rush over to help immediately. Hearing this, Su Jiang and Xie Guli fell silent and pulled their heads back in. Su Jiang was in despair. How could they know it was him? He had clearly masked his face. But judging by what that person just said, it was obvious that Wei Tian and Mei Zimin already knew his identity. His mask had been useless. Where had he exposed himself? Su Jiang couldn't figure it out. Old Xie? Old Xie. Su Jiang frowned, looking at the contemplative Xie Guli, and asked, What are you thinking about? Xie Guli came to his senses, glanced at Su Jiang, then looked at the people outside just now. I was thinking, what if they only want to catch you? Xie Guli raised an eyebrow, standing up as he said, So, they actually don't know my identity and don't seem very interested in me. Then if we escape separately, my chances of getting out alive are quite high. Let go. Su Jiang tightly grasped the hem of Xie Guli's clothes, incredulously saying, At this time, you actually want to abandon your teammate? You want to abandon your best brother? You want to abandon the partner who just fought alongside you? Hearing this, Xie Guli nodded heavily without any hesitation. Xie Guli, you have no heart. Seeing this, Su Jiang cursed, You ungrateful thing, have you forgotten how good I was to you in high school? Who was it that treated you to ice cream when you only had 2 yuan? Who helped you solve the problem when you were being harassed by a girl confessing to you? Who pleaded with the teacher for you when you forgot your homework? Have you forgotten all of this? Xie Guli quietly looked at Su Jiang, his fists clenched. How could he possibly forget these things? He would never forget them in his life. You really have the face to bring this up? Xie Guli looked at Su Jiang with a displeased expression, saying, That ice cream, you insisted on buying the 4 yuan choco pie, and borrowed 2 yuan from the boss in my name, and I only got to take 1 bite of that ice cream. And about that girl confessing, I didn't even know at first, but later they told me that the breakfast she brought me was all secretly eaten by you. You called it helping me solve the problem? And you even have the nerve to mention homework? At that time, you took my homework to copy, and in the end, you only brought your own to school, leaving mine at home, and you still had the audacity to go and ask the teacher to forgive me. The more Xie Guli spoke, the angrier he became, his face turning red, pointing at Su Jiang and saying each word clearly, Su Jiang, I beg you to be a decent person. Su Jiang blinked, just looking at Xie Guli, with not a hint of embarrassment on his face. As long as he didn't admit it, those things weren't done by him. I don't care, I want to escape first. You can fend for yourself. Just as Xie Guli turned to leave, his arm was suddenly pulled back by Su Jiang. Don't go that way, there are people over there. Su Jiang looked seriously in that direction, then said calmly, Follow me, I'll take you out. Xia Guli looked skeptical. Su Zhang's credibility with him was in the negative. But unable to resist Su Zhang's strength, Xia Guli was still pulled along. The two entered stealth mode, avoiding the search of the Mei family within the city. But this couldn't go on. The search circle of the Mei family was shrinking, and Hei Tsung had yet to appear. Su Jiang, do you really have a way? Xia Guli asked. Yes, Su Jiang said, decisively pulling out his phone. Xia Guli became alert. What are you going to do? Su Jiang said matter-of-factly, at this point, we can only call and ask Uncle Xia to come pick us up. No! Xia Guli quickly stopped him. If my dad finds out, he might mobilize the entire Xia family. By then, Lu won't be able to be kept in the dark either, and I will be dead. Su Jiang glanced at him and said, so, what does that have to do with me? If your family status isn't enough, that's your problem. Anyway, our Ro. I definitely can't let her know about this. Even if she finds out, I will firmly insist that it was you, Xia Guli, who insisted on bringing me here. I'm innocent. Su Jiang pondered in his heart. With a press of his small hand, he called Li Kai. Meanwhile, inside the Xia family, when Li Kai saw the incoming call on the screen showing the caller as Su Jiang, he felt completely unwell. The phone was connected with a trembling sound, and before Li Kai could speak, Su Jiang's voice came through. Old Li, something's happened. Damn! Li Kai cursed directly. Didn't I tell you not to stir up trouble? Something happened again? Every time Su Jiang calls, the first thing he says is always these words. Li Kai was really exhausted. He really wanted to block Su Jiang's number. What the hell happened this time? It's like this, I'll keep it short. Su Jiang said, Old Xia and I are currently being chased by the Mei family in Wei Tian. You need to get Uncle Xia to bring people to rescue us. Li Kai, aren't we buddies? You call that keeping it short? You've condensed a lot of information there. Didn't you say you were just going to stroll around Shizhou University? How did you end up being chased by the Mei family in Wei Tian? Li Kai couldn't hold back any longer and swung his fist at the air several times. He really wanted to beat Su Jiang up, but he also knew the situation was urgent. This wasn't the time to delay. Send me your approximate location. I'm going to find Xia Kongsheng now. Okay, and Old Li, there's one more thing you need to help me with. What else is there? Well, don't tell Ro about this. I'm afraid she'll worry. You're afraid she'll beat you up, right? Li Kai thought to himself, then said, got it. He hung up the phone, opened the door, and was just about to go find Xia Kongsheng for help. Suddenly, Li Kai paused, swallowing hard. He silently apologized to Su Jiang. Su Jiang, it's not that I don't want to help you. This beating, I'm afraid you won't be able to escape. Li Kai stood frozen in place, and saw Anro standing at his door, seemingly waiting for something. When she saw Li Kai come out, Anro glanced at the phone in his hand. Did Su Jiang call you? Let me guess, he got into trouble again? Yeah. Hearing Li Kai's answer, Anro sighed softly. She knew that since Su Jiang hadn't returned so late, he must have stirred up trouble again. Always restless. Is it dangerous? Anro asked again. Based on his description, it should be quite dangerous. Then what are we waiting for? Anro reproached. Let's hurry and find Uncle Xia for help. With that, Anro pulled Li Kai along to find Xia Kongsheng. Even though he wanted to beat Su Jiang up, they needed to rescue him first. There would be plenty of opportunities to beat him later. At that moment, in the study of the Xia family, Xia Kongsheng stretched lazily, put down the documents in his hand, and was about to take a break. Anro and Li Kai rushed in without even knocking. What's wrong? Xia Kongsheng was a bit confused. Looking at the two of them, he had a bad premonition. Uncle Xia, something's happened. Li Kai hurriedly said, Su Jiang and Xia Guli are currently being chased by the Mei family in Wei Tian, and they're being hunted down all over the city. Xia Kongsheng? Xia Kongsheng was stunned for a moment, blinked, looked at Anro, then at Li Kai. After a while, he finally reacted and slowly uttered a word. At the Mei family, medical staff were extracting bullets from Wei Tian. Wei Tian bit down hard on a towel, his brows tightly furrowed. Young Master Wei, I'm going to extract the bullet now, the doctor said. Wei Tian was sweating profusely and nodded gently at the doctor. After the doctor finished disinfecting, he slowly probed the wound with tweezers. Ugh! The excruciating pain made Wei Tian let out a muffled groan. Fortunately, the doctor's skill was very high, and he quickly and accurately grasped the bullet, swiftly and decisively pulling it out with the tweezers. Wei Tian released the towel from his mouth, allowing the doctor to bandage his shoulder. Have they been found? He asked Mei Zimin. Still searching, don't worry, young Master Wei, they won't get away, Mei Zimin said. Wei Tian slowly nodded, a hint of hatred in his eyes. Su Jiang glanced at his shoulder, and Wei Tian made up his mind. This person must not be left alive. No matter the cost, he must be made to completely disappear from this world. At the moment he was attacked, Wei Tian had never felt that death was so close to him. If it weren't for that kick from Hate Song, he feared he would already be a cold corpse. What happened? Wei Tian looked at Lan Wu standing beside him, frowning. Why didn't you shoot at that time? Lan Wu was sweating profusely and hurriedly recounted everything that had happened on the rooftop, word for word. Ghost? Upon hearing this word, Wei Tian unconsciously clenched his fist and said, wasn't he supposed to be dead long ago? Wasn't it said that his body was found during the capital incident back then? It seems now that he must have faked his death to escape. Lan Wu lowered his head. Wei Tian let out a heavy breath, leaning back against the sofa, pinching the bridge of his nose. Things were gradually slipping out of his control. Both tonight's assassination attempt and the appearance of Ghost had caught him off guard. Mei Zimin sat silently beside him. He didn't care about Ghost or Su Jiang. He only wanted the Mei family to survive this turmoil. After a long while, Wei Tian slowly opened his eyes. Lan Wu. Young Master Wei, I'm here. Notify the capital to send all available personnel over tomorrow. Wei Tian repeated, remember, all of them. Lan Wu hesitated for a moment upon hearing this. But young Master Wei, if we send everyone over, what if someone takes advantage of this opportunity? They wouldn't dare. Wei Tian interrupted Lan Wu, his eyes darkening. Leave Lin Jianbai and his group to hold the fort. That's enough. If someone really takes advantage of this, then let Lin Jianbai perish with them. Those families in the capital aren't qualified to take a bite out of my Wei family's flesh. Hearing this, Lan Wu said nothing more. After all, he was just a worker. He nodded lightly, took out his phone, and began to make arrangements. After a while, Wei Tian felt his shoulder was a bit better, so he stood up. Head of the Mei family, I'm leaving. Wei Tian said, if you catch anyone, notify me immediately. Upon hearing this, Mei Zimin quickly stood up and said, young Master Wei, why don't you stay here? It would be safer in my Mei family. Wei Tian waved his hand, ignoring Mei Zimin, and left the Mei family with Lan Wu. At the moment he got into the car, Wei Tian turned back and glanced at the large Mei family. Mei Zimin. Wei Tian clenched his fist and murmured, I hope this assassination is just an accident. After saying that, Wei Tian got into the car and closed the door. Stay at the Mei family? He didn't dare. He feared that before Su Jiang was caught, he would be schemed against by Mei Zimin. Although it was just a suspicion, Wei Tian had already sensed that Mei Zimin might not be as loyal as he appeared. Lan Wu, what do you think of Mei Zimin? In the front seat, Lan Wu, who was driving, paused for a moment before saying, he's quite an honest person. Ever since you came, he has handed over everything in the Mei family for you to arrange. Moreover, he rarely speaks and executes your orders immediately. I feel there's no problem. Hearing Lan Wu's evaluation of Mei Zimin, Wei Tian's frown deepened. He looked out the window at the night scenery. After a while, Wei Tian murmured, the barking dog doesn't bite. Mei Zimin, I'm afraid, isn't as loyal as he seems. After Wei Tian left, in the study of the Mei family, head, it's not good. The butler rushed in, looking at Mei Zimin and said, Miss Lingling, she's gone. I'm afraid she took advantage of the chaos to sneak out. Master, we should hurry and find her. To everyone's surprise, upon hearing this news, Mei Zimin's expression showed no sign of disturbance. He slowly closed his eyes, recalling the figure of Mei Lingling escaping amidst the turmoil. He said softly, a grown woman cannot be kept, let her go. After saying this, without waiting for the butler to respond, Mei Zimin stepped forward and left the Mei family in a carriage. Under the night sky, Su Jiang and Xie Guli were darting back and forth in the alley, evading their pursuers. Their stamina was gradually running low after a long period of exertion. Especially for Su Jiang, who had exhausted himself at the Mei family, his energy was completely depleted. If it weren't for the recovery ability granted by his extraordinary physique, he would have been unable to run any longer. If he encountered Hate Sang again, the time he could hold out against him would be at most 3 minutes. Therefore, Su Jiang did not want to take any risks until the last moment. The best situation now was to wait for the Xie family's rescue. Su Jiang, this isn't a solution. Their encirclement is getting smaller. Xie Guli panted slightly. Why don't you surrender? That way, I might still escape. What the hell are you talking about? Su Jiang glared at him fiercely. Then, he leaned out to take a look around. There were still quite a few members of the Mei family outside, searching little by little. Suddenly, Su Jiang had a flash of inspiration, pulled his head back, and looked at Xie Guli with intense eyes. Old Xie, I have a bold idea. Shut the hell up. Xie Guli grabbed Su Jiang by the collar and whispered angrily, right now, you can only think about how to escape. Nothing else is allowed, got it? No. I really think this idea could work. Su Jiang hurriedly said, look, the Mei family members are all outside, right? So, As the saying goes, the most dangerous place is the safest place. Su Jiang said firmly, let's launch a counterattack and take down the Mei family's stronghold. I'll kill you first. Xia Guli spat in Su Jiang's face. If you really want to die, don't drag me into it. And a counterattack? Are you so sure there are no experts left in the Mei family? I admit there's an element of gambling in this. I'm begging you, Brother Su. Xia Guli clasped his hands together, pleading, can't we just wait here for rescue? He didn't understand why Su Jiang's approach was so aggressive. Why resort to violence at the slightest disagreement? Even when being chased, they had reached the point of fleeing. The only solution he could think of was still to fight. In Su Jiang's eyes, it was just 4 words, just do it. Seeing that Xia Guli was calling him brother, Su Jiang felt he should give him some face. This time, he would let the Mei family off the hook. Sighing, Su Jiang looked outside. The Mei family members were almost upon them. Well, time to move. Since they wouldn't counterattack, they could only escape while waiting for rescue. At that moment, as the two were fleeing, neither Su Jiang nor the Mei family members noticed that an animal that shouldn't have appeared in Shizhou had quietly slipped into the Mei family's encirclement. Mr. Hate-song, haven't you caught them yet? On the street, Mei Zimin got out of the car and looked at Hate-song, saying, if we let those two escape, we won't be able to explain ourselves to young Master Wei. Hate-sang glanced at Mei Zimin and snorted coldly. Don't worry about that, at most, they can hide for another hour. By then, I'll make my move, and they won't be able to escape. An hour? Ha! Mei Zimin squinted, gazing at the empty street, not knowing what he was thinking. In that case, I'll wait here for Mr. Hate-san's good news. Heikong nodded lightly, said nothing more, and left on his own. Mei Zimin gazed deeply at Heikong's back, leaning against the car door, slowly lighting a cigarette for himself. If it's an hour, that guy named Su Jiang better run fast. If Wei Tian really catches him, it'll be me in trouble. Mei Zimin muttered to himself, then fell silent, quietly fiddling with his lighter, waiting for the outcome. Heikong directly asked the Mei family for a motorcycle. Walking would take too long to search, and as a killer, he knew very well that in this situation, there weren't many places suitable for Su Jiang and the others to hide. As long as he checked those few places one by one, he would definitely find them. For a moment, the sound of the motorcycle engine was particularly jarring in the quiet street. In the shadows, Su Jiang heard the faint engine sound from a distance. A motorcycle? Su Jiang frowned, his expression shifting. Heikong couldn't wait any longer, wanting to quickly pull him out. But with so many hiding places, it couldn't be that he just happened to pick the right one, could it? Xia Guli, seeing this, quickly asked, what's wrong with the motorcycle? Su Jiang, with a serious face, replied, I suddenly thought, can I get a motorcycle license? Right. Su Jiang clapped his hands, excitedly saying, I can't get a car license, but I can get a motorcycle license. It's just 2 fewer wheels, right? Other than that, there's not much difference, and riding a motorcycle is cooler. Xia Guli twitched his mouth, so that's what you thought of? I thought something serious happened. Wait, no. Xia Guli frowned, the engine sound was getting closer. No way? Old Xia. Su Jiang stood up, his expression becoming serious. Get ready to fight back, that guy is coming. In the distance, Heikong was riding a motorcycle, swaggering towards the place where Su Jiang and the others were hiding. Su Jiang didn't expect that the other party would just randomly pick a place and happen to choose right. What a jinx. I'll hold him off. You run northeast, and Uncle Xia will come from that side. Don't be ridiculous. Can you hold him off alone? Then what's the point of you staying? Su Jiang shot him a sidelong glance and said, you threw away your knife. Now you don't even have a weapon. Are you staying behind as a hostage? Xia Guli's mouth twitched. Su Jiang's words made too much sense, and he couldn't refute them. Indeed, in this situation, staying would only hold them back. Damn, if I had known, I would have asked Guo Lu for a gun too. Fine, you hold on. I'll bring the Xia family to rescue you soon. After saying that, Xia Guli turned and ran without looking back. Su Jiang watched, his eyes twitching. Aren't we buddies? You're really running away? Not dragging your feet at all? At least show some emotion. Ah, I'm really fed up. Su Jiang sighed, took out his pistol, and looked at Heikong in the distance, taking a deep breath. It had come to this, he could only act. Without hesitation, Su Jiang activated his gun shadow flow and charged out. Bang! 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 In a high-speed movement, he fired 3 shots at Heikong. Heikong reacted in time, using his palm to lift the front of the motorcycle, blocking the 3 bullets. At the same time, he looked at Su Jiang, a faint smile appearing on his lips. Found you. Bang! 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 Under the night sky, Su Jiang and Heikong kept shooting at each other. Heikong rode the motorcycle, shooting at Su Jiang while rapidly approaching him. Damn, isn't this cheating? In the state of gun shadow flow, Su Jiang moved backward at high speed while dodging Heikon's bullets. At the same time, Su Jiang frowned and looked around. The gunfire had attracted quite a few Mei family members' attention, and many were rushing towards his direction. If this dragged on, he would be surrounded tightly. Moreover, the pressure from Haesong was immense. He was on a completely different level than that woman, Rose. Damn it, how many more like him are there in the Wei family? Su Jiang thought while his hands moved swiftly, accurately shooting at the tire of Haesong's motorcycle. Bang! The tire was punctured by the bullet, and Haesong gripped the handbrake tightly, leaping off. Screech! The motorcycle screeched against the ground, producing a piercing sound. Haesong used the momentum to jump off the motorcycle and fired 2 shots at Su Jiang in midair. Su Jiang narrowly dodged them. You big fool, is that your shooting skill? I could shoot better than you when I was just born. With your shooting, you can only sit at the kids' table in our village. Su Jiang kept running while mocking Haesong. He couldn't afford to lose face. Moreover, his goal was simply to stall Haesong, waiting for Xie Guli to bring the Xie family to rescue him. So after taking out the opponent's motorcycle, Su Jiang's main objective shifted to escaping. Quick, Su Jiang is over there, catch him. Target spotted. Everyone, gather. Huh, strange, why is there only one person? I thought there were 2. Doesn't matter, the head of the family said our main target is Su Jiang. Su Jiang had previously exposed his identity, so he simply took off his mask. The Mei family had seen Su Jiang's photo before setting out. They even sent the photo in the group chat. So now, upon seeing that face, they knew he was Su Jiang. In an instant, not just Haesong, but all the Mei family members moved, fully committed to hunting down Su Jiang. Damn, why are you only chasing me? Xie Guli ran northeast. Why don't you go after him? That's the young master of the Xie family. If you catch him, the Mei family will dominate. Hey, did you hear? Xie Guli, the young master of the Xie family, ran northeast. At this moment, Su Jiang unhesitatingly chose to betray his teammate. There were just too many people. He was really struggling to hold on. Moreover, the time for the gunfire to fade was approaching. However, the Mei family members ignored his words, only wanting to catch Su Jiang. Who was Xie Guli? They didn't know him. Old Xie, hurry the hell up. Su Jiang lamented internally, and behind him, the Mei family members had already chased him down in their car. His 2 legs couldn't outrun 4 wheels. With a determined heart, Su Jiang turned around and fired. Bang! The person in the driver's seat was shot directly in the forehead and died on the spot. Screech! The vehicle braked, creating a harsh sound against the ground. At the same time, Su Jiang suddenly made a U-turn. He rushed to the side of the car, opened the door, pulled the person out, and jumped in. It was a seamless action. He had stolen the car. However, when Su Jiang sat in the driver's seat, he was dumbfounded. Damn, I forgot I don't have a driver's license. What do I do now? Through the rearview mirror, Su Jiang saw Haesong and the Mei family members were about to catch up. I can't worry about that now, just drive. Su Jiang gripped the steering wheel, slammed on the gas, and instantly felt a push against his back. The car roared loudly and then accelerated sharply. In an instant, he left the pursuing team far behind. Behind him, the pursuers were stunned. Who taught him to drive like that? Why does he make the sedan feel like a sports car? Stop chatting, the guy is about to get away, chase him. On the street, a black sedan sped by at an incredible speed. Strangely, even though it wasn't raining, the windshield wipers were on. It was clearly night, yet the headlights were off. The sedan zipped through like lightning, leaving only Su Jiang's startled voice in the wind. Why the hell is this a manual transmission? Su Jiang was in despair. With 3 pedals under his feet, he had no idea what to do with the other 2 besides the gas pedal. He just wanted to stop and go back to the driving school to practice manual transmission properly. Seeing that there were no pursuers behind him, Su Jiang gritted his teeth and pulled the handbrake, but his foot still didn't leave the accelerator. In Su Jiang's mind, how could he brake without stepping on the gas? Fortunately, even so, the car came to a smooth stop. It was just that this car might not be drivable anymore. Su Jiang opened the car door and slowly got out. He looked back and saw the car starting to emit smoke. But Su Jiang felt very excited. He thought he was incredibly strong right now. I can drive. Not only that, I even managed to shake off those people while driving. I knew I had a talent for driving. So what if Anro is a natural driving prodigy? Can she understand driving like I do? Besides, he was driving a manual transmission, while Anro only learned automatic. But now was not the time to congratulate himself. The Hate Sang group was about to catch up, and he needed to get away quickly. Su Jiang turned and walked into an alley, planning to find Xie Guli. Suddenly, he stopped in his tracks, his eyes wide open, staring ahead with an expression of disbelief. Why the hell are you here? On the street, Mei Zimin leaned against the car door, his gaze fixed intently on his phone. He had been watching the messages in the group, knowing that Su Jiang had not been caught yet. No wonder Wei Tiandu is concerned about him. He can still avoid capture in this situation. It seems the 7 people I sent out didn't die in vain. Just then, a call came in on his phone. Mei Zimin frowned and answered the call. Not good, head of the family. People from the Xie family have appeared in the northeast direction, and Xie Kangsheng is among them. They've sent quite a few people. They are likely here to assist Su Jiang. Xie Kangsheng? Mei Zimin raised an eyebrow. This old guy was really quick to arrive. But with him here, things would be much easier on his side. Have everyone gather in the northeast direction. I'm heading over immediately. Mei Zimin got into the car and said calmly. But head of the family, what about Su Jiang? I said everyone. Understood. In the northeast direction, Xie Guli looked at the dense crowd of Xie family members in front of him, completely stunned. Were they here to rescue someone or to start a war? Why did he feel like his father had ulterior motives for coming this time? Why are you the only one here? Where's Su Jiang? Anro looked around, not seeing Su Jiang's figure, and quickly asked, where is he? He stayed behind to hold them off and let me come find you first, Xie Guli hurriedly said. We need to hurry and support him. He might not hold out much longer. Upon hearing that Su Jiang hadn't escaped yet, Anro immediately panicked. After all, that was the Mei family, not on the same level as the Feng family of Jiangdu. Not to mention that Wei Tian's people were also pursuing him. It was likely a dire situation. Uncle Xie, we need to hurry and save Su Jiang. Anro turned to look at Xie Kangsheng. Xie Kangsheng did not respond to her but looked ahead with a serious expression. Not far ahead, people from the Mei family were continuously pouring in from all directions. Clearly, the news of their appearance had already spread. Head of the Xie family, please wait here for a moment. Our head of the family will arrive shortly. I'm sorry, but you cannot pass through here until our head of the family arrives. Xie Kangsheng showed no surprise at this statement. He had long known that the Mei family wouldn't just let him lead such a large group through, but this was enough for now. At least it would keep the Mei family from having the energy to capture Su Jiang. Seeing this, Anro's anxious expression deepened. Suddenly, her phone vibrated, and a message came through. Su Jiang is fine, don't worry. The moment she saw the contact's name, Anro's anxious heart instantly calmed down. Since he said it's fine, then Su Jiang must be fine. At this moment, Xie Guli was drenched in sweat. Having run like crazy all the way here, he felt he had never run so much in his life. His phone step count must be in the tens of thousands. Dad, if it really doesn't work, let's just go for it? Xie Guli leaned close to Xie Kangsheng's ear and whispered, we won't cause trouble, but we're not afraid of it either. The Mei family is already bullying us, and you can still tolerate this? What if Su Jiang's life is still uncertain? Hearing this, Xie Kangsheng glared at him with gritted teeth. On the way here, he had already investigated the whole situation. These two audacious guys actually dared to go to the Mei family to assassinate Wei Tian. Now they still had an innocent look on their faces, making it seem like the Mei family was the one trying to assassinate them. Shut up, Su Jiang will be fine, Xie Kangsheng said firmly. We have more important things to do now. What things? Xie Guli asked curiously. And how do you know Su Jiang is fine? Because I'm your father. Xie Kangsheng shot him a glare and said irritably, shut up and go back to stay put. Every day, you just bring me trouble. Xie Guli was scolded into silence, sulking as he went to the back, secretly cursing his old man. With so many people watching, he didn't even know to save some face for himself. If this got out, how would he maintain his status as the young master of the Xie family? Soon, after a brief standoff, Mei Zimin arrived at the scene by car. Mei Zimin got out and casually scanned the Xie family members, smiling as he said, Xie family head? What do you mean by this? We've been cooperating for so many years, and it's not appropriate to be so tense, is it? Upon hearing this, Xie Guli immediately felt a surge of anger. The Mei family wanting to stab them in the back was something they both knew well. Even now, they were still pretending to be innocent, as if the Xie family was in the wrong. Mei Zimin, what are you pretending to be? Xie Kangsheng said with a faint smile, I'm too lazy to talk to you right now. You're not worthy of it. Bring Wei Tian over. I have something to say to him. Upon hearing this, Mei Zimin's pupils constricted. It seemed that Xie Kangsheng knew more than he had imagined. Since that was the case, Mei Zimin also stopped pretending and said directly, Wei Xiao has already left the Mei family. If you have something to say, tell me, and I'll pass it on to him. It's useless to tell you. Call Wei Tian, Xie Kangsheng said lightly, otherwise, today we'll just go to war. As soon as these words were spoken, the atmosphere between the two sides became tense. Xie Guli looked at Xie Kangsheng's back in confusion. Wait, Dad? I asked you to come save someone, and you really came to start a war? So suddenly? Mei Zimin frowned deeply, suspiciously sizing up Xie Kangsheng. He couldn't figure out what was going on with Xie Kangsheng now. This guy wasn't like this before, was he? Why was he so tough today? Xia Kong-san, are you joking? What do you think? Xia Kong-sang extended 3 fingers and said, I'll count to 3, either you call, or you hit my Xia family. 3. Attack. What the hell? What about 1 and 2? Mei Zimin looked at Xia Kong-sang in disbelief, realizing that this old man was actually so shameless. Who cares about those 2 numbers? A real man only needs to remember 3 to survive in this society. Wait, I'll make the call. Mei Zimin gritted his teeth and said, Is it okay if I call? He felt like crying. He had never been so humiliated in his life. It was like a scholar meeting a soldier, unable to explain himself. Xia Kong-sing's hand was raised halfway and stopped in the air. Looking at Mei Zimin, he said irritably, Wouldn't it have been easier to do this from the start? Mei Zimin glared at Xia Kong-sing, took out his phone, and called Wei Tian. Hello? Have the people been captured? It's like this, Wei Xiao. Mei Zimin briefly explained the current situation. Xia Kong-sing has something to say to me? Wei Tian frowned and then said, Give him the phone, I want to hear what he has to say. Mei Zimin handed the phone to Xia Kong-sing. Hello, is this Wei Tian? It's me, what do you want to say? It's nothing important, just someone asked me to pass a message to you. Xia Kong-sing grinned and said, That person asked me to tell you that tomorrow night at 8, Ding Qiming will be leaving Shizhou University with his research results. On the other end of the line, Wei Tian's pupils contracted. Who asked you to pass this message? Well, I can't disclose that. Besides that, what else did he say? Let me think. Xia Kong-sing tilted his head, a thoughtful expression on his face. After a while, as if he suddenly remembered something, he said to Wei Tian, Oh right, that person also specifically instructed me to express gratitude on his behalf. Gratitude? Wei Tian had a bad feeling. Yes, he said that everything you have done for Xiang Qingtian over the years, he remembers it all, and he will definitely come to the Wei family to thank you in the future. Xia Kong-sing laughed. That's it, nothing more. Wait. Beep. Before Wei Tian could finish, Xia Kong-sing hung up the phone. In the hotel, Wei Tian gripped his phone tightly, his face filled with uncertainty. Xiang Qingtian. He didn't need to think to know that the gratitude Xia Kong-sing mentioned was certainly not a good thing. Damn it, who is it? Wei Tian suddenly looked up, realizing at that moment. Perhaps, from the moment he arrived in Shizhou, he had already fallen into someone's trap. Now that he wanted to leave, it would probably be difficult. A bunch of useless fools. On a certain street, Hae-sung was searching for Su Zhang's whereabouts alone. As for the Mei family members, they had all been called away by Mei Zimin. He couldn't keep them, after all. They had legitimate reasons to leave. The Xia family had come looking for trouble, and there weren't enough people. That was the reason. This made Hae-sung wish he could take a gun and eliminate them one by one. Originally, Su Zhang's one step on the gas had caused them to lose track of Su Zhang's exact location. Now that everyone had left, he was the only one left. What was there to find? He had initially wanted to call Wei Tian to report the situation and ask what to do next. But Wei Tian's line was busy. This left Hae-sung at a loss for what to do. Search? With Su Zhang's hiding skills, it was likely he wouldn't be found. Not searching? If Wei Tian blamed him later, he wouldn't be in a good position either. So Hae-sung just wandered the streets, casually looking around, openly slacking off. And in a certain corner, Su Zhang was running with excitement. Behind him followed a little raccoon, carrying a black backpack. The target, the Mei family. I really didn't expect that in Mingxia would send you too. Chirp chirp. I've been looking for you for a long time. TSK, you must be tired from running all the way here, right? Chirp chirp. I want to eat fish. Alright, later you can go ask Anro for some dried fish. Chirp chirp. I want fish, not dried fish. TSK, I forgot. I treated you like a silly cat. Dried fish probably isn't enough to fill your teeth. Su Zhang reached out and patted Laifu's head, continuing to run. Unlike before, he now had more than just a handgun. Not only was Laifu's backpack filled with a large amount of explosives, but he also had Li Kai's. Oh no, it was Su Zhang's own sniper rifle on his back. When did Li Kai's sniper rifle become Su Zhang's? Probably no one remembered that Li Kai had once been the top sniper of the Yin family. Sigh, it's all my fault. I was too dazzling and overshadowed old Li's brilliance. This is partly my fault. Su Zhang spoke with self-reproach, but his face was filled with an unprecedented smile. He couldn't wait to blow up the Mei family. After chasing me for so long, if I, Su Zhang, don't give you a little reward, how can I still call myself a model student? Reciprocity is a traditional virtue ingrained in our bones. How can we forget? We must give the Mei family a big gift in return. Meanwhile, the Mei family and the Xia family were still at a standoff. Xia Kong-sing hung up the phone and returned the mobile to Mei Zimin. Mei Zimin put the phone in his pocket, glanced at the Xia family members, and finally fixed his gaze on Xia Kong-sing. Xia family head, now that you've finished speaking, can we leave? Why the rush? It's rare for us to meet. Why not chat a bit? Mei Zimin's mouth twitched. Who was it just now that shamelessly claimed he wasn't worthy to talk to him? Now he wants to chat? Mei Zimin, considering our years of cooperation, let me secretly share some news with you. What news? Mei Zimin looked suspicious, eyeing Xie Kongsheng warily. Xie Kongsheng smiled and said loudly, "Don't meddle in Wei Tian's affairs, you have no chance of winning. If you stand on the same side as Wei Tian, no one will be able to protect you. While there's still time, pull back from the brink, join us, and take down Wei Tian, how about it?" Upon hearing this, Mei Zimin's eyes widened. Was Xie Kongsheng out of his mind? Was he trying to subvert him? The key point is, even if he wanted to subvert him, couldn't he at least avoid the people around? They're all from both families, how could he agree to such a thing right in front of them? And speaking so loudly, was he afraid they wouldn't hear? Wait, Mei Zimin's pupils constricted as he looked around, suddenly realizing, Xie Kongsheng, that old fox, said this on purpose. With so many people present, his words would definitely reach Wei Tian's ears. Even if he had no intention of rebelling, Wei Tian would be on guard against him. Xie Kongsheng, you bastard, Mei Zimin cursed inwardly. Then he said loudly, Xie Kongsheng, give up on that thought. If my Mei family didn't have Wei Xiao's support, we wouldn't have come this far. You could say, without Wei Xiao, there would be no Mei family today. You want me to betray Wei Xiao? Let me tell you, don't even think about it. Even if I, Mei Zimin, die, I will never have any ill thoughts towards Wei Xiao. So give up on that thought. Mei Zimin spoke with righteous indignation, his tone passionate. He showed resistance to Xie Kongsheng's attempt to persuade him to rebel. At least he had made his stance clear. Hearing this, Xie Kongsheng's mouth twitched. He knew Mei Zimin was just putting on an act. But this act was a bit too exaggerated, wasn't it? Anyone who didn't know would think Wei Tian had saved his whole family. Well, since that's the case, I won't persuade you any further. Xie Kongsheng shook his head regretfully and said, our two families' cooperation ends here. We will no longer be on the same path. Humph, you are so disrespectful to Wei Xiao. I don't wish to associate with you. Mei Zimin replied. Can you stop licking up to him? Xie Kongsheng was speechless. He had never realized before that Mei Zimin could be so shameless. Did he not feel any guilt saying these words? Then let's part ways here. After Mei Zimin finished speaking, he quietly watched Xie Kongsheng. Xie Kongsheng also quietly looked at him. After a long while, Mei Zimin couldn't hold back anymore. Aren't you all leaving? Do you really want to start a war? Who wants to start a war? Xie Kongsheng replied, we're just here to stroll around, is that not okay? With so many of you, you call this strolling? Traveling together, our Xie family is united. What's wrong with that? Xie Kongsheng said this without batting an eye. Where could he go now? He still had to wait for that kid Su Jiang to show up. Until Su Jiang was safely taken away, and Ro and the others wouldn't feel at ease. Mei Zimin thought for a moment and guessed Xie Kongsheng's intention. He was most likely waiting for Su Jiang to appear. So, is there any news about Su Jiang? Behind, Xie Guli asked Anro about the situation. Since just now, Anro had been trying to contact Su Jiang with her phone, but there had been no response, and now there was still no news. Seeing Anro shake her head, Xie Guli couldn't help but frown and worry. Could it be that something really happened to Su Jiang? No, we can't wait any longer. We must have Dad send someone in to look for him. Xie Guli made up his mind and was about to go find Xie Kongsheng to discuss this matter. Suddenly, a loud bang came from afar. Boom! Everyone was stunned and looked in that direction, falling into silence. All they could see was a burst of flames. Head of the family, that. It seems to be our home, one of the Mei family members stammered. Mei Zimin stood frozen in place, and after a long while, he finally reacted. His own home had been blown up, and Ro and Li Kai, who were originally worried about Su Jiang, rushed forward at the same time and grabbed Xie Kongsheng's hand. Uncle Xie, retreat. Xie Kongsheng? Aren't we waiting for Su Jiang? Wait for what? Li Kai cursed softly. That explosion was definitely caused by Su Jiang. Right. And Ro quickly nodded and said, Uncle Xie, we need to retreat now. If Su Jiang arrived, Mei Zimin might really go into a rage and start a war. Xie Kongsheng, you despicable scoundrel. Mei Zimin trembled with anger, pointing at Xie Kongsheng and gritting his teeth. I wondered why you were lingering here, but I didn't expect the dignified Xie family to use such despicable means. What a clever tactic to lure the tiger away from its mountain, bringing people to draw all my Mei family's members out while secretly sending someone to raid our home. What a good method, truly a good method. Xie Kongsheng was completely bewildered. No, I didn't mean it that way. I really didn't send anyone to blow up your house. I was just waiting for Su Jiang here. For a moment, Xie Kongsheng was also at a loss. What to do? He quickly explained, Mei Zimin, don't misunderstand. Calm down, I really didn't blow up your house. You're still quibbling. Mei Zimin was so angry he laughed. If it wasn't you, then who could it be? Could it be the inspection bureau? Those righteous guys would do such sneaky things? Or are you planning to pin the blame on the Wei family? You want to say it was Wei Tian who blew it up, so I would rebel? If it weren't for those two forces above, tell me, who else in the entire Shizhou has the ability to do such a thing besides your Xie family? Could it be that I blew it up myself? Xia Kongsheng opened his mouth, only to find he couldn't refute it. After all, Mei Zimin had a point. There were only a few forces in Shizhou capable of doing this. If he were in Mei Zimin's shoes, he would also suspect the same, no doubt about it. But the key was, this had nothing to do with him. He was innocent. Mei Zimin, I swear to you. Xia Kongsheng raised his hand and said seriously, if this was really done by someone from my Xie family, then my son will never have a good life in this lifetime. Xia Guli? No, Dad, you're swearing on me? If this really was done by our family, how am I supposed to live my life? Little did he know, Xia Kongsheng was also worried about this. What if this matter wasn't done by Su Jiang and really had something to do with the Xie family? He could use his son as a shield. This way, it would be a simple risk transfer. After raising a son for so many years, isn't it just to use him to take the blame at critical moments? Xia Kongsheng, you shameless old man. Mei Zimin couldn't help but curse when he heard Xia Kongsheng actually swearing on his son, directly voicing what Xia Guli was thinking. Just as he was about to continue cursing, the Mei family members couldn't hold back any longer. Head of the family, why don't we go back and put out the fire first? Yes, head of the family, if it keeps burning, there will be nothing left when we return. We can take revenge later, let's go back first, head of the family, master of the house. Seeing the Mei family members around him urging him, Mei Zimin forcefully swallowed back his curse. He glared fiercely at Xia Kongsheng. Xia Kongsheng, you wait for me, this isn't over. After saying that, Mei Zimin hurriedly led the Mei family members back to put out the fire. Xia Kongsheng stood there, looking innocent. He really wanted to keep Mei Zimin behind and tell him that it had nothing to do with the Xie family, but after thinking it over, he decided against it. If he really kept Mei Zimin behind, it might lead to a fight. After all, judging by how he looked just now, he was clearly about to explode with anger. Then he looked at Anro and stammered, so, shall we retreat? Anro nodded firmly, retreat. As for Su Jiang, don't joke, if it weren't for Su Jiang, Li would have had his head taken off and kicked like a ball on the spot. Li Kai looked at the flames from a distance, shaking his head repeatedly, feeling a sense of familiarity. Too familiar. It was still the familiar night, still the familiar explosion, still the familiar flames. Truly worthy of being the innate explosive saint body, he could only evaluate Su Jian like this. Lai Fu, run faster, it's the last place. After we blow up this building, we'll slip away, hurry. We won't blow up the cafeteria, we must respect good food, that's our bottom line, understand? Inside the Mei family, Su Jian was running through the sea of fire with Lai Fu. There was only one goal, to use up all the explosives in Lai Fu's backpack. Su Jiang didn't even wait to blow them up together, he blew them up one by one, directly detonating each explosive point he passed without a hint of hesitation. Boom! Another loud bang, and Su Jiang finally finished blowing up the last spot. Now, in the Mei family, there was almost no place left intact except for the cafeteria. Alright, let's retreat. Su Jiang led Lai Fu, ready to make a run for it. In a while, the Mei family members would be coming. Blowing up their lair like this couldn't be resolved with just an apology. Before the explosions, Su Jiang had deliberately left an escape route for himself. Damn! Hurry and put out the fire. Damn it, who is it? Heartless, simply heartless. First, salvage the supplies, get the important things out first. The voices of the Mei family members came from behind, and Su Jian was a bit surprised. The Mei family members were returning much faster than he had anticipated. Surround the area, that bastard must not have gone far. Right, we must catch him, if we don't kill him, my hatred won't be resolved. Woo woo, all my savings have been burned away. No way. Are they going to surround me again? Su Jiang frowned and quickened his pace. Seeing Lai Fu lagging behind, Su Jiang reached out and picked up the raccoon, carrying it as he ran. After leaving the Mei family, Su Jiang hesitated about which direction to run. The northeast direction was definitely not an option. The Mei family's main force was all over there. But the other directions were gradually being surrounded by the Mei family members, and at his speed, he wouldn't make it out before the encirclement formed. Young Master Su, over here. Hearing this shout, Su Jiang looked in the direction of the voice. He saw a black car parked by the roadside, and the person in the car was waving frantically at him. It was Hua Chang. What are you doing here? Young Master Su, time is tight. Get in the car first. Su Jiang nodded, carrying Lai Fu and quickly getting into the car. Hua Chang stepped on the gas, and the car roared, accelerating suddenly. At this speed, they could completely escape before being surrounded by the Mei family. Su Jiang let out a sigh of relief and looked at Hua Qing. how did you get here? Did you send Lai Fu? Hua Chang nodded while driving, saying, and Xiao specifically sent me to pick you up. After we arrived, Lai Fu went to find you based on the scent. I was afraid of being discovered, so I didn't follow Lai Fu. Then how did you know I was at the Mei family and coincidentally picked me up? And Xiao said, you are easy to find. Wherever there is an explosion, you will be there. Hua Qing smiled and said, so as soon as I saw the explosion here, I rushed over immediately. I didn't expect you, Su Xiao, to really be here. And Xiao is indeed insightful. In the back row, Su Jiang remained silent, feeling misunderstood again. An hour later, Xia Kongsheng returned to the Xie family with his people. Upon entering the living room, Anro and Li Kai were stunned in place. On the sofa, a man was drinking tea, and when he saw them come in, he smiled and waved hello. Go, Laoan. Anro blinked and asked, why are you here? And Mingjie stood up, smiling wryly, the situation here is so complicated. How could I sit in Jiangdu at ease? After Li Kai called him to ask for explosives, and Mingjie thought it over and decided to come to Shizhou in person. After all, with Su Jiang around, these people worked too roughly. Aside from being reckless, they didn't think at all, which made him very uneasy. Moreover, after Zhang Yi spoke with Su Jiang on the phone, he remained worried, fearing that Su Jiang would ruin everything. So he specifically asked in Mingjie to come, to keep an eye on Su Jiang and control the situation. Sure enough, as soon as he arrived in Shizhou, he was informed of Su Jiang's assassination of Wei Tian. Although the journey was tiring, and Mingjie had no choice but to urgently contact Xia Kongsheng to make arrangements based on the current situation. Hua Chang and Lai Fu were the first he sent over. He knew best what Su Jiang needed. Lai Fu was responsible for delivering explosives and guns to Su Jiang, ensuring he had enough ammunition. Hua Qing's purpose was to support Su Jiang, and in Mingjie's view, once Su Jiang got the explosives, he would definitely take action. So he specifically instructed Hua Qing that where there was an explosion, there would be Su Jiang. It was also because of An Mingjie that Xia Kongsheng did not directly confront the Mei family but instead restrained Mei Zimin. After doing all this, An Mingjie dragged his weary body and slowly made his way to the Xia family. Just as he sat down and took a sip of tea, Anro and the others returned. So, when you sent me the message, you were already in Shizhou? Anro raised her phone, which displayed the message telling her that Su Jiang was fine. Yes, although I wasn't on site, I had someone from the Xia family keep me updated on the situation in real time on my phone. Seeing that you seemed a bit anxious, I sent you that message. Hua Qing just told me that he has already picked up Su Jiang and is on his way here. You should be able to see him soon. After saying this, An Mingjie let out a long sigh and stretched his neck. He was quite exhausted from the night and just wanted to get a good night's sleep. And Mingjie turned to Xia Kongsheng and said, Xia family head, I might need to stay at the Xia family for the next few days. Ha ha ha, no need to be so polite. I'll have the butler prepare a room for you right away. Since you are in Xingchang's son, just call me Xia Shu like Ro Ro does. Xia Kongsheng replied with a smile, looking at An Mingjie with admiration. There was also a hint of jealousy. Why could that bastard in Xingchang have such an outstanding son, and even a daughter as beautiful as her? Then I'll trouble you, Xia Shu. Also, Director Zhang asked me to send his regards to you. Zhang Yi? That guy actually remembers to greet me? Xia Kongsheng chuckled, nodded, and said, I see, you should go rest now, you've really worked hard tonight. And Mingjie nodded lightly, finished his tea in one gulp, grabbed his suitcase from the side, and walked up to Anro. He reached out, habitually ruffled Anro's hair, and said, when Su Jiang comes back, let him come to my room to find me. I have something to tell him. Oh, Anro pouted, a bit displeased with An Mingjie's public display of affection. How old are you, yet you still rub your own head every day? I wonder if she's been losing some hair lately. Sure enough, the next second, An Mingjie withdrew his hand, looking at the few strands of hair in his palm, and complained, Tisk, you've been losing hair quite seriously lately. What's it to you? College students lose hair too, okay? Anro retorted anxiously. Who said that? I didn't lose hair when I was in college. You're so annoying. Hurry up and go to your room. Anro pushed in Mingjie, wishing she could hit him a couple of times if there weren't so many people around. Does she not care about her image? She's a girl, after all. How could An Mingjie talk about her hair loss in front of so many people? Besides, it's not like she's losing a lot, just a few strands. Alright, I'll go by myself. And Mingjie was pushed out by Anro, looking a bit helpless. At the door, the two who were playfully shoving each other bumped into Xia Guli. Anro quickly withdrew her hand and introduced An Mingjie. This is Su Jiang's friend, Xia Guli. Upon hearing this, An Mingjie extended his hand to Xia Guli and smiled. Hello, I'm Anro's brother. My name is An Mingjie. Has my sister caused you a lot of trouble these past few days? Thank you for your hard work. And no problem. Xia Guli quickly reached out to shake An Mingjie's hand while curiously sizing him up. He had heard Su Jiang mention An Mingjie before, but he never expected him to be so young. He couldn't believe that this amiable person in front of him was actually the leader of a prominent family. He looked only a few years older than himself, yet he had developed the Yin family to its current state all on his own. Xia Guli genuinely admired in Mingjie. Olden. At that moment, Li Kai chased after them and said to Mingjie, "Didn't you say you were bringing the firearms over? Where's my sniper rifle?" He had been feeling uncomfortable these past few days, constantly regretting not bringing his sniper rifle to Shizhou. He had already fallen to the point of dragging Su Jiang down, which Li Kai couldn't tolerate. He wanted to rise up. He wanted Su Jiang to know that he, Li Kai, also had combat power. "Your sniper rifle?" And Mingjie asked in confusion. "When did you get a sniper rifle?" Li Kai's mouth twitched. "Olden, stop joking. Just teasing you. Your rifle is with Su Jiang. You can ask him for it later." After saying that, and Mingjie dragged his suitcase and followed the butler to his room, leaving Li Kai alone in the wind, feeling disheveled. "The rifle is with Su Jiang? Can he even get it back?" Su Jiang would be crazy to give it back to him. Li Kai felt a bit depressed. In such a large family, they couldn't even gather 2 sniper rifles. But he couldn't blame Mingjie. After all, not every family has a sniper. Before Su Jiang appeared, the Yin family only had Li Kai as a sniper, so they hadn't bothered to get more rifles. Li Kai sighed. It seemed he could only think of a way to see if he could find an opportunity to get another sniper rifle in the future. Or maybe ask the inspectorate for one. After all, he was now under Su Jiang and also a member of the Special Operations Agency, so he could be considered half a member of the inspectorate. Just asking for a sniper rifle, the inspectorate should be able to provide that, right? Li Kai thought to himself. An hour later, Hua Chang brought Su Jiang back to the Xie family. Screech! Hua Chang made a stylish drift into the parking space, leaving Su Jiang stunned. "Hua Zi, you're amazing. Where did you learn to drive like that?" Su Jiang's eyes lit up. He wanted to learn that too. The driving school instructor didn't teach him how to drift. What a low rating. Hearing Su Jiang say this, Hua Chang felt delighted and replied, Su Xiao, to be honest, before I joined the Yin family, I was a race car driver." "Then why did you stop?" Upon hearing this, Hua Chang's expression dimmed a bit, revealing a hint of nostalgia, his tone carrying a touch of weariness. "Because that day, I lost. A few years ago, I stood at the pinnacle of racing, full of ambition, when I was challenged by an unknown little figure. That day, he invited me to race at Akina Mountain in the evening. I still remember, he drove a wooling car, skillfully navigating the turns using the drainage ditch. That night, I lost miserably, and from then on, I no longer considered myself a racer, but instead joined the Yin family, becoming a part of it." "So impressive?" Su Jiang looked at Hua Chang with a hint of admiration. "I never expected you had such a past. Su Xiao, if you really want to learn to drive, perhaps you could find the person who beat me. His driving skills are far beyond mine. From what you say, that person is indeed a hidden master." "What's his name?" "After he beat me back then, he told me his name was Zhang Qi, the king of Bainbuluk." Hua Ching sighed. "Su Xiao, if you can find him and have him teach you to drive personally, I believe you will definitely be able to get your driver's license. If I can't get a license under his guidance, I can't imagine how bad that person must be." "Why aren't you speaking, Su Xiao? Are you okay, Su Xiao? You don't look too well." I'm fine." The excitement on Su Jiang's face had vanished, replaced by a look of dejection. He silently opened the car door and got out, ignoring Lai Fu's calls. Hua Qing's words echoed in his mind, and Su Jiang bit his lip hard to keep the tears from flowing. At that moment, he had completely given up on the idea of getting a driver's license. Hua Cheng's words shattered his last glimmer of hope. With a sigh, Su Jiang walked into the Xie family home, head down. Humph. As soon as he entered, Su Jiang heard Anro snort coldly. "You still know how to come back." Anro blared at Su Jiang through gritted teeth. Seeing this, Su Jiang thought to himself that it was bad. "It's over. Li Kai, that big mouth. Didn't we agree that he shouldn't let Anro know? Now it's all ruined." "Ahem. Ro, you're still awake?" Su Jiang forced a smile. "I'll deal with you later." Anro shot him a fierce glare and said, "My brother is in the room upstairs. He asked you to come find him, saying he has something to discuss with you." "And Mingjie? He's also in Shizhou?" Su Jiang was a bit surprised. Hua Qing hadn't mentioned this to him. He had thought Mingjie had only sent Hua Qing and Lai Fu to deliver something to him. He didn't expect that he himself had come to Shizhou. "Alright, I'll go find him now." Su Jiang hurried upstairs, feeling that every second spent with Anro was a second too long for his life. "Come find me after you're done," Anro said to Su Jiang. Su Jiang paused, turned back awkwardly, and said, It's not really appropriate at this hour, is it? You didn't think it was inappropriate when you snuck into my room at night before? That was then, this is now." Anyway, if I don't see you later, you're dead. With that, Anro went back to her room alone. Clearly, Anro was still a bit angry about Soo-jung's behavior tonight. She had spent the whole night worrying about him, and not beating him up didn't satisfy her anger. Soo-jung sighed, estimating that he couldn't escape a beating tonight. All because of Lee Kai's big mouth. Was it really that hard for Uncle Sia to sneak in with people? No, I can't suffer this alone. It's not like I did this alone. Why should that guy Sia Guli get off scot-free? So, Soo-jung took out his phone and sent a message to Shangwan Lu. Tonight's incident was all instigated by Sia Guli. I'm innocent. After reading it, Soo-jung thought for a moment and added a note at the end. This message involves confidential information from the Inspection Bureau. Please delete after reading. This way, Sia Guli shouldn't know that it was him who sold him out. As for what happened tonight, it is likely that Shangwan Lu will receive the information. He believes that Sia Guli will understand his actions. After all, they are brothers, and it is only right to share difficulties. After sending the message, Soo-jung tucked his phone into his pocket, feeling much more balanced. He walked upstairs and knocked on Mingjia's door. Come in. Soo-jung pushed the door open and immediately saw Mingjie studying documents at his desk. You're back? Seeing that it was Soo-jung, Mingjie put down the documents and jokingly scolded. You really know how to get me into trouble. You've only been in Shizhou for a few days, and you've already stirred up the situation like this. This has nothing to do with me. Trouble came looking for me. Soo-jung casually pulled over a chair and sat down, then asked, Did old Zhang send you? Yes, he's worried about you, so he asked me to come and keep an eye on you. Is that all? Of course not. And Mingjie smiled and said, The Wang family from Jiangdu has made a move. They've secretly infiltrated Shizhou, probably as a backup for the Wei family. So Director Zhang asked me to bring your people over to help. My people? Soo-jung pointed at himself in surprise. Yes, people from the Special Operations Agency. And Mingjie explained, they haven't been exposed yet, just like the Wang family. I've let them lie low in Shizhou. If the Wang family doesn't act, then they won't either. Otherwise, they are meant to deal with the Wang family. Soo-jung frowned at this. He hadn't expected the situation in Shizhou to involve the Wang family. So Wang Xuelin is here too? No, he isn't. And Mingjie replied, according to my investigation, he cut ties with the Wang family when they moved to Jiangdu. Now he's just an ordinary barbecue restaurant owner. That's good. Soo-jung nodded. After all, Wang Xuelin is Wang Xiang's uncle. If he really stood on the opposing side, he wouldn't know how to handle it. Alright, let me tell you about Director Zhang's plan. And Mingjie picked up the documents on the table and handed them to Soo-jung, saying, So you won't be completely in the dark and mess up their plans later. Tisk, old Zhang doesn't trust me. Soo-jung took the documents and listened as Mingjie explained the upcoming arrangements. Half an hour later, in Mingjie's room, Soo-jung roughly understood Director Zhang's plan through Mingjie's explanation. So, old Zhang is colluding with Director Shangwan here, using Ding Qiming as bait to try to kill Wei Tian? Soo-jung paused, then added with some confusion, if that's the case, since Wei Tian is already here, why not just use a swarm tactic to surround and kill him? Why make it so complicated? This is Shizhou, their home turf. Are they really afraid of Wei Tian? And Mingjie shook his head gently. In my opinion, their goal is probably not just to kill Wei Tian. Although Director Zhang told me the plan, he must have concealed some details. I can roughly guess that they want to exhaust the Wei family's strength to the maximum. Tonight's assassination probably made Wei Tian alert. He should be mobilizing more of the Wei family's forces to come to Shizhou for reinforcement. And Mingjie smiled and continued, moreover, although we told him that Ding Qiming would leave Shizhou University at 8 o'clock tomorrow night, Wei Tian is a smart person, he definitely won't foolishly wait until 8. He will gather his people as quickly as possible, wanting to catch us off guard. So tonight, all the students at Shizhou University have been evacuated, and now there are only people from the Inspection Bureau inside the university. Tomorrow's main bath's specific detailed plan has already been clearly explained to him by Mingjie. When the time comes for war, he only needs to bring the Special Operations Agency, that is, Yang Ming and those people, to guard the periphery. As long as the Wang family does not move, they will not move. Even if the people from the West Prefecture Inspection Bureau fall into a disadvantage, as long as the Wang family does not act, they absolutely cannot move. Alright, that's all I have to say to you. If you have nothing else, you can go back and rest, and Mingjie said, but saw Soo-jung standing still. What's wrong? Do you have something else? Well, I want to ask you something. Soo-jung rubbed his hands, looking at Mingjie with a sheepish smile. It's just that, if I want to propose to the Yin family, how much betrothal gift do you plan to ask from me? Betrothal gift? And Mingjie raised an eyebrow at the word. Then, he asked in confusion, Soo-jung, you're not planning to marry my sister right now, are you? No, I'm just asking out of curiosity. Anyway, I will have to marry her eventually, so I'm just preparing in advance. Su Jiang scratched his head and laughed. I see. And Mingjie's eyes flickered. He saw through Su Jiang's little scheme at a glance and cursed inwardly. What a beast. His sister has just started her freshman year in college, although she is indeed approaching the legal marriage age. But she just started college. And Mingjie smiled and extended a finger to Su Jiang. As for the betrothal gift, our family doesn't ask for much. After all, I can see your feelings for Ro. This is just a formality. So I won't ask for more from you, just give me 10 million. 10 million. Upon hearing this number, Su Jiang's mouth twitched. He thought he had misheard. However, when he saw the mischievous smile on Mingjie's face, Su Jiang knew that Mingjie was targeting him. This is too much. Where is he supposed to find 10 million? And Mingjie is acting just like old Zhang now, casually throwing around the figure of 10 million. He is still just a student, his monthly salary is only 15,000, and that's from old Zhang. When will he ever get 10 million? Su Jiang remained silent for a long time, then suddenly looked up at Mingjie and said, how about I just marry into your family instead? Our family does not accept marrying in, it's against the family rules, and Mingjie said lightly. When did your family have this rule? I didn't know about it. Just now, I added it. And Mingjie, you are deliberately targeting me. I have bled for your family, you can't be ungrateful. Oh, and Mingjie's expression was somewhat surprised. If you want to be so clear about this, then I have to calculate it with you. You blew up the Feng family's factory in Jiangdu, and then later blew up the inspection bureau. All the repair and aftermath costs were covered by us. It adds up to about 1 or 2 million, right? And those firearms and ammunition you used, I won't mention the guns, but the explosives from the family's stock were mostly used by you, and those things are quite expensive. I won't charge you for the bullets, consider them a gift. Let's say a total of 5 million. And when you traveled in Jiangdu, there were several times you hitched a ride in the family's car, you should at least pay for the fare, right? And you kept that little raccoon at my house. After raising it for so long, you should settle the expenses, right? And Mingjie counted on his fingers, item by item. After finishing, he took a deep breath and looked at Su Jiang. If we calculate it this way, you now owe our family almost more than 10 million. Su Jiang's eyes widened, looking at Mingjie in disbelief. Wait, buddy, just by casually saying a few words, I owe your family over 10 million? What kind of repairs and aftermath could cost 1 or 2 million? That little bit of ammunition can be worth 5 million? And that little raccoon, how much can it eat at your house? And Mingjie, this is pure extortion. I'm going to report you to the inspection bureau. Su Jiang trembled with anger, pointing at Mingjie, furious. TSK, extortion? And Mingjie looked at Su Jiang with a hint of amusement. Have you forgotten how you got that new car? If you report me to the inspection bureau, let's see if they catch you first or me first. I still have that, Anro expense list. You used to extort me back then, it can serve as evidence. Su Jiang was left speechless by Mingjie's retort. After 2.5 seconds of deep contemplation, Su Jiang decided to back down. Those who know the times are wise. Well, Ngu, Su Jiang said with a flattering face, just pretend I never said that. Let's act like nothing happened tonight, okay? What bride price? What marriage? Let's put those things aside for now. The important matters come first. We will be family sooner or later. Talking about money is too hurtful to our feelings. Oh, right. I suddenly remembered Ro is still waiting for me. I have to go now. If I'm late, she'll be angry. You take care, and good night. With that, Su Jiang walked out the door without hesitation, not dragging his feet. The best strategy is to retreat. Tonight, Mingjie was a bit too strong. Another day will be for battle. Humph. And Mingjie watched Su Jiang's departing figure and snorted coldly. Letting you find trouble for me day after day. Fortunately, he received Director Zhang's advice that money could keep this kid in check. Want to marry my sister? Then you can slowly earn that 10 million. One earns without a word. After leaving Mingjie's room, Su Jiang went downstairs, turned back, and glared fiercely at Mingjie's door, clenching his fists. Damn Mingjie, just wait for me. 10 million. You are forcing me. When the time comes, I will directly cook the rice with Anro, the kind that is thoroughly cooked. Let's see if you still want that 10 million. After calming himself down, Su Jiang walked to Anro's door. Taking a deep breath, Su Jiang put on a wronged expression and forced out 2 drops of tears. Then, he pushed open Anro's door. Whoa, Ro, you don't know, your brother just bullied me. As soon as Su Jiang entered, he began to complain first. He threw himself into Anro's arms like a child, burying his face in her chest and rubbing it hard. Whoa, he bullied me, he extorted me, he opened his mouth and asked for 10 million. He's simply inhuman. Woo. And Rose sat by the bed, looking at Su Jiang, who was tightly hugging her, feeling a bit dazed. What's going on? Why is he crying like this? My brother. Extorted you? Anro looked at Su Jiang with suspicion, her face full of disbelief. You extorted my brother, maybe that would be more believable? Soon, Anro understood that Su Jiang was trying to joke around to divert her attention. Get up, Anro said sternly. I won't get up. Su Jiang buried his head tightly in Anro's embrace, acting like a spoiled child. Seeing this, Anro sighed lightly. Get up, I forgive you for tonight's matter. Really? Su Jiang raised his head. Anro instantly picked up a pillow and hit Su Jiang. Fake. Su Jiang hurriedly covered his head, enduring Anro's repeated pillow attacks, secretly thinking, damn, Ro has learned badly. Now she can even lie. And she lies without batting an eye. I wonder who she learned it from. I told you to carry out an assassination. I told you to act wronged. I told you to call Su Jiang. Anro was beating Su Jiang while listing his various misdeeds. It's a pity Li Kai wasn't there. Otherwise, this precious video would definitely circulate in the An family for a long time, second only to the video of Anro beating in Mingjie. I was wrong. I won't dare next time. Su Jiang quickly begged for mercy. I believe you, my foot. Anro said angrily, your credibility with me has long been zero. I would rather believe that Fu Gue can do a backflip than believe you can settle down. Upon hearing this, Su Jiang weakly replied, don't say that. Fu Gue really might be able to do a backflip. He felt that as long as the little dried fish was in place, Diaoge could handle anything, let alone a simple backflip. After all, Diaoge was from the cat society, not someone to mess around with. Who said anything about a backflip? Anro hit Su Jiang again with the pillow. Su Jiang was at a loss. Wasn't it you who brought up the backflip first? Why are you being so unreasonable? Huff, huff. Anro seemed to be tired from hitting, breathing slightly. Then, she tossed the pillow aside and looked at Su Jiang with burning eyes. Take off your clothes, Anro said. Su Jiang. Ha, I said, take off your clothes. Anro repeated. This isn't really appropriate, is it? Su Jiang fidgeted. Your brother is still upstairs. Hey, what are you doing? Anro directly took action, swiftly removing Su Jiang's clothes. Su Jiang was a bit dazed. Was Anro being so proactive today? Should he comply or not? Soon, Su Jiang realized he was overthinking. Anro circled around him, carefully examining his body. Consider yourself lucky you're not injured. Anro mumbled, if I found out you were hurt, you'd be dead. Seeing her like this, Su Jiang found it somewhat amusing. After all that, she was just worried about him getting hurt? TSK, even at this point, she was still so proud. No wonder she was Anro. Hee, how could I get hurt? If I got hurt, my lovely girlfriend would be sad. I wouldn't be sad. Anro said nonchalantly, you do this every day. Getting hurt is just what you deserve. Alright, you can go out now. I want to sleep. No way? You called me to your room in the middle of the night, stripped me of my clothes, and now you want to kick me out? Su Jiang showed an incredulous expression. I don't care. You took off my clothes. You have to be responsible for me. Su Jiang started to act unreasonable. After saying that, regardless of whether Anro agreed or not, he directly lay down on the bed, covering himself with the blanket. Get up! Anro said unhappily. Su Jiang had messed up her bed. I'm not getting up. I'm sad. I want you to be responsible for me. What do you want then? Anro asked helplessly. I want to sleep in your room tonight. Fine, then I'll go sleep in your room. Anro turned around, planning to leave. Suddenly, Su Jiang reached out from under the blanket and pulled Anro in with a strong tug. Anro was pulled into the blanket. Su Jiang, what are you doing? Anro's words were cut off as Su Jiang kissed her. Anro gently slapped Su Jiang with her hand. Su Jiang remained unmoved. After a long while, they finally ended the kiss. Ha! Ha! Anro lay in Su Jiang's arms, breathing slightly. My brother is still here, she frowned. It's fine, as long as we don't say anything, he won't know. Su Jiang paused and added, besides, we've been living together, isn't it normal to sleep on the same bed? Moreover, he wanted to take things further. If they weren't sleeping in the same bed, how could that happen? Upon hearing this, Anro gave Su Jiang a light glare but didn't refuse anymore. After all, after these 2 days, she had started to get used to sleeping while hugging Su Jiang. Otherwise, she always felt like something was missing at night. Alright, but I warn you not to move around. Anro agreed but still threatened, if I find your hands being dishonest, I'll kick you out. This sentence made Su Jiang involuntarily recall the bizarre incident this morning when his hand inexplicably found its way inside Anro's clothes. Okay, I promise not to move, Su Jiang vowed to Anro. You know my character, right? I'm the most upright gentleman. You better be, Anro replied, then kicked Su Jiang's butt hard. Go take a shower first. You've messed up my bed. Su Jiang covered his butt and got out of bed, feeling wronged as he went to wash up. Taking this opportunity, Anro tidied up the disheveled sheets. The next morning, Su Jiang groggily opened his eyes. As expected, his hand had once again inexplicably found its way inside Anro's clothes. This bizarre incident had happened again. Su Jiang felt a chill run down his spine. Then he continued to move his hands skillfully. If this were at his own home, Su Jiang might have just started cooking with Anro. Ever since last night, when Mingjie mentioned the 10 million to him, Su Jiang's mind had been filled with thoughts of cooking. So his hands' movements became bolder without him even realizing it, lost in that wonderful sensation, completely unaware that Anro had already woken up. The moment she woke up, Anro felt Su Jiang's hand recklessly exploring inside her clothes. Instantly, all drowsiness vanished, and a blush spread across her cheeks. Su Jiang! Smack! After gritting her teeth and calling Su Jiang's name, a bright red handprint appeared on his face. You pervert! Didn't you promise your hands wouldn't move? How could you guarantee that last night? How can you still call yourself an upright gentleman? What kind of upright gentleman does this? Anro sat on the bed, arms crossed, sternly reprimanding Su Jiang for his lewd behavior. Su Jiang knelt in front of her, head down, not daring to say a word. Caught red-handed, he had become obedient. He didn't dare to cook anymore before the rice was even in the pot. After being scolded by Anro, Su Jiang left her room with his tail between his legs. To be precise, he was kicked out by Anro. Looking around and finding no one, Su Jiang secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, Mingjie and Li Kai were still asleep and hadn't woken up. Otherwise, seeing him come out of Anro's room with a handprint on his face, he couldn't imagine what they would think. And Mingjie would probably grab a knife and come at him. After washing his face in the bathroom, the handprint on his face gradually faded. After getting ready, Su Jiang quietly left the house. He had important business to attend to today. Hey, Lao Xia, what are you doing? As soon as he stepped out, Su Jiang ran into Xiaguli, who was holding a box. What's in there? Let me see. Curious, Su Jiang walked over and opened the box, instantly shocked. Inside the box were stacks of black flying knives. Wow, what are you planning to do with these? Su Jiang couldn't help but ask. You're not seriously thinking of taking such a big box to fight someone, are you? You don't know anything. Xiaguli shot Su Jiang a disdainful glance, then set the box down and opened his trench coat. See this? This coat is custom made. Xiaguli proudly shook his trench coat, saying, the inner pockets are designed to hold up to 81 flying knives. Let me tell you, yesterday I just didn't bring enough flying knives. If I had worn this coat yesterday and brought all 81 flying knives, we wouldn't have ended up being chased. I could have taken them all down by myself. Come on, if a sniper shot at you, you'd be obedient. Su Jiang secretly scoffed, treating Xiaguli's boastful words as if he hadn't heard them. So, where are you planning to go? Su Jiang asked. To Shizhou University. Xiaguli naturally said, Lulu is over there with the inspectors, and as her boyfriend, I naturally have to go help her. Moreover, this is a great opportunity for him to gain some favor in front of those people at the inspection bureau. Once he earns their recognition, he can publicly reveal his relationship with Shangguan Lu, and that would be a complete success. He could openly date then. Does Shangguan Lu know about your decision? Su Jiang asked. She doesn't know, and today is the Lantern Festival. I plan to give her a surprise by suddenly appearing in front of her. Upon hearing this, Su Jiang fell into deep silence. After a while, he said, then it's fine. I wish you good luck. A surprise? More like a shock, right? Su Jiang would bet that if Shangguan Lu didn't hang Xiaguli up and beat him afterward, he wouldn't be surnamed Su. TSK, he had to be there to take pictures for memories. What about you? What are you doing so early? Xiaguli asked. I'm going to find my silly cat and check on my subordinates to see if they're still alive. Su Jiang yawned, waved his hand at Xiaguli, and then left on his own. According to what Mingjie said last night, he had to contact Yang Ming and others early this morning to set up an ambush around Shizhou University. As for the raccoon, it was currently eating fish in the kitchen of the Xia family. After leaving the Xia family, Su Jiang casually hailed a taxi and told the driver the meeting point he had arranged with Yang Ming. As they drove, several fire trucks came into view. These firefighters really have it tough. The driver said while driving, I heard that a wealthy family had a gas tank explosion last night. That fire burned, and it took them all night to put it out. I wonder if there were any casualties. It looks like a lot of things were burned. Money and valuables are secondary. The most important thing is that people are safe, right, young man? Su Jiang, sitting in the back seat, remained calm and agreed, yes, as long as people are safe. That wealthy family really should be more careful with something as dangerous as a gas tank. Exactly. Let me tell you, these rich people just lack basic safety knowledge. The driver was clearly a talkative person, and seeing Su Jiang engage in conversation, he started chatting away. Soon, Su Jiang arrived at his destination. Perhaps because he was enjoying the conversation, the driver even gave Su Jiang a discount on the fare. The meeting point Su Jiang arranged with Yang Ming was precisely the park where they had captured Feng Zhe. Entering the park, Su Jiang spotted Yang Ming sitting on a bench from a distance. At that moment, Yang Ming sat there with a face full of despair. If I had known, I wouldn't have made that bet. When Director Zhang told him that Su Jiang had found Ding Qiming, Yang Ming felt like the sky had fallen. He remembered betting with Director Zhang that if Su Jiang could find Ding Qiming, he would honestly work under Su Jiang. But unexpectedly, just a few days after the bet, he lost. Upholding the good virtue of accepting defeat, Yang Ming followed Director Zhang's arrangement and took a night bus to Shizhou to find Su Jiang. Sitting on the bench, Yang Ming spotted Su Jiang from afar. Cautiously looking around, Yang Ming stood up and walked towards Su Jiang. Su Jiang, you finally came. Stop. Su Jiang raised his hand, signaling Yang Ming to stay put. Yang Ming was taken aback, wondering what trick was being played now. Su Jiang said in a low voice, code word. Yang Ming's mouth twitched as he recalled the code word Su Jiang mentioned last night. Isn't that unnecessary? Yang Ming said reluctantly, I'm already standing in front of you, do we still need a code word? Of course we do. Su Jiang said matter-of-factly, we're on a mission now, every detail must be attended to. In your opinion, this code might seem trivial, but it could play a significant role at a critical moment. Yang Ming, I'm not trying to criticize you, but you're supposed to be an experienced veteran. How can you not understand something so simple? And how many times do I have to say it? Use the code names during the operation. Alright, I get it. Yang Ming quickly interrupted Su Jiang. If this continued, when would they get to the main topic? Yang Ming bit his lip tightly, his face filled with shame and anger, stammering, grilled cold noodles. Loyalty. The code is correct. Su Jiang beamed with joy. Yang Ming felt so embarrassed that he wanted to find a crack in the ground to hide in. How humiliating. Is it just you? Su Jiang looked around. There's also Lu Zhang. We are acting together, but he said he didn't want to see you, so I let him stay at the hotel. Yang Ming paused and added, besides that, the other members of the Special Operations Agency are all scattered in Shizhou and haven't been discovered yet. Su Jiang nodded slightly at this. With Yang Ming managing things, he, the leader of the Special Operations Agency, felt like a hands-off manager. Even now, Su Jiang didn't know how many people were under his command. He only knew that there were people from the In family and the Inspection Bureau, and it seemed that Hua Qing was also involved. Tisk, why is Lu Zhang avoiding me? Su Jiang said unhappily. If everyone were like Lu Zhang, how would I lead this team in the future? Yang Ming remained silent, just looking at Su Jiang. You still think you can lead a team? Do you even realize you have a team? Does Lu Zhang avoid you, and you have no idea why? Yang Ming sighed, too lazy to discuss this with Su Jiang. After spending so much time together, Yang Ming had learned one thing: when with Su Jiang, it was best to talk less. Talking to Su Jiang was the greatest mental drain on himself. Let's get to the point. How are we arranging our people? Yang Ming asked. According to Mingxia, we don't know when Wei Tian's people will act, so we must hurry. After a moment of contemplation, Su Jiang said, you gather everyone in ambush near Shizhou University, waiting for my signal. Yang Ming frowned slightly at this. This will take some time because we can't be discovered, so we need to move carefully. That's your problem. I don't care, Su Jiang shrugged. I'm the boss, I just give orders. If the mission fails, that's on your lack of ability. This made Yang Ming clench his fists, wishing he could punch Su Jiang. Now he somewhat envied Lu Zhang for not having to face Su Jiang. Wait, Yang Ming suddenly realized that by rank, he was also Lu Zhang's superior. Resolving to have Lu Zhang relay messages next time, he thought, better to let a dead friend go than a living one. After calming himself, Yang Ming took a deep breath and gritted his teeth, saying, fine, I promise to complete the mission. Is that good enough? That's more like it. Su Jiang nodded in satisfaction. At that moment, Su Jiang felt that having a group of people under him indeed made many things much easier. What was that saying? If you can't lead a team, you'll have to do everything alone until you die. Now Su Jiang was not alone. Learn to lead a team, and you can have them help you until you die. By the way, this is what Director Zhang asked me to pass on to you. Yang Ming took out a red badge from his pocket and handed it to Su Jiang. This is the badge of our Special Operations Agency. Everyone has one, but yours is specially made. The other badges are ordinary gray, but yours, as the person in charge, is red. This also represents your highest authority. You must keep this badge safe because from now on, we only recognize the badge, not the person. Su Jiang took the badge and examined it carefully in his hand. The front of the red badge is different from the ordinary inspectorate's emblem. It features a pattern of a gun and a knife crossed. It looks quite impressive. That's the only way Su Jiang can describe it. On the back, there are two large black characters, Su Jiang, TSK, only recognize the badge and not the person? Su Jiang raised an eyebrow, with a mischievous tone. If I put this badge on my silly cat at home, wouldn't you all turn into the Meow Meow team? If you really do that, Director Zhang might kill you, Yang Ming warned seriously. This badge is extremely important. You must keep it safe and not let anyone steal it, understand? Don't worry, no one can snatch anything from me. Su Jiang patted his chest and assured him, if anyone dares to steal his things, they should be prepared for their family to be ruined. By the way, where's the stuff I wanted? Su Jiang asked again. That was the focus of his visit this time. Hearing this, Yang Ming turned around, bent down, and took out a handbag from under the chair. This is the explosives you wanted. There aren't many of these in the inspectorate, so I can only find this much for you. It's fine, this is enough. Su Jiang reached out to take the handbag, opened it, and indeed found it filled with explosives. The explosives brought by in Mingjie had been squandered by him the whole night yesterday, and Mingjie said that was the last stock, and the Yin family now had no explosives left. Fortunately, this time, Yang Ming and the others were out on a mission and brought some explosives, so Su Jiang had him bring it over today. Yang Ming had no objections. In fact, these explosives were originally prepared for Su Jiang, and he just brought them along. This stuff could only exert 200% of its effect in Su Jiang's hands. Alright, let's leave it at that. Contact me if anything comes up. Su Jiang waved his hand and turned to leave. Wait, where are you going? Yang Ming couldn't help but ask, aren't you the boss? Aren't you coming with us? Why should I go with you? Su Jiang turned back, puzzled. I always act alone, focusing on being adaptable. This time the opponent is the Wei family. They are all elite, not something the Feng family can compare to. Yang Ming said gloomily, can't we have a bit of organizational discipline? Elite? Su Jiang raised an eyebrow. I'm the one fighting the elite. After saying that, he walked away with the handbag containing the explosives without looking back, leaving Yang Ming alone in the wind, feeling disheveled. Young Master Wei, he will arrive in the afternoon. Inside the hotel, Lan Wu was reporting the situation to Wei Tian. Wei Tian listened while rubbing his shoulder. Although the gunshot wound from yesterday was treated in time, even with the best medicine, it would take several days to recover. And all of this was because of Su Jiang. After Lan Wu finished speaking, Wei Tian nodded lightly and then looked at Hei Song, who was standing nearby. Hei Song, how is the situation with the Mei family now? Wei Tian asked. The explosion yesterday caused heavy losses to the Mei family, but it should have been basically dealt with by now. Has the investigation found out who did the explosion? No, but I have a feeling it was Su Jiang. Oh, Wei Tian raised an eyebrow. Why do you think it was him? Hei Song shook his head and said, I can't explain it, but I just feel it was him. Hei Song, have you been scared silly by that kid? Lan Wu mocked. You brought so many people from the Mei family, and you didn't catch him. Now you tell me that guy, under your pursuit, actually turned around and bombed the Mei family? Is that possible? Hei Song fell silent. He knew it sounded a bit absurd, because the opponent was just one person, but he still insisted that the Mei family was bombed by Su Jiang. Discussing this now is pointless. The fact is that the Mei family has been bombed. Wei Tian stood up, took a deep breath, and said, Lan Wu, you go to the Mei family now and wait for my news. When our people arrive, we will start acting immediately. We can't really wait until 8 o'clock tonight. At this moment, Hei Song couldn't help but say, Young Master Wei, since they told you that Ding Qiming is leaving Shizhou University tonight, it means they have ill intentions. In my opinion, there must be someone lying in ambush at Shizhou University. Of course I know that. Wei Tian glared at him. This is their open scheme, clearly telling me that Ding Qiming is there, to see if I dare to go. Young Master Wei, who exactly would set such a trap for you? Lan Wu asked. Who else could it be? Wei Tian's eyes darkened as he said in a low voice, since they know Xian Qingtian is at the Wei family, it can only be those old guys from the former Capital Inspection Bureau. A bunch of old fossils. I didn't expect that even though the Capital Inspection Bureau has become a mere shell, they still haven't given up. After being silent for so many years, they're starting to stir again. Wei Tian stopped speaking at this point. The priority was to capture Ding Qiming. That was the most important thing. As for those old guys, there would be plenty of time to deal with them later. Wei Tian pondered for a moment and then said, Lan Wu, when the time comes, you take the Mei family to take down the Xie family first. If you find any suspicion of betrayal from Mei Zimin, or any strange behavior, don't hesitate, just kill Mei Zimin and then escape, understand? Lan Wu was taken aback by these words. Young Master Wei, do you mean, Mei Zimin will betray us? I can't rule out that possibility. Although Mei Zimin appears very loyal, he is also an old fox, so we must be cautious. In that case, why not control him now to avoid trouble later? No, he hasn't shown any rebellious intentions yet. If we act against him first, the other families under us will have their thoughts. Wei Tian said lightly, You just need to remember my words and follow them when the time comes. Lan Wu nodded slightly and then left the room to head to the Mei family. Without him, it would be difficult to take down the Xia family, and they might even be counterattacked by the Xia family. A core combat force is particularly important. After Lan Wu left, only Wei Tian and Haesong remained in the room. Haesong, when the time comes, you take a few people and act with me. On the Xie family's side, with the Mei family and Lan Wu holding them back, our target is Ding Qiming. The people from the Inspection Bureau are probably already lying in ambush at Shizhou University, just waiting for us to jump in. After hearing this, Haesang said in a low voice, Young Master Wei, should I go to Shizhou University now to scout the situation? If you go now, you're just looking for death. Wei Tian looked at Haesang speechlessly. He didn't need to think. If Haesang went, it would definitely be like a meat bun hitting a dog, no return. Everyone knew there were traps there, yet he still wanted to go and scout. Isn't it better to stay alive? Have Wang Boyan and the Wang family arrived? Wei Tian asked. They arrived an hour ago. Any movements from the Jiangdu Inspection Bureau? It seems there are none. Haesang said, according to the news received, the director of the Jiangdu Inspection Bureau and most of the agents are staying in Jiangdu, with no unusual activity. No strange occurrences at all? If you want to say there is, I don't know if it counts. What is it? I don't know why, but recently, the sales of playing cards at the convenience store near the Jiangdu Inspection Bureau have been particularly good. Almost every day there are people from the Inspection Bureau buying them. Haesang said in confusion, Young Master Wei, what do you think they're buying so many playing cards for? Could there be some conspiracy? Have you ever seen anyone use playing cards for a conspiracy? Wei Tian covered his face in silence. He had indeed heard that the Jiangdu Inspectorate was rife with a culture of laziness, but wasn't it said that things had been improved later? Why had it started again? Wei Tian didn't know. The culture of laziness had indeed been addressed. However, ever since the isolated battlefield, Jiangdu had become surprisingly peaceful, with the crime rate plummeting, and they hardly had any work to do. Moreover, Su Jiang, the king of laziness, set an example for them, clocking in every day without actually working, which had become the source of the inspectorate's laziness. Yang Ming had tried several times to eliminate this source, but he couldn't even find Su Jiang. Because sometimes, Su Jiang wasn't even at the inspectorate and still managed to clock in successfully, he didn't know how that was possible. In that case, the Jiangdu Inspectorate shouldn't interfere anymore, Wei Tian said, feeling a bit relieved. If even Jiangdu reached out, he would really think it might be impossible to win. Although the odds were in his favor, Wei Tian didn't want to take risks. Once the situation turned unfavorable, he would immediately run away without a moment's hesitation. Ding Qiming was important, but his life was even more important. Next, we just need to wait for the main force from the family to arrive, and we can act. Wei Tian leaned back on the sofa, slowly closed his eyes, and quietly waited. On the other side, Su Jiang held a bag of explosives in his left hand and a pack of dried fish he had just bought in his right. He returned to the abandoned building where he had fought with those 7 people that night. Humming a little tune, he climbed the stairs without making a sound. Sure enough, it's here. As soon as Su Jiang went upstairs, he saw a scene that left him speechless. There stood the silly cat on a high platform, surrounded by a group of stray cats sitting below. The usually carefree cat had a rare serious expression, scanning the cats around him before speaking. Meow, what is our goal? The stray cats below all meowed in unison, responding to the rich cat. Meow. Dried fish. Meow. What is our dream? Meow. Dried fish. Meow. What is our slogan? Meow. Meow. As long as the dried fish is in place, whether human or ghost, we'll take them down. Hearing this slogan, Su Jiang rubbed his ears, thinking he must have misheard. Were these cats really this wild? Would they risk their lives for dried fish? Luckily, he had bought some in advance, otherwise, it would have been troublesome. Ahem. Su Jiang gently coughed, instantly attracting the attention of all the cats. The strays straightened up, their eyes warily watching Su Jiang. Meow. Everyone, don't be nervous. Upon seeing that the newcomer was Su Jiang, the rich cat quickly spoke up. Meow. This human is my best friend, everyone doesn't need to be nervous. After this statement, all the cats immediately stopped being hostile towards Su Jiang and even meowed to greet him. This showed that the rich cat held a significant position among this group of cats. He had almost become the boss. No, he couldn't let his silly cat lose face. Biaoge, look what I brought you. Su Jiang smiled and raised the dried fish in his hand. Instantly, all the cats became excited, especially the rich cat. Hearing Su Jiang call him Biaoge, his tail almost shot up to the sky. He looked at Su Jiang with admiration, understanding. Soon, Su Jiang distributed the dried fish to the stray cats. The cats thanked Su Jiang one by one, showing remarkable politeness. Su Jiang even spotted the tabby cat that had been pinned down and beaten by the rich cat that day. It seemed to have been subdued and had become more obedient. And in order to solidify his position as the boss, the rich cat even refused to eat his share of dried fish, selflessly giving it to the other cats. Truly a big-hearted move. Su Jiang gave him a thumbs up. Diaoge, come here, let's discuss something. Su Jiang smiled and pulled the rich cat aside, whispering, silly cat, I've set up such a big scene for you. Helping me out wouldn't be too much to ask, right? Meow? What kind of help? It's like this. Su Jiang began to tell the rich cat about his plan. After speaking, Fugue gently nodded and gave Su Jiang a look. It's all good, brother. This matter is on me. Meow. But you have to give me some dried fish. Meow. A lot of dried fish. Meow. Because my little brothers also need to eat. No problem. Su Jiang said generously, after it's done, I'll let you eat dried fish until you're full. I'll prepare a dried fish buffet for you. Upon hearing this, Fugue's eyes lit up. He hurried back to tell the other cats about this. Thus, Su Jiang witnessed a scene of a group of cats cheering. Diaoge, I'll leave it to you. After Su Jiang finished speaking, he threw the explosives on the ground, waved his hand, and bid farewell to the cats. With Fugue in charge, that was enough. He trusted Biaoji's abilities. After all, they were just a few stray cats, easy to command. Moreover, with the huge temptation of dried fish, Su Jiang wasn't worried they wouldn't succeed. After doing all this, Su Jiang planned to stroll around the area near Shizhou University to survey the terrain. Meanwhile, in a corner of Shizhou University, Xiaguli lowered his head, ears drooping, and was being scolded. What are you doing here? Do you know how dangerous it is? I haven't even settled the score with you for last night, and you dare to come find me now? Shangguan Lu stood in front of him, her face flushed with anger. God knows how she felt when Xiaguli suddenly appeared before her. Xiaguli lowered his head and weakly said, I wanted to give you a surprise. Thanks a lot. Shangguan Lu replied irritably, and your clothes, hiding so many flying knives, aren't they heavy? These flying knives are made of special material, very light. Xiaguli explained, then added, and about last night, it was really Su Jiang who took me along. I was innocent. Then why did Su Jiang say you took him along? Shangguan Lu directly shoved the message Su Jiang sent last night into Xiaguli's face. As for the part about the inspectorate's top secret that needed to be deleted, Shangguan Lu pretended not to see it. Which inspectorate treats such matters as top secret? You two were bragging to me yesterday about going home, but you actually went to the Mei family, right? Xiaguli, have you learned to lie to me now? When Xiaguli saw the content of the message on his phone, his eyes widened, and upon checking the time, he realized it was sent last night. Su Jiang, you bastard. Even a dog wouldn't do such a dog thing. Xiaguli didn't expect that Su Jiang would actually be the first to complain, and he complained to Shangguan Lu. He really regretted not having killed Su Jiang when they chatted in the morning, but now he knew that if he didn't explain clearly, he might never see Su Jiang again in his life. He wouldn't even be able to see the moon tonight. Lulu, listen to me, you mustn't believe anything that guy Su Jiang says. Xiaguli looked at Shangguan Lu with sincerity. Really, I swear. I can swear on my character. Humph. Shangguan Lu snorted coldly and took back her phone. Knowing Xiaguli well, she certainly understood that it wasn't his idea. Shangguan Lu was just worried that Xiaguli would follow Su Jiang down the wrong path. What was once a good person was now doing all sorts of things since Su Jiang arrived, assassinations and explosions. Shangguan Lu was truly afraid that one day she would have to personally arrest Xiaguli. I'll deal with you later, but for now, you need to go back. I'm not joking with you. Shangguan Lu said seriously, it's very dangerous here. It's precisely because it's dangerous that I want to come. Xiaguli replied earnestly, if I'm not by your side now, how can I have the face to marry you in the future? Shangguan Lu wanted to say something else, but seeing the determination on Xiaguli's face, she knew that no matter what she said, he wouldn't go back. Sighing, Shangguan Lu compromised, fine, but you must listen to me and not act on your own. When I tell you to run, you must run, understand? Don't worry. Xiaguli patted his chest and laughed, I will definitely not hold you back. Shangguan Lu rolled her eyes at him and nodded lightly. Then, she began to worry again. How would she explain her relationship with Xiaguli to her colleagues later? Half an hour later, Shangguan Lu brought Xiaguli back to the place where everyone at the inspection bureau was. Since she wanted Xiaguli to stay, it was essential to interact with these people. Shangguan Lu casually glanced at everyone, then lightly coughed and spoke the words she had just thought of in her mind. Ahem. Let me introduce everyone, this is Xiaguli from the Xia family, who has come to help us. Currently, our inspection bureau and the Xia family are in a temporary cooperative relationship. During this special period, I hope that when the time comes to fight, everyone can treat Xiaguli as one of our own. After Shangguan Lu finished speaking, everyone fell into a brief silence. They certainly knew who Xiaguli was. After all, the Inspection Bureau had been targeting the Xia and Mei families for quite some time. When Xia Guli suddenly appeared and was anxiously pulled away by Shangguan Lu, they began to sense that something was off. These two, no matter how you looked at it, seemed wrong. Xia Guli stood beside Shangguan Lu and blinked. Seeing everyone silent, he stepped forward and said seriously to everyone, "Dear seniors of the Inspection Bureau, I believe you have all noticed, so I won't hide it any longer." Upon hearing this, Shangguan Lu quickly turned her head, shocked as she looked at Xia Guli. "Big fool, what are you doing? Our relationship can't be exposed yet." Before Shangguan Lu could open her mouth to stop Xia Guli, she heard him blurt out the next sentence. "Xia Guli, you. To be honest, our Xia family has long since reformed." "Ha!" Shangguan Lu was taken aback, and saw Xia Guli continue with a serious expression. "Recently, I believe everyone can see that our Xia family is no longer the same as before. As the future heir of the Xia family, I can assure you all, our Xia family will definitely be a law-abiding and good family in the future, and we will cooperate with all of you at the Inspection Bureau to contribute to the beautiful development of Shizhou. In the near future, I believe we will work hand in hand to create a new future and build a beautiful home in Shizhou together." Xia Guli's tone was passionate and expressive, filled with an incredibly strong infectiousness. By the end, his eyes were red, seemingly moved by his own fervent heart. It felt like a scene from a pyramid scheme. Clap, clap, clap. After finishing, Xia Guli didn't care about what the people at the Inspection Bureau thought and started clapping for himself. Then, some people in the Inspection Bureau began to clap along with him. The applause gradually grew enthusiastic. In the end, everyone in the Inspection Bureau applauded, recognizing Xia Guli's speech. "I had already noticed that the Xia family is different from other families. I was wondering why there haven't been any negative news about the Xia family lately, so that's how it is. Inspector Lu has already said that we are cooperating with the Xia family, so the director must also recognize the Xia family. Xia Guli is a good person." For a moment, everyone in the Inspection Bureau looked at Xia Guli with a hint of appreciation. In fact, their private evaluations of Xia Guli were not bad at all. Ever since Xia Guli started dating Shangguan Lu, he had been helping the Xia family cooperate with the Inspection Bureau's work in various aspects, easing the relationship between both sides. So everyone didn't have much rejection towards Xia Guli. Thank you all, I will definitely work hard." Xia Guli listened to their applause, tears welling in his eyes. At that moment, the situation had turned. The one who fell silent was now Shangguan Lu. She stood to the side, her eyes wide open, looking at Xia Guli in disbelief. "That speech just now, could it really have come from this wooden block, Xia Guli?" He even managed to add some drama to it, those red-rimmed eyes, the tears came just like that. If she didn't know Xia Guli's character well, she might have been swayed by those words too. Suddenly, Shangguan Lu was taken aback. She felt an inexplicable familiarity with Xia Guli's current appearance. Upon reflection, this look, this tone, wasn't it just like that night when Su Jiang cried and complained after killing those 4 people in the abandoned building? Damn Su Jiang! Shangguan Lu gritted her teeth, completely ruining Xia Guli. Before Su Jiang came to Shizhou, Xia Guli was nothing like this. After all that lying and acting, he had become incredibly skilled, even surpassing Su Jiang. After all, Su Jiang couldn't shed a tear, while Xia Guli's tears came easily. "Thank you all, I will definitely be here, living and dying with you all, fighting alongside my brothers until the last moment." Xia Guli clenched his fist, raising his hand high above his head, rallying the crowd. "For Shizhou! For Shizhou!" Everyone echoed. Secretly, Xia Guli gave Shangguan Lu an okay gesture. "Done." Shangguan Lu rubbed her forehead and sighed deeply. Although the process was a bit absurd, at least the outcome was good. The people from the Inspection Bureau had already begun to accept Xia Guli, which was undoubtedly a good thing for both of them. But Shangguan Lu was not optimistic. She knew that the biggest problem in this relationship was still her father, Shangguan Pingy, the director of the Shizhou Inspection Bureau. If he didn't relent, no matter how much the Inspection Bureau liked Xia Guli, it would be in vain. "Alright, let's confirm the plan we just discussed once more." Shangguan Lu clapped her hands and began to address the matter at hand. Group 1 will be responsible for patrolling the surrounding area to prevent the enemy from sneaking in. Group 2 will be stationed at the various locations we have deployed. Once they spot the enemy, they will attack directly. The others should ignore the sounds of attack and hold their positions. Finally, Group 3, led by me, will quickly support if we discover the enemy, working with Group 2 to eliminate them in the shortest time possible. If any other special situations arise, contact me immediately. Is there any other question? The people from the Inspection Bureau shook their heads. These arrangements had just been discussed. I have a small question. Xia Guli raised his hand and chuckled awkwardly. Which group am I in? Upon hearing this, Shangguan Lu shot him a glare and said irritably, "You will act with me." "Alright then." Xia Guli had no objections. Just as everyone was dispersing, Shangwan Lu seemed to remember something and quickly said, "Oh, there's one more thing. During the battle, if you encounter someone named Su Jiang, do not attack him, he is one of us. However, do not approach him, and definitely do not act with him. Whatever he does, pretend you didn't see it, understood?" Upon hearing this, everyone looked confused, not understanding what Shangwan Lu meant. Seeing their expressions, Shangwan Lu didn't know how to explain and could only say, in short, "Just do as I say, and don't mix with that guy." As she said this, she intentionally or unintentionally glanced at Xia Guli, not knowing who she was pointing at. "Understood, Inspector Lu." Everyone nodded. Although they didn't know why, it was always good to heed advice. "Thank you, Master." "You're welcome. Be sure to take care of your luggage and walk safely." Near Shizhou University, Su Jiang opened the car door and stepped out. Su Jiang did not plan to enter Shizhou University, he was only here to survey the surrounding terrain. Inside Shizhou University was the stronghold of the Inspection Bureau, and unless there was something particularly special, he wouldn't go in. After all, he had always been law-abiding. Su Jiang's task was to lead a special operations team to lie in ambush on the outskirts to prevent a sudden attack from the Wang family. After walking several streets, Su Jiang saw no one. The people from the Inspection Bureau had sealed off the nearby roads in advance, claiming they were under construction. The taxi Su Jiang had just taken was unable to enter for this reason. "Tisk, isn't this just telling Wei Tian that there are ambushes everywhere? If Wei Tian has any sense, he shouldn't come here, right?" Su Jiang smacked his lips, shoved his hands into his pockets, pulled out a lollipop, popped it into his mouth, and walked with a swagger. He looked just like a street punk. After wandering around, Su Jiang found that there weren't many places suitable for ambush. However, he did discover a good sniping spot. From that position, he could see far and wide, with a clear view of all the streets and alleys. The only downside was that it was too high and too far away, and with the wind speed, almost no sniper could accurately hit the target from there. But that was no problem for Su Jiang. He had a backup. After surveying enough, just as Su Jiang was about to head back, he suddenly saw a figure standing at the alley entrance across from Shizhou University. "Ha, what is she doing here?" Su Jiang frowned slightly and quietly walked over. At the alley entrance, Mei Lingling was wearing a baseball cap, her gaze fixed ahead, completely unaware that Su Jiang had approached her from behind. "What are you looking at?" Su Jiang suddenly spoke. "Ah!" Mei Lingling jumped in surprise. Turning around and seeing Su Jiang's face, she finally breathed a sigh of relief. You're actually alive?" Mei Lingling said in astonishment. "What kind of talk is that? Is there no courtesy?" Su Jiang, with the lollipop in his mouth, looked at Mei Lingling discontentedly and said, "So in your eyes, I shouldn't be alive, huh? And no, that's not what I meant." Mei Lingling waved her hands repeatedly. "I mean, after what you did yesterday, you actually managed to escape and survive." "What did I do last night?" Su Jiang asked in confusion. "I didn't do anything except stay home and watch a movie with my girlfriend." "Ha!" Mei Lingling's eyes widened. "You were involved in assassinations and explosions yesterday, and you dare say you did nothing? Hey, I warn you not to slander me." Su Jiang took the lollipop out of his mouth and pointed at Mei Lingling. "What assassinations and explosions? I don't understand what you're talking about. Wasn't there a gas tank explosion at your Mei family yesterday? Can you pin that on me? Is there no law in Shizhou anymore? Can your big family just accuse people at will?" Su Jiang spoke with an utterly natural tone, as if he had really just stayed home watching movies last night. Hearing this, Mei Lingling felt that this person was utterly shameless. If she hadn't seen Su Jiang in her room last night, she might have believed his nonsense. How could brother Xia be friends with someone like this? In her eyes, Xia Guli was a kind and straightforward person, completely different from Su Jiang. "What? You say brother Xia isn't a good person? You all don't understand anything. You don't know brother Xia at all, so how can you judge him like that? So, what are you doing here?" Su Jiang looked at Mei Lingling in confusion and asked, "Didn't your family put you under house arrest? Did they let you out?" "No, I sneaked out last night during the chaos," Mei Lingling said softly. Upon hearing this, Su Jiang raised an eyebrow and looked at Mei Lingling with a hint of intrigue. Sneaking out? That Mei Zimin really was careless. With such a large family and so many people, they had even surrounded Su Jiang, almost preventing his escape. Yet, this little girl managed to sneak out unscathed? Su Jiang could only smile and remain silent. "So, what are you doing here?" Su Jiang asked. Mei Lingling lowered her head, looking at her palms. Only then did Su Jiang notice that she was holding a lantern flower. "Today is the Lantern Festival. I want to give this to brother Xie, but he won't see me, so, can you help me deliver it to him?" Mei Lingling handed the lantern flower to Su Jiang, her lively eyes under the duckbill cap showing a hint of stubbornness. Su Jiang looked at the lantern flower in her hand but did not take it. Instead, he sighed. Little sister, why go to such lengths? What's so good about that guy from Siaguli? Even at this point, you still can't let go? No. Mei Lingling gently shook her head and said, I've already figured it out and made my decision. From now on, I won't disturb him again. The only thing I want to do now is to deliver this flower into his hands. From this moment on, I will have nothing to do with Brother Xie. Upon hearing this, Su Jiang squinted his eyes. After hesitating for a long time, he suddenly said with a mischievous tone, How about you call me Brother Su, and I'll help you deliver it? What do you think? Mei Lingling remained silent, just looking at him quietly. Su Jiang's smile froze on his face, and after a while, he sighed deeply. I really admire you guys. Saying this, he reached out to take the lantern flower. Considering how pitiful your family's gas tank exploded, I'll reluctantly agree to help you. Thank you. Mei Lingling said her thanks and turned to leave without hesitation. Where are you going? Su Jiang asked. Mei Lingling turned her back to him and softly said, Home. You're going home now? Su Jiang frowned and said, Don't you know why your father deliberately let you run away? I know. Mei Lingling said softly, It's precisely because I know that I want to go back. Her expression dimmed as she continued, My surname is Mei. I am Mei Lingling of the Mei family, and that is a fact that cannot be changed. Everyone in the Mei family has accompanied my growth. They love me, spoil me, and have always cared for me. Although I may not be very sensible, I also understand that the family is now at a critical juncture of life and death. At this time, I cannot be a coward and run away alone. If I live, I want to be with the Mei family. If I die, I will also die with the Mei family. Su Jiang was slightly taken aback upon hearing this. He looked at Mei Lingling's back, feeling somewhat emotional. This little girl had grown quite a bit overnight.